Family, who understands? Katakuri encountered a white-haired monster on a deserted island, almost getting torn apart. Turns out, this creature is actually his younger brother. Now, these two strong men are either forging or eating donuts, and the scene is incredibly bizarre. Let me tell you, that day on the deserted island, our Katakuri, the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, a future figure with a bounty of over $1 billion, almost got taken away. Who understands this, family? That night, just as the moon hung in the sky, he met a madman, a complete monster. This guy had white hair, standing on end, his size inflated, and his eyes glowing red. Without a word, he charged right in. Katakuri was stunned at that moment, thinking, what the heck is this? Where did this beast come from? As soon as they clashed, good heavens, he almost ripped Katakuri's machi-like arm off on the spot. The scene was all about physical cooling, and at that moment, Katakuri was probably already thinking about what flavor of donuts he would like to eat for the rest of his life. So who is this strong man? We need to start from the beginning. Listen to me. Let me lay it out for you. That day, the weather was just perfect, with the sea breeze blowing, making it very comfortable. Our Katakuri was standing at the bow of his ship, named Donut, with his younger brother, Cracker, heading to an island called Trien. But look at his expression. Something was off. Usually, this confident, unflappable, perfect brother today had a bewildered look, as if he had lost his soul. His 17-year-old brother, Cracker, who usually idolizes him, saw this situation and was stunned, quickly approaching to ask, bro, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? Katakuri came back to his senses, naturally reached out to ruffle Cracker's hair, and said, nothing, just thinking about some old, boring stuff. Let me tell you, in their family, Katakuri's position is simply unparalleled. He's like a father figure. None of his younger siblings are not afraid of him, and none do not love him. Cracker, this little guy, is fierce to outsiders, known as the Biscuit Minister, hiding in his biscuit armor every day, acting mysterious. But when Katakuri ruffled his head, he immediately turned into a little kitten, his face turning red. Cracker, being clever, immediately guessed, bro, are you thinking about that guy named Ortolun? Katakuri's hand, that was ruffling his head, noticeably paused. Then he lightly tapped him and said, by seniority, you should also call him brother. Cracker was unconvinced and immediately retorted, he doesn't even have the surname Charlotte. He's a Bane. That's right, they came to Trien Island this time to meet this Bane Ortolun. This person is technically the 5th son of Big Mom, 18 years old, 1 year older than Cracker. But for some reason, this guy has never stayed in the family since he was a child, even taking on a different surname. Katakuri looked at his brother and said seriously, what surname he is doesn't matter. Cracker, he has our mother's blood running through him, and that's a fact that cannot be changed. After saying this, his tone softened as he sighed, and this is not his fault, it's our fault. Finally, he smiled and said affirmatively, I believe in him sooner or later, he will be willing to take the surname Charlotte. Cracker pouted and muttered, anyway, I won't just recognize him as my brother. The ship quickly docked. Good heavens. As soon as people on the dock saw the donut, they immediately erupted. But as soon as Katakuri stepped off the ship, the whole place fell silent. That aura was incredible. A tall figure over 2 meters, with a scarf covering half his face and eyes sharp as knives, who dared to breathe heavily. Following behind him was Cracker, already donned in his biscuit armor that looked like a 40-year-old uncle, exuding a strong, oppressive feeling. This Trien Island had just hoisted Big Mom's flag half a year ago, and logically, they should have sent a minister to manage it by now. But strangely, nothing had changed on the island. Local officials came to greet him, bowing and scraping, but Katakuri didn't even pay attention, casually brushing them off and heading straight to a farmhouse on the outskirts of the city with Cracker. Then, you witnessed an absurd scene. A 5-meter pirate star was peeking over the wall like a thief. In the yard, clink clink, a man, bare-chested and muscular, was hammering away with a small hammer. He didn't even turn around and shouted, the door's not locked. Only then did Katakuri smile and push the door open, saying, Ortolun, you look even more buff. That man, Ortolun, had just finished his work. He casually grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat, and when he turned around, wow, he was simply walking testosterone. With messy, deep brown hair, he looked incredibly heroic and chiseled, completely not resembling an 18-year-old some would believe he was 28. The key was his height, over 3 meters combined with his tan muscles, standing there like a true warrior. Katakuri plopped down on a stone bench in the yard and pointed at Cracker beside him, introducing, this is Cracker, your younger brother by year. Only then did Ortolun glance at the biscuit boy, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but he just nodded, acknowledging him, then turned back to chat with Katakuri. Don't mention it, I think this height is enough. If I grow any taller, he'll turn into a monster. Don't let me grow as tall as you and that woman. The woman he referred to is, of course, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri is over 5 meters tall, and Big Mom is nearly 9 meters tall, which is indeed a bit off the charts. Katakuri didn't mind, smiling as he changed the subject. Were you just forging the materials I sent you last time? Mentioning this got Ortolun excited, and he eagerly lifted the thing he had just finished forging. Good heavens! It was an extraordinarily gigantic warhammer. The hammer was entirely black, with dark golden bullhorn patterns on it, looking heavy and fierce. Ortolun, over 3 meters tall, holding this nearly 4-meter-long hammer, looked like he was holding a toy. Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have found such a good thing as 1,000 stone. Ortolun sincerely expressed his gratitude. Seeing Ortolun in good spirits, Katakuri quickly said, "It's Mom who helped you find it, I'm just a messenger." Ortolun paused for a moment, pouted, and somewhat reluctantly said, "Fine, then thank her." Katakuri felt particularly gratified and asked, "How many 1,000 stones did you put in?" "Not much, 5 pieces, just enough to use up," Ortolun said, as if it were nothing. As soon as this was said, Katakuri's facial muscles twitched. 1,000 stone, that stuff has a density like a black hole, even a small piece is ridiculously heavy. When he transported those 5 pieces over, it almost sank his big ship. Now, all 5 pieces are melted into a hammer, and this guy can still handle it so easily. Cracker exploded on the spot. Impossible. Do you think your mom? Can you handle it? Ortolun completely ignored him, casually placing the hammer, which probably weighed several tons, on the forging table and sat down by himself. Cracker was furious and was just about to yell again when Katakuri shot him a glance, silencing him. Katakuri helplessly smiled. This guy may have a foul mouth, but that I don't care, no need to explain. Ortolun waved his hand generously. Katakuri laughed too, poured himself a bowl of boiled water, pulled down his scarf to reveal his tusked mouth, gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, and then said, "Seriously, I have to thank you for being so good-tempered this time and not beating Cracker up and throwing him out. Let me tell you, their first meeting was much more explosive than this." A good show, when he suddenly felt a surge of power within him. He realized that he was losing control again. As the full moon rose, the transformation began. His body grew larger, muscles bulging, and the horns on his head twisted and sharpened, resembling those of a raging bull. The wildness in his eyes took over, and he could feel the primal instinct pushing him towards destruction. But this time, he was determined not to let it consume him entirely. With the memories of his father's sacrifices and the pain of his past, he fought against the madness. He remembered the moments of calm he had tried to cultivate, the fishing trips, the book readings, and the small joys that kept him grounded. "Stay focused," he whispered to himself as he battled the beast within. He knew that if he could just hold on a little longer, he might find a way to harness this power instead of letting it control him. As the night wore on, he roared at the moon, a mix of anger and defiance. But deep down, he hoped to find a path to coexist with the monster he had become, to increase its strength. Who knew that Katakuri had come with a fleet, wanting to occupy this territory, treating this deserted island as a temporary stronghold. Thus on that day, the greatest masterpiece of a Charlotte family encountered his blood-related but completely deranged brother on that deserted island. That night, Ortolun's presence was simply a bug. Not only did he possess the moon lion form of the fur tribe, but he also inherited 2 major talents from Big Mom: innate strength and ironclad durability. Just think about it. Charlotte Lin could take down giants at the age of 5, relying on these 2 abilities. Although Ortolun may not have inherited them at 100%, it was enough to crush the giant race. That's why that several-ton heavy warhammer felt like a toy in his hands. As for the ironclad durability, the baseline was that ordinary knives and guns could not break through his defenses, even if you took a gun and shot him while he was asleep. The bullets would just bounce off. A monster with immense strength and invulnerability, entering a state of frenzy with skyrocketing combat power and loss of reason. So you understand, right? That night, what Katakuri encountered was not a human, but a walking natural disaster. You might be wondering, his father, Sarones, was also a tough guy who dared to challenge Big Mom. How could he not control his son? Let me tell you, the problem lies here. Suppression and deadly force are 2 different things. His father was not a good-natured person, but the issue was that the one going crazy in front of him was his own son. To truly stop the frenzied Ortolun, he would have to beat him to the ground until he couldn't get up anymore. His father couldn't bear to do that. So he just thought, forget it. Can't suppress him. Let be. Hurry up. I'm tired. He really let go and watched Ortolun vent his violence, turning the entire island into chaos. So just think about it. What Katakuri encountered back then was this kind of thing. Innate strength, ironclad durability, plus the moon lion form after the full moon of the fur tribe. His combat power skyrocketed like a rocket. Now, when Katakuri recalls it, he instinctively touches his belly, thinking, wow, the feeling of that punch still aches faintly. He feels a deep sense of fear inside. Fortunately, Ortolun didn't have any weapons at that time. Otherwise, it might not have been just a bellyache. This full moon, what rules do you have? Katakuri snapped back to reality and stared at Ortolun's imposing horns and asked. Ortolun was carefree, waving his hand. What else can we do? Same old routine. Find a deserted island, lock myself up, and wait for the storm to pass. Katakuri nodded and added, but you can't keep doing this forever, can you? That's true, Ortolun reluctantly agreed, laughing. Before my old man was on his last legs, and he gave me life, it wasn't easy raising me. I have to accompany him on his final journey. Now that he's gone, I've finished preparing my stuff. And once this full moon passes, I'm ready to set sail. Let me tell you, this guy's also someone who can endure. He crossed over for more than 10 years and hasn't even left the novice village, all for his old dad. Now he's free as a bird. So he has to go out and see this beautiful yet cruel pirate world. Have you thought about where to go? Katakuri, the donut, casually asked. Ortolun pondered for a long time, rubbing his chin, and shook his head. I was so focused on forging that I didn't really think it through. If I had to say, the world is so big, I want to travel everywhere, right? Everywhere. Katakuri's eyes instantly lit up. That Cake Island must count as one, right? Let me tell you, Mama's been mentioning you a lot. How about you come back with me to take a look? As soon as these words were spoken, Ortolun's face showed a look of disgust, as if he had eaten a fly. It wasn't that he hated Big Mom that much. After all, his soul had crossed over, and he felt as if he were a stranger to this so-called biological mother. The main issue was with his father. Let me tell you, he was simply a hardcore sycophant, licking boots until he had nothing left. Even before he died, he didn't hate Big Mom. He was still contemplating being buried on Cake Island to watch his goddess every day. Who understands the family dynamics? The person involved is already like this. What can he, as a son, say? His disdain was purely because he felt that joining Big Mom's crew was not the right time. In this day and age, the new world is a chaotic mess, with wars breaking out everywhere. Big Mom is the kind of woman overflowing with ambition. Joining her would mean being embroiled in war every day, working nonstop. Right now, he just wants to travel, not fight. As soon as Katakuri saw his expression, he immediately threw out the bait, smiling and saying, Mom recently went out to sea just to find you a gift you've been thinking about. Ortolun's expression shifted slightly. Katakuri seized the opportunity and added a bombshell. Moreover, Mom said that she might have a way to help with your uncontrollable behavior since the full moon. Boom. This statement exploded in Ortolun's mind. His eyes lit up, but he still maintained a tough front, saying, Go ahead, I never said I wanted to join you. Don't worry. Katakuri, the true man, patted his chest and assured him, Mom just wants to meet you. If you want to leave, you can leave anytime. I guarantee it with my integrity. Big Mom's credibility? Not even a dog would believe it. But Katakuri's guarantee still carried significant weight. Orton thought for a moment. Why wait for full moon if she has a way? Just go for it. Anyway, even if Big Mom is bragging, if things go wrong on Cake Island, it'll be her own mess, not mine. Besides, Big Mom has been suffering from a food obsession for years, like an intermittent mental patient, so who knows? Maybe there is some unique experience to share among fellow patients. Long illness makes one a doctor. He is definitely not after that gift. Absolutely not. So, when are we leaving? Katakuri was excited. There's no time like the present. Let us leave today. All right. With that, Orton turned and went into the house to pack his things. As soon as he left, Mariejois, who had been a background character the whole time, finally found the chance to speak. Brother Katakuri, is that guy really that strong? Katakuri took a sip of water and pointed at the war hammer in the yard. The hammer's right there. If you don't believe it, go try it. Mariejois, being the rebellious type, walked over, grabbed the hammer's handle, and with a grunt, yanked it hard. To his surprise, the hammer did sway a bit, indicating he had some strength. But when he couldn't lift it, Mariejoi's face lost its composure. He gripped the hammer handle with both hands, took a deep breath, muscles bulging, and exerted all his strength. That heavy war hammer was indeed lifted slightly off the ground. But after just 3 to 5 seconds, Mariejoi's face turned a shade of liver color. For the sake of his pride, he gritted his teeth and carefully placed the hammer back. As soon as he let go, he was panting heavily, and upon turning around, he saw Katakuri trying to hold back laughter at him. He immediately felt both embarrassed and angry, calling out in a spoiled manner, Brother, a 40-year-old uncle trying to act cute. What a sight I can't bear to look at. Katakuri laughed heartily. Now you know, right? Just that strength alone is already abnormal. Not to mention he inherited Mom's ironclad toughness. Mariejois was completely convinced this time. At that moment, Orton emerged from the house. holding a long knife with a sheath and nothing else. He scratched his head a bit awkwardly. I went in and saw the place was bare, nothing worth taking. Just this knife, my old man's relic, let us just say. It's a gift for her. I'm telling you, they're really poor. His dad was a bully who collected protection money to support the family and never let Orton go to the docks to carry bricks. Saying real men should rely on robbery. Carrying bricks was too smelly, simply outrageous. After his dad died, the family fortune had been squandered long ago. Now they're truly broke. This meeting gift was actually his simp dad's last wish, hoping this knife could replace him and continue to protect the goddess. Orton was too lazy to comment on such a bizarre mentality. It was just a handy thing, so he did it. Katakuri's ship, let me tell you, looks like a donut, flashy and extravagant, but it's really fast. After drifting for 2 weeks, the massive castle of Cake Island was finally in sight. On the deck, Orton, shirtless with a specially made strap slung over his back holding the giant war hammer, had his hair blowing wildly in the sea breeze. Katakuri approached with a plate of donuts, hesitated for a long time, and reluctantly handed them over, asking if he wanted to try. Orton rolled his eyes. By now, this guy had been eating donuts for every meal, practically a walking donut advertisement. I'm not eating, thanks. This is my highest courtesy, Katakuri said, feeling quite wronged. I believe you, donut alien, Orton retorted. If such a planet really exists, I'd definitely go, Katakuri said with a look of longing. The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. In their casual chat, Katakuri mentioned that Big Mom originally wanted to hold a grand tea party for Orton. But after receiving intel that Shiki the Golden Lion seemed to be gathering a fleet, potentially to go to war with them, the tea party was cancelled. Ortolun felt a jolt in his heart. He knew that this year was the 1495th year of the Sea Circle calendar, and a major event was coming. The Battle of Eversea. The Golden Lion Shiki was now the maritime overlord, the strongest among the strong, but he was gathering his fleet not to find Big Mom, but to seek his destined man, Roger. Then, a storm directly toppled him from his throne, and he ended up with a steering wheel as a decoration on his head. It was precisely because he fell that Big Mom and Kaido had the opportunity to rise. Thinking of this, Ortolun casually asked, "Do you know where the Eversea is?" Katakuri found it strange, but still answered. When Ortolun heard the answer, he realized it was not far from Cake Island. Now he was even more certain that Shiki's target was Roger. The ship soon docked. Cake Island was quite prosperous, with various homies maintaining order, which looked quite fresh. Perispero, the eldest son of a Charlotte family, was already waiting at the port. This guy spoke in a strange tone, but Ortolun felt he was quite friendly, and they exchanged simple greetings. After winding through the castle, they finally arrived at a large door. The door knocker turned out to be alive, sleepily opening the door for them. A wave of sickly sweet air rushed over them. In the center of the grand hall, a figure sat on a huge throne, indiscriminately shoving desserts from the table into her mouth. Without a doubt, it was Charlotte Linlin. But, let me tell you, as soon as I walked in, my eyes nearly popped out. This was not the fat old lady I expected. Family members who understands this Big Mom is only 41 years old now, looking like she's in her 30s, and her figure, well, how should I put it, curvaceous and fiery. Her sitting posture was wildly chaotic, with one long leg propped up on the table. This first impression completely shattered my stereotypical perception of her. When she saw us, she hastily wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth, her gaze locking onto Ortolun, and she grinned widely with an imposing presence. Mahahaha, kid, you've grown up. Seeing you reminds me of what your dad looked like. As a mink, he was indeed quite handsome back in the day. Orton chuckled to himself. Indeed, a sycophant never ends well, and that person had almost forgotten what he looked like. He simply replied, neither servile nor overbearing, thanks to him. I managed to survive by luck. Unexpectedly, Charlotte Lingling, while eating, sighed, if that guy has any advantage over me, it's probably his vision and patience toward you back then. As she said this, she looked at Orton again, and her tone surprisingly softened. Sorry, kid, because I was short-sighted back then, you've suffered for so many years. But let me tell you, Orton wasn't buying it. He didn't respond at all. Instead, he unbuckled the knife from his waist, weighed it in his hand, looking incredibly cool. He spoke first. It doesn't matter. There are many people thrown overboard, see? Who am I to count? This knife is a relic from my old man. Before he passed, he told me to bring it to you if I had the chance. Just as he finished speaking, Charlotte Lingling wiped her hands with a hot towel and said 2 words, give it here. I watched Orton walk forward. The closer he got to the lady, the more overwhelming the pressure of the 4 emperors became. The lady probably sensed it too, fearing it would scare the child. She quickly retracted her aura and then took the knife from Orton's hand. She touched the scabbard and suddenly became sentimental. Memory is such a strange thing. Before I saw it, I couldn't remember anything, but now that I touch it, hey, I even recall things about its owner. After saying that, she shifted her tone and threw a heavy bomb at Orton. Kid, how about coming back to my embrace? This meant she was asking him if he wanted to recognize his roots and return to the big inMoon pirates. I thought to myself, wouldn't this kid consider it? But the lady didn't give him a chance to think. She directly added, as long as you nod. I'll make you the head of the stars of the sea right now. The head of the stars of the sea. Who among the family understands that? That SA position just below 1 person and above 10,000 in the 4 Emperors crew. Currently, Katakuri and his 2 brothers occupy 3 spots, and the eldest, Perospero, occupies 1, which is equivalent to directly being airlifted to become the eldest brother. The lady also emphasized that Orton's previous victory over Katakuri didn't count as a defeat in external battles. It was just internal sparring. As one doesn't fight one's own people. This condition was like a fortune falling from the sky. But guess what? Orton didn't think twice and shook his head. I refuse. I was shocked. This kid was all about my life as mine, not my mom's. He didn't even give the lady a chance to respond. Continuing, I came to Cake Island not to join you. Katakuri said you have a way to solve my full moon control issue. This statement gave no face at all. Perospero behind him was dumbfounded, stealing a glance at Katakuri, who also wore a face of resignation, as if he had anticipated this. Did you think the lady would explode in anger? Wrong. She wasn't angry at all. She simply shook her head with a hint of regret. Refused? What a pity. Then the matter was put aside. She didn't mention it again. I tell you, this mindset, no wonder she is the future Empress of the Sea. She continued, I do indeed have a way to deal with your full moon problem. As soon as Ortolun heard this, he became serious. What method? The ant began to analyze, sounding authoritative. To put it simply, your problem is similar to the moon lion of the fur tribe. It's a bloodline talent. You can't control it, partly because your bloodline is not pure. And there is too little fur tribe blood in you. Just look at your appearance. She was quite proud at this point, as if to say, see, it's still my genes that are impressive, suppressing whatever fur tribe genes there are. After a pause, she continued, the second reason, and the most important one, is that my blood flows in your veins. Katakuri said you inherited my natural divine power and steel-like body, which is unique among all my children. Do you know what this means? Without waiting for a response, she laughed. It means you perfectly inherited my talent, but also inherited my madness. Pika, when I go into a fit, I also go crazy, so I guess that when the full moon comes, the power of the fur tribe and my power will mix together. Moon lion plus Pika, double buff stacked to the max, and you definitely won't be able to control it. Ortolun had no reaction after hearing this. He probably guessed it was like that. He directly replied, if your Pika can't be cured even by yourself, how can you cure me? Ha ha ha. The old lady burst into laughter and said to him, kid, my Pika was cured at one point in time. Upon hearing this, Ortolun was shocked. When? How was it cured? The old lady's eyes were filled with memories, and after a long pause, she said, many years ago, on Rock's ship, my Pika was cured. On Rock's ship? By the ship's doctor? Ortolun instinctively thought in that direction. No, it has nothing to do with the ship's doctor. The old lady waved her hand. Was it technology? I heard that the great scientist Vegapunk was also there at that time. Before he could finish, the old lady looked disdainful and said, what kind of scientist is she? Just a useless person living off others. However, you mentioning it made me remember. We did indeed meet that real scientist, Vegapunk. He might be able to use some gene technology to cure me, but at that time, I knew nothing about those things and later forgot all about it. Ortolun silently noted the name Vegapunk in his mind while continuing to ask, what exactly is it? A devil fruit ability? No. Big Mom's mouth curled into a wicked smile. It's violence. Violence? Ortolun was stunned. That's right, violence. Big Mom's tone was deep. Violence is a good medicine, especially for those who refuse to comply, particularly for this kind of disease. Orton pondered for a moment, and suddenly seemed to understand something. His expression changed. The Big Mom saw his expression and laughed. Figure it out? You had an outbreak of hunger pangs on Rock's ship. That scene was indeed not very pleasant. Let me tell you, this is simply the funniest joke of 2025. Just think about it. Big Mom going crazy, forgetting all her kin, causing disasters wherever she goes. But it just had to be on Rock's ship. What kind of gods were on that ship? Rock's Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, a ship full of monsters. So what was the result? The answer is obvious. Big Mom was directly pinned to the ground and beaten up by this group of big brothers. What hunger pangs? A beating is all it takes. Not enough. Then just have another outbreak and get beaten again. Who understands this? It's just a physical therapy, an upgraded version of electroshock therapy. Big Mom herself let out a disgruntled hum, but still admitted, although the memories aren't pleasant, I have to say, during those years, I had outbreaks several times. And each time I was interrupted by those bastards. After so many times, I actually began to faintly control that power. When she said this, she seemed a bit regretful. If I had just 2 more years, maybe I would have truly mastered it, but unfortunately, that bastard Rox. This meant that Rox had flipped the ship, the company went bankrupt, the shareholders flew solo, and no one could treat her anymore, leading to her condition relapsing and even worsening. This seemed to make her a bit unhappy. She grabbed 2 pieces of cake and stuffed them in her mouth, took a sip of juice, and her mood gradually improved. After a while, Orton finally spoke to summarize. So what you mean is, as long as I have someone to wake me up with absolute violence when I go crazy during my full moon, after doing it many times, I can control that power myself? Exactly, that's my answer, kid. Big Mom nodded with a smile. Ortolun pondered for a moment, and it seemed that there was some truth to it. When he was younger, his father could still control him, and at that time, he felt that he was indeed manageable. Later, when his father could no longer overpower him, he became crazier with each passing day, and his condition worsened. Was this the consequence of being spoiled? Ortolun guessed he was internally mocking himself. He was afraid now, afraid that his condition would shift from monthly episodes to attacks at any time, becoming like Big Mom, and at that point, he would be unrecognizable and consume those around him, which would be terrifying. While he was lost in thought, Big Mom spoke again, this time for the first time calling his name. This world is very dangerous, Ortolun. You may have defeated Katakuri and feel a bit proud, but both he and you are still just seedlings in my eyes. This was indeed true. Not to mention Ortolun, even the current Katakuri would probably struggle against Big Mom. You all need to grow, Big Mom continued in a guiding manner, and you, my son Ortolun. The stronger you become, the fewer people there are who can suppress you with violence, and the harder it will be to cure your illness. What do you want to say? Ortolun directly interrupted her manipulation. Big Mom was not angry, smiling gently. I want to tell you that I, Charlotte Linlin, possess the kind of violence that can crush you. My violence is your remedy. There are many people on the sea who can defeat me, and quite a few who are as strong as you, and even some who are stronger. Ortolun retorted, but do you trust them? Would you dare to put your life in their hands using violence as a medicine? Big Mom's words hit the nail on the head. Those people were outsiders and not worthy of trust. And I, regardless of the past, have your blood running through me. I am your mother. From bloodline to interest, we are family. I need you to become stronger, and you need me to cure you. We are the most trustworthy kin. I must admit, Big Mom's words were quite skillful. Indeed, would you seek Whitebeard to help you with your illness? What if the old man was too rough and sent you away directly? In comparison, a biological mother wouldn't truly kill her own son, right? Just then, Katakuri returned, holding a small box. Upon seeing him, Big Mom nodded, then said to Ortolun, there's no need to rush into a decision. The full moon is coming soon. You can stay and experience it firsthand, see if my method is effective, and then make a conclusion. Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. All right, that's fair. Let's take it for a walk and see if it's a mule or a horse. First, let's take a beating on Cake Island and see the results. Katakuri stepped forward and handed the small box to Ortolun. Big Mom directly said, here, take it. It's a gift for our meeting. Orton was not polite either and accepted it. Then Big Mom asked Perispero to take him to arrange accommodations. Once they left, Katakuri expressed some concern to Big Mom, saying, Mom, Orton doesn't have a strong sense of identification with us, and I'm afraid he might not stay. Big Mom, while eating snacks, nonchalantly replied, whether he stays or leaves doesn't matter. What's important is our attitude, which is goodwill. She swallowed her food and patiently explained, I originally thought he would hate me, but from what I see today, at most he considers us strangers. For us, this is the best art. What I just said, the gifts I gave, are all about releasing goodwill, just enough to tip the scales a bit in our favor. Let me tell you, Big Mom's approach here is simply that of a top-tier venture capital queen. She continued to analyze. If he stays, that's a good thing. I will personally train him, and sooner or later, he will become my true right-hand man. But what if he chooses to leave? She smiled, which means he has more backbone and courage than I imagined. Just think about it. A poor kid suddenly being found by the billionaire's mother. Who says she'll give you everything if you come back? Who could refuse that? If he refuses, it shows that this kid is truly exceptional. Stubbornness, spirit, courage, these are all qualities that Big Mom admires. The aunt had an expectant smile on her face. If he stays, he will be nurtured by our big inMoon pirates, a domesticated flower. If he leaves, he will be nourished by the winds and rains of the world, a wildflower. The domesticated flower has nobility, while the wildflower has wildness. Who can say which is higher and which is lower? Katakuri instantly understood. No matter how Ortolun chooses, as long as he continues to grow stronger, there will come a day when he stands at the same height as them. When that time comes, the kindness shown today will blossom in unexpected ways. Seeing that Katakuri understood, Big Mom felt even more gratified. She suddenly grabbed a bottle of wine and took a few swigs, then slammed it on the table and laughed out loud. Mahahaha. Moreover, I already owe him so much. What reason do I have to stop my own son from running towards the sea? As soon as the topic ended, the aunt's tone immediately became serious. What about the intel from Shurji? It's not very clear, Katakuri replied immediately. Their intelligence network, while impressive, found it difficult to deal with the fact that the Golden Lion's lair was flying in the sky. Big Mom didn't blame him. She simply said helplessly, in any case, Shiki has already started gathering his fleet. We can't just sit and wait. Let's have our fleet gather towards the Tado land front. Katakuri frowned, feeling a bit worried. Mama, we've pulled all our main forces out, and the headquarters is left vulnerable. Is there a chance someone might take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack? The old lady sneered coldly. Shiki, Wangji, Silver Axe, and Kaido all understand this clearly. Everyone knows that if we let that lion run wild, no one will have a good outcome. But even Rocks back in the day couldn't make us submit, let alone him. That Shiki guy is not Rocks. Let me tell you, Big Mom is as clear as a mirror in her heart. She understands these old rivals too well. That Shiki guy has just 2 words to describe his personality: dictatorship. If he wants to be the boss, then absolutely everyone has to kneel and call him dad. It's impossible for it to be like Rocks, where everyone can still be plastic partners. On this point, let alone Big Mom, which of Kaido and Wang Ji's group will be able to tolerate it. So, this new world has formed a particularly delicate balance. The old lady is well aware of this. She dares to empty her home and send all her elite forces to the front line to confront Shiki head-on, precisely because she understands this point. As long as she engages in a fight with Shiki, those people from Kaido, let me tell you, they won't even need a WeChat message. They will definitely come to help her take down Shiki. The reasoning is very simple. When the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If my aunt gets wiped out by Shiki today, won't it be your turn tomorrow? Shiki is almost disgusted by this group of old friends. If he doesn't take action, these people will tear each other apart. But as soon as he makes a move, wow, Kaido and Wang Ji, who were just beating each other to a pulp yesterday, can immediately hold hands and unite as brothers, ready to take him on together. It's simply ridiculous. A fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. So Shurji also has to find a way to break the deadlock. What clever move did he come up with? Teaming up with Roger. Don't say it. Shiki doesn't respect anyone, not even the King of Heaven, but he truly holds Roger in high regard. He's pondering that back in the day, Roger and Garp teamed up to take down Rocks. Now Shiki, the big boss of the new world, teaming up with Roger. Wouldn't that be incredibly powerful? Moreover, he also knew that Roger was searching everywhere for that historical text, which might be hiding the secrets of ancient weapons. Once you get it, all the old ladies with white beards will have to stand aside. His offer is also very sincere. We will be equal partners, Kos, and we will share this world. He thinks that with these conditions, Roger has no reason not to be tempted, right? While these big shots are playing their little tricks. Let me tell you, another group has already quietly taken action. Auntie just ordered Katakuri to move the fleets near their home to the front lines, leaving her hometown Tado land defenseless in an instant. She hasn't experienced the loss of being raided before. Unlike 20 years later when the sea is monitored like a surveillance system, where even a fly passing by has to be scanned. At this moment, a ship is sneaking into her territory. Wow, I'm very familiar with this ship, the Oro Jackson. Gold Roger's ship. That's right. At this time, Roger was not yet the Pirate King, and people on the road referred to him as Gold Roger. I saw him sitting cross-legged on the deck, with a sea chart spread out in front of him, his finger poking at the location of Cake Island. A crowd was gathered around him, including Silver's Rayleigh and Spack Jabba, along with 2 hangers-on, one with red hair and the other with a red nose. Who would have thought that these 2 would later become a true Yonko and a real Yonko? Luck is also a form of strength, right? Just listen to Roger passionately giving a motivational speech. That girl Lingling has a piece of historical text in her hands. Brothers, we've got what we need. Let's find the last piece, and the gates to the final island will be open for us. Rayleigh stroked his beard, remaining relatively calm. Captain, that woman is not to be underestimated. She's as strong as a monster. The red-haired kid next to him, Shanks, pounded his chest and shouted, "First mate, we're not weak either. Why should we be afraid of her?" Everyone was laughing. But with one sentence from the ship's doctor, Carrasco's, everyone fell silent. He said, "Try not to get into a fight. Roger's body can't withstand intense battles anymore." There it is, that's the key. This guy Roger's body is showing red lights. Terminal illness, you understand? His strength is top-notch. He might even have the upper hand in a one-on-one against an old lady. But the problem is, his body is like a leaking engine. It's fine for regular use, but once he faces off against a skilled opponent, it's like activating a turbo mode. And his health bar just drops rapidly. If we get halfway through and an old illness relapses, it wouldn't just shorten our lives. It could mean death on the spot. So, Laylee made the decision right there. No more fighting, let's go for a surprise attack. Steal that stone and run. Young Shanks still looked troubled. "Vice Captain, won't this affect our image?" Rayleigh directly grabbed his red hair and laughed heartily. "What does this little brat know? We are pirates. What kind of image do pirates need? Despicable and shameless. That is our passport." On the other side, I had just returned to the room in the Cake Island castle when there was a knock on the door. As soon as I opened it, good grief. It was Perospero, the big son of Big Mom, trying to squeeze in like a maggot through the crack in the door, his tongue sticking out long, almost drooling on my feet. I pushed the door hard, looking disgusted. "Are all the people in your family this familiar?" he said while straining. "I just want you to join my faction." As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh, there's such good news? Could it be that the power struggle within the Charlotte family has become so intense? Does his eldest son want to win me over in advance to go against Katakuri? Is there some benefit I could take advantage of? I'm from the countryside, and I really like this. I relaxed my grip a bit and pretended to ask, "What faction?" Perospero immediately stood up straight, adjusted his collar, and had a serious expression as if he were about to join the party. "Of course, it's the candy faction." He announced with a sacred expression. "Our mission is to unite all the brothers and sisters who love candy to fight against the donut tyranny of Katakuri and his crew. Let the brilliance of candy shine across all nations. Family, who understands?" At that moment, my mind buzzed. I suddenly slammed the door shut and shouted one word towards the outside. "Ghost." This family definitely has some issues. Katakuri, that guy. Saying it's a man's shame to never sleep lying down, but ends up snoring in the hallway at night like a ghost, almost scared me to death. That cracker. Stuffing himself into his cookie armor every day. Typical of paranoia. And now there's Perospero. What's with this candy donut war? I shook my head, shaking off those messy thoughts. And my gaze landed on a small box on the table. It was given to me by Katakuri earlier, said to be a gift from Big Mom. Curiously, I opened the box. Wow, the devil fruit. And it's not just any ordinary fruit. This fruit looks like a Super Saiyan hairstyle, golden and shimmering, with lightning-like patterns all over it. I recognized it at a glance. Its fame is too great. The legendary natural system Thunder Fruit, claimed to be one of the invincible abilities. I was completely stunned at that moment. I remember that I had previously bragged to Katakuri, casually making up nonsense, saying that my father's last words mentioned that this thing could be found on a sky island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and if she was sincere, she should go and find it for me. I thought it was just a joke. Who would have thought? She not only believed it, but she really went. She really found it, and she really brought it to me. Aling, are you serious? In that moment, my fondness for this cheap mom skyrocketed. However, I stared at this thunderfruit for a long time without eating it, and eventually covered it up and put it back in the box. It's not that I don't want it. It's mainly due to too many concerns. First, if I eat it, I'll become a land duck. And in this dreadful weather of the New World, I could easily get hit by something falling from the sky, and then there would be nowhere to cry. Secondly, let me tell you, this devil fruit is just like playing a game. It also has version answers. At first, the natural type was invincible. But then when Hockey came out, it directly silenced everything. Later, Whitebeard's Paramecia type rose to power. And then Kaido's mythical Zoan type took the Zoan type to heights it didn't belong to, making even Luffy secretly change his job to a mythical Zoan. This Thunderfruit, although impressive, is technically 2 versions behind. Of course, all of this is nonsense. The Thunderfruit, being a top-tier item, would be T0 level in any version. It's capable of fighting, running, and detecting enemies, and it can also provide self-healing and cardiac resuscitation. It's comprehensively powerful. The real reason I haven't eaten it is that the full moon is approaching. My condition tends to act up during that time. Just imagine, an uncontrollable me combined with the abilities of the Thunderfruit. Cake Island might just disappear from map. Big Mom has been so generous to me. I have to give her this face. I'll wait until after the full moon to decide. Besides the fruit, I also need to consider whether to officially join the Big Mom Pirates. The benefits are numerous, ample resources, and a bright future. After all, it's the future Yonko crew. But the cost is that I would have to serve her ambitions and become a cog in her war machine. That's not what I want. I haven't even decided if I want to be a pirate yet. That night, a sudden idea struck me. Why'd I have to be a pirate? I could join the Navy. Just think about it. How cool would that be? My mother, Charlotte Lingling, the future Empress of the Seas. I, Orton, the future pillar of the Navy, a general, and even a fleet admiral. At that time, on this sea, both the black and white factions will be our people. If anyone displeases us, we'll take action against them. Can we also sit on that so-called void throne? Hey, isn't that the classic line? I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person? The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. In the following days, I immersed myself in the castle's library, rapidly acquiring knowledge about this world to prepare for my undercover mission. Then, I came across a mysterious book titled Domineering, From Beginner to Burial. Can you guess who the author is? Hoc de Gibec. I was so excited at that moment. The legendary maritime overlord. I thought it was an extraordinary secret book, but when I opened it, I was stunned. Half of this book is serious and authoritative teaching, with unique insights, very impressive. But the other half is all gossip. Was the secret lover of the white-bearded man? I guess Kaido has a crush on Lingling. That bastard Shiki always wants to shit on my head, and there's even a detailed tutorial with pictures on how to change baby Katakuri's diaper. I think I understand now. This Loxus is not a cold-blooded tyrant at all. He is really just a top-tier entertainer. Is there not a single normal person among your D family? Speaking of which, I'm not unfamiliar with hockey. Although my old man is not that great, he is at least a pirate worth over $1 billion. He taught me about armament hockey and observation hockey long ago. In a new world, if you don't know how to use both types of hockey, you wouldn't even feel embarrassed to greet others when you go out. But this thing is also divided into different levels. What my half-hearted old man taught me are just basic skills, compared to the understanding of top-tier powerhouses. It's like a primary school level. These past few days in the library, I came across a notebook written by Rox, and let me tell you, it was like a revelation. I felt like my energy channels were completely opened up. Wow, according to Rox, charisma is partly determined by fate and largely dependent on hard work. Some people are naturally charismatic, like the legendary Red Count, who can hear others' thoughts with his observation hockey. It's simply absurd. Then there's Katakuri. That guy has had radar-like perception since he was a child, and is now almost able to foresee the future with stability. On the armament hockey side, Rox specifically mentioned Admiral Zephyr from the Navy, saying he's exceptionally talented, nicknamed Black Arm, and rose to the rank of Admiral purely through physical skills and hockey, while never killing anyone. Just think about how strong that control must be. But as for talent, Rox said it's not all that significant. He believes that hockey is a power that embodies selflessness, and even if you have average talent, as long as you're willing to put in the hard work and practice tirelessly, you can catch up to or even surpass those geniuses. I remember his words very clearly. It's so inspiring. The starting point of this road may vary in height, but at the end, everyone can reach it. Family, who understands this? These words really hit me to the core. Moreover, the book also mentions something about Qigong, claiming it's a thing from the kingdom of Zahaiwa, and Wang Ji on our ship is quite skilled at it. I thought for a moment, it seems like that old man under Mingu named Lao Ji uses this technique, which can store energy from youth to be used in old age. This worldview is becoming more and more bizarre. However, at the end of the notes, Rox reached a conclusion that made me slap my thigh in agreement. He said, regardless of what kind of devil fruit you have, whether it's swordsmanship or Qigong, hockey can perfectly merge and forcibly raise your upper limits. Even if you can't do anything, just by practicing your dominance, you can reach the pinnacle of the world. In summary, it can be said in one sentence. Only with dominance can one rise above all. In simple terms, dominance is it's the version of the answer in this world. I estimate that Kaido's theory that conquering everything comes from the power of hockey was learned from Rox. I was just getting into it when Katakuri showed up, saying I'd been holed up in the library for 2 days and should go out for some fresh air. He told me that he and his mother were originally supposed to go to the front lines to fight against the Lion King, but they specifically stayed back for my sake. Upon hearing this, I thought, great, I've accrued another favor. He came to remind me that tonight marks the full moon, and I shouldn't forget that while reading. I had tried hiding in a little dark room during the full moon before, but it was just a temporary fix. That madness wouldn't go away, and sooner or later, I would become a complete madman. So this time, I had to confront it head on. We discussed it, had a meal. Katakuri's staple was still donuts, and then he led me to the forest in the back of the island. saying that Big Mom would be waiting there to give me a physical treatment. Just when I was preparing to go to the back mountain to take a beating. On the other side, something big happened. Roger and his crew, aboard the Orton Jackson, sneaked quietly to the base of the cliff at Cake Island's back mountain like old six. Their target this time was the piece of red historical text in Big Mom's hands. They held a small meeting on the ship, and someone suggested that Captain Roger should stay on the ship to provide support, since it was a stealth mission, and the fewer people there were, the better. As a result, Roger exploded on the spot, saying, "Without me, you wouldn't find a damn thing. Only I can hear the voice of that stone." All right, now no one dares to say a word. After all, that person's ability to listen to the voices of all things is indeed a unique navigation tool. In the end, a team of 5 was finalized. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, plus 2 interns, Shanks and Buggy. The main reason for bringing these 2 kids along is that they are small, making it easier to squeeze through windows and crawl through dog holes. With the plan set, the 5 of them began to climb up the cliff like rock climbers. Roger specifically warned, "Stay close to me. That woman Lingling's homies are everywhere, and if we get discovered, it's all over." As soon as they entered the forest, Roger felt a twitch in his eyelid and said he sensed something was going to happen. Riley was beside him, mocking him for being superstitious, and urged him to hurry up. Little did they know, I was already in position with the old lady in this forest. At that time, I was sitting cross-legged on the ground, the last bit of twilight shining on me. But I was already starting to feel restless, finding everything displeasing, and my eyes were beginning to turn red. The old lady was leaning against a tree, teasing me, asking if I had named the hammer yet. I couldn't hold back and shot back, "Shut up, old lady." She heard this, and not only was she not angry, but laughed even harder, saying, "Looks like you've already started to lose control, my good son. The old lady will give you a good lesson later." Just as she finished speaking, the last cloud in the sky dispersed, and a large, round moon appeared. As the moonlight shone on me, my mind suddenly exploded. Rationality? What rationality? It was instantly wiped clean. The fur, tribe, bloodline within him erupted completely. His hair turned white with a single brush, growing wildly down to his waist, resembling a lion's mane. The horns on his head became more ferocious, his muscles swelled, and his entire body grew larger. Moonline form, activate. My crimson eyes instantly locked onto the ant, letting out a low growl that didn't belong to a human. I grabbed the warhammer beside me and swung it down toward her head. With that one strike, the air erupted with a thunderous roar. Forget about a person. Even a warship would be smashed into a disc by me. And what was the result? The old lady didn't even move. She casually lifted one hand, covered in pitch-black armament color, and grabbed my hammerhead in one swift motion. With a loud bang, the shockwave bent the surrounding trees, and the ground beneath her feet cracked open like a spiderweb. She smirked at me, taunting, "Is that all you've got? You're still far from enough." I can no longer understand human language. After missing a hit, I swung back with another strike. But her speed was far too fast for me. With her other hand clenched into a fist, also wrapped in dominance, she struck first, landing a punch squarely on my nose. I tell you, in that moment, I felt like my face wasn't even mine anymore. My features twisted and deformed, and my whole body was blasted away like a cannonball, unable to even hold onto the hammer. I flew dozens of meters, crashing into a tree that 2 people could hug, before finally stopping. Just as I struggled to get up, her ghostly figure appeared in front of me again, and with that iron fist, she punched me from top to bottom, slamming me straight into the ground. The back of my head hit the ground, making me see stars. Then came the fist like a storm, bang, 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 bang. After dozens of punches, I felt like my steel-like body was about to be turned into mush. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, my survival instinct kicked in, and I kicked her away, sliding several meters. Then I roared and charged forward again with a brutal assault. Just as the old lady was about to deliver the final blow, she threw a heavy punch that sent me flying again, this time even further, directly soaring for several hundred meters, knocking down trees like bowling pins along the way. It was because of this punch that she used her observation hockey, and, good grief, there were a few lurking old six in the bushes. "Who's there?" With a furious roar, the old lady took off her hat and transformed it into a long sword like Napoleon's. Without a second thought, she delivered a slash. On the other side, Roger reacted the fastest, drawing his sword ace and launching a slash. Divine evasion. 2 slashes exploded in the center of the forest, and Roger's was clearly superior, directly breaking through Big Mom's slash. As soon as Big Mom saw this move, she instantly recognized it and angrily shouted, "Roger!" Seeing the divine strike about to hit her, she surprisingly did not dodge or evade, but instead extended her powerful hand, crushing the strike with sheer force. Discovered, run fast, Roger shouted, and the infiltration plan was completely ruined, turning into a full-on assault. Rayleigh led the charge, pushing through the bushes in front of him and rushing forward. Just as he jumped over a small hill, he collided face-to-face with a muscular man covered in blood, with red eyes, who had just picked up a gigantic war hammer from the ground. That's right, that person was me. At that moment, I couldn't recognize anyone. When a person suddenly jumped out in front of me, without thinking at all, I swung the hammer and smashed it down. Riley was also confused and in a hurry. He raised his hand to block it, but as soon as his palm touched my hammer, his expression changed instantly. He probably thought to himself at that moment, where did this guy come from? How does he have strength like a monster? Little did he know, I hadn't even used all my strength. With a loud bang, as I brought down my hammer, Rayleigh, who had just climbed up the slope, was sent flying back down the same path by me. The scene is just like playing golf, a hole-in-one. At the bottom of the hillside, Jabana's eyes were about to pop out as he shouted, "Are there any experts?" "Nonsense, your grandpa is the expert." Riley, being a top-tier powerhouse, managed to twist his body in midair and land steadily. However, before he could catch his breath, I charged at him like a mad bull again, wielding my hammer. Let me tell you, the worst thing at this moment is a useless teammate. That red-haired kid named Shanks, I don't know what went wrong with him, suddenly shouted and charged over. "First mate, I'm here to help you." "Help? What can you actually help with?" Rayleigh's face turned green, and he roared, shouting for someone. "But family, it's too late. At that time, I didn't care who you were. Whoever entered my attack range, I would hit them." When Shanks swung his sword at me, I just countered with a hammer strike. It feels just like swatting flies. Just for a moment, really just for a moment. The knife in his hand was directly knocked away by me, and the skin on his palm split open, blood gushing out. Immediately after, the hammer struck solidly on his arm. Good grief, that tiny figure drew a perfect parabolic arc in the air, directly hammered away by me. If it weren't for him activating his armament hockey at the last moment, that arm wouldn't just be fractured. It would have been completely gone. Jabba was quick on his feet and caught Shanks, who was flying in the air. He hurriedly asked him how he was doing. That kid was tough too. Even with his arm twisted like a pretzel, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's not a big deal." On my side, I took one swing and wasted one without even looking, then quickly locked onto the nearest Rayleigh, roaring as I pounced. This really angered Rayleigh. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his waist blade instantly unsheathed with a whoosh. He moved so fast, like a flash of lightning, directly slicing past me. I tell you, that really hurt. Although I wasn't clear-headed at the time and didn't feel anything, looking back, the cut went straight from my waist to my left chest, exposing my ribs, a real gutting. But Rayleigh was also confused. When he struck me, it didn't feel right. It was like hitting a steel plate. He wondered how this crazy person could have such a tough body without any dominance. This is talent, you know? Steel bones. This injury not only didn't make me stop, but instead made me even more frenzied, with my eyes so red they were almost bleeding. I relied on my beastly instincts and suddenly turned around, swinging the hammer down onto Rayleigh's head. Just as Rayleigh was about to counterattack, someone was faster than him. Who is it? Roger. This guy has also climbed up the hillside, probably because he was being chased by the ant behind him, primarily trying to escape. He saw me fighting fiercely with Rayleigh, and without saying a word, he swung his famous sword, Ace, directly at me, shouting, "Don't waste time. Hurry up and go." One strike right on my shoulder. The force was so intense that it knocked me to the ground. At that very moment, the hillside behind us exploded with a loud bang. Jabba was holding Shanks with one hand and dragging the crying and wailing buggy with the other, rushing out of the smoke and dust, shouting, "What are you doing?" "She's here." As soon as the words were spoken, Charlotte Lingling, my biological mother, rushed out with a fiery Napoleon in hand, her face full of hostility. The scene became extremely chaotic. Rayleigh made a quick decision. "You all go first. I'll hold her off." Roger and Jabana are both seasoned veterans. They understand each other with just a glance and are ready to make a run for it. But just as Roger lifts his foot, he suddenly feels a tightness around his ankle. He looks down and sees, wow, I've caught it by the leg. Although I was knocked down, my instincts are still intact. You think you can just run away after hitting me once? No way. Just this little delay, and the old lady's attack is coming. Napoleon, engulfed in flames, slashed down at Roger's face. Roger countered with his knife, and at the same time, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. Conqueror's hockey. Goodness, that hit me like a flashbang in the brain. This Conqueror's hockey wasn't aimed at the old lady. It was directed specifically at me. Roger, this old trickster, wants to use his Conqueror's hockey to knock me out so he can escape. Don't say it, it really works. The impact of the Conqueror's hockey combined with the excruciating pain from several fatal wounds on my body, created a double stimulus that miraculously cleared my chaotic mind for just a moment. In that instant, I loosened my grip. Roger seized the opportunity, performing a backflip with the force of Big Mom, and ran faster than a rabbit. Rayleigh immediately stepped in, engaging in a fierce battle with Big Mom. As for me, I lay on the ground, feeling a tearing pain throughout my body, fragments of memories flashing through my mind, completely dazed. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing just now? Does anyone understand? How could I be beaten up at the same time by Roger, Rayleigh, and my own mom, Charlotte Lingling? Isn't this world a bit too violent? This brief moment of clarity didn't last long. As the intense pain subsided, chaotic thoughts took over again. My eyes turned red, and I went mad once more. I scrambled up from the ground, grabbed the hammer, and charged towards the fierce battle between Rayleigh and Big Mom, swinging at anyone I saw. But my mom doesn't spoil me at all. She was in the middle of fighting with Rayleigh, and when she saw me rushing over, she didn't even turn her head. She swung her fist, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, and landed a solid blow right on my head. This punch was much harsher than the previous ones, and it knocked me straight down. My vision went dark, and I lost consciousness on the spot. It was a physical shutdown, you know? Rayleigh immediately understood and shouted at the old lady. This kid is very important to you, right? If you dare to go after Roger and the others, I'll kill him. The old lady shouted angrily, You bunch of bastards, do you really think I'm an easy target? The rest was simple. Roger and the others took the opportunity to rush into the castle. Most of the elite on the island had already left, and Katakuri alone couldn't stop them. They didn't go for a kill. They just made a copy of the historical text and ran away. In the end, Roger met up with Rayleigh and left amidst Big Mom's furious roar. When I woke up again, it was already noon the next day. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself wrapped up like a mummy, and sitting next to me was another mummy, my brother Katakuri, with bandages around his neck and his arm in a splint. He told me that yesterday the Roger pirates invaded and stole a copy of the historical text. I pretended not to understand, and he gave me a brief explanation. While we were chatting, I excitedly said to him, Bro, yesterday, when I was going crazy, I was clear-headed for a little while. Katakuri was also very surprised to hear this, and said it proves that Mom's method works. Just as I was speaking, the Annie pushed the door open and came in with a face full of gloom. She wasn't injured, but her mood was clearly terrible. She came over and sat down by my bed, casually saying that my injury was nothing, claiming I inherited her excellent genes and would recover in 10 days or so. Then she started cursing, greeting all of Roger's ancestors along the way. After she finished cursing, she got to the point. She said she saw me briefly wake up, which was already part of her plan. Even without Roger's Conqueror's Haki, she was prepared to do this. Although there were some unexpected events, the effect was achieved. She said that with a few more treatments like this, the time I was awake would gradually increase until I could fully control that power. Hearing this, I was so excited. After so many years, I finally see the light of dawn. I felt a bit shy, but for the first time I said to my mom, Anyway, thank you. Aunt put on a rare, comforting smile and softly replied, It's nothing. I actually owe you. After saying that, she stood up and mentioned that bastard Shiki had been making big moves lately, and she needed to go to the front lines, leaving Katakuri to take care of me. Aunt left that day. I wasn't idle on the hospital bed either. My mind was already plotting the next big show. Roger and the others were running east from Cake Island, right into the encirclement of Shiki's large fleet that had gathered to deal with Aunt, which was in the Edward Sea. Shiki would definitely be more interested in Roger, so the Battle of Edward would break out, and a storm would shatter Shiki's ambitions. Meanwhile, my mom was already prepared for war, ready to swoop in and feast on the big spoils left behind after Shiki's defeat. This operation is simply an unbelievable start. My body, as my mom said, has recovered incredibly fast. Within just over a week, I was lively and bouncing around, even earlier than Katakuri. After that, I went to the back mountain every day, following the notes left by rocks, and practiced my punches crazily against a rock wall, honing my Haki. One day, Katakuri came to find me with a donut in his mouth. He smiled and said to me after I finished practicing, Didn't you notice? After the full moon, your temper has been much calmer these days. I shrugged and then patted the small box beside me. Bro, I've thought it over, and I want to eat this thunder fruit. I asked him again. I've heard that eating a devil fruit for the first time can cause a power surge. He rolled his eyes and said it was just a rumor. At most, it was just a matter of not adapting and losing control for a moment. I nodded, feeling relieved, and then took a deep breath, expressing my other decision. As for the proposal you mentioned earlier, I've thought it through. I want to leave. Katakuri was taken aback for a moment, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes, but he still supported me. So what are you planning to do after you leave? I chuckled and made a joke. If I were to become a Navy, would I always be welcome back? Katakuri burst out laughing on the spot. Become a Navy? You really know how to joke, ha 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 ha? Huh? He was laughing, but when he noticed my serious expression, his laughter abruptly stopped. He looked at me in astonishment and said, "You can't be really planning to join the Navy, right?" I coughed a couple of times a bit awkwardly. I have this idea and would like to ask for your opinion. That expression on Katakuri's face, let me tell you, was just like when he heard his own husky was going to take the civil service exam, shocked with a hint of confusion, and in that confusion, there was a concern of bro. Are you okay? Our Charlotte family is synonymous with ruthless burning, killing, and looting. How can someone with such an evil bloodline, like me, become a messenger of justice? Just when we were tangled in life planning here, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, a storm regarding the New World Order was brewing in the Admiral's office. Admiral Steelbone sat at the table, listening to the report from Chief of Staff Tsuru. Before long, Garp and Sengoku also walked in. Steelbone, what's going on? In the Warring States period, a direct inquiry was made. Little Crane received new intelligence, and Steelbone Kong signaled them to listen regarding Shiki and Big Mom. Advisor Crane calmly spoke. Previously, we investigated that Shiki was gathering a fleet to go to war with the big MOM pirates. From the movements, the battlefield is likely to be in the Edver Sea. Karp, with a carefree demeanor, asked, "What about Kaido and that old guy Wang Ji? No movements?" "Yes," the Crane advisor said. "We intercepted communications between Lingling and Wang Ji, and they will join forces against Shurji, just like before." Karp waved his hand. "Isn't that the same as before?" Shurji alone couldn't handle them teaming up. The Warring States nodded, feeling that this was yet another confrontation that was loud, but with little substance. However, what the Crane advisor said next instantly made the atmosphere in the entire office tense. She said in a deep voice, "Not long ago, we intercepted new intelligence on Cake Island. This intelligence is significant. Let me tell you, the faces of those big shots changed right on the spot. It turns out that Roger's group of lunatics just came out of Fishman Island and immediately went to wreak havoc on Big Mom's Cake Island. And they managed to escape unscathed. Wow, does Charlotte Lingling have no shame?" But as soon as Karp heard it, he couldn't help but laugh, sarcastically saying, "Is it just because of Charlotte Lingling? It's insane that she could take down Roger and his gang of monsters." Chief, he was so angry that he rolled his eyes and shouted at him. "That's not the point." "So what's the point?" "The key point is that Roger and the others fled towards the Edwall Sea, and the great fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki is just lurking nearby. If these two collide, wouldn't that be like Mars hitting the Earth?" As soon as she finished speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A tall and beautiful naval officer rushed in. It was Gion, the direct disciple of Sister He, and also the future candidate for the Admiral, Peach Rabbit. She ran in, out of breath, and immediately exclaimed, "Boss, something big has happened. We intercepted Sky's communication. He has already moved, targeting the Roger pirates." Now it's a complete mess in the office. Karp suddenly jumped up from the sofa, shouting that he needed to go to the scene. Just as Guillaume was about to say it might be too late, his phone bug rang again. It was the intelligence department calling, and the voice was almost frantic. "Latest intelligence. The Roger pirate crew didn't realize they were surrounded and were charging straight into Shiki's encirclement. They were about to collide. I can't wait any longer. I must go." Kapu is about to rush out like a firecracker. Sengoku holds him down and says, "Stay put. Shiki is my job." The Steel Marshal is getting anxious. "Karp, I called you here for a reason." Sengoku is holding on to Karp tightly. "The Marshal has something to say to you. Leave Shiki to me." After saying that, he opened the door and ran away. Karp was so angry behind him that he was jumping up and down. "Nonsense. Roger is my KPI." While saying this, he needed to chase after. Marshal Steelbone was shouting from behind, "Hey, Karp, I haven't finished my sentence yet. Regarding your promotion to Admiral, guess what Karp said?" Others have already rushed out without looking back, leaving behind a wildly arrogant remark. "Although you haven't finished your sentence, I've already heard enough." Ha ha ha. Then with a bang, the door was closed. Goodness. Everyone in the office was petrified. The muscles on Marshal Steelbone's face were twitching, and in the end, he could only helplessly say to Sister Ahe, "You can go too. Help me persuade that bastard again. The position of the general has been empty for too long. It's too embarrassing." Sister Ahe was also a sensible person, and she joked with a smile. If he could be persuaded, would this position have been empty for so many years? To be honest, it's better to consider others. I think our GUN is quite nice. As soon as GUN heard this, her face turned as red as an apple, and she quickly bowed and slipped away with Sister Ahe. In the office, only Marshal Gongu remained, lighting a cigar and shaking his head with a bitter smile. Let me tell you, these top-tier naval forces are all rebellious kids. It's too hard to manage them. The naval side is in complete chaos. But let me tell you, the real main character is currently on Cake Island, making a big impact. On the back mountain of Cake Island, a pillar of lightning shot up into the sky and then vanished in an instant. Ortolun was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opening my eyes. The thunder fruit from that box had already made its way into my stomach. Let me tell you, it felt incredible. Even my pupils changed from black to a mysterious indigo color. When I opened my mouth, sparks of electricity burst out, and I complained to Katakuri, who was not far away. You still say it's not a big deal. Katakuri was also in shock. How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? No wonder it's called the invincible thunder fruit. This spectacle is amazing. He asked me how I felt. I stood up and jumped a bit, looking confused. Not much has changed, huh? Katakuri taught me like an old senior. You need to feel it, to imagine it. The devil fruit is like having a new organ in your body. It's your instinct. Dare to think, the bolder you are, the greater the harvest. I listened to his words, closed my eyes, and began to meditate. In the next second, I felt all the cells in my body crackling, and a layer of electric light appeared on the surface of my body. I could even perform contorted movements that normal people could never achieve. This is elementalization. Then I raised my hand, and with a thought, a burst of lightning shockwave shot out with a bang, turning a distant large tree into charcoal. I looked at my palm and realized I had truly understood. This ability, isn't it just the power of manifestation? A classic scene immediately flashed in my mind. In the next second, my eyes sparkled with lightning, and two solid pillars of thunder, just like heat rays, shot directly out from my eyes, obliterating the tree that had just been scorched by lightning into nothing. Katakuri was dumbfounded beside me. No way. You just ate it, and you can already develop techniques? This learning ability is too outrageous. I got excited at that moment and started shooting at the surrounding stones and dirt blocks with a flurry of biu-biu, having a blast. While I was shooting, I laughed heartily. What's so difficult about this? This kind of attack method is all about being simple and brutal. It has no technical content at all. My mind was racing with calculations. Steel body? I have that. Super strength? I have innate divine power. Super speed? With the thunder fruit. Isn't teleportation standard? Heat vision? Just handled that. Flight? That's basic. Wow, this immense fortune has finally come to me. Am I not just a living embodiment of my homeland now? Just missing the line, I don't eat beef anymore. I forced myself to suppress the wild thoughts in my head and looked at Katakuri with anticipation. Come on, big brother, let me enjoy the top-tier treatment of the natural system. Elementalization, right? Katakuri smiled. This isn't just your natural system's exclusive right. Saying this, his arm wiggled, and a trident longer than his arm squeezed out from his flesh. I seriously suspect he developed this move just to hide donuts in his body. Katakuri held the trident, and without saying a word, he thrust it fiercely at my chest. Of course, I didn't dodge. I was waiting for this moment. With a tearing sound, the trident pierced through my body, but the wound was filled with jumping electric arcs, and there was no flesh or blood at all. I had already turned into lightning. Katakuri, holding the trident, said to me, "Imagine how you would escape from my strike." I nodded, took a deep breath, and activated my ability. In a flash, I appeared far away like a bolt of lightning. Wow, teleportation. It was just that I didn't land steadily and stumbled, almost falling flat on my face, which was a bit embarrassing. But Katakuri looked at me with admiration. Not bad. I thought you'd have to try several times. But you succeeded on the first try. Your compatibility with this fruit is very high. After I steadied myself, I chuckled. You might not believe it, but before getting it, I had rehearsed in my mind how to use it 800 times, all about being experienced. Rich in imagined experience? Ha ha. Katakuri burst out laughing. I immediately retorted. Didn't you just say that? The development of the devil fruit relies on imagination. Isn't that just imagination? I think my power is invincible. While I was still grinding levels in the newbie village, the epic team battle that would truly shake the world, the Adversary battle, had officially begun. In the Adversary, on the deck of the Oro Jackson, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Roger looked at the densely packed fleet on the distant sea and sky, and surprisingly had the mood to joke. Huh? Is it too late to turn back now? Jabba was sharpening his axe while complaining. Our ship is fast, but the other side is the Golden Lion. Flying in the sky, can we outrun them? Oh, I see. Roger suddenly seemed to realize, patting his famous sword ace at his waist. A proud smile appeared on his face. Then it seems we can only go all out. Just then, the flagship of the Golden Lion slowly approached. Seeing this situation, Roger immediately ordered, "Prepare to engage." The apprentice crew member Buggy completely lost his composure, hugging the ship's mast and shouting, "Wait, Captain Roger. The other side clearly has something to say. At least let us hear what crap he has to say. I've heard enough of that bastard's nonsense." Roger looked disdainful. Beside him, Shanks, with a splint on his arm, excitedly gripped the handle of his sword and mocked Buggy. "Didn't you already become someone who won't die no matter how you cut him? What are you afraid of? Idiot. I have so many weaknesses that I can't even count them myself." Buggy angrily cursed. If it weren't for Shanks being such a jerk, how would he have become a helpless duck? After cursing Shanks, he ran to cling to the ship's doctor, Kuroka's. "Mr. Kuroka's. Isn't it best for the captain not to fight? Please stop him." As a result, Kuroka's laughed while cleaning his harpoon. Unfortunately, thanks to the warm-up at Cake Island, his physical condition is excellent now, just perfect for a big fight. Seeing that even the ship doctor couldn't be relied on, Buggy looked desperately at the first mate. Rayleigh-senpai." Rayleigh crossed his arms and calmly smiled. "Stupid kid. Don't you understand? When can we ever stop Roger from doing something foolish? Moreover, believe in the ship that Tom built for us." But he had one more thing he didn't say. Roger's time is running out. He doesn't have time to play house games of world domination with Shiki. Just then, the figure of the Golden Lion Shiki appeared at the bow of the ship. That guy had wild golden hair, wearing a kimono and holding a cigar. Just standing there, the oppressive aura of a Lion King hit everyone. He stared at Roger, grinning. "Long time no see, Roger. I really don't want to see you. Get out of the way." Roger showed no respect at all. Shiki's face twitched, but he still held back his anger and issued the invitation he had said countless times. "Roger, let us team up. You have news about ancient weapons, and I have a huge fleet. If we join forces, we can rule the entire world right now." Roger, without even thinking, directly rejected him. "I've told you countless times. I'm not interested in dominating the world. We are not on the same path at all." As a regional overlord, being repeatedly rejected in front of so many subordinates finally made Shiki lose face. His expression darkened. "So, your answer is to let me kill you here?" Roger's mouth curved into an incredibly confident arc, answering domineeringly. "Don't get it wrong, bastard. My answer is to wipe out all you scum right here." As soon as he finished speaking, Shanks directly ignited the cannons at the bow of the ship. With a loud bang, the Eversea battle officially commenced. Logically speaking, Roger's pirate crew should never win this battle. The opposing side was overflowing with people, countless elites, and the Golden Lion himself was a top-tier powerhouse. The advantage was clearly on his side. It seemed like an unbeatable situation. But Shiki was really unlucky. He had calculated everything but overlooked one point. On Roger's ship, there was not only a protagonist of an era, but also a man with the strongest conqueror's hockey luck in the entire sea. God Buggy, a protagonist plus a max-level lucky star. This combination can't be withstood by anyone. It's like 20 years later when Luffy charged into Impel Down with Buggy, purely cheating. As soon as the naval battle started, sure enough, as Shiki predicted, they gained overwhelming advantages, and Roger's pirate ship was on the verge of collapse, about to be completely engulfed. But just as Shiki was feeling proud and starting to fantasize about the fruits of victory, a change occurred. The weather in the New World can change in an instant. Just a second ago, it was clear skies, and the next second, a sudden, massive storm covered the entire sea area, appearing out of nowhere before anyone could react. Let me tell you, Shiki's float fruit is countered by storms. Once caught in one, he's like a devil fruit user falling into the sea, instantly turning into a soft-footed shrimp. Before coming this time, his best meteorologist and navigator repeatedly confirmed that there would be no storms in this area for a long time. And the result? The heavens directly flipped the table. A terrifying storm, which formed in just a few seconds, suddenly descended upon the battlefield. Let me tell you, the scene went completely out of control. The Roger pirates, including Roger himself, turned pale with fear. Jabba yelled on the spot, saying, "Captain, stop fighting. If we don't run now, we're all going to be done for." Just moments ago, the fearless Roger was going back and forth with the Golden Lion Shiki, but now he was panicking, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Run. Hurry up and run." That son of a gun Shiki was stunned himself. Our ship is fast. As long as we can escape quicker than him, we win. It was simply a matter of survival instinct kicking in. On the other side, poor Golden Lion Shiki, his massive fleet, relying on his devil fruit ability to float, looked quite impressive normally, coming and going without a trace. But now, faced with such a divine storm, they became like headless flies, spinning in the sky like tops. completely unable to move. He could only watch as Roger's ship sailed further and further away, furious as he stood at the base of the mast, shouting at the sky, "Roger!" And guess what? Maybe it was because his voice was too loud, even the heavens found him annoying. A broken ship's rudder was suddenly swept up by the fierce wind, and let me tell you, it was a precisely guided missile, thudding right into Shiki's forehead. The guy rolled his eyes and collapsed straight down. The next second, another gust of wind blew by, lifting him off the ground and instantly disappearing into the storm. Who understand this? Just a second ago, he was the ruler of the sea, and the next second he was knocked out by his own ship. Talk about a skill issue, my guy. With the captain gone, his fleet instantly fell apart, completely swept away by this natural disaster. 3 days later, here I am on Cake Island. Instead of training in the back mountain, I buried myself in the library. This time, I wasn't reading some guide on dominance, but a book titled A Brief Discussion on the Development of Devil Fruit Powers with no author listed. I was just flipping through it casually, but then I saw something interesting. It addressed many questions I had, perfectly matching my current confusion. It categorized devil fruit powers into 3 main types and analyzed each one. Though it was a tea and death for a newbie like me, it was like a treasure trove. I realized that my imagination about developing my fruit powers was all castles in the air. I was completely blank on the basics. I had always asked Katakuri for help, but he was so busy, it felt rude to keep asking. Now, with this book to solve my problems, I was thrilled. The book said that for Logia-type fruits, the energy is limitless, but how much you can use depends on your own capacity, which is essentially your stamina. It's like the Thunder fruit gives me a vast ocean, but if my stamina is low, I only have a small cup. Once I use it up, it's gone. If I could train myself to be a big water tank, then naturally I'd have more power to use. So, the limitation on Logia fruits isn't the fruit itself, but me? I suddenly understood. I flipped through more and saw the rankings for Logia types. My Thunder fruit was ranked right at the top with no higher abilities above it, while underneath were a bunch of lesser fruits like the electromagnetic fruit. I even looked at the flame fruit, and the book indeed ranked it below the magma fruit. The reasoning wasn't some elementary logic about magma having higher temperatures, but rather that magma is a more advanced form birthed from flames. The flame fruit can do tricks that the magma fruit can do as well, but with greater power and the ability to counter flames. This logic applied to most fruit rankings, like ice countering snow, which made perfect sense. I was getting engrossed when suddenly the library door was slammed open, and Katakuri rushed in with a serious expression. "Big trouble. I'm heading to the front lines to meet Mom. Are you coming with me?" I was taken aback. Huh? What happened? Katakuri's expression was grave. 3 days ago, Shiki fought Roger in the Edver Sea and then encountered a superstorm. His fleet basically got wiped out. At the Cake Island dock, I boarded Katakuri's bizarre donut-shaped ship once again. The entire new world was in an uproar. Katakuri was directing his subordinates to set sail while telling me that this event would definitely change the entire ocean's landscape. Mom happened to be at the front lines and probably wouldn't be back for a while. Didn't you want to discuss joining the Navy with her? You'll have to go to the front lines to find her. I nodded. That's why I'm coming with you. After a pause, I asked, so with the current situation, are we planning to seize Shiki's territory? Absolutely. Katakuri's eyes sparkled. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Shiki occupied the richest piece of land in the New World, and now that he was on the brink of defeat, with his commanders dead or missing and his fleet mostly wrecked, it was practically a feast served up by the heavens. If we didn't take it, it would be a waste. He took a breath, and his gaze suddenly turned more fierce. Moreover, Mom is preparing to take action against Wang Ji. Huh, I was stunned. Didn't we just say Wang Ji was an ally? Wasn't he supposed to be joining us to fight Shiki? Ally? Katakuri shook his head and smiled. What kind of ally? We were just partners sticking together for warmth in front of the big bad Shiki. Now that the big bad is down, that partnership is naturally over. Wang Ji happens to be nearby, and Mom's idea is to kick him out of the picture to prevent him from competing with us for the cake. I couldn't help but feel emotional. The world of pirates was just too real. One moment they were calling each other brothers, and the next they were stabbing each other in the back. Truly a dramatic workplace. But Wang Ji was also an old hand. Wouldn't he be on guard? It wouldn't matter if he was on guard. Katakuri dropped another bombshell. Mom was already planning to team up with Kaido. Kaido? I raised an eyebrow. That guy is even more reliable than Wang Ji? For Mom, indeed. Katakuri explained. Back on the rock ship, Mom had a much better relationship with Kaido than with Wang Ji and the others. She basically regarded him as a younger brother. Later, during the battle at God Valley, Mom snagged the dragon fruit in its azure dragon form and directly gifted it to Kaido. That bond is stronger than anything. Listening to this gossip and combining it with the scraps I'd seen in the book about rocks, I seriously suspected that Kaido had definitely had a crush on Big Mom back in the day. Think about it. They matched in physique and strength. Plus, there was revolutionary friendship. But obviously, Big Mom wasn't interested. With her personality, she had to dominate the relationship, and Kaido, being so strong, wouldn't be happy being a subordinate, so it didn't work out. But no matter what, these two were indeed the only ones among this group of ambitious people with a bit of trust to work closely together. So this time, she was preparing to team up with Kaido to swallow the big cake, that is Shiki. More or less, Katakuri nodded. This was the most beneficial choice for both sides. In that instant, my mind buzzed, and I suddenly realized that this battle in the Edverse Sea could be the cornerstone of the future Emperor's landscape. Just think about it. Among those who came from the Rock's ship, why did 20 years later Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido become the Emperors while Wang Ji Silver Axe, and others disappeared without a trace? Clearly, before the Great War, everyone was on a similar level, all being pushed around by Shiki. It's very likely that the gap began from this event. Shiki's downfall led to Big Mom and Kaido joining forces, maximizing their benefits and rapidly expanding their influence. Meanwhile, Wang Ji and his crew probably not only failed to gain any advantages, but also ended up getting tricked, resulting in a loss of power. With this rise and fall, they were eventually eliminated by the times. It was proven that this incident had a significant impact. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Steelbone was discussing this matter with Admiral Zephyr, who had just returned. Sengoku and the others were indeed late. Steelbone sighed. The plan was initially quite good. They would wait for Roger and Shiki to fight for 10 days or half a month, both suffering injuries, and then the Navy would go in for a harvest, double kill. But who would have thought it would be over in half a day? Zephyr, holding a cup of hot tea, chuckled. It's better we didn't make it. With a storm of that level, our warships would have suffered heavy losses even if we went. That is true. Steelbone lit a cigarette, saying Shiki was indeed unlucky. But this is good for us. With him gone, the pirates in the New World lost their big brother who could suppress everyone, and next, they would definitely engage in fierce infighting. Don't forget about Whitebeard, Zephyr reminded. Whitebeard is powerful, but he lacks ambition. Steelbone waved his hand. The guy just wants to play house with his sons. If you don't provoke him, he definitely won't cause trouble. Unlike Shiki, who shouts every day about flattening Marineford and walking the five elders like dogs. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became relaxed. With Shiki, the major threat, down, the Navy was certainly the happiest. After chatting for a while, Zephyr suddenly changed the subject. Admiral, now that the problem with Shiki is mostly resolved, shouldn't we be less tense? Upon hearing this, Steelbone's eyelids twitched. You're not going to bring up that matter again, are you? I'm just thinking about discussing it again. I'm not young anymore. You're only 50 this year. Steelbone interrupted him irritably. 50 is the prime of life. Cough. Zephyr felt a bit awkward, but you know my health. Steelbone fell silent. Zephyr's asthma was indeed a big problem. Besides, I'm not saying I want to retire. I just want to step back from the front lines and focus on training newcomers. Zephyr said, pulling out a folder from the side. Look, I've done quite well with the training classes in recent years, right? I thought, why not step down from the Admiral position and focus on this? I've even prepared a plan. Steelbone took the plan, and upon seeing it, he was impressed by how detailed it was. Zephyr wanted to establish a systematic elite training camp at Marine headquarters to specifically train future officers. He volunteered to be the principal. To be honest, Steelbone was tempted. Zephyr had indeed trained a lot of strong individuals over the years, including the future 3 admirals, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Kazan, and a large number of vice admirals, all of whom were his students. If this could really be accomplished, the Navy wouldn't have to worry about talent in the future. But he hesitated. The Navy already lacked an admiral. Kapu stubbornly refused to take the position, and if Zephyr stepped back now, the highest combat power would only be Sengoku holding the fort, which was too much pressure. Seeing him hesitate, Zephyr immediately smiled. Let us take a step back. I want to resign as an admiral. I'll just have a title and transfer my daily work to Sengoku. I'll focus my main energy on this training camp, cultivating talent for our Navy. What do you think? You little rascal are trying to play tricks on me. Steelbone was both amused and understood his meaning. Given Zephyr's health, he was indeed not suitable for the front lines. If he were to have an asthma attack during battle, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Navy. Keeping him as a mascot in the rear, maintaining deterrence while still being able to do practical work, was indeed the best choice. Just as he was about to agree, there was a sudden knock on the office door. A major from the intelligence department rushed in. Report. Latest intelligence. The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates have teamed up to attack the Wangji pirates. Steelbone was taken aback and looked at Zephyr. Riley smiling. You see, just as things were calming down, here comes another problem. So, your proposal I will seriously consider, but let us discuss it again after this mess passes. Zephyr also knew it wasn't the right time, nodding, understood. Steelbone then ordered the Major. Aren't Kapu and Sengoku at the front lines in the New World? Let them decide based on the situation. At that moment, I had already followed Katakuri aboard Charlotte Linling's flagship, the Queen Mama. The entire ship was alive, created by Big Mom using the powers of the Soul Fruit. Following Katakuri inside, I saw Big Mom giving orders to Perispero. Keep a close eye on Amanda. Don't let that bastard Wang Ji escape. Her voice was terrifyingly deep, maintaining contact with Kaido's side to communicate positions at any time, striving for a pincer attack to trap him in this sea area. After she finished her orders, she turned to us. You're here? Mama. Katakuri greeted her, and I nodded along. I'm starving. Once Big Mom finished, she grabbed snacks from the table and stuffed them in her mouth, then looked me up and down. Did you eat that devil fruit? I nodded. Yes, but I haven't had the chance to. You're always so polite, making us feel like outsiders. She raised her hand, directly interrupting my thanks. I felt a bit awkward. It was hard to respond to that. To be honest, while I knew she was a ruthless and crazy woman, her care and attitude towards me during this time were indeed commendable. She didn't expect me to respond, directly asking, I heard from Katakuri that you want to join the Navy? That's when I finally spoke. Yes, I am considering that. Charlotte Linlin looked at me silently for a long time with a meaningful gaze before raising an eyebrow. Go on. What do you think? I sat down on the sofa, deciding to speak frankly. Actually, at the beginning, I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I even thought about becoming a pirate, after all. You're all pirates. She understood, and this you refer to her and my cheap old dad. So why didn't you? She asked with a smile. Because initially, I didn't feel any sense of belonging to you or this so-called Charlotte family. I said this very honestly. Before coming to Cake Island, you were a stranger to me. But now it's different. Katakuri is my good friend and a great brother. And you? I looked at her and said word by word. Although I can't consider you a real mother yet, you are no longer a stranger. This bond, this connection, truly exists. Let me tell you, once I said this, a rare hint of relief appeared on Big Mom's old face. She directly said it felt like my thunder fruit was finally worth it, and I had gained some status in her heart. I felt incredibly comfortable. Who understands family? I like this straightforwardness. If you just talk to me about blood ties and moral coercion, I wouldn't care less. But if you genuinely give me benefits, then I, Ortolun, am not an ungrateful wolf. I smiled, seizing the opportunity to lay out my plans. You see, if I continue to be a pirate, wouldn't that be competing with you for a meal? The further we go, the more intense our internal competition will be. In the end, we would fight to the death over who gets to be the pirate king. What is the point? This business doesn't make sense. Let me tell you, Big Mom's mind is indeed quick. She understood immediately. With a sly smile of an old fox on her face, she said, Oh, I see. You want to develop in the Navy, huh? I will be my pirate overlord, and you'll be your Navy Marshal. At that time, we will dominate both the underworld and the law, not only without competition, but with plenty of room for cooperation. Is that what you mean? Bingo. I snapped my fingers. And this is the prospect, no problem, right? That's right. The ant patted her thigh and directly admitted it. She is very confident and doesn't think I would become her opponent on the path to dominance. She firmly believes that she will be the one to laugh last. Besides, if I really can reach the top in the Navy, who in this sea can stand in the way of our Charlotte family? It's simply a win. Of course, she must be thinking that if it really comes to that in the future, who will listen to whom? But that's a matter for later. There's no point in thinking about it now. Go ahead. She looked at me and asked, How do you want me to help you? Goodness. I've been waiting for this sentence. The main reason I came this time is that I need her to help me with it. Otherwise, with my background, how can I get into the Navy? They can trace back to your ancestors for 18 generations during a background check. It's settled then. She asked me to go down and rest first, leaving Carbrother 2 behind. The two of them closed the door and discussed how to get me into the Navy. As soon as I left, the ant asked Carbrother 2, What do you think of his idea? Ka Ergu said without thinking. From the perspective of the future, this game is very big and quite good. Then let's help him out. The ant made the decision. She then asked the most crucial question. Do you think his identity can be kept a secret? Ka Urge shook his head. He said, If I were a useless person, it would be fine, no one would investigate. But my talent is evident, and now I'm a user of the Thunder Fruit. Once the Navy recruits me, they will definitely focus on cultivating me as a key talent. For someone like me, the background check will absolutely be the strictest and it's impossible to hide anything. Ka-urge is also a ruthless person. He glared and said, "How about we eliminate all those who know, and wipe out Tarian Island as well? That would be too deliberate." The ant directly refused, saying that this approach would only create more flaws. Since it's destined to be uncovered, why not just stop hiding it? Let's go for an open strategy. Brother Air was left bewildered. How do we do this? I tell you, the old lady's perspective has opened up all of a sudden. She said, let's send out a message and clearly tell everyone that Ortolun is my Charlotte Lingling's son. But she shifted the topic, wanting others to know that you accidentally discovered me, this lost bloodline, and tried to recruit him, but ultimately failed. And then he said that this kid, because of being abandoned by his father and himself, hated us to the bone and was determined to become a navy just to take revenge on us. Ka-urge was dumbfounded and said, Mom, this script is too cheesy, right? It's 2025. Who still believes this? The Navy isn't stupid. The result was that the old lady sneered. It doesn't matter whether they believe in this Klitsch D script. What matters is whether Ortolun's talent is good enough. As long as he is outstanding enough, those old geezers in the world government will not let him go. I deeply understand this point. She mentioned her past with Kaido, saying that back then they both almost got forcibly recruited by the world government to become civil servants. What does this indicate? The world government emphasizes the principle of meritocracy in its talent recruitment efforts. As long as you are capable, it doesn't matter where you come from or whether you are willing. They all want to recruit you as a thug because they are confident they can control you. So, instead of hoping the Navy won't find out, it's better to directly leak the news to the world government and let them come to invite me. Of course, there are risks. If I end up being sent to the CP agency as an agent, or if I really get brainwashed, there would be game over. But the old lady is open-minded. High risk, high reward. She explained all these risks to me and let me choose for myself. To put it simply, she gave me an opportunity, and how to proceed is entirely up to me. A few days later, I was sent to a place called Pori's Island in the New World. Brother Katakuri brought me here and said, Mom has already sent out the script, and now it's up to you to perform. Look for opportunities to show your skills and get discovered by the scouts of the world government. I nodded and said, got it. Take care of yourself too, Katakuri. He teased me, saying, I thought you would call me brother. I laughed and replied, next time, I will definitely call you that. Ka-urge patted me on the shoulder, left me a boat, and then sailed away on his sweet donut ship. I wandered around the island alone with a big hammer on my back, found a tavern, sat down, ordered a barrel of wine and newspaper, and prepared to gather some information. The local customs on this island were quite fierce. The tavern was filled with strong men armed with knives and guns. I opened the newspaper. The recent big news was still about the defeat of the Golden Lion, which was rather uninteresting. I flipped further down and saw something about the Silver Axe pirates being wiped out by Admiral Sengoku, and a certain big pirate under the Golden Line appearing somewhere. Hey, wait a minute. Wow, a piece of news in a newspaper left me stunned. He is heading towards the island of Poris where I am. My father's hometown, the Furry Kingdom, is right on the back of the Elephant Lord, isn't it? It seems there is a historical signpost up there. Doesn't need to pass by here. Should I go up and take a look? I'm so excited right now. Let me tell you how coincidental it is. Just in the nearby waters, Roger's crew has just sunk a warship. They also saw the news about the elephant in a stolen newspaper. Roger is so thrilled that he's shouting about wanting to come to Polaris Island to see the elephant. What's even worse is that at the G3 naval base, Carp was just having tea when suddenly he received a report that the Roger pirates have appeared near Polaris Island. As soon as Carp heard the name Roger, his eyes turned red and he stood up immediately. Who among the family understands? A small broken island suddenly became a place of great significance. I was waiting on the island, hoping to see the spectacle of the Lord Elephant with my own eyes. As a result, several days passed, and while I didn't see the Lord Elephant, more and more people came to the island to join the excitement. That morning, while I was having breakfast at the hotel, I overheard people at the next table gossiping. Have you heard? The Tianhai Dojo has received a challenge. Is it the dojo of the great swordsman Orton, who is known for his one sword splitting the sea? Yes, the one challenging him is a young man named Mihawk, nicknamed Hawkeye. I've heard that he debuted just last year and has already defeated several swordsmanship masters. I have heard of him. Rumor has it that he can fly with a sword and take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. This is getting more and more outrageous. Mihawk, he's actually on this island too? I finished my breakfast in a few bites and immediately ran out to join the excitement. The Tianhai Daoist temple is in the center of the town, and before I even got there, I heard a loud bang. Thanks to my height, I could see from a distance that a tall building in the temple had been split in half by a single strike. Immediately, A sharp sword energy soared into the sky, and the surrounding people fled in panic, screaming like ghosts. The battle erupted quickly and ended even faster. I rushed over and found the dojo's entrance had been shattered. The great swordsman Orton stumbled out, bloodied and missing an arm. Then, a young man with sharp, eagle-like eyes and long black hair emerged from the ruins, wielding a huge black knife. As he walked, he flicked the blood off the blade and looked at Orton on the ground, disdainfully saying, "With your skills, how could Shiki possibly take you seriously?" After he finished speaking, he seemed to lose interest in Orton and turned to leave. As a result, when he turned, he happened to see me standing not far away, eating melon seeds. Another expert? His eyes suddenly lit up, and I don't know how he could tell that I was an expert. I was stunned and quickly waved my hands. I'm not a swordsman at all. It doesn't matter. He stared at me, full of fighting spirit. How could the way of the sword be such an inconvenient thing? My way, the sword can be sharpened, and the hammer can also be sharpened. Wow, I finally understand why this guy will have no friends in the future. I was feeling overwhelmed, thinking about how to reject this fight-loving maniac when suddenly, I heard a loud commotion coming from across the street. "Hurry up, Baki. If we wait any longer, we'll miss the excitement." "Idiot, if you want to go, just go. Why drag me along? I really don't want to go. It's a duel between sword masters. Aren't you interested? Maybe I could learn something." Just as I finished speaking, I heard a voice, and then a red-haired little brat wearing a straw hat came around the corner, dragging a big red nose. Goodness. When I took a closer look, wasn't this Shanks and Buggy, those two unfortunate souls? Let me tell you, Shanks right now is as skinny as a monkey. Not at all looking like a future emperor of the sea. I would believe it if someone said he was the village idiot. But when he saw me, he froze for 2 seconds, then pointed at my nose and shouted, "What the hell? It's that monster. Hey, my temper. Does anyone understand?" I was inexplicably beaten up on Cake Island, and the anger still hasn't dissipated. Now they dare to talk back? It's time to settle old scores and new grudges together today. I quickly grabbed the warhammer behind me with my other hand and charged straight towards his face without saying a word. The kid saw that something was wrong, let out a strange cry, and pulled Bucky to turn around and run. Are you kidding? I'm now a plus version of citizen of my country. How could I let you escape? With a flash of electric light, I instantly teleported to the top of his head and brought down the large hammer in my hand, aiming straight for his crown. You have to admit, this red-haired kid may be inexperienced, but his reaction is really fast. An extremely ungraceful, vicious dog pounced and rolled out close to the ground. The posture is simply a perfect example of I no longer need to hide at this moment. Dodge my hammer, and he still dares to turn back and draw his sword to cut me. I twisted my wrist, and before the hammer even hit the ground, I reversed my hand to block his sword. Then, with a flash of lightning in my eyes, 2 laser beams shot right at his face. Now he can't escape. With a sizzling sound, I blasted him to a crispy outside and tender inside, and he crashed back on a Baki, emitting black smoke. Just as I was celebrating my success, a deadly sharp sensation suddenly hit me from behind. I didn't even look back, just swung the hammer and smashed it down. Bang! Goodness, it was Hawkeye my hawk. I was furious at the time. Are you crazy? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Can't you be aware of the situation? So, guess what happened next? This guy not only wasn't angry, but his eyes also sparkled as he said, "What's the point of fighting with that red-haired dog? If we're going to fight, let's fight me." I thought to myself, damn, buddy, that's going to be your only true friend in the future. And you call him a vegetable dog? But thinking it over, well, I really am quite inexperienced right now. He spoke with his mouth, but his hands were not slow. The black knife slid along my hammerhead and stabbed towards my chest. I relaxed my left hand, activated the armament hockey, and directly caught the blade with my bare hands, grabbing the edge of his sword with a snap. Then, the violent lightning surged through the blade. Hawkeye is not to be underestimated. With a powerful aura, he kicks off the ground to create distance, and a reverse slash comes flying in. He also taunts, "Is this the Thunderfruit? It seems you're not quite using it right." A flash of lightning struck me, and I disappeared from my spot. The next second, I appeared behind him, wielding a hammer in both hands, and delivered a crushing blow like Mount Tai. With this strike, it directly forced the future greatest swordsman to use the lazy donkey roll. I can see it clearly now. These two can be friends. One is skilled at the vicious dog pounce, and the other excels at the lazy donkey roll. A perfect match. Over there, Bucky seized the opportunity and ran off with the half-cooked Shanks. I couldn't let them escape, but that Mihawk was sticking to me like glue. As a result, it turned into a chase where those two were running ahead, I was chasing from behind, and Mihawk was chasing me from behind, creating a city chase scene. Just when I found an opportunity to smash Mihawk away with a hammer, preparing to deal with Shanks once and for all, A slash that was countless times stronger than my hawk's suddenly cut through in front of me. A voice came. Hey, 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 stop bullying the little guy on our ship. I took the hit with a hammer, looked up, and saw, wow, it's Rayleigh. Shanks and Buggy, those two cowards, are hiding behind him. I directly start to scold. I haven't settled the score for Cake Island with you guys yet. That old man Rayleigh is still laughing and talking to me about justifiable defense. Bah, you pirates talk about the law? Today, I will raise my hammer of justice and act on behalf of heaven. Take this. I know very well that I definitely can't win, but the top boss is right in front of me. The atmosphere has reached this point, so if I don't go up and give it a try, I will be letting myself down. I want to see how much difference there is between me and this group of top players. I transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed in front of him, smashing down with a hammer. The old man Leyland didn't dodge or evade. He raised his knife with one hand, and with a bang, I felt like I wasn't striking a knife, but a damn mountain. The ground beneath his feet instantly, like a spider web. I cranked up the lightning to the max, but they kicked me away in an instant. Just then, that guy Mihawk made his move. This guy is really intense. I hit Shanks, and he hits me back. I hit Rayleigh, and he directly goes for the strongest Rayleigh. At that moment, I had just one thought in my mind. Hawkeye is someone who can handle things. When there's an issue, he really steps up. Just as Hawkeye and I were preparing for a 2-on-1, on the other side, Carp's old dog-headed warship had also docked at the pier. Meanwhile, Roger's crew was watching the scene from a rooftop in the distance. As soon as the snail phone rang and they heard Carp had arrived, they immediately decided to flee. Roger told his crew and made a leap of faith, jumping down from the rooftop and heading straight for the battlefield. Let me tell you, that old man Rayleigh is truly skilled. When I teamed up with Hawkeye, he still treated us like grandchildren and dominated us. I was really fired up at that moment, and I directly pushed the power of the Thunder Fruit to its limit, covering my entire body with a layer of lightning armor. My speed and strength skyrocketed. I was about to show Rayleigh what it means to finish warming up when that old bastard Roger came crashing down from the sky, shouting, "Divine avoidance!" A strike that I couldn't avoid sent me flying. I only had time to curse. Damn it. No martial ethics, sneaky attack. Just as I was sent flying, a big hand like an iron claw directly pinned me down. I turned my head, and to my surprise, it was Carp. I said, "Old man, if you hadn't pushed me from behind, I could have let up a bit. Now it's good. I had to take it head on, and my arm is all bruised." Cap is scratching his head. Haha. Sorry, I made things worse. It's okay. I'll help you get revenge right now. After speaking, he suddenly yanked off the justice cloak he was wearing and shoved it into my hands. His whole demeanor changed. Kapu stomped on the ground, shooting out like a cannonball. And with a move called Fistbone, Starfall, he struck Roger. I tell you, in that moment, I was completely stunned. The punch was clearly aimed at Roger. But I stood there, feeling like I was struggling to breathe. I finally understood how big the gap is between me and these real monsters standing at the top of the mountain. If that punch hit me, I would probably meet God on the spot. Roger was also full of fighting spirit, drawing his sword for a full-power divine evasion. I watched as their fists and knives hadn't even touched yet. The air in between, no, it was the space. The space was actually being torn apart with black cracks. Dark lightning was darting around everywhere. Then, with a loud bang, a tsunami-like shockwave erupted, and the surrounding houses instantly collapsed as if they were made of paper. The two then got tangled together, moving so fast that even with my observation hockey, I could only see a blur. Fist against blade, knee against knee. Every move is devastating. It was at this moment that I realized that old man Rayleigh had already taken the opportunity to sneak away with Shanks and the others. Goodness, the captain is the last to leave, and the crew runs first. You pirates really know how to have fun, but I won't chase after you. Just kidding. Such a divine battle is rare in a millennium. Not staying to observe and learn would be a huge loss. After the Navy evacuated the last onlooker and fired the signal flare, Carp directly flew up to several dozen meters in the sky. He roared, "Fist of the galaxy shattering." And with one punch, it came crashing down from the sky. At that moment, my mind went blank, and I felt completely dumbfounded. Bro, I'm still here. Let me tell you, these two deities didn't even regard me as a person. In an instant, those two started fighting. Goodness, Carp's punch, wrapped in hockey, came crashing down from the sky. Just like the sky was collapsing, darkening the entire atmosphere. What about Roger? More ruthless, he didn't dodge either. The knife in his hand was drawn out with a whoosh, and he met the fist with a devastating slash. I was caught in the middle at that time. Who understands what it's like for family? It felt like two dump trucks were heading toward each other, and I was standing in the middle of the road. I want to run. I want to use the ability of the Thunder Fruit to teleport directly. But guess what? I can't move. The imposing presence of those two monsters locked down the entire space, and I couldn't even elementalize. The sparks on my body crackled chaotically, but I just couldn't transform into lightning. I tried my best to rely on my own dominance, and it did help a bit, but in front of others, my dominance is like a small stream facing a tsunami, completely insignificant. In just 3 to 5 seconds, my armament hockey was completely shattered, and then I felt like I had been hit with a hammer by 100 strong men. Everything went dark, and I lost all sense of awareness. But then something outrageous happened. Even though I'd fainted, my body actually stayed upright, standing straight. Immediately afterwards, it felt like something exploded inside me. An uncontrollable, extremely fierce momentum burst forth from my body with a bang. That's right, my conqueror's hockey has awakened on its own. In an instant, the two guys who were fighting fiercely stopped and turned to look at me in unison. Old man Carp's eyes widened in disbelief, while Roger laughed out loud, pointing at me and saying, "Good kid." The Thunder Fruit, a monstrous body, combined with the kingly talent that only appears once in a million. This is simply an incredible start. The next second, I tell you, the atmosphere suddenly changed. These two people were fighting fiercely just a moment ago. But in the next second, they looked at me as if I were some rare treasure, with green light sparkling in their eyes. Roger was the first to react. His imposing demeanor softened as he completely ignored Carp and turned to charge at me, looking like he was about to snatch someone away. Would Carp let him succeed? No way. Bastard, you can't take him away. The old man shouted and chased after him, and the two of them started fighting again, circling around me, not allowing anyone to get close. They tugged at each other for 2 or 3 minutes, when suddenly a firework exploded in the distance with a loud bang. Roger glanced over, cursed, "Damn you, Carp, you're lucky this time." Then, with a swift move, he forced his way past Carp, slipped away like oil under his feet. Carp didn't chase after him. He knew that was the signal for the Roger pirates to set sail, and chasing would be futile. He turned around and quickly walked over to me, just as my conqueror's hockey was fading and was about to collapse forward, but he caught me. Let me tell you, when Carp held me, he was grinning from ear to ear, almost reaching the back of his ears, happily murmuring, struck gold, ahaha." When I woke up again, I was already on Carp's warship. A Navy doctor had just finished checking me and said that my physical condition was abnormal. And there was nothing serious, just that I was mentally exhausted and needed to sleep for 2 days to recover. As soon as the doctor left, Carp came in holding my big hammer. He sat down across from me, grinning like a Buddha, and immediately asked, "Hey kid, what's your name?" I thought to myself, this is the naval hero Carp. If I can get close to him, wouldn't it be guaranteed that I could join the Navy? So I answered honestly, "Bane Orton." "How old is he?" he asked again. 18, almost 19. As soon as these words came out, Carp was stunned, and the surprise on his face was impossible to hide. "Only 18. I thought you were already 23 or 24. 18 years old, with unlimited potential. And easy to fool. Isn't this exactly the kind of good seed he wants?" He cleared his throat and began his recruitment speech, saying how good the Navy's benefits were, how stable the job was, and how it was a secure position, much like a pyramid scheme. Finally, he got to the main point. "How is your family situation? How did the conflict with Roger and the others arise?" I said my father is gone, but my mother is still here. As soon as Carp heard this, he immediately became energetic and kindly said, "Oh, that's really unfortunate. But it's okay. If you join the Navy, you can bring your mother to live in Marineford. We have a family area there. It's very safe." I fell silent at that moment and then quietly asked him, "My biological mother is named Charlotte Lingling. Are you sure she can reside in Marineford?" Goodness, as soon as those words were spoken, the smile on Carp's face instantly froze, as if his CPU was overheating. He was stunned for several seconds before asking in astonishment, "Which Charlotte Lingling? Who else could it be but the one you're thinking of, the great pirate Big MOM? I'm just laying it all out. Anyway, if the Navy wants to investigate, they will definitely find out, so I might as well say it myself." Carp was completely stunned. His expression was like someone who won $5 million only to find out the lottery ticket was expired. He looked like he was in pain. With a face full of discomfort, he asked, "Aren't you from the Bane family?" I followed up with a critical blow. "I was raised by my dad since I was little and share his surname." "Oh right, my dad is also a pirate." At this point, Carp was completely stunned, but he still clung to the last shred of hope and asked me, "So, you didn't grow up in the Big MOM pirate crew?" "No. Have you seen Charlotte Lingling?" "I've seen it. I got into a fight with Roger, right after coming out her place." "Oh, my Thunderfruit. She just gave it to me." Each of my words feels like a stab to the heart. Carp is rubbing his temples, probably already considering which floor of Impel Down to send me to. I realize this won't do, so I quickly added, "But don't worry. She wanted me to become a star, but I refused." Even after refusing her, she still gave you the thunder fruit? Kapu looked incredulous. I could only explain half-truthfully that this fruit was my father's legacy, and she helped me retrieve it. Possibly to win me over, or maybe out of a sense of guilt to make amends. In the end, I firmly told him, I don't want to be a pirate, and my father didn't want me to follow in his footsteps. Is that reason acceptable? Kapu crossed his arms, his face twisted in a mix of emotions. He asked me again how I felt about Charlotte Lingling, if I hated her. I said, it's not really hate. I've only met her twice, so it's about the same as with a stranger. But she has helped me a lot, so I have a decent impression of her. You're quite honest. Kapu rolled his eyes. Aren't you afraid I'll say you have issues with your background? There's no need to lie. I looked at him and said word by word. I actually want to join the Navy. It's better to clarify some things now than to make it difficult for everyone later. Now, it was Carp's turn to be surprised. With your identity, you still want to join the Navy? I was furious at that moment and directly asked, so, as a naval hero, are you also a supporter of bloodline theory? Does the child of a pirate have to become a pirate? This sentence completely stumped him. He was stunned for a long time, and the hesitation and doubt on his face gradually faded away. His eyes became incredibly resolute, and he said decisively, no, I firmly believe that good and evil are not predetermined from birth, but are choices made by individuals themselves. After speaking, he stood up and said, you should take a good rest. Since you are determined to become a just Navy, I cannot just sit idly by. He walked to the door, his hand just resting on the doorknob, when he suddenly stopped and asked me without turning his head, by the way, what do you think justice is? I thought about it and honestly replied, I don't know. Cap smiled, and that smile was particularly gentle. Is that so? That's right. It's normal for a little guy like you not to have found the answer yet. It's okay. You can take your time to find it later. After saying that, he left with his silent aide, Bogart. In the hallway, Carp asked his aide, what do you think of that kid? Bogart's tone was very flat. I don't understand. So I can't evaluate. Yes, precisely because we don't understand, we shouldn't easily deny it, right? Kapu smiled and said, I intend to give him a chance. Bogart paused for a moment, and although his voice was calm, each word was powerful, but his identity is troublesome. If he were just an ordinary person, it would be fine, but his talent is too outstanding. If he really joins the Navy, if he truly has ill intentions, the consequences in the future, Mr. Kapu, have you really thought it through? Let me tell you, old Carp laughed when he heard that, and his laughter was like thunder. He first nodded seriously and said, you're right, all your worries are valid. This kid has incredible talent. If he joins the Navy, he could rise to prominence in just a few years. If he really turns out to be a traitor, the Navy would suffer a huge loss. But then he shifted his tone, and that energy came back. But what if? What if he's a good kid? If we turn him away because of this small concern, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Compared to his potential, this little risk is worth taking. What else is there to say? Bogart is also a talented sidekick, casually asking questions. Cap slapped him on the shoulder, almost knocking him apart. Besides, we have to believe in ourselves. Trust in the infectious power of our righteousness. If we don't even believe that justice can change people, can reform people, then the Navy is really doomed. You understand, Bogart? Bogart stayed silent, following for a few steps before finally managing to say, you are right, Mr. Cap. Once back in the office, Cap immediately took out the phone bug and dialed. After a short while, the other end picked up, and a helpless voice from Chief Ahe came through. Do you think I'm just sitting around with nothing to do? In such a short time, where am I supposed to find out clearly for you? Ha ha ha, little crane. I'm here to help lighten your load. Captain's loud voice almost cracked the phone bug. About that matter just now, don't investigate anymore. I already know the answer. Oh, that little ghost has woken up? Did you get something out of him? Information that makes you feel very assured? He's like a rapid-fire cannon. The information was obtained, but on the contrary, I became even more worried after hearing it. Kapu chuckled and said, that kid is Charlotte Lingling's son. Isn't that funny? He quickly explained Ortolun's situation in a few words. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds before Ahi spoke up. So, you don't plan to let him join? So there's no need for the investigation, is that right? No, on the contrary, I want to bring him into the Navy. Kapu spoke with great confidence. Speaking of which, isn't Zephyr that guy running some kind of officer training camp? Yes, that place specifically for training newcomers. I'm planning to send this kid in there to train him well. Do you realize what you're saying? His voice has changed. Kapu also unusually fell silent for a moment, then every word came out like hammering nails. Of course. Fine. You've made your decision, so do as you please. He, the chief strategist, actually agreed just like that and even smiled. I thought you would have to give me a long lecture to persuade me. Kapu was surprised himself. You're usually unreliable, he commented, but you're not an idiot. After saying that, with a click, he directly hung up the phone bug. Who understands family? This high-end communication method is so simple and unadorned. Kapu looked at the hung-up phone bug with a helpless expression, really not considerate at all. Beside him, Bogart silently added a jab. I think the chief of staff is already quite considerate. Meanwhile, at Marine Headquarters Marineford in the intelligence department, he put down the phone bug and, without looking up, said to the person across from her, Guillaume, about what I mentioned to you earlier. Hurry up and look into it in detail. Guillaume had a puzzled expression. Sister Ahi, didn't you just tell Kapu to let it be? It's precisely because I can tell that he's made up his mind, like a stubborn mule, that I said that. Ahi is calm as ever. I know him too well. Once he decides on something, not even 10 oxen can pull him back. But you guys are old comrades, right? You should be able to hear some of what you say, at least. Gun smiled and said, It's precisely because he's an old comrade that I'm sure he won't listen to a word. Ahi picked up her teacup and replied, But it doesn't matter. As I said, he's not a fool. Let's investigate first. If a problem really arises, he'll make his own judgment. Gun became more curious. So, Ahi, are you actually opposed to it? Why would I oppose it? Ahi retorted, whether he is the son of Whitebeard or the son of Charlotte Linlin. As long as he truly wants to be a Navy and stands with us, that's not a problem at all. In fact, I welcome it. Karp has almost turned that kid into a god. If even half of it is true, then we've struck gold. Why wouldn't I support something that can strengthen our Navy? What else is there to investigate? Guillaume is completely confused. It's precisely because I welcome and support that I want to investigate. And I want to investigate thoroughly. Ahi smiled and began to teach the young ones. This is responsible for the Navy, responsible for our intelligence department, responsible for you and me, responsible for Karp, and even more so, responsible for that kid himself. Only when everything is thoroughly checked can everyone truly feel at ease. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, this knot will never be untied. After thinking for a while, Shiwan suddenly realized, I'm telling you, this operation is simply on another level. If we don't investigate now, and something happens in the future, all the responsibility will fall on Karp alone, because he acted unilaterally. But now that the intelligence department has investigated and found no issues, the nature of the situation has completely changed. This is called sharing the risk, which means distributing the pressure on Karp in advance. Shuryan felt a deep admiration in his heart. Is this the bond of old comrades? Silently checking for gaps and helping you pave all the back roads. The charm of a mature woman is simply amazing. I don't know if it's because Karp's dog-headed battleship is so impressive, but anyway, the next journey was calm and smooth. I stayed on the ship for 3 days before remembering to ask how that guy Hawkeye was doing, but it turns out Karp didn't pay any attention at all. He probably slipped away by himself. Anyway, that guy's world is just about looking for people to fight. In the training room of the warship, I was wrapping my fist with power, pounding on the pillar in front of me, one punch after another. This pillar is not made of wood. It's pure metal. And not just any iron. With one punch, I couldn't even leave a mark. No surprise, this is a training post specifically for Karp. That's right, just like that. Kapu nodded beside him, saying that to improve armament hockey, one must tackle things tougher than oneself, continuously breaking through limits. Gasping for breath, I wiped the blood seeping from my fist and asked, Mr. Karp, how did you train your hockey to such an insane level? There's no trick to it. Just practice year after year. Karp thought for a moment and then added mysteriously, if I had to say something, it would be belief. Belief? I looked confused. That's right, belief. Kapu spoke in a very mysterious way, saying that a punch thrown with belief is vastly different in power from a casual punch. But this kind of thing can't be taught. You have to find it yourself. However, don't worry. The sea is so vast that the answers you seek will come to you. I nodded and continued to pound the pillar. As a result, that old man Kapu pulled up a stool and sat beside me, taking out a large bag of sanbei and started to show off. Goodness, such a big bag. He was eating it like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. By the time I had thrown 50 punches, he had already finished one whole bag. The Navy guy, standing guard, was used to it. Without waiting for Kapu to say anything, he directly pushed over a whole cart of sanbei and even brewed a pot of tea. The scene was basically a self-service buffet, with Kapu eating bag after bag and enjoying it immensely. After throwing over 100 punches, I really couldn't hold back anymore and stopped to ask, Mr. Kapu, do you know my mother, Charlotte Linlin? How can I not know her? Kapu stuffed his mouth with sanbei and mumbled, I used to beat her up when you were a kid. Oh wait, no. By then you'd already been thrown away by her. So I couldn't see you. I didn't mean a fighting kind of relationship. Kapu thought for a moment and shook his head. Not really. But I heard her tea party snacks are exceptional, and I've always wanted to try them. She has never invited me. I can understand that. If she dared to invite you, would you really go? Wouldn't that turn into a feast of betrayal? Cap muttered a couple of words and then asked me strangely, "Why are you asking this?" "It's nothing. I just thought of my brother when I saw you eating senbei." "Who?" "Charlotte Katakuri. When I was developing my fruit abilities on Cake Island, he was just like you are now, except he ate a donut. If it weren't for the age difference, I would really suspect that Garp has blood ties to the Charlotte family. From the way you're talking, you seem to have a good relationship with that Katakuri?" Kapu asked while chewing on a rice cracker. I thought for a moment and said, "Well, I don't have many friends. He's probably the only one." "Friends?" Kapuza touched his chin and laughed heartily. "Don't say this to others in the future. You're going to be a man of the Navy elite. Don't you mind?" I retorted. "I'm open-minded. I also have pirate friends." Karp said boldly. "Roger?" I cautiously asked. He didn't shy away at all and nodded calmly. "Pretty much. But if I get the chance, I will personally capture him and bring him to impelled down to atone for his sins." After chatting for a while, Karp seemed to suddenly remember something. "By the way, you mentioned that Charlotte Linlin helped you with your illness? What illness did you have?" Here it comes, the main topic. I slammed my fist onto the post, took a deep breath, and said seriously, "I have a hereditary mental illness." Karp was immediately. He picked up the tea and took a couple of sips, then looked at me and said, "If you don't mind, could you elaborate?" "Actually, I am not purely human. I can tell that you are from the Oni clan. Just like that guy Kaido." Kapu had a confident expression as if he already knew. "No, I'm from the fur tribe, the bull breed." I shattered his confidence with a single sentence. Kapu's eyes widened. "Huh? You don't have any fur on you either?" I didn't explain, so I'll continue. It might be a variant of her pica disorder. Every time it approaches the full moon, my temper becomes particularly irritable. Once the full moon arrives, I enter the moon lion form and completely lose my sanity, driven by a destructive urge, capable of destroying everything in front of me until the moon passes. Karp's expression instantly became serious as he asked in a low voice, "This is no small problem. What medication did that guy prescribe you?" I looked at him and said slowly, "Violence. A violence stronger than when I go mad. With this violence, through beating, wake me up from my frenzy. According to her theory, as long as I'm beaten awake enough times, I can slowly gain control over this state and cure my illness. She's a pirate, and she understands medicine. What right does she have to say that?" Kapu looked skeptical. I fell silent for a moment before speaking. "From experience. She said that back when she was on the rock ship, she almost cured her appetite disorder with this method." Now it was Kapu's turn to be silent. After a long while, he awkwardly said, "Don't worry, our Navy is also very violent." Later we arrived at the Red Earth continent, and I tell you, the scene was magnificent. The red rock wall stretches from the seabed all the way up to the sky, directly piercing through the clouds. I asked Karp how tall it was, and he didn't know, just guessed it was a few thousand meters. But the most impressive part isn't that. It's how to get past it. I thought we would have to transfer like ordinary people getting off the ship. But Karp shook his head and said we, the Navy, have a VIP passage, so we can drive the ship straight through. I was stunned at the time. Could it be a secret tunnel? Guess what? They used a winch cableway. Several giants from the Navy reserves, holding steel cables thicker than my waist, quickly tied up the warship. Then, as the winch turned, the entire ship was forcibly lifted up, as if we were riding a cable car, and we crossed the entire Red Earth continent. This kind of treatment, how can pirates enjoy it? After more than 3 hours, we finally landed on the sea surface of the first half of the Grand Line. After another hour of sailing, I saw Marineford in the distance. Family, that momentum is really countless times stronger than Cake Island. From a distance, I could feel a dominating aura coming towards me. At that moment, I realized who the true boss of this sea was. The 4 emperors? The 7 warlords? None of them. It's the Navy. This is the violent organization that has dominated the seas for 800 years. Family, this is my spiritual home. I couldn't help but exclaim to Karp, with my eyes shining. If I become a general or a marshal, would I be standing at the pinnacle of this island? Kapu laughed heartily again, patting my shoulder and said, "Kid, you haven't even joined yet, and you're thinking so far ahead? However, I must correct you. Standing at the peak of this island is not the general or the marshal, but justice." I stroked my chin and grinned. Mr. Karp is right. It's justice. But if justice must have an embodiment, then I'm sorry. It can only be me. Just as we were docking at the highest level of Marineford, in the Admiral's office, Admiral Steelbone Kong was standing by the window, looking at our ship, and said to the 2 others in the room, "Karp's ship has arrived." Sitting in the room were Vice Admiral Ahe and Admiral Zephyr. In Zephyr's hand was my detailed investigation report, clearly written by Ahe. It was no different from what he had said himself. At least he hadn't lied to Karp. Zephyr was flipping through the documents as he spoke. The tone of Admiral Steelbone was a bit sharp. If it were you, would you be so frank when faced with Karp's question? Being the son of a pirate wanting to join the Navy? As soon as these words were spoken, Zephyr hesitated. Indeed, an 18-year-old kid being so honest felt a bit too perfect, almost like it was planned. At that moment, Chief of Staff Ahe put down his teacup and spoke leisurely. Admiral, when you doubt someone, everything they do is wrong. When you trust them, everything they do can be reasonably explained. This is the essence of arrogance and prejudice. With this one sentence, he directly silenced the Admiral. Steelbone Kong smiled. As expected of you, Ahe. Zephyr also reacted, following up with a smile. You're right. From a suspicious perspective, it seems like he's scheming. But from a trusting perspective, isn't it precisely because he wants to join us honestly that he is being so thoughtful? All right, if we keep going, I'll become narrow-minded. Admiral Steelbone waved his hand. In any case, Zephyr, as a teacher, you need to teach him well. If this seedling grows crooked in the future, you'll be responsible. Don't worry, Admiral. Zephyr replied confidently. Even if he is a crooked seedling, throw him into my training camp, and I'll forge him into good steel. That's my furnace. It can melt away any impurities. Admiral Steelbone saw that the two of us had already reached the bottom of the Justice Fortress and said to them, They're coming up. You two go ahead. Zephyr stood up, excitedly saying, I have to go see what kind of talent Karp has recognized. Ahe also stood up and said, I still have some matters to attend to. I'll head out first. Just as Zephyr stepped out of the office, Karp's din-din mushy rang. Hello, old Zephyr. I brought the person you asked for. I tell you, Karp's voice when he calls is so loud. Even through the din-din mushy, Ahe, and I could hear it clearly. Zephyr had a knowing expression and replied to the din-din mushy. All right, I got it. Just come to my office and wait. Then with a snap, Karp's side hung up. What efficiency! In no time, I followed Karp into this so-called heart of the Navy, the Justice Fortress. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. This place is not something just anyone can enter. The guards at the entrance are all majors. Inside the hall, it was bustling with people, each one running around with documents as if they were on steroids. I glanced around and saw that at least everyone was a colonel, with brigadiers and rear admirals everywhere like they were free. Karp, this old guy, really has a lot of clout. He led me through without any obstruction, and no matter how high-ranking the officers we encountered, they all respectfully called out Mr. Karp. The feeling was, wow, the title of Navy hero really carries weight. Karp acted like a tour guide, leading me through the 9-story building, bragging nonstop. He said the bottom 3 floors were like a market, filled with basic departments like logistics and communications, noisy as hell. The middle 3 floors were more advanced, with departments like intelligence and strategy getting quieter as we went up. When we reached the 6th floor, wow, an entire floor was a huge conference room. He said it was usually closed unless there was a major event, and all the brigadiers and above had to rush over for meetings. As for the top 3 floors, those were the private domains of the big shots. The 7th floor is for rear admirals, the 8th for vice admirals, and the 9th is for the admiral and the 3 admirals. Karp, technically a vice admiral, should have his office on the 8th floor, but since he's a hero and has been around forever but refuses to become an admiral, the Navy simply let him use a vacant admiral's office on the 9th floor. Isn't that infuriating? Karp's mouth didn't stop the whole way, crazily painting a rosy picture of the Navy's benefits. Let me tell you, once you reach the rank of major, you get a single dormitory, and brigadiers get private residences. Like me, I have a whole independent courtyard. He said he found the courtyard too big to live in alone. So he sleeps in the office every day. I thought to myself, you're just too lazy to go back. He also bragged that all expenses at headquarters are covered. As long as your demands aren't high, you can keep enjoying it for free. Of course, the big shots have special privileges. He drinks top-grade green tea every day and eats the best senbei. As for Zephyr, he's a cigar fanatic, and I seriously suspect his asthma came from that. The most ridiculous thing was Sengoku. He said he kept a goat in his office, and that goat was super precious, either eating expensive herbs or chewing on confidential Navy documents. Good grief, that goat's dietary standards are even higher than mine. Anyway, Karp summed it up in one sentence. Work hard in the Navy. As long as you climb high enough, no king in the world can live as comfortably as you. A scene shift half a month later. At 4 a.m, on the training grounds of Marineford, I was jogging steadily with my precious warhammer. It wasn't dawn yet, but I have to say, there are quite a few people in the Navy who are more diligent than I am. Just then, 2 people strolled in. One was tying weights around his waist with a huff, and the other was puffing on a cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. I took a look and thought, hey, isn't this the future big shots, the young versions of Weasel and Fire Mountain? Weasel was coughing from the smoke, waving his hand in disgust. How many times have I told you? Don't smoke that broken cigar so early in the morning. Is it cool? Not cool at all. Fire Mountain grinned, blowing a smoke ring. You don't understand. This is the charm of a mature man. Weasel was too lazy to respond, pointing towards my side. Hey, who is that? The new guy? I've never seen him before. That's probably it, Fire Mountain said. I heard yesterday that Mr. Carp personally brought back a newcomer and directly handed him to Admiral Zifa. If there are no surprises, it must be him. What the heck? Admiral Zifa is personally taking care of him? Weasel's eyes nearly popped out. Doesn't that mean he directly enter the officer training camp in half a month? Pretty much, Fire Mountain said calmly. It's normal for Mr. Carp's people to have a higher starting point. Why are you so excited? How can I not be excited? I'm jealous. Weasel had a face full of envy and resentment. We've worked our butts off for so many years just to become brigadiers, to have the qualification to enter this first training camp as Zifa's students. And he just parachutes down and gets the same treatment as us. No one understands this feeling. It's worse than losing my wallet. Fire Mountain patted him. All right, you're jealous of him, but there are still countless people outside who are envious of us. There's so many brigadiers at Navy headquarters. How many can actually get in? That was true. I finished a lap and happened to stop in front of them, smiling and waving as a greeting. Although Weasel was talkative, he wasn't a bad person. Seeing me greet him, he immediately responded. Hello, I'm Weasel. This is Fire Mountain. You're the newcomer brought back by Mr. Carp, right? I took off my towel and wiped my sweat. Yes, I'm Ortolun, 18 years old. Technically, I haven't officially enlisted yet. I won't count until the training camp opens in half a month. Just as I thought. Weasel slapped his thigh, his expression even more sour. You are indeed a special recruit monster like Kuzan and Sakazuki. You'll graduate and be promoted to brigadier directly, right? Damn, I'm really going to be jealous to death. I thought to myself, this guy was really funny when he was younger, completely different from that aloof persona later on. Fire Mountain was much more composed than him. Interrupting. Getting up this early shows you're both talented and hardworking. I hope we can progress together in the future. I smiled, mainly, I haven't adjusted to the time difference yet. After racing back with Mr. Carp from the New World, my biological clock is all messed up, and I can't sleep past 3. But you haven't been running for long, have you? The flying squirrel was curious again, wondering why I was sweating so much. It was like a Kainu who considered running for 2 hours just to warm up. I thought for a moment, could it be because I was carrying weights? The flying squirrel laughed at that, patting the iron lumps on his waist, and proudly said, What are you kidding? It's just a hammer, right? Look at this special alloy, mixed with rare 1000 June stone powder. Each piece weighs 200 kilograms, and I tied 4 of them. That's what you call weight. I looked at his bragging expression and smiled a little awkwardly, taking my war hammer off my back and gently placing it in front of him, making a gesture to invite him to try. The flying squirrel, being straightforward, didn't hesitate and grabbed the hammer's handle, pulling with all his might. Then, the hammer didn't budge an inch, as if it were glued to the ground. His face turned red, and he looked at me in disbelief. What the hell is this? Did you use a devil fruit ability? How can it be so heavy? I calmly extended 5 fingers. 5 pieces complete 1000 June stone. Hearing this, Fire Mountain immediately recalled the flying squirrel's earlier proud statement about mixing in some 1000 June stone powder and burst out laughing. Well, this attempt to show off backfired spectacularly. It's practically the latest electronic joke of 2025. The flying squirrel's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's backside, but he was also straightforward, patting my arm. Impressive. Brother, with this strength, I acknowledge your special recruit status. It turns out that all special recruits are monsters. This instantly brought us closer together. Since I hadn't obtained citizenship yet and hadn't been assigned to a dorm, Carp let me stay at his exclusive mansion for heroes. After the flying squirrel learned about this, he was even more envious. After a morning of training, the 3 of us had already bonded like brothers. When they found out I was a natural-type thunderfruit user, let me tell you, the flying squirrel almost performed a matter-antimatter separation on the spot. Damn natural types. He stomped his feet in frustration. Nowadays, the admiration for natural types within the Navy has reached an extreme. After all, who can blame them when future admirals like Kazan, Akainu, and Borsalino are all natural-type monsters? And now, another one claiming to be the strongest natural type with a thunderfruit emerged, which completely shattered the flying squirrel's mentality. Because we were preparing for school, the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain had rare free time, not having to deal with the tedious tasks of those brigadiers, and they just wandered around the base with me. An external personnel. That morning after training, the 3 of us strolled to the cafeteria. The flying squirrel was particularly enthusiastic, pushing me into a seat. You handle the seating. and Fire Mountain and I will get the food. I was happy to relax, since I didn't have a meal card anyway. Just as I was sitting there, a lazy and somewhat teasing voice came from behind. Alala, this young man, do you mind if I sit here? I turned around and saw a man with a fluffy, explosive hairstyle holding a tray behind me. It was none other than a younger version of Kazan. I immediately smiled and said, Major Kazan, please have a seat. Oh, Kazan sat down, a bit surprised that my reputation had already grown so big. To be called by name on our first meeting made me a little proud. I casually added, Mr. Karp often mentions you on the way, and he looks so proud when he talks about you. This clearly touched Kazan's heart, and his gaze softened considerably. Mr. Karp mentioned you too? Natural type thunderfruit. Strong physical qualities, and he leaned in a bit, lowering his voice conqueror's hockey. He said you're the most talented person he has ever seen. I felt a bit jealous listening to that. I calculated the days and replied sincerely, I might be able to be friendly for about another month. Kazan looked bewildered, his face full of question marks. I continued to explain, I have a bit of mental issue. I'll probably enter a rage phase in about a month, and my temper will become quite terrible. Please take care. Let me tell you, Kazan's expression at that moment was like someone dropping their phone in the toilet. His face twitching. Mr. Karp never mentioned this to me. I'll be careful during that time and won't provoke you. He was probably already drafting emergency plans for campus bullying in his mind. Just think about it. An endlessly promising, powerful colleague with intermittent mental issues who is going to enter the training camp in half a month and start going crazy in a month. Wouldn't that be a guaranteed scene of campus violence? He was likely worried whether the flying squirrel and the others could handle my episodes. Half a month passed in a flash, and the officer training camp officially started. Upon entering the classroom, I received the identity of a colonel from the Navy headquarters, and upon graduation, I would be a brigadier general. The three of us, me, the Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain, arrived early, and the classroom was empty. I casually asked the Flying Squirrel, who else is in this class? Don't you guys know? The Flying Squirrel, while adjusting his suit, replied, I know a few. Ghost Spider, Dalmatia, Doberman, and a few other brigadiers are here. But we're not on good terms with them, so we're not very familiar. There are also a few colonels, such as Stolo Belly and Steel Rez. What are you doing with that cigar? The Flying Squirrel suddenly yelled at Fire Mountain. What if you leave a bad impression on Admiral Zephyr? Fire Mountain replied lazily. I heard Admiral Zephyr loves to smoke cigars himself. He might even appreciate me. Watching them bicker, as usual, I had grown accustomed to it. What I was more curious about was another matter. You just said there are some brigadiers you aren't on good terms with. What's going on? Is there a conflict? The Flying Squirrel shook his head. It's not really a conflict. It's just different ideas and views. We don't get along. We even argued about it during meetings. I immediately understood and smiled. Is it because of factions? The Flying Squirrel was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. You could say that. Speaking of which, you even know about our Navy's factions. It seems Mr. Karp has talked a lot with you. Karp, that old man, couldn't be bothered to talk to me about such trivial matters, but I didn't expose him and instead followed up with his words. Tell me more about it, mister. Karp doesn't like to go into detail about these things. The Flying Squirrel, seeing that I was interested, immediately couldn't stop talking, starting to rattle off like a machine gun. Let me tell you, within our Navy, to put it simply, there are three major factions: the Hawks, the Doves, and the neutral faction that tries to keep things balanced. His expression clearly showed he was a die-hard Dove supporter, and he spoke about it with great enthusiasm. The Hawks are all tough characters who believe that violence is the only truth, emphasizing absolute justice and keeping a cold face towards everyone, including their own. In contrast, we Doves value winning people over with virtue, preferring to talk things out rather than fight, advocating for timely justice without being so radical. Finally, those in the neutral faction, to put it nicely, are about maintaining balance. To put it bluntly, they are fence-sitters, swaying whichever way the wind blows. I thought about it and realized, isn't this just office politics? Quite insightful. I quickly lower my voice to ask, so who are the leaders of each faction? Give me some gossip. The Flying Squirrel immediately made a shushing gesture, looking around cautiously, and said in a hushed tone, this is all internal information. Just listen for fun. The Hawks are currently leaderless, but it's said that Admiral Steelbone used to be the Hawks' big boss. After becoming an admiral, he couldn't show favoritism and step back. But a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. The Hawks are still going strong. Doves, huh? They were quite impressive back then. Admiral Zifa and Mr. Karp were the leaders, but Admiral Zifa had some issues later on and has now jumped to the neutral faction. However, he is pretty much indifferent to these trivial matters now, just a figurehead. So, I continued, so the strongest now is the neutral faction? Not at all. The Flying Squirrel slapped his thigh and said, "The Marshal is definitely neutral now." The general from the Warring States was originally the core of the neutral faction, and now with the title of General Zifa backing him up, everyone believes that the next Marshal can only be him. What do you think is that strong? I was pondering how deep the waters are within the Navy when the door was suddenly flung open and a few guys in Navy uniforms walked in. Well, new classmates have arrived. At first, when I heard the Dormouse mention a class, I instinctively thought there would be about 30 or 40 people, right? When everyone finally arrived and General Zifa stood on the podium, I realized that, goodness, there were only about 10 of us in total, including him and me. And looking around, all I see are familiar faces or future familiar faces. What the hell, a Spider, a Doberman, they will all be future major generals in the headquarters. The most surprising to me is a colonel from the branch, named Khaki. This guy looks a bit sleazy and always shrinks his neck, but he has a firm grasp on his demeanor. But I know that this guy is a future candidate for a general, a hidden big shot. All right, I heard there was someone called Colonel Kesha, and I thought it was a girl. I was a bit, but it turned out to be a guy. A handsome blonde guy at that. Looks almost as good as me. Family, who understands? The whole class is filled with rough guys, not a single girl. General Zay F.A. stood on the podium, smiling as he took off his sunglasses and scanned the crowd. Is everyone here? There's still one missing. I was surprised at that moment. Who could it be? Who is so bold to be late on the first day of school, stepping on the general's point? Shouldn't this be the protagonist's script? My bad, I arrived early. Just as the words were spoken, the door was pulled open. A female Navy officer in a pink suit, showcasing her astonishingly long legs and an incredibly attractive figure, leaned against the door frame, panting. Sorry, Admiral Zephyr. I just received urgent intelligence to report and arrived late. At a glance, I recognized it. Isn't this the future candidate for a great general, Momotaro Shurjin? As soon as she finished speaking, General Zifa hadn't even opened his mouth yet, when Khaki suddenly stood up from the back row, bowed at a 90-degree angle, stretched out his hand, and shouted, "Nice to meet you. My name is Khaki. Please go out with me." The entire place fell silent. I was completely stunned by this guy's move. Confessing right in front of the general? Dude, you're really going for sincerity, huh? All the boys in the class, including me, looked at him with eyes full of admiration. The squirrel next to me was even gritting his teeth, his fists clenched. Damn it, I was the one who got there first. I had a look of confusion. What are you talking about? A month ago, I was the one who was going to get her phone number. The flying squirrel was trembling with anger. The nearby fire-burning mountain mercilessly interrupted. It's the public telephone bug of the Intelligence Division too. Isn't that the same? The flying squirrel shot a glance at the burning mountain, then complained to me. I was thinking of finding a chance to ask her out for dinner. But in the end, someone else intercepted. I couldn't hold back. Big brother, you've been waiting for a month, and you still have the nerve to say others are jumping the gun? The flying squirrel's old face flushed red. I'm just under a lot of pressure. At that moment, Guillaume finally reacted and politely shook his head at Khaki. Sorry, you're not my type as soon as these words came out. Half of the boys in the class were almost popping champagne, and even the deadpan guy, Ghost Spider, clapped twice in excitement, reaching an extreme level of suppressed enthusiasm. Khaki, unfazed by the rejection, replied with a heartfelt expression. It's okay. You don't understand me now, but once you do, you will definitely fall in love with me. I won't give up, even after 100 confessions. Wow, I would call you the strongest. Playing awkwardly in front of the general, you're truly one of a kind. General Zephyr is probably seeing this scene for the first time as well, quickly stepping in to smooth things over. All right, let's stop the fooling around here. Guillaume, hurry up and find a seat. Yes, Teacher Zifa. In Guillaume, it feels like being granted a pardon. Now it's time for Khaki to perform. He gentlemanly vacated the empty seat next to him, as if to say, Goddess, please take a seat. He sat in the last row by himself because he was an outsider, and fortunately, there was no one next to him. My desk mate, the Dormouse, was almost turning green with jealousy. However, Ji-Yun really didn't want to sit with this social butterfly, so she scanned the classroom and finally fixed her gaze on my table. When the goddess saw that she was coming over to us, the Dormouse instantly came back to life, excitedly nudging me with his elbow. Good bro, could you please sit in the back for a bit? I'll treat you to this meal. I gave him a glance. 5 drinks. 50 drinks are fine too. Ji-Yuan walked up to our table, smiling brightly at the flying squirrel, and said, Flying Squirrel Commander, long time no see. The flying squirrel's heart melted, and he put on his most handsome smile. Ji-Yuan Commander, is there anything I can help you with? Guillaume nodded in surprise. Yes. I hope you can switch seats with me. My eyesight is not very good, and I don't want to sit in the last row. Is that okay? Can we do that? The smile on the flying squirrel's face instantly froze. I saw his mouth twitch for a moment, but looking at the goddess's expectant gaze, He ultimately squeezed out a reply through clenched teeth. Of course, no problem. I have excellent eyesight, so it doesn't matter where I sit. After he finished speaking, he stood up as if his soul had been lost and walked to the last row. The person next to him, Fire Mountain, was already laughing so hard that he was lying on the table, pounding the surface like crazy. I almost choked on my laughter. Goodness. Squirrel had a little bit of a goddess shock and ended up sitting at the same table as his rival, which truly made it a gathering of talents. And I, just like that, ended up with a stunning beauty as my desk mate, inheriting Squirrel's dream. Once the farce was over, General Zephyr knocked on the podium and finally began to talk about serious matters. I was very pleased to see our Navy's elite still so lively. He first made a joke, and the whole class burst into laughter. The fact that you can be here means you are all the cream of the crop in the Navy. But starting today, put away that arrogance and be a student again. In this training camp, I really put my reputation on the line and invited Hidekanshu Carp Sengoku to teach you all. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole venue erupted. The teaching staff is top-notch by global standards. It's usually hard to even meet these big shots, and now they are lining up to teach us. The value is off the charts. Then teacher Zifa began to explain the core of the course. What do you need to become an excellent naval commander? The ghost spider shouted first. Strength. The power to crush all evil. A broad vision and strategic quality. The fire burns the mountain and follows. Justice and a sense of responsibility. When everyone had more or less finished speaking, ZFA summarized. You're all right. We need to learn strength, quality, and a sense of responsibility. The course includes kendo, dominance, physical skills, and ability development. You can choose to take electives or complete all of them. A dormouse in the back row raises its hand and asks, Teacher, what does it take to graduate? Zephyr stroked his chin and said nonchalantly, It depends on my mood. What a guy. So unreasonable, yet no one has any objections. That's the Navy for you. He went on to elaborate that there are countless notes from predecessors in kendo, and the core of physical techniques is the 6 styles of the Navy. However, this is merely a foundation. The true goal is to achieve life return through it, gaining 100 control over one's body and becoming a true superhuman. As for things like shaving and moonwalking, they're just superficial skills, which is why I'm not afraid of them being leaked. However, when it comes to ability development, the Navy's foundation is even more terrifying. At that time, I raised my hand and asked, Does anyone have experience developing the Thunderfruit? Teacher Zephyr confidently told me that in the past 800 years of the Navy, there have been 3 users of the Thunderfruit, including me. The first 2 left behind detailed development notes. And the most recent one was a naval admiral from 200 years ago, codenamed White Yasha. I suddenly realized that compared to the Navy, which has played this foundational game for 800 years, the 4 emperors and pirate crews are simply juniors. This is not just a training camp. It feels like I've been given a god-tier cheat. Zephyr also emphasized that graduation is based on credits, even if you're weak. As long as your cultural subjects are strong and you excel in strategy and tactics, you can still graduate with full credits. And he will recommend you to the most suitable department. Teaching according to one's ability. That is teacher Zephyr's philosophy. While we were excitedly starting school in the marshal's office, the top brass of the Navy were also having a small meeting. Marshal Steelbone, Sengoku, Carp, and Ahe, along with the 3 monstrous rear admirals Akainu, Borsalino, and Kazan, were all present. Chief of Staff Ahe distributed an intelligence report. Look here, Roger and Whitebeard had a fight, but the outcome is strange. Carp was the first to finish reading and exclaimed, They fought for 3 days and nights, and Roger ran off with Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain? How is that possible? Would Whitebeard let his family go? That's the strange part, Ahe said, and moreover, Whitebeard didn't even make a sound, which suggests some kind of agreement was reached. The one taken away is named Kazuki Odin, the son of the shogun from Wano country. And the Kazuki clan is the family of stone masons that forged the history text. The history text? Carp suddenly realized, as Orton had said, Roger previously invaded Cake Island to steal the history text. He wants to interpret the blank 100 years of history. Marshal Steelbone banged the table. I don't care about history, but the legendary history text documents the whereabouts of ancient weapons. Carp, that guy Roger is not to be underestimated. In the end, Sengoku decided to raise the threat level of the Roger pirates, and that this matter must be reported to the Gorosei. After discussing serious matters, everyone relaxed a bit, and Ahe even complained about Zephyr stealing her capable assistant, Gun. At that moment, Sengoku suddenly curiously asked, Speaking of which, what about that kid Carp brought back? As soon as I was mentioned, teacher Zephyr became excited, exclaiming, how to say, that kid is undoubtedly a genius, not only in strength, but even in cultural subjects. His learning ability is simply inhuman. The books I gave him, he not only finished reading, but could also deduce other concepts from them. As Zephyr spoke, he deliberately glanced at Sengoku, known as the wise general, implying a lot. I initially thought Jiyuan would be the top graduate of this class, but it seems Orton might steal that title. Just as I was saying this, an incident occurred. Teacher Zephyr was still mumbling in the office, saying that Orton's mood had been off lately and that he almost beat up Deo Bowman yesterday. Kazan was just explaining next to him, saying, oh, his intermittent psychosis is about to hit. He gets agitated every month before the full moon. Let me tell you, just at that moment, the office door was suddenly slammed open from the outside, and Jun rushed in with an anxious face. Not good, teacher. Deo Bowman and his crew are looking for trouble. They are fighting at the training ground. Good heavens. Zephyr was stunned, looking at Kazan. His eyes seemed to say, are you a prophet? This was going to get lively. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, and our large group rushed to the training ground. When we arrived, wow, it was packed like a concert. A few of us, being taller, squeezed to the front to take a look, and I was shocked. In the center of the arena, Orton was wearing a black tank top, his muscles like chunks of stone, holding a huge hammer wrapped in crackling lightning, rampaging around. Looking next to him, Deo Bowman, the notorious mad dog, was already lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, while several medics were urgently trying to save him. I grabbed someone next to me and asked what happened, and that guy said just one hit. Orton used one hammer, and Deo Bowman tried to take it head on. As a result, he was smashed away like a broken sack with several broken ribs. I was still in shock when the situation on the field changed again. The ghost spider, that kid, was incredibly fast, suddenly appearing in front of Orton and slashing at his wrist. As a result, Orton loosened his grip on the hammer with one hand and, with the other hand wrapped in hockey, directly caught the blade with his bare hand. I thought, what is this guy trying to do? It turned out the ghost spider was up to no good. It was a trap. His long black hair that draped over his waist suddenly came alive, wrapping around Orton tightly. At the same time, the spotted dog, Dalmesia, howled and transformed, directly pouncing on the bound Orton like a hungry dog. Their cooperation was seamless, and it looked like they were going to lock Orton in a joint lock. My heart was in my throat, but guess what happened? The sky darkened. The entire training ground was covered with dark clouds, like a lid was placed on it. Then, I heard Orton, who was pinned to the ground, roar, thunder burial. Boom! A giant lightning pillar, thicker than my waist, struck down from the sky, covering all three of them. The brightness was blinding. When the lightning dissipated, Orton had already stood up, lifting each of the others like he was carrying two freshly roasted meats, with the ghost spider and Dalmesia covered in black smoke, turned into charred remains. At that moment, I thought this should be the end, right? Campus violence should stop here. But Teacher Zephyr, that old man, was sparkling with excitement, turning back to Jiyuan and saying, not enough people. Go call a few more. Let the weasels join in. Continue fighting him. Does anyone understand? Is he not satisfied with the campus violence and wants to increase the intensity? Jiyuan had no choice but to relay the message. The weasels were originally planning to help Orton, but when Kaji heard they were going to have a group fight, his eyes lit up with excitement. In the next second, Kaji launched a sneak attack, but Orton reacted swiftly, dodging with a flash of electricity. Kaji missed his strike and started provoking with all sorts of trash talk. Come on, aren't you very aggressive? Let me see it, you little bull. These words lit the powder keg. Orton's eyes instantly turned red, filled with bloodshot veins, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Just as he was about to charge at Kaji, the weasel and Fire Mountain swiftly surrounded him from behind, one pulling Orton's horns back and the other quickly pulling out a sea stone chain, wrapping it around Orton's ankle. I thought this was secure. Don't ability users get weak in front of sea stones? But Orton, relying on his abnormal physical quality, combined his waist and horse perfectly, and like a rooted tree, he couldn't be moved. With a backhand, he grabbed the weasel by the neck, and the other hand caught Fire Mountain's arm, lifting these two unfortunate souls. Then with a loud bang, they were directly slammed upside down into the ground. As soon as he saw the opportunity, a black tiger lunged in to attack his weak point. But with a loud thud, it was like hitting a steel plate. His fingers almost broke. Does anyone understand this? This guy relies on physical immunity. Even the Ortoluns ignored him. One grabbed him by the neck, and bam, just a headbutt, and he was completely dazed, blood pouring from his nose. In just a short moment, the voles and the Fire Mountain that had just been subdued got back up, drawing their knives and striking Ortoluns from behind. And what was the result? It was like scraping the skin. Only 2 bloody streaks appeared. Ortolun was annoyed, lowered his head, and snapped the sea tower stone chain off his foot with one pull. Suddenly, silver lightning burst out from his body. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could they fight like this? There was no way to break through his defenses. However, Teacher Zephyr became more and more excited and pointed to the few colonels behind him, saying, "You guys go too. Experience despair. Then become stronger." The few guys braced themselves and charged in, but in less than 2 minutes, one was hit so hard he resembled a cooked shrimp. His suit split open at the back. Another was sent flying by an uppercut, crashing down and not moving. In the end, it all came down to our sister Guillaume. She shouted, drew her famous sword Janbira from her waist, and moved as fast as lightning, executing the moon rabbit. Eagle kick. Whoosh. The bright blade flashed and struck Ortolun squarely in the chest. Let me tell you, this time, the defense was truly broken. I'm telling you, this time, the defense was truly broken. That sister from Guillaume was sent flying by my punch. Really, just one punch. In the blink of an eye, I flashed behind her and punched her in the chest, and wow, she shot out like a cannonball for dozens of meters, spitting out a mouthful of old blood and putting on a painful mask. And guess what? That kid Akiji Kazan was just standing by watching the show, teasing Teacher Zephyr with a grin, saying, "Oh dear teacher, does that mean only Ortolun can come to school tomorrow?" Teacher Zephyr's face darkened, glaring at him. "What are you laughing at? You go too." Kazan was instantly dumbfounded. Huh? But this wasn't tea over. The next day, let me tell you, the fun got even bigger. Kazan was waiting for the elevator in the Navy headquarters building, and when the door opened, Kizaru and Admiral Sengoku walked out. Kizaru, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed Kazan's panda eyes and asked him, "Kazan, what happened to your eyes? Did someone hit you?" Kazan was so embarrassed, stammering and making up a lie, saying he wore a sleep mask at night and bumped into the doorframe when he got up to go to the bathroom. I'm telling you, that excuse was so bad I didn't believe it. Sure enough, once he got into the elevator, Kizaru couldn't keep quiet and directly leaked to Sengoku, saying, "I remember this guy Kazan is so lazy. He freezes everything at night and then throws it in the toilet in the morning. When did he change this twisted habit? Who understands?" Sengoku was stunned on the spot, feeling like he had just eaten a giant melon. Kizaru, not knowing when to stop, added that he himself just flies out of the window at night to solve it under the moon. Goodness. Sengoku's expression at that moment was like an old man on the subway looking at a phone. He must have been thinking the future admirals of the Navy, one more abstract than the other. That Sakazuki guy wouldn't just breathe fire, would he? This operation nearly fried my CPU. Finally, Sengoku couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. "All right, stop the nonsense. Kazan was beaten by Orton yesterday. On the other hand, I was at Captain Karp's house, preparing to visit my classmates in the hospital. I thought I had been too harsh in the fight yesterday, so today I needed to show my gentle side. I put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and changed into a white shirt. Then Karp burst in, saw my outfit, and nearly had his eyes pop out, pointing at my nose and shouting, 'What the hell are you doing?' A 3-meter-tall muscle man wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses? This isn't a refined general. This is a cultured scoundrel. Going out like this affects our Navy's image." I was instantly annoyed, looked in the mirror, and indeed, I did look a bit out of place. I wanted to return those glasses, but Karp said no. I said, "Do you know who I am? I'm the famous Vice Admiral Karp. Would the boss dare not refund me?" The old man got mad, saying I was tarnishing his reputation. I shot back, "Mr. Karp, anyone who knows you for more than a week knows you don't have any good image at all." Karp was also broken, jumping with anger. But then he felt I made sense and even came over to ask me how to improve his image. I thought this was my chance. So I taught him a trick. Next time someone praises you as a Navy hero, just pat them on the shoulder, give a thumbs up, and sincerely tell them, "I'm not a hero, but you, my friend, are the real hero." Karp was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and he really felt like his perspective had opened up, looking all enlightened. To be honest, this old man is quite easy to fool. Later, we went to the hospital, and Karp boasted about how great the Navy's medical system was. I said, "You've been bragging for ages, but I haven't seen Teacher Zephyr's asthma cured yet. Have I?" As soon as we entered the hospital lobby, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy, with injured Navy personnel everywhere, missing arms and legs. Karp's face also dropped, and he sighed, saying he didn't like coming to places like this. I couldn't help myself and casually remarked, "Mr. Karp, isn't this just burying your head in the sand and deceiving yourself?" Goodness, let me tell you, that comment set off a landmine. Karp exploded instantly, passionately telling me that some things change even if you know about them, and you can't just strike at rotten flesh. What would happen to the world if order collapses? A bunch of nonsensical words, his face filled with struggle and pain. I understood then. This old man was carrying something in his heart, probably related to those incidents in the Valley of Gods. But I didn't have that much mental baggage. What's my life motto? Let go of personal quality and enjoy a morally deficient life. Refuse mental exhaustion and go crazy directly when there's a problem. Rather than making things difficult for myself, why not make it hard for others? Look at those celestial dragons. Did they ever consider the bigger picture when they cause trouble? No. Carp is trapped by this tightrope of justice, torturing himself. Once I'm strong enough, I'll go crazy too. Let us see who dares to mess with me. Someone with a history of mental illness. When we reached the 6th floor ward area, we heard 2 little nurses gossiping, saying how the hospital suddenly had so many injured. And one said it was because of the campus violence at our training camp, where a guy with horns on his head single-handedly took everyone down. And they even said I was the school bully. The 2 turned around and saw me. Their faces turned red, and they screamed, "Big guy," before running away. Carp was laughing so hard he nearly choked. I was speechless. My reputation as a school bully was officially established. Pushing open the ward door, I was stunned. My classmates were the victims, including Squirrel, Fire Mountain, Kaji, and Guion, were all there. Each one either had their head wrapped in bandages or their arms in slings. But what were they doing? They were throwing a party in the ward. Several tables were pushed together, playing poker, smoking cigars, drinking, and there were snack wrappers everywhere. This wasn't TA Hospital. It was simply a cyber CAF overnight. I was furious. All right, throwing a party without inviting me. Huh? Squirrel, with his head wrapped like a mummy showing only his eyes, stood on the hospital bed, pointed at me dramatically, and shouted, "Orton, after yesterday, we all awakened. There's a class struggle between us. The fact that we can't beat you alone means we are all in the same class. And you, my former friend, are now our enemy. We have established the anti-Orton alliance last night." I couldn't help but laugh. Looking around, these guys were all puffing out their chests, looking fearless against oppression. Only Guion sat by the window smoking, looking disdainfully at this bunch of clowns. I asked her, "Why are you hanging out with them if you're not injured?" She replied, as if it was obvious, "It's boring to be alone. Watching them go crazy is quite interesting." Squirrel saw me chatting with Guion and got even more fired up. "Damn, we have another reason to oppose him." Jiajian also said darkly, "Count me in. I'm not a person of quality, and I'm the most enthusiastic about engaging in despicable plans." I looked at this group of idiots and couldn't help but complain. "Can't you discuss how to deal with me without my knowledge?" The result was that the flying squirrel let out a loud roar. As a navy, being upright and proper is justice. But seriously, although they talk about some kind of alliance, the atmosphere is actually really good. It feels like after this conflict, everyone's little barriers have disappeared, and the relationships are much better than before. Let me tell you, these Navy folks really have a unique way of thinking. So, it turns out that if you want to get along with someone in the future, you don't need to do all that superficial stuff. You can just go up and give them a good beating, and that's it, right? Is this called a no pain, no gain 2.0 version? Anyway, after that fight, the atmosphere in the whole training camp changed completely. Teacher Zephyr took a few days off from class, mainly because my classmates had basically all been packed off to the hospital, leaving me as the only one still lively. But that was fine. It was a good opportunity for Teacher Zephyr to give me some extra attention and guide me individually. However, my good days didn't last long. Soon, it was the night of the full moon, and let me tell you, the scene was something else. To prevent me from going crazy and using the Thunderfruit to turn the entire Marineford into a mess, they directly put sea prism stone handcuffs on me and had that old man Carp pin me down on the beach and give me a good beating. Goodness, I was jolted awake from my frenzy 5 or 6 times in one night. The next day, I happily checked into the hospital, reuniting with my little buddies. You have no idea how happy I was at that moment. My smile was as broad as if I were getting married. Who understands? Staying in the hospital is way better than attending classes. As everyone's injuries healed, life just went on day by day. At school, I felt like I was on a roll. In cultural classes like navigation charts and world political systems, I understood everything after just one read. I also discovered a secret. The people in the world government are corrupt. Those member countries that can't afford the heavenly gold and get expelled will definitely face major troubles within a year or two, either internal strife or outright annihilation. I can tell just by thinking with my toes that behind this is definitely the world government using a show of force to warn everyone. Disobedience leads to this outcome. As for strength, there's no need to mention it. The Navy's 6 styles, while others took 3 to 4 years to learn. I graduated in just half a year and even returned my life to the understanding of it. At that moment, the way my classmates looked at me completely changed. From seeing a school bully to seeing a monster. My legend even started spreading within the Navy, ranking me alongside the big shots like Aokiji, Akainu, and Kazuo, privately calling us the four giants of the natural system. Wow, that reputation instantly filled me with pride. Just as I was buried in my studies, a big news story broke outside. Carp's old man's son, Dragon, had previously withdrawn from the Navy, right? They formed their own so-called Freedom Army. But after attacking a member state of the world government, they were officially named and classified as a dangerous organization. The world government even hypocritically issued a statement, saying that they should quickly surrender and confess, and they would be lenient. Guess how Dorad responded? There was only one word in the newspaper: get lost. Haha, that's just amazing. Let me tell you, during those days, Carp was sighing in front of me every day like a resentful person, probably feeling a mix of emotions inside, both guilty and relieved. Later, I went to drink with Aokiji and casually asked him about it. Aokiji told me that Dragon was also a legend in the Navy back in the day, the son of a naval hero with exceptional talent, and everyone believed he would be the next naval marshal. However, during one occasion, he represented the Navy at the World Conference in Mariejois, and when he came back, he had completely changed. He directly refused the promotion to Rear Admiral and resigned. No one knows exactly what happened, but Aokiji said he must have been disgusted by the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. During that time, the New World was also going through a reshuffle. Big Mom and Kaido, those two old guys, actually teamed up and swallowed up most of the territory of the former pirate overlord, the Golden Lion, causing the Golden Lion to drop from first place to fourth. Now, the situation in the New World has become that Whitebeard is dominant, with Big Mom closely following, and Kaido in third place. TSK. The pirate world really does have its ups and downs. Time flies, and over a year has passed. In July of the year 1496 of the sea calendar, I, Ben Altorin, graduated from the officer training camp as this session's top graduate. At the graduation ceremony, Teacher Zepha personally draped the justice cloak representing the rank of Brigadier General over my shoulders. What scene that was! He earnestly said to me, Ortolun, your future is limitless. I hope you never forget about justice. Perhaps you can change this unsatisfactory world. At that moment, I appeared respectful and replied, yes, teacher, I will never forget your teachings. What I'm really thinking is, don't worry, teacher. As long as the world government is dark enough, anything I do counts as justice. It's all about acting on behalf of heaven. The applause from my classmates in the audience was incredibly enthusiastic. They were probably thinking, finally, we sent this monster away. If it doesn't leave soon, we're all going to be overwhelmed. The flying squirrel sat in the corner, looking at me with emotion, saying that when he saw me a year ago, I was still a newcomer without military status, and now we are at the same level. The person next to him, Jajin, comforted him, saying that once you graduate, you'll be a major general and can hold me down for a while. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel got excited and said that once he graduates, he must apply to be my superior, as this might be his only chance in his life to be my leader. It's a pity that his dream was shattered before it even began. As soon as I walked out of the classroom, I saw that old Carp leaning against the wall eating rice crackers. When he saw me, he slapped my shoulder and said, oh, you're finally done? I have already informed the HR department. From today on, you are my accompanying subordinate, and you will stick with me from now on. Goodness, the dream of the flying squirrel has shattered. But it's not a loss to follow Carp after all. Relationships in the Navy are the hard truth. By following him, I will have more opportunities to meet big shots like Sengoku and Admiral Tsuru in the future. But in the end, I was still too naive. I thought that following naval heroes would mean there were big battles every day and I'd be racking up achievements. Who knew that after graduating for a week, I would be so bored every day? That old man Carp is either sunbathing in the yard or napping in a recliner, doing nothing at all. I was so frustrated that I ran to the tavern of the Navy Club to vent to Aokiji. Holding my cup, I lamented my passion. My unplaceable sense of justice is about to be worn down by that old man Carp. Justice cannot be delayed. While I drink here, I wonder how many people are suffering out at sea. Aokiji had a look that said you're too young, poured me a glass of wine, and chuckled, saying otherwise. How do you think I developed this lazy personality? Don't worry, Mr. Carp usually messes around, but when a big crisis happens, he will definitely be there. He also told me a secret, saying that in the past, the General Sengoku also wanted Carp to help with official business. As a result, Carp's unreliable style not only failed to help, but almost burned out Sengoku's CPU. Since then, Sengoku has never sought Carp's help unless absolutely necessary. When I heard this, My heart sank even more. Am I going to just drift along with him for the rest of my life? Just as I was venting to Akiji, the tavern door swung open, and Brother Bogart walked in, waving at us. Stop drinking, we have a mission. I instantly jumped up. This is big. Finally, something significant is happening. I hurriedly followed and curiously asked, Mr. Bogart, is something big happening? Bogart said with an indifferent expression, it's not a big deal. The Marshal is going to inspect the G1 base in the New World, and since Admiral Karp has nothing to do, the Marshal just took him along as a guard. I was like, huh? Is that it? So it's just being idle while being idle? On the road, Bogart explained to us that Base G1 has been undergoing renovations these past 2 years, preparing to become a reserve headquarters for the Navy in case anything happens in Marineford. So the Navy can have a second core area. As soon as I heard this, I understood, it turns out this is a backup plan left after the top war. This strategic vision is good. At this moment, Akiji casually said next to us, the Admiral hasn't left Marineford in many years, but don't worry, the confidentiality level is very high, and nothing has ever happened. I'm telling you, it's that sentence. Nothing has ever happened. A bell rang in my mind, warning me. Wait a minute, nothing has ever happened before? Does that mean? The scene where the Crimson Count faces off against Steelbone, the empty Marshal, hasn't happened yet. Goodness. Family. I was so nervous that my heart was about to jump out of my throat. Protect the Marshal. If I really encounter that tough guy, the Red Count, on the road, and I go up to help, even if it's just to give him a boost, how great would that achievement be? Getting promoted to Major General wouldn't be a dream. This outrageous wealth is finally going to be mine. At that moment, I really was just a little bit away from selling the Marshal's whereabouts to the Red Count. Old Hong, give it some effort. This year's KPI depends on whether you dare to take it on, buddy. We boarded the ship with different thoughts, and as soon as we got on the dog-headed warship, we saw Karp standing there in a flashy beach shirt and big shorts, hands on his hips, lecturing us. Look at you two, reeking of alcohol in broad daylight. What kind of Navy do you look like? Is this how I usually teach you? I exchanged a glance with Kizaru, and we could hardly hold back our laughter. Big brother, just look at what you're wearing. Did you just come back from vacation in Hawaii? Are you here to play the victim first? As a result, after training us, the old man turned to Bogart, waved his hand, and confidently said, forget it. Let's set sail. Let's wait in front first. Don't crowd at the port. What if the Marshal wants to board my ship later? At that moment, I had a big question mark on my mind. Wow, are you tired of the Marshal? Are you the Marshal's bodyguard or his father? Guess what happened next? The kid next to me, Kuzana, cleared things up for me. Let me tell you, he was almost laughing to the point of tears and said to me, buddy, you don't know, our Marshal's mouth is like Tang Sung reciting scriptures. As soon as he catches Mr. Karp, he goes on and on about grand principles. Like the Navy is still lacking a general in you, need to have ambition. You think Mr. Karp wants to deal with him? Who would want to be in the same boat with him? Does anyone understand? I, a motivated young person eager to rise up, ended up following such a slacker who doesn't want to get promoted no matter what. I wanted to get closer to the top brass of the Navy and create an opportunity to become familiar, but that chance is gone. If you don't build good relationships with the leaders, how can you expect to make progress? At that moment, I realized that this old man Karp is definitely my lifelong enemy in my career. I'm pondering over here. That old guy Karp somehow managed to dig out a pack of rice crackers and started munching away. I rolled my eyes and sarcastically remarked, I'm wondering if there is anyone in the HR department who can help me get transfer, right? Goodness, this old man was taken aback for a moment, then reacted and exploded right there, pointing his finger at my nose and yelling, you little brat, you don't want to work under me anymore, do you? With all this noise, our dog-headed warship didn't even wait for the Marshal and suddenly sailed out of the port. I can already imagine the bewildered expression on the steel-boned Marshal at the dock, probably thinking to himself, I'm not even on board yet. Am I not worthy of sitting on the flagship as a Marshal? Huh, it's Karp's ship? Then it's fine, this damn thing has never been normal. Anyway, we have left. But the show at Marin Van Dock is not over yet. Just as we had left, Huang Yuan, oh no, back then he was still called Porcelino, came back in a rush. This guy had been tracking that research group called MADS for over a year and was exhausted like a dog. As soon as he saw Sengoku, he started pouring out his troubles. Mr. Sengoku, next time you have an undercover intelligence job like this, could you please give it to professionals like Major General Ahe and the others? Or it could be outsourced to the CP agency. I really can't take it anymore. Sengoku glared at him and directly asked, is there any progress? Huang Yuan immediately became energetic, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Big progress. Otherwise, how could I have delayed for so long? As he spoke, he took out a document and handed it over. Let me tell you, That document nearly made Zhang Guo's eyes pop out. It simply had 3 big words written on it: bloodline factor. The yellow monkey explained that this thing is also called a life blueprint. In simple terms, it means it can customize humans. Think about my cheap old mom, Charlotte Lingling. She's a born monster. With this technology, genes can be adjusted in the womb, allowing for the mass production of perverts at the level of those Annies. Moreover, this is not the most outrageous part. They also have a cloning acceleration technology that can mature an embryo into a young adult in their 20s in just 3 to 5 years. When these two technologies combine, think about what that concept entails. Mass-producing these women, then brainwashing them to become absolutely loyal killing machines. Wow, isn't this way more powerful than ancient weapons? Unifying the world is a matter of minutes. Back in the Warring States period, it was already causing cold sweat. I originally thought it was just a grassroots organization of quack scientists, but it turns out they're researching Gundams. This is unacceptable. I immediately decided, such evil goes against natural law. Investigate. I must conduct a thorough investigation and eliminate this group of scientific madmen. As soon as Kizaru heard this, he got excited and saluted. Understood. You mean for me to take them all out, right? No problem. So guess what Sengoku said? He patted Kizaru's shoulder with a righteous expression. Why are you so bloodthirsty and violent? We are the Navy of Justice, and we want to give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. Do you understand? I really. TSK, this is a top-notch poll. The translation is simply, people can be spared, but the technology must be seized. When the generals are in charge, they have many schemes. Just as the Navy was holding an emergency meeting, the New World was already in an uproar. On Cake Island, my cheap mother Charlotte Linlin was munching on desserts while grumbling. Oh, why hasn't my dear son called me? It seems our relationship has grown distant. As a result, her biological son Katakuri retorted with one sentence. Mom, do you have the phone snail number for Ortolun? The scene became quite awkward. Just then, a piece of information came in, saying that a scientist named Caesar was looking for a new employer and had life modification technology that could create giants. As soon as my mom heard the word giant, her eyes turned green right on the spot. She didn't even want her snacks anymore, and directly banged on the armrest of the throne, shouting, "Prepare the ship. I'm going to see it in person." On the other side, in Wano Country's Onigashima, Kaido also received the news. His subordinate, Jin, told him the scientist named Queen wanted to join them. He is also from MADS and has the technology to mass-produce Zoan-type devil fruit users. Kaido was still pouring drinks when he heard this. He tossed the wine gourd aside with a clang and stood up directly. Where is that guy? I want to see for myself. Only on Whitebeard's side is the atmosphere peculiar. His son Marco sent him a letter, claiming it was from his old lover, Pekin. Whitebeard opened it with a look of disdain, probably about this technical matter. After reading it, he directly threw the letter into the sea and waved his hand. Tisich, this boring woman wants to drag me into the mess. Not interested. Look, this is the pattern of the 4 emperors. Speaking of our side, the task of escorting the marshal is simply boring to the extreme. We arrived smoothly at base G1, and while the marshal went for an inspection, that old carp just went back to the ship to take a nap. I didn't even get a chance to go ashore and show off. Bored to death. I could only play cards with Kazan and Bogart on the deck. Let me tell you, my card skills are impressive. I wiped them out completely. Bogart even started to suspect that I was cheating. At that moment, I couldn't help but think, when I become a marshal, the first thing I'll do is get rid of someone like Mr. Carp, that old trickster, to purify the Navy's atmosphere. Kazan was shocked. I, a major general, wouldn't even dare to think about the matters of a marshal, and you, a brigadier general, are already planning how to dismiss your superior? Just as we were chatting, Bogart's phone bug rang. Taking a look, wow, it's the general from the Warring States period. Zhang Guo was anxiously asking Carp why he wasn't answering the phone. At that moment, Carp came out yawning and complained that Zhang Guo disturbed his sleep. Zhang Guo directly started cursing on the phone. You bastard, you almost delayed a big matter. Then I said everything at once. The MADS research group is disbanding. Technical information has been leaked. And now my cheap old mom and Kaido are heading to a place called Lanky Island. The yellow ape has already gone ahead. But Sengoku is worried that he can't handle it alone. So he told us to hurry and provide support. As soon as I heard this, I was full of energy. After being idle for so long, I finally have work to do. Kazan was teasing me on the side, saying that I might meet my family this time and telling me not to hold back. I patted my chest and said confidently, don't worry. My big hammer is already eager and ready. Our dog-headed warship is truly top-notch, speeding along day and night. After about 10 days, we finally arrived near Lanky Island. According to intelligence, the island is temporarily calm. On the deck, Kazan was still feeling optimistic. It seems our speed is fast enough. And as long as we get the MADS personnel out before those pirates arrive, we can likely avoid conflict. At that moment, I just wanted to go up and cover his crow's mouth, saying, "Come on, buddy, can you stop jinxing it?" What's the difference between this and saying I'll go back to my hometown to get married after finishing this battle? Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, something immediately went wrong on Lanki Island, which we could already see from a distance. The commotion was huge, I tell you. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky from the island with a loud bang, and immediately after, a breath of dragon fire burst forth from the dark clouds above. The firelight illuminated the sky, and one could faintly see a giant dragon coiled within the clouds. Wow, that figure is unmistakably that madman Kaido. Kazan shouted on the spot. It's poor Salino. Carp also kicked the door open and rushed out, shouting, "That bastard Kaido has arrived." Everyone on the ship is panicking now. Kazan is desperately shouting over there, "Accelerate! Accelerate! Get the outer wheels on!" I couldn't wait any longer. I thought by the time you guys get there, the daylilies would be cold. I directly threw my big hammer over my shoulder, a flash of electricity coursing through me, told them I'll go ahead, and then whoosh, I instantly disappeared from the ship. By the time I opened my eyes again, we have already arrived at Lanki Island. Wow, the scene is absolutely thrilling. The yellow monkey, wearing his flashy striped suit, had a look of terror on his face as he rubbed his hands together, shooting lasers into the sky one after another. That guy Kaido was hiding in the clouds. As soon as a laser shot in, the dragon shape instantly transformed into a massive human figure. The yellow monkey was probably thinking that if he could just hold on a little longer, Vice Admiral Garp would arrive. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Kaido came crashing down from the sky with a thunderous roar. Moving at the speed of a human meteor, wielding his massive kanabo, and aimed a thunderous strike right at the yellow monkey's forehead. Let me tell you, Kizaru is really good at pretending. He clearly can dodge, but he just won't. With a clasp of both hands and a pull, a lightsaber appeared out of thin air, called the Tenzu Cloud Sword, and it boldly met the challenge. He just wanted to see how powerful this legendary monster Kaido really is. And what happened? A loud bang. The force almost shattered Kizaru's haki and light sword on the spot. Kizaru was taken aback, thinking that this power was just too great. Just as he was about to let go of his strength, that bastard Kaido's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and the force in his hand actually surged again. Goodness. The lightsaber in Huang Yuan's hand shattered into countless points of light with a bang, just as the Wolf Fong Club was about to smash into Kizaru's head. He flashed with golden light, and instantly appeared more than 30 or 40 meters away. That speed was simply astonishing. Kaido swung his club, but missed. Kizaru stood firm and calmly mocked, "You're really fierce." Kaido immediately after, a rain of lasers bombarded Kaido. But it was useless. Kaido unleashed a blade of wind directly from the explosion, and Kizaru dodged it with a flash. However, Kaido seemed to be using a cheat, as if he could predict where Kizaru would go next, relentlessly pounding him. Just when Kizaru was feeling a bit helpless, a thunderclap sounded from the sky. Kaido was stunned at that moment. He looked up and thought, "This thunderous gossip isn't for me, is it?" Then he saw another muscular man falling from the sky, with horns on his head, swinging a big hammer, and wearing a navy coat. Kaido took a look and thought, "Wow, isn't this me when I was young?" That person was, of course, me. I dropped from the sky and struck Kaido with a hammer, thunderous might. In the next moment, Kaido was completely stunned by my hammer strike, being blasted away like a cannonball over 100 meters, creating a huge pit in the ground. The Kaido people lying in the pit were stunned, almost dropping the sticks in their hands. I smashed him away with one hit, turned my head and said to Kizaru, "I'll hold this guy off. You hurry and go find Vegapunk." The yellow monkey understands that even though I might not necessarily win, I'm definitely tough enough to hold Kaido back without any problem. He nodded and slipped away. On the other side, Kaido climbed out of the pit, not angry, but instead smiling, his eyes full of excitement, and asked me, "What is your name?" I grinned. "Brigadier General of the Navy Headquarters, Bane Ultron." Let me tell you, I was just as excited at that time. I used to fight against old monsters like Roger and Rayleigh, and every match felt like being stuck in a high-ground prison, which was so frustrating. Now, facing Kaido, the intensity is just right. It's simply my dream matchup. When Kaido heard my name, he became even more amused. "Never heard of you, a newcomer in the Navy. You got some strength, but I hope you don't let me down." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at me like a tank, swinging a club towards me. Could I dodge? Of course I could, but I didn't want to. My eyes were filled with excitement as I swung the hammer and charged forward. Bang! The clash of heavy weapons. That sound, that scene, was simply a man's romance. The muscles on both our arms bulged at the same time. I had a slight advantage in strength, but he was more imposing, and surprisingly, we ended up in a deadlock. In the next few seconds, we went crazy, hammer, stick, bang bang clang, sparks flying everywhere. It doesn't look like heavy weapons at all. It resembles two sword masters dueling. Moreover, we have a great understanding of each other. I didn't use the Thunder Fruit, and he didn't use the Azure Dragon's power. It was purely hand-to-hand combat, pure violence. In a clash, both of us became bloodthirsty and directly started exchanging blows. Kaido's kanabo smashed against my neck with a thud, the spikes piercing into my flesh, and blood immediately gushed out. At the same time, my warhammer also struck solidly against his arm, and I could clearly see the muscle denting in. We were both blown away, but the moment we hit the ground, we steadied ourselves. I wiped the blood from my neck and said to you, it didn't hurt at all. Instead, it made me even more excited. This is the feeling I've been pursuing, this kind of brutal, visceral violence. At that moment, I realized it. Who cares about being king? I just want to fight. I want to take down every impressive person in this era, one by one. I want to be the strongest of this era. I pointed at Kaido and shouted excitedly, I want to fight you for 10 days. Kaido also went crazy, rubbing his purple arm and laughing wildly. Huh, finally. A decent one came out of that bunch of weak Navy guys. I really admire you. Come aboard my ship and be my partner. I refused without hesitation. Sorry. But no. Are you kidding me? If I hang out with you, where will I find such a fun punching bag in the future? Kaido was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. That makes sense. What you said makes sense. In the next second, we both unleashed our haki. Conqueror's haki. It wrapped around. Black lightning enveloped both his kanabo and my warhammer. Here we go. We charged at each other again, and this time, before our weapons even touched, the air between us exploded. That was the clash of Conqueror's haki. The black lightning tore through the sky, and the shockwave sent everything around us flying. All I could think was exhilarating. Just as we were fighting fiercely, my mom, Charlotte Lin, also arrived by ship. From a distance, she sensed the two powerful haki, first recognizing Kaido and then recognizing me, bursting into excited laughter. As expected of my son, she was so anxious that she couldn't wait for the ship to dock and flew over on Zeus, stepping on thunderclouds. On the island, my battle with Kaido had reached a fever pitch. We discarded our weapons and stood our ground, trading punches. The sound of our blows was like drums. The ground kept shattering, and we were rooted in place, not taking a step back. By the end, it was no longer about technique. It was pure street fighting. I pushed him down and hammered him. Then he pushed me down and hammered me back. Family, who understands? We were fighting like elementary school kids, with no technique. Just pure emotion. Kaido, relying on his size, managed to pin me down and pounded my face, leaving me bloodied. Just when he thought he had won, I transformed. My hair turned completely white in an instant. While Kaido was momentarily stunned, I grabbed his fist. The force was so much stronger than before. I yanked him up from the ground, unleashed a flurry of aerial combos, and finally, wrapped in lightning, I punched him into the mountain, causing it to collapse. Kaido crawled out of the ruins, furious and cursing. Despicable. We agreed on hand-to-hand combat, and you old trickster, actually used your skills. But by that time, I was already lost in the moment, my rationality gone, my eyes bloodshot. Like a beast, I lunged at him. Seeing me go wild, Kaido also threw out the rules, opening his mouth to unleash a blast of dragon breath, sending me flying. That dragon breath didn't do much to me. I landed on all fours, glaring at him like a beast. Kaido was baffled, thinking, what is going on? Why did he go crazy? There was no time for him to ponder. A flash of electricity surged through me, and I vanished in an instant. Kaido reacted quickly, throwing a punch at the air where I had been. I'm telling you, his fist was almost touching the tip of my nose, but I managed to dodge just in time with a perfect flash, countering with an electric shock that sent him flying again. After landing, Kaido directly activated Future Sight, predicting my next move. He extended his hand to where I would appear. The next second, as soon as I materialized, he grabbed my shoulder and pinned me in place. Then, with a punch wrapped in Conqueror's haki, he slammed me down from the sky to the ground. But this guy didn't pursue me for a follow-up attack. Just as I crawled out of the pit, I saw him charging up like he had a small sun in his mouth. Good grief, if that thing hit me, I'd probably be done for. Luckily, my reaction speed was maxed out. Just a second before the energy ball exploded, I zipped away to a large rock in the distance. Once I steadied myself, I felt that wild energy dissipate, and I returned to my normal self, my striking silver hair turning back to its original brown short style. "See me like this?" Kaido grinned and asked, "Feeling clear-headed?" What could I say? I could only cover my head where he had hit me, awkwardly apologizing. "Sorry, Kaido. It's a hereditary family condition, an old problem. When I get too hyped, I tend to go a bit crazy and lose control. It's strange, usually. I only go wild under the moonlight." What is up with today? We both knew that the wild dog biting mode had ended, and now it was time for the real deal. I took a deep breath, my gaze shifting, and said to him, "Come on, Kaido, let us have a proper fight." As soon as I finished speaking, I activated my new form. I'm telling you, my rumble fruit ISNT just about discharging electricity. I directly wrapped the violent lightning elements around me like a solid layer of armor. This move, I call it rumble armor. In this mode, the electric current wildly stimulated every cell in my body, instantly boosting my strength, speed, and reflexes to the max. It was like a human-shaped Gundam activation, you know? Kaido saw that I was serious and didn't hold back, his body sprouting blue-green dragon scales, growing even larger, transforming into a half-man, half-dragon form. I, being a person of martial ethics, stood there waiting for him to finish transforming. A few seconds later, he roared, "Let us go." We charged at each other like two cannonballs, crashing into one another. His heavy punch, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, tore through the wind. But what was my state now? I was possessed by the Thunder God. My body slid past his punch like a piece of paper, and I slipped right into his embrace. Family, who understands? The height difference made it really frustrating. I couldn't reach his face, and could only aim for his stomach with an elbow strike. Roaring, heavy stream burst. This elbow stunned him, making him bend over like a big shrimp and fly backward. Would I give him a chance to breathe? Absolutely not. I used a lightning flash to catch up to him and delivered a knife hand strike to his neck, rumble scythe. With a crack, I felt like I almost shattered his Adam's apple, and he spewed out a mouthful of blood. But wasn't he over? I followed up with an uppercut, sending him flying into the sky. Then came the most impressive moment. I flashed behind him, locking his arms under my own, securing him tightly. I was like a human-shaped power bank, you know? I crazily poured all my lightning energy into him without holding back. Finally, I embraced him like a blue meteor, plummeting straight down from the sky. Thunderbomb. With a thunderous boom, we created a massive blue crater hundreds of meters wide in the ground. I'm telling you, at this moment, far out at sea, Old Man Garp and Kazan were watching with binoculars, dumbfounded. Garp turned to Kazan and asked, "You're so close to him. Haven't you practiced with it before?" The Kazan people were stunned, shaking their heads in disbelief. No way, this guy was so timid at the base, always saying he was afraid of losing control and didn't want to fight anyone. Who knew he was this fierce? Goodness, Kazan must be calculating in his heart that if it were him, he'd probably get fried to a crisp. Old Man Garp saw through it all and sighed, saying my talent pair with the Thunderfruit was a match made in heaven, directly compensating for my speed and reaction shortcomings, making me a hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses. Just as Garp was feeling emotional, his pupils suddenly shook. Goodness. On the other side of the island, another figure appeared in the sky. Who is it? Charlotte Linlin, my cheap old mom. Garp saw the situation was serious, and without caring about his image, he directly used Moonwalk and rushed onto the island. On my side, I had just removed the lightning armor, half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. My whole body felt like a boiled shrimp, smoking inside and out. The side effects of this move were really big. I looked at Kaido lying in the pit and thought, no way, did I just take him out? As a result, this guy did a quick sit-up, no, a crunch, and sat up, spitting out a mouthful of black smoke, hoarsely saying, "That was intense. I've forgotten the last time I was knocked out. I was really impressed. So you could do crunches too? Huh?" Just as we were about to chat a bit more, suddenly, a flame pillar more exaggerated than what we just fought came crashing down between us. Kaido and I were so scared we both did a tactical roll to escape awkwardly. When the flames dissipated, a tall and graceful figure walked out. My good mom, Big Mom, made her dazzling entrance. I looked at my old mom, and after more than a year of not seeing her, her figure and looks were still impressive. She first greeted Kaido, and her tone was filled with teasing. Kaido was clearly a bit intimidated by her, but still tried to act tough, saying, "Lin, long time no see." Then my mom directly replied, "Yes, it has been a long time, Kaido. You've matured a lot, looking more like a man now." This sentence completely broke Kaido's defenses. He was almost grinding his teeth. Let me tell you a secret. Captain Rox mentioned in his diary that Kaido confessed to my mom when he was young, but my mom rejected him, saying she didn't like kids. Ha ha ha. Folks, this is basically public execution. After teasing Kaido, my mom showed her cards, saying she had plans for the scientists on the island. Realizing her dream of gigantification depended on them. Kaido, being tough, hoisted his kanabo onto his shoulder and refused without hesitation. Being a pirate means stealing. And you taught me that. No negotiations. Well, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. My mom snorted coldly. Then let me see how much progress you've made over the years. As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped her foot and disappeared in a flash. Kaido was on high alert, his observation haki fully activated, ready to face the thunderous attack from his big sister. But guess what? That old lady's move was a feint. Her target was not Kaido, but me. Her rebellious son. She threw a punch directly in my face, grinning wickedly. Mommy misses you so much, my precious son. Holy crap, that speed was outrageous. But I was also fired up. Dodge? Not dodging. I wanted to see, with the same innate strength, just how much I differed from her. I also didn't hesitate, wrapping my conqueror's haki around my fist and charged forward. The result, folks, I was crushed. Really, it was pure power crushing. My conqueror's haki felt like it was made of paper, and after 2 seconds of a stalemate, she crushed it. Then her fist came down with a bang, pressing against my fist and smashing into my chest, driving me into the ground like a nail. I felt several ribs crack, my internal organs were in turmoil, and a mouthful of old blood mixed with bits of my inside spewed out, and my momentum instantly deflated. Just as she stood on me, grinning wickedly and saying that this level of skill was nothing to be proud of, a shadow appeared like lightning. Old Man Carp arrived. Do you have a problem with my subordinate? You bastard pirate. With a solid punch of love, he sent my mom flying. Carp stretched his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "What courtesy do I need to show to you pirates?" At the same time, I also crawled up from the ground. Though it hurt like hell, I still acted tough. It's nothing, just a minor injury. On the other side, Kaido's mind was completely confused. He looked at us with an incredulous expression and finally couldn't help but voice his doubts. That guy, is he your son, Lin? His expression was such that it almost seemed like he wanted to swear brotherhood with me. And now you're telling me, he my nephew? Charlotte Lin grinned. That's right. My son is quite impressive. ISNTE. She even mocked Carp. You Navy really are bold. Daring to take in descendants with my bloodline? Aren't you afraid it will lead to a great disaster in the future? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, I chuckled and retorted coldly. What's this? If you want, as a Navy Rear Admiral, I can take you to Marineford to retire. If that doesn't work, I'll gather some money to open a cake shop for you. Consider it my filial piety. Carp beside me burst into laughter. You're right. If you want, you can come back to the Navy headquarters with me. After confirming my identity, Kaido couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud. Lin, you really are incomprehensible. Such a good seedling ended up in the Navy's hands. I don't even know how to describe you. I tell you, Kaido was laughing wildly, while Lin's face turned dark, glaring at him, as if to say, try laughing one more time. Then she turned and said, enough chit-chat. Let us deal with these Navy scum first. To be honest, if it weren't for Old Man Carp personally joining the fray, Kaido wouldn't even bother teaming up with her. But now that the Navy was blocking the entrance, it was only natural for pirates to team up against the Navy. Kaido took a deep breath. Just as he was about to say something formal, a loud bang erupted. Goodness, the research base in the distance exploded into a big firework. Then we saw the yellow monkey, also known as Borsalino, rushing out from the flames, holding a white-haired old man who looked like Einstein. I recognized him at a glance. That was Vegapunk himself. Just as he came out, 3 others followed. One was Queen, transformed into a big dinosaur, all charred, clearly having been hit by Borsalino's laser. One was the Germa's judge, and the last was Caesar Clown, looking utterly disheveled. I tell you, as soon as these people emerged, the scene exploded. Judge reacted the fastest. Upon seeing me, Carp, then Lin and Kaido, with 2 emperors and a Navy hero present, his mind buzzed, and without a word, he turned and ran. He was still nominally a world government member, and in this situation, not running would be foolish. As Judge ran, Queen also reacted, roaring as he charged towards Kaido. Boss Kaido, it's me, Queen. You said you'd treat me to a meal. At this point, Caesar's CPU was burning out. Folks, who understands? All his teammates ran away, and who was he supposed to team up with? The Navy? No way. Working with Vegapunk, that old stubborn man. There's so many rules. He says I'm anti-human every day. I'm doing science. Who needs humanity? If Queen follows Kaido, then I got it. He turned around and flew towards my cheap old mom. Big Mom, save me. I want to join you. Old Man Carp saw this and said, hey, the target is delivered to us. He ordered me in a deep voice. Vegapunk is secured. That Caesar's the second target, a dangerous element. Take him down. Got it. I replied immediately. I'm familiar with this plot, although I forgot the details, but I remember the outcome. Caesar definitely ends up in the Navy's bowl. This guy is a ticking time bomb. Later, during the punk hazard experiments, he directly blew up an island. How much money did the world government invest? Can it not lock him up? In the end, he was intercepted by Doflamingo. It's simply a troublemaker. With the order given, a flash of electricity surged through me, and I appeared behind Caesar in an instant. Just as I moved, my cheap old mom also moved, chasing after me like a ghost. Old man Carp was even more fierce. Without saying a word, he used his domineering power, stomped the ground, and shot out like a cannonball to block Lin. Kaido had originally completed his mission and was ready to leave with Queen. But he glanced at Lin, and I don't know what went wrong in his head. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "If this woman returns empty-handed, she might just throw the fire on me, so I might as well help her out." After saying that, he opened his mouth and spewed a blast of hot air at Carp, charging forward with a stick to block him. On my side, I grabbed Caesar's shoulder and kindly advised him, "Come back to the Navy with me. Great benefits, a stable job. The employment situation at sea is so severe now. This is a golden rice bowl." Before I finished speaking, Lin's emperor sword came slashing down, roaring, "You unfilial son. Betraying your mother is one thing, but you want to steal my people?" Damn, facing this old woman, I dared not be arrogant, quickly released Caesar, raised my hammer, and charged forward. The blade was engulfed in flames and slammed down on my hammer. The force was simply outrageous. I even doubted whether my innate strength was a counterfeit. With one slash, she knocked me back. Lin protected Caesar behind her and asked him, "The human gigantification technology, you know it, right?" Caesar nodded vigorously. Yes, but it's still not very mature." Lin didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. I raised my hand and fired an electric cannon. She punched out flames that shattered the lightning and swiftly raised her sword. Sure enough, the next second, I flashed above her head and swung a hammer down. With a bang, the shockwave directly knocked Caesar behind her away. The opportunity came. I transformed into electricity again, dashed behind Caesar to grab him. But Lin's reaction was frighteningly fast, roaring, "Soul curse." I tell you, a burst of green light exploded instantly. The moment it hit me, my head buzzed, and I felt like my soul was about to run away. My thoughts froze for a fraction of a second. In that instant, Lin slashed my back, causing me to grit my teeth in pain and get sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing into the ground, creating a large pit. "Want to fight me? You are still a million years away." Lin sneered. Looking at Caesar, he was swept by the residual green light, his mouth wide open, almost spitting out his soul. Lin grabbed his soul and stuffed it back in, cursing, "Cowardly waste." I climbed up from the pit, my back burning with pain, cursing in my heart. This old mom is really ruthless. I didn't dare to delay. With my eyes sparkling with electricity, I prepared to unleash my lightning armor and fight her. Just then, from the direction of the port, a whoosh, a blood-red firework exploded in the sky. My heart sank. That was Kuzan's warship. This is the highest level retreat signal. The mission must be abandoned. Carp also saw it. He had just punched Kaido away and was about to come help me, but upon seeing the firework, his expression became serious, and without a word, he shouted, "Ortolun, retreat." With the superior giving the order, I didn't hesitate, took a deep look at Lin, and, with a flash of electricity, I made my escape. On the warship, the atmosphere was tense. As soon as I landed on the deck, I asked, "What's the situation?" Kazan, with his ice-cold face, couldn't hold it anymore and quickly explained. The Admiral inspected G1, encountered a tsunami on the way back, was forced to rest at Farini's Island, and ended up bumping into Red Earl Leadfield. The Red Earl attacked the Admiral, and now both sides are in fierce battle. The Admiral didn't bring any strong fighters with him. We must immediately go support him. I was like, "It's you again, old Red." I instantly connected all the dots. I thought, how could a steel-bone Admiral, such a high-ranking official, go out without bodyguards and get ambushed by just the Red Earl? It turns out that old man Carp was diverted by our mission halfway. The ship's doctor hurried over to bandage me. My minor injuries were nothing. Old man Carp also landed gracefully, and after hearing Kazan's explanation, his face was as dark as a pot bottom. That guy, the Red Earl, should not be underestimated. The Yellow Monkey was still a bit hesitant, but the Steelbone Admiral is also very strong, right? Strong is strong, but think about it. How long has it been since the Admiral fought? Carp's words left everyone silent. Indeed, the Steelbone Big Shot has been in a position of privilege for so many years. His strength must have declined. In contrast, the Red Earl is a tough guy who made a name for himself alone on the sea. Carp asked, How long will it take to travel at full speed? Kazan replied, 10 days, and that's in calm weather. 10 days is too long. Carp thought for a moment. Isn't Sakazuki nearby? He at the center of the tsunami and can't get out to sea now. Kazan shook his head. Just then, I spoke up. Give me the permanent pointer to Farini's island. I'll go. My speed is fast enough. I can get there in 2 days. Carp and Kazan both looked worried, saying it was too dangerous. What if I fell into the sea? I immediately said with righteous indignation, is my safety important? Or is the Admiral's safety important? What kind of joke is this? Family, who understands? This is a godsend opportunity for a great escort. The chance for promotion and wealth is right in front of me. Anyone who stops me is blocking my path to progress. 2 days later, in the waters near Farini's island, I transformed into lightning, hovering in the air, took out a small mirror and shook it. The next second, a golden light shot from the horizon onto the mirror, and with a refraction, the yellow monkey's figure appeared. Can you do it, slender monkey? I teased him. I told you not to shake it. What if it goes off course and falls into the sea? The yellow monkey said angrily. We didn't waste much time talking. After a few long-distance flashes, we finally saw the island. Good heavens, the island looked like it had been demolished. Half the town had collapsed, and the port was filled with wreckage of warships. We exchanged glances, nodded in tacit agreement, and disappeared in an instant. On the island, Admiral Steelbone was panting heavily, with a deep wound on his arm, looking extremely painful. Opposite him, Red Earl Leadfield appeared elegant and composed, still putting on a show. If you didn't care about those useless subordinates, you wouldn't be hurt like this. The Admiral tore a piece of his cape to bandage himself, and said coldly, the arrogant one is you. Will my subordinates arrive? You won't have any chance. Old Hong was incredibly confident. I've calculated it. The surrounding naval bases are all trapped by the tsunami, and it will take at least 8 days for support to arrive. That's enough time for me to kill you. The Marshal felt a sinking feeling in his heart, but just then, he seemed to see a flash of lightning in the distance, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't speak too full of yourself, Red Count. Old Hong frowned, about to speak, when suddenly a thunderous roar erupted above his head. He looked up in surprise and saw a figure draped in a cloak of justice, swinging a huge hammer down towards him. He glanced at my shoulder insignia. A naval brigadier? The disdain in his eyes was almost overflowing. Probably thinking, what kind of insignificant person dares to interfere in my battle? He actually raised his slender cane like a toothpick to block. I was furious at that moment. Who the hell do you think you're looking down on? Even Kaido wouldn't dare to take a hit from me head on. My rage intensified and my strength increased. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. It's 2025, and there are still people who don't understand this principle. Because of that arrogance, he directly suffered a blood loss. The moment my war hammer struck his sword, his eyes widened in shock, as if to say, how is this power even possible? Too late. Thunder of justice. I roared, and the raging thunder on the hammer exploded instantly. His meager haki was crushed on the spot. His slender sword turned red-hot and twisted like a pretzel. Following that, my unstoppable hammer came crashing down on his arm. With a crack, his arm folded backwards, the bone protruding. He was sent flying by my hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air. Just as he attempted to roll to dissipate the force, the yellow monkey appeared beside him like a ghost, lightly delivering a light-speed kick, sending him flying back. We were completely in sync. At the moment he was flying back, I had already appeared behind him, my arms slipping under his armpits, executing a perfect stranglehold, and smashing his head towards the ground. Thunder explosion. With a deafening boom, blinding lightning engulfed everything. When the lightning dissipated, I could feel that the guy in my arms had completely passed out. Is this it, Red Count? But then I thought about it. This guy is a glass cannon with agility, not a blood cow like Kaido. After taking my close-range hit, it's no surprise he passed out. As the thunderstorm cleared, I stood there holding the unconscious Raidfield with one hand. Marshal Steelbone and the yellow monkey were both dumbfounded, their eyes wide open like copper bells, jaws almost dropping to the ground. The Marshal's expression seemed to say, what is going on? This newcomer, in just a year, has become strong enough to take down the Red Count in an instant? What was my 2-day battle worth? The yellow monkey also looked bewildered. I rushed for 2 days just to come over and kick him. The scene fell into a deep silence. Does anyone understand? This script is not right. I had imagined that I would arrive with the yellow monkey, team up with the Marshal, and after a tough battle of 81 rounds, we would narrowly win. I would not only achieve great merit in protecting the Marshal, but also establish a deep revolutionary friendship with him. But now, the Marshal had fought for 2 days, looking disheveled, and I came in with one move and finished him off. Doesn't that make it seem like the marshal was just playing around for the past 2 days? You fall now. What does that make of me and the marshal? Damn Red Count, you despicable pirate, using such schemes to divide the fiery camaraderie between me and the marshal. You wish. Let me tell you, I was furious at that moment, but before I could speak, this guy next to me, named Ortolun, that clever one, reacted too quickly. He stepped forward with a smile and took over the conversation, praising the marshal profusely, saying that when I heard about your troubles on the ship, I rushed over without hesitation, risking my life to support you. Good heavens, as soon as he finished speaking, he was giving me frantic signals. I was momentarily stunned, but my mind was racing, and I instantly understood. Does anyone understand? This office politics is even more exhausting than fighting. I immediately followed his lead and said to the marshal, "Oh, Marshal, I was too young and too hasty. I didn't expect you to be this strong. No wonder Mr. Carp always told me not to rush. I was puzzled at the time. Now I understand. This Red Count looks fierce, but he was already at his limit under your pressure. I just happened to be lucky and came to pick up a bargain." Ha ha ha. But Marshal, picking up a bargain is also a contribution. You must remember to credit me. Let me tell you, the moment I finished those words, the marshal's expression instantly relaxed. He looked so at ease, no longer in pain, and even his injuries felt half-healed. He must have been thinking, that's right, this is reasonable. How could I, a dignified naval marshal, fight for 2 days and not win? This old man must have been bluffing and was already at the end of his rope. The moment this newcomer touched him, he revealed his true weakness. Thinking this way, the way he looked at me changed completely. Folks, it was so friendly. He must have been calculating in his mind. This kid can fight, taking down the Red Count in one hit. He's smart, graduating top of his training camp. Most importantly, he has awareness, understands how to maintain his leader-esque face. Isn't this the future candidate for a vice admiral? Much better than that stubborn Carp. At that moment, I felt my rating in the marshal's heart skyrocket from being somewhat capable to a potential stock that needs to be cultivated. The marshal was also a straightforward person. He laughed heartily and said, "Don't be modest, I really am exhausted. If it weren't for you two, the outcome would truly be uncertain. It's your credit, and no one can take that away." After the formalities, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Let me tell you, this aftermath work is much more tiring than fighting, digging through ruins to rescue people, and it took 6 or 7 days. By the time Carp and Kazan brought the main force over, the matter was finally settled. However, during these days, my relationship with the marshal and Ortolun advanced by leaps and bounds, and I thought to myself, once I return, promotions and wealth are surely on the way. Once back at Marineford, I dragged the Weasel and the others to the Navy Club to drink and boast. I raised my glass, spitting out words. Let me tell you, at that time, the Red Count was fierce. I went up under pressure. I fought him for 300 rounds, and we destroyed half an island. Before I could finish, the Weasel interrupted me. Wait. Are you embellishing the story here? Thinking we weren't on site, huh? What 300 rounds? The version we heard is not like that at all. I glared. Do you understand? If I tell the story dryly, how can you enjoy your drinks? Can talking about justice be considered boasting? Everyone burst into laughter, and the tavern was filled with a joyful atmosphere. After the laughter, the Weasel regretfully patted the Major General insignia on his shoulder and said, "Originally, we wanted to show off a bit when you returned, but with your hype, we feel no thrill in our promotions." That's right, my peers, now all of them are Major Generals, theoretically making them my superiors. But my feat of taking down the Red Count has gone crazy in the newspapers, with headlines about battling Kaido, clashing with Big Mom, and flipping the Red Count on his back. I, the Navy's new star, am practically shining bright. Their little joy in promotion doesn't compare to mine at all. I wave my hand confidently. A mere Major General. I'll catch up in no time. Let me tell you, I'm not just boasting. On the way back, Carp leaked some information to me, saying that the Marshal had high hopes for me, and this time my contribution was significant, so my promotion was a done deal. Just as we were in high spirits, Jiwen pushed the door open and rolled her eyes. Sure enough, you bunch of drunkards gather here as soon as you have free time. She scanned the room and finally set her gaze on me. Ortolun, stop drinking and come with me. The Marshal wants to see you. It's probably about your promotion. So soon? I was a bit surprised. I just got back yesterday. Jiwen laughed. It's just a promotion to Brigadier General. What big deal is that in the eyes of the big shots? Does it need 3 days and nights of meetings to discuss? I thought about it and agreed. So I stood up, patted Wushu and the others on the shoulder with a pained expression. Alas, brothers, once we part today, our relationship will be different when we meet again. Wushu looked confused. Huh? What do you mean? I suddenly couldn't hold back and laughed arrogantly. I originally wanted to interact with you as a brigadier general, but it resulted in distance. Fine, I'm done pretending. I'm revealing my hand. I'm being promoted to brigadier general. We'll be on equal footing from now on. Ha ha ha. After saying that, I turned to leave, but at the door I poked my head back. By the way, this meal is on me. Put on my tab. Just consider it an early celebration. And Wushu, did you just call me? Wushu's face changed rapidly, instantly filled with smiles. No? Did you hear wrong? Sir, you hurry up and get promoted. I'll take care of things here, making sure everyone eats and drinks well. Oh, thank you. I nodded in satisfaction and made my escape. As I walked away, I seemed to vaguely hear Wushu's scream from the tavern, probably because the brothers were physically sobering him up. On the way, Jiun suddenly said, "By the way, my birthday is in a couple of days." "Oh, really?" I casually replied, then happy early birthday. After that, I continued walking forward, leaving her in silence. What do family members understand? It's already 2025, and we're still playing these outdated hints, emphasizing ineffective communication. Following Jiun to the marshal's office, I pushed the door open and saw the entire top brass of the Navy present. The Marshal, Karp, Instructor Zifa, Sengoku, and Admiral Tsuru. Everyone was there. The Marshal asked me to sit, and I didn't hold back, directly sitting between Karp and Instructor Zifa. They were still discussing serious matters while I listened nearby. They first talked about the Roger pirates returning to the New World, and Karp was eager to catch them, but he was a step too late. I calculated in my mind, wow, they're going to find Laughtail, starting the era of great pirates. Then they discussed establishing a scientific unit, with Poliusolino as the head. After that, Sengoku suggested that the military budget would have a surplus next year. And should they establish 2 more branch bases in the New World? While chatting, the Marshal suddenly took out a document from his drawer and handed it to Sengoku, his expression becoming serious. "There's another matter, a task assigned from above." Sengoku opened it and frowned, passing it to Instructor Zifa, cursing. "Can't find any clues? Is CP just useless?" Although I hadn't seen the document yet, hearing about scholars, research ships, and suicides unwilling to be captured made my heart skip a beat. Isn't this just the incident in O'Hara? Sure enough, when the document reached my hands, it was about a group of mysterious scholars investigating the history texts worldwide. The Marshal said solemnly, "The actions of these scholars have already violated the prohibitions of the world government. The history texts are like a box of disasters. Once their research results fall into the hands of malicious people, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, we cannot let them go. The higher-ups require us, the Navy, to cooperate with CP and eliminate them before they cause a big mess." Eliminate. Let me tell you, when the Marshal used this term, the nature of the matter was set. Sengoku sighed, but still accepted the task. I understood right away. This wasn't tea about catching scholars at all. This was the world government's way of giving Sengoku a blood oath. You have to do the dirty work and bear the blame. Otherwise, don't even think about the Marshal's position. Your personal reputation is worth nothing. I glanced at Instructor Zifa, and a bold idea popped into my mind. "Teacher, if it really comes to that point in the future, we could also start anew, as long as there's money and prestige, and we shatter the Navy's beliefs. If you can't provide the funds, how can everyone be loyal to you? Of course, that's all talk for later. I'm just a small brigadier general now. Why worry about this?" At that moment, Karp finished reading the document and muttered, "Is there no one suspicious?" The Marshal calmly mentioned 2 locations, O'Hara and Alabasta. Sengoku nodded. "Exactly. To organize a team of scholars of this scale and quality, there must be a big organization behind them. These 2 are the biggest suspects. O'Hara is a sanctuary for scholars, which is easy to understand. But Alabasta is impressive. Let me tell you, their ancestors were one of the creator gods, one of the 20 kings. However, they had the integrity not to go to Mariejois and be treated like livestock. They chose to stay in their own country. Although they are not celestial dragons, they are better than celestial dragons belonging to the noble class outside the government. Who would dare to mess with them? Moreover, the country itself is a military power with a standing army of 600,000 in its capital. It's a typical case of the bigger the shorts. So, think about it. Does the world government dare to casually mess with Alabasta? That's not just attacking a country. It's poking a giant hornet's nest. Don't even mention hitting them. Just a slight touch, and they can instantly rally a group of relatives, putting immense pressure on you and making it impossible for you to handle. Let me tell you, if Lao Sha is causing trouble in Alabastan, he wouldn't dare do it without the tacit approval of the 5 old stars. It's obvious that the world government wants to use others to do their dirty work. Unable to act directly, They let the 7 warlords play the role of the black gloves to deal with the disobedient rogue nobles. As for O'Hara, that's even more complicated. Although they don't have an army, they are the cultural KOLs of the entire world. The holy land of archaeology, where the pen is mightier than the sword. If you dare to touch O'Hara today, tomorrow the front pages of newspapers around the world will shred you to pieces. Does the world government still want to save face? So, without solid evidence, no one dares to take action first. I was just sitting there listening to the big shots analyze the situation back and forth. Commander Crane even sighed, saying that these scholars wouldn't dare to do such things without a bit of confidence. In the end, Marshal Steelbone made the decision to let CP investigate first, since if something goes wrong, it's their responsibility anyway. Goodness, as soon as I heard that, and looked at the disdainful expressions on the other big shots' faces, I instantly understood. It turns out that the Navy and CP are also at odds behind the scenes. Just one step away from openly competing with each other. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If these two really were as close as family, then the elders would have to sleep with one eye open at night. They need to keep each other in check and create a balance, so that the people in Mariejois can rest easy. To be honest, when I used to read stories, I felt quite sympathetic towards the scholars of O'Hara, thinking they just wanted to uncover the truth of history, one noble cause. But after listening to the big shots today, I was left with a tingling sensation at the back of my head. I finally understand why he sent Akainu to carry out the Demon Slayer order later. Didn't he know what kind of person Akainu was? He knew very well. Is it necessary to use a big weapon like Akainu against a group of unarmed scholars? Not at all. That old fox from the Warring States was aiming to eradicate the roots from the very beginning, because these scholars, to put it nicely, are in pursuit of truth, but to put it bluntly, they are wandering around with a nuclear button, lacking the ability to protect it themselves. If some ambitious person were to take it away, the whole world would have to pay the price. Family, who understands? If you don't have the skills, don't take on this delicate work. In the end, if it goes wrong, who can you blame? I didn't interrupt at all during this big shot meeting, just like a mascot, but my mind was as clear as a mirror. They were chatting in front of me, the newcomer clearly telling me, "Kid, the door to the circle has already opened for you, and from now on, we're all on the same side." Sure enough, after finishing this serious conversation, Marshal Steelbone looked at me with a smile. "Are you anxious?" Can I say I'm not anxious? I directly became a dramatic performer, laughing heartily and saying, "Oh dear Marshal, my heart is about to leap out. Promotions and wealth may be a small matter for you, but for me, it is a major event in life." As soon as these words were spoken, all the big shots in the room burst into laughter. Admiral Sengoku even called out to Old Man Garp, saying that if he had half the ambition I do, it would be great. That old guy Garp immediately put on a show. "Although I'm not ambitious, I found you a promising talent. Let's call it even, and spare me in the future." After some banter, the marshal took out a document from the drawer and handed it to me. "Here, the official promotion approval. I've already signed it. From now on, Bane Ortolun, you are a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters." I took the document with both hands and snapped to attention. Yes, everything is for justice. The marshal personally walked over, patted me on the shoulder, and earnestly advised me, saying that I am the hope of the Navy and must never forget my position and original intention. I was so excited at that moment, nodding repeatedly. Then, the general from the Warring States period spoke up, saying that guy Kazuru had been transferred to the scientific unit, and they happened to be short-handed there, asking me to go over and be his direct subordinate. Old Man Carp even pretended to ask me how I felt about it. Could I say I wasn't willing? This is the future marshal, the top of the top. I immediately expressed my gratitude. "Mr. Carp, I will remember your great kindness for a lifetime. In the future, just give me a shout if you need anything." Carp shot me a glare, then smiled and said, "That guy Sengoku is not a good boss. You'll have to take on all the dirty and hard work from now on. I know what's going on. Following Carp means having fun and slacking off. But following Sengoku is serious work and building a career. This deal is worth it." The big shots had already discussed it in advance. As soon as I nodded, the general from the Warring States period directly took out the prepared Major General's cloak and epaulets, personally draping them over my shoulders. Let me tell you, when that cloak with the word justice printed on the back was wrapped around me, I felt like my life had been elevated. Out of the office, I followed behind the general of the Warring States. After just a few steps, this old fox started to test me, asking what I thought about scholars. My mind raced quickly. This was a golden opportunity to pledge my loyalty. I'll say it directly. This matter is dirty, and our Navy is the facade. We cannot get involved. Let those black gloves from CP take the lead. We'll just wave the flag and cheer, and if something goes wrong, They can take the blame. We shouldn't steal their credit either. We should focus on being elegant. Our cooperation must be executed beautifully, without leaving any handles for others to grab onto. But if we really need to take action against O'Hara or Alabasta, we must minimize our Navy's presence immediately. After listening to Zhang, his eyes showed great admiration, and he said I was indeed clever. He sighed and said this matter was very troublesome, with the Navy too deeply involved, leaving no one unaffected. I replied with a smile, yes, but it doesn't matter for CP. They never had a good image anyway. Now I finally understand why in the original work, Zhang gave the golden phone bug, which could activate the demon-slaying order to that useless spandam. It was just to shift the blame. I gave the phone bug, but when pressed, it's your CP people. It has nothing to do with our Navy. Originally, I planned to hand this over to Soro, and Sengoku was looking at me, but now I think you're more suitable. You'll be in charge of the representative from the Navy. How about that? Good guy. I just started my position, and they're already giving me a heavy workload. Old man Carp isn't lying to me. Working for Sengoku is indeed both dirty and tiring. But this is a great opportunity to show loyalty. How can I refuse? Just stand at attention. Understood. No problem. Very well. Warring States patted me on the shoulder with satisfaction, affirming my loyalty to the Navy. After receiving the mission, I happily ran to the intelligence department to find my good partner, Shizuka. As soon as I entered, I saw a bunch of intelligence guys with concerning hairlines working hard. I sneakily called Shizuka to the hallway. She thought I had forgotten her birthday and was going to surprise her, with her little chin held high, as if to say, come and compliment me. In the end, I pulled out the hand order from General Warring States and waved it in front of her. Tada! In the future, we will work together, and I specifically requested you. Are you happy about that? I tell you, in that moment I saw the light on her face go out. She directly turned her face away, coldly saying she had important work to do and was too busy, promising to arrange for 2 experts for me later. I was stunned at that moment. How could this woman turn her face faster than flipping a book? Could it be her period? Fortunately, my brain didn't T-short circuit, and I quickly pulled out the small gift I had prepared, a hyacinth-shaped knife tassel, and handed it over. Oh, I almost forgot. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday. As soon as she saw the knife tassel, guess what? Her face instantly brightened from a gloomy day to a sunny one. Just a second ago, she was saying she was extremely busy, and the next second, she grabbed my hand and smiled sweetly. I thought about it. Since it's an order from a general of the Warring States, I can't refuse. Wait for me a moment. I'll hand over my work right now. Folks, I've grasped the value of emotions. Just as I was finishing up, a heart-wrenching no suddenly came from the corner, startling me. I turned around and saw, wow, ISNT that my buddy Kaki. He was kneeling on the ground, howling at the sky. It turns out he had just been rejected by Guion after confessing. And now, seeing me succeed with my gift, he completely broke down, rushing over to me while shouting, Alan, I'm going to fight you. 2 minutes later, he came to me with a fresh panda, looking particularly melancholic, and said he was leaving. What could I say? I could only go over, pat him on the shoulder, and seriously advise him, brother, someone who's been there, let me remind you, if you're sick, get treated early. Finally, I also had my own exclusive warship. No more needing to hitch a ride on Old Man Carp's dog-headed ship. I stood on the deck, pondering whether I should also learn from Mr. Carp and put a majestic bull-headed figurehead at the bow. Just then, Guion brought over a cup of coffee and casually said, if that thing gets damaged, you'll have to pay for the repairs. I immediately gave up. Come on, you want me to pay out of my own pocket? No way. I quickly rationalized. Ahem, mainly because I'm afraid of being too high profile. If the enemy sees my ship from afar, they'll get scared and it will affect my execution of justice. Definitely not because I'm stingy. Absolutely not. Guion laughed at me, saying, as a rear admiral, I must have quite a bit of savings, so why am I still so stingy? I looked at her seriously. Sister, open your mind. Do you think the world government controls our Navy with what? Military funding. The astronomical expenses every year rely entirely on their allocations. So what I want to do, I need to save money. I need to make money. In the future, I want to hold the Navy's purse strings in my hands. At that time, whether it's Golden Emperor, Tesla, or Don Quixote da Flamingo, as long as they can bring in money, they are potential collaborators. I want the Navy to become our own Navy, not the watchdogs of those celestial dragons. And let me tell you, I already have a clear idea of where my first pot of gold will come from. Sky Island, that legendary land of gold, hiding enough gold to fill an entire city. That stuff is not just hard currency. It's also an antique, worth a fortune. Using it as startup capital would be incredibly satisfying. However, I'm not an idiot. Right now, I'm just a rear admiral, still inexperienced. If I really got my hands on the gold, it would be confiscated by the world government in no time, and in the end, they just give me a banner, calling me an excellent Navy officer. What would I gain from that? So this matter needs to wait until I'm dispatched, become a base commander, replace everyone in the base with my own people, and turn it into an impregnable fortress. That's when I'll make my move. For now, this plan can't even be put on paper. If someone uses it against me, I'd be in big trouble. Just as I was pondering how to quietly amass wealth, the warship docked. Wow, this island is heavily guarded, with ships flying the world government flag in the port. Clearly a restricted area. This place is the stronghold of CP9, Judicial Island. Let me tell you, Judicial Island, along with our Navy headquarters in Marineford and the underwater prison in Pell Down, is known as the Three Fortresses of Justice. It's said that there are special ocean currents connecting the three islands, allowing support in just half an hour, and it's touted as an impregnable fortress, which hasn't been breached in hundreds of years. Hearing this made me want to laugh. Impenetrable fortress? Give me a break. Teacher Zephyr's family was slaughtered by pirates in Marineford, and Judicial Island was taken down by Luffy and his crew just a few years after they set sail. While Impel Down has become a public restroom, anyone can come and go as they please. So what defense works are real? It all depends on the people. As soon as the warship stabilized, I saw a line of sharply dressed guys on the dock, holding a welcome ceremony. I was puzzled and turned to Guillaume. Wait, aren't we Navy and those CP agents sworn enemies? This looks like we're welcoming our long-lost father. Guillaume shrugged. Well, it's just here. After all, Judicial Island has our Navy stationed, and it's a joint defense with the headquarters. The key point is the new CP9 commander who just took office last year, named Spandam, is a very shrewd person. As soon as I finished speaking, just as my foot touched the ground, a shadow suddenly darted in front of me, grabbing my hand and shaking it like a dice in a frenzy. Ah, you must be the famous Rear Admiral Ortolun. I read about your heroic deeds in the newspaper every day, punching Charlotte Linlin, stomping on Kaido, and smashing the Red Count. I felt that the photos in the newspaper couldn't capture your charisma, but seeing you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation. I've long admired you. I have to say, this series of flattery almost made me suffocate on the spot. But you know what? It actually felt pretty good. I took a closer look, and this guy had a distinctly shifty look. Wasn't he just Spandam's dad? Spandane? This guy is clearly useless, but his speed and flattery is top-notch. No wonder Guillaume said he was clever. You don't hit a smiling face. So I put on my professional fake smile. You flatter me. I'm just a newcomer. But Commander Spandane, you look like a dragon among men. For the upcoming mission, I'll need your guidance. We started to exchange pleasantries. Spandane seemed quite surprised. He probably expected to be confronted, but he didn't expect me to give him face. After all, he is the commander of CP9, with an administrative level similar to a Navy Vice Admiral. And for him to actively flatter a Rear Admiral like me was quite a risk. After the pleasantries, Spandane led us into the island while explaining the case. After listening for a long time, I summarized it as, they hadn't found anything. After months of effort, they hadn't caught a single living witness or found any leads. No wonder he was so enthusiastic. It turns out he wanted us Navy to share the spoils. As we walked, we passed a training ground, and I suddenly stopped. Inside, there were a group of kids, probably around 10 years old, undergoing devilish training under the scorching sun. Spandane proudly introduced. This batch is our CP9's new recruits this year, orphans selected from around the world, trained from a young age, instilling our beliefs. And in a few years, they will become the new generation of top agents. I nodded, but my gaze was fixed on one child. His face was still very youthful, but I recognized him at a glance. Rob Lucci, later known as the strongest genius of CP9 in 800 years. Strongest? I'm not so sure, but this kid does have exceptional talent. What a pity in the CP organization, his talent was all focused on infiltration and undercover work. Just think about it. Later, for a mission, he went to Water 7 and worked as a shipwright for 7 years. 7 years. Every day, just tightening screws. Folks, who understands? Isn't this just a pure waste of talent? If this kid were in my hands, I would train him well, and in the future, he would definitely have the combat power of a general. Moreover, at this moment, he definitely hasn't eaten a devil fruit yet. This deal is guaranteed to profit. My inner calculations were ringing loudly, and I immediately began to formulate my thoughts. I first praised, seeing these vibrant children. I feel that our world government has a bright future. Then I changed the subject, pointing at Lucci. Speaking of which, Lord Spandane, I have a special affinity for that little kid over there. You see, I've just been promoted to Rear Admiral, and I could use a little assistant to serve tea and water. Can you part with him? Spandane was momentarily stunned. Wait, buddy, this is our first meeting, and you're trying to poach my people right in front of me? Don't you think that is a bit too direct? But he was sharp and quick-witted. He must have already investigated my background thoroughly and knew my connections with the likes of Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku. He understood that doing me a favor now would yield the highest return on investment. So he hesitated for less than 3 seconds and said with a smile, "Oh, you're too modest. We're all serving the world government. We're family. It's a blessing that you noticed our talent. No problem. I'll take care of it. Which one do you like?" I smiled and directly pointed. That one, the little guy with a pigeon on his hat. Spandane looked over, somewhat surprised, but still readily agreed. "Good eye, Rear Admiral. That kid is the best one in this batch. I would let anyone else go, but since you asked, no problem." He immediately called someone to bring Lucci over. Little Lucci looked confused, probably still thinking, we were supposed to be spies. Why am I suddenly going to the Navy? Spandane crouched down and patted his shoulder. "Kid, you've hit the jackpot. This is a big shot in the Navy. Rear Admiral Ortolun. From today on, you'll follow this gentleman." I smiled at him. "Hey kid, I really like your pigeon." Lucci, being precocious, realized he had no choice and immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, sir." After securing Lucci, Spandane took us to the office building to officially discuss the case. He spread out a pile of documents and said with a frown, "We suspect Alabasta and O'Hara, but the scholars at O'Hara have too high a barrier to entry. Our people can't blend in at all." I flipped through the materials and analyzed, and for such a big matter, only core members would know. "It's too difficult to break through from the inside." Spandane nodded, then lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. "Moreover, we found out that the Revolutionary Army might also be looking for these scholars." He mentioned Dragon's Revolutionary Army and sneaked a glance at me, fearing I might be upset because of my relationship with Garp. But I was intrigued. Dragon was involved too? Interesting. I immediately asked, "Where's the Revolutionary Army mainly operating now?" "The South China Sea," Spandane replied. "We are currently tracking those scholars, and we have basically locked in on the South China Sea." The South China Sea? A flood of information flashed through my mind. Kuma should be in the South China Sea as a pastor, and Dragon would soon attack his country. More importantly, in a month or two, Roger would find Raftel, become the Pirate King, and then he would run alone to Bartolomeo Island in the South China Sea to marry and have children with Nico Robin. This was simply a golden opportunity. I had been worried about how to find an excuse to go to the South China Sea, and now it just presented itself. I couldn't just go to the South China Sea for no reason and happen to catch Roger, right? That would be too obvious. And what if people suspected I was in cahoots with Roger? Now, it was perfect. I could go to the South China Sea under the pretext of investigating scholars. And if I happened to run into Roger, the logic would be flawlessly closed. I suppressed my excitement and pretended to ponder. The South China Sea is indeed a key area. Let us first check the leads we have on hand. If there is no progress, I'll personally lead a team to the South China Sea. Upon hearing this, Spandane immediately agreed. For the next week, I stayed on Judicial Island with Guillaume, holding daily meetings and discussions with Spandane while also exchanging den mushy numbers. It wasn't until close to the end of the year that we, along with our new recruit Lucci, returned to Marineford on a warship to celebrate the new year. The atmosphere in the entire Marine headquarters was filled with joy, preparing to welcome the new year. Only I knew that in 1497, because of that man's rise, the entire world would face an unprecedented storm. Right after the new year, I rushed to Admiral Sengoku's office to report on the work. While I spoke about the South China Sea mission, my eyes were fixed on the goat beside his desk that was crazily eating documents. I understood. Sengoku finished one document and casually fed it to the goat, saying, "You're far from headquarters for the first time, so be extra careful." I nodded. Then couldn't he help but ask, "Admiral, I heard you've had it since you were Vice Admiral?" Sengoku looked nostalgic. "Yeah, it's been so many years. It has eaten quite a bit of our Navy's confidential information. Haha." I hesitated and asked, "Goats typically live about 12 years, right?" "At its age, I isn't it about time?" Sengoku was taken aback. "What do you mean?" I slapped my thigh and said seriously, "The older it gets, the less tasty the meat, right?" "Admiral, I know a way to cook called hot pot." Sengoku's beard twitched in anger. "Strictly speaking, it's your senior in Navy. You actually want to eat it? Don't you want to try what it tastes like, raised on herbal medicine and high-quality Navy document paper? It might be the best delicacy in the world. I look forward to it." Sengoku was initially quite angry, but hearing me say this, he actually touched his braid and glanced at his little goat. This isn't too good, is it?" I seized the opportunity. We should use everything to its fullest. As a veteran of the Navy, it would surely be willing to contribute to our just cause. I was about to convince him when suddenly the office door was pushed open, and Chief of Staff Ahe walked in with a serious expression, directly interrupting our dangerous conversation. Upon seeing her expression, Sengoku also became serious. What's wrong? Chief of Staff Ahe spoke in a low voice. The Roger Pirates. They've found the legendary final island. Raftel. The news has already started spreading in the new world. What? Sengoku jumped up from his chair. I immediately asked, what is the situation with Raftel? Sengoku said with a serious face, we don't know either. Information about Raftel is tightly sealed by the highest levels of Mariejois. It said that once the news leaks, it will bring chaos to the entire world. Just as he finished speaking, the den mushi on Sengoku's desk rang. Sure enough, it was a call from Mariejois. Sengoku answered the phone, and it was Admiral Steelbone's voice. He immediately said, I'm currently in the office of the Five Elders. They have a few requests. First, at all costs, eliminate the Roger Pirates. Second, absolutely do not allow any information about Raftel to leak. Third, the Navy must immediately prepare for full-scale war. Then, a more aged and authoritative voice came from the den mushi, unmistakably from the Five Elders. Sengoku, immediately issue a new bounty, declaring Roger as the Pirate King, cutting off his possibilities of cooperating with other great pirates. Upon hearing this, I understood. Goodness, these old men are ruthless. They're not crowning Roger. They're making him enemies. By elevating him to the only king, all ambitious individuals will turn their spears against him rather than ally with him. This strategy of drinking poison to quench thirst is both toxic and absolute. It is a way of killing with kindness. The top pirates are all proud and arrogant. When the world government suddenly bestowed the title of Pirate King on Roger, could the others accept it? Of course not. It is impossible to completely prevent other pirates from collaborating with Roger. It is estimated that the world government will introduce a series of measures to completely eliminate this possibility. However, at this moment, no one expected that after the Roger Pirates met with the Whitebeard Pirates, they would completely disband. This left the world government with nothing to show for their efforts. They gave away the title, and the importance of Laugh-Tale was exposed. The Roger Pirates are done? Was it all for nothing? From a certain perspective, Roger and his crew once again outsmarted the world government. Although Orton had speculated and deduced these things, he had no intention of interrupting. You all continue with your operations. If you don't operate, how can I get promoted and make a fortune? After hanging up the phone with Mariejois, Sengoku sighed lightly. At the beginning of the year, it's hard to stay idle. This really isn't a good omen. Who says it isn't? Chief of Staff Ahe shook his head, expressing some helplessness. Chapter 78. A drink under the cherry blossom tree. The Roger Pirates have disbanded. In the following days, the Navy headquarters was extremely busy, holding various meetings continuously. All officers ranked major and above who were present at the headquarters had to attend meetings nonstop. As the Navy's meetings continued, various updates regarding the Roger Pirates were released to the public every day. For instance, Roger's bounty skyrocketed to an astonishing amount of 564,800,000 berries. How terrifying is this amount? Comparing it to the current situation, one can clearly feel the difference. 20 years later, during the Marineford War, the highest bounty was Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, with a bounty of 5,460,000 berries. Now, it would take another 20 years to reach that height, and even his current bounty is just over 2 billion. Roger's bounty is more than double that of Whitebeard. He truly is a unique pirate. Even the previous pirate overlord, Shiki, at his peak, only had a bounty of 2.6 billion berries. Nowadays, no pirate can match Roger's bounty. Even when the entire pirate crew's bounties are combined, they still do not surpass Roger's alone. This is the value of the Pirate King. This outrageous bounty made many pirates feel indignant. Why should that guy Roger get such a bounty? Just because he found Raftel? To make the great pirates acknowledge him willingly is not something that can be achieved through mere adventure. The world of pirates is very simple and brutal. You have to rely on strength. Only by defeating and crushing them can one be considered the man sitting on the throne. Not only did the pirate world have great opinions about Roger, but with the surge of his bounty, various intelligence organizations, bounty hunters, and skilled individuals from the public began to pay attention to Roger. As long as they find him, it would mean wealth. The world government pays a high bounty for leads. If they could capture Roger, it would be even more remarkable. At this moment, on a remote island in a new world, the Roger Pirates were gathering with the Whitebeard Pirates. Under a cherry blossom tree, Roger and Newgate sat on the ground. You took Odin away, and now you won't return him. Newgate said somewhat dissatisfiedly to Roger. Roger smiled and poured a bowl of wine for Newgate, then said, he said he needs to return to Wano country to handle some matters. After finishing, he will join you. I know that. Newgate shot Roger a glare and continued. But now that Kaido is occupying Wano country, it makes me a bit worried. Odin is very strong. What are you worried about? Roger waved his hand casually. Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Roger smiled and asked, have you seen the recent newspapers? I'm now the Pirate King. It seems you've hit a nerve with those people in the world government, Newgate said calmly, not feeling jealous at all. Raftel is indeed an interesting place. Want to know what I discovered there? If you want to know, I can tell you. Roger laughed heartily. Not interested at all. Newgate waved his hand and added, perhaps your treasure is hidden there, but I reached the finish line long before you. As he said this, Newgate looked at his crew in the distance, those companions he regarded as family, who were happily celebrating. Regardless of what Roger was looking for, he, Whitebeard, had already found the answer he sought on the sea. He had reached the end. Roger followed Newgate's gaze and, after a moment, nodded with a smile. That's true. You're always a step ahead of us. Cool. Newgate laughed heartily, a proud expression on his face. After laughing, Newgate looked puzzled and said, speaking of which, your name in the newspapers always seems a bit strange. Gold, Roger, not gold. The world government wants to hide the existence of. That's the answer I got from Raftel. Roger smiled and replied, one day, the D-Clan will stir this world upside down, Newgate. But soon, a hint of regret appeared in Roger's eyes as he said, it's a pity I won't be able to see that day. Raftel, we went a bit too early. Newgate murmured softly, recalling Teach's figure. Is that kid a member of the D-Clan? However, Newgate quickly shook his head, saying, that claim is baseless. Does only you so-called Ds have the power to change this world? I may not have those thoughts, but I absolutely do not agree with your absurd statement. Roger was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, that's true. Is it only D that can change the world? That claim is rather arrogant. What are you going to do next? Newgate asked again. Nothing in particular. Roger shook his head and said, you know, my body is like this. I don't have much time left. As for the dream of a pirate, I have already fulfilled it. Next, let me quietly pass the last moments of my life. After finishing this drink with you, the Roger Pirates will disband. I plan to go to the South Blue. The South Blue? Newgate asked, somewhat puzzled. If I remember correctly, you're from the East Blue, right? Aren't you planning to return to your hometown in the last moments of your life? The sea is my hometown. Don't be so narrow-minded, Newgate. Roger laughed heartily. Then, with a gentle look in his eyes, he said, I'm one of the South Blue because there's still people waiting for me there. Looking at the tenderness on Roger's face, Newgate disdainfully said, love? How boring. A guy like you wouldn't understand. Roger shot Newgate a glare, took a big gulp from his bowl, and then curiously asked, by the way, I've heard that you have a secret lover? It seems to be a story from back on the rock ship. Is it true? Nonsense. Newgate said angrily, I stand tall and straight. There are no such ridiculous matters. I don't know which bastard spread that rumor. Rumor? Roger stroked his chin. Looking at Newgate's serious expression, he believed him. If only Newgate had read the book written by Rox, he would have discovered that the source of this rumor was that bastard Rox himself. A gentle sea breeze blew by, scattering the petals from the cherry blossom tree, falling like rain on Roger and Newgate. A cherry blossom fell into Roger's wine bowl. He looked at the bowl in his hand and smiled, saying, there's no time to waste with you, Newgate. Are you leaving? There was a hint of reluctance in Newgate's eyes, but it quickly faded. He knew that this might be the last time he saw Roger, and the last time they drank together. This farewell was a final goodbye. The two had never been companions, and at one point, they had even been enemies. After struggling in this sea for so long, Newgate still felt a sense of reluctance at this moment. Perhaps it was mutual appreciation, or perhaps they had long become friends. Well, I'm leaving. There's a beautiful and gentle woman waiting at the port, gazing into the distance, waiting for my return. And I have already been late for too long, so I must hurry. Roger laughed. He too felt reluctant. He knew that this goodbye was forever, yet he still had to leave. At this point in his life, he had no regrets about his identity as a pirate. From now on, he would live out his final moments as an ordinary person. After saying this, Roger lifted his wine bowl, along with the parting cherry blossom, and drank it all in one go. Newgate silently raised his wine bowl and took a big gulp as well. Standing up, he patted his captain's coat, and Roger smiled and waved at Newgate, saying, goodbye forever. Whitebeard. Oh, Newgate replied softly, not getting up, still sitting in place. He whispered, goodbye forever. And so, Roger left, and the Roger Pirates disbanded. Chapter 79, sending Porcelino on his way. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the yard of Zephyr's house, Ortolun was helping to water the flowers and plants. Not far away, Zephyr, dressed in coarse linen clothes like a farmer, was turning the soil. The master and disciple were busy and happy. After formulating so many plans, it ended up with the Roger pirates disbanding, and now all those days of meetings were for nothing. Ortolun's joked while watering. No one expected this. There must have been some unforeseen changes, Zephyr said with some emotion while planting a small sapling. It was already difficult to capture the Roger pirates, and now they've broken up into smaller groups, making them even harder to find. Who knows what the changes were? Ortolun shook his head while lifting a bucket of water. Let's not talk about their matters. It has nothing to do with you, Zephyr smiled. It indeed had nothing to do with Ortolun, as all tasks related to Roger had not fallen on him. After laughing, Zephyr asked, I heard that you will be going to the South Blue soon? Yes. Regarding the scholars, the intelligence indicates that their traces may appear in the South Blue, Ortolun replied. Although I trust your abilities, the South Blue isn't particularly dangerous. But still be cautious. Before doing anything, think about any possible oversights. The matter of the scholars is tricky, but if done well, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Zephyr patiently advised. Understood, Ortolun cheerfully agreed. He poured the water from the bucket under a tea tree and remarked, This tree is growing really well. It's clear that you often take care of it, teacher. Zephyr turned to look at the tea tree. His expression slightly dimmed and softly said, That tree was planted when Mick was 2 years old. I hoped he would grow up healthy like this tree. If those events hadn't happened back then, he should be here watering it with me now. Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, and a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Meek, the son of teacher Zephyr, had unfortunately met with an accident. Ortolun naturally knew about this matter a long time ago, but at that time, he didn't have any feelings for Zephyr, so he didn't feel much. Now, hearing teacher Zephyr's words here, he felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. I'm sorry, teacher, Ortolun said with some self-blame. What are you apologizing for? It has nothing to do with you. I've already dealt with those pirates. Zephyr shook his head and said softly. But after a brief pause, there was still a hint of shadow in Zephyr's eyes as he said, but perhaps. However, he didn't finish his sentence, and Ortolun didn't dare to ask further. In fact, the situation regarding teacher Zephyr was indeed very strange. The living area of the Navy headquarters was attacked by pirates, which sounded absurd. Even the Golden Lion would fall here, and Whitebeard also died in this cursed place. Yet, a random group of pirates could stealthily infiltrate the living area and precisely eliminate teacher Zephyr's family. How could that not be ridiculous? It was hard to believe that there were no issues behind this. For so many years, Sengoku, Carp, and others had conducted detailed investigations for Zephyr, but in the end, they couldn't find anything, which was puzzling. Some things were hard to discuss, but Ortolun also suspected in his heart that this might be something orchestrated by the world government. Surely teacher Zephyr had his own doubts, but without any evidence, he was also worried that this might be someone's frame-up, and his unfounded suspicions could lead to a fallout with the world government, falling right into the hands of those conspirators. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons why teacher Zephyr started to be less dedicated in the Navy after that. He neither trusted the world government nor completely fell out with them, taking a middle ground. Orton thought to himself that when the opportunity arises in the future, he would help teacher Zephyr investigate this matter thoroughly and see if he could find any clues. First, it would be a way to repay teacher Zephyr for his guidance and care. Second, if there is indeed something suspicious about the world government in this, it would be a good excuse to establish a separate faction with teacher Zephyr at the right time. Not wanting to continue the sad topic, the two quickly shifted their focus and talked about other matters concerning the Navy. How are the new students in this session? Orton asked with a smile. Teacher Zephyr waved his hand and said, They're all pretty good, but they can't compare to your batch. I think it will take another 3 to 5 years to cultivate elites like you. After a pause, teacher Zephyr added, But that's okay. I expected this. This is the normal situation. If every year there were a few geniuses like you, Gun, and Kaji, that would be strange. Even if they were all as elite as the likes of Weasel, that would be quite unusual. The reason for holding a few more sessions is to accumulate more experience so that we can formally establish this training camp as a military academy in the future. I see the Marshal is still very supportive of this plan. Orton nodded. Teacher Zephyr had also accumulated quite a bit of experience before the training camp was established. He had run tutoring classes, and Sakazuki, Borisolino, and Kazan were all trained by him. Now with Orton, Gun, Kaji, and Weasel and other elites. After holding another 2 or 3 sessions, the experience should be sufficient for the military academy to open. By that time, teacher Zephyr's prestige would gradually reach its peak within the Navy, which would also be a good thing for Orton. After a while, once Orton helped teacher Zephyr settle the affairs in the courtyard. He proposed to take his leave. Teacher Zifa did not try to keep him, patting his shoulder and sending him off, leaving the living area and returning to Justice Fortress. Orton soon arrived at Borsalino's office. Upon pushing the door open, he saw Borsalino packing his things, looking as if he was about to move. In fact, he was indeed moving. After this, Borsalino would settle in Punk Hazard, where he would oversee the formation of the Navy Science Unit, and it seemed he would be staying there for quite a long time unless something significant happened. Given the excited expression on his face, it was clear that he had been looking forward to slacking off there for a while. "Why are you so happy?" Orton teased as he entered. "After leaving the headquarters, I'll be the boss of the science unit. No more being bossed around all day. And with someone as capable as you taking over my work under Admiral Sengoku, he probably one T come to arrange things for me often. I'll definitely have it much easier. So of course, I'm happy," Borsalino said without hiding his lazy nature. "TSK. Orton clicked his tongue and shot Borsalino an annoyed glance, then said, "I need you to help me find out something." "What is it?" Borsalino readily agreed. "You mentioned during the mission that Dr. Vegapunk and his team were working on that life design blueprint, bloodline factor technology, or something," Orton began. "That's true. But let me make it clear first, if you want me to help you with something dangerous, don't even think about it," Borsalino interrupted, startled. "No. You know about my health issues. What I mean is when you have time, could you ask Dr. Vegapunk if his technology can solve my condition? If he can help me with this problem, it would be a huge blessing," Orton said, giving Borsalino a pointed look. "That is not a problem," Borsalino said with a smile. "All right, I'll ask him when I get the chance and see if there is a solution." "Thank you. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal," Orton replied with a smile. "Don't wait for that. Come help me pack my things first. I'm in a hurry to get on the ship." Borsalino directly chose to make Orton his laborer. Ortolun didn't refuse either, stepping forward to help pack the documents into boxes, teasingly saying, "I see you're in a hurry to rush off to your wonderful life, aren't you?" The two laughed heartily, chatting about interesting things, and soon finished the task. Ortolun then sent Borsalino on his way. Chapter 80. The Love Story of Bartolomeo Island. In the following 2 months or so, the world's government's various plans against the Roger Pirates had no effect at all. Ever since the Roger Pirates disbanded, no one had been able to find any trace of them. Not a single hair was discovered, let alone capturing anyone. Ortolun's task regarding the scholars hasn't made much progress on this side. The intelligence department has provided some vague and ambiguous information, but ultimately, after verification, it hasn't been very meaningful. In this situation, Ortolun finally decided to set sail to the South Sea for an on-site investigation, searching for traces of the scholars. Of course, as mentioned before, he doesn't intend to achieve much regarding the O'Hara incident. This trip to the South Sea is merely an excuse to ultimately take credit for capturing Roger. The journey to the South Sea is relatively convenient. Ortolun's warship first departs from the Navy headquarters, then arrives at the Holy Land, Mariejois. From there, they use a winch to ascend to the Red Earth continent, finally being deployed into the waters of the South Sea. As the warship slowly descends into the South Sea, Jiun looks back at the Red Earth continent and suddenly asks, "Speaking of which, you've passed by Mariejois several times. Haven't you gone up to take a look?" "No. Mr. Karp told me it's a troublesome place and advised me not to go there to avoid any unpleasant incidents," Ortolun replies. Sitting at the edge of the warship's deck, setting down a small bucket and casting out his fishing rod, Jiun ponders this for a moment and nods, saying, "That does sound like something little Karp would say. But Mariejois is indeed quite a troubling place. So aside from when the Marshal occasionally goes up there to report on work, our Navy's higher-ups seem to avoid it quite a bit." Ortolun chuckles, "Yes, but one could only say it's self-deception. Our Navy carries the banner of justice. But as long as we have too much contact with Mariejois, we will inevitably encounter unpleasant matters. Unfortunately, whether in terms of stance or identity, we are left helpless, ultimately choosing to turn a blind eye for the sake of the greater good." The older generation of Navy bigwigs, including Karp, never complained to Ortolun about these issues. They merely advised him to avoid contact with Mariejois. It seems that only the new generation of Navy members, like Jiun, who harbor a sense of justice but are not yet accustomed to the occasional darkness, would openly criticize Mariejois and the so-called justice. What you're referring to are probably the absurdities of the celestial dragons, right? Ortolun shakes his head and then smiles, saying, "But I believe that one day we will resolve this issue. Indeed, you haven't felt that sense of powerlessness yet, so you can say such things. I was once like you, thinking that these problems would eventually be solved. Now, well, Jiun smiles, but doesn't elaborate further. Ortolun sat in silence, fishing without saying a word, as the warship calmly sailed away from the area towards the depths of the South China Sea. Meanwhile, at the port of Bartolira Island in the South China Sea, after more than 2 months, a figure disembarked from an ordinary merchant ship. This figure looked quite ordinary, with a scruffy beard, a face marked by hardship and dust, holding a half-empty bottle of alcohol and wearing a drunken smile. "Aren't you going to keep walking, Rod? I quite like you. Really, won't you consider being my sailor again?" The captain of a merchant ship looked at the figure with some reluctance and called out. The man named Rod waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I've already said. My hometown is here. I'm going back to get married. If in a few years you still have an interest in passing by Bartolira Island, I might get back on board. That's really a pity, but it's a deal if I pass by here in 2 years. You have to come back and be my sailor, but you need to kick that drinking habit first. Quit now, or who would want to marry you, a drunkard?" The captain said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, it's impossible to quit drinking. I can never quit drinking in this lifetime." Rod laughed drunkenly, then staggered away from the dock. Watching his retreating figure, the captain shook his head helplessly. Rod was great in every way. Over the past 2 months, he had shown excellent sailor qualities on the ship, and had safely navigated through several rough seas. The only downside was that he was a bit scruffy, 2 months without a bath, drunk every day, reeking of alcohol, and his thick beard made it hard to see his face. Because of this, the other sailors on the ship were not keen on interacting with him. Soon, after picking up a few more passengers, the merchant ship set sail once again, leaving Bartolira Island. The man named Rod, upon entering the town of Bartolira, suddenly lost that drunken demeanor in his eyes. Although his messy hair and thick beard still obscured his face, there was no doubt that this man was the pirate king, Gold, Roger, whom the world government had been desperately searching for over the past 2 months without any progress. Nothing has changed at all, Bartolira. Roger stood in the shadows of an alley in the town, looking at the not-so-prosperous, somewhat impoverished little town, softly clicking his tongue. From his position, he could clearly see the main road leading from the town to the port. And there he stood, motionless, as if waiting for someone, anticipating a certain encounter. As the sun rose high, about 2 hours later, a figure approached gracefully. She had a very beautiful face, with soft pinkish golden wavy long hair, a slender figure, and a gentle smile that suggested familiarity with many of the people on the street, greeting them warmly as she passed. She held a basket, seemingly going to the port's commercial street to buy some fresh vegetables and fruits. No matter how you looked at her, she appeared to be a beautiful yet ordinary girl from the town. Her name was Portgas de Rouge. When this girl passed by the mouth of the dark alley, Roger, who had been waiting there, suddenly shuddered. He took a couple of excited steps forward, but his eyes seemed to show a hint of fear, as if he were afraid of startling the girl in front of him. It was quite surprising to see such a fearful expression on the face of the pirate king. Roger certainly knew where Rouge's home was, but he did not have the courage to check. He worried that when he got there, he would find Rouge already married, with children, living a peaceful life. At that moment, he didn't know how he would feel. Perhaps he would feel happy for her, but he also thought he was a petty man and would definitely feel jealous. So he didn't dare to go. He quietly waited here, looking forward to such a meeting. Rouge seemed not to notice the figure in the shadow of the alley as she walked by, but just as she was about to step out of sight, she suddenly seemed to sense something, stopped in her tracks, and slowly turned her head to look at the shadow in the alley. The Navy's Intelligence Department and the World Government's Intelligence Agency CP had not recognized Roger's disheveled appearance during this time. But at this moment, the lighting was not sufficient. Vision was somewhat obstructed, and the distance was not very close. When their gazes met in that instant, Rouge's basket fell to the ground, and a complex expression of surprise and worry appeared on her face. The next moment, as if everything had gained meaning, the dark alley was filled with the gentle sunlight of noon. Rouge could no longer care about any thoughts. She lifted her long skirt and, in a not-so-ladylike manner, rushed into the alley. Even though the person in front of her looked dirty and smelled terrible, the feelings of longing made it easy to overlook all of that. The two figures embraced tightly in that dark corner, sharing a passionate hug. "You come back," Rouge said, choked up with emotion. Roger patted Rouge's back gently and said softly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Chapter 81. Dragon. Surely there can't be any mental illness in the Navy? In the South China Sea, on a dense, seemingly undeveloped deserted island, near the central area of the island, there was a hidden cave on the cliff's rock wall. Entering this cave revealed a place of great significance, as if an organization had built a secret base here, twisting and turning, seemingly hollowing out the entire mountain. Indeed, this was the South Sea base of the Self-Defense Army. which had been classified as an illegal armed organization. At this moment, in a cave within this base, Dragon was rubbing his temples in frustration, looking at a large pile of documents in front of him. If this continues in just 2 years, our funding will be completely cut off. If we lack funding, the organization will definitely struggle to survive. We must find new sources of income, Dragon said, holding his head in pain. Sitting opposite him was a guy with an unusually large head, sporting a terrifying makeup that made him look very eccentric. This person was Dragon's good partner and later co-founder of the Revolutionary Army, Emporio Ivankov. What happened to those who were willing to fund us before? Ivankov asked with a frown. Since we were classified as an illegal armed organization by the world government, those who were willing to fund us have become wary of us. Dragon sighed lightly. This is quite a big problem. Why don't we pick a member country and rob them? Ivankov suggested after pondering for a moment, his tone sounding sinister. Dragon shook his head, saying that won't do, Ivankov. You have to understand that not all member countries are our enemies. Many member countries join the world government just to seek protection and national security. What we need to do is not overthrow the member countries, but to overthrow the oppressive states. Dragon founded the self-defense army not to engage in robbery. Otherwise, he could have just formed a pirate crew. At first, doing it twice could be overlooked, but relying on robbing to get by is not sustainable. Once the reputation is completely ruined, it will be impossible for the self-defense army to develop. So what should we do? You're not cut out for business. And we don't have any good projects on hand. How about becoming armed mercenaries, specializing in helping countries disturbed by pirates and other evil forces, and then charging protection fees? Ivankov suggested. Dragon thought for a moment and felt that this approach might not be entirely unfeasible, but it was clearly not a long-term solution. At most, it could only work in the early stages when the scale is small. Do you know any influential figures in the South China Sea? Someone wealthy enough to support us, Dragon asked Ivankov with some anticipation. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Ivankov's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his terrifying face as he said, I do know some powerful characters, but that guy is definitely a miser. I believe that even if he is really wealthy, he would still share those external possessions with those in need, so he will never truly become rich. Oh, Dragon asked with slight interest. Who is it? Just a gentle and clumsy priest. Don't get any ideas about him. He is different from me. He just wants to live a quiet and stable life, Ivankov said with a smile. Is that so? Dragon was initially looking forward to it. But seeing the implication in Ivankov's words, he could only shake his head regretfully. Since you say that, what else can I say? Ivankov quickly changed the subject. You are the son of the hero Karp, yet your connections are so weak. Don't you know any wealthy tycoons who could support us? Well, there are some, but they're not in the South China Sea. For example, in the East China Sea, I have a friend who is very skilled in swordsmanship. He runs a sword dojo on a small island in the East China Sea. Although it looks ordinary, he is actually extremely wealthy, Dragon said with a smile. Just as Dragon and Ivankov were discussing how to find funding for the self-defense army, not too far from this small deserted island, a ship from Ortolun was sailing on the sea. On the deck, Jiwen was holding a sea stone shackles, looking expectantly at Ortolun. This should be in the next couple of days, right? The full moon is approaching Ortolun. To avoid any accidents, why not let me tie you up now and drag you behind the ship in the sea? Ortolun was tidying up the fishing gear when he heard this and looked at Jiwen in panic. How can you be so cruel? If you go crazy, our entire warship won't be able to handle it. For everyone's safety, as the captain of this warship, you need to take responsibility. What are you afraid of? When we were at Marine Ford, didn't Teacher Zephyr and the others pin you down in the bay? Don't worry, I can handle it, Jiwen said excitedly. She still remembered when Ortolun almost knocked her out with a single punch. Thinking back on it now, she felt a bit of lingering fear. Over the past 2 years, she and T had the chance for revenge, but now that she was on a mission alone with Ortolun, and it just happened to be a full moon, she had enough legitimate reasons to beat him up. Shouldn't she seize this opportunity? Ortolun looked at her with a knowing expression and sneered. Do you think I've been adjusting our course for the past couple of days for no reason? According to the South China Sea charts, there's an undeveloped deserted island right in front of our warship. So there's no need for your trouble. I'll go to the island myself when the full moon arrives. It won't harm our ship at all. Huh? Jiwen said, unwillingly, but even so, no one can wake you up. Isn't that wasting this opportunity of the full moon? I think it's better if you let me tie you up with sea stone and drag you behind the ship. If that doesn't work, we can go to the deserted island, and I can help you on shore. There's no need for that. I got beaten by Mr. Karp and Teacher Zifa at headquarters. It's nothing. Every new generation of the Navy has been beaten by them, right? But getting beaten by you, especially in front of my subordinates, really undermines my authority. If you do this, it will be hard for me to command troops in the future. Ortolun said solemnly. Undermining authority was one thing. The main reason Ortolun didn't want that scheming woman Jiun to beat him was clear. Just as Jiun was about to speak again, Ortolun waved his hand to interrupt. Moreover, you know that was at headquarters where the environment is very safe. But now we are outside. If I get tied up with sea stone and submerged in seawater, what if we encounter a strong enemy? That would be a huge problem. Upon hearing this, Jiun swallowed her original retort. Indeed, if Ortolun went crazy, his combat power was quite strong, so there was no need to worry too much. But if he got tied up and drowned, and then encountered enemies, that would be truly dangerous. Although Jiun felt there shouldn't be anything in the South China Sea that could threaten Ortolun and her, it was still best not to take risks. Then let's go to that deserted island. Jiun finally nodded in agreement. However, seeing her regretfully swing the sea stone chains, it was clear that she still felt somewhat unwilling. Soon, the warship sailed across the sea, and the Navy soldiers stationed at the lookout tower atop the mast spotted the target island at the horizon through their binoculars. At the same time, a young man from the brave army hurriedly rushed into Dolag's cave, slightly panicked, and said, "Mr. Dolag, there's a ship that looks like it's from the Navy headquarters heading our way. It will arrive soon." "What?" Dolag exclaimed in surprise. This desolate place has no resources, not even fresh water visible outside. Only the interior of the cliff cave has been excavated for them to live. From the surface, this island has no value at all. What does the Navy want here? Moreover, according to this kid, they are coming directly here, not just passing by, which suggests that the Navy is very likely to dock here. Quick, hide all our boats. We mustn't let them discover us. I guess they're just passing through to rest and might leave after a short stop. Everyone on the island, go back to the cave immediately, seal the entrances, and don't let the Navy see us. Dolag immediately commanded. After giving these orders, Dolag calmed down. No matter how you look at it, this island has no value, and there is a lack of water outside. The Navy shouldn't be able to stay for long. Moreover, their base is very concealed, located within the cliffs, with only 2 caves for entry and exit. As long as they seal the cave, outsiders wouldn't notice anything unusual inside. So Dolag was quite confident that they could escape this inexplicable encounter with the Navy. Surely, the Navy wouldn't be crazy enough to come to the island and cause a ruckus, blowing up the mountain, right? Chapter 82. Dolag. Maybe one day we'll be fighting side by side? Soon, the warship docked at the coast of the deserted island. After the gangway was lowered, Orton, carrying a heavy war hammer, stepped off the ship, followed by Jiun. It looks undeveloped and uninhabited. Orton casually glanced at the small island, and then released his observation hockey for a simple scan of the island's surface. Indeed, there were hardly any people, and Orton nodded, feeling very satisfied. In reality, if his observation hockey were to delve deeper into the ground by more than 10 meters, he would definitely sense that there was something wrong with the inner area of the cliff at the center of the island. However, normally, with the preconceived notion that this was a deserted island, no one would stubbornly use observation hockey to search every inch of the island, right? Orton has already been quite attentive by using observation hockey to sweep around. Today is not a full moon, tomorrow is. Since we've been sailing on the sea for so long, why not let everyone come down and stretch their legs? Let's not go too deep into the island. In case there are any poisonous beasts or the like, it would only increase casualties. We can just stay by the coast and have a barbecue party or something to relax. Orton stroked his chin and discussed with Jiun beside him. It's been a while since we left the Red Earth continent for the South Sea, and Jiun has also gotten bored on the ship, so he immediately agreed, saying, "I think it's a good idea." Soon, Jiun called to the naval soldiers under his command to start preparing for tonight's barbecue party. The naval soldiers were also very happy, as the supplies on the warship were abundant, and there were more than enough hands available. Ortolun was still fishing by the calm coast to calm his increasingly irritable temper over the past 2 days, while the actions of the Navy soldiers were swift. He hadn't caught a single fish yet, but over there, the bonfire had already been set up, and the cooks aboard the ship had begun preparing the ingredients. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Dolag and Ivankov were huddled near a small vent, observing the situation outside. Thanks to their height advantage, they could easily see what was happening on the other side of the coast. In their line of sight, the Navy ships were casually anchored by the shore, and a large group of Navy personnel had disembarked, busy preparing the bonfire and food, all of them looking cheerful and happy, clearly in the mood for a celebration. Seeing this, Dolag, a former Navy man, smiled and said, "I'm quite familiar with this situation. Occasionally, Navy personnel, after sailing for a long time and feeling mentally and physically exhausted, will choose to stop at a nearby island to hold a banquet and boost morale. It seems that's exactly what they're doing now. They're clearly not here for us, so we can relax. How long do you think this banquet will last? Ivankov asked. Normally, it should be about one night, right? But because of tonight's festivities, they might continue to rest on the ship tomorrow and officially set sail the day after. Dolag replied with an understanding expression. I see. Then there's no problem. We can stay hidden in the base for a couple of days and avoid this danger. Ivankov smiled, feeling much more relaxed. He then casually asked, do you recognize which Navy general that is? It might be your friend. Upon hearing this, Dolag leaned forward and looked out through the hole. After a moment, he spotted Gun, who was currently helping the Navy soldiers with their tasks on the beach. It's Gun, Dolag said, a smile appearing on his face. I have a good relationship with her. When she first joined the Navy, I was her superior and trained her from what you're saying. She is a good Navy officer? Ivankov asked. Yes, Gun is a very righteous Navy officer. She has a lot of potential and talent. I even think that in the future, she could possess the strength of a Navy Admiral, Dolag said, feeling somewhat emotional. But back then, I was quite lost myself. Otherwise, I might have pulled her along to join the Brave Army, which is a very promising field. Once we grow stronger, there will surely be opportunities. Ivankov confidently patted Dolag on the shoulder. Dolag laughed and said, you're right. There are actually many reliable people within the Navy. It's just that they have been bound for too long, unable to see hope, and have somewhat given up on themselves. If we can provide them with hope and opportunities in the future, then perhaps we can achieve something great. Dolag despised the darkness that the Navy was mired in and hated the upper class of Mariejois and the celestial dragons who caused all this. However, he did not harbor hatred for his father or the former Navy Admiral, Zephyr. He understood that the world needed people like him to step forward, to forge a new path through thorns, but also needed people like Karp, Sengoku, and Admiral Ahe to struggle and roll in the mire. If it weren't for their struggles in that mire, the massive Navy might have collapsed long ago, and the collapse of the Navy would undoubtedly have brought terrifying repercussions to the world. How many lives would have to be lost for this vast ocean to return to its current strange balance and tranquility? No one knew, but it was certainly a staggering number. Although Dolag looked down on the so-called big picture that Sengoku and Karp upheld, he understood that it was indeed a necessary sacrifice. This sacrifice not only referred to the innocent people whose lives were crushed by darkness, but also to the tormented hearts and spirits of those high-ranking Navy officials. Whether it was his father, Admiral Sengoku, or Zephyr, who among them had joined the Navy with a sense of justice. Did they enjoy struggling in the mire? Which is why they stayed in the Navy. With their strength and abilities, they could surely live better lives anywhere else, so why did they persist there? Dolag always believed that there were still many reliable agents of justice within the Navy. It was just that they hadn't found a better way out yet, so they could only struggle in the mire. But sooner or later, Dolag would bring them new choices. Perhaps by then, everything would be different. In the future, there might even be a day when they would fight side by side, Dolag thought to himself. While Dolag was pondering these matters, Ivankov suddenly spoke up. Hey, who is the guy wearing the rear Admiral insignia? He looks a bit familiar. Which one? Dolag asked as he turned to look. That guy sitting in the distance, looking a bit out of place, fishing over there, Ivankov described. Soon, Dolag spotted the figure and frowned slightly. From the back, he doesn't look familiar. But that hammer he has on his back feels like I've seen it somewhere. Moments later, Dolag and Ivankov suddenly exchanged glances, and they both spoke at the same time. Isn't he the one who defeated the Red Count in the newspaper? He is a formidable character. At least from the information in the newspaper, the Navy sees him as a new generation monster on par with Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino. He is also a natural type Thunderfruit user, and it's said he has immense strength and an iron body. Speaking of which, are Borsalino and the others really that strong? Are they stronger than you? Ivankov asked Dolag. Dolag paused for a moment, stroking his chin out of pride. I think I should be a bit stronger than them. But those three are indeed very strong. They should be even stronger now. Let's put it this way, 1-on-1. I'm confident, but once it's 2-on-1, I'd definitely lose. After a brief pause, Dolag smiled confidently again. Of course, I wouldn't easily lose to them. Hearing this, Ivankov sighed. It seems the Navy really is full of talents. Dolag nodded, somewhat emotional. Yeah, otherwise how would the Navy become the dominant force at sea? After observing for a while and confirming that the Navy was indeed holding a banquet, Dolag and Ivankov felt completely at ease and decided to leave and go rest. Let us wait for 2 days. After the Navy leaves and life returns to normal, we'll get back to work. Chapter 83. Gun. Ortolun is going crazy again. The next afternoon, the Navy on the coast began packing things up, moving the leftover supplies from last night onto the ship. Inside the cliff, Dolag, observing through the vent, wore a knowing expression and patted Ivankov on the shoulder. How about that? Didn't I say? The Navy is just stopping here for a while. They can't anchor for long, and now they're about to leave. Ivankov also happily said, It seems you really know the Navy. No wonder you're an elite from the former naval headquarters. After about half an hour, the warship slowly started up and began to leave the coast of the island. However, Dolag looked a bit dumbfounded and scratched his head, saying, This doesn't seem right, does it? Isn't that Major General Ben Ortolun still not on board? Indeed, the naval ships have started to leave the island, but Ortolun remains sitting on the rocks by the sea, holding his fishing rod as steady as an old dog, not moving an inch. It seems as if he has nothing to do with those warships at all. This made Dorge wonder if the Navy had forgotten about this Major General. He wanted to shout, Wait a minute, he hasn't boarded the ship yet. What is the situation? Ivankov looked at Dorag with a puzzled expression and said, I know that among pirates, there's a punishment called exile, specifically used to punish traitors on a ship. They're sent to a deserted island, have a banquet, and the next day, they are left there to wait to die. Is the Navy also adopting this method now? Dorge said, somewhat puzzled. No, there isn't. At least during my time in the Navy, there was no such practice. Even if a naval officer made a mistake, it would be handled through internal trials and then sent to Pendleton Prison. I have never heard of anyone being exiled to a deserted island. He is really confused now, but he has no way to go out and ask what this group of sailors is doing. They could only wait and observe from a distance. After a while, Dorag and Ivankov noticed that the warship, which had originally been departing, was now anchored at the edge of the sea level, no longer moving away. It was as if someone on that warship was observing the island from afar. Coupled with Ortolun's strange situation, Dorag had a bad feeling in his heart. But this feeling was difficult to act on. It was that kind of sensation where you know something is off, but you can't pinpoint the source of that unease. Maybe he just wants to rest for one more day on the island? Did he have a quarrel with Guillaume? Dorge hesitated and looked at Ivankov, who scratched his head and said, Speaking of which, isn't tonight the full moon night? Maybe they want to watch the moon on the island? Ha ha! Dorag laughed awkwardly, then said, It's okay. We still have plenty of supplies. Even if he stays here and drags this out for half a year, we can afford it. Let's wait another day and see. At this moment, Ortolun, sitting on the rocks, occasionally furrowed his brow, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. The fishing rod in his hand trembled, the fishing line taut and straight, clearly indicating that a fish had already taken the bait. However, he had no intention of reeling it in, and his attention was not on the fishing at all. As the full moon approached, Ortolun increasingly felt his spirit becoming more agitated, but he could also compare and notice that, compared to his state before leaving Terran Island, he was indeed much better now. Concentrated thinking might suppress this gradual madness. Ortolun whispered softly, and his mind began to repeatedly ponder what he wanted to accomplish during this time, wondering if there were any omissions or perhaps a more perfect plan. Roger got married to Lugio on Bartolomeo Island in the South China Sea and had children. However, with his surrender, it caused significant harm to the region. In order to eradicate his bloodline, the world governments once carried out large-scale killings of pregnant women and newborns in the South China Sea. Ortolun suddenly recalled this matter. Previously, he had been so focused on how to profit from Roger that he almost forgot about this issue. Indeed, I am not exactly a person with a strong sense of justice. Ortolun mocked himself in his heart. Even now, although he had remembered this issue, he wasn't particularly shaken. But since he had recalled it, if he could help a bit, it would be a commendable act, and perhaps it could accumulate some good fortune for himself. So, how can we solve this problem? First of all, the world government does not mean that they will kill all the pregnant women and infants in the place where Roger is located. Otherwise, given the previous activities of the Roger pirates around the world government would have to go around the world killing. The main reason for doing this in the South Sea this time is that the world government has noticed that Roger has been living a peaceful life in the South Sea for nearly a year and a half. This is the possibility of him marrying and having children here, which is why the world government is doing such inhumane things. Therefore, to solve this problem from the beginning, the world government must be given false information, making them unaware that Roger has been living here for a long time. However, this method is prone to mistakes, so it's best to find a person or organization to take the blame. For example, Roger is not in the South China Sea to leisurely spend the last part of his life, nor to marry, have children, or fall in love. He is here to accomplish great things and to engage in conspiracies. For example, he appeared in the South China Sea to achieve some undisclosed purpose with the self-defense forces. During my investigation of the scholar, I also conducted some inquiries into the self-defense forces that might have had contact with the scholar. In the course of this investigation, I inadvertently discovered that Roger also seemed to be engaged in some dangerous collaboration with the self-defense forces. Then, through this in-depth investigation, I finally located Roger and arrested him in a certain place. As a result, there was no longer any issue of Roger hiding in the South China Sea. Living a quiet life for nearly a year, it seemed that Roger had been quite busy. One would think that after obtaining this answer, the world government wouldn't go so far as to eliminate all the pregnant women and infants in the South China Sea, right? That wouldn't make sense, would it? Although the world government is very dirty and dark, they should still do less of these disgusting things, as they still have some sense of shame. As for the self-righteous army in Dorag, it doesn't matter, they can just be scapegoats as tools. Given their current situation, the world government should be willing to believe this narrative. More importantly, Dorag has no way to prove his innocence, making him a good candidate for taking the blame. Ortolun silently thought to himself. Of course, this idea, in hindsight, seems particularly superficial. His mental state is currently unstable, and there are undoubtedly many shortcomings he hasn't considered. This is merely a thought he came up with to concentrate and combat his mental agitation. How to proceed specifically still requires careful planning, and moreover, this is not a game that a mere major general can handle alone. It needs a significant figure to endorse it. Otherwise, how could a major general casually capture Roger? Do you have that kind of strength? Karp will be very suitable. Moreover, he is Dorag's father, so if he personally shifts the blame onto Dorag, the credibility is even higher. It's just that it's uncertain whether Karp is willing to get involved in this matter. But Ortolun felt that if he could communicate more thoroughly with Cap, given Cap's personality and character, he should be willing to cooperate with him. His thoughts became more and more chaotic, and Ortolun tried hard to think of more questions. How should the scholars resolve the O'Hara incident? Without Soro's capture? Can Nicole Orbia capture it by herself? If we can't catch it, where should we start to solve the direction of this task? As Orton sat motionless on the reef like a statue, trying to concentrate on various thoughts, the sky gradually darkened. The sea breeze occasionally stirred the waves, and the sun had already sunk halfway into the water. The clouds covered by the evening glow became thinner, and the moonlight hidden behind the clouds occasionally spilled down. Inside the cliff, Dolag held a teacup, sitting in front of the vent, looking at the scenery outside through the small opening, along with the strange Orton. For several hours, Orton had sat there without moving, to the point that Dolag wondered if that guy was dead. But considering the situation with the warship at sea level, he didn't dare to make any probing moves. Just wait. I don't believe you can sit here forever. Not focusing all his attention on Orton, Dolag took small sips of hot tea while his gaze turned to the sky, where a thick cloud was dispersing. The scattered moonlight gradually spread to the ground as the sun continued to sink into the sea. A full moon, it's quite a nice sight. Speaking of which, I haven't taken a moment to leisurely appreciate the moonlight in a long time, Dolag murmured softly. Then, he saw a beam of moonlight fall on Orton. Immediately, a roar that resembled that of a wild beast came from Orton. In the blink of an eye, Dolag saw the originally motionless Orton suddenly transform from short brown hair to having long silver-white hair cascading down his shoulders. What is this? Dolag was momentarily stunned. The next second, the world changed color. The night sky that had been relatively calm over the island was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds, and the raging thunder roared like silver serpents dancing wildly, occasionally tearing through the sky. At the horizon of the sea, Jiwen observed the atmospheric changes above the island and whispered softly, "It seems Orton is starting to go mad." Chapter 84. Dolag. Trouble comes from the sky while sitting at home? As if hearing the violent thunder outside, Ivankov hurriedly ran to Dolag's side and asked, "What is going on?" "That guy," Dolag replied with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "That guy's a fur tribe member, and he has entered the moon lion form under the full moon." "That's right." After a brief shock, Dolag had already sensed some elements. "Moon lion?" Ivankov asked in confusion. "The moon lion wouldn't cause thunderstorms, would it? If I'm not mistaken. That guy seems to be in a somewhat unstable mental state." Dolag moved aside a bit to let Ivankov look outside. On the island, Orton was acting like a madman, wielding a warhammer and relentlessly smashing everything in sight. Rocks, bushes. Anything he saw was smashed to pieces with a single blow. His movements were chaotic, as if he was wildly swinging the heavy hammer. At the same time, it was vaguely visible that his eyes emitted a scarlet glow. In that moment, both Ivankov and Dolag understood why the Navy had left him here. Goodness, it's because Orton really can go mad. If he showed this state on the warship, it would probably be wrecked by now. Just then, as if Orton felt it wasn't enough, dazzling lightning erupted from his body. and the dense thunder elements swirled around his surface like silver serpents. For a moment, he seemed like the god of thunder descending, exuding an imposing aura. Accompanied by the power of thunder, Ortolun's body began to ascend into the air. Under the dark clouds, multiple bolts of lightning struck the island one after another, resembling a natural disaster. In that moment, the solitary steep cliff in the center of the island seemed to provoke his dignity. No matter how he looked at it, it felt displeasing, and at this time, Orton had no rationality left. The violent aura surged to his brain, and his eyes flashed red as he roared, reaching out with a grasp through the air. The raging thunder power was instantly caught in his hand, like a silver dragon being grasped, transforming into a spear in Orton's hand. Then, he suddenly swung his hand, sending the violent thunder power crashing towards a cliff. Dolag, who was drinking tea, instinctively cursed, "Damn!" The lightning came too fast, and since Dolag was inside the cliff, there was no way to stop it. Almost in an instant, the vent where Dolag was located exploded and collapsed with a bang. At that moment, Orton seemed to sense something unusual. His instincts told him that there was a situation. His instincts drove his observation hockey to sweep over, and he soon detected the presence of Dolag and Ivankov. It was as if a hungry tiger had suddenly spotted a goat in front of it. A hint of excitement appeared on Orton's chaotic face. The next second, his figure suddenly vanished from the sky. On the other side, Dolag, covered in dirt, was just about to speak when he felt a terrifying threat. He grabbed Ivankov's arm, quickly exerted force with his legs, and shot out of the collapsing ruins like a cannonball. As he burst out, he clearly saw Orton's fierce expression, wielding a war hammer, smashing down on the spot where he had just been. This strike was even more ferocious than the previous thunderstorm, causing the entire cliff to tremble. The cliff face cracked, and a large amount of debris rolled down like a flood, engulfing Orton's figure. Dolag's figure flickered several times, moving with incredible speed, finally stopping on a patch of soil and stone in the jungle, still holding a disheveled Ivankov. With a serious expression, he said, "That guy has discovered us." As soon as he finished speaking, two laser beams formed from gathered thunder elements burst forth from the spot where the rocks had fallen on Orton, followed closely by Orton's unscathed but dust-covered figure. His eyes glowed indigo, clearly indicating that the two laser beams had been shot from his eyes. In an instant, Orton had locked his gaze back on Dolag. Dolag frowned and said, "Ivankov, you should hide for a moment. I'm going to meet this madman." Having locked onto his prey, Orton showed no hesitation at all. With a crackling sound of electricity, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Dolag, the frenzied thunder power causing Dolag's hair to stand on end from static electricity. Orton let out a beast-like howl, swinging the war hammer at Dolag's face. Dolag had no intention of taking the hammer head-on, while kicking Ivankov away. His figure moved nimbly, like a leopard, brushing past the edge of Orton's warhammer as he lunged towards him. In an instant, Dolag's hand transformed into a claw, and dense hockey rapidly enveloped his fingertips. He then struck Orton's chest with a claw. Is he really made of steel and iron? This was the first thought that crossed Dolag's mind after hitting Orton. At this moment, Ortolun, due to his madness, didn't care about any defense, and thus didn't use the power of armed color hockey. As a result, Drag's claw was firmly pressed against Ortolun's chest. However, the sensation feedback that Drag received felt as if he had struck impenetrable steel, completely failing to break through. Before Drag could even finish this thought, he saw Ortolun already releasing the warhammer in his hand, and with a sudden inward motion of his arms, combined with Drag's position and actions at that moment. It was undoubtedly a standard hugging sister kill. Only, Drag wasn't a girl. Just before Ortolun's arms came together, Drag ducked down to evade the attack. And with a loud thud, Ortolun's arms slammed against his own chest. Missing the hit seemed to make Ortolun even more furious, and his eyes suddenly flashed with two bolts of lightning. This time, Drag truly didn't have time to dodge and was struck at close range by Ortolun's lightning, sending him flying. In that instant of being launched away, a look of dread appeared in Drag's eyes, and he silently thought to himself, "Not good." Ortolun's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Dorag, who had yet to stabilize his center of gravity. There were no unnecessary flourishes. His scarlet gaze was accompanied by a beast-like roar as he delivered a heavy punch towards Dorag. At that moment, Dorag had no way to evade it, and he gritted his teeth, wrapping his hockey around his arm, transforming it into an iron fist to meet Ortolun's powerful blow. Clearly, one punch was infused with armed hockey, while the other was just a regular heavy punch. However, when their fists collided, A look of pain crossed Dorag's face. Damn, this punch is a bit too heavy, right? It almost shattered the hockey he had hastily gathered. As his feet landed and his center of gravity stabilized, Dorag instinctively wanted to grapple with Ortolun. As Karp's son, Dorag's physical condition was also very robust. He had trained alongside Karp and many naval elites in childhood, and his strength was undoubtedly impressive. Therefore, he wanted to test Ortolun's terrifying power head-on. However, as soon as his feet grounded, that unparalleled brute force pressed down on him, bending his knees and nearly making him kneel. It wasn't just immense power. Ortolun was currently in a frenzied state and wouldn't adhere to any martial ethics. The violent, thunderous power erupted from him, instantly engulfing both himself and Dorag. Then, under the cover of lightning, although nothing was clearly visible, the ground exploded, and the shattered earth and stones shot out like scattered cannonballs, exploding like fireworks in all directions. Among them was a shadow, Dorag, who in the blink of an eye had retreated to a distant tree trunk, one hand clutching his wrist, his expression showing some signs of toothache. If he hadn't released the force in time and continued to stubbornly exchange punches with Ortolun, that wrist would have likely been crushed by that unreasonable brute force. What kind of monster is this? Dorag silently cursed in his heart. Who exactly placed this guy on the same level as Akainu and others? Even feeling like he was ranked at the bottom? From Dorag's perspective, this Ortolun was clearly much stronger than Akainu, Kazan, and Borsellino. How could you rank him with those three and say he's one of the 4 new generation experts of the Navy? Isn't that misleading? This guy is clearly in a league of his own, with absolute power, an incredibly strong physique capable of taking hits, and the thunder fruit. He was a monster that left Dorag feeling panicked. Chapter 85. Guion. Are you messing with me, Dorag? On the warship, Guion stood atop the mast's lookout tower, holding a monocular and observing the situation on the island, feeling somewhat bewildered. Wait. How did a person actually come out fighting? And that figure seems a bit familiar? Huh? Isn't that Dorag? Guion, having put down the binoculars, was truly confused. No, there was clearly no one on the island. So how did Dorag suddenly appear when Ortolun went berserk? Speaking of his impression of Dorag, Guion actually had a pretty good opinion of him. Although the world government currently classified Dorag and his self-defense army as a dangerous organization, the Navy headquarters had no missions or objectives regarding the suppression of Dorag and his self-defense army. This indicated that the world government still had some tolerance towards Dorag. So, theoretically, there wasn't an antagonistic relationship between the Navy and Dorag at this moment, at least not yet. The reason Dorag previously avoided meeting the Navy and hid in the cliffs was mainly to avoid trouble. If the Navy discovered his base, it would mean that the world government also knew about it. Perhaps it wouldn't lead to immediate confrontation, but it wouldn't be good either. Conversely, if the Navy happened to stop by here and left quietly without discovering anything, it would serve as a cover for their secret base. This was the reason Dorag preferred not to show himself. The Navy had no mission in this regard, and given the complex relationship between Dorag and the Navy, especially with the high-ranking officials, Guion found himself in a difficult position after recognizing Dorag's figure. Should he capture him? What for? There was no mission, no objective. Capturing him would only complicate matters for everyone. If he didn't capture him, and Dorag was now fighting Ortolun, he couldn't just pretend he hadn't seen it, could he? After thinking it over, Guion sighed helplessly and said, "We need to communicate first." Having made up his mind, Guion quickly descended from a mast and found a certain naval colonel on the warship, saying from now on, immediately shut down all communications on the warship and enter silent mode. Everyone is to refrain from observing the island and from contacting the outside world. Activate signal jamming. Until now, only Guion had been observing the situation on the island. The naval soldiers could not see what was happening on the island from their vantage point and lacked the strength to sense the situation using hockey from a sea's horizon. Therefore, only Guion knew what was happening on the island. Although the naval colonel didn't know why, orders were orders, and he promptly agreed, quickly relaying the command. Soon, the entire warship entered silent mode. After Guion took care of the warship, he wasted no time and directly stepped onto the moonwalk, flying towards the deserted island. Meanwhile, on the island, Dorag was using himself as bait, continuously luring Ortolun to open spaces. Despite the back-and-forth exchanges, although Dorag appeared somewhat disheveled, his hard strength still held up, and he had not truly fallen into a disadvantage. Dodging Ortolun's iron fist, a hint of helplessness flashed in Dorag's eyes, but his gaze also became much more determined. He raised his hand, transforming his fist into a claw, and struck Ortolun's abdomen, shouting, "Dragon breath!" A surge of energy erupted from Dorag's hand, and this strike finally had an effect. Visibly, Ortolun's abdominal muscles sank inward, and then, like a small stone thrown into a calm water surface, ripples spread outwards. After taking this hit, Ortolun's expression became even more ferocious, but amid that ferocity, there was also a hint of pain. The powerful energy burst forth, lifting the cape behind him, and, as he planted his feet on the ground, he plowed 2 deep furrows over 10 meters long before finally halting his movement. Although it was effective, it wasn't much. Ortolun merely exhaled, as if he had regained his composure. His gaze turned even more vicious as he looked at Dorag and roared, summoning a bolt of lightning out of thin air. Dorag's reaction speed was also extremely fast. He flicked his claw, and his haki instantly shattered that lightning power. Following that, he slipped away from his original position. In the next second, Ortolun's heavy punch crashed down onto the ground, exploding it into dust and shattering it to pieces. Dorag was also constantly calculating in his heart. At this point, he could indeed sense that Ortolun's strength was formidable, but due to his current state of confusion, he was simply venting his power without any strategy. If Dorag were to get serious, he still had a great chance of winning. But winning is winning, given Ortolun's demonstrated resilience and physical attributes. Unless unexpected factors come into play, there is no way to tilt the outcome in just 5 or 6 days. Moreover, this guy's going crazy because of the full moon. If the full moon passes and he regains his senses, he will only become stronger. At that point, Dorag truly has no confidence in achieving absolute victory. Considering that this is still their secret base, he would only be losing out. Therefore, Dorag is quite annoyed right now. This guy, the South Sea, is so vast. It's south not like my place is the only deserted island. And you really are something, specifically coming here to find me. Just as Dorag continues to dodge Orton's fierce attacks, pondering how this farce should end, he suddenly senses a new aura entering the island. The next moment, Jiyuen's figure appears atop a distant tree, one hand resting on the golden sword at his waist, watching Dorag and Orton. At this time, Orton seems to have all his attention on Dorag, completely ignoring Jiyuen's presence. While dodging, Dorag steals a glance at Jiyuen and, for a moment, is uncertain about Jiyuen's intentions. He can't even handle one Orton. If Jiyuen starts causing trouble here too, he might really capsize today. After Jiyuen's gaze lingers on Dorag for a while, he suddenly sighs and says, "Why are you here?" This makes things difficult for everyone. Do you know? Upon hearing Jiyuen's words, Dorag breathes a sigh of relief. Rather than immediately attacking, Jiyuen chose to communicate, which is already a clear indication. While entangled with Orton, Dorag speaks up, "I have been here in the South Sea for some time. It's you who came looking for me out of nowhere. And what is up with this guy?" Jiyuen looks at the flustered and dodging Dorag with a bit of amusement, seemingly recalling that this guy used to be quite cool, to the point where she feels this is the first time seeing Dorag in such a disheveled state. After chuckling, Jiyuen continues. His name is Ben Orton, personally recruited by her father to the Navy. What do you think? Quite strong, right? You Navy guys rank him alongside Kazan, Borisolino, Sakazuki, and others, which is simply absurd. If Sakazuki and the others hadn't experienced explosive growth in strength over the past few years, they would even be able to match this guy. Dorag dodges a heavy punch from Orton and can't help but complain. After all, he is a newcomer. Shouldn't they give Sakazuki and the others some face? Jiyuen shrugs. So what is going on with his current state? Just as Dorag nearly gets hit by Orton, rolling on the ground to escape, he quickly asks, "This involves some secrets of our Navy, so it's inconvenient to discuss with you as an outsider. But you can simply understand it as him having intermittent psychosis and mania." Jiyuen explains, "Will he be better?" Dorag hastily follows up, "By dawn, he'll be fine. During this time, please demonstrate your strength as his opponent." Jiyuen says gleefully, "Since you're here, at least lend a hand?" Dorag hurriedly dodges another uncoordinated punch from Orton and speaks up. "Orton is a colleague of our Navy. While you are regarded as a dangerous element by the world government as an illegal, violent organization, it would be good enough if I don't help him deal with you. Are you expecting me to help you? Dream on." Jiyuen doesn't give him any face. "You're becoming less and less likable." Dorag's words are cut short because, distracted by communicating with Jiyuen, he is suddenly grabbed by the ankle by Orton. This shocks Dorag, and his body quickly becomes enveloped in haki. The next moment, before he can struggle free, Orton spins him around and violently slams him down into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground shatters, and Dorag's figure is directly buried in it. Normally, Orton would definitely go for a follow-up attack at this point, but now he has completely lost his senses. After delivering a heavy blow to Dorag, his attention disperses, turning to glare viciously at Jin, who stands on a nearby treetop. Jiyuan is momentarily stunned and then shouts. He out of his mind, fighting without any coordination. And you can't even avoid it? Dorag, are you just acting? As soon as she finishes speaking, Ortolun transforms into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Jiyuan, throwing a punch aimed at her heart. Jiyuan sees this strike and feels an eerie familiarity, panic in her eyes. She doesn't dare to take it head on. With a quick step back, she shouts, "Rabbit escape." Her figure truly moves as swiftly as a rabbit, quickly dodging the punch. Then, without looking back, she flees. On the other side, Dorag, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, painfully crawls out from the ground. Just as he emerges, he sees Jiyuan's agile escape and Orton turning to look at him. Damn! Dorag curses inwardly and without a word, turns to run. Chapter 86. Ivankov. He a madman. Why are you bothering with him? The weather today is clear with no clouds, and the sun is shining brightly. After last night's venting, Orton's mental state is also very good, feeling like he has lost several pounds. At this moment, he is sitting on a stone in the ruins of the forest, seriously reading a newspaper. Sand crocodile and the heir of the demon, Douglas Barrett, engaged in a fierce battle on Jidenzi Island, resulting in the complete destruction of Jidenzi Island, with an estimated casualty count of nearly 20,000. TSK. These damn pirates are becoming increasingly arrogant. Is no one managing them? Orton can't help but exclaim as he looks at the newspaper in his hands. Hearing Orton's voice, Dorag, who is not far away and bandaging his arm, angrily says, "Don't pretend like everything's fine while reading the newspaper, all right? You are reading a newspaper bought by our Marine. Pay me the reading fee, you bastard." As Dorag gets fired up, Ivankov quickly pulls him back, advising, all right. Don't get angry. You can't beat him. It'll be troublesome if you provoke him." Dorag is momentarily stunned, then angrily retorts, "I can't beat him? Eva, are you mistaken? Last night, I saw him in a confused state, so I didn't want to take advantage of him. I intentionally let him be. How could I not beat him?" Ivankov glances at Dorag's bandaged arm, his face twitching slightly, and then says, "Fine, you're impressive, all right? But he is a madman. Why are you arguing with a madman?" Ortolun didn't bother arguing with the stubborn Dorag. To be honest, he felt a bit embarrassed since he had inexplicably blown up half of Dorag's lair. It was hard to just brush that off. Guillaume, watching this scene, found it somewhat amusing, but also offered comfort. Just don't take it too seriously. He's usually a good guy. He just had a moment last night. Dorag wasn't really that angry. It was just that he had been unexpectedly dragged out and beaten up in his own home, which left him a bit irritated. However, seeing Ortolun's awkward expression, he sighed and said, Fine. I'll just consider it bad luck." With funding already scarce, having his base blown up was even more frustrating. Dorag wondered if he was just having a rough time lately. Noticing that Dorag seemed to be calming down, Ortolun awkwardly smiled and said, "What happened last night was truly an accident. I thought this was a deserted island. Who knew you Revolutionary Army guys would set up a base in such a remote place?" Dorag snorted and replied, "Sorry. But due to poverty and being an illegal organization, we can't announce to the world that this is the Navy headquarters like Marineford." After a moment of venting, Dorag casually asked, "By the way, what are you guys doing here? You're not here just to investigate us, are you?" There was a hint of probing in his question, but Ortolun didn't hide anything and replied straightforwardly, "No. We came to the South Blue to investigate a case related to scholars. Recently, there has been a group of scholars at sea specifically searching for historical text." At this point, Ortolun noticed a subtle change in Dorag's expression, so he spoke in a serious tone. "According to our investigation, it seems that your Revolutionary Army has had some contact with these scholars. Do you know anything? Do you think I would answer such questions?" Dorag shot Ortolun a glance and said, "I have nothing to say about the scholars." "Sure enough, you do know something." Ortolun frowned and said, "This is a dangerous matter. You should understand what kind of consequences their actions could provoke, right? If we can end this farce now, there might still be a chance to salvage things. Once they truly uncover something, there will be no room for negotiation." Dorag fell silent upon hearing this. In fact, yesterday, while fishing and pondering issues, Ortolun suddenly realized he seemed to have fallen into a mental trap. He had taken for granted that the fate of O'Hara was already doomed the moment scholars secretly began investigating historical texts. This line of thinking largely stemmed from the attitudes of the big shots around him, like Sengoku, towards the scholars, as well as orders from Mariejois, and his understanding of the original story's progression. However, stepping out of this mental loop and considering the current situation from a different perspective, Ortolun suddenly realized that the O'Hara incident wasn't utterly devoid of room for negotiation. Currently, it was still the beginning stage of the incident. According to intelligence, the scholars had only been conducting their investigations for about a year, and it was likely they hadn't done anything particularly flashy yet. In the original story, the O'Hara incident broke out in the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, which was still about 3 years away. This meant that the O'Hara situation had just begun. If the scholars were exposed at this time, given O'Hara's size and influence, as long as they hadn't touched the core secrets of the world government through the historical texts, it shouldn't lead to their complete annihilation, right? Now, thinking about it calmly, the world government's attitude towards the scholars was quite contradictory. In the original story, after O'Hara's issues were discovered, the 5 elders even personally spoke with Dr. Clover. In retrospect, that conversation probably wasn't initially intended to doom O'Hara. It seemed more like a probe to see how much O'Hara had researched the historical texts. It was only after Dr. Clover mentioned the existence of a certain great kingdom that the 5 elders, in a fit of rage, ordered his execution and initiated the demon-slaying order. Before that, their conversation still had a tone of respect. After this, the world government's attitude towards Nico Robin was entirely different. They wanted her alive, not executed. The factors at play were likely because the 5 elders thought Robin was just becoming a scholar and probably only had the ability to interpret historical texts, without having access to the core secrets that Dr. Clover and the others had regarding historical texts. Thus, she was allowed to live because the world government seemed to hope to gain the ability to interpret ancient characters, thereby replicating the powerful technological forces from over 800 years ago. This issue could be concluded not only from Nico Robin, but also from Dr. Vegapunk. Therefore, as Ortolun reflected on this mission, he suddenly realized that as long as they dealt with the scholars before they accessed the core secrets of the world government, the world government would likely not choose to annihilate O'Hara directly. Instead, they would opt to recruit them, similar to how they used Dr. Vegapunk's research on ancient technology, leveraging O'Hara's strengths to study ancient texts for their own use. Of course, whether the people of O'Hara would be willing to be recruited was another matter. However, that wasn't a concern for Ortolun. He was just doing his part and leaving the rest to fate. Yet, choosing to work in this direction was indeed beneficial for Ortolun. Firstly, it resolved the problem of Sengoku's commission. O'Hara would not end up taking extreme measures, which meant that the reputations of the Navy and Sengoku would not be affected, leading to a perfect mission completion. Secondly, due to the establishment of the scientific unit and Dr. Vegapunk's presence, if the scholars from O'Hara were forcibly recruited, they could very likely become a branch within the Navy's scientific unit, complementing each other with Dr. Vegapunk. This was a case of leveraging one opportunity to create another. For Ortolun, who had a rough outline of a grand vision in his mind, if he were to establish his own faction in the future, the scientific unit would undoubtedly not let him go. Now, by using the resources of the world government, money, materials, and manpower for these forced studies, when the time came for him to restore order, he could appear as a savior, collecting all research results, researchers, technologies, and knowledge at that time. Wouldn't that be delightful? At the same time, he would also gain the confidence to confront the world government with strategic weapons. After all, those ancient weapons, in strategic terms, were like nuclear weapons. You might not need them, but you can't afford to be without them. Chapter 87. The strongest father on the sea is Sengoku. Dolag thought silently for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but I still can't provide you with any help on this matter. Trust is a difficult barrier. Dolag cannot easily trust Ortolun just because he hears a few words from him. In fact, Dolag is also trying to find ways to connect with these scholars, who are equally wary and unwilling to engage in excessive communication with him. Is that so?" Ortolun sighed lightly and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. I won't press you on this." Seeing that Ortolun did not continue to pursue the matter, Dolag smiled and said, "It's good that you can understand. In fact, there is nothing more for them to discuss." Ortolun returned the newspaper in his hand to Ivankov, and then looked at Dolag, saying, "It's better to know each other than to be strangers. How about we exchange contact information?" Dolag seemed to be interested in Ortolun as well, and immediately exchanged contact signals with him, saying, "Although this meeting wasn't very pleasant, I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future." Ortolun smiled at the corners of his mouth and said, "I hope so too. Soon." Dolarg and Ivankov watched Ortolun and Cheyenne leave the deserted island belonging to the self-defense army, stepping gracefully as if walking on the moon. Standing by the shore and watching Ortolun and Cheyenne's figures gradually disappear from sight, Ivankov asked, "What should we do now? Should we move? They don't seem to have any intention of targeting us, do They? Perhaps. Dolark shook his head and then said, but we can't place our trust in them. There may not be any hostile stance now, but that could change in the future. This base no longer has any concealment. It's time to abandon it and look for a new island to settle down. Dolark would never gamble his life and future on Ortolun and Cheyenne. Regardless of whether they would report the situation here, Dolark was determined to move. What I'm worried about now is not this island, but those scholars. The world government has started to pay attention to them, and this was supposed to be a task for the CP organization, but now the Navy is involved as well, which indicates that the world government is taking it seriously. The scholars are likely to encounter significant trouble, especially that Ben Ortolun. Not only is he powerful, but he also seems quite capable. Dolark said helplessly, "It would be great if the scholars were willing to cooperate with us," Ivankov lamented. Both were facing dire consequences. While O'Hara ended up destroyed, Dolark and his group managed to turn the self-defense army into a revolutionary army, causing a headache for the world government that has lasted for 20 years. This illustrates the gap in capability. As the saying goes, a scholar's rebellion may take 10 years to succeed, referring to those overly scholarly scholars from O'Hara. In Dolark's view, if they could establish comprehensive cooperation with this group of mysterious scholars, it would become very difficult for the world government to resolve these issues, which would benefit everyone. On the other side, aboard the warship, as soon as Ortolun landed on the deck, he instructed his subordinates to quickly bring him a newspaper. He hadn't finished reading the previous one. Cheyenne curiously asked, "What did you exchange the transponder snail with Dolark for? You don't really think there's a possibility of future collaboration with him, do you? The self-defense army is currently on an increasingly dangerous path. I think it's highly likely we will become enemies in the future. Is there a rule in the Navy that prohibits us from having the transponder snail contact information of our enemies?" Ortolun smiled and countered. Cheyenne's mouth twitched, responding, "Indeed. There isn't. And that's fine, right? Whether it's Mr. Karp or Admiral Sengoku, they both have ways to contact Dolark, and even you, I believe you have it too. So asking for a signal wave is no big deal." Ortolun brushed it off, seeing that Ortolun was being evasive. Cheyenne didn't pursue the matter further, but instead asked, "What is the plan now?" "Continue to investigate the scholars' whereabouts. If possible, I hope to find a way to communicate with them," Ortolun stated directly. "I think you're dreaming. If you can't even find them, how do you expect to get their contact information?" Cheyenne retorted. Soon, the warship began to set sail, heading towards the Navy's South Sea Base 146. Ortolun planned to rest there for a while, replenish supplies, and gather manpower and resources from the Navy's various branches in the South Sea to cast a wide net and search for the scholars' traces. It's worth mentioning that the Navy's South Sea Base 146 is established on the territory of the Salb Kingdom. "Major Ben, here's the newspaper you wanted." A Navy major approached Ortolun, handing him the newspaper. "Thank you." Ortolun replied with a smile as he took the newspaper and continued reading. Today's newspaper still contained quite a bit of interesting information, such as the previously mentioned Sand Crocodile and Douglas Barrett. These two had clashed in Jadenburg, leading to the island's destruction and nearly 20,000 casualties, which was absolutely brutal. However, Jadenburg is located in the New World and is not part of the world government. So according to the world government's ridiculous laws, there are no human rights, and probably no one would take them seriously. Besides the information about these two, there were also some events in the North Sea, such as conflicts involving the two major villains, which plunged several countries in the North Sea into chaos. These two villains are Vince Smock Judge, who escaped from the MADS research group and leads Germa 66, and the Don Quixote family, which has been growing stronger over the years and has basically monopolized various businesses in the dark world of the North Sea. The newspaper did not publish a photo of Judge, but it did feature a snapshot of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was wearing an evil and arrogant smile, standing on a war-torn dock with a backdrop of crying crowds, contrasting sharply with his sinister smile. Ortolun wasn't very interested in Gaji, but he found da Flamingo quite intriguing. A naturally evil little Don Quixote? Interesting. Ortolun chuckled softly and whispered, "That guy has a complex identity, as long as he doesn't do anything particularly outrageous. The world government won't move against him." Jiun, standing behind Ortolun, also saw the photo in the newspaper and said, somewhat irritated, "If I remember correctly, the adopted son of Admiral Sengoku is that junior named Razanandi, who is currently attending classes under teacher Zifa, right? He's his brother, isn't he?" Ortolun asked. This piece of information was quite secretive. Only a very few people in the Navy knew that Admiral Sengoku had an adopted son, and coincidentally, Ortolun was one of those few. After all, he was now considered a figure with deep connections in the Navy, personally recruited by Karp, a direct disciple of Admiral Zifa, and a subordinate of Admiral Sengoku, a good comrade and formidable bodyguard of the Marshal. These connections were incredibly strong, right? Because Razanandi was currently studying under teacher Zifa, and Ortolun had entered this high-level circle. He wasn't unfamiliar with Razanandi. They had met a few times. Setting aside the impressions from the original story, Ortolun had a very good impression of Razanandi from their brief encounters. That guy was polite, had a gentle demeanor, and was kind-hearted. Perhaps he seemed a bit naive or foolish in many matters, but he was definitely a good Navy officer with a strong sense of justice. Yes, compared to his brother, Razanandi is practically a saint. GU sighed. Whether Razanandi was a saint or not, Ortolun wouldn't comment, but thinking about this made him greatly admire Admiral Sengoku. On this sea, who is the strongest dad king? Many people would probably first think of that old guy Whitebeard, who likes to play the father figure. But compared to Sengoku, Newgate is really far behind. His greatest achievement was adopting Roger's son, but from a generational perspective, it's quite awkward because that guy Carp is simply a jerk. He directly became Ace's grandfather, shitting on his old rivals Roger and Newgate, and lowered the generation gap to the level of Dragon, which is ridiculous. In contrast, Sengoku has much more style. He doesn't have as many sons as Newgate, but the one he has is of great value, a genuine descendant of 20 royal bloodlines. A pure celestial dragon from Mariejois. So from a certain perspective, Sengoku going to Mariejois was like playing the grandson to the celestial dragons. But when he returns to the Navy headquarters, he is the father of the celestial dragons. Is it possible that after Sengoku got angry at Mariejois, he would come back to our Navy headquarters and take it out on Razanandi? Ortolun suddenly asked Gun mischievously. Gun was taken aback for a moment and touched his chin, saying, "The way you put it makes me want to go back to Marineford and give Razanandi a beating too." Chapter 88. Ginny and Kuma, people worth respecting. South Blue, Salb Kingdom. This country did not seem rich. The extremely high tax burden suppressed the living space of its citizens. However, this country had not yet been divided in half due to the overwhelming pressure from the sky. In a town located in the southern region of the country, Ortolun, dressed in the Navy's justice coat, held a map in his hand, occasionally observing the surrounding buildings to confirm his direction. After a while, he turned around 2 streets and finally saw an old but well-kept church. Indeed, there are many religious beliefs in this world. For example, Sister Carmel, who has deep ties with Charlotte Linlin, is a member of the church, appearing kind and benevolent on the surface, but in reality, she is a human trafficker. Also, one of the later supernovas, Uraj, is a Buddhist. Although Ortolun has never been there, he learned through cultural lessons that the flower country in the West Sea has a tradition of Taoism. However, these religious forces are not very powerful, and there's not much to say about them. Soon, Ortolun folded the newspaper and walked towards a nearby church. The church door was open, and there were quite a few people inside, mostly elderly. From a distance, Ortolun saw a tall figure sitting in the churchyard, using his abilities to help the elderly heal their ailments. Although the figure looked very tall, his face appeared somewhat youthful, seemingly a young man just over 20 years old. That person was Bartholomew Kuma, and if Ortolun remembered correctly, he should be 22 years old this year. In Ortolun's impression, Bartholomew Kuma usually appeared with a serious expression, rarely showing a smile, and looked quite imposing. But at this moment, the young Bartholomew Kuma wore a friendly smile, using his abilities to extract the fatigue and pain from the elderly, silently absorbing it. He wore a patched-up priest's robe, giving off a feeling of poverty. But there was no trace of worry about poverty on his face. It was a face full of hope for the future. Watching the scene, Ortolun couldn't help but feel a bit sad. This world is beautiful and attractive, but at the same time, for many unfortunate people, this world is inherently cruel and harsh. Gun previously said that Razanandi was excessively kind, almost like a saint. Ortolun didn't want to comment, but if one were to speak of kindness, Ortolun admired Bartholomew Kuma even more. Ortolun did not enter the church, but stood silently across the street, watching the warm scene. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Bartholomew Bear wiped the sweat from his forehead, sent off an elderly man, and turned around to glance back, only to see Ortolun staring at him. The sudden sight of a strange naval officer startled Bartholomew Bear, and he nearly stood up, but seeing Ortolun with a faint smile and no intention of approaching, he quickly calmed down. Forcing himself not to dwell on those thoughts, Bartholomew Bear continued to ease the pain of the next elderly man. After about 2 more hours, he finally sent off the last person who had come to the church to pray. Then, standing at the church door, Bartholomew Bear looked at Ortolun across the street with a puzzled expression. Ortolun walked towards the church, crossing the street and arriving at the church entrance. While peering into the churchyard, he asked, "Do you do this every day? Relieving the pain from those old men and bearing it yourself?" Bartholomew Bear seemed to recognize Ortolun's identity. After all, he had a habit of reading the newspaper, and Ortolun had been quite a sensation in the papers before. Hearing Ortolun's question, Bartholomew Bear scratched the back of his head with a somewhat naive expression and replied, "Pretty much, but there are more people today. It's not usually like this." "Is that so?" Ortolun sighed lightly and asked, "Don't you feel uncomfortable doing this?" "Not at all," Bartholomew Bear said with a happy smile on his face. "Helping others to the best of my ability, isn't that something to be happy about?" Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "You're right. Are you here to catch me?" Bartholomew Bear asked somewhat nervously. After a brief pause, he added, "If so, could you wait until the day after tomorrow? Because tomorrow an old gentleman has made an appointment for my treatment. He can't get out of bed. I need to go to his house to help." Ortolun was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. Just then, a woman suddenly burst out from the church, holding a long-barreled firearm. With her short, neat hair, she appeared strikingly aggressive compared to the gentle demeanor of Bartholomew Bear, exuding a sense of vigor and confidence. Ortolun recognized her at a glance. It was Ginny, a poor soul with an unfortunate fate, just like Bartholomew Bear. "You bastard Navy. What do you want to do to Bear? Get out of the church. You're not welcome here," Ginny shouted, pointing a gun at Ortolun. Ortolun looked at the scene, smiling as he raised his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to catch you." With this simple sentence, a smile immediately appeared on Bartholomew Bear's face as he said, "Great. So you're not here to catch us? That puts me at ease." However, Ginny, irritated, kicked Bartholomew Bear on the ankle and said angrily, "Bear, you trust others too easily. Who knows what he's really here for? Don't let your guard down. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Bane Ortolun, Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. I'm just passing through here to carry out other tasks, which have nothing to do with you, so you don't need to be so nervous," Ortolun said with a smile, seemingly sensing that this person had no ill intentions. Ginny hesitated and lowered the gun she was pointing at Ortolun, but still said, somewhat displeased, "We don't welcome the Navy or any lackeys of the world government here." Bartholomew Bear opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to remind Ginny that speaking like that could be hurtful. But seeing Ginny's unhappy expression, he ultimately held his tongue. Ortolun shrugged and sighed, saying, "All right, no need to be so excited, I'll just leave." In fact, Ortolun really didn't plan to do anything. He came here, partly because it was on the way, and partly because he wanted to see Bartholomew Bear and Ginny, who were still in happiness. The time spent in this church might be the happiest period in Bartholomew Bear and Ginny's lives. So not disturbing them and not intervening was actually the greatest kindness he could show them. After stepping back 2 paces, Ortolun suddenly said with a serious expression, "I respect those who are treated cruelly by the world, yet still willing to respond with kindness and hope. You two are both truly great individuals with good character, and I respect you. So please remember, my name is Bane Ortolun. Perhaps in the eyes of many, including yours, the Navy is not a good character, and I do not deny this. Our Navy is indeed facing many difficult issues right now. But I want to correct one thing. I am not a lackey of the world government. If you ever need help in the future, I would be happy to assist." After saying this, Ortolun smiled kindly at the two of them, and in a flash of lightning, he disappeared from their sight. After Ortolun's abrupt disappearance, Ginny looked at Bartholomew Bear with some confusion and asked, "What was that about?" "I don't know. When I noticed him, he was across the street, watching me with a friendly smile." Bartholomew Bear answered, also puzzled. "What a strange Navy. But thankfully he wasn't here to arrest us. You recognized him, right? That guy. He's the impressive Navy that was reported in the newspapers before." Ginny quickly said, "Yeah, I recognized him." Bear nodded foolishly, but after a moment, Bartholomew Bear showed a gentle smile and said, "Even though I don't know what was going on, he said he respects us." "It's the first time someone has said that to us, right? I'm so happy, Ginny." "Respect, huh?" A complex look flashed in Ginny's eyes. As former slaves, they rarely experienced such feelings. But soon, Ginny brushed this emotion aside, kicked Bartholomew Bear on the shin, and said unhappily, "You silly bear, don't just believe what others say. Otherwise, one day you'll regret it." Bartholomew Bear rubbed his leg with a sense of grievance and said softly, "But if there's no trust, how can everyone understand each other?" Ginny seemed taken aback by this statement, unable to retort for a moment. After a while, she stamped her foot in anger and said, "If you get tricked in the future, don't come crying to me for comfort, you fool." Chapter 89. The Brutal Reality of the Dark World. South Sea, Zixicries Island. This island is an illegal place in the South Sea, not under the jurisdiction of the world government. It's not that the world government cannot control it. In fact, aside from the New World, the world government has strong control over the other seas, especially the four major seas of East, West, South, and North. If the world government wanted to, they could certainly control all the islands in the four major seas. However, they do not wish to control this place, as the world government also needs blurred, dark areas as a nest for gathering filthy, evil, and despicable individuals. Indeed, this is where the dark world of the South Sea lies. Many unsavory businesses take place here, and the world government naturally has places where it needs the dark world to exert its influence, so it allows them a certain amount of breathing space. There are many places like Zixacrees Island in the South Sea, and such islands can be found all over the world. For example, the most notorious illegal area in the North Sea is Minion Island, and there is also Magic Valley Town in the first half of the Grand Line, as well as the illegal area in the Chambord Islands and Hive Island in the New World, all of which are similar islands. At this moment, in the Port Market Street of this island, Ortolun, dressed in a black tank top and the work pants commonly worn by dock workers, sat inside a small stall. He had muscular arms with intimidating tattoos, actually stickers, wore a pair of black sunglasses that covered most of his face, and sported a fake mustache above his lips. Anyone who looked at him would think he was a dock bully, not a good person. Due to his childhood experience living with his father on Tarian Island, Ortolun didn't need to act like a dock bully. He knew what it was supposed to be like, sitting there with a cigarette in his mouth, legs propped up on the table in front of him, holding a common boxed meal. He looked like a local native of the dark world, completely unrecognizable as the famous Rear Admiral of the Navy. Speaking of which, this was already the third illegal area Ortolun had appeared in within the South Sea. Since leaving Sol Bay Kingdom for a break over 2 months ago, Ortolun had been doing such things, roaming through various illegal areas in the South Sea. His movements largely followed the tracks of scholars investigated by the Navy's Intelligence Department and the new intelligence provided by the CP organization. The reason he chose to set foot on various Dark World islands was that Ortolun believed scholars were also human and needed to eat, drink, and take care of their needs. They couldn't rely solely on knowledge at sea. They needed supplies as well. If they were to replenish their supplies in formal places, like ports, it was very likely that the world government would trace their whereabouts. Therefore, they would most likely choose to replenish supplies within the Dark World. So, Ortolun targeted this aspect, laying out plans in the commercial areas of various Dark World islands to see if he could find traces of the scholars. However, to be honest, the people from the CP organization and the intelligence department were not fools. They had been using similar tactics as well, but so far, they had not detected any useful information. Ortolun approached these matters with a mindset of whether there are dates or not. Let's take a shot at it. If there are gains, everyone is happy. If not, he considers it an experience of life. After a while, he plans to go to Bartle Island to party with Roger. So his mindset is relatively calm. What is the situation in the Dark World? Through this period of residency, Orton has clearly felt that survival in the Dark World is extremely brutal. People die every day on these islands. Those who can survive in such an environment, whether they're 7 or 8 years old, or even younger or elderly folks in their 50s, 60s, or 70s, are all tough characters. This is a place where people eat people. If you don't eat others, you will starve to death. Therefore, in Orton's view, issuing a demon-slaying order in such a place would not lead to any wrongful killings. While holding a lunchbox and sitting on a chair, enjoying this life experience, a sudden argument broke out at the stall opposite him. He then saw the owner, without a word, take out a shotgun from his stall and shoot his customer into a sieve. This action immediately infuriated the other 2 companions of the customer, one of whom drew a handgun on the spot, ready to retaliate. However, the owner seemed to be accustomed to such situations. He fired again, sending that person flying 2 or 3 meters and crashing to the ground. Ortolun silently watched as pieces of meat fell into his lunchbox, his mouth twitching slightly, feeling that his good mood had been ruined by this group of scraps. Another shot rang out, and after killing all 3 of them, the stall owner, holding his shotgun, said with a fiercely arrogant expression, "Damn it, you guys should find out who I am on this street of Zixacrees Island. Who am I afraid of? A bunch of unknown scraps daring to come here and ask for food? This is the Dark World, not a place for you useless people to act tough." Just as the owner was being arrogant, he suddenly felt a shadow looming over him. Turning around, he saw Ortolun's robust figure standing right behind him. "You." The owner tried to raise his shotgun, but Ortolun didn't give him a chance to talk. He directly stepped on the owner's feet, pinning him to the ground, and then delivered a powerful slap without holding back. What kind of power is Ortolun? Even Kaido was stunned. And even the Red Count had to give it a good review. This slap was originally capable of sending someone flying, but unfortunately, Ortolun stepped on his foot. So the full force of the slap landed squarely on that guy's head. You could see that his head, along with some vertebrae, was sent flying. His neck became a fountain, blood splattering everywhere. In an instant, the once arrogant stall owner had become a headless corpse. Ortolun kicked the bloodied corpse away and then looked around. The members of the dark world, like wolves, were all somewhat intimidated by his gaze. They had seen ruthless people in this place too many times. Who among them didn't have blood on their hands? If you didn't have blood on your hands, how could you dare to open a shop here? But they had never seen a scene where someone's head was directly knocked off with a single slap. It was brutal, so damn brutal. He slammed the box lunch, mixed with bits of flesh and blood, onto the ground and said fiercely, "I'll only say this once. If anyone dares to pull these disgusting stunts while I'm eating, I'll twist their head off and kick it like a ball. Do you hear me?" After scolding them, seeing how the wolves were trembling, Ortolun shouted again, "Speak. Do you hear me? We hear you. We hear you. Please calm down, sir." Ortolun nodded slightly, but still cursed irritably. "Did you hear that? You all look like dead men. Come out and clean this up. Damn it. The market environment relies on everyone to maintain it. If you see garbage on the ground, take the initiative to clean it up. Don't you have any sense of public duty?" As soon as he finished speaking, the stall owners around quickly grabbed mops and brooms, rushed out to clean up, and swiftly removed the bodies and remnants from Ortolun's sight. They carried buckets to wash away the blood on the ground, looking fearful that Ortolun might be dissatisfied. They cautiously glanced at him, and when they saw him nod, they all breathed a sigh of relief, returned to their stalls, and didn't dare to make a sound, sitting there in a daze like quails. Ortolun was sitting in his spot, feeling a bit irritable. A perceptive stall owner had already bought him a new lunchbox and respectfully placed it on Ortolun's table, wearing a fawning smile as he said, "Boss, why don't you give it a try? You're not too bad." Ortolun nodded in satisfaction, and without mentioning any rewards, waved him away. However, those words made the guy walk away with his head held high, as if he were quite impressive. As Ortolun resumed eating his lunch, his mood gradually improved. Before long, the street of the commercial district returned to its usual state, with the stall owners seeming more polite than before, speaking in much lower tones. After 2 or 3 hours, Ortolun glanced at the darkening sky, feeling a bit bored as he stretched lazily, realizing that today was yet another unproductive day. With that thought, he prepared to pack up his stall, but just then he spotted a woman with silver hair appearing in the commercial street. Nicole Orbia. Thanks to Robin, Ortolun recognized her at a glance. However, this woman looked nothing like a scholar here. Instead, she resembled a hardened figure who had been involved in the dark world for a long time. She wore a hunter's leather coat stained with some blood, some of which had darkened, and was gnawing on a chicken leg with no regard for her image. In her other hand, she held a large caliber revolver, hanging by her thigh, her gaze sweeping around indiscriminately, glaring at anyone she found displeasing. At that moment, Ortolun understood why the CP agency and the Navy's intelligence department could not find people in the dark world. This woman disguised herself extremely well. To anyone else, she looked like a bounty hunter or a similar tough character, definitely not a scholar. Only someone like Ortolun, who was perceptive, could detect her true identity. Chapter 90, Veteran Orbia. It is often said that scholars are unarmed, but this is merely the Navy's arrogance. In reality, scholars going to sea and engaging in such perilous activities would surely prepare some firepower. Moreover, in these waters, the world government is not the only threat. Pirates wouldn't treat them kindly just because they are scholars. Thus, scholar teams must be equipped with weapons and ammunition to deal with various risks. Nicole Orbia came to Hishikli's island specifically to restock on weapons and ammunition. She was among the first scholars to set sail with the research team and had conducted many deals in the dark world, becoming quite experienced. She knew that showing even a hint of fear here would be disastrous. If these wolves detected any weakness, they would truly turn into wolves and devour her completely. Conversely, the more relaxed and arrogant she appeared, the more likely they would see her as one of their own, a predator rather than prey. The prettier the woman, the better she would act. With her experience and acting skills, Orbia could navigate the dark world without revealing any flaws or weaknesses. For instance, as she walked over from the market street, she would engage in casual conversation with some stall owners, occasionally bantering with them before grandly purchasing items, pretending to grumble as if she had truly been taken advantage of. This practiced demeanor blended seamlessly into her environment, causing the wolves around her to perceive her as one of their kind, with no intention of targeting her. Indeed, in the dark world, predators rarely engage in real conflict with one another. The reason is simple. It is a survival of the fittest world. Once injured here, a predator can quickly become prey. Thus, without significant conflict, as long as they judge the other as one of their own, predators will be quite courteous to one another, often preferring to hunt outsiders. Only someone like Ortolun, who could dominate a situation, would deal ruthlessly with so-called peers. After locking onto his target, Ortolun stood up, disregarding the items on his stall, pushed the table aside, and strode towards Orbia. At that moment, Orbia was still busy selecting some odds and ends, although she was there to purchase weapons and ammunition. The goods in the dark world were diverse. There were things one could hardly imagine, and occasionally browsing could yield unexpected finds. For instance, some permanent recording pointers from peculiar islands, certain treasure maps, and some historical artifacts that interested Orbia the most. Just as Orbia was discussing the price of a recording pointer with the stall owner, Ortolun approached her side. As soon as Orton arrived, the stall owner immediately fell silent and didn't dare to speak. This made Albaya realize that she was likely to encounter trouble. She turned to look at Orton beside her, who stood over 3 meters tall, with muscles so strong they seemed about to burst through his black tank top, a menacing tattooed arm, oversized black sunglasses that obscured half of his face, scruffy stubble, and horn-like decorations on his head. This was clearly a tough character not to be messed with. Ortolun raised his hand to touch his chin, looking up and down at Eurybia. Then he grinned, revealing a friendly smile, and said, "Miss, is this your first time on Zixicree's island? Do you need a guide? I'm quite familiar with this place. It's dangerous here, with quite a few bad people around. I think you might need my help." While observing Ortolun, Eurybia was also watching the people around her. When she saw those fierce wolves and didn't dare to glance over here too much, she immediately concluded that this guy was probably the most ruthless character on this street. Looking at Ortolun's appearance, Eurybia could only think that it would be hard to find anyone more vicious than him on this island. Being with him, she certainly didn't have to worry about running into other bad people, because it would be a dead end. However, as a seasoned player, Eurybia had considered the possibility of such a situation, so she didn't outright refuse Ortolun or even get into a conflict with him. Instead, she giggled and reached out, touching Ortolun's solid chest muscles, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Hey there, you're just my type. How about I treat you to a meal so we can get to know each other better?" Eurybia was carrying a large dose of hallucinogen, enough to intoxicate even an elephant. Using the excuse of having a meal with Ortolun, she planned to find an opportunity to drug him, take him down, and perhaps even make a fortune before quickly packing up and escaping safely. Moreover, Eurybia had prepared several contingency plans for such situations, ready to adapt to various circumstances. "Ha ha ha, it's been a while since a beautiful woman treated me to a meal. Sure, let's go." Ortolun pretended to be happy, laughing loudly. He then slightly bent down and wrapped his arm around Eurybia's shoulder, pulling her into his embrace like a bully. Eurybia knew this guy was taking advantage of her, but she had to maintain a satisfied smile, leaning against Ortolun as he half-dragged her away from the street. After Ortolun and Eurybia left, the stall owners came back to life. "Damn, he beat us to it. That gorgeous girl was really something, with that nice thin skin. I really like it. What use is it if you like her? That woman doesn't look easy to deal with. Only Bullhorn Boss would dare to act so recklessly. Stop talking nonsense here. If this gets to Bullhorn Boss's ears, how many heads do you think you have spare?" Seemingly recalling the earlier scene, the stall owners clicked their tongues and dared not continue gossiping about Ortolun, returning to their tasks. On the other side, Ortolun quickly took Eurybia to a high-end restaurant. Although the dark world was filled with chaos and illegality, there were many bosses. Those gang leaders, mafia family officials, and pirate captains certainly needed to eat and drink well. So the island's high-end service facilities were quite comprehensive. After booking a private room, Ortolun and Eurybia sat across from each other at the table. At this point, Eurybia had begun to sense something was off. Ever since they entered the room, the once carefree gangster suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. No longer so reckless. Instead, he appeared very well behaved. He couldn't be trying to play the gentleman, could he? Just look at your image. You don't fit that role at all, brother. While Eurybia was puzzled in her heart, she was also ranting internally. After the waiter left with the already ordered menu, Ortolun raised his hand to remove his fake beard and sunglasses, placing them on the table. Seeing this scene, Eurybia was taken aback. Without the cover of the sunglasses and fake beard, the more she looked at Ortolun, the more familiar he seemed. After 3 to 5 breaths, Eurybia exclaimed in surprise, "Bane, Ortolun." Ortolun picked up the juice on the table, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Oh, I didn't expect that I could now be recognized directly by strangers. Urbia's mood had already sunk to a low point, but she still held on to a last glimmer of hope and forced a smile, saying, as partners of the Navy, we pirate hunters should naturally have some knowledge of the well-known naval officers. Pirate hunters? Ortolun sneered. I didn't expect you to have such a side job. I thought people like you, cultured individuals, wouldn't like fighting and killing. Urbia's expression stiffened for a moment, and pretending not to understand, she said, what cultured individuals? At this point, you can't possibly think you're still hiding it well, can you? Scholar Nicole, Urbia? Ortolun's gaze locked on Urbia's face as he spoke in a deep voice. Urbia opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but looking at Ortolun's gaze, she ultimately said nothing in defense. The atmosphere fell silent, with neither of them seeming willing to speak. After about 10 minutes, the waiter knocked on the door, delivered the meals, and then respectfully left. Urbia remained still, while Ortolun didn't care much about that. A box meal wouldn't fill his stomach, so he began to eat. Seeing Ortolun eating on his own, Urbia gradually became restless. Finally, as Ortolun picked up the juice again, she asked, how did you investigate me? Where did I show any flaws or issues? The world government has the strongest and most comprehensive intelligence network and monitoring system in the world. Once they get serious, there's nothing they can't find out. It just depends on the time taken. You might not believe it, but your affairs have always been under our control, Ortolun casually boasted. Chapter 91. Survival or Destruction? That is the question. Urbia really didn't believe it. She was very suspicious that this Bane Ortolun was bluffing. We scholars have made so many meticulous plans, gone through so many risks, and made such sacrifices to accumulate quite a wealth of experience to counter your world government. And yet you say you know everything? All along, we have been performing a monkey show, right? Anyone would find that hard to believe. Looking at Urbia's doubtful gaze, Ortolun smiled. This matter, if placed upon someone else, might truly be a bluff, but for him, there was much to say. Let me briefly mention a few key elements. Ortolun put down his juice and continued, for example. Nicole, Urbia, you are involved in an illegal research project led by Dr. Clover, whose main research direction is the ancient text and the blank history of 100 years. Urbia said nothing. This couldn't be considered a key element. If there were suspicions about O'Hara, then such reverse conclusions could be made by anyone. Seeing that Urbia was unmoved, Ortolun continued. For example, you have a child named Nico Robin, currently fostered at her aunt's house, and you haven't seen her for a long time. A flicker of hesitation crossed Urbia's eyes, but ultimately, she still didn't speak. This was merely a personal issue and couldn't prove anything. However, looking at Ortolun's relaxed and smiling face and recalling those two sentences, she felt there was a hint of progression. Sure enough, seeing her silent, Ortolun gently said, all right, for example, under the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara, there's a historical document placed in the underground research facility that you all excavated. The specificity of the location, combined with the previous sense of progression, instantly shattered Urbia's last line of defense. She looked at Ortolun in disbelief, her lips moved, and she stiffly said, you really know everything? Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Bane Ortolun, a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, subordinate to Admiral Sengoku. The world government takes the secret research of O'Hara scholars and the event of 100 years of taboo very seriously, and it has been entrusted to our Navy Headquarters and the CP Agency for investigation, and I am the person in charge of this task on the Navy side, Ortolun said, looking at Urbia. After a brief pause, Ortolun continued. Regarding what I just mentioned, currently only we in the Navy know about it. The CP Agency has not yet investigated your crimes and evidence from O'Hara. Urbia was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, when did you Navy start participating in this investigation? Ortolun stroked his chin and said, I received the mission a long time ago. But if we're talking about actually getting involved, it's only been a little over 2 months. Urbia's mouth twitched slightly, and she suddenly slammed her hand on the table, saying, compared to your Navy, the CP Agency is simply useless. They have caused us to have a huge misunderstanding about your Navy's investigative capabilities. Isn't the CP Agency supposed to be known for its top intelligence capabilities? Isn't it the strongest intelligence organization under the world government? Yet after so long of investigation, they haven't uncovered anything, while your Navy figured out our details in just 2 months. How can you say you're not useless? If it weren't for your uselessness as a reference, how could we have been so careless about the Navy? Seeing Urbia's mindset breaking down, Ortolun calmly took a bite of his food and then spoke. The CP Agency is a weapon for executing dark justice, cold and ruthless, while our Navy operates more openly and is more compassionate. Regarding O'Hara, our feelings are somewhat complicated. After all, you have committed a serious crime that is explicitly prohibited. Don't tell me that you scholars are unaware that the historical texts hide information about ancient weapons capable of bringing catastrophic disasters to the entire world. We are not interested in those weapons. As historians, we are only concerned with, Orbia said in a low voice. Arrogance. Ortolun interrupted her directly, looking straight at Orbia and saying, just like your naive belief that these actions could deceive our navy and the world government, you arrogantly assume, without knowing where it comes from, that you can hide information about ancient weapons? The facts are right here. For a moment, Orbia found herself unable to refute Ortolun's words. At that moment, Ortolun softened his tone and said, but we want to believe that you, O'Hara, are approaching this matter with a scholar's mindset and not intentionally trying to engage with ancient weapons. This is also the dilemma for our navy. Once we report information about you, O'Hara, to Mariejois, it's likely that you scholars, including everyone on O'Hara, will face severe punishment. However, if we let you go unchecked, it may very well open a Pandora's box that could destroy the world. After a moment of silence, Orbia looked at Ortolun and asked, so what exactly are you trying to tell me? Ortolun raised his eyebrows and said, let me tell you, O'Hara now has only two choices. First, you continue to resist stubbornly, insisting on using everything from O'Hara to oppose the world government. If that is the case, our navy will no longer have any expectations of you. I will immediately arrest you here and seize all ships in the port of Hickory Island and the nearby waters, screening all your accomplices one by one. Don't think I'm exaggerating. For this mission, I have the authority to mobilize all naval forces from various branches in the South China Sea, and I can definitely do this. Then I will report this intelligence in detail to the world government, taking decisive action against O'Hara. You are committing a crime against history. Orbia shouted angrily. You are committing a crime against the people of the world. Ortolun calmly responded. He then continued in a very calm tone. The second option is that, according to our investigation, O'Hara has not yet accessed the blank 100 years of history and has not obtained any information related to ancient weapons. This scientific research expedition regarding the historical text has been very arduous and has progressed relatively slowly before achieving any phased results. O'Hara's plans have already been uncovered by our Navy, and we have obtained corresponding results. O'Hara has confessed to this crime, admitting that the scholars involved in the plan were momentarily impulsive and went down an illegal path, and they have a strong sense of remorse, hoping that the world government can show leniency. Orbia was dumbfounded by this statement. Ortolun had effectively labeled them directly, such as claiming that they had not made any progress on the blank 100 years and ancient weapons information. He was speaking as if he knew everything. In reality, while there had been no progress on the blank 100 years, some progress had been made regarding ancient weapons. It was clear from Ortolun's earlier words that he knew their situation, yet he could still say this. Looking into Ortolun's eyes, Orbia quickly realized that this was his goodwill, or perhaps the goodwill of the Navy. Survival or destruction, that is the question, and also a choice. Ortolun said softly, if we yield to the tyranny of the world government and abandon this research, disregarding the 100 years of history we cannot see, do we still deserve to be historians? Orbia looked at Ortolun and suddenly asked, for the sake of the so-called pride of scholars, unwilling to bow their heads, leading to the interruption of the fire of continuation, the blank 100 years of history would be completely covered by the truth of history, turning to dust, and no one would know. If you think such people deserve to be historians, then I have nothing more to say. Ortolun shrugged. To set aside the pride and reputation of being a scholar, to endure humiliation and bear the burden, to continue passing on this spark of knowledge? A flicker of conflict and pain flashed in Orbia's eyes, as if it was difficult to make a decision. Of course, this was not a decision she could make alone, but in Ortolun's view, she was indeed suitable to be this breakthrough point. If we follow the second option, what kind of situation will O'Hara fall into? Orbia suddenly looked up and asked Ortolun directly. To be honest, I believe the world government also harbors a certain desire regarding the interpretation of ancient texts. You are all exceptionally talented individuals, and surely the world government would not give up on your abilities, so there's a high probability that you will be incorporated. Our Navy has recently established a new department called the Scientific Corps, and the world government intends to use this department to achieve technological breakthroughs in ancient weapons and modern technological weapons. Therefore, there's a certain probability that you will be forcibly incorporated into our Navy Scientific Corps. Ortolun stroked his chin and shared his analysis. After a brief pause, Ortolun continued. Of course, all of the above is just my personal speculation, and it is also very possible that even if you choose the second option, The world government may not accept these claims, and O'Hara would still be eradicated. But this choice at least still holds some hope. Chapter 92 Ortolun. I will betray Dorag. The seemingly available choice was actually no choice at all, so Orbia quickly succumbed to Ortolun. After that, Ortolun, based on the information revealed by Orbia, arrested the scholar fleet lingering in the nearby waters all at once. As for O'Hara, they had not yet notified them. To prevent those people from harboring any inappropriate thoughts, everything would wait until the current matters were handled and arranged before giving them a surprise. On the warship, Jiun looked at Ortolun with an incredibly astonished expression. Orton sat in the office of the cabin, holding the din mushy, waiting for the other side to pick up. Seeing Shiwan's expression, he helplessly asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" "No. How did you manage to accurately pinpoint that woman named Orbia without any intelligence and successfully deal with her?" Shiwan was very curious. She was an elite of the intelligence department, and yet, during this mission with Orton, aside from performing some routine support work, she felt like she hadn't contributed much at all. Yet, despite this, Orton still managed to resolve the scholar's case at an incredible speed. "Isn't that outrageous?" "A bit of luck combined with my strength," Orton said, feigning coolness. Just as Shiwan was about to ask a couple more questions, the din mushy on the other end connected, and the voice of the warlord came through. "Is this Orton? It's been a while since you've contacted the headquarters. Any new developments?" The warlord casually asked. Hearing his voice, it was clear he was just making a routine inquiry, without any particular expectations. After all, the scholar's case was indeed difficult to investigate, and the CP agency hadn't responded for so long. He didn't want to put too much pressure on Orton through this method. "I've cracked the case, General." Orton grinned, speaking in a relaxed tone. The warlord was surprised, saying, "Crack the case? What do you mean? You figured out the scholar's matter?" "Well, it's a bit of luck. You know, I'm a user of the Thunder Fruit, and previously, Teacher Zephyr advised me to pay more attention to my observation hockey. So, during this time, while carrying out my tasks, I've also been researching on the Heart network of observation hockey. Although it works intermittently, I can occasionally do some brief listening. Isn't that a coincidence? Based on the intelligence, I happen to be investigating on the island of Zixicres in the South Sea these past few days, and while honing this ability, I happened to catch some vague information, which led to my deductions." Orton reported to the warlord. He attributed all his persuasive words used on Orbia to his Heart network ability, describing it as a kind of bluffing tactic in this mission report. With a bit of luck, he managed to break through Orbia's psychological defenses, resulting in the current outcome. After listening, the warlord found it somewhat mysterious, but upon reflection, it didn't seem entirely unreasonable. "Your luck is something else. I don't even know what to say. TSK. Had I known you would achieve results on the Heart network so quickly, I shouldn't have made such a big promotion for you in the newspaper back then. What a pity." The warlord expressed both surprise and regret. Orton's reputation had grown significantly, making it easy for people to recognize him. Otherwise, with his abilities, if he were assigned to the intelligence department for field work, the Navy's intelligence operations would surely improve dramatically. After a brief moment of reflection on this ability, the warlord hesitated and asked, "So, it's confirmed that O'Hara is indeed the mastermind behind this incident, but their progress is still very slow, with almost no results. And there's a possibility of surrender?" "Pretty much. According to Orbia, their pursuit of historical truth in O'Hara was essentially a spur-of-the-moment decision. You know these scholars, especially the top ones. Once they get excited, they could do anything. At first, they felt a bit regretful, but due to the situation, they had to continue cautiously until we uncovered it now." Orton replied somewhat vaguely. After a moment's pause, Orton continued, "So I was thinking if that's the case, there might still be room for redemption. If Mariejois is willing to handle O'Hara leniently, then our Navy could also reduce some reputational losses, right? After all, no matter what, taking action against O'Hara will have a significant impact on the cultural community. What do you think?" "You have a point." The warlord acknowledged Orton's viewpoint, but then continued, "However, these matters are not for our Navy to consider. Orton, your thoughts in this regard are very good, but still a bit inexperienced." "What do you mean?" Orton asked, slightly confused. "Our Navy shouldn't get too involved in the thinking of Mariejois. It's not good for either of us. Moreover, we shouldn't think about influencing Mariejois in specific incidents. That's for politicians to consider, not for us military personnel. After this, don't get too involved in it. Our Navy shouldn't have any biased statements. Just report honestly to Mariejois. As for what decision to make regarding O'Hara, let them think for themselves," the warlord instructed. It was clear that the warlord had picked up on Orton's somewhat biased attitude towards O'Hara, so he subtly pointed it out to Orton. cautioning him not to get too involved in the O'Hara matter, lest it be perceived as inappropriate by the higher-ups. I see. How about I add a note of recommendation for leniency in the report? Orton pondered and asked. You brat. The warlord found it somewhat laughable, then said, that's not impossible. Clearly, Orton had taken the warlord's words to heart and further understood that Mariejois could consider adjusting its stance towards O'Hara, but as a violent organization. The Navy should continue to adhere to the original directives given from above, which was to express a stance toward eradicating O'Hara. In simple terms, no matter what decision Mariejois ultimately makes, the Navy will obey the first directive. What is loyalty? This is loyalty. But both the warlord and Orton knew very well that this was merely a statement. The world government would not base its final decisions on the Navy's stance, but rather on its own political considerations and relevant interests. So this statement was merely a manifestation of loyalty and did not affect the final outcome. All right, since the scholar's case is resolved, you should return to headquarters as soon as possible. You've handled this matter timely, and the results are even better than I expected. Your contributions will certainly not go unnoticed. However, I must remind you that you have only recently been promoted to Rear Admiral. Although we recognize your strength, you may still lack an experience. Without particularly significant achievements, you probably won't be promoted to Vice Admiral this time, the warlord said with a smile. Understood. However, General, during this investigation in the South Sea, I also made some other progress, which might lead to significant achievements. Orton said with a smile. What do you mean? The warlord asked, somewhat puzzled. According to the intelligence provided by the CP agency, while we were investigating the scholar case, we noticed that Dracul Myhawk's Revolutionary Army was also in contact with the scholars, but no significant progress was made. What surprised me even more was that while investigating the involvement of the Revolutionary Army, I unexpectedly discovered that they seemed to be collaborating with someone even more mysterious. This person is very likely to be GOLD, Roger, who disbanded his pirate crew and has been missing ever since. Orton said in a low voice. Is that true? The general of the warring states exclaimed, compared to O'Hara, Roger is the real thorn in the Navy's side. Of course it's true. We even discovered the secret base of the Revolutionary Army on a deserted island in the South China Sea. This matter is quite lengthy to explain. Previously, there was no significant progress, so I didn't dare to report vague information casually. Now that scholars have laid the groundwork, I can speak freely. Ortolun's report about his earlier encounter with Dragon, due to his manic episode from the full moon, was quickly conveyed to the general of the warring states. Selling out Dragon? There's no psychological pressure, right? Getting promoted and rich is the way to go. Then you should start investigating this matter as soon as possible. The headquarters will send Carp to assist you, the general of the warring states said without hesitation. The scholars have no strong combat power. Ortolun can maintain order. But with Pirate King Roger, Ortolun and Guillaume might not be enough to handle it. So the warring states decided to send Carp to assist Ortolun immediately. After hanging up the communication with the general, Guillaume looked at Ortolun with surprise and said, What nonsense were you talking to the general? When did we find Roger's trace in the South China Sea? Was it during your encounter with Dragon? I have a network. He doesn't know. Ortolun naturally pinned the blame on Dragon. Guillaume opened his mouth, but was unable to refute. Chapter 93, Confronting Carp. In the Revolutionary Army's new secret base in the South China Sea, Dragon was handling today's matters when Ivankov suddenly walked in and said, Dragon, the secret base we exposed to Ortolun has been swept by the CP agency. Dragon was stunned for a moment, then cursed, as expected, that guy would betray us. But luckily we evacuated quickly. That kid looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect him to be so despicable. Ivankov gritted his teeth and said he had previously thought that guy was quite easy to talk to, but didn't expect him to stab them in the back. Forget it. Fortunately, we didn't suffer any losses. Let us focus on the matters at hand, this Salb Kingdom. Dragon changed the topic. Meanwhile, Carp's speed was also quick. It took just over a week for his dog-headed warship to reach the South China Sea's 426 Navy branch where Ortolun was located. Such speed made Ortolun wonder if his warship was lacking some equipment. Could the dog-headed figurehead increase speed? That doesn't conform to physics. Ortolun. Carp suddenly twisted open the door to Ortolun's resting room and rushed in. As soon as he looked up, he saw Guillaume straddling Ortolun's waist on the sofa, both looking at him in shock. Carp, who was initially very anxious, felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing this scene, rubbed his nose, and said, You guys don't lock the door? What kind of decorum is this? I'll go have some tea first. Looking at the doorknob in your hand, don't you think the door was locked just now? Ortolun couldn't help but retort. Carp really had strong hands, directly breaking a door lock. Guillaume hurriedly got off Ortolun and said, "Don't misunderstand, this bastard just mocked my intelligence. I was just beating him up." Carp thought, who didn't have a youthful phase. I can understand, but seeing through it and not saying it is the etiquette of adults. Of course, Carp still believed Guillaume's words because both of them were fully dressed. After closing the door, Carp quickly asked, "You said you found Roger's trace. Is it true? If I say it's false, wouldn't that mean I tricked you over for the headquarters just to get beaten?" Ortolun rolled his eyes at Carp and then said, "Of course it's true. Perhaps because the atmosphere was a bit off just now." Guillaume adjusted his cloak and said, "You guys continue chatting. I'll go for a walk." Soon, Guillaume left, and Carp sat on the sofa, looking serious as he asked, "You mentioned before that Dragon had some scheme with Roger. What is going on?" Orton was silent for a moment, then walked to the door, pushed it open, and looked outside. Seeing that there was no one around, he returned to his seat across from Carp. He had already checked the room thoroughly and found no listening devices, which was normal. A naval officer from a branch wouldn't dare to install such devices on a rear admiral from headquarters. After confirming that the surroundings were discreet, Orton spoke up, "This matter, you know and I know. I've even kept it from the Marshal and Ji Yuan, Mr. Carp." Even if Ji Yuan had not left, Orton would have found a way to send her away. Carp was taken aback for a moment, but seeing the seriousness in Orton's eyes, he finally nodded and said, "All right. You know and I know. The connection between Dorag and Roger is something I made up." Orton revealed directly. "You?" Carp's expression changed in surprise, looking at Orton with confusion. "I obtained information about Roger unintentionally from the dark world, and I've already silenced the source," Orton added. Carp adjusted his stirring emotions slightly and asked, "What's going on? Does it involve that bastard Dorag?" "Roger is currently on Batlira Island in the South Sea, and he has even married a local girl." Orton quietly began to narrate the story about Roger. Naturally, there were some half-truths mixed in, mainly concerning the source of his information. Carp did not dwell on these details. And the reason Orton chose to be upfront with Carp was that this matter could be concealed from many people, but probably not from Carp. Once Carp came into contact with Roger, he could obtain a lot of information directly from him. Moreover, Dorag was his son. They must have some private contact otherwise. How could that guy Luffy have ended up in Carp's hands? It was better to come clean with Carp than to be discovered later. They have been living there for a long time, and it is very likely that Roger's wife is already pregnant. Let me ask you, if we were to capture Roger under these circumstances, would the world government spare his wife and child? Orton inquired. Carp was silent for a moment and shook his head. Naturally not. Roger, as a pirate, has committed great crimes. This is unquestionable. But does his wife and child have any crimes? Orton sighed. "You know my identity, so I am sensitive to these matters, Mr. Carp." With the thought of Orton's bloodline, Carp finally understood his meaning. "In this situation, we can choose not to report it." Carp hesitated for a moment before ultimately saying so. "But if we do that, the world government will definitely investigate Roger's situation. If they find out he is living peacefully in the South Sea, they will undoubtedly start thinking along those lines. If we conceal his wife, then with the world government's ruthless methods, only innocent people will suffer." Orton analyzed further. Carp had seen the dark side of the world government many times, so he nodded in agreement with Orton's words. Originally, because of the hasty nature of the story, they couldn't lay out any further plans. Carp had made a significant mistake regarding this issue before, hiding the matters of Lucio and Ace, which ultimately led to many innocent people being caught up in it in the South Sea. Therefore, they could not let the world government know that Roger's living situation here was peaceful. They had to make the world government think that he came to the South Sea to engage in undisclosed cooperation with some dangerous organizations. This way, the world government might not think too much into it. After thinking it through, the only one capable of taking the blame in the South Sea was Dorag's self-defense army. Orton said solemnly. Carp listened to this and found it quite reasonable. If they considered it this way, then Roger coming to the South Sea was to stir up trouble, since he was there to cause trouble. Who the hell would get married and have children in the middle of it? It just didn't make sense. So how do we arrange this? Carp pondered for a moment and asked. "Of course, we go to capture him," Orton smiled and said. "That guy's not easy to catch." Carp instinctively replied. This was his experience. He had tried to catch him many times and failed. It may sound a bit despicable, but this time he has a weakness. Orton said softly. He knew that Roger would most likely not escape, but he couldn't say that outright to Carp and had to resort to this strategy. Carp was taken aback for a moment, looking at Orton and saying, "It is indeed a bit despicable, but it is also the best choice to reduce casualties. So capturing Roger is not the problem. Now we need to think about how to execute this plan well to avoid future worries." Orton rubbed his forehead and said, "No. The premise is that the information you have is accurate. So we should first go to Batlir Island to take a look. If Roger is not there and the information is wrong, then everything is for nothing." Carp picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said in a calm tone, Chapter 94, Carp and Roger, meeting at Batlir Island. South Sea, Batlir Island. Carp, Ji Yuan, and Orton got off a merchant ship. Looking at the not-so-prosperous port, Ji Yuan said softly, "Is that guy Roger hiding here?" After a brief pause, Ji Yuan shot Orton an annoyed glare and said, "Do you see me as someone untrustworthy? Do you need to hide those things from me? Do you think I'm a supporter of the theory that bloodlines are guilty?" Ortolun awkwardly touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "That's not it. Otherwise, I wouldn't choose to tell you this afterwards. I just think it's best to inform Mr. Carp about this matter first." Ji Yuan let out a light snort and didn't pursue the topic further. Carp patted the shoulders of both and said, "All right, enough of this nonsense. Let's go see if Roger's information is accurate." In a small house in Bartolira town, near the edge of the area, Roger was sitting at a dining table, reading a newspaper. Opposite him sat Luciu, who was arranging a plate of cut fruits into a beautiful platter. From time to time, she would glance up at Roger, her lips curling into a happy smile. Roger looked at the newspaper and suddenly spoke. "The world government's CP agency has wiped out a secret base of the Revolutionary Army in the South Sea. Speaking of which, this Dorag is that guy Carp's son. It seems so. When he left the Navy, it caused quite a stir." Luciu said with a smile after thinking for a moment. "Probably saw through the Navy's terrible situation, right? Carp just can't see it. If he had had his son's decisive determination back then, he might have become my partner. In fact, I've always considered him a friend." Roger laughed. After laughing, Roger put down the newspaper, stood up, and walked behind Luciu, gently massaging her shoulders while saying with a grin, "It's all food to be eaten anyway. If it looks too good, I might hesitate to eat it. Besides, you're pregnant now, so it's best not to overexert yourself. What's tiring about sitting here and moving my fingers?" Luciu chuckled lightly. Roger looked at the platter on the table and said with some emotion, "Sometimes I envy Carp, but soon I will have a child too. I wonder if my body can hold out until that day." Recently, Roger had increasingly felt that his physical condition was declining, experiencing pains from time to time, and he didn't know how much longer he could endure. He even began to consider how to arrange his affairs after his passing. When would be the right time to surrender to the Navy? "Have you thought about the name for our child that I asked you to consider?" Luciu's words interrupted Roger's thoughts. Roger smiled and patted his chest, saying, "Of course I have. If it's a girl, let's name her and wishing her a safe and peaceful life, which is my blessing to her as a father. If it's a boy, then just right. Just right? What do you mean?" Luciu asked, puzzled. "Raft rose, we went too early, but sooner or later, the answer there will be conveyed to everyone at sea. And if it's a boy, the moment he can brave the winds and waves of this sea will be when that answer is revealed. Perhaps he will be my trump card left on this sea. So I want to name him Ace," Roger said with some anticipation. "Ace." Luciu raised her eyes and looked at the sword hanging on the wall in the distance. That was Roger's sword, also his trump card, and it was called Ace. Just as Roger was about to say something else, his expression suddenly changed, looking somewhat unpleasant and suspicious, but it quickly returned to calm. Luciu seemed to notice his pause and was about to ask something when Roger spoke up. "I didn't expect to be found here. I thought I was hidden pretty well. You stay here. I have friends who came to visit. I'll go see them." Luciu didn't say anything, just worryingly grasped Roger's hand. Seeing this, Roger smiled and said, "I told you, they're friends, so there's room for negotiation. Don't worry, I know that guy well." After saying this, Roger took a deep breath and left the dining room, heading toward the door. Meanwhile, outside the small house, Carp was looking at the surrounding environment and said softly, "If he can keep quiet like this, actually, it's quite good, isn't it? Then why do you want to disturb me?" Roger's voice came from inside, and then he opened the door. Roger looked at the situation outside, his gaze pausing for a moment on Carp and Ortolun, and then he smiled and said, "The hot-tempered little brat, and Carp, it's been a while." Ortolun glanced at Roger and casually asked, "You seem a bit weak. Have you not been feeling well lately?" Roger chuckled and replied, "Did you notice that? Actually, I'm not long for this world." Carp was taken aback and then asked, "What are you talking about?" Roger continued, "I haven't had the chance to tell you before, but to be straightforward, I've been suffering from a terminal illness for many years now, and my time is running out, Carp." While Roger spoke these sorrowful words, his expression carried a somewhat carefree smile. Carp didn't doubt his words, as Roger had no reason to lie, and thus his gaze towards Roger became a bit more complex. "Come in. After all, you're a guest," Roger beckoned. Carp seemed to come back to his senses and sighed. After so many years, This is the first time I've talked to you in such a peaceful setting." As he finished speaking, he stepped inside, and Ortolun and Guillaume followed suit. Soon, the four entered Roger's home and saw the somewhat worried Lugio. "This is my wife, Lugio," Roger introduced her, then took her hand and pointed at Carp, saying, "That guy is the old friend I mentioned, and that little brat almost got dragged onto the ship if it weren't for Carp. Even without Mr. Carp, I might not have become a pirate," Ortolun quipped, then continued, "Nice to meet you, I'm Bane Ortolun, and this is my colleague Guillaume." Although Lugio looked a bit worried and anxious, she politely responded, "You all chat first. I'll make tea for you." "Let me do it." Roger immediately took over, saying with concern, "Why don't you go rest in the bedroom for a bit? Your health is important." As he spoke, he turned to Carp and the others, saying, "As you can see, my wife is pregnant." Carp's eyes revealed a knowing look, clearly not surprised, as he had considered this before coming. After Lugio went to rest, Roger brewed tea for everyone and invited them to sit in his living room. Each held a cup of tea, but the atmosphere was rather silent, and no one seemed inclined to speak. At that moment, they didn't quite know what to say. It was Roger who broke the silence. After taking a sip of tea, he suddenly said, "Indeed, your Navy's intelligence is impressive. I was hiding here, and you found me. But actually, even if you hadn't come, I was planning to turn myself in soon. Since you have a terminal illness, why not just leave this world quietly?" Carp looked at Roger and asked, "Maybe because I don't want to leave quietly." Roger thought for a moment and then chuckled. After a brief pause, he added, dressed casually, "Only the three of you came to find me. It seems you really understand me, Carp." Carp snorted and replied, "It's just that the information was vague, forcing us to come confirm the situation. You're still tough on the outside, but soft on the inside." Roger chuckled lightly. Then his expression turned serious as he said solemnly, "Things have come to this point, so I won't say any empty words. Carp, one of the reasons I want to turn myself into the Navy is that I will definitely get to see you." "What do you mean?" Carp frowned. "As you might think, although we've fought for decades, Carp, I've always considered you a trustworthy friend deep down," Roger said earnestly. But before he could finish, Carp interrupted, "Don't say any more. I am a Navy officer." Ortolun put down the teacup in his hand and said to Guillaume, "It seems they have some troublesome topics to discuss. I'm not a fan of trouble. The scenery on Bartolira Island seems pretty nice. How about taking a stroll with me?" "Sure," Guillaume replied with a smile, standing up without hesitation and leaving with Ortolun. Carp watched these two ungrateful guys and wanted to get up as well, but Roger pressed down on his shoulder and said at this point, "I can only count on you, Carp." Chapter 95. Women only affect my fishing progress. There's really nothing much to see on Bartolira Island. The scenery is ordinary. The town is ordinary, and aside from Roger and Lugio, there aren't too many interesting people. Orton and Guillaume took a turn here without even greeting Carp, and gracefully boarded the merchant ship together, leaving the island. "We just left like that, and little Carp will definitely come back to trouble you." Guillaume leaned against the railing on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze, and said to Orton with a hint of amusement. Ortolun was wearing a beach shirt, flashy shorts, a sun hat, and black sunglasses, holding a fishing rod and preparing bait. From the looks of it, Roger wouldn't be captured by us anytime soon. Mr. Carp was also a soft-hearted person. Upon learning that Roger had little time left, he surely wouldn't force him and would most likely spend his last moments there with Roger. "I wasn't in the mood for such sentiments, so I might as well take a break now," Ortolun said nonchalantly. This was a legitimate paid vacation. Nominally, we were secretly hunting for Roger, but in reality, all the work was handed over to Carp, and there was hardly anything to do. I could completely let loose and seek joy in life. This was a lifestyle that Paulicelino could only dream of. If he knew, he might even envy me to tears. Working under a general like Sengoku wasn't as exhausting as he made it out to be, right? It must be a matter of ability. It's mainly because my own capability was too strong. You could say I was ambitious, but I was just doing tricks and tasks all day long. After leaving Marineford, I felt like a different person. You could also say I was a lazy fish, but my mind was full of thoughts about promotions and wealth. For a moment, I didn't even know how to evaluate your behavior. Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "So you chose to run away with me?" Ortolun shot Ji Yuan a glance. As he spoke, he suddenly cast the fishing line with a swift motion, then sat down on a small stool and began to showcase his fishing skills. "You are the head of this mission, and both little Carp and I are just assisting you. Now that you're running away, of course, I want to be so dutiful." While saying this, Ji Yuan walked toward a nearby attendant, took a glass of juice and a travel brochure from him. Without waiting for Ortolun to continue the topic, Ji Yuan changed the subject. "Speaking of which, I haven't really explored the South Sea properly. Do you know anything about this area? Are there any fun places?" Not really. This is my first time in the South Sea, and my life has been quite dull. I've been living as a villager on Terran Island in the New World, occasionally playing the bully with my old man. After leaving the New World, I've been at our naval headquarters and haven't been to any interesting places. Actually, I'm not very interested in the South Sea. It's a pity there isn't enough time this time. Otherwise, I'd prefer to go to the East Sea or the North Sea. I've heard there are many interesting people and places there. Ortolun responded while chatting with Ji Yuan, rummaging through his pockets. After a while, he pulled out a cigarette and bit it. Without needing a lighter, a spark flashed, and the cigarette was lit. If I remember correctly, Kazan seems to be from the South Sea. Should we contact him and ask if there are any fun things around? Ji Yuan casually asked while flipping through the travel brochure. As she said this, she glanced at Ortolun and then curiously asked, "When did you start smoking? I've never seen you smoke before." "Just recently." Ortolun exhaled a puff of smoke, then said, "I figured with my physical condition, not smoking would be a waste of health. Plus, as a future big shot in the naval headquarters, I should find a hobby for public spending, right? I tried cigars with teacher Zifa before, but they didn't seem to suit my taste." "Ji Yuan, your reason sounds so bizarre." But Ji Yuan didn't want to say much more to Ortolun. After all, she had a smoking habit herself and occasionally smoked lady cigarettes. But to be fair, Ortolun had a very rugged aura, and aside from his strong physique, his facial features were also quite masculine and heroic. At this moment, with a cigarette in his mouth, he indeed looked a bit more handsome. This made Ji Yuan steal glances at Ortolun while looking at the brochure. To be honest, Ji Yuan felt that her relationship with Ortolun wasn't complicated. They didn't have any ambiguous actions or behaviors, but their personalities seemed to match well, making their interactions very comfortable. Ji Yuan was strong in ability and quite attractive, which made her somewhat proud. This was one of the reasons she was popular in the Navy, but remained single. However, ever since she met Ortolun, she always felt that he was very attractive to her, not because of some lofty ideals, but simply because Ortolun was powerful and he matched her aesthetic. It was mainly about aesthetics. Despite this, Ji Yuan had always been at the top of the dating food chain, often pursued. So even though Ortolun met her standards, she hadn't shown any signs of affection toward him because she didn't know how. As for Ortolun, he probably hadn't even thought about anything related to romance. His mind was all about promotions and wealth. Ortolun was leisurely fishing here, while Ji Yuan was looking at the manual beside him. Neither of them spoke again, but it didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable. Both were relaxed and at ease. The gentle sea breeze from the South China Sea blew away Ortolun's smoke and tousled Ji Yuan's beautiful hair. From a distance, they really looked quite well matched at that moment. "Hey!" After about 5 or 6 minutes, Ji Yuan called out. Ortolun casually asked, "What's up?" "The manual says that in about a week, our ship will arrive at Kalei's Hot Springs Island. It mentions that this is a famous tourist island in the South China Sea, with entertainment complexes and various recreational facilities. Do you want to go take a look?" Ji Yuan asked, seemingly a bit interested. Ortolun, having no particular purpose, said without thinking, "Then let's go check it out." "All right." A hint of anticipation appeared on Ji Yuan's lips, but soon she looked troubled and said, "Damn it, I didn't even think about vacation stuff before coming here. Since we're going to a hot spring island, we definitely have to soak in hot springs, right? What should I do if I didn't bring a swimsuit? Just use a private bath, right? No one will care if you take it all off." Ortolun replied without thinking. Ji Yuan was taken aback for a moment, and then, imagining some scene in her mind, her lovely face suddenly turned bright red, as if steam was about to come out of her head. Then, just as a big fish was hooked on Ortolun's fishing rod, Ji Yuan suddenly came up behind him and slapped the back of his head, scolding him, "Pervert! What are you thinking?" After that, she quickly turned and ran away. Ortolun was bewildered and wanted to rush over and punch her. "I was quietly fishing here. What give you the right to call me a rogue?" But now he had a big fish on the line and couldn't care less about that nasty woman. Excitedly pulling on the fishing rod, he shouted, "Gotta catch! Gotta catch! Ha ha! This time it's definitely not empty-handed." With that shout, several fishermen around the deck also got excited, crowding behind Ortolun to offer their sincere congratulations. "Kid, you must have caught some trash. Just cut the line." "Really? Trust us old hands. It looks like your line is tangled with seaweed. Cut it early to minimize your loss. Take my advice, cut it soon, or you might break your rod later, and that would be a loss." "Exactly. Your girlfriend has already run off, and you're still fishing? Come on, let me help you reel in. You should hurry and comfort your girlfriend. You catching a fish is making me feel worse than an empty-handed fisherman." Receiving these blessings, Ortolun, while reeling in, cheerfully responded, "All of you get lost. At this moment, forget about a girlfriend. Even if his wife ran off, it would be pointless. The spirit of the great emperor He Chong had possessed him. Chapter 96. The Little Gambler of Klee's Island. Fujihira smiles. Klee's Hot Spring Island port. Ortolun and Jiuyin slowly walked down the gangway onto the island. This place was indeed much better than the rural area of Bartolira Island, bustling with people and a lot of tourists. From this, it could be seen that in this world there are not only unfortunate people like Bartholomew Bear and Ginny, but also many who live relatively happy and fulfilling lives, as if there were a stark divide. Just as Doflamingo said, children who grow up in war can never truly understand those who grow up in peace. The world is beautiful, yet cruel. Pushing through the crowded streets, Ortolun held a phone bug in his hand, dealing with Carp on the other end. You two old men should just enjoy your retirement on Bartolira Island. Us young folks want to get involved. What are you afraid of? He can't run away. If he can run himself, can he run away from his wife and kids? Just let me know when he yes on his last breath, and I'll rush back to take credit. All right. Enough said. It's even more remote here than Bartolira Island. The signal might drop. Hello? What did you say? I can't hear you. With that, Ortolun cheerfully hung up, while Jiuyin, seeing him put away the phone bug, couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you just block him? He calls 3 times a day. Doesn't that get annoying? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if Roger passes away early and Mr. Carp can't reach us? Wouldn't we miss the opportunity? Ortolun stroked his chin, ultimately shaking his head. Not wanting to continue the topic, the two first went to a restaurant on the island and indulged in a hearty meal to satisfy their appetites, and then headed to the entertainment city on the island. The facilities in the entertainment city were indeed comprehensive, with hot spring resorts, luxury hotels, shopping streets, casinos, and amusement parks all available. After strolling for a while on the street, Jiuyin said, I'm going to buy 2 swimsuits. You can wander around by yourself for now, and we can meet up later? If it were for other shopping, Jiuyin would definitely drag Ortolun along, but for swimsuits, she felt a bit shy. After all, one needs to try them on when buying, right? If Ortolun were there, would she let him evaluate them? Surely she would want his opinion. But Jiuyin felt a bit embarrassed about it, so she decided against it. Ortolun didn't think much of it, glanced at a gambling house across the street, and said, I'll go in and play a couple of rounds. Just come here to find me when you're done shopping. Ortolun was not a gambler, and he wasn't particularly interested in these games, but he was somewhat curious. With a mindset of since I'm here, he decided to go in and play a couple of rounds. Guion had no objections and nodded, saying, all right, go ahead. After saying that, she gracefully turned and left, and Ortolun didn't hesitate either. He lifted the door curtain and walked in. The gambling den was not large, nor was it upscale. It seemed to cater to a mid-low-end clientele. Inside, it was smoky and chaotic, with a large group of gamblers gathered around several tables, shouting and cheering. Some were extremely excited, while others looked distressed, clearly having lost badly. After exchanging some chips, Ortolun found an empty seat and sat down without placing any bets, as he didn't quite understand the rules and planned to observe a couple of rounds first. What was supposed to be a brief observation turned into Ortolun sitting there for over half an hour without placing a single chip, effectively hogging the seat without participating. However, due to his strong physique, he looked quite intimidating. So although the other gamblers felt some resentment, they didn't dare to provoke him and could only grumble quietly. Just as Ortolun was focused on watching the game, trying to learn a few techniques, a large hand clapped on his shoulder. Hey there, buddy. Have you not placed a bet yet? Because you haven't found your favorite dice? A warm voice reached Ortolun's ears, which sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. He turned to look beside him and saw a similarly tall and sturdy man standing there, smiling and looking quite friendly. This man had short hair, but his face seemed somewhat mature, appearing to be in his 30s while sporting the face of a 40-year-old uncle. His eyes were dark and large, and he was dressed in a samurai outfit from the land of Wa, holding a cane sword. Wow, it's a young Fujihira, the limited edition version that hasn't gone blind yet. Orton thought. To be precise, you still don't quite understand the rules. Are you feeling a bit impatient? Shall I make some room for you? Orton grinned and asked. Fujihira, hearing this, rubbed his hands together, looking quite eager. I just got off work from the fishing grounds, and my wages for today are still warm. I was just waiting to gamble a bit. If you don't mind, I won't hold back. Upon hearing this, Orton realized that this guy was indeed a true gambler. He didn't delay, immediately getting up to give up his seat. Fujihira wasted no time, plopping down right where Orton had been sitting and hurriedly placing his bets, looking anxious not to miss this round. Ortolun stood by, not leaving, and casually pulled out 2 cigarettes from a pack, handing one to Ton Tiger with a smile. The guy didn't refuse, accepting it with a smile and saying, "Thank you. You're welcome. You look like an old hand. I might as well learn a thing or two from you." Ortolun said boldly. There are many skills involved here. You better pay attention. Tontiger smiled confidently and replied, I am known as the little gambler of Clesis Island. Tontiger is my name. Indeed, at this moment, Tontiger didn't have the codename Tontiger as he wasn't yet a member of the Navy. His real name was just 2 characters, Tontiger. Are you a local? Ortolun casually asked. His impression of Tontiger was limited to his time as a Marine Admiral. As for his past, he only knew he was a skilled person from the civilian world, and nothing more, hence his curiosity. Tontiger, being quite familiar, didn't hide anything and laugh, say, no, I wandered here more than half a year ago, found a job, and temporarily settled down. I am actually a Ronin, without a fixed home, wandering around. Ronin, Ortolun murmured, then asked from your attire. You claim to be a Ronin. Did you come from Wano? Not really. I was born on a small island in the New World. My family says our ancestors seem to have escaped from Wano, but beyond that, I don't know much. My family faced hardships early on when I was still young, and since then, I've considered myself a Ronin, Tontiger said nonchalantly. Just then, the gambling game was revealed, and the self-proclaimed little gambler of Clesis Island lost his chips. Normally, Tontiger wouldn't care about winning or losing. Although he was a gambler, he wasn't concerned about money or wealth. What he enjoyed was the thrill of winning or losing and the anticipation of the unknown. However, now, having just boasted to Ortolun about being a gambling king, he immediately lost, which was somewhat embarrassing. Therefore, Tontiger feigned nonchalance and said, just warming up. It seems my luck is average today. I'll need to use some skills to make up for the lack of luck. After saying that, he placed a few chips on the gambling table, chatting with Ortolun while keeping an eye on the situation. Soon, he lost again. One more round, just watch closely. A moment later, did you see clearly? What I just demonstrated was a technique that guarantees a loss. Now I'll show you how to win. Cough. It was an accident. I mistakenly placed the wrong bet due to a shake of my hand. This time I will definitely win. Half an hour later, Tontiger patted his pocket, finding it empty of chips. He awkwardly looked up at Ortolun, who was watching him with interest, and grinned. As the saying goes, after the worst comes the best. I have just lost miserably with the goddess of misfortune by my side. So now it's time for the goddess of fortune to favor me. Brother, would you like to lend me a couple of chips? Don't worry, if I win, it's yours. If I lose, it's on me. And if I do lose, I'll pay you back tomorrow when I work. Seemingly afraid Ortolun wouldn't believe him, he patted his chest vigorously and said, Really, I am known for my good credit. If I say I'll pay you back, I definitely will. Ortolun didn't say anything, but handed the chips he was holding to Yixiao. Yixiao took the chips and said seriously, It's time to show my skills as a gambling king. Half an hour later, Yixiao looked at Ortolun with a doubtful expression and said, Wait, I haven't won a single hand. This isn't scientific, right? Do you want more? If you do, I can exchange some more chips for you. Ortolun smiled and asked Yixiao. Yixiao hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, This is my moment to turn things around. Since you trust me so much, I can't let you down. Bring it on. Chapter 97. Yixiao, if the public does not abandon me, I am willing to call you my adoptive father. It's all smoky inside. I can't even open my eyes. You finish your game and come out. I'll be waiting for you at the door, Ji Yuan said, holding a phone bug and standing at the entrance of the gambling house. On the other end of the phone bug, Ortolun said with a smile, I'll be right out. Just wait for me. Soon, Ortolun lifted the curtain of the gambling house and walked out with an uncontrollable smile on his face. Behind him followed a person, and it was Yixiao, but in stark contrast, Ortolun was overjoyed while Yixiao's face looked as if it were the end of the world. Ji Yuan looked at the two of them, puzzled. What's going on? One went in, and two came out? Who is this? This is Yixiao, who calls himself a wandering samurai. Ortolun covered his mouth and couldn't stop laughing. After a pause, he added, Sorry, I introduced him wrong. His name is Yixiao, and he is known as the little gambling king of Clesis Island. Hearing this, Yixiao's face twitched again, and even his mature, uncle-like face turned red with embarrassment. I've really lost badly today. So what's the situation? Ji Yuan still didn't quite understand. He owes me 6 million berries and is temporarily unable to pay. If he goes to work, it will take him about 2 to 3 years to pay it off. However, I see he is strong and capable. So I've decided to recruit him as my bodyguard to work for me until the debt is cleared. Ortolun couldn't hold back his laughter and said, Ji Yuan looked at Ortolun in shock and quickly said, Hey, don't go overboard. Don't forget you're in the Navy. Using this method to coerce him isn't good, right? And how are you so good at gambling? You've only been in there for a short time and already won 6 million berries from him? Don't misunderstand. I didn't coerce him. He volunteered, and I didn't play a single hand, so I'm not that good, Ortolun hurriedly explained. Ji Yuan was even more surprised and curiously asked, "So how did he end up owing you money?" "I lent him money," Ortolun said confidently. "Ji Yuan, is this something a righteous Navy officer should say? Do you still want to be considered this year's outstanding Navy and advanced individual? Oh, is the bonus less than the money he owes you? Then it's fine." At this moment, Yi Xiao also came back to his senses and asked in surprise, "You're in the Navy?" "Yeah, didn't I introduce myself? My name is Ben Ortolun, a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters," Ortolun said, finally realizing. "You never mentioned it," Yi Xiao said, looking confused. "I thought you were some kind of merchant. Look at him, such a big guy. He doesn't really look like a merchant, does he?" Ji Yuan couldn't help but say, "Wait, where did you get so much money to lend me? Also, you're in the Navy and want to recruit me as a bodyguard? How does that work?" Yi Xiao was very confused. "Ortolun is my boss, but he's in the Navy, and I'm supposed to be his bodyguard. So what does that make me? Am I considered part of the Navy? As a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, I enjoy high-end benefits and allowances that basically cover all my daily expenses. So my salary is essentially like having no expenses. As a rear admiral, I could pull out a few million berries at any time. That's reasonable, right?" Ortolun said naturally. Guion, who was nearby, nodded in agreement, saying, "That's reasonable. By the way, I've been in service longer than you. Before I left Marineford, I already had over 100 million berries in my savings." "Over 100 million? Yi Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't the Navy that wealthy? Nowadays, it's not like the chaotic times caused by the Great Pirate Era, which led to economic downturns and inflation, where money doesn't have the same value. Having over 100 million now is quite impressive. The cost to build a standard warship at the Navy headquarters 20 years later would only be 200 million. And according to Ortolun, a rear admiral, the cost of a warship now is only around 70 million berries. Comparing the two, it's clear that Guion is definitely wealthy. Generally, the treatment of Navy officers is quite good, but becoming a Navy officer isn't that simple, especially for those of us with admiral ranks. Unless you have outstanding strength and trustworthy character," Ortolun said. After a slight pause, looking at Yi Xiao, who was in a daze, Ortolun teased, "What? Are you interested in the Navy?" Yi Xiao finally snapped back to reality from the Navy's wealth and swallowed hard, saying, "I was really interested before, but now I am very interested. Do you know how much I make working at the fishing grounds?" "How much?" Ortolun asked, shaking his head in response. 2,000 berries. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "That is only about 60,000 berries a month, and with other benefits, it's at most around 80,000. That means, after deducting living expenses, I owe you 260,000, and it will take me at least 3 years to pay it off. Meanwhile, you Navy generals are all rolling in wealth. What is wrong with this society? You work at a fishing ground and don't have to risk your life at sea. Our Navy has high benefits, but the sacrifice and casualty rates are also quite high," Ortolun said, patting Yi Xiao's shoulder. "Risk and reward are proportional. This is almost a truth." Yi Xiao was silent for a moment, and then said, "To be honest, I consider myself quite capable, and my character should be decent. I have always harbored a sense of justice and yearned for the Navy, but I just haven't had the opportunity to join. If you don't mind, I would like to serve under you as a general." If it weren't for his age, he would have wanted to adopt Ortolun as a father figure so that when his father fell in battle at sea one day, he could inherit some of the legacy. At this point, Yi Xiao made sure to clarify, "Don't worry, I'm not joining the Navy just because of the high salary that allows me to gamble freely. It's purely for my sense of justice, you know? Damn it, you just said you weren't interested in the Navy before, and now it's all about justice." Although he was internally complaining, Ortolun still nodded in approval on the surface. "Yes, for justice. I joined the Navy for the same reason. It was never for any other nonsense. It was for my unplaced sense of justice," Ortolun said, looking at Yi Xiao with complete trust. As a rear admiral in the Navy, Ortolun naturally has a quota, and so far, he can only say that half of it has been allocated specifically to the little brat Rob Lucci. The reason it's called half is that the Navy, unlike those humanitarian ignoring scoundrels in CP, still needs to maintain its image publicly, so they do not accept child labor. They have to wait until Lucci is about 15 or 16 years old, looking somewhat mature, before they can issue him a fake certificate stating that he is an adult, allowing him to be officially included in the quota. Otherwise, how could it pass? So right now, Lucci is basically advancing his studies at Marineford, and before Ortolun left there, he entrusted Zifa Sensei to take good care of him and basically reserve a spot for him in a suitable officer training camp in a future session. With Ortolun's status, he cannot directly assign a general rank to this guy Yi Xiao, not even a brigadier general. However, he can easily arrange for him to have the rank of a colonel directly under his command, as long as Yixiao really is willing to join the Navy. As the saying goes, once you enter the Navy, it's a step-by-step climb from small soldier upwards, or you can leap straight to the top, depending on ability and connections. Ortolun initially became a colonel through his connection with Carp, then entered Zifa Sensei's command, graduating as a brigadier general. Now he himself has also become a part of the vast and complex network of relationships within the Navy, barely qualifying as a backer. There's one thing about the woman Jiyuan that Ortolun particularly appreciates and likes, which is that she never meddles in others' affairs. Just like now, Ortolun jokingly said he wanted to recruit Yixiao to the Navy without even checking his background or anything, and was ready to arrange for him to be a colonel. But Jiyuan did not oppose it at all, which in a way represents her trust in Ortolun. Chapter 98. Ortolun suddenly becomes a dad. Ortolun and Guillaume had been in the South China Sea for over 3 months. Finally, Carp had sorted things out. At the end of the year 1497 in the Sea Circle, a major incident erupted in the South China Sea. Rear Admiral Ben Ortolun, Rear Admiral Guillaume, and Vice Admiral Hero Carp stumbled upon a secret meeting between the pirate king Jold, Roger, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army on Spandam Island, a lawless area in the South China Sea. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in the destruction of much of Spandam Island. The pirate king Roger was apprehended, while the Revolutionary Army leader, Drago, managed to escape and went missing. This incident quickly made headlines. Meanwhile, in a secret base of the Revolutionary Army in the South China Sea, Drago looked at the newspaper in his hand, feeling somewhat existential. Eva, if I remember correctly, I haven't left here for almost 6 months, right? Drago asked Ivankov, who was beside him. Ivankov nodded seriously and replied, "That's right. Ever since we chose this place as our new base, you've been overseeing the construction work here, and we really haven't left. Can you help me explain why this newspaper says I had a secret meeting with the pirate king Roger on Spandam Island, and that I engaged in fierce combat with my father and that bastard Ortolun?" Drago asked, looking confused. "Well, I don't know either," Ivankov said, scratching his head. Then he added, "Don't you have that bastard Ben's snail phone? And Carp's snail phone? Why not call them and ask those two involved?" Drago looked at the snail phone on the table, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head, saying forget it. They must have their own considerations. Perhaps there are some inconvenient matters that require me to act as a medium. Since that's the case, I'll let them be. Ultimately, under the pressure from his father, Drago chose to take the blame. Deep down, he knew that this situation must have arisen from something his father Carp didn't want the world government to know, so he used him as a cover. Moreover, this involved the clearly declared capture of the pirate king Roger, which was definitely a complex matter, since it was something that would upset the world government. Drago was willing to help. Meanwhile, on the dog-headed warship returning to Marineford, Ortolun was arguing with Carp. "What do you mean by this? How can you falsely accuse someone like that?" Ortolun questioned angrily. "What false accusation? In the end, wasn't it you who started this mess? Then you left it for me to clean up while you ran off to have fun. Now that I've arranged everything so perfectly, it's reasonable for you to make some sacrifices, right? Do you want to take credit for nothing?" Carp retorted confidently. So far, everything was going smoothly with the plan. Ortolun and Carp, along with Roger, had staged a scene on Spandam Island, exposing Roger to the eyes of the South China Sea populace and solidifying the fact of his capture. As a result, the world government should not suspect anything further. However, what Ortolun did not expect was that Carp had actually betrayed his innocence. Carp changed the identity of Roger's wife, Port Gastee, Rouge, to that of the woman Ortolun fell in love with at first sight in the South China Sea, claiming they had some indescribable encounters, resulting in Rouge becoming pregnant. Indeed, in Carp's revised script, Roger had nothing to do with the situation. Ortolun had become the main character. If he had actually done something like that, Ortolun could have accepted it. But the key point was that he had not done anything. Suddenly being told he was going to be a father was no joke. "I'm only 20 years old, and you're arranging this for me like that. How am I supposed to find a partner in the future?" Ortolun questioned angrily. As he spoke, he turned to Guillaume and said, "Guillaume, don't just sit there laughing. Give me your opinion. Say something." Guillaume covered her mouth, trembling with laughter, and after hearing this, she gasped for breath and stammered, I think, little Carp, this arrangement is simply flawless." Seeing that Guillaume didn't voice any objections, Carp became more assertive, straightening his back and saying, "That's right. This matter can only reach a truly perfect conclusion with you. Besides, I promised Roger to take care of his affairs, but I'm not as shameless as he is. The age gap between me and Rouge is quite large, but you're just right for it. So, you take this on, and when we return to headquarters, I'll recommend you for the rank of Rear Admiral." How about that? You think I need your recommendation? This credit will be clear with Admiral Sengoku, and I'll go back as a rear admiral. Ortolun gritted his teeth and said, Do I need Carp to recommend me? Oomph. Carp cleared his throat and then said, What I mean is, if you obediently agree, I will push for you to become a rear admiral along with Sengoku. But if you don't agree, I will stir the pot. And Sengoku will have to give me some face, right? Ortolun looked at Carp with an angry expression, seeing through his true nature, and said, You are truly despicable. Carp, with a thick skin, replied, Isn't it learned from you, you bastard? I've already done something despicable once, so I can handle it again. Then, before Ortolun could say anything else, Carp patted Ortolun's shoulder with a kind smile and said, Just consider a favor for me, all right? I haven't asked you to do anything for me yet, and it's not something particularly difficult. Times are very open now, in a couple of years. When the fuss dies down, you could just get a divorce from Lugio and be single again, right? That way, I promise you, if you can't find someone, I'll introduce someone to you, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ortolun is somewhat soft when it comes to pressure. If Carp had remained so tough, he might have risked his position as a rear admiral just to argue with Carp. But seeing the pleading look in Carp's eyes, Ortolun softened again. This old man really hadn't asked for his help, and instead, Ortolun had received more care from him since joining the Navy. Moreover, upon careful consideration, this matter isn't really crossing any lines or something particularly unacceptable. Damn it, if that guy Roger doesn't mind, why should I? Finding a random excuse to convince himself, Ortolun sighed and said, Fine, I'll give you face. Ha. With that, everything was worry-free. Carp, seeing Ortolun agree, happily said. Meanwhile, at Mariejois, at the top of Pangea Castle, Admiral Steelbone and Admiral Sengoku stood there. Not far from them, on the sofa, the five elders, the highest authority of the world government, were seated, engaging in a conversation with the two of them. The last incident at O'Hara was also caused by this guy named Bane, right? And this time he caught Roger, who was hiding in the South Blue and wanted to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army, along with Carp. This kid is quite capable, said Saint Saturn, the scientific defense warrior among the five elders, holding a report with satisfaction. I heard that he has Charlotte Linlin's blood in him? Asked Saint Vacheli, the legal warrior. Sengoku nodded in response. That's right. Rear Admiral Bane is the fifth child of Charlotte Linlin, but he has been separated from her since childhood, and they have hardly met. However, before Sengoku could finish, Vacheli waved his hand and said, No need to explain so much. I have no intention of making things difficult for that kid. No matter whose blood he has, as long as he is willing to help relieve the troubles of our world government. That's enough. I was just reminded of some past trivial matters. If it weren't for some unexpected events back then, Charlotte Linlin would have been our trump card. After all these years, it's quite interesting that it has come back to this result. After a pause, Vacheli continued. Previously, we have already made a decision regarding the O'Hara incident. Given O'Hara's significant position in the cultural world, and since they have realized their mistakes and shown remorse, we can commute their original death penalty. But commuting does not mean pardoning them. At this point, Vacheli looked at Sengoku and asked, How is your Navy's scientific unit being formed? It has already begun construction at Punk Hazard, and we expect to complete all supporting facilities for the research base within 2 years, thus fully launching technical research and development. Sengoku quickly responded, Well done. Many ancient documents contain technologies far beyond our modern capabilities, but due to historical issues, we have always been unable to decipher the texts. Now that O'Hara has this capability, let them contribute a bit. It's a way to redeem themselves. Afterward, you will incorporate all scholars at O'Hara who understand ancient texts into your Navy scientific unit. Under normal circumstances, they are not allowed to leave Punk Hazard Island, and they should collaborate with Dr. Vegapunk on scientific and cultural research. Vacheli directly finalized these subsequent matters. As the legal warrior of the world government, once he spoke, this matter was essentially set in stone. Chapter 99. Promoted to Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. When Ortolun and the others returned to the Navy Headquarters at Marineford, Admiral Sengoku and the others had already returned from Mariejois. At this moment, in Admiral Steelbone's office, several big shots were chatting casually. Ortolun, you're really balancing work and personal matters, aren't you? This trip not only solved the scholars' issues, but you also caught Roger and even got married? Admiral Steelbone said with a teasing expression while sitting in his office chair. Orton sat awkwardly on the sofa, scratching his head, and said, Marshal, please don't tease me. It's making me feel embarrassed. Next to him, Carp instantly turned on his acting skills, laughing and patting Orton's shoulder, saying, He and that girl are really hot and heavy. I'm telling you, it's not just about getting married. They've even got a kid on the way. What? Sengoku exclaimed in surprise. So soon? No, no, Orton quickly replied. She's just pregnant, not given birth yet. Great. Teacher Zifa also said happily, if this kid inherits your talent, our Navy will gain another fierce general. If it were just Orton, this matter might still have some twists and turns, but with Carp getting involved, the big shots of the Navy really didn't think too much about it. Soon, after finishing chatting about these idle anecdotes, General Sengoku spoke up. The matter of O'Hara has come to a conclusion. According to Mariejois, they do not have to be sentenced to death, but while the death penalty can be avoided, the living penalty cannot escape. Orton, since this matter is in your hands, you will handle it. After that, you will go to the West Sea and recruit all the scholars involved in the ancient script research from O'Hara into the science unit. Polyacelino will accompany you to assist. Does this mean that from now on they will be colleagues in the science unit? Orton raised an eyebrow. General Sengoku sighed slightly and then said, at least on the surface, that's how it is. However, the higher-ups have also given clear instructions that these scholars must not leave Punk Hazard under any circumstances. In other words, they are very likely to be imprisoned there for life. Ortolun nodded, not surprised by this. To be able to keep one's life was already considered lucky. Expecting freedom? That was impossible. At least, it was impossible for now. In the future, it would depend on whether he had the opportunity to make use of them. Understood. Ortolun nodded and accepted this matter. As for Roger's situation, Admiral Steelbone also spoke up. He paused slightly before saying, the intention for Mariejois is to prepare for a public execution, to impose the death penalty on the pirate king in front of the world, in order to deter those restless pirates at sea. No one had a problem with this. If it weren't for knowing that Roger had ulterior motives, Ortolun would also think this was the right solution. The world government had initially given Roger the title of Pirate King in order to quickly capture him, intending to incite infighting among pirates. However, Roger's crew disbanded on the spot, leaving the world government's punch hitting nothing. Since the title of Pirate King was given, it had to be collected back. Publicly executing Roger was indeed the best way to greatly deter the world. The specific process was still being discussed, but based on the Five Elders' intention, it seemed they wanted to carry out the public execution in Lowtown in the East Blue, which is Roger's hometown. It is expected to be around early next year, Admiral Steelbone added. It sounded far away, early next year, but in reality, it was already the end of 1497, and it wouldn't be long before early next year arrived. Both the world government and the Navy headquarters needed to prepare for Roger's situation, as it was no small matter, and there wasn't much more to say for now. Moreover, this was not something Ortolun should interfere with, so he did not express any opinions. Once those matters were discussed, Admiral Steelbone shifted the topic. Ortolun, although you have just been promoted to Rear Admiral not long ago, considering your outstanding achievements, extraordinary abilities, and the recommendations of General Sengoku and Rear Admiral Garp, we have decided after discussion to officially grant you the rank and status of Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing this, Ortolun couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth, revealing a smug smile. Although it seemed a bit frivolous, the big shots were even more pleased to see him like this. After all, this was how a young person should be. It must be said that while working for the Admiral of the Warring States was quite troublesome, he indeed kept his word. When he said he would promote you to Rear Admiral, he followed through without any ambiguity. This is what a good leader is. Those who only make empty promises are of no use at all. Yes, thank you for your guidance, seniors. Everything is for justice. Ortolun immediately stood up and said. Unlike before, the Admiral of the Warring States did not formally confer the rank on him here. As this was not the first time, and there was no need for such formality, the personnel department had already received the arrangements from the big shots, and Ortolun would just go there to collect it himself later. Although Cheyenne was not present, Little Crane should inform her, as she was also being promoted to Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters, just like you. The Admiral of the Warring States added. When Cheyenne returned, she was immediately grabbed by Chief Staff Crane to work, which was quite unfortunate. As it stands, this should have altered Cheyenne's promotion path, because, to Ortolun's understanding, among the promising new generation of the Navy, only Sakazuki had achieved great merit over 2 months ago in the New World and was promoted to Rear Admiral. Meanwhile, Kazan and Polyacelino were still bouncing around as Commodores. Normally, Cheyenne should not be promoted at this time. Overall, Ortolun had already surpassed Polyacelino and Kazan, directly becoming their superior. However, he also knew that this situation might not last long. As for Kazan, he didn't know when he would be promoted, but at least by 1500, which was before the O'Hara incident in the original story, he would have already been a Rear Admiral. As for Polyacelino, based on the Admiral of the Warring States hints. It was highly likely that once Pagliusolino brought the scholars from O'Hara back to Punk Hazard and completed the foundation of the scientific unit, it would be a great achievement. And promotion to Rear Admiral would be inevitable, as the scientific unit needed a Rear Admiral to oversee it. This was something the big shots had decided from the very beginning, so as long as nothing went wrong on Pagliusolino's end, promotion was a certainty. The situation at the Navy headquarters was relatively calm, seemingly without any waves or upheaval. However, in the New World, with the news of Pirate King Roger's capture spreading continuously, all the big shots were stunned by this news. After the Red Count incident, the long-silent Ortolun once again became a hot topic in public opinion. Perhaps, as Garp said, the Red Count Barilic-led field was not someone significant enough to be remembered in history. His strength was formidable, but his influence was not outstanding. In contrast, Roger's influence was indeed colossal. If previously Ortolun could go out without being recognized, now anyone paying attention to the situation would certainly remember his name. After this, Ortolun reported some of his own matters, such as discovering a skilled civilian in the South Blue and bringing him under his command. He also briefly introduced the not-present Ichiyasu, pointing out his identity as a devil fruit user. When the big shots learned that Ichiyasu was a Paramecia-type gravity fruit user, they were pleasantly surprised. Even Zephyr remarked that if Ichiyasu had joined the Navy a few years earlier, Shiki wouldn't have been so arrogant. Speaking of Shiki, Ortolun pondered whether that guy had seen the news. If he had, was he preparing to cause a scene at the Navy headquarters? Due to many changes, Ortolun couldn't be certain that Shiki would definitely show up, so he stopped thinking about it. Although Ichiyasu's abilities were valued by the big shots. Just like Ortolun's Thunder Fruit back in the day, the big shots were not in a hurry to meet him. Abilities are one thing, and people are another. Ichiyasu was still just a school officer, and Ortolun hadn't officially processed his paperwork, so it was impossible to attract the attention of the big shots. It would only be possible for him to step into that social circle once he became a brigadier general or commodore. Chapter 100, perhaps I do have some semblance of justice. In the Marineford residential area, Ortolun, as a senior officer, naturally had his own courtyard here. However, previously, his courtyard was not compliant. It was arranged by Garp and was next to Garp's yard, making them neighbors. It was said to be non-compliant because this area was designated for rear admirals. But since it had been under renovation and Ortolun hadn't lived there, he had left Marineford for the South Blue. Now that he was back and compliant, it felt very comfortable. Standing at his doorstep, Ortolun hesitated for a moment, glancing at Garp's yard, wondering if he should just stay at Garp's place. Not because he was uncomfortable living alone, but because at that moment Port-Gasti, Rouge, who had come back from the South Blue with them, was staying at Ortolun's house. Why not go in? Just as Ortolun was hesitating, Rouge, who had appeared there at some point, was already standing at the door, calmly looking at Ortolun and asking. Seeing this, Ortolun had no choice but to brace himself and walk into the courtyard, forcing a smile as he said, I was just thinking, is there anything left unfinished today? Lugio followed Ortolun closely, listening to his words and simply nodding calmly without speaking. After they took a few steps, the atmosphere became so heavy that Ortolun could hardly bear it. Just then, Lugio spoke up. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked you for what happened with Roger, and the matters concerning the child and myself. As she said this, Lugio's calm expression could no longer hold, and a hint of bashfulness appeared on her face. She and Roger had never gone through the marriage process, but she had gone through the formalities with Ortolun in the South Sea. How could she not feel embarrassed? Orton rubbed his nose and said somewhat shyly, It's nothing. I don't really have any friendship with Roger. If I had to say, there's a bit of a grudge. This is all because of justice and Mr. Carp's reputation. Seeing Orton say this, Lugio seemed to have lost a lot of her embarrassment and nodded, saying, Perhaps we will have to live together for a long time, so I hope you will take care of me in the future. Orton mumbled a response and then said, Actually, as long as you don't go out often, there's really no need to disguise anything. My friends at the headquarters are quite busy and normally wouldn't come to visit, so if we can hold on for a year or two, as Mr. Carp said, once the storm passes, everything will be easier to discuss. I understand. Lugio gently nodded and then said, During this time, I will take good care of the household matters, so please don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Then I'll leave it to you. Orton replied. Thus, they spent a calm night at home. The next morning, Orton began to pack his luggage, and Lugio prepared breakfast, as if she were truly Orton's wife. When Orton came out with his suitcase, Lugio said, Let's eat breakfast before you leave. Since she had already made the meal, Orton couldn't refuse, nodded, and then said, I have to go out for an external mission today, but this is also good. I heard that a few of my friends are finishing their missions and will be back soon. And with their personalities, once they find out I'm married, they will definitely make a fuss, so it's just right for me to go out and avoid the spotlight. Fortunately, when Ortolun returned, the weasel and that bunch of guys weren't at Marineford. Otherwise, if they suddenly found out about his marriage, they would definitely make a big deal out of it. After all, even though he said his friends were busy, such matters were truly unavoidable. But Ortolun didn't want to be fussed about, so it was better to run away first. Once the storm passed, everyone would probably lose interest. After breakfast, Ortolun left home without looking back, quickly heading to the military port of Marineford to board his warship. This time, he would go to O'Hara in the West Sea without Guion accompanying him, as their collaborative mission had already ended. However, he would meet up with Borsalino over there. He heard that Borsalino had already gone ahead, and O'Hara had been under blockade for a long time, almost since Orton reported relevant work to Admiral Sengoku. The Navy, in conjunction with CP, had completely sealed off the O'Hara waters, allowing no entry or exit. As the warship slowly departed from the Navy headquarters, Orton stood on the deck, looking at the Fortress of Justice in Marineford, and sighed, "It seems I can't celebrate the new year here this year." Beside him, a smiling officer dressed in a Navy Justice cloak with a colonel's shoulder insignia asked, "Is there anything troublesome about this mission? What do you need me to do?" This was his first time in the Navy, and he was actually quite fresh. The current version of Yixiao was not the one from over 20 years later. He was just over 30 years old, and had not yet chosen to close his eyes due to seeing too much darkness. It's not troublesome. It's very likely that there won't be any need for violence. Just treat it like a vacation. Orton thought for a moment and said, "Is it that easy?" Yixiao was a bit surprised, then said, "So what you mentioned about external work allowances still counts?" "Of course it counts," Orton said without hesitation. Only then did Yixiao feel relieved. He wasn't greedy for money. As he often said, he didn't place much importance on wealth. The reason he was concerned about these matters was just that he wanted to quickly pay Orton back. This was his integrity, and now for him, joining the Navy was just a brand new attempt and experience in life. After all, working anywhere was still working, right? He didn't really think he recognized the justice of the Navy. At least at this time, Yixiao didn't have such thoughts. Once he repaid Orton's debts, he felt that if things went well in the Navy, continuing to work there wouldn't be a bad thing. If he felt that it was not his place by then, after paying off the money, he wouldn't owe Orton anything, and he could just retire and leave. These matters had all been clearly communicated between Orton and him. If Yixiao chose to leave at that time, Orton would also approve it without hesitation. O'Hara is not in a remote location. After all, it is a sanctuary for scholars and a benchmark in the cultural world. Its location is on an island near Mariejois in the West Sea. If the Navy headquarters wanted to go to O'Hara, it wouldn't even take a few days. They could travel from the headquarters to the Red Line, cross over, reach the West Sea, and arrive at O'Hara in just 2 days. It is that close, you could say they are right under the nose of the world government. Yet there are still those daring enough to engage in such dangerous dealings. One can only say their heads are truly hard. After 2 days of sailing, Ortolun stood on the deck and could already see the island at the horizon. The first thing he noticed was O'Hara's famous tree of knowledge. Beside Ortolun stood the woman, Albia, whose expression grew more complicated the closer they got to O'Hara. At this moment, she didn't know what she really was. Was she a sinner of O'Hara? "Dr. Clover and the others will understand you," Ortolun suddenly said. "I have basically done what I promised regarding you in O'Hara. Next, I need you to persuade Dr. Clover and the others not to entertain thoughts of resistance. Preserving their usefulness and waiting for the future in Punk Hazard is the correct answer. Once the scholars step into Punk Hazard, they can never leave. It is called a research base, but in reality, it is a cage for us scholars. Entering, there is akin to completely surrendering to the world government. In that case, does O'Hara really have a future?" Albia asked with pain in her eyes. "I know this is indeed the best solution, but it still breaks my heart." "There will be one," Ortolun said, his tone light yet firm. "I know I am not a righteous person, but I also understand what is right and what is wrong. This world has strayed too far down the wrong path. Yet I still firmly believe that one day, we will change this damned world." Ortolun admitted that when he said these things in front of Orbia, there was an element of performance, but there was also a hint of sincerity, such as the desire to change this damned world. The previous Ortolun wanted to change the world, or, in other words, to stand at the top of the world out of self-interest and various egotistical reasons. However, since he had encountered Bartholomew Bear and Ginny in the South China Sea, although the interactions were limited and not particularly pleasant, he suddenly realized that perhaps there was a bit of genuine justice and kindness within him. That is, occasionally, He also wanted to change the world for people like Bartholomew Bear and Ginny. Thinking of this, Ortolun couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Indeed, a person's experiences and the environment they're in can have a significant impact on themselves. He had never thought about these things before. Could this be considered a kind of growth after coming to this world? Chapter 101 Ortolun. Impressive Dr. Porcelino. At the port of O'Hara, Porcelino was sitting on a stone pier, leisurely trimming his nails with a nail clipper. The warship of Ortolun slowly docked at the port, and soon he stepped off the ship with Albia. The first to greet him was not Borsalino, but that guy Spandam. After all, this matter was a collaboration between the Navy and the CP organization. Although the case was solved, there was no shortage of intelligence from the CP organization, so the credit could not be solely claimed by the Navy. Vice Admiral Bain, Spandam said with enthusiasm, activating his handshake technique again. Before Ortolun could react, he had already grabbed Ortolun's hand with both of his and shook it vigorously. Ha ha, Commander Spandam. It's been a while since we last met. You've worked hard. This mission could be completed successfully thanks to you guys at CP9. Ortolun didn't team mind someone like Spandam, and he also wore a warm smile as he exchanged pleasantries. Not at all. I've heard that Vice Admiral Bain's ability to get things done is outstanding. This time, I've really seen it for myself. The issues that our CP side couldn't resolve for such a long time, you handle them right away. Even capturing the Pirate King in the South China Sea. It's simply astonishing, Spandam said excitedly. Some of these words were flattery, but more were sincere. Spandam genuinely thought Ortolun was amazing. And thank you for the previous matter with the brave soldiers. I practically gained a merit for nothing in the South China Sea. Spandam continued. He had previously been optimistic about Ortolun's future, and now Ortolun had almost skyrocketed from the rank of Rear Admiral to Vice Admiral, which represented what? It meant that Ortolun had truly entered the upper echelons of the Navy. Even if he disregarded his connections, he absolutely deserved to be called a high-ranking Navy officer. This made Spandam feel that his investment was very worthwhile. He believed that this Vice Admiral Ortolun was only temporary. With his current abilities and strength, as long as he didn't make mistakes and steadily grew, he would be accumulating experience, and at the very least, he would become a candidate for Admiral, adding a person of substantial value to his social circle. How could he not be happy? The two exchanged compliments, and just then, Borsalino, having put away his nail clippers, walked over with a smile. Ortolun deliberately made a sound, then tilted his head and twisted his mouth into a smile, teasing yo. I sent this Borsalino? It's been a few days. Why are you still a Rear Admiral? Borsalino was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and scolded. You brat. Are you starting to get cocky now? Hey, what do you mean by you brat? Do you see these shoulder insignias? I'm a superior now, Ortolun pretended to say. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Borsalino joined him in laughter. After joking around, Ortolun finally spoke. By the way, I haven't been following the scholar's case for quite a while. I was busy with the Roger matter. What is the current progress? Have Dr. Clover and the others communicated with Mariejois? What is the situation? Since Orton reported the work of O'Hara to the General of the Warring States in the South China Sea, he hasn't been involved in the matter anymore. The subsequent wrap-up has been handled by the CP organization, and he is not very clear about the progress. Upon hearing this, Borsalino shook his head and said, I know even less. The mission order I received was just to come here to pick someone up, and I don't know anything else. Spandam, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and said, Let me explain briefly. After you, Major General Bain, reported on O'Hara, our CP organization rushed here immediately, sealing off the entire O'Hara Sea area to ensure that no one could escape. Meanwhile, Dr. Clover has already communicated with the big shots in Mariejois. Although there were some initial disagreements, we can now say that a consensus has been reached. However, they insist on seeing Albia. Soon, under Spandam's explanation, Orton and the others arrived at the Tree of Knowledge. I think I won't interfere with the follow-up work. I'll fully cooperate with your CP organization, Orton said, patting Spandam on the shoulder. He then added, So Albia is in your hands. You take her in, okay? This kind of trivial work was exactly what Spandam loved, as it involved no risk and allowed him to demonstrate his usefulness, preventing him from being just a background character. Therefore, Spandam immediately agreed and then took Albia into the Tree of Knowledge. Ortolun and Borsalino found a shaded spot nearby and sat down to rest and chat. You really are impressive. When the news of Roger's capture came out, I was shocked even in Punk Hazard. Borsalino couldn't help but exclaim. It's just luck. I never really thought about him, but who knew that while investigating, it would come to light. Ortolun waved his hand modestly. After a pause, he asked quietly, "How's the matter I mentioned to you last time? What did Dr. Vegapunk say? Does he have any confidence in treating my condition?" Borsalino asked curiously. "It's not a taboo subject, so why are you being so secretive and whispering?" After teasing Ortolun a bit, Borsalino continued. "The doctor's opinion is that if your condition is purely psychological, he won't have much to work with. But if it really relates to your bloodline, then it's not impossible to attempt treatment. However, you'll need to cooperate, and routine blood tests and physical examinations are unavoidable." At this point, Borsalino's tone became slightly more serious, and his voice lowered. "Don't blame me for not warning you, but handing over blood samples to a top scientist is a very dangerous thing." "What do you mean?" Ortolun raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Sharing secrets is a way to strengthen relationships. So seeing Borsalino have such thoughts, Ortolun naturally wouldn't expose him and just asked innocently. "Sure enough." Borsalino lowered his tone even more. "It's somewhat confidential, but in your case, there's really no need to hide it." After a pause, Borsalino continued. "Although Punk Hazard is still under construction, some research directions have already been confirmed, including a weapons program for warfare, and I am one of the participants." "That's amazing," Ortolun exclaimed. "I always thought you were just strong, but I didn't expect you to have such strong research abilities as well. No wonder the Wano generals let you be in charge of the scientific troops. It turns out you can really mingle at the same level as Dr. Vegapunk." Borsalino's face turned red, and he quickly waved his hands. "I don't have that capability." "You're thinking too much." "Huh? Didn't you just say you were also one of the participants?" Ortolun was surprised. "Ahem. Yes, I am one of the participants, but only as experimental material and sample source," Borsalino said somewhat awkwardly. Ortolun was taken aback for a moment. Then he slapped his thigh and burst into laughter. "If you keep laughing, I'll get angry," Borsalino said, glaring at Ortolun in frustration. Ortolun clutched his stomach and said, Sorry, our Navy is professionally trained. No matter how funny it is." "Ha ha." Seeing that Borsalino was getting impatient, Ortolun quickly adjusted his emotions. Borsalino snorted coldly and said in a flat tone, "In any case, this plan involves factors related to ability users. Your Thunderfruit is also a very good material. Besides that, your physical fitness can be said to be the most unique and excellent specimen in the Navy. Once you dare to submit your blood to Dr. Vegapunk for research, I can guarantee he will definitely use it for experiments. That man, from what I've seen during this time, I can tell you for sure, has an extremely strong curiosity. He definitely won't be able to resist." Ortolun pondered seriously for a moment, and then said, "So, if that's the case, the risks are quite significant. Well, that bloodline factor involves some cloning technology. Who knows, you might even see your own replica at that time." Borsalino added with a sharp remark. However, after a brief pause, Borsalino continued, "But Dr. Vegapunk is also a person who values his reputation very much. So my suggestion is that you should wait for an opportunity to meet him in person, discuss the relevant details, and then make a decision." "All right, I understand. I'll wait for a chance to visit Punk Hazard, meet Dr. Vegapunk, and then discuss it." "Thank you for this matter, Dr. Borsalino," Ortolun said earnestly. But Borsalino, exasperated, said, "If you call me doctor again, I'll get mad at you." Chapter 102. The Conclusion of O'Hara. After chatting with Borsalino for more than half an hour, Spandam finished his business on that side. Soon, a large group of scholars, led by Dr. Clover, emerged from the Tree of Knowledge. "Can I have a word with Vice Admiral Bane?" Dr. Clover suddenly stopped and asked as he passed by Ortolun. Spandam smiled and said, "Of course, Doctor. From now on, we're all on the same side. You don't need to be so formal." Although he knew that Dr. Clover and the other scholars would be transferred to the Navy once they reached Punk Hazard, in reality, they would just be imprisoned there. However, Spandam's principle was to make things convenient for others as much as possible without offending anyone, to avoid enmity and resentment, and to foster good relationships. They are prisoners now, but who can say what the future holds? Perhaps those scholars will rise to prominence in the future? Dr. Clover politely thanked him and then walked over to Ortolun. Seeing this, Albia also followed, and Spandam did not stop them, continuing to lead the other scholars toward the port. Borsalino seemed to sense something and stood up, saying, "It's my task to receive the scholars. I'll arrange things at the port. You all chat first." After saying that, he left the place directly. Everyone has their own secrets, and Borsalino knew well that probing into other secrets is not a good thing. Sometimes knowing more can be disadvantageous. Plus, he had a decent relationship with Ortolun, so why be a nuisance here? After Borsalino left, Dr. Clover looked at Ortolun with a very complex expression and then sighed, saying, "This time, thank you very much. Vice Admiral Bane, I thought you would resent me, Doctor, Ortolun said softly. At first I did, Dr. Clover replied candidly. After a brief pause, he continued, but now, it truly is the best outcome. Thanks to your mediation, O'Hara has been preserved, and we can continue to live in this world. We will not forget this. So on behalf of all the scholars, I thank you. Ortolun waved his hand and said nothing. After a moment of silence, Dr. Clover asked again, do you really think this world can be changed? Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, glanced at Orbia beside him, and then nodded, saying, that's right. I truly believe so. Perhaps you don't know, but in many places in this world, there are many people who are working hard for this. After hearing the answer directly from Ortolun, Dr. Clover seemed to feel much lighter, a forced smile appearing on his face as he said, the road ahead is long, and all that I can see is darkness. Your words seem to have shown me a light illuminating the journey. I still cannot truly trust you or believe in these words, but even so, from now on, we scholars will take your words as hope in this darkness. The world. It shouldn't be like this. I will do my best to keep this light from extinguishing, Doctor. Ortolun nodded and replied softly. Doctor. Clover smiled and then said, Orbia, don't you have something you want to tell Vice Admiral Bane? Orbia nodded, looking at Ortolun as she spoke. I've already said what needed to be said on the way here, but now, I have a personal request. Ortolun, you don't need to say anything. I already know it must be related to your daughter, right? Ortolun said somewhat helplessly. That's right. Orbia's expression became serious as she said, my daughter Robin is only 6 years old and is living with her aunt. However, the doctor told me that her life is not as good as I imagined. My sister has changed a lot over the years. I was too naive before. Once we leave O'Hara, it will be very difficult to come back, and I don't want Robin to live here like this. Although we are not exactly friends. You're the only one in the Navy I can trust. Can you please take her away? You are thinking that if I take Robin away, then when I have the opportunity to go to Punk Hazard in the future, you can see her again, right? Ortolun saw through Orbia's thoughts at a glance. Orbia did not hide anything, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, that is part of my thoughts. Considering the value of the scholars, Ortolun initially planned to maintain a good relationship with them, as it might be useful in the future. However, Dr. Clover was getting older, and it was possible that before Ortolun could make any moves, the doctor would have already passed away. Currently, it seemed likely that Orbia would be the next leader of the scholars. Additionally, he personally liked Robin's character and thought that being able to change her tragic fate would also be a good thing. Therefore, Ortolun nodded and said, I accept this matter. I will take her back to Marineford and take good care of her, so don't worry. Orbia seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, finally revealing a smile as she said, then I will leave it to you. Seeing Orbia's expression, Ortolun's heart softened a bit. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, come with me. At least you can explain things to Robin and meet her. Ortolun walked towards the town of O'Hara with Orbia guiding him, and soon they arrived at the place where Robin was staying. Recently, the entire O'Hara had been sealed off, and the residents of the island were aware that the scholars seemed to have committed a serious offense. Everyone was apprehensive and didn't dare to go out, resulting in the streets of the town being very quiet. When Orbia knocked on the door, it was quickly opened by a plump woman who cautiously looked outside. Upon seeing Orbia, her expression changed to one of surprise and fear, as if she wanted to scold her to leave immediately to avoid any association with her. However, she quickly noticed the Vice Admiral following Orbia and didn't dare to act recklessly. Orbia, the plump woman greeted with a hint of worry. To be honest, Ortolun was quite skeptical. Was this woman really Orbia's sister? They looked nothing alike. Orbia looked at the woman with a complicated expression and then said, Sister, I want to take Robin away. All right. The woman's eyes showed a look of excitement as she quickly turned around to call for Robin. Soon, Ortolun saw a little girl. It was his first time meeting Robin. She was even younger than he had imagined, but perhaps due to living in a rather oppressive environment for a long time. Her eyes revealed a maturity that was different from that of an average 5 or 6-year-old child. Of course, this maturity still couldn't mask her youthful appearance. Even though she hadn't seen her mother for a very long time, Robin quickly recognized Orbia when she saw her. The initial unease on her face was replaced by joy as she rushed into Orbia's arms, crying out, Mom, have you finally come to take me away? Orbia held Robin tightly, tears streaming down her face as she gently patted Robin's back, saying, It's all Mom's fault. It's all Mom's fault. Orton watched the scene and said, All right, we should go. It will take at least 2 days to return to the Red Earth continent from here. If you have anything to say, you can talk slowly on the way. Orbia clearly didn't expect to receive such treatment, so she gratefully nodded at Orton, then hugged Robin, and finally said goodbye to her sister before leaving with Orton. When Orton returned to the port, Palyasolino was commanding the Navy soldiers to move all the books from the Tree of Knowledge onto the warships, preparing to pack everything and take it back to Punk Hazard in one go. Orton stepped forward and pointed to the timid Orbia behind him, saying, "Let the two of them stay with me for 2 days, and I'll return them to you when we reach Mariejois." Palyasolino glanced at Orbia and the timid Robin, then pulled Orton aside to a secluded spot, saying, Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. Don't let a woman distract you. That Orbia is indeed a great beauty, but don't fall for her. I heard from the general of the warring states that you went to the South Sea and ended up getting married and having kids. Now you're a married man. Don't create any scandals that could affect your future." "What are you talking about?" Orton rolled his eyes. Orbia was indeed a pretty woman, but Orton had no interest in her, at least for now. "Anyway, I've said my piece, so don't blame me for not warning you. If when we return to the Red Land you tell me that they both fell into the sea and drowned or something, I'll 1T take responsibility. You need to see the living or the dead. Don't mess around." Palyasolino warned again. He was worried that Orton would be tempted and try to pull off a no witnesses act or have a hidden beauty situation. "Got it. I will definitely return them to you." Orton waved his hand impatiently. Chapter 103. Is Shiki coming to deliver? 2 days later, Orton completely handed Orbia over to Palyasolino on the Red Land, which relieved Palyasolino. Soon after, they parted ways, with Palyasolino leading his team to Punk Hazard in the New World, while Orton and the others returned to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. The journey was much quicker here. They climbed over the Red Land in the morning and could see the Justice Fortress of Marineford by the afternoon. However, the weather today was not great, with continuous rain and large waves at sea. Fortunately, the warship was large enough, and sailing on the sea remained stable. Ortolun held an umbrella and stood on the deck, with Robin, the little girl, holding his hand. "Uncle, will I be able to see Mom and the doctor again?" Robin suddenly asked. Since parting from scholars like Albia, Robin had been very strong and hadn't asked such questions. However, as they got closer to the unfamiliar Navy headquarters, she became increasingly uneasy and finally inquired. "Of course you can. They're all part of our Navy now, but they are engaged in very complex secret work, so they can't easily leave their posts. Once I have time, I could take you to visit them," Ortolun said, ruffling Robin's hair. Robin nodded at his words and stopped asking about the issue, but her eyes were filled with hope for the future. As the warship entered the harbor of Marineford, Robin asked again, "So, if I become a Navy officer in the future, can I work with Mom and the others? If that's the case, will I be able to see them every day?" Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "This is indeed a good idea, but our Navy is very strict. You have to become an excellent person to join us. Then I will definitely work hard to become an excellent person." Robin immediately said happily, seemingly having found the answer and method. After the gangway was lowered, Ortolun and Yixiao and others successively disembarked. Yixiao, holding an umbrella, said, "The rain is really heavy today." "Yes, Marineford has a very good geographical location, so it's usually sunny and the weather is stable. Such heavy rain is indeed rare," Ortolun replied with a sigh. However, just as he stepped onto the dock, he felt something was off. His expression suddenly changed as he turned to look at the harbor behind him. Then he saw his recently docked warship swaying oddly, and then, as if pulled by some force, it abruptly rose from the surface of the sea and began flying rapidly into the air. Ortolun looked at Yixiao first, then saw Yixiao also staring blankly as the warship flew into the sky. It wasn't just Ortolun's warship. Several other warships docked in the harbor seemed to be under the control of an unknown force, all starting to ascend. Some Navy personnel on the warships didn't have time to react and were thrown off, screaming in terror in midair. "Yixiao!" Ortolun shouted. "Understood." Yixiao immediately responded, drawing his blade from its sheath. A strange gravity emanated from the edge of his sword, quickly protecting those Navy personnel who were falling from the sky. At the same time, the piercing alarm of Marineford rang out, indicating without a doubt that this was an enemy attack. Ortolun had already spotted the attacker. Above the Fortress of Justice, a man stood proud in the rain, with long golden hair flowing down his shoulders, wild and unruly in the storm, looking down on all of Marineford like a proud lion. This man was none other than the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, who had rarely shown himself since the Battle of Edward. "What a coincidence. I just returned to Marineford, and you're so eager to come deliver yourself," Ortolun murmured as he gazed at the figure in the sky. At that moment, Shiki roared in anger. "Where is Roger? You despicable Navy. Hand that bastard over to me." On Justice Plaza, the Weasel had just returned today. He had just finished reporting his work in the Fortress of Justice when he witnessed this scene. This made the Weasel incredibly furious, and he shouted, bastard. What do you think this place is?" As he spoke, the weasel drew the sword from his waist, exerted force under his feet, and rushed towards Shiki in the sky with a swift moonwalk. Not only the weasel, but the Navy already had a defensive system in place and regularly practiced drills. Although no one thought anyone would dare to attack Marineford like this, the defense system quickly activated. Hidden cannons in various corners and Navy soldiers in Marineford all launched attacks at Shiki, with cannon and gunfire rising against the rain, exploding continuously in the air. The weasel led the charge, rushing to Shiki's front, and immediately slashed down with his sword. "This is the headquarters of justice. Damn pirate!" Shiki completely disregarded the weasel. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand to draw the sword, named Sakura, from his waist, blocking the weasel's strike. At the same time, with incredible speed, he pulled out the other sword, Moku, from the other side of his waist and immediately slashed towards the weasel's chest. However, the weasel was a top member of the Navy, with extremely quick reflexes. He slid his feet and deftly dodged the attack in midair. But just as the weasel was preparing to counterattack, Shiki's figure had already drifted behind him like a ghost, slashing with both swords in a cross shape towards the weasel's back. Shiki's movements were incredibly fast, and the weasel, despite his strength, couldn't react in time. Just then, a flash of lightning tore through the rain. An Ortolun-esque figure appeared between Shiki and the weasel. His hands were enveloped in a rich layer of armament haki, precisely gripping both of Shiki's sword blades. With a dark gaze, he looked at Shiki and said, "Wouldn't it be better to stay obediently in Melview? Why come here to seek death?" "Shiki, it's not your place to act recklessly here, Junior. Where's Sengoku?" Shiki replied, also with a shadowy expression as he looked at Ortolun. He secretly exerted force to pull his sword handles outward, trying to break free from Ortolun-esque grip, but found he couldn't move at all. At that moment, two massive warships floating beside Shiki crashed towards them like meteors. With a loud bang, they covered Ortolun, the weasel, and Shiki, turning them into a mass of debris. But soon, a figure shot out from the debris. It was the weasel. He swiftly used the wreckage in the air to gain momentum, quickly creating distance and landing on the ground. Just as he landed, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted in the air, instantly covering the entire sky of Marineford, combined with the continuous rain, giving a sense of divine might. As the lightning erupted, Shiki's figure also flipped and leaped away in the air, seemingly avoiding something, but behind him, a flickering lightning bolt followed closely. Not letting up at all, two renowned swords sliced through the rain, quickly blocking in front of Shiki, followed by a fist infused with the power of thunder, striking fiercely against the blades in a defensive stance. With a loud bang, Shiki was blasted away, but due to the effects of the float fruit, he quickly dissipated the force applied by Ortolun. However, before Shiki could regain his composure, two beams of laser shot out from Ortolun's eyes, tearing through the air at high speed, striking Shiki hard. Fortunately, Shiki was quick to react, and just before the lightning struck him, his haki had already enveloped his figure. But this strike was still effective, as by the time Shiki tried to counterattack, Ortolun had already closed in on him. Absolute bull, thunderplow heat blade. Ortolun roared. His powerful arm, charged with raging lightning, seemed to carve a phantom in the air. This rapid strike left the agile Shiki with no way to dodge, and he had to hurriedly raise both swords to block in front of him. In an instant, Ortolun's arm came crashing down on Shiki's blades, the immense strength crushing down, and in a moment he collided with Shiki's chest, sending him directly from the sky into the ground, the dazzling lightning trailing behind him, showcasing his trajectory. Chapter 104. The Celestial Bull. At the same time, Sengoku and Garp also emerged from the Fortress of Justice. It seems the Battle of Edward had quite an impact on Shiki. His reaction speed is significantly slower than before, Garp said, while moving his arms. The thunder fruit of Ortolun is indeed fast, but with Shiki's peak strength, under no circumstances should he be in such a suppressed situation. Moreover, Shiki is known for his agility and speed. Sengoku, with a serious expression, said in a deep voice, "If you had a ship's helm stuck on your head, it would certainly have an impact. It's not just about reaction time. In that brief encounter, top experts like Sengoku have already seen some clues. Shiki is still very strong, but he has indeed weakened significantly compared to his peak, and even the power of his haki has regressed." After a slight pause, Sengoku continued, "In other places, we would give Ortolun and the younger generation more opportunities to show themselves. But this is the Navy headquarters, and we cannot allow Shiki to act recklessly here. Let's all attack together." "Understood." Carp tore off the Justice cape draped over his shoulders and threw it to the ground. With a burst of energy, his figure shot out like a cannonball. Sengoku's movements were also bold. Like Carp, he casually tossed aside the Justice cape on his shoulders, and a golden halo blossomed from his fist as he charged into the battlefield. On the other side, although Shiki was struck down to the ground by Ortolun from the air, he was not defeated. His feet stomped on the ground, shattering it, and simultaneously activating his ability. The cracked ground surged rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the solid ground of Marineford transformed into a pillar that shot up into the sky, crashing towards Ortolun. Ortolun, surrounded by silver serpentine lightning, did not dodge Shiki's counterattack at all. He pulled the warhammer off his back and shouted angrily, smashing it down onto the pillar. The impressive-looking pillar was shattered by Ortolun's hammer, sending a large amount of soil and rock debris into the air, bursting like fireworks. Ortolun struck successfully, sharp lightning spilling from the corners of his eyes as he exerted force with his feet in the air, creating ripples in the atmosphere. Wielding his warhammer, he was about to pursue Shiki on the ground. At that moment, Shiki gently raised his hand and pinched, causing the airborne fragments of earth and stone to explode. The still-falling debris seemed to come to life, rapidly converging around Ortolun. Lion's might, cliff of the beast, Shiki whispered. In an instant, half of Ortolun's body was enveloped by the earth and stone debris. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Earth explosion star?" Just as he finished speaking, the remaining half of his body was also covered, all of this happening at lightning speed. Above Marineford, a massive sphere of earth and stone, the size of a battleship, had formed, encasing Rear Admiral Ortolun of the Navy. On the officer training campsite, Admiral Zifa stood on the rooftop, a cigar in his mouth, slowly exhaling smoke, shaking his head and saying, "That kid is still suffering from inexperience." However, from Zifa's expression, he seemed unconcerned about Ortolun's situation. In Zifa's view, Ortolun's physical fitness and strength meant that Shiki's move couldn't possibly have a significant impact on him. At most, it would only trap him for a moment. Meanwhile, just as Shiki had bound Ortolun and hadn't had time to catch his breath, Carp's figure had already charged in front of him. Fistbone, heavy strike. Carp roared. His large, hard fist was enveloped in a dense aura of haki, striking towards Shiki's head. Shiki's expression darkened, and he raised a long knife in his hand, also infused with haki, to block in front of him. With a loud bang, it was visibly clear that the haki power on Shiki's blade was beginning to wane. This caused a flicker of shadow in Shiki's eyes, and then he slid his foot, releasing power, creating several meters of distance while countering with a quick slash. The fierce blade aura tore through the rain curtain, aiming at Carp. Carp, being as brutish as ever, didn't care about the appearance of the slash and simply swung his fist, instantly shattering Shiki's attack. He pushed off with his feet and pursued again. Through this simple exchange, Shiki had already realized that his haki power could no longer compete with Carp's. Therefore, he didn't intend to go head-to-head and planned to use his advantage in speed to fight. As Carp charged at him, Shiki prepared to rely on his speed to create distance. But before he could make a move, Admiral Sengoku's figure broke through the rain curtain, appearing behind Shiki, and dazzling golden light seemed to cover the dark weather of Marineford. Buddha's wrath, great impact! Sengoku shouted angrily. He struck out with his palm, and as the golden light spread, a shockwave that nearly covered the entire plaza erupted from his hand. With Carp in front and Sengoku behind, Shiki found himself in a very uncomfortable position. However, his response speed was also quick. His body felt light, as if riding the wind, and he aimed to flee into the air. At that moment, the earth and stone sphere encasing Ortolun exploded, and a massive amount of thunderous power spread through the air, as if nature was venting its thunderous fury. Just at the perfect moment, as Ortolun broke free, he saw Shiki rapidly approaching him from above. Heavenly Bull. Ortolun did not pursue the past. Instead, he raised his hand and roared in anger. Accompanying this roar was an explosion of endless lightning elements from within him, bursting forth from his raised palm and flooding into the heavy, rain-soaked clouds above. In that moment, the clouds seemed to be charged without limit, transforming from their gloomy, dark color to a flickering light of thunder, exuding a violent silver aura. Once the clouds were completely saturated with the omnipresent lightning elements, everyone on Marineford seemed to hear the roar of a bull, deep and filled with pressure. Looking again, within the clouds appeared the silhouette of a bull, massive as a mountain, coalesced from the power of thunder, already poking its head out. Those furious scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the fleeing figure of Shiki. In the next moment, after locking onto its target, the enraged Heavenly Bull let out another deep roar and charged toward Shiki. With Shiki below and the Heavenly Bull above, this top-down impact was earth-shattering. On the ground, Sengoku, who had just missed his attack, looked at this scene, not with surprise, but with terror. That bastard kid is trying to sink Marineford? Sengoku cursed. We must not let that thunderous power hit the ground. Carp also immediately called out, his momentum rising, and the Conqueror's haki on his fists surged even more. He exchanged a glance with Sengoku, and they both nodded, then attacked together, aiming upwards at the furious Thunderbolt, each launching their own strike. Bone Fist, Galaxy Shatter. Carp shouted. Buddha's Wrath, Wrathful Palm. Sengoku also called out. The two big shots attacked were different, yet perfectly in sync, and the Navy was adept at combined attacks. Carp and Sengoku were seasoned old comrades. The powers they unleashed complemented each other in the air, creating a terrifying force that was greater than the sum of its parts. This strike was not aimed at Shiki, but at Ortolun's Heavenly Bull. However, Shiki was indeed feeling extremely uncomfortable as he was caught in the middle, and both attacks from above and below were of a type that covered a wide area, almost enveloping the entire sky over Marineford. Even if he wanted to dodge, there was nowhere to go. It was a truly saturating strike. As the saying goes, great sound is silent, great form is formless. When the dazzling lightning clashed with Sengoku's brilliant golden light, everyone on Marineford felt their vision whiten, unable to see anything. At the same time, it was as if they had entered a soundproof chamber with no sounds reaching their ears. It was unclear how much time passed, as if a century had gone by. Their minds blank. But when they came to their senses, everyone realized that the brief moment of disorientation had only lasted an instant. Once their vision returned, they noticed that the continuous rain seemed to have disappeared. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed not an illusion. A wondrous sight appeared in the sky. The rain curtain had been torn apart, like a waterfall's fracture. It was still raining, yet at about 100 meters high. Not a single drop fell. Clearly, the entire rain curtain in this space had been evaporated completely in that moment. Chapter 105. Carp. Shiki is really impressive. He didn't even get killed. In the muddy, shattered ground, Shiki suddenly came to his senses, realizing that he had briefly lost consciousness. Just as he was about to move, he felt pain all over his body, and an old mouthful of blood couldn't be contained, spraying out and smearing half his face. Several of his ribs must have been broken, and there were large areas of burns on his body. His left arm was likely fractured, and the pain from his internal organs made Shiki understand that he was definitely bleeding internally. Breathing was also becoming difficult. With every breath, he could feel the taste of blood and the sensation of his throat and lungs being torn. Severe injuries, absolutely severe injuries. Just then, Shiki seemed to hear voices arguing not far away. What were you thinking just now? What do you mean? I wasn't going crazy. Wasn't that attack cool? Do you even know the consequences if that hit Marineford? It almost forced me to activate the plan for my new Marine headquarters. Bastard. No. I saw Admiral Sengoku and you, Mr. Carp, down there, so that's why I acted like that. It was all about cooperation and synergy, and turns out we worked together very well. Struggling through his discomfort, Shiki swayed and stood up, looking towards the source of the voices. There, Sengoku and Carp were surrounding that lightning kid named Ortolun, continuously reprimanding him, while Ortolun argued back loudly. For a moment, Shiki didn't know what to say to express his feelings. I haven't lost yet. You damn Marines. Shiki roared in anger. However, he didn't finish his sentence before he saw Ortolun looking in his direction with an expression of surprise, shock, and disbelief. You can still stand up? Ortolun exclaimed. In his impression, Shiki's physical condition wasn't particularly extraordinary. If he had Kaido's tough skin or Charlotte lean steel-like bones, he wouldn't have gotten a ship's helm stuck in his head, right? Yet after taking such a vicious combined strike, he could still stand up and talk tough? Should I say he truly deserves to be the man who almost became the second pirate overlord after rocks? Just as he thought this, Shiki saw Ortolun's astonished expression and simultaneously saw Ortolun transform into a flash of lightning, charging towards him. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand, but the pain throughout his body prevented him from doing so. In the next moment, he felt someone hug him from behind, strong arms wrapping around his body, and then a pair of warm hands locked around his neck. Indeed, you need to receive the special treatment reserved for great pirates, Ortolun said earnestly. Under heavy injuries, Shiki's mind was still somewhat dazed, and before he could react to this statement, he felt himself being lifted off the ground. Then, the dazzling and piercing lightning engulfed all his senses. In the haze, he seemed to hear Ortolun's roar, as if shouting something about an explosive bomb. Shortly after, a violent impact caused him to completely lose consciousness. Even the omnipresent pain on his body faded away. Meanwhile, in Sengoku and the other's eyes, the scene likely looked something like this. Shiki struggled to stand up, seemingly wanting to say something fierce, but before he could finish his words, Ortolun had already appeared behind him, directly launching a thunderbolt bomb that slammed Shiki hard into the ground. As the smoke and dissipating electric light cleared, Ortolun stood in place, stroking his chin and looking down at Shiki, whose half-body was already buried in the ground. After waiting for a moment, he confirmed with a nod. This move is indeed powerful. He really can't get up anymore. Huh? At this time, Sengoku and Carp also walked over. Carp even squatted down and reached out to check Shiki's breath. After a moment, he looked up in surprise and said, "This guy Shiki is really impressive. He's still alive after all this." Then, he felt around Shiki's body, and with a sigh, he said, "But the injuries are really severe. His bones are broken all over, and with all this blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his internal state must be a complete mess. If we don't treat him, he should die." Hearing Carp's assessment, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief and began to call for medical personnel to take Shiki for treatment. It wasn't because the Navy was humanitarian and wanted to rescue a pirate here, but because the Navy had a mature system and measures to handle such situations. Shiki's abilities were incredibly powerful and frightening. If he died here, the float fruit would immediately respawn randomly somewhere in the world. If that fruit fell into someone else's hands, it could very likely lead to unnecessary disasters. For these powerful ability users, the Navy's approach has always been to capture them and imprison them in Impel Down. This not only serves to deter the world and punish these villains, but also delays the re-emergence of these terrifying fruit powers. In fact, some ability users who could cause particularly severe harm are directly frozen in Impel Down, such as the notorious pirate, the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, from a few years ago. His ability was the Momo fruit, which could produce tremendous power when applied to an ordinary cannon. If he got his hands on a giant cannon, combined with his ability, it would be no different from ancient weapons. This guy often boasted about wanting to blow up Mariejois, and was eventually dealt with by the world government, who quickly froze him in Impel Down to prevent his dangerous ability from spreading. After Shiki was dragged away, Carp asked, "What was this guy thinking? Why did he suddenly come to attack us at Marineford all alone? Isn't that just asking for trouble?" Sengoku, also puzzled, replied, "I don't know. I was in my office handling documents when I was suddenly startled by the alarm, and then I saw Ortolun fighting him. I don't know anything else." Seeing both big shots looking at him, Ortolun scratched his head and said, "I think I heard something about Roger, but I didn't catch it clearly. Maybe he came looking for Roger?" Upon hearing this, Carp nodded and said, "That might really be the case. Shiki is strange. He always loses control whenever it comes to anything related to Roger. Ever was like this, and now he is too." Orton looked at Carp with a somewhat strange expression, thinking to himself, "How can you still have the face to talk about Shiki? I see you and Shiki are completely like-minded partners when it comes to matters concerning Roger, a natural pair like the Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick." At this point, Admiral Sengoku waved his hand and said, all right, enough of this nonsense." Fortunately, this time Shiki wasn't able to fully unleash his abilities, and the damage to Marineford looks manageable. Let's hurry and organize the reconstruction. As for Roger's matter, the higher-ups have also arranged most of it. We shouldn't delay. I think we should escort him to the East Blue as soon as possible to avoid long nights and more dreams, preventing another madman like Shiki from appearing. Soon, Admiral Sengoku and Carp went off to busy themselves with their respective tasks. Orton was also about to arrange his own matters, but after taking a few steps, he saw the flying squirrel waving at him not far away. Seeing this, Orton smiled and walked over, saying, "You really are stubborn, daring to launch an offensive against Shurji without any support." At that time, there was no time to think about these things. The flying squirrel smiled for a moment, then said seriously, "But still, thank you. I almost lost my life." Orton replied, "I see your life is quite tough. Even without me, you wouldn't die." Orton patted the flying squirrel on the shoulder. Then, he intentionally shook his shoulders in front of the flying squirrel, pretended to act, and said, "Oh dear, my shoulder itches a bit. Can you take a look and see if there's something on it?" The flying squirrel disdainfully said, "Stop pretending. It's just the shoulder insignia of a major general. I saw it. Ha ha, flying squirrel major general. You need to work hard and strive to become an honorable major general like me soon." Orton laughed arrogantly. The flying squirrel sneered and said, "I should learn from you. At your age, it's time to settle down and start a family. I heard you got married. Orton Major General? Orton's expression stiffened, and he was somewhat at a loss for words. Chapter 106. Gossip of the Warring States General and Chief Advisor Ahe. Early in the morning, Orton's biological clock accurately woke him up from bed. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Orton quickly got up to freshen up, then took his black suit from the wardrobe and put it on. In the past, Orton didn't like wearing suits much. He always felt that such clothing restricted his movements. However, now that he was a major general and saw the naval big shots all dressed sharply in suits, he inevitably picked up this bad habit. But to be fair, after putting on the suit, he indeed looked a bit more handsome, with a bit of a suit-clad thug vibe. Exiting the bedroom and walking through the hallway, he arrived in the living room. "Good morning," Orton casually greeted. In the living room, the little girl Robin was wearing a beautifully crafted dress and watering the potted plants that Orton had. Hearing Orton's voice, Robin turned around with a joyful expression and waved her hand enthusiastically, saying, "Good morning, Uncle Orton." Yesterday, under Ishiao's protection, Robin witnessed Orton's impressive display of power throughout, and she was full of admiration for him at that moment. Orton chatted with Robin for a while, then looked over to the kitchen where Mariejois was carrying a lavish breakfast and came over to set the meal on the table. "How about we hire a maid? Your condition isn't very convenient. Don't overexert yourself," Ortolun said as he stepped forward to help. Mariejois smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "No need. I'm not that fragile yet. I'll help out in the future too." Robin raised her hand, speaking enthusiastically. Although she had only spent one night here, Robin really liked it here. At O'Hara, at her aunt's house, she felt neglected, basically treated as a freeloader and responsible for heavy household chores. But here, Aunt Mariejois was very kind to her, and Uncle Ortolun took good care of her, making her feel at ease. The three of them sat down to eat breakfast, and after a while, Ortolun suddenly said, "In the next couple of days, I'll likely be going to the East Blue." East Blue. Upon hearing this word, Mariejoi's actions stiffened significantly. She barely lifted a cup of milk, took a sip, and managed to calm her emotions before softly saying, "Be careful on the road. Is there anything you need me to bring?" Ortolun hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mariejois, is there anything you want to say?" Mariejois shook her head and replied, "Everything that needs to be said has been said. It's all a matter of fate for both of us." Upon seeing this, Ortolun nodded and did not continue the topic. Instead, Robin looked at the two of them with some confusion, not knowing what they were talking about. However, Robin did not ask any questions and quietly continued eating breakfast. Soon, the three finished their breakfast. Ortolun noticed that there was still some time before work, so he didn't rush to leave. He picked up the newspaper that Lugio had bought in the morning and sat down on the sofa to read it. Yesterday, Shiki caused a commotion at Marineford, but today's newspaper had not yet reported on this news, so it was likely that it would take a couple of days before it would be published. Therefore, the news in the newspaper was rather mundane and did not contain anything particularly eye-catching. One slightly noteworthy item was about the scholars from O'Hara joining the Navy Science Division. However, it had been somewhat beautified in the report, omitting the scholars' crimes, only stating that the scholars decided to cooperate with the world government for various scientific research initiatives. This way, both sides could save face, and it minimized the potential impact and repercussions of the ancient texts. Just as Ortolun was reading the newspaper, a sound of footsteps came from the courtyard. Since this was the Navy headquarters and there were no maids or servants like butlers in the house, Ortolun's courtyard was basically always open. After all, those who came to visit him were mostly his friends. Sure enough, after a while, the footsteps reached the living room, and then Ji-Yuan's figure walked in from outside. As soon as she saw Ortolun, she spoke up, saying, "The school arrangements you asked me to make yesterday have been taken care of." Saying this, she then looked at Robin, whom she had met the night before, and smiled. "Starting tomorrow, you can go to school, Robin-chan." "Thank you, Ji-Yuan-ne," Robin said happily. According to the hierarchy, she should have called Ji-Yuan aunt, but Ji-Yuan insisted that Robin call her sister. Ortolun also put away the tasteless newspaper and said with a smile, "Thank you for your trouble. That kid Lucci is now in this Navy school, but these schools are not for training professional sailors. They are basic education schools. Many Navy families are studying here in Marineford. However, unlike Robin, that kid Lucci does not live with Ortolun, but directly stays in Zifa's big villa. Yes, Teacher Zifa really likes that kid Lucci. He is a very talented person, and being so young is the best time for development. His worldview, sense of justice, and talents are all like blank paper. Zifa lives alone, feeling lonely, and at that time, Ortolun's house was empty because he was out on duty in the South Sea. So he entrusted Lucci to Zifa for care. Currently, their relationship is good. And even though Ortolun has returned, he hasn't mentioned bringing Lucci back. After all, staying with teacher Zifa is better than being with him. Compared to Zifa, he is not very family-oriented. Lucci will definitely become a Navy officer in the future, and now Robin has similar thoughts. Once this basic education is completed, they can work towards these career paths. Soon, as work hours approached, Jiuyin and Ortolun set out together towards the Fortress of Justice. They chatted about some trivial topics along the way, mostly Jiuyin talking while Ortolun listened, with Jiuyin mostly complaining about the busy work and lamenting why there are so many villains in this world. Upon entering the Fortress of Justice, Jiuyin quickly went to work in the intelligence department, while Ortolun headed to Admiral Sengoku's office. After all, he is a direct subordinate of Admiral Sengoku, and further work arrangements need to be discussed with him. After knocking on the office door, Sengoku's response came shortly, and Ortolun pushed the door and walked in. He then saw Admiral Ahe sitting on the sofa opposite Admiral Sengoku. They seemed to be having tea and chatting. Seeing the scene, Ortolun felt he had come at an inconvenient time. He had heard some gossip from Karp, which seemed to suggest that there was something between Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Ahe. Specifically, it was said that years ago, they were comrades who trusted each other with their lives, and back then, their friendship was very pure. Later, Admiral Ahe got married. Her husband was also a member of the Navy, and they had children, but soon he sacrificed himself in a war, and since then, Admiral Ahe returned to being single. It seems that Admiral Sengoku only realized he had different feelings for Admiral Ahe after a marriage, within their pure friendship. There seemed to be some extraordinary feelings mixed in. However, since she was married, Admiral Sengoku maintained his integrity and did not create any awkward situations. After Admiral Ahe's husband sacrificed himself, according to Karp, this old guy Sengoku became more lively again. But Sengoku, while decisive and opinionated in other areas, seemed somewhat inept in matters of the heart. Over the years, many big shots have noticed something was off with him, but he still couldn't express his feelings to Admiral Ahe, even feeling that he was disguising things normally. To save face, everyone mostly just gossiped privately like Karp, with no apparent changes on the surface. Just as Ortolun felt he had come at the wrong time, Admiral Sengoku laughed and said, "Ortolun, you came at just the right time." That sounded strange, Ortolun muttered, then said to Admiral Sengoku, "Are you going to give me some work?" Collective action. Roger's matter started because of you, so it must have a beginning and an end. Admiral Sengoku smiled. Chapter 107. The Navy's Little Giant, Don Quixote Rosinante? The Marshal and I will be stationed at headquarters. Xiaohe, Karp, and the others will lead the team. And you should also go to the East Sea to execute Roger in Logtown, Admiral Sengoku said in a relatively cheerful mood. There were indeed reasons for Admiral Sengoku's good mood. Not only was Pirate King Roger about to be publicly executed by the Navy, but that guy Shiki had also been captured, so from this perspective, the Navy's current situation was quite good. If this era had stocks, the market would surely surge. I see. I understand now, Ortolun nodded and then asked, when do we set off? Admiral Ahe, sitting on the sofa, raised his hand to sip some tea and then said, we will leave at noon. The relevant arrangements have already been made. Just bring your luggage and go with the ship. No problem, Ortolun immediately agreed, seeing that there was nothing else to do here. And since Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Ahe were having tea and developing their relationship, he felt there was no need to be a third wheel. What if they got in the mood and wanted to kiss or something? Therefore, Ortolun directly said, if there's nothing else, then I... However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a knock on the door from outside. After Admiral Sengoku responded, a figure pushed the door and walked in. This figure was exceptionally tall, towering over Ortolun by a significant margin, probably over 4 meters tall. Just by looking at this height, Ortolun knew who had arrived. The tallest guy among normal humans in the Navy, Sengoku's adopted son, Don Quixote Rosinante, the celestial dragon from Mariejois. Indeed, Ortolun had seen Rosinante a few times before, and the first time he saw him, he was quite surprised because he remembered Rosinante as a relatively gentle person. He hadn't paid much attention to his height, but he thought it should be similar to Doflamingo's, just over 3 meters, a standard admiral height. However, when he saw him that time, Ortolun was taken aback. Wow, this height is unique even in the Navy. Later, he learned that Rosinante claimed to be 4 meters and 35 centimeters tall, which was simply outrageous. Doflamingo should be his little brother. However, although Rosinante's height is outrageous, his overall build is quite slender, giving a feeling of being a thin bamboo pole. At the same time, he is very kind and gentle in personality, so his personal aura does lean towards the delicate side. After he entered, he saw Ortolun and smiled shyly, obviously indicating that he is also quite introverted, belonging to the socially anxious type. Major General Bain, good morning, Rosinante greeted first. I said there's no need for such formality. Just call me Ortolun. Ortolun replied with a smile. Ortolun felt that Admiral Sengoku and Razanandi were a bit too righteous in some aspects, almost to the point of being unrelatable. For instance, Razanandi, being his adopted son, had a significant background within the Navy. Moreover, Razanandi joined the Navy about a year earlier than Ortolun. Yet up until now, Razanandi was merely a major officer at Navy headquarters, and even when he died on Minion Island, he was still just a lieutenant colonel at Navy headquarters. He was the type you could find in abundance at Marineford. After all, the Navy officers standing guard at the entrance of Justice Fortress had to be colonels. This shows that Razanandi had no connection with Admiral Sengoku and relied solely on his own efforts. Furthermore, very few people in the Navy knew about Razanandi's identity. Only those close to Admiral Sengoku were aware that Razanandi was his adopted son. Usually, whether it was to avoid suspicion or due to his introverted personality, Razanandi didn't socialize with people in those circles. After hearing Ortolun's words, Razanandi hesitated for a moment, looking a bit embarrassed, and softly said, Ortolun. This was his way of agreeing to Ortolun's words, no longer calling him Vice Admiral Bane. On the other side, when Admiral Sengoku saw Razanandi, he waved happily and said, You're here. I heard from Zifa that you graduated from him. You're about to be promoted to Brigadier General, right? That's quite an achievement. Normally, graduating from Zifa's class would generally mean a promotion to the rank of Brigadier General, and upon entering as a Brigadier General, one would usually come out as a Major General, just like the others. Upon hearing this, Razanandi quickly shook his head and said, No, I graduated, but I only completed the required credits for academic courses. I completely failed in practical combat training, so I've already declined the Brigadier General rank. I'm fine with my current situation. Admiral Sengoku was a bit surprised and paused for a moment, but when he saw Razanandi's expression of feeling unworthy, he opened his mouth, but ultimately did not oppose Razanandi's decision. He could only shake his head helplessly and say, You're just too serious about these things. Completing the academic courses is not an easy task either. Not all our Navy leaders are combat-oriented. Departments like intelligence, criminal investigation, scientific units, logistics, and public relations all have members who are not frontline leaders. Razanandi still shook his head and said, I still have a long way to go compared to them. Ortolun listened to this and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional, unsure whether to call Razanandi stubborn or straightforward. His behavior was actually quite taboo in the workplace. It's just that his backing was strong enough, and his introverted personality made him unaware of it. After all, the original promotion system was there. Graduating from teacher Zephyr meant that as long as you completed the required credits, you could get promoted. However, he believed he was only qualified in cultural courses and thus refused the promotion. How could he justify that to those who were in the same position as him? Having also only completed cultural courses? Wouldn't he that offend people? However, Ortolun didn't feel the need to explain these complexities to Razanandi. There was no need for that. Didn't even the generals of the warring states period refrain from forcing the issue? Wouldn't someone seasoned in the workplace like a warring states general understand these principles? If the father figure didn't care, why should he? Upon reflection, it made sense. If Ortolun's father were a Navy admiral, he wouldn't care either. Not wanting to continue on that topic, Razanandi turned to Chief Staff Ahi and said, Chief Staff, I would like to work in the intelligence department. Do you think that would be all right? Chief Staff Ahi did not immediately agree, but instead glanced at warring states. Warring states seemed uninterested in interfering with Razanandi's choice, lightly nodding without speaking. Seeing that warring states had no objections, Chief Staff Ahi said, Of course you can. After you go back, submit an application, and I will approve it. Razanandi's face lit up with joy, and he happily said, Then I'll trouble you, Chief Staff. However, I have to ask, why do you want to choose our intelligence department? Was it boring in the public relations department? Chief Staff Ahi inquired curiously. Indeed, Razanandi had previously worked in the public relations department as an ordinary small Navy employee, one with little sense of presence. In fact, the Navy's public relations department itself had little power and importance. When it came to major propaganda control, it was mostly Mariejois that took action, and the Navy had little to do with it. The Navy's role was primarily to maintain its image and promote heroic deeds and Navy generals. Not all. The atmosphere in the public relations department is great. Razanandi shook his head and then, with a slightly heavier expression, said, I just noticed that the Don Quixote family has been growing stronger over the past 2 years. So I'm a bit worried and want to enter the intelligence department to pay more attention to their issues. Don Quixote Doflamingo? Chief Staff Ahi raised a hand to rub his forehead and said, That guy has indeed caused a lot of trouble, but due to his identity. As long as he doesn't go too far, we can't really take action. Mariejois had already given instructions regarding Don Quixote Doflamingo. In Chief Staff, he was primarily responsible for this matter, so she had dealt with Doflamingo quite a lot. In the original story, when Doflamingo heard Chief Staff, Ahi's name, on Minion Island, he felt a headache, indicating that the Chief Staff had left quite a psychological shadow on him. Orton estimated that the Chief of Staff must have used many unconventional methods to teach Doflamingo a lesson, making him behave properly, but it was evident that the effect was minimal. Orton listened for a while and saw that they were going to continue their discussion, but he wasn't interested in it anymore, so he didn't interrupt and politely took his leave, quickly exiting the office of the general from the Warring States period. Chapter 108. Without grassroots work experience, how can you be a general? Ortolun had lunch at home and then came to the naval port with a suitcase. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that many sailors were already boarding the ships. Carp's dog-headed warship was docked in the harbor, and Roger was as expected. On Carp's ship, Carp was nowhere to be seen, perhaps currently having a final meeting with Roger in a cage. From a distance, Ortolun saw two figures, Kazan and Sakazuki. However, the relationship between these two seemed quite tense as they stood on opposite sides of the dock, neither wanting to speak to the other, not looking at each other. But Ortolun knew that the conflict between Kazan and Sakazuki was merely a difference in ideology. There was no real enmity between them, and their relationship was just somewhat strained, not reaching the point of being irreconcilable. Ortolun and Sakazuki don't have much of a relationship, as Sakazuki has been stationed in the New World for years while Ortolun works at headquarters, and they haven't really met much. However, when passing by Sakazuki's area, Ortolun still made a point to greet him, saying, "Long time no see, Admiral Sakazuki." Sakazuki seemed a bit surprised that Ortolun would take the initiative to greet him. After all, he knew from people like Ghost Spider that Ortolun had little interest in the hawkish navy and was very close to the dovish navy, like Carp. But Sakazuki wasn't the type to turn down a polite gesture. He quickly composed himself, softened his indifferent expression, and nodded at Ortolun, saying, "Long time no see, Vice Admiral Bane." Ortolun took out a cigarette and gestured. Sakazuki did not refuse and took it. Then Ortolun asked, "Did you just return from a New World?" "Yes. I finished handling things over there and came back to report. The warlord asked me to head to the East Sea as well." Sakazuki nodded and then said, "Thank you for your hard work regarding Roger. It's all part of the job." Ortolun waved his hand, not taking credit. "After that, I will basically be stationed at headquarters for a while, so we can keep in touch more often." Sakazuki thought for a moment and said this. Ortolun did not refuse, smiling as he said, "No problem." After exchanging a few pleasantries, noticing that Sakazuki also had a stiff demeanor and didn't seem to be good with words, Ortolun decided not to say much more and just greeted him before leaving. Soon, he mingled over to Kazan's side. Jo, Admiral Kusan, lon timenosi." Ortolun approached Kazan, sounding much more familiar, shrugging his shoulders and saying, "My shoulder's a bit itchy. Can you check if there's something there?" Kazan gave Ortolun a sidelong glance and said, "Come show off to me." "Huh? Vice Admiral?" Ortolun laughed heartily, then asked, "Why didn't you go to the South Sea with Mr. Garp before? If you had gone too, you would definitely have been promoted to Vice Admiral upon returning." Speaking of this, Kazan expressed some regret, saying, "Just hearing you mention it makes me regret it so much. It's not about the promotion or salary, but the regret of not being involved in such a major task as capturing Roger. I happened to be on vacation at the time, so I went to Carnival City with Saul for some fun, and then suddenly I heard your news. What a coincidence. You went to the South Sea to resolve the Scholar incident, and on the way, you captured Roger." Saul, a vice admiral at the Navy headquarters and commander of the giant force, was highly respected among the giant naval leaders and was a kind-hearted guy, a good friend of Kazan. In the original story, he was supposed to be responsible for the Scholar incident, ultimately questioning and becoming confused about the Navy's justice due to this event, and then assisted Albia in her escape, betraying and fleeing the Navy. During the O'Hara incident, he had no choice but to confront Kazan and was ultimately severely injured by Kazan, fleeing to Elbaf and never showing up again. After chatting for a bit, Kazan suddenly put his arm around Ortolun's shoulder and, with a mysterious tone, asked, "I heard you went to the South Sea and got married? What is going on?" "Ahem." Ortolun cleared his throat awkwardly and then said, "It's just that sort of thing. Others might not doubt anything, but I always feel there's something wrong here. You went to the South Sea with Ji Yuan and then came back to marry someone else, even got her pregnant." And Ji Yuan laughs uncontrollably when this is mentioned. "This isn't normal. Absolutely not normal." Kazan inquired suspiciously, "What is so abnormal about it?" Ortolun deflected. Seeing Ortolun's unwillingness to elaborate, Kazan raised an eyebrow, feeling even more that something was off. He had long noticed that the usually aloof Ji Yuan was unusually warm towards Ortolun, clearly interested in him. Yet when Ortolun got married, Ji Yuan didn't seem angry, but rather found him amusing. There must be something fishy going on. However, seeing Ortolun reluctant to say more, Kazan wasn't the type to push too hard. So they quickly shifted the topic elsewhere. You were just chatting with Sakazuki over there. Did you hear what he said? That guy's going to withdraw from a new world and is likely going to be stationed at headquarters from now on, Kazan asked. Yeah, I just heard him mention it. What's up? Ortolun replied. The headquarters definitely needs a strong presence to handle significant responsibilities in the new world. Sakazuki was that presence before, and now that he is back, you might be the one going, Kazan reminded. According to the normal protocol, there should be an Admiral stationed in the new world to serve as this so-called presence to deal with any major issues that might arise at any time. However, the current situation within the Navy was quite awkward. There were only 2 admirals. Garp was loafing around, and Zephyr was basically semi-retired, fully devoted to education. This meant that only Sengoku, the lone admiral, could handle the heavy responsibilities, and as Sengoku had to remain at Navy headquarters, the new world had no choice but to select a strong and capable vice admiral to serve as this presence. Upon hearing this, Ortolun immediately realized that among the current vice admirals at headquarters, only he, Sakazuki, and Garp could take on this role. Aiken. But Garp was a slacker and wouldn't go. And the chief of staff was in a key position and definitely wouldn't go either. Now that Sakazuki was back, and neither Kazan nor Polysolino was getting promoted, it left only him, Ortolun. Previously, Admiral Sengoku had mentioned to him that the position of Vice Admiral would definitely be sent out for training, and now thinking about it, it seemed it really was going to be his turn. Ortolun said with slight interest. He was quite willing to take on such a role. Being stationed as a base commander would mean holding considerable power, essentially being a local emperor. He had been considering when to propose such an application to be sent out. Now it seemed he might not need to proactively suggest it. Perhaps he would be deployed as soon as he returned from the EC. Noticing Ortolun's keen interest, Kazan chuckled and said, I thought you were the type who wanted to stay at headquarters and not leave. I didn't expect you to be quite interested. Though headquarters is great, I've never been a base commander and lack that grassroots work experience. If I want to go higher, it won't be easy, so I'm quite looking forward to it, Ortolun said without hesitation. For vice admirals and those below, they don't require such work experience. But if you want to strive for the position of admiral or even a candidate for admiral without some grassroots management and coordination experience, how can they promote you to admiral? The Navy isn't just about being able to fight. It's also a political organization. You just got promoted to vice admiral a few days ago, and you're already thinking about admiral matters? Are you really planning to challenge Zephyr's record? Kazan laughed and teased. Ortolun shook his head and waved his hand, saying, I still have self-awareness. Becoming a general is probably still far off for me, whether in terms of age or qualifications. I'm still lacking in many ways. Moreover, I don't see any opportunity for such promotions in the short term. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for the generals of the warring states period. And during this time, it's just right for me to accumulate my foundation. Previously, I was promoted and got a raise a bit too quickly, and I didn't establish a solid groundwork, just as Kuzan and Ortolun were chatting here. Chief Strategist Ahe came over with some people. Upon seeing the situation, Kazan and Ortolun tacitly boarded Karp's dog-headed warship together. Before long, the fleet slowly set sail from the Marineford military port, heading towards Mariejois. Chapter 109, Major Event, Prelude to the Execution of the Pirate King. EC. A certain sea area, a neatly organized naval fleet was sailing by, heading straight for Rogtown. Karp was leading this mission, so his dog-headed warship was the flagship of the fleet. At this moment, on the deck of the dog-headed warship, Ortolun was sitting at the edge of the railing, holding a fishing rod, enthusiastically fishing. Not far behind him, there was a card table where he, Bogard, and Kuzan were engrossed in a game. In Ortolun's view, when it came to playing cards, the 3 of them were all inexperienced, none of them were his match, so it was just right for them to gather together. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last returned to the East Sea. This gentle sea breeze is truly nostalgic. It's no wonder it's called the Sea of Peace, my hometown. Next to Ortolun, Karp was munching on a bag of sunbae, crunching away as he said, Old dang. Don't drop your sunbae into the sea. It'll affect my fishing. Also, if I remember correctly, before going to the South Sea, you just returned to the headquarters from vacation in the East Sea, right? Is that really called not coming back for a long time? Ortolun couldn't help but mock him. Karp was the type of person in the Navy who slacked off, only working when it involved Roger or other special significant situations. Because of his seniority and the fact that no one could control him, he lived a very carefree life in the Navy, often in a state of vacation. Whenever he felt like it, he would head to the East Sea to visit his hometown and chat with his old friends. According to Ortolun's calculations, he must return to the East Sea at least twice a year. As for this so-called Sea of Peace, it was indeed the case that the pirates in the East Sea were generally weaker compared to the other three major seas, presenting a more extreme type, either minions or top-tier big shots. In terms of numbers, they were also much lower than in the other three major seas. Ortolun felt that the current situation in the East Sea was largely due to Karp's contributions. After all, he was the only big shot in the world who spent his days fishing in the East Sea, a novice village. It's no wonder that among the pirates of the East Sea, those who could make it out would achieve something. After all, those who could leave the East Sea were all exceptionally resilient, having escaped from the peak competition. Show some respect to me, old man. Karp glared at Ortolun with dissatisfaction. I'm particularly snobbish, only showing respect to my superiors. Now that we are equals, right, Admiral Karp? Ortolun said with an arrogant expression. Karp looked at Ortolun in surprise and said, You don't really think that in the Navy there are only promotions and no demotions, do you? Ortolun, do you think my influence in the Navy is not enough to demote you? Ortolun, who was fishing, was momentarily stunned, then smiled at Karp and said, Mr. Karp, I've recently bought a lot of high-end senbei imported from Totland. You know I have connections over there. When I return to headquarters, I'll personally deliver some to your home. If they're good, let me know, and I'll have my second brother send me more. Seeing Ortolun's quick change of expression, Karp almost laughed out loud, then asked, You still have contacts with the Charlotte family? Well, occasionally. Admiral Sengoku said that for the sake of the Navy, we shouldn't easily cut off contact with them. Ortolun said calmly. He was joking. He was acting under orders and was not afraid of being investigated. Sengoku would take the blame if anything happened. That's true. Karp nodded, his expression slightly complex and contemplative. The Navy and pirates are two opposing groups with a complicated relationship. It's not the case that every time they meet, they have to shout and fight. It's common for them to form alliances and utilize each other. Using someone else's knife to kill is a time-honored tactic. Sometimes, the Navy needs pirates to be that knife, and sometimes, don't pirates also need the Navy to be that knife? It cannot be openly discussed, but there is an unspoken understanding. One could even say that if you lack this understanding, you could never become a great pirate. The Navy dislikes hot-headed newcomers the most. Just as Ortolun and Karp were chatting, a news bird flew by. Ortolun waved, and the news bird landed gracefully on the fence. He tossed the belly into the bird's pouch, and the bird politely chirped twice, then used its beak to deliver a newspaper to Ortolun. Upon opening the newspaper, Ortolun saw the headline. Roger was to be executed in Log Town in the East Sea. From the wording and perspective of the article, it was undoubtedly a piece from the Navy's Public Relations Department. It seemed the headquarters had begun to generate buzz for this public execution. Meanwhile, many people around the world had already started to pay attention to this major event. In the New World, on Frankie S. Island, Crocodile was sitting on a pile of corpses, holding a newspaper and smoking a cigar, watching the news. Log Town, huh? Crocodile lightly exhaled a puff of smoke, and then stood up, heading towards the port. In the North Sea, at the residence of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo was sitting on the windowsill, draped in his flamboyant pink flamingo feather coat, wearing flashy orange sunglasses, swinging his legs in the air in a casual manner. He was also holding today's newspaper, reading the news about Roger with a wicked smile. Indeed, the term wicked fits Doflamingo perfectly, without any sense of incongruity. Fufufu. Is it another act of justice prevailing? The execution of the pirate king. Now that's interesting. Doflamingo wickedly pondered for a moment, took out a transponder snail, gave a few instructions, then raised his hand to send out a few barely noticeable threads that fluttered off into the air. Looking at the direction, he was heading to the East Sea, in the first half of the Grand Line, near the Reverse Mountain Sea, on Whiskey Peak Island. The young Dracula Mihawk was sitting in a tavern in this town. Whiskey Peak was still an ordinary island for brewing wine, yet to grow into a base for bounty hunters amidst the chaos of the pirate era. Mihawk had just arrived here not long ago, had challenged and defeated a swordsman, and was preparing to leave after resting. He happened to see the news that the pirate King Roger was to be executed by the Navy in Log Town in the East Sea. However, his focus was not on Roger. It was on a small photo of Ortolun. So soon, he has become a vice admiral in the Navy? Mihawk whispered, a hint of emotion flashing in his eagle-like eyes. The last time they met, Ortolun had been at a disadvantage against Roger, and it seemed his relationship with Roger's crew was not good. Now, seeing him in the newspaper having captured Roger and even participating in his public execution made Mihawk feel a bit reflective about how unpredictable life can be. At the same time, on Totland's Cake Island in the New World, Charlotte Linlin was looking at the newspaper in her hands. Her rebellious son staring back at her from the photo, a mysterious smile on her lips. It was quite strange. In the original story, the current Charlotte Linlin should have already begun to fall, her figure becoming out of shape, her personality and temper growing increasingly erratic and violent. But perhaps Ortolun's appearance had significantly impacted her, leading to a drastic change in her current state. Although she still indulged in desserts and her child-rearing endeavors, it seemed due to enhanced self-management, Charlotte Linlin had not shown any signs of rapidly declining in appearance or figure. She still looked well-maintained. Moreover, her personality had not gradually become violent. She was still her old self, leading to a relatively pleasant relationship with her children. That bastard Roger has finally met his end. The trouble he caused on Cake Island is now being repaid by my son. Ha 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 ha. Charlotte Linlin suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing, Charlotte Linlin looked at Ortolun's photo in the newspaper, raising an eyebrow. This little brat is really fast. He's already a vice admiral in the Navy? Looking at it this way, the things he bragged about back then, about ruling the world together, might actually have some hope. I just wonder if his thoughts and stance have changed during his time in the Navy. Chapter 110. The Day of Execution. Logtown is located near the entry waters of the Grand Line, where the East Sea meets the Reverse Mountain, and it already has a Navy branch base. When Orton and the others arrived at Rogetown, the Navy was actively preparing, such as constructing the execution platform in the square and installing public broadcasting facilities, as well as delineating the security zones. Currently, these preparations are basically complete, and after surveying the situation on the ground and finding no issues, the Navy fully settled into the Rogetown Naval Base. After a 2-day stay at this naval base, all work in Rogetown has been finalized. During this time, Orton and the others frequently received intelligence from the island. Crocodile arrived in Rogetown early this morning. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the leader of the Don Quixote family from the North Sea, also arrived in Rogetown today. Moonlight Moria, deemed to have tendencies towards danger and potentially falling into the ranks of pirates, appeared near the port. Over the past 2 years, Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, has been challenging various swordsmen around the world, and he has also shown up. Carp sat in the base commander's office, treating it as his own territory, munching on rice crackers while listening to reports. He waved his hand and said, "Everything is prioritized around Roger's execution. As long as these guys don't cause trouble on the island, let us not worry about them to avoid unnecessary complications." Admiral Ake was also present, sitting at the desk, continuously flipping through the latest intelligence reports. She spoke up. "So far, the New World is surprisingly calm. Neither the Whitebeard pirates nor Big Mom and others are making any moves. In contrast, is only that guy Shiki taking action?" Orton stood by the windowsill, a cigarette between his lips, looking out at the entire Rogtown from the high-rise of this naval base. After hearing what Chief of Staff Ahe said, he smiled and remarked, "Those big shots are probably still watching the situation, but once Roger's execution is over, I fear Shiki's territory will be divided among them in an instant." Just as they were discussing these topics, the commander of the Rogtown Naval Base gently knocked on the door of his office. After receiving a response from Carp, he nervously pushed the door open and looked at the group of naval bigwigs inside, swallowing hard as he said, "Vice Admiral Carp, the execution preparations are complete. There's still about an hour until the noon execution. Are we ready?" Carp placed the senbei he was holding on the table and wiped his hands with a piece of paper, saying, "Then let's get started. We in the Navy need to be in position first." "Yes." The commander immediately saluted in response. Soon, Orton, Carp, Kazan, Sakazuki, Chief of Staff Ahe, and other naval leaders filed out of the base. Following them, the Navy inside the base sprang into action, surrounding the square layer by layer, while also marking off spectator areas with formations along the safe path to the execution platform. As the Navy began their actions, the various onlookers who had come from different seas to witness the event also appeared in the square one by one. Before long, the central square of Rogtown was packed with people, crowded to the brim. Among the crowd, particularly conspicuous were the previously noted dangerous individuals, such as Moonlight Moria, Crocodile, and Don Quixote Doflamingo. There were also less noticeable figures, such as Shanks and Buggy, who were still undetected by the Navy, hiding in the crowd. Additionally, there was a young boy around 14 or 15 years old with a few white hairs, looking quite clever as he took advantage of his small stature to weave through the crowd, managing to squeeze into the front row. If Orton saw him, he would definitely recognize him. This white-haired little brat would later be known as the Navy's thorn in the side, the White Hunter Smoker. Orton did not go to the execution platform. Instead, he arrived at the top of the highest bell tower in Rogtown as one of the security forces for the public execution. From here, he could overlook the entire central square and the execution platform, providing an excellent view. If anything unexpected were to happen, he would be able to lock onto the target immediately. This was also part of the Navy's arrangement. As for Karp and the others, they surrounded the area to protect those near the execution platform. Although the Navy's higher-ups did not believe that anyone would attempt to disrupt the execution at this point, given the situation, there was still the possibility that someone like Shiki, with his criminal record, might try to do something reckless. It is worth noting that the remnants of the Roger pirates had not been captured yet. In Ortolun's impression, on the day Roger was executed, it suddenly started to rain heavily. But now, looking at today's weather in Rogtown, it is clear and sunny, with no clouds in the sky and relatively hot temperatures. So there should be no possibility of heavy rain. After all, the East Blue is not the New World. The climate is more stable and won't be so unreasonable as to have bright sunshine one moment and hail the next. Ortolun sat on the edge of the clock tower, a cigarette clenched in his mouth, gazing at the boundless blue sea of the East China Sea from this height, feeling a bit sentimental. The legends and stories of Roger would come to an end here, but with the next generation's destined child set sail from this East Sea? Destiny. TSK. I don't believe in such things. Ortolun suddenly chuckled to himself. It was just that he arrived a bit early. Those promising little brats had yet to be born. Otherwise, Ortolun was really prepared to take Nami, Zoro, and the others away. Especially Nami, who was the true backbone of the Straw Hat Pirates. With Luffy's temperament, if you took away his navigator, he might not even leave the East Sea for 3 years, let alone go to the New World and become one of the 4 emperors. That's impossible. He might as well just play his barrel drifting game in the East Sea. Just as Ortolun was lost in these thoughts, a gentle sea breeze blew past him, lifting his cloak and making the word justice flutter behind him. Sneaking up behind me. Do you want to scare me? Ortolun exhaled a puff of smoke. As his words fell, a small whirlwind stirred up behind him, and then the figure of that guy, Dragon, mysteriously walked out from the wind. A natural type? Ortolun raised an eyebrow and asked. Dragon glanced at Ortolun and said, "Do you think I would share such important intelligence with you? A despicable person who betrayed and sold me out?" Orton looked at Dorag in surprise and said, "When did I agree to not report your intelligence information? Never, right? Since there was no such agreement, where does the contempt and betrayal come from?" Dorag was taken aback by this remark and found himself unable to retort. After a moment, he coldly snorted and said, "Even if we don't discuss that, how do you explain the conspiracy with Roger in the South China Sea? Well, have I ever met with Roger? Did I even engage in fierce battles with you? I don't know about that. You should ask Mr. Karp. He's over there at the execution platform. You can still question him now," Orton said decisively. Upon hearing this, Dorag seemed to recall something, instinctively raised his hand to touch his face, but quickly realized and put his hand down, saying, "I have nothing to say to my old man. He's a stubborn old fool, and I'm a rebellious, unfilial son." However, it was clear that Dorag did not want to continue on that topic, so he changed the subject, saying, "But since you guys have pinned Roger's blame on me, it means there must be some hidden twists in this. As the scapegoat, would you mind telling me some insider information?" Ortolun flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled, saying, "Roger is terminally ill and has little time left. When we found him, there was no conflict, so, in a way, he has confessed." After a slight pause, Ortolun looked towards the execution platform. Although it was still empty, he seemed to see something and gently patted Dolag's shoulder, saying, "If we want to change this terrible world, we must first let it descend into chaos. What do you think?" Dolag looked at Ortolun in surprise, but did not say anything. Ortolun continued on his own, and today marks the opening of the door to a new era. The waves and torrents of this new era will stir the entire world into chaos. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. Chapter 111. The Birth of the King and the Arrival of the New Era. Hearing Ortolun's words, Dorag frowned slightly and said softly, "New era?" However, seeing Ortolun's mysterious demeanor, he didn't ask further and instead continued, "This kind of talk shouldn't be what a naval commander says. Then what should a Navy officer say?" Ortolun smiled and glanced at Dorag before saying, "Swear to defend Mariejois at all costs. Swear to protect the celestial dragons?" Dorag was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, "Have you already encountered that darkness? Realized how disgraceful the Navy's justice is? Indeed, as you said, the higher one goes in the Navy, the more one feels the darkness and mire behind that justice. But for now, I haven't come into contact with these yet. Ortolun waved his hand and said calmly, if you no longer want to live this kind of life, why not choose to work with me? Our revolutionary army has far fewer constraints. Dorag timely offered his olive branch. Orton refused, saying, there's no need for that. You have your stance, and I have my thoughts. The reason I'm saying so much to you today is merely to plant a seed. A seed? Dorag pondered for a moment, then glanced at Orton with a look of deep meaning before falling silent. Time passed quickly, and the moment for the execution at noon was approaching. As Orton stood by, enjoying the sea breeze and waiting for the arrival of a new era, the central square of Rogertown began to stir. The crowd grew noisy, filled with a restless energy, and the station naval soldiers instinctively tightened their grips on their rifles, their expressions serious. Roger had arrived. From the end of the square, two executioners wielding long-handled execution knives escorted a figure along the path, cleared through the square. That figure was Roger. He wore a burgundy captain's coat, his hands shackled with prisoner-esque cuffs, and his feet bound with chains that dragged loudly along the ground with each step. As the jarring sound drew closer, the previously agitated square gradually settled into silence. Almost everyone held their breath, focusing on the Pirate King as he walked toward his end and final fate. Ortolun had never really understood what the term kingly elegance truly described until today, when he saw Roger's figure walking toward the execution platform and suddenly felt the essence of the word. That guy at this moment was clearly a prisoner about to be executed, with shackles on his hands and chains on his feet, being escorted to his death by the executioner. Yet at this moment, he held his head high, exuding an extraordinary presence, and even wore a faint, calm smile on his face. In this moment, it seemed that everyone could be under the illusion that Roger was not a doomed prisoner walking toward the execution platform, but rather an unparalleled king stepping toward his throne. That towering execution platform was not his place of demise, but rather the site of his coronation as king. Such demeanor was indeed rare. Dracula also whispered in shock. So that's it. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Ortolun's eyes, as if he had figured something out. Indeed, at this moment, he finally understood why Roger, who was arbitrarily referred to as the Pirate King by the world government, would later be recognized by numerous great pirates as such an identity. It must be noted that prior to this, although Roger was called the Pirate King by the world government, those big shots in the New World never considered Roger worthy of being the king of pirates. His title as Pirate King had not yet reached the level of public acknowledgement. Now, Ortolun finally understood that the moment Roger truly became the Pirate King was not any of the previous events, but today, Roger would be crowned king. The reason he could be recognized by the world as the Pirate King was because today he ascended to his throne, opening a grand era belonging to pirates with blood and life. Walking calmly and generously toward his end was also a kind of romance. Ortolun said softly with a smile. At this moment, the live broadcast equipment in Rogtown had already been turned on, and Roger, under the gaze of the entire world, stepped slowly to the execution platform. Carp and a group of naval leaders stood before him. However, Roger did not stop his steps, continuing to walk forward with determination and calmness. It was only when he passed by Carp that Roger's footsteps paused for a moment. He looked at Carp with a smile and asked, when does a person truly count as dead, Carp? Carp was momentarily stunned by this question, feeling a sense of unease, and looked at Roger with a wary gaze. Roger chuckled lightly. Farewell. As he finished speaking, he stepped onto the stairs of the execution platform, slowly ascending to the highest point under Carp's bewildered and complex gaze. Meanwhile, on Sabati Archipelago, at the top of a building in front of the live broadcast screen, the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, sat on the edge of the roof, holding a small bottle of wine, drinking while watching Roger's execution live. As he saw Roger ascend the execution platform with an unhurried demeanor, he inexplicably recalled the last words Roger had said to him during their farewell. I will not die. Rayleigh. Letting out a breath of wine, a smile appeared on Rayleigh's face as he looked at Roger on the live screen and softly murmured, Farewell, Roger. In Rogtown, on the execution platform, Roger had reached his end. He sat cross-legged on the execution platform, overlooking the crowd in the central square like a king surveying his subjects. Soon, he noticed a familiar straw hat among the crowd, beneath which was a head of red hair, Shanks. At this moment, Shanks was embracing Buggy, both of them wearing expressions of deep sadness and reluctance, and upon noticing Roger's gaze, they even burst into tears. Here to bid me farewell? Such lovely little guys. Roger smiled and thought to himself. He then looked up towards the end of the road, which pointed towards the sea. At this moment, his gaze seemed to traverse thousands of mountains and rivers, seeing Rouge at the world's end, gazing at him with gentle eyes. Only at this moment did a trace of regret and reluctance flash in Roger's eyes. As a pirate, his life had been complete and glorious, but in the role of husband and father, he felt he had been too inadequate. As noon approached, the executioner behind Roger asked, "Do you have any last words?" "Ah." Upon hearing this, Roger immediately raised the shackles on his hands and said, "My wrists are so itchy. Could you help me take this thing off?" The executioner, hearing this, became furious. "What nonsense are you talking about? How petty. Do you really think I would run away at this point?" Roger shrugged, slightly displeased. Meanwhile, atop the clock tower, Dracula could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Now that it has come to this, what did you mean by the so-called new era?" "It's coming," Ortolun said with an expectant smile, not directly answering. Dracula's brows furrowed in confusion as he looked at Ortolun and then at Roger on the execution platform, unable to understand what he meant. Just at the last minute before noon, suddenly, in the square, a plain-looking young man in his 20s, as if possessed by fate and courage, raised his hand and shouted at the execution platform, "Roger!" In an instant, it seemed that everyone was drawn to this bold individual. On the clock tower, Ortolun could no longer hold back and laughed loudly. "Ah, who is it? Is it fate? Or did Roger already have this arranged? What are you going crazy about?" Dracula looked at Ortolun in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Before Dracula could get an answer to his confusion, he saw the young man, with fervor in his eyes, shout, "Where did you hide the treasure you found?" Upon hearing this, Roger on the execution platform also burst into laughter. "Ah ha ha!" After laughing for a moment, Roger proclaimed with a powerful voice, "Want my treasure? If you want it, you can have it all. Go find it. I hid all the treasures there." At this moment, Roger's gaze was fixed upon the vast, boundless sea. All the treasures, all the answers lie within this sea. And at the moment Roger gave his response, Carp suddenly reacted, enraged. Execute him immediately." The sharp executioner's blade crossed from behind Roger, piercing his body. Blood flowed from him, staining the execution platform with a tragic crimson hue. Feeling his life slipping away at an alarming rate and sensing his impending death, Roger, however, did not show any panic. Instead, a look of anticipation remained on his face. At this moment, he had already seen it. At the end of his line of sight, at the end of the sea, the door to the new era had opened. The surging, overwhelming tidal wave, capable of turning the entire world upside down, was sweeping in with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, the Pirate King was truly born. And at this moment, the new era had truly arrived. Chapter 112. The Tide of the Great Pirate Era. The execution of Pirate King Roger was broadcast live, and major media outlets from the public opinion world, like the World News, had reporters on site in Lowtown for real-time coverage. Therefore, the uproar caused by Roger's execution could not be covered up by the world government and the Navy headquarters. At this moment, on the warship returning to Marineford, Ortolun sat in the cabin, holding a newspaper and reading it. This time, it really stirred up a huge wave. The entire world was fervently discussing the Pirate King's treasure and Roger's execution. Many people had already expressed their analyses and opinions in the newspapers, believing that after this, the number of pirates would rapidly increase, hoping that the world government and the Navy headquarters could promptly formulate relevant countermeasures and policies. Ortolun raised an eyebrow and said. Beside him, Garp suddenly slammed his own newspaper on the table, cursing, "Damn Roger, I shouldn't have. He completely outsmarted me." After saying this, Garp shot a glare at Ortolun and said, "What do you mean by looking like you're enjoying the show? This will definitely cause a huge uproar." "I know, but it has come to this, and we can only face it, right? Complaining here doesn't seem like your style, Mr. Garp," Ortolun shrugged and replied. Garp fell silent for a moment, then said somewhat helplessly, "I just feel regret for making such a huge mistake. Roger's words will undoubtedly change the entire world. The original intention of this execution was to deter those restless villains on the seas, but now that idea has completely shattered, and it might even lead to a terrifying increase in the number of pirates. This is already a significant pressure for us in the Navy, and for the people on the seas, it will be a true nightmare." After hearing this, Ortolun's eyes flashed with a complex expression. He had long known what kind of disaster Roger's words would bring to the world. The rule of the world government was indeed dark, but it ultimately maintained order. And even the most degenerate order was far better than endless chaos. Nowadays, the most significant characteristic brought by this new era was the tide of chaos. Under this chaos, countless people would fall into pain and despair, and many would be swallowed by the surging waves of the sea, one case after another, all filled with blood and tears. Yet even though he knew all these things in advance, Ortolun still did not take action to prevent it. Indeed, my sense of justice is only so limited. Ortolun sighed inwardly. He needed this chaotic era, this great era belonging to pirates, which was also a great era eagerly anticipated by ambitious individuals and heroes, wasn't it? Endless chaos would bring countless blood and tears, but only through extreme chaos could a brand new order be born. A general success is built on the bones of thousands. This applies not only to the battlefield, but also to the contest of eras. Only those who fight their way out of the cruel tides of this world can have the power to redefine the order of this world. Although the tide of the great pirate era had already arrived, it had not yet truly demonstrated its influence due to the short time. Thus the naval fleet where Ortolun and others were located returned to the Navy headquarters, Marineford, relatively peacefully. However, upon entering the headquarters, everyone could feel the heavy atmosphere filled with a sense of impending doom. It seemed that at this moment, the vast system of the Navy was already operating at full capacity, preparing to respond to the surging and imminent tide. When Ortolun and others arrived at the Marshal's office for a report, they saw Steelbone and Admiral Sengoku engaged in a heated discussion about some issues. The conscription plan must be implemented as soon as possible, preferably before more people join the pirate ranks, to absorb the elite forces among them. All naval branches must operate at full capacity to ensure the peace of their respective seas and list the control of pirate numbers as one of the headquarters' assessment criteria. To quickly control the impending surge in pirate numbers from a source, Admiral Sengoku reported to Steelbone, holding a hefty document. Mariejois has already communicated with me, requesting that our Navy come up with an effective plan as soon as possible. The military budget for next year is expected to increase by 25% to deal with the crisis brought by this tide, Steelbone said. 25% may not be enough. Conscription is one aspect, equipping is another. According to estimates, we will need to significantly increase the number of naval bases as well. Admiral Sengoku hesitated and said. Steelbone tapped the table and said with some headache, "Do you think Mariejois will give us a substantial military budget all at once? They won't open too many doors for us. They always want us to feel the pain first before they realize the money is insufficient." After saying this, Steelbone looked at Carp and Ortolun, who had just entered, and immediately said, "Carp, Mariejois is preparing to classify the Self-Defense Force as an extremely dangerous organization, and they will assign part of the mission to eliminate the Self-Defense Force to our Navy. This means that starting today, our Navy can no longer stand by regarding the Self-Defense Force. We must cooperate with the CP agency." Hearing this, Carp was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, nodding silently before saying with frustration, "I bear an unshirkable responsibility for this incident." However, before Carp could finish his sentence, Steelbone interjected, "It is meaningless to pursue these matters now. The execution is an arrangement made by Mariejois. There has been no accountability directed at us from above. So there's no need to say any more meaningless things. Just focus on doing your job well." At this moment, Ortolun had already walked over to Admiral Sengoku and quietly asked, "Is the situation very serious?" As for the sudden offensive launched by Mariejois against the Revolutionary Army, Ortolun was not surprised. Dragon thought he was just taking the blame, but in reality, it had already turned into a huge burden. Regarding Roger, the Mariejois side was now very suspicious that he was collaborating with the Revolutionary Army, especially since he was having a secret meeting with Dragon when he was captured. Ortolun was originally wondering if the situation in O'Hara would be resolved in a relatively mild manner, and whether Dragon's Revolutionary Army would slow down its evolution as a result. When would the Revolutionary Army make its appearance? But now it seemed that there was no need to worry about this issue, whether he wanted to evolve or not. The world government would not let him off, and he would have no choice but to evolve. Considering the original progress, this was quite good. Ortolun believed that as Dragon's good brother, he could only help him to this extent. He just didn't know if Dragon appreciated it now. Would he end up stabbing himself twice the next time they meet? After hearing Ortolun's question, Admiral Sengoku sighed and said, "During the time you returned from Rotown to the headquarters, according to reports from various branches across the seas, the number of pirates has surged by 40 compared to last year, and this figure continues to be refreshed, setting new highs. At the current trend, it is likely that by this time next year, the number of pirates will have increased by at least 3 to 5 times compared to last year." Such a huge reaction. Ortolun was also a bit surprised. although most of them were reckless individuals who wanted to set sail in search of Roger's treasure. Once someone entered the pirate profession and got their hands stained with innocent blood, it wouldn't be so easy to turn back. Humans are terrifying creatures in this chaos. The vast majority would gradually immerse themselves in the slaughter of their kind, seeking the thrill of violence, conquest, and plunder. This is one of the reasons why pirates can never be completely eradicated, Admiral Sengoku said, feeling a headache coming on. There's a saying that power is the most alluring poison, and once infected, it is hard to quit. The essence of this so-called power is control. It is not just about the humans Sengoku speaks of. In fact, all intelligent beings in this world are the same. Once they experience the pleasure of controlling others, it is very difficult to rid themselves of this poison. And the simplest and most brutal way to achieve this control is often through killing and violence. Therefore, in a certain sense, the essence and most fundamental logic of how this world operates is violence. Chapter 113, Red-Haired Buggy's Branch, Smoker, Doflamingo, and Virgo. In the following period, chaos erupted in the New World. First, the remaining territory of Shiki was completely divided up, with only the towering secret realm, Melview, remaining as Shiki's old lair, which no one dared to attack, as that place was too peculiar and capturing it would serve no purpose. From the current territories in the New World, the Whitebeard pirates had the largest territory, followed by Charlotte Leanlean's Tato Land, and surprisingly, not Kaido, but Wang Ji, who had teamed up with Silver Axe, occupying Hive Island and taking the opportunity to expand his influence. Lastly was Kaido, who seemed to be doing nothing significant, just hiding in Wano. However, during this time, the arms trade in the Dark World began to rise. The surge in the number of pirates led to a corresponding increase in the demand for weapons and ammunition. According to investigations by the Navy's Criminal Investigation Department, it was found that the majority of arms circulation in the Dark World currently came from the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. When Ortolun learned about this, he was indeed a bit surprised. It seemed that some things had changed. Originally, the only pirate force thriving in the arms trade was Kaido's group, while the Big Mom Pirates primarily focused on intelligence. Now it appeared that, due to Caesar falling directly into Charlotte Leanlean's hands, the Big Mom Pirates had also started to make efforts in the arms trade. East Blue Road Town. In an ordinary restaurant, Buggy was currently in a dispute with Shanks. I want to reassemble a pirate crew and set sail, Buggy declared. Buggy, let us go together? Shanks invited. Buggy hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, I've had enough of you, Shanks. Huh? Shanks looked surprised and said, Aren't we the best of friends? I'm really hurt by what you just said. Upon hearing this, Buggy got angry and said, In any case, I won't sail with you again. I want to be the captain myself and search for treasures in this world. Besides, we have completely different philosophies about piracy, okay? Forcing us together will only make things more awkward in the future. Although Buggy and Shanks always bickered, in reality, the two of them, as peers and trainee crew members on Roger's ship, had a very close relationship and could definitely be trusted with their backs and lives. However, their differing philosophies were indeed a reality. Shanks basically inherited Roger's spirit, believing that adventure and freedom were above all else, while Buggy thought that pirates should be cruel and despicable, seeking treasure and plundering wealth. On this point, the two simply could not agree. Seeing Buggy so determined, Shanks thought carefully. Although their feelings were good, Buggy was speaking the truth, so he did not push the matter and said with some regret, So, are we parting ways here? Buggy paused for a moment, feeling a bit sad at these words. He was actually very grateful to Shanks. When he suddenly fell ill just before reaching Laughtail, Shanks had given up the opportunity to go to Laughtail with the rest of the crew to stay behind and take care of him. And Buggy had always remembered this in his heart. After the Roger Pirates disbanded, the two had been together without ever separating. So now hearing that they were to part ways, he indeed felt reluctant. But in the end, Buggy nodded and said, Let's part ways here. Shanks, being the optimistic type, quickly adjusted his low mood and said, All right, let's each form our own pirate crews and see who is stronger then. Buggy did not respond to this, knowing that with Shanks' personality, he would eventually return to the New World, while Buggy felt he probably wouldn't go back to the New World again. That place was too dangerous. Perhaps they would not meet again in the future. After finishing this farewell meal, Buggy and Shanks hugged. Then Buggy turned and left the restaurant first. Watching Buggy's receding figure, Shanks wanted to call him back several times. But in the end, he pressed down the straw hat on his head and suppressed his emotions. At the same time, in Road Town, a long line had formed at the entrance of the Navy base for recruitment. Indeed, the Navy headquarters was quick in its actions. as the announcement for the large-scale recruitment had been sent to Navy bases in various seas, aiming to recruit more people before more entered the pirate profession. In the queue was the young Smoker, who, as time passed, finally arrived at the registration desk at noon. Name: a soldier from the Navy sat at a desk and casually asked, "Smoker, gender?" While asking this question, the soldier had already written down male. Without waiting for Smoker to answer, he asked again, "Age?" Smoker hesitated for a moment, but mustered up the courage to say, 18. The soldier was just about to register this when he suddenly frowned and carefully observed Smoker, then said, "Kid, you can't possibly be 18, can you? You look like you're only 15 or 16. Don't mess around here. You're not even old enough to go to the battlefield." Indeed, Smoker was lying about his age. He hadn't reached 18 yet. Hearing this, Smoker got anxious and quickly said, "I just have a baby face. I turned 18 just a few days ago, and I really want to join the Navy. Don't waste time here. Can't you see there's a long line behind you? Hurry up and go home." The Navy soldier waved his hand impatiently, trying to shoo Smoker away. Smoker was truly anxious. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, "Right? I'm a devil fruit user. I'm a Logia-type user." As soon as he finished speaking, the Navy soldier stood up, looking at Smoker with suspicion, and said, "If you're lying to me, I'll beat you up, kid. Really look." Smoker said as he transformed his body into white smoke, and the people around looked on in shock, as if they had never seen anything like it. Indeed, they hadn't. In the Grand Line, devil fruit users were not a rare sight, especially in the New World, where they were practically everywhere. But in the Four Seas, especially in the East Blue, known as the Sea of Peace, devil fruit users were quite rare. The majority of people had never seen a devil fruit user before. When a Navy soldier saw that Smoker was indeed a Logia-type user, his expression became eager, and he said to his colleague beside him, "You handle the rest. I need to take him to the base to meet the base commander." It had been mentioned before that there was a trend of admiration for Logia users within the Navy, among the new generation of famous Navy members. The most renowned were the four Logia monsters, especially in the past 2 years. The Thunderfruit user, Ortolun's, fame had reached its peak. With Smoker suddenly wanting to join the Navy and being a Logia user, the Navy soldier naturally took this very seriously. Once this matter was settled, it would be a great achievement for him. As for Smoker not meeting the age requirement for enlistment, nonsense. What do you mean he doesn't meet it? Didn't he just claim to be 18? Absolutely qualified. He just looks young, with a bit of a baby face. As a righteous Navy, they must give enough trust to others. If Smoker dares to say it, the Navy dares to believe it. In the East Blue, enlistment was in full swing, and the same was true in other seas, such as the North Blue at this moment. In the Don Quixote family's headquarters, Doflamingo was meeting with a colonel from the North Blue Navy to discuss some matters. "I'll leave the Virgo matter to you." As Doflamingo said this, he pushed a box full of gold in front of the Navy colonel. Soon, the Navy colonel left the Don Quixote family headquarters with the gold. Meanwhile, on the high tower of the headquarters, Doflamingo watched the Navy colonel's figure with an evil smile and said, "Once he recommends Virgo to the Navy headquarters, remember to silence him." Diamante, standing behind Doflamingo, grinned and said, "Understood." Doflamingo, after a brief pause, Diamante asked again, "So next, are we really entering the pirate realm?" Fufu. Doflamingo laughed wickedly a few times, looking towards the distant sea road. "The coming era will be a chaotic new age. Those who can't keep up with the trend of this era are destined to be eliminated. Given our situation, only pirates are the best choice." Diamante. Chapter 114. Garp, let me tell you, I have experience with divorce. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, some time has passed since Roger's execution, and it was the beginning of the year. In the hospital of the Navy headquarters, Ortolun was sitting in the corridor outside the operating room with Robin and Lucci. Ortolun's expression was calm, while Robin appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy. Lucci, standing nearby, comforted her, saying, "It'll be fine. The doctors inside are very capable." Watching Lucci and Robin, who were originally supposed to be fated enemies, now interacting in such a harmonious and warm manner like siblings, Ortolun couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. He had indeed changed many people's destinies. "I know it will be fine, but I still feel very uneasy," Robin said to Lucci while praying. It wasn't that someone was seriously ill. It was that Lucci was giving birth today. Originally, Ace was supposed to be born a year and a half later, on January 1st, 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar, and as a result, he took his mother's life. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Thanks to Ortolun, Lucci no longer had to endure carrying Ace for over 20 months, ultimately exhausting her life force. As the wife of the Navy's Star Vice Admiral, Ortolun, she could now give birth normally without worrying about other matters. Just as Robin was praying, Carp's figure hurriedly approached from outside the corridor. "How is it?" Carp asked immediately upon arrival. "It's understandable for the child to be worried, but you shouldn't be so anxious too." Ortolun shot Carp a glare and then said, "Don't add to the tense atmosphere. Inside are the best obstetricians and healing abilities assisting. Everything will be fine." As soon as Ortolun finished speaking, the door to the operating room opened, and a female doctor removed her mask, smiling broadly as she said, "Congratulations, General Bain. It's a healthy baby boy, and both mother and child are safe." The seemingly calm Ortolun stood up, sighed in relief, and walked over with a smile, pulling out a red envelope from his pocket and saying, "Thank you, Dr. Maya." "Is this a bribe?" Dr. Maya asked with a smile. "If it were a bribe, it should have been given before the surgery. This is to celebrate today's good news, so please make sure to accept it." Ortolun replied with a hearty laugh. Dr. Maya did not refuse, accepting the envelope and saying, "Thank you. After childbirth, there will be a need for care and regular checkups for the baby. General Bain, don't forget to take on the responsibilities of a husband and father." "Understood, understood," Ortolun replied eagerly. Soon, Lugio and the baby were escorted to the recovery room, where Robin and Lucci expressed their concern for the weak Lugio and then curiously went to see the newborn baby with Cap Orton sat by the bedside. Peeled an orange for Lugio and handed it to her, saying, "You've worked hard." "Thank you," Lugio replied, taking the orange, her eyes filled with new hope for life. And she felt very grateful to Orton. Soon, Lugio seemed to remember something, her expression showing hesitation as she asked, "Have you discussed the child's name?" Orton pretended not to know and asked back, "Well, if it's a girl, her name will be and if it's a boy, it will be AC." Lugio gently nodded. Ortolun thought to himself, Roger is really quite stubborn. Who doesn't know that Roger's sword is Ace, one of the top 12 legendary weapons? Plus, with the later fame of the D, it's not surprising that Ace's identity was investigated. However, nowadays, Roger's sword is stored in Ortolun's home. And at least on the surface, Lugio and Ortolun got married in the South Sea. During this time, Ortolun was also secretly on a mission to capture Roger. He found a reason, saying it was to commemorate his capture of Roger and the acquisition of the famous sword Ace, so he named his son Ace, which doesn't seem unreasonable. Therefore, Ortolun nodded and said, "Then let's call him Ace, but let us not include the D in the name. We can treat it as a hidden name. From now on, the child will be called Bain Portcas Ace. What do you think?" In this world, combining the mother's surname is quite normal and wouldn't seem out of place. Hearing this, Lugio smiled happily and said, "Okay, thank you for your understanding." "It's nothing," Ortolun waved his hand. At that moment, Carp also walked over from the child's side and sat beside Ortolun, saying, "I heard the Admiral mention yesterday that he plans to assign you to the New World. Wow, is our Navy so heartless? My wife just gave birth, and they want to send me to the New World?" Ortolun rolled his eyes and teased. If he were to go to the New World, he definitely wouldn't take his family with him. Robin and Lucci are both studying at Marineford now. And Lugio just gave birth. The doctor had just advised regular checkups at the hospital. Moreover, under normal circumstances, it's common for people assigned to the New World not to bring their families due to the high danger level. In comparison, the Navy headquarters is certainly much safer. Originally, the Admiral also considered this and planned to postpone your reassignment, letting Sakazuki cover for you a bit longer, but I helped you refuse it, Carp said immediately. As he spoke, he had a look that seemed to say, "Aren't I doing a good job? Hurry up and praise me." Ortolun looked at him with surprise and said, "So you're still so proud?" "Idiot." Carp glared at Ortolun and said, "Isn't this the best excuse? You go to the New World, and you won't have time to take care of Lugio and the kids. For the next year or two, aside from official duties, it will be hard to come back. Over time, feelings will fade, and it's normal and reasonable for conflicts to arise between husband and wife. At that point, you can conveniently use this as a reason to declare your relationship broken and then get a divorce and separate." Ortolun listened to this, his expression extraordinarily surprised, looking at Carp with an incredulous gaze and saying, "Damn, I didn't expect you to have so much experience in how to dismantle relationships. Speaking of which, I only know you have a son. What about your wife? Are you looking to get beaten? Stay out of things you shouldn't know." Carp glared angrily at Ortolun, his face full of irritation. Seeing Carp's attitude of, "If you bring this up again, I'll get angry," Ortolun thought that the solution Carp proposed might actually be based on his own experience. However, there was some truth to it, so after pondering for a moment, Ortolun nodded and said, "You're right, let's do it your way." However, neither Carp nor Ortolun noticed that beside them, Lugio showed a moment of hesitation after hearing the plan. Previously, Lugio had indeed supported this plan and had intended to break up with Orton when the timing was right. But after the child was born into this world, even if it was only for a short time, Lugio's thoughts underwent a tremendous change. Originally, Ace's biological father had already passed away, and if she divorced Orton afterward, she secretly estimated that there would be no further entanglement between them, meaning Ace would lose another father figure. Moreover, without the protection of Orton, the naval big shot, the living conditions and safety of her and her child would also become problematic. Lugio could endure hardship and was willing to suffer, but she didn't want her child to have to endure hardship at such a young age. However, Lugio quickly suppressed these thoughts in her heart and did not express them. She knew that her thoughts were too selfish and unfair to Orton, so it was better not to bring it up. For now, it was best to take one step at a time. After a few days of recovery, Lugio returned to Orton's home with the child, and the once quiet house suddenly became lively. Admiral Sengoku and Teacher Zifa both came to visit Lugio and the child, and even Admiral Steelbone found time to come and play with Ace for a while. As for Orton's good friends, it goes without saying that as soon as they returned to headquarters, they made sure to come and join the fun. Kazan, the Weasel, and Ishao all came several times. But to be honest, the red envelopes given were quite generous. Orton was so overwhelmed with the money that he even thought a few times about holding a full month celebration and inviting everyone in the headquarters with a lower rank than him. It was a joke. A vice admiral's child had a full month celebration, and they even sent out invitations. Whether or not you came didn't matter. But the money had to be on point, right? Who wouldn't give? Could anyone still hang around in the Navy headquarters afterward? However, in the end, Orton managed to maintain his integrity and did not engage in such flashy events. Chapter 115. The Navy's Trash Can G5. In the Marine headquarters at Marineford. In Admiral Sengoku's office. At this moment, Admiral Sengoku was handling his work, while Orton was beside him, waving a paper document in his hand, teasing Sengoku's beloved goat. By the way, Admiral, how had you been considering the matter I mentioned last time? Orton suddenly asked. Sengoku, without raising his head, asked with some confusion, what matter? The whole roasted sheep? Orton said, as a matter of course. Admiral Sengoku replied calmly, it seems it's time to send you to the new world quickly, otherwise, if you stay here, my sheep will be lost sooner or later. Ha 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 ha. Orton let out a big laugh, then fed the paper to the goat, sat down on the sofa, and poured himself a cup of tea. Orton sat leisurely on the sofa, sipping tea, while the general from the Warring States was buried in a pile of documents, working hard. At this scene, one might think that Orton was the leader instead. After about 10 minutes, the Warring States general finally managed to get through the documents at hand. He sighed wearily and said, that bastard Carp. If he were willing to become a general, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Orton smiled and said, stop staring at Mr. Carp. Do you think I have a chance? Admiral Sengoku shot Orton a glance and picked up his teacup, saying, you're still early. If you want to be an admiral, you need at least some experience at the grassroots level. This time, you're being sent out to be a base commander, so you need to pay attention and achieve good results. If there's a real opportunity in the future, you'll be more competitive. I came here today to inquire about this matter. How exactly will my external assignment be arranged? Will it be like Sakazuki, going to G1? Ortolun asked. The importance of G1 is unquestionable. It is an alternative headquarters in Admiral Sengoku's plan. If something happens in Marineford, the Navy can immediately reborn at G1. However, Ortolun actually doesn't want to go to a place like G1. First, it's too close to the red line, just like Marineford, still under the watchful eyes of Mariejois, making many things difficult. At the same time, G1 already has a set development direction and plan that aligns with the concept of a new headquarters. Moreover, there are a group of seasoned Navy personnel there, making it inconvenient for Ortolun to mix in and build his own team. Currently, Ortolun feels it would be best for him to directly take charge of establishing a new Navy base, and the Navy also has relevant plans in place. Do you want to go to G1? Admiral Sengoku asked. To be honest, not really. The structure of G1 is already set. Going there might not bring any harm, but it's also unlikely to yield any significant achievements. Ortolun immediately shook his head and said, but the model of G1 is aligned with the headquarters. Working there would be beneficial for your dream of becoming an admiral, Admiral Sengoku said after thinking for a moment. Upon hearing this, Ortolun hesitated slightly. This statement was indeed true. It was precisely because G1 aligned with the headquarters development concept that it felt more like nurturing a general. Seeing Ortolun's hesitant expression, Sengoku smiled and said, regarding your reassignment to the new world, there are currently 3 options. The first is what we are discussing now, G1. The second is to start from scratch and be responsible for building a new naval base. The third is somewhat special, but if you can achieve results there, it would instead highlight your capabilities. What is the third option? Ortolun asked directly. You know about G5, right? Sengoku raised an eyebrow. The garbage dump? Ortolun looked at Sengoku in surprise. Sengoku's expression stiffened, and he quickly said, "Watch your wording. How can you refer to your colleagues as garbage dumps?" Although he reprimanded Ortolun in this way, everyone understood from Sengoku's expression what kind of place G5 was. If there was any naval base that was the most unique, it was undoubtedly G5. Because the G5 Navy is located at the forefront of the Navy's deployment in the New World, they're directly facing pirate forces, which puts a lot of pressure on them. This is one reason. The second reason is the meaning behind Ortolun's earlier comment about garbage dumps. The G5 Navy is composed of a group of rebellious naval officers, and it can be said that this has been a tradition for over a decade, sending the most unruly and troublesome sailors to G5, allowing those who are troublesome to be out of sight, while also having them hold the line in the New World. Inside, there are some naval thugs whose style is comparable to pirates, and they do not have a good reputation within the Navy. This is also why Sengoku said, if you can achieve results there, it would better showcase your abilities. Of course, these alone are not enough to make G5 the strangest and most unique military base under the Navy. The most absurd aspect of this base is that aside from the necessary armed logistic support, the Navy headquarters does not even provide military funding. That's right, within the entire naval system, only G5 is entirely self-sufficient. This is also why the style of G5 is similar to that of pirates, because they live by plundering, but they mostly rob pirates. And although military funding is not allocated, G5's economy is particularly good. All the Navy personnel serving in G5 from top to bottom can be said to be rolling in wealth. After all, how much money they have depends entirely on how much they can do, and their initiative skyrockets. Thus, a group of rebellious officers, under the condition of being self-sufficient in military funding, can be imagined how unruly they are. Fortunately, they cannot build warships or produce weapons and ammunition, and they also rely on the headquarters to occasionally send trash in for replenishment. Otherwise, they could really go independent at any time. Thinking of this, Ortolun's interest was piqued. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Although the leaders of various bases wield great power and feel like local emperors, they are still somewhat constrained by the headquarters, and the degree of control is not small. Only G5 is truly far removed from the headquarters. The headquarters words are useless there. I want to fight whoever I want, and I want to rob however I want. If you don't like it, go ahead and shoot me. Without us holding the front line, do you think the other base leaders can be so easygoing? Soon, Ortolun snapped back to reality and looked at Admiral Sengoku with suspicion, saying, "You want to send me to G5? You wouldn't be trying to withhold my salary, would you?" As for the others in G5, the base leader certainly would not have their various benefits withheld. Sengoku shot Ortolun a glare. If even the base leader were excluded from the Navy system, could G5 still be called a Navy? If you go to G5, if you can create a team with strong combat power that obeys the headquarters orders, rooted at the forefront of the New World, that would be enough to showcase your abilities. Isn't the combat power of G5 already quite strong? Ortolun frowned and caught the key point, asking, as a Navy base at the forefront of the New World, G5's position is not fixed. They will establish themselves wherever the Navy's front line is, facing the most severe pirate situations. Therefore, despite their bad reputation, their combat power is indeed among the most formidable in various bases, all being desperate men who lick blood from blades. A little over a month ago, the main force of G5 was wiped out by Douglas Bullet, Sengoku said, his tone somewhat heavy. At that time, Lugia was giving birth, and Ortolun hadn't paid attention to the news, so he was somewhat surprised and asked, what were the losses? The losses were significant. It can almost be said that their organization was nearly wiped out. The former G5 base commander, Vice Admiral Wolf, was severely injured and disabled, and is no longer able to serve. Therefore, it is very necessary to send a capable and outstanding person to rebuild this elite unit, Sengoku added. Ortolun had not seen Vice Admiral Wolf, but he had heard from the others that he was an idol of Doberman and Dalmesia, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with the form of a giant gray wolf, and was extremely powerful, one of the top elites among vice admirals. From what Sengoku said, it seems he might be forced to retire from the Navy's front line. This is the cruelty of the Navy. The treatment is good, but the risks of casualties and sacrifices are also extremely high. Even high-ranking officers like vice admirals can just fall. While surprised by G5's tragic fate, Ortolun also keenly noticed that after Roger's execution, that guy Douglas Bullet really started to let loose. Chapter 116. Holding 50,000 elite troops. You say you won't let me become an admiral? In the Marineford residential area, at Ortolun's home. At this moment, Ortolun was changing the diaper of little Ace. Inside, Lugio was helping Ortolun pack his luggage, putting away some clothes and daily necessities that needed to be taken. But to be honest, Ortolun was rather careless and didn't have much that needed to be taken. After Lugio finished packing the luggage, she came out of Ortolun's bedroom and saw Ortolun had already changed Ace's diaper. He was holding Ace in his arms, sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun and teasing the little guy, creating a very warm and harmonious scene. This touched Lugio a bit. As a mother, she could feel that Ortolun indeed loved Ace very much. Often after work, when he returned home, he would patiently interact with this little guy, truly resembling Ace's father. However, Lugio quickly collected herself and stepped forward, saying, "I've packed your luggage." Ortolun smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble. Are you leaving soon?" Lugio asked again. "Yes, I should be leaving soon. This is my first time being reassigned from Marineford to the New World, and I feel a bit reluctant about this place," Ortolun said, while gently pinching Ace's little nose. Ace was basking in the sun and sleeping when he was suddenly grabbed by the nose. A bit annoyed, he raised his little hand and struggled for a moment. Once Ortolun let go, he smacked his lips and fell back into slumber. Watching this adorable little guy, Ortolun couldn't help but smile. "By the time I come back, this little guy will probably be able to run, right?" Ortolun sighed. Lugio watched the interaction between the father and his son and felt happy. But just as she was about to say something, footsteps were heard from outside the courtyard. Then she saw Guillaume, Kazan, and Weasel walk in, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Guillaume, Lugio instinctively felt a bit guilty. Perhaps Ortolun hadn't noticed, but as a woman, Lugio could sense that Guillaume definitely had feelings for Ortolun. However, she seemed rather clumsy in expressing them. As for Lugio, for various reasons, she had usurped Ortolun's wife's identity, so facing Guillaume often made her feel guilty. Especially since Ace's birth made her aware of her inappropriate thoughts, which made her even less daring to face Guillaume. "You guys chat, I'll take the child inside," Lugio said as she stepped forward and took the child from Ortolun's arms. "Is the little guy sleeping? Looks like I came at the wrong time. I wanted to hold him," Weasel said with a hint of regret as he watched the scene. But soon he changed the subject. "I heard you're going to G5? "Yes, G5 suffered a heavy blow recently, and now Admiral Sengoku has arranged for me to be responsible for rebuilding this spearhead unit." Ortolun nodded and replied. Kazan said, "That's not an easy task, G5. How should I put it? Rather than saying they are the Navy, I think they resemble pirates more. Isn't that just perfect for me?" Ortolun joked. "I also need to leave the headquarters soon," Guillaume said as she sat down on the stone bench next to Ortolun, sighing. "What are you going to do?" Ortolun asked curiously. "Over at CP, they recently set up a new external intelligence agency involved in the dark world called Joy Street. Sister Ahi thinks this model is quite good, so she wants me to give it a try," Guillaume replied somewhat helplessly. "Going to the New World?" Ortolun asked again. "Not decided yet, but it's likely," Guillaume pondered and responded. "After all, you're also a vice admiral now, as a member of the intelligence department. This arrangement counts as an opportunity for you to gain grassroots experience. It seems Admiral Sengoku still sees potential in you to become an admiral in the future," Kazan said with a smile. "Basically, in the Navy, those who become vice admirals will be sent out for external assignments at the right time. It's not as Kazan said, that being sent out means the higher-ups are optimistic about you becoming an admiral, being sent out for training for a while. Those who truly have strength and capability will be brought back to the headquarters as soon as possible to continue serving there. This time you're being sent out to be a base commander, and G5 has basically lost its structure." "Did Admiral Sengoku give you the quota?" Weasel suddenly asked. "2 vice admiral quotas. The rest I can arrange freely according to the regular system," Ortolun immediately answered. G5 was severely damaged by Douglas Barrett. The base commander was seriously injured and will retire from the front line, basically leaving all the senior officers of the Navy at G5 wiped out. With only a handful left, Ortolun continued. "So it's equivalent to starting from scratch." Admiral Sengoku naturally knew that such a situation required giving Ortolun enough staff to rebuild his own team quickly, which would facilitate the reconstruction of G5 while allowing Ortolun to quickly grasp this unit. Therefore, he was given 2 vice admiral quotas, which can serve as his direct subordinates at G5. Below the vice admiral, he can arrange according to the normal Navy base structure, which generally allows for 3 to 5 brigadiers. As for what colonel-level officers, it depends on the number of troops in his unit. Indeed, the number of troops in a Navy base does not have a clear specification, It fluctuates based on changes in the maritime situation. In recent years, the situation has not been good, with rampant pirate activity, so the number of troops naturally needs to increase. If they encounter a peaceful Great Navy era, the number of Navy troops will also be reduced accordingly. As for whether there is concern about the troop numbers of a certain base being too large, leading to a situation where it becomes unwieldy, there is no need to worry, because aside from G5, the other Navy bases basically rely on military funding from the headquarters to sustain themselves, and they do not have strong logistical production capabilities, making such concerns unfounded. Moreover, the Navy cannot simply impose new military laws specifically for G5, clearly defining quotas for the number of Navy troops at the base. That would be like putting themselves in a box. Establishing new military laws is easy, but when they feel it's inappropriate in the future and want to abolish them, that could become quite troublesome. Thus, Ortolun could be seen as having found a loophole. Other normal Navy bases generally maintain around 10 to 20,000 personnel and have a fleet of over 10 warships, which is about right. After all, according to Navy regulations, fully operational warships are supposed to carry 1,000 personnel, and the headquarters warships can even carry up to 2,000. As for Ortolun's G5, as long as he can afford it, it's not just 20,000. He could even support 500,000 troops, at least nominally, without violating any regulations. Of course, this is theoretical. In reality, unless Admiral Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Steelbone have lost their minds, they would never allow Ortolun to maintain 500,000 troops without oversight. After all, if Ortolun had 500,000 of the best frontline Navy troops, when he later wants to become an admiral, even the Fleet Admiral would have to consider whether it's time for him to retire and make way for Ortolun. Upon hearing about the 2 Vice Admiral quotas, Weasel's eyes lit up. Have you arranged the candidates for the Vice Admirals? Not yet. Ortolun shook his head and said, my promotion speed is too fast, and my team has never been properly formed. I'm currently only considering taking Smile along, but given the current situation, whether in terms of achievements or qualifications, I can at most promote him to Brigadier. It's really not appropriate for him to be a Vice Admiral, so I plan to cultivate him slowly after reaching G5. What else is there to cultivate? Weasel directly patted his chest and said, isn't there one right here? Upon hearing Weasel's words, Ortolun was surprised. Do you want to go with me to G5? The reason Ortolun had not considered the current brigadier generals like the Flying Squirrels before was not because he thought they were unsuitable. In fact, after this period of interaction, Ortolun felt that the Flying Squirrels could be guided. If there were to be a new Navy with Teacher Zephyr in the future, they could definitely be brought on board. However, the reputation of G5 was like a quagmire, and since it had been dismantled, inviting them to join G5 at this time felt like waking up early to pick up dung and running into acquaintances on the way. Asking if they wanted to have breakfast together, it was quite awkward. If you brought it up and they refused, it would be uncomfortable given the existing relationship. If they didn't refuse, the reality would also be quite awkward. That's right, I came to talk to you about this today. If you think it's feasible, I can immediately file a report to transfer personnel. The Flying Squirrel said without hesitation. Ortolun listened to this, and suddenly seemed to think of something, looking at Kuzan with surprise. If you remember correctly, aren't you also a Rear Admiral? Could it be that you came with the Weasel today to join me at G5? After noticing Ortolun's gaze, Kuzan was taken aback for a moment and quickly waved his hand, saying, don't misunderstand, I just happened to have nothing to do. And when I saw you were leaving, I came to see you off. Chapter 117, Charlotte Linlin. You can't do this nonsense of being a Navy anymore. New World, Navy Frontline, G5 Navy Base. At this moment, Ortolun was patrolling his territory as the base commander. G5 indeed had only a few soldiers left, and the large naval base was down to about 2,000 Navy soldiers, 2 lieutenant colonels, and 1 major, with no colonels left. As soon as Ortolun arrived, the 2 lieutenant colonels immediately filed a report requesting to be reassigned from G5, clearly showing that they had suffered a heavy psychological blow and were shaken. Ortolun did not refuse and readily approved their request. In fact, this kind of situation is quite common. The Navy generally does not refuse such reassignment requests. It has become a norm to transfer those who have suffered heavy blows and have psychological issues to the rear, where they can receive professional psychological counseling and do logistics work for 2 years or so. If they adjust well, they can still be transferred back to the front lines. Moreover, they can even apply for retirement directly, and such applications can also be approved without much hassle. For example, in the original story, Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother, Belmir, applied for retirement after experiencing a total annihilation. Since the base was not affected structurally by the encounter with Douglas Barrett, Ortolun could use it as is. Looking at the various flashy ships docked in the military port, Ortolun turned to the G5 major following him and asked, "Is this our warship?" "Yes, Rear Admiral." The major replied naturally, then continued, "These ships are basically all captured from pirates. Originally, we were also equipped with 20 standard warships supplied by the headquarters. But during the previous incident, almost all the standard warships were sunk, and only 2 are still under repair and cannot be used for now." "I see." Ortolun nodded, thinking to himself that it was indeed G5, where the Navy had a fight using pirate ships. If it weren't for the clear flag, one really couldn't tell you were the Navy. Without thinking too much, Ortolun said to the weasel beside him, "Send a report to the headquarters, saying we don't have a single warship left here, and ask them to allocate 50 ships to me as soon as possible." 50 ships? The weasel exclaimed. "Isn't that a bit too much? For a regular base, having a dozen ships is already quite good. You just asked for 50? Do you think you are the son of a warlord? Are you stupid?" Ortolun rolled his eyes at the weasel and said, "If you ask for 10 ships, they will only give you 10, but if you ask for 50, they might discuss it and give you 30. The squeaky will get the grease." Upon hearing this, the weasel immediately reacted, looking at Ortolun with admiration. "No wonder you could be a rear admiral." Also about troop strength. There are now only over 2,000 people left in G5, mostly logistics personnel. The frontline combatants either have psychological issues or physiological problems. Didn't you see that as soon as we arrived, the 2 lieutenant colonels ran off? There will definitely be large-scale reassignments later. So let the headquarters hurry up and replenish our troop strength as well. Ask for 50 ships worth, which means 50,000. Ortolun instructed again. "You really dare to ask?" The weasel, while jotting these numbers down in his notebook, couldn't help but complain. If the headquarters can allocate 5,000, that's already a big blessing for you. After all, G5 doesn't have a good reputation. 5,000 is definitely not enough, but G5 needs to be rebuilt quickly to meet our Navy's interests. So the Admiral will definitely let me recruit troops myself. But if I have no funds at the start, won't the headquarters have to allocate military funds to me?" Ortolun said with a smile. "Isn't there still the funds? The base wasn't attacked, and all the wealth plundered by G5 has now fallen into your hands, right? Although it hasn't been restated and approved yet, well, I just went to the warehouse. The funds there should be enough for you to recruit at least over 10,000 troops." The weasel said somewhat curiously, "Are you stupid? We only found out about this money after we arrived. The warlord and the others don't know that there's money here." Ortolun rolled his eyes at the weasel again. The style of G5 is similar to that of pirates, so the concept of spending money is the same. Everyone is living on the edge. Why save money? It's definitely about living for today. Otherwise, the money you save will quickly turn into your inheritance, and then it will be taken over by someone like Ortolun. This incident occurred suddenly. G5's main forces were out hunting, enjoying hot pot, and singing when they were suddenly attacked by Douglas Barrett. Very few returned otherwise. Ortolun wouldn't have gotten this money. Beside him, a smile also looked at Ortolun with surprise, thinking, "Isn't this what a Navy commander is supposed to do? Should I report this to the Navy's disciplinary department to investigate this guy? He seems suspicious, right?" However, seeing that the weasel immediately accepted this reasoning, the smile felt that his experience as a Navy member was indeed too short. He probably didn't fully understand the operational model here. It seemed that the Navy operated like this. After inspecting the base, Ortolun and the others returned to the base commander's office. He sat in the chair at his desk, biting a cigarette, and said, "Right now, we have no troops, no money, and no warships. We don't need to think about eliminating any pirates for now. Let's wait until the headquarters arranges our needs before proceeding with the next steps. For now, let us conduct a full check of the current situation in our base. Is the logistics supply sufficient? Are the weapons and ammunition enough? How many people are preparing to apply for reassignment? Have them submit their reports as soon as possible. If they want to apply for reassignment after a week, I will not approve it." At this point, Ortolun paused and looked at the smile and the weasel, saying, "You two can discuss and take responsibility for arranging these matters." The smile nodded honestly and promised, "I understand. I will complete these tasks as soon as possible." The weasel hesitated for a moment and then said, "If we're doing all this work, then what will you do? Isn't this something a rear admiral should be considering?" Ortolun replied with confidence, "This is not something you should be concerned about." Then Ortolun softened his tone and said gently, "Weasel, you don't have any grassroots work experience, but I see great potential in your future. You will definitely become a rear admiral. Now, get familiar with the work here first, so that when you go to a certain base as a commander in the future, you won't run into problems. So you need to understand that I am assigning you this work for your own good, Do you understand? The weasel nodded seriously. To be honest, if I didn't know who you were, I might have really believed what you said. However, after saying that, the weasel laughed and agreed. Understood? I and the smile will handle these matters as soon as possible. Soon, Yixiao and the flying squirrel left the office, and Ortolun sat alone here, gazing at the sea view outside the window. After a long time, he took out the phone bug from his pocket. Orton looked at the din mushy, contemplated for a long time, and finally made a decision to call a din mushy that hadn't been dialed in a long time. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in Totland, Charlotte Linlin was having her lunch in the castle, clearly pregnant and about to give birth, though it was uncertain how many children this would be. Katakuri and Perispero were also there, dining with her mother. Just as Katakuri was enjoying a donut, suddenly his din mushy rang. Being interrupted while eating made Katakuri a bit displeased, and he casually took out the din mushy. However, upon seeing its simulated expression, he immediately brightened up and exclaimed, "It's Torin." Hearing his voice, Perispero showed a look of surprise, while Charlotte Linlin sneered. "That brat is willing to contact us?" Katakuri chuckled and explained, "Sometimes he reaches out to me to chat about trivial matters." As he said this, Katakuri answered the din mushy, greeting warmly, "Torin, it's me. What's up?" Alton adjusted his emotions and said, "I was just thinking we haven't been in touch for a long time, so I want to check in." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Charlotte Lingling's voice on the other end say, "Stop with the hypocritical words, you brat. Just get to the point. I'm listening." Ortolun awkwardly pursed his lips and then said, "Well, I've been reassigned to G5 as the base commander, right on the front line of the New World." Charlotte Linlin was taken aback and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the Navy? Why did they send you to this garbage dump? I thought you were doing well in the Navy, and now you've capsized? No, you shouldn't do this damn Navy job anymore. Come back and join us." Chapter 118. The ambitious Charlotte Linlin. Ortolun explained the situation here with a mix of laughter and tears, and only then did Charlotte Lingling understand that it wasn't her precious son who was being marginalized by the Navy. "So what do you want to contact us about?" Charlotte Lingling asked as she took the snail phone from Katakuri's hand. "Do you know about the operational mode of G5? Ortolun first asked. It was clear that Charlotte Lingling and the others were not very familiar with these internal matters of the Navy. They only knew that the atmosphere at G5 was different from that of other Navy branches, and it was referred to as the Navy's trash can. Ortolun took some time to explain the operational mode of G5 to them. He then got to the point. "So here, our main job is hunting pirates, reducing the number of New World pirates as much as possible. There's no particularly clear leading task, so there's a lot of freedom. I was thinking, since that's the case, can we cooperate in this area?" Charlotte Linlin pondered for a moment and then smiled, saying, "You mean we provide you with relevant intelligence and targets, and you dispatch your forces to eliminate these targets? That's pretty much the idea. We can complete our headquarters tasks while also striking at your competitors in the pirate world. It's a win-win situation," Ortolun affirmed immediately. This sounded a bit against the rules, trading with pirates and such, but for the world government and the Navy, it wasn't particularly serious because everyone was doing it. As the saying goes, although the Navy and pirates are opposing camps, their relationship is quite complex. Admiral Sengoku had previously hinted to Ortolun multiple times not to cut ties with the Big Mom pirates, and now he was assigned to G5. With Sengoku's intelligence, he couldn't possibly be unaware that Ortolun might engage in such operations, yet he didn't warn Ortolun not to do it, which implied tacit approval. In terms of results, if this continued, it would indeed be striking at pirates, just those who are not part of the Big Mom pirates, which completely aligns with the Navy's overall interests. As for the Big Mom pirates, Sengoku, being a wise admiral, saw no necessity for Ortolun to target them directly. The Navy wasn't short on manpower, and the tasks against the Big Mom pirates could be handed off to others. What if Akainu can't do it? What if Kizaru can't do it? What if Akiji can't do it? This is how internal unity should be maintained, not making relationships too tense and leaving room for everyone. When there's a need to strike at the Big Mom pirates, send others to do it. When there's a need for some unspeakable cooperation with the Big Mom pirates, arrange for Ortolun to handle it. Maximizing everyone's strengths is the right approach. Forcing Ortolun to go after the Big Mom pirates, aside from the pretense of proving loyalty, yields no benefits. This is foolish. Haha, you do have a point, Charlotte Linlin confirmed Ortolun's statement after thinking for a moment. However, she quickly added, "But currently, the situation in the New World is more stable for us, the Big Mom pirates, which better aligns with our interests, you understand? Pirates aren't always fighting. The larger the pirate crew, the more so." Ortolun reflected on this, constantly analyzing the current state of the Big Mom pirates and the intelligence provided by the Navy. Overall, Charlotte Linlin truly deserves to be called a person of great talent and strategy, because her pirate crew is no longer just a simple pirate crew, but has become nationalized. In comparison, among the same tier of pirate forces, the Whitebeard pirates are the most unruly, free-spirited, and indifferent, operating mainly through plundering and some protection fees. They are the most traditional pirate force, built around the core of Edward Newgate, without a particularly clear development direction or formalized system, which leads to the entire Whitebeard pirates being unable to maintain orderly succession. Just like during the Marineford War, once Whitebeard fell, the entire pirate crew would immediately fall apart. In contrast, the Big Mom pirates are far more advanced in these aspects. They have elevated the concept of piracy to a national level centered around Tado land, constantly expanding their territory into the surrounding seas, forming a pirate nation with a concrete territorial concept. Moreover, this nation possesses a political model that, while currently appearing somewhat crude and simple, can operate stably even when Charlotte Linlin is not managing it, which is already impressive, because when you look beyond the pirate identity, Tado land fully meets all the concepts of a New World nation. Thus, the pirate crew under Charlotte Linlin no longer relies solely on plundering and protection fees for economic sources. National productivity, commerce, taxation, and various financial development channels can all transform into their lifeblood. Ortolun even felt that if this model continues to develop, the Big Mom pirates could completely form their own army like other nations in the future without needing to recruit wild men as pirates. This concept absolutely represents their evolution from chaotic piracy toward order. Back at headquarters, the chief strategist repeatedly believed that if there were no interventions in Tado land, in a few years, they wouldn't even need to be regarded as pirates anymore. You could view them as a regular army of a powerful New World nation. If you think deeper, several years down the line, if Charlotte Linlin is willing to shed the pirate Ade and declare herself the queen of Tado land, even willing to pay tribute to the world government and become a powerful ally in the New World, would Mariejois really refuse? No noble is born entirely noble. If you keep tracing their genealogy, you'll always find some details. They may glorify their ancestors who founded their noble identities to some extent, but if you investigate closely, there are many who come from bandits, rebels, and pirates. If the Charlotte family wants to take this path in the future, they can absolutely do so. The reason she is still a pirate now is that she wants to be one. If Charlotte Linlin is willing to exchange interests with the world government and become a member of the allied nations, no longer opposing the world government, then the world government would definitely welcome her to Mariejois to participate in the World Conference. To get back to the point, it is reasonable for Charlotte Linlin to say that stability in Tado land currently aligns more with their interests because, based on the current model, they are at least institutionally far ahead of other pirate crews of the same level. Time is on their side. If in the original story, Charlotte Linlin had stubbornly insisted on fighting alone against Wano country, but instead sat in Tado land, enjoying the protection of the entire nation as power, would she have lost so hastily? Forget the Straw Hats. As long as she sought stability and did not take risks, even the Navy and the world government would have no way to deal with her. Just as Ortolun was silently contemplating these things, Charlotte Linlin laughed again and said, "But since it's your request, Mama can't refuse you. Contact me when you need something." Soon, both sides ended this conversation that had little practical progress. On Cake Island, Perispero asked in confusion, "Mama, why not just agree to him directly?" "Perispero, you can't see Ortolun merely as Mama's child. You must view him as an independent individual or even a force. If you casually agree to him, it will seem as though Mama is in great need of him. But right now, it is he who needs me." Charlotte Linlin's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. After a slight pause in her tone, she continued, "But looking at it now, this child is still worth expecting." G5. Charlotte Linling murmured again while having lunch, her eyes occasionally sparkling with interest in this special navy. She had many potential collaborations with Ortolans, but at the same time, there were many conflicts between them in these collaborations. For instance, regarding dominance and leadership, she was not willing to bow down to her son. Yet that son seemed quite stubborn, always wanted to be the boss. Just like now, Charlotte Lingling was contemplating whether, since G5 was so special, she could try to use money and weapons to attempt to restrain or even control the power that Ortolans held. However, she felt that Ortolans probably wouldn't give her that opportunity. Chapter 119. Although I deal in arms and trade warships, I am a good navy. More than a month before Ortolun took office as the commander of the G5 base, he was basically busy cleaning up the mess at G5. Just as he expected, As soon as the news of agreeing to layoffs was released, the G5 personnel eagerly signed up, and within a month and a half, Ortolun, the naval base commander, was left with only over 600 people. The rest either went back home to get married or were reassigned to other places for logistics. What does having over 600 people mean? It means that when Ortolun goes out, he can't even gather a fully staffed warship. At this moment, in the naval port of G5, Ortolun was chatting with Katakuri, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. That's right, Katakuri appeared openly in the naval base. And in this place, no one cared at all. In the tall building of G5 headquarters, Squirrel and Ishiao were peering out the window, curiously observing the situation at the port. Charlotte Katakuri, the new generation powerhouse of the Big Mom Pirates, with a bounty of 360 million berries, appeared so openly in our naval base. Shouldn't we be worried? Ishiao looked at the wanted poster in his hand and turned to ask Squirrel. Squirrel said, biting on a cigarette and pretending to be mature, as a veteran naval officer, I can tell you that this situation is indeed a violation of regulations. But how should I put it? Not all of us in the Navy are just fighting and killing pirates. There are some human feelings involved too. Just think about it. Did Admiral Sengoku consider that these situations would occur when he sent Ortolun to G5? Now G5 is essentially in a state of disrepair, and the headquarters can't provide us with much support. We have to rely on ourselves. If we don't look for the Big Mom Pirates today, we might have to look for the Beast Pirates or some villain from the Dark World tomorrow. But doesn't that count as trafficking arms? Selling our naval resources to pirates? Ishiao pondered and asked again. Squirrel pointed to the port and said, where are our naval resources? Aren't those all pirate ships? You can't see a single warship. How can that be called trafficking naval resources? Putting aside Katakuri's identity, we are just finding a second-hand recycler to recycle and reuse the discarded items in the G5 naval base. Selling these useless things while also reducing our burden and increasing our financial reserves. Ishiao looked at Squirrel with surprise and asked, did Ortolun teach you all this? Of course, Squirrel said naturally. When he first mentioned this plan to me, I thought it was inappropriate, but after thinking about it, I realized he made sense. After all, those intermediaries selling to the Dark World would ultimately sell to pirates. So instead of that, why not sell directly to the pirates and save the intermediaries from making a profit off us? Meanwhile, at the port, Ortolun was showing Katakuri around the area where a large number of pirate warships were docked. Look at these ships. Most of them can be put into use immediately, and they have been battle-tested. Those with poor performance and bad luck would definitely not be captured. They would be sunk by our naval ships directly. Those that remain are all top-notch goods, you know? Ortolun promoted. Katakuri looked at Ortolun with a bit of amusement, thinking that second-hand goods could be turned into top-notch goods in his hands. His eloquence was quite impressive. Speaking of which, this small business. Indeed, for Ortolun, this business was already quite large. It was his first external transaction during his tenure as base commander. However, for the Big Mom Pirates, this was a small business that did not even require Katakuri's involvement. But considering that he hadn't seen his brother for a long time, and that Katakuri was recently free, after receiving Ortolun's transaction request, he took the initiative to meet with Ortolun. If it weren't for the fact that it doesn't fit our Navy's image, I would really want to keep these top-notch warships. Unfortunately, we can't have our Navy sailing on pirate ships to do our work, so we can only sell them for funds. However, I really don't want to sell these ships to outsiders, so I came to you with this batch of ships. You will surely be invincible in battle. Next time you go into battle, and if you can't win, just come to me, and I'll send a large army to help you. Ortolun, with 600 soldiers at hand, said quite grandly. Anyone who didn't know would think he really had 500,000 elite troops. Katakuri looked at his brother's appearance, finding it somewhat amusing, but still asked seriously, so how many top-notch warships do you have in total? In total, there are 38 ships. I'm offering them half sold, half given. 50 million each. ISN, too expensive, right? Ortolun said with an expression that suggested Ishiao was getting a great deal. Katakuri, however, understood the market. If he remembered correctly, the standard naval warships from Water 7, when they fell into the Navy's hands, were currently priced at just under 80 million berries. Ortolun really had the nerve to ask, daring to charge 50 million berries for his second-hand pirate ships while claiming it was half sold, half given. If you dare to sell your naval warships, I can buy them from you for 100 million berries each. I'll take as many as you have. But for these second-hand pirate ships, asking for 50 million berries is a bit too much. ISNT it? Katakuri looked at Ortolun with an amused expression. Orton was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, you still have this hobby? Then I can have someone renovate these ships, paint them all in our Navy's colors. And also add the symbols of justice and the Navy on the sails. It's not impossible. Aren't they just warships? We can build them from scratch. Katakuri's face twitched as he replied. I was talking about your headquarters standard warships. Upon hearing this, Ortolun's expression became serious, and he said earnestly, that thing is a death sentence. He had no problem reselling these captured pirate ships here. Not just G5 does this. In fact, navies everywhere do the same. The headquarters also engages in this kind of business, but most of the time, they sell directly to middlemen in the dark world. Eventually, these middlemen will sell the ships to pirates. However, there are fewer cases like Ortolun's where the middleman step is completely bypassed. Indeed, there are fewer, but in reality, although there are no investigative data, Ortolun feels that it should exist. But if he were to sell the standard military ships of the headquarters here, he would definitely be targeted for a crackdown. The headquarters would never allow such a trend to spread. So, Katakuri asked disdainfully at Ortolun's serious demeanor. So I need to charge more. Ortolun rubbed his hands together as he said, of course, I can't openly sell the standard military ships to you. But how should I put it? Every year we have to engage in external operations, fighting fiercely with you ruthless pirates, and there will inevitably be some equipment losses. These losses have a high degree of flexibility in terms of upper and lower limits. If a warship gets hit and just scrapes a bit of skin, it's not a big deal. But as the base commander, Ortolun still has the authority to determine that it poses safety hazards. For the safety of his fellow Navy comrades, it can no longer be in service, and at that time, he can directly declare it scrapped. The scrapped warships can't be taken back to headquarters. That would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Generally, they're dismantled on-site to recover wood resources and so on. So, if I buy a batch of similar wood in the market and then claim it was dismantled, but in reality, I sell it off, cough cough, that seems quite reasonable, right? Just as Ortolun was promoting these second-hand pirate ships to Katakuri, his pocket phone bug rang. Taking it out to check, it was Admiral Sengoku. Ortolun didn't shy away from anything and directly picked up the phone bug, saying, Admiral, are you busy? The Sengoku Admiral casually asked. Yeah, busy selling warships with my second brother, Ortolun replied, naturally. The Sengoku Admiral was taken aback for a moment and quickly said, Ortolun, you're still young. Don't go further down the path of crime. It's not a military ship. It's the G5 stock of pirate ships. By the way, Admiral, I haven't received any military ships here. Has the application from the Weasel reached you? It's been over a month. You can't expect the horse to run while not letting it eat grass, right? Ortolun said with evident dissatisfaction. As soon as he heard it was pirate ships, the Sengoku Admiral breathed a sigh of relief, not even asking further, and said directly, I was just going to tell you that the application from the Weasel is too exaggerated. 50 military ships? Where am I supposed to get those? 50,000 elite troops. Where can I draw them from? You need to revise this. It won't pass approval. What about 45 ships? 30,000 elite troops? Ortolun hesitated. 15 ships, 5,000 seasoned soldiers who've been through war. If you agree, I'll sign it immediately. Otherwise, don't expect it, the Sengoku Admiral said firmly. That's not impossible. Ortolun immediately agreed, but to form a sharp unit that can withstand pressure, you know that this amount is unlikely. So if the headquarters can't provide me with much support, I'll manage on my own, but this method might be a bit against regulations. If you can create over 50,000 elite troops and 50 warships in G5 without requesting support from headquarters, even if you have some irregular methods, as long as you don't betray the Navy or commit serious crimes, I'll help you bear the responsibility, the Sengoku Admiral said with great authority. If the headquarters doesn't contribute, but we gain this formidable combat power, what's wrong with taking on some responsibility? What's wrong with bending the rules a little? The Sengoku Admiral is not unaware of flexibility. Otherwise, just Ortolun trading directly with pirates here could land him in military court as a suspect according to Navy regulations. Admiral, rest assured, even though I deal in arms and trade warships, I'm definitely a good Navy officer, loyal to the max. Ortolun quickly made a guarantee upon hearing this. Chapter 120. The Confusing Operations of the World Government. After hanging up the phone bug, Ortolun looked at Katakuri and said, You see, I now have the Admiral's authorization. How could G5 not thrive? Katakuri had been watching Ortolun's conversation with the Sengoku Admiral the whole time, and honestly, this dialogue had somewhat affected his judgment of the Navy. The Sengoku Admiral, known for his integrity. How is it that things are like this behind the scenes? It seems the Sengoku Admiral trusts you a lot, Torin. Katakuri remarked after coming back to his senses. That's because I haven't done anything truly out of line, nor have I disappointed him. Although many things seem to violate regulations on the surface, in reality, As long as you don't step out of line, all operations can be understood within a tacit circle. Ortolun smiled and replied. After pausing, Ortolun continued. Actually, this batch of warships doesn't necessarily have to be exchanged for money. I also need arms. Are you interested in our Tato Land's arms? Katakuri curiously asked. Exactly. Previously, when I was at headquarters, I saw our Navy's evaluation of your Tato Land's arms. The technology is very advanced, and the quality is quite good, Ortolun said. Hearing this, Katakuri asked with some confusion, why does your Navy need to evaluate our Tato Land's arms? But after saying this, he quickly realized, smiling as he said, it's to assess our arms quality, thereby judging our conventional combat power, right? That's one aspect of it, Ortolun nodded, then quietly added. There are also some situations. Although there hasn't been any news, I've vaguely sensed some changes. What changes? Seeing Ortolun's mysterious demeanor, Katakuri also lowered his voice and asked quietly, you know, our Navy's arms and military funding are all controlled by the world government. Every quarter, annually, they allocate resources according to the Navy's demand. In other words, our Navy doesn't have independent control over the military production line. What Sengoku Admiral and the others created with the scientific troops initially aimed to gain power in this area, but in the end, the world government only granted us research rights, not production rights. Ortolun explained, this matter isn't a secret. It's more of an open secret that people at sea basically know. This situation also represents the world government's constraint and leash on the Navy. After nodding, Katakuri asked, so, is there a change now? There's a bit of change. Ever since the major incident in Logtown, the world economy has been clearly declining, with various trades and finances experiencing a cliff-like drop. The financial situation in Mariejois should face major problems. Coupled with their extreme corruption and many internal parasites, I have a good relationship with Poliusolino from the scientific troops. During our phone chat, he mentioned that the military production department in Mariejois seems to be preparing to cut funding for the research and development of weapons and equipment to alleviate the increasingly huge economic pressure on the world government. Ortolun said, what? Katakuri was stunned, asking in disbelief. Cutting their own weapon equipment research? Isn't that self-defeating? It's well known that one of the reasons the Navy is so powerful is that they have always been using the most advanced weapons and equipment. The world government is acting this way, which could lead to endless troubles. To be honest, Ortolun had foreseen this situation a long time ago. After all, in the original story, the world government maintained a weapon supply for various violent organizations under its command primarily through arms deals with Kaido after about 20 years. Doflamingo was the middleman in this business. So when Doflamingo fell in Dressrosa, the world government immediately dispatched CP agents to Wano to discuss future arms deals with Kaido. They were worried that issues might arise, leading to the Navy and other violent organizations not keeping up with logistics. But no matter how one thinks about it, the world government's actions are absurd. As Katakuri said, it's completely self-defeating, handing over the production of weapons and ammunition to outsiders. Once Kaido and the others stop selling, it's estimated that in just 2 years, the Navy will lose its ammunition reserves. Can the world government restart the production line within 2 years and meet the needs of various institutions under its command? If they can't meet it, then the Navy will lose these logistical supplies and its combat power will absolutely plummet. The world government will also become weak because of this. No matter how one thinks about it, this is unreasonable and fraught with endless troubles. Yet, this is precisely what is happening. This shows how far the world government has fallen during this period. Now that there are signs of this, they are first cutting the RD funds. Later, when they find that buying from pirates at low prices is particularly cost-effective and they no longer need to invest huge amounts in RD every year for upgrades. This trend, given the current state of the world government, will likely become unstoppable. There may be many factors that Ortolun does not understand or cannot consider, such as the fact that they are under immense financial pressure and must make trade-offs in many necessary matters. For example, should they outsource weapon production or reduce the of the celestial dragons and other noble classes? In such extreme choices, it seems understandable that they ultimately chose to outsource weapons, given their nature. However, this is not something Ortolun should be concerned about. After pondering for a moment, Katakuri suddenly looked at Ortolun and asked, so your Navy is now evaluating advanced weaponry on the black market because you have a premonition that soon, not just research and development, but even production may cease? Will your Navy's weaponry rely on outsourcing in the future? It sounds absurd, but there is indeed a possibility. So I thought I would give you a heads up. If the conditions are right on your side, you should start expanding your production line in the coming years. Who knows? You might become a military contractor for the world government in the future? Ortolun reminded with a smile. Kaido, having Quinn in his hands, originally received orders from the world government in the story. But now, Caesar is also in the hands of the Big Mom pirates. Although that guy is not as powerful as Quinn, he is indeed a top scientist in weapon and ammunition development. The Big Mom pirates are fully capable of competing with the Beast pirates for the world government's arms orders. If Kaido makes money from this, he will use it to open a zoo, but if the Big Mom pirates make money, it can be used to make Tado Land more prosperous. Although Tado Land is a pirate nation, it is home to millions of New World citizens. Considering this aspect, Ortolun also feels he is doing something of great merit. This news is very important. I will have a good talk with Mama after I go back, Katakuri replied seriously. In fact, even without this matter, the Big Mom pirates have already started preparing to expand their arms production line recently. The reason is simple. The chaos of the Great Pirate Era is evident to everyone, with the number of pirates constantly increasing. These people can't keep using harpoons to rob, can they? If they want to make a name for themselves, they cannot avoid arms. This market, combined with the current historical background, is very promising. So even if the weapons produced are not sold to the world government, there will still be many customers in need, and there is no need to worry about unsold goods. Well, I'm telling you this because I want to cut out the middleman. You see, in the future, it could be you producing weapons and selling them to the world government, and the world government then distributing them to the Navy headquarters, which would then send them to me. But I have many competitors, and the major bases are all starving for supplies, so they can't give me too much, and others wouldn't be willing. Moreover, this middleman process is too slow. If we cooperate, it would be simple. I just need to make money at G5 and then directly take goods from you, without needing the world government's involvement. It's economical and practical, Ortolun said cheerfully. Hearing this, Katakuri was about to say that doing so would violate the Navy's regulations. But recalling the content of the phone call Ortolun just had with their Admiral, he felt it unnecessary to remind him. The Navy is indeed very pragmatic. Then let's settle in arms. If it's in arms, considering the value of the news I just mentioned, it would be reasonable to settle this account at 50 million per ship. Katakuri patted Ortolun on the shoulder and said, thus, within a month and a half of Major General Bane assuming the position of G5 base commander, a batch of arms and warship reselling transactions was reached with the pirates. This greatly compensated for the current shortcomings of the G5 Navy and enhanced the combat effectiveness of the frontline Navy. Truly a great act of justice. Chapter 121. Do I have to sail a pirate ship to rob the Navy's warships? In the office of the G5 base commander, after sending off Katakuri, Ortolun returned to rest. When the Weasel and Yi Xiao came to see Ortolun, they found him lying on the sofa, singing a little tune he had heard from somewhere. Back then, my team was just starting up. Ortolun was singing happily when he saw the Weasel and Yi Xiao push the door in. He quickly sat up, feeling a bit embarrassed and annoyed, and said, "Why didn't you knock when you came in? I knocked for a long time. You probably didn't hear me because you were too happy singing here," the Weasel said confidently. Before Ortolun could retort, the Weasel curiously asked, "So what happened? Did that batch of garbage get disposed of?" "What garbage? How can you describe those top-notch warships that survived after battling our Navy as garbage?" Ortolun said with a look of disappointment. "You need to be careful with your wording. Don't describe our products that way in the future." All right. Were those top-quality goods sold?" The Weasel, too lazy to argue with Ortolun over wording, replied dismissively. Orton shrugged and said, "Our Lord Bane can operate in both the light and the dark. What do you think?" "Of course, everything's been sold off. I exchanged that trash. High-quality goods for arms, and soon there will be distributors from Big Mom's pirate crew coming to connect with us." While saying this, Orton appeared to be grinning, but in reality, he was seriously observing the state of the Weasel and Yi Xiao. This time, he openly called Katakuri to G5 for a transaction, not avoiding anyone at all, which was actually a test for the Weasel and Yi Xiao. He wanted to see if their sense of justice had any room for negotiation, if both the Weasel and Yi Xiao were the type who couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. Steadfast and unyielding, unwilling to get involved with pirates no matter what, then Orton would superficially agree to avoid such dealings, but secretly, he would have to painfully distance himself from the Weasel and Yi Xiao, transferring them out of G5. However, before conducting this practical test, Orton had already done some verbal probing and conceptual indoctrination. Those probes made him feel that neither the Weasel nor Yi Xiao were the kind of ultra-just Navy that couldn't tolerate any flaws. For example, the Weasel was already an old Navy veteran, with several more years of service than Orton. Although he was only a rear admiral now and had not encountered deeper darkness, He couldn't possibly be oblivious to rumors or blind to blemishes. Yet, the Weasel had never mentioned these, indicating that he also had a sense of balance and understood a lot. In the original story, the Weasel later became an elite vice admiral in the Navy and had participated in many dark political missions, including the demon-slaying order. He must have experienced quite a bit. If he could accept the dark side of the world government to a certain extent, how could he possibly find Orton's borderline operations unacceptable? As for Xiao, Orton was even less certain about him, mainly due to their limited interaction, and considering that Xiao was still quite young and not the admiral he had in mind. Given that he had a history of closing his eyes after seeing too much darkness, Orton was actually worried that Xiao might not be able to accept this situation. After Orton finished speaking, a joyful smile suddenly appeared on the Weasel's face as he said, "That's good. Once the arms arrive, we can recruit new soldiers without worrying about not being able to let them handle live ammunition. As long as the weapons and ammunition are sufficient, we can train skilled veterans. Veterans on the front lines are completely different from novices, and their survival chances will be higher." It was clear that there was no need to worry about the Weasel for now. He was willing to collude with Orton to a certain extent, as long as it didn't exceed his bottom line for justice. There shouldn't be any major problems. Ortolun had no intention of trampling on his bottom line. And in his view, the bottom line was something very flexible, something that could be gradually developed. Today, selling arms might be your bottom line, but who knows, in 2 years, accepting dirty money could become your bottom line? After getting Ortolun's answer, Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but remind him, "Ortolun, your actions this time were a bit too reckless. If the higher-ups find out that you let pirates into our base to trade warships, it might have a negative impact on your future. Next time, be a bit more restrained, or let us handle it." Hearing Xiao's words, Ortolun felt relieved. It seemed that Xiao was not just a stubborn person. He even understood how to help his superior with worries, which was great. Now he felt at ease and could continue to gradually engage in such violations of rules. He wanted to see if he could slowly lower the bottom line of these two individuals and ultimately become the core member of their little group. Ahem, team. Of course, while engaging in such violations, it was essential to uphold the banner of justice. It must never fall. If that banner fell, it would truly scatter the hearts of the people, and it would be hard to lead the team. Therefore, the means and techniques, as well as the final results, were very important. It was crucial to let Wushu and Xiao see that although they were collaborating on dubious operations, they were genuinely strengthening the G5 team and the Navy's just power. Don't worry, just now at the dock, I reported to Admiral Sengoku in front of Katakuri. The Admiral has already given me a lot of authority. He said as long as I don't betray the Navy or commit serious crimes, if I can bring up G5 under such circumstances, he can help me take on the responsibilities of these minor violations. Ortolun said confidently. Upon hearing that Admiral Sengoku did not oppose Ortolun's actions, Xiao completely relaxed. It seemed that there really was no problem. After this transaction, Ortolun, Wushu, and Xiao had effectively become a small group with a shared understanding. It was no longer just a simple friendship or relationship dominated by the hierarchy of Navy generals. Instead, it was perhaps still not apparent, but very likely to gradually evolve into the initial group of a new naval faction. And this G5 was the place where they would rise to prominence. Orton has decided to operate G5 as his base. If he can establish a deep bond with the Flying Squirrel in the future, a few years down the line, when he leaves G5 to return to headquarters, he will strongly recommend the Flying Squirrel to succeed him as the base commander of G5. He aims to develop this place as the Dragon's Lair of the new Navy. If it comes to a conflict with the world government, he can rally people here to start anew. Therefore, the next step is to make a sustainable long-term plan for our G5. Orton clapped his hands, redirecting the attention of the Flying Squirrel and Xiao, and continued. First, due to the uniqueness of G5, which is different from conventional navies, we must strive for self-sufficiency in logistics as much as possible. I believe that while we can temporarily set aside discussions about weapons and ammunition, we need to have the capability to build naval warships ourselves. Huh? The Flying Squirrel was taken aback and then said, the headquarters doesn't allow us to have such qualifications. Naval warships are basically built based on the requirements set by the Navy, with the world government placing orders in the capital of 7 waters. And then those orders are completed and delivered to the Navy. So theoretically, the Navy does not possess the actual capability to build warships. To be precise, it has the relevant technology. After all, the Navy's logistics and maintenance personnel have been fixing warships for so many years that they have mastered this technology. but they're simply not permitted to build warships independently. The Flying Squirrel was surprised for this reason, since the headquarters does not allow independent shipbuilding. Is it appropriate for us in G5 to do this? When I was on the phone with General Sengoku just now, he said something interesting. If you, Orton, can create a force of 50,000 elite troops and 50 warships in G5 without support from the headquarters, then as long as I don't betray the Navy or commit an unforgivable crime, he is willing to help me bear the responsibilities and the details. What do you think this means? Orton asked with a meaningful smile. Xiao, being a newcomer and not very savvy, was momentarily confused. Instead, the Flying Squirrel pondered for a moment and looked at Orton with a surprised expression, saying, "Are you suggesting that General Sengoku is also hinting at us to do these things?" All along, General Sengoku has hoped for the Navy to have greater autonomy. Previous plans for the new Navy headquarters and the formation of scientific units have made efforts in this regard, but they were all modified by the world government to remove aspects related to autonomy, resulting in no real progress. I think General Sengoku has also realized that relying on formal means is unlikely to succeed. And now that our Navy is about to face the tide of the Great Pirate Era, he probably wants to make some efforts in other directions. And coincidentally, we arrived at G5, which is essentially a garbage dump for the Navy, always listening to orders but not to proclamations, and highly disconnected from the headquarters. Therefore, things that the headquarters finds inconvenient to do, we just could do quite conveniently. Orton stroked his chin and said, "It's a joke that Sengoku said to create 50 warships without support from the headquarters. How am I supposed to do that? Can I conjure them out of thin air? Besides building them myself, what other options do I have?" The implication is already quite clear. Surely, he can't expect me, Orton, to sail G5's pirate ship to rob other colleagues, right? Chapter 122. The National Protection Plan of G5 Navy. In the New World, the Kingdom of Sodanalfu. At this moment, Orton was sitting casually in a VIP chair in the royal palace of this kingdom, discussing something with the king. In the center of their palace, a large group of bound pirates was kneeling. These pirates were the ones who had looted your Sodanalfu kingdom's Tanhua port over half a month ago, and they happened to be encountered by our G5 training troops, who took care of them. However, it's a bit regrettable that these pirates spent the treasures they looted from your side extravagantly, and we didn't manage to seize anything, so we can't return the losses. Orton said with a look of regret, biting on a cigarette. The king looked at the group of pirates, gritting his teeth in hatred, but soon, with a warm and even slightly flattering smile, he said, "Vice Admiral Bain, thank you very much for eliminating this group of pirates. With your G5 Navy protecting our waters and national security, our citizens will feel much more at ease." Orton waved his hand, and soon the weasel brought people to take this group of pirates away. After everyone left, Orton smiled and said, "This is all part of our responsibilities. Nothing to worry about. We, the Navy, are tasked with eliminating pirates, striving to bring peace and a clear sky to all countries in the New World." However, after a slight pause, Orton's expression turned difficult as he said, "But it's a bit hard to say. I wonder if your Majesty is aware that I have only just arrived at G5 not long ago." I know. The king quickly nodded and then said sadly, "I had heard that the former G5 Naval Base commander, Admiral Wolf, bravely pursued the inheritor of the Ghost, Douglas Barrett, but due to an oversight, the mission failed, resulting in severe damage to G5. At that time, I was quite anxious, fearing something major would happen. It wasn't until I learned that the Navy headquarters sent you to take over G5 that I could finally sleep well. Yes, but I'm also new here. And G5 has indeed suffered heavy losses. Right now, we are short on troops and funds," Orton said with a difficult expression. The king, being an understanding person, saw Orton like this and tentatively asked, "We are all members under the world government, so naturally, we should help each other. If you have any needs, we hope to lend a hand." Ahem. Orton pretended to clear his throat and then said, "Since you are so righteous, I won't beat around the bush. The thing is, my military funding is really insufficient. Everyone comes out to fight, not just to uphold justice, but also to support their families. If the military funding is lacking, morale will scatter. If morale scatters, it will be hard to lead the troops. And if the troops are hard to lead, the surrounding waters may fall into chaos." When the king heard this, his heart sank. He indeed came to ask for money. However, he did not refuse directly, but instead inquired, "How much do you still need?" Supporting justice is certainly a good thing. The more the better. The more you provide, the stronger we become, and the stronger we become, the less room there will be for pirates here, making you safer. Orton did not answer directly, but responded vaguely. The king hesitated for a moment and then held up 2 fingers, saying, 200 million? Ortolun frowned and said, 1 billion? Huh? The king was stunned and quickly replied, General Bane, we Sotenorfs don't have that much surplus food either. Furthermore, we have to pay a large amount of heavenly gold to the world government every year. The world government has also stated that this heavenly gold will be used for the Navy's protective expenses for us. Do you believe this? Ortolun shook his head helplessly and asked. Then, without waiting for the king to speak, Ortolun continued. Moreover, you should know about the uniqueness of our G5. We don't take a single berry from headquarters. We rely entirely on self-sufficiency. The heavenly gold you pay to the world government has nothing to do with us. If you think this is inappropriate, how about this? I'll leave you a phone bug signal wave, and you can personally call Mariejois to have them send someone to protect the country. That way, it saves everyone trouble, right? Just kidding. We G5 don't take a single cent from the headquarters. What does heavenly gold have to do with me? The king felt even more uncomfortable. If he could negotiate with Mariejois, why would he be in such a difficult position here? Seeing the king's expression was hard to accept, Ortolun felt it was about time to change the subject. Therefore, he shifted his tone and said, However, I'm a kind-hearted person and cannot bear to see others suffer. This amount of money is indeed a bit too much, and I believe your majesty has your own difficulties. I apologize for being presumptuous. As long as General Bane understands, although we cannot afford 1 billion berries, 200 million is still possible. The king didn't dare to completely offend Ortolun and proactively mentioned giving money. Let's not talk about the 200 million for now. Actually, I have another proposal. What do you think? Can you accept it? Ortolun grinned and said. The king was also very interested. The New World is a very dangerous place, with pirates being incredibly fierce, often destroying cities and nations. His throne had only been passed down 3 generations from his grandfather, and the previous king was harmed by pirates because he didn't pay the heavenly gold. Therefore, if he could establish a good relationship with the Navy, he would indeed sleep more soundly, especially since the local officials are not as good as the current management. G5 is currently responsible for the area they are in. If they can establish a good relationship with G5, it would make things much easier in the future. What do you say? The king asked curiously. It's like this. In order to better strengthen maritime security, coordinate the military arrangements for the frontline New World waters that our G5 is responsible for, and enhance the safety of the member countries in that area, I plan to launch a comprehensive protective plan, Ortolun said with conviction. Without waiting for the king to inquire, Ortolun continued. The first key point of this plan is to establish our G5 Navy's 24-hour patrol units and military supply and rest protection centers at the important ports and central cities of each member country. Although it sounded impressive, the descriptions were too vague, so the king asked with some confusion, No, General Bane, I don't quite understand what you mean. Ahem. Ortolun slightly lowered his voice and said, To put it simply, I plan to station troops directly in each country within my jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, the king's expression first showed surprise, then joy as he said, General Bane, are you serious? In fact, some countries under the world government have naval bases built within their territories, and some even designate an island as a naval base. However, such countries are generally either long-standing member states with strong financial power and a stable cooperative relationship with the world government, or they're simply wealthy enough to make the world government happy, allowing the Navy to allocate a base for them for closer protection and priority safeguarding. That's right. The Navy has a tiered system for member countries under the world government, with prioritization. If you pay more and have a good relationship with the world government, you will definitely be prioritized for protection in case of simultaneous issues. However, due to the high turnover rate and the high level of danger in the New World, as well as the world government's relatively weak control over it, very few countries can have a Navy build a base in their territory. If G5 is willing to directly station troops in their country, it would greatly enhance security. Even the threat of G5 might be enough to make pirates bypass them. Perhaps there would be some impact on sovereignty, but in this era, for these feudal lords, what is more important than enjoying safety in life? Therefore, upon hearing Ortolun's idea, the king's eyes lit up with excitement. This is indeed true, but this would require us to greatly expand the number of G5 personnel, and my military funding is insufficient. So, I was thinking wherever we station troops, that place should be responsible for covering the military expenses of the G5 Navy in our area. Do you think this is reasonable? Ortolun asked with a smile. Indeed, relying solely on robbing pirates. How could a large-scale regular army be maintained for long? Especially since Ortolun planned to expand the original G5 scale without limits, it would be even more impossible to rely solely on robbing pirates. Otherwise, they couldn't afford it at all. Therefore, Ortolun directly chose to learn from the Americans. I will station troops in your home to protect you, and you just need to pay for it. You could say it's professional or not. Chapter 123. As long as I continue to increase my troops, there will come a day when everyone understands me. As soon as Ortolun finished speaking, the king immediately clapped his hands and said happily, "That's reasonable. That's very reasonable. There is nothing more reasonable than this in the world." He had to pay the celestial gold to Mariejois every year, and on top of that, he even had to secretly give G5 some money to secure the Navy's protection in the New World. And this protection was uncertain. Who knows if they would arrive late or if they had other important tasks that day and wouldn't be able to take care of his matters. In that case, it would purely be a matter of luck in the pirate's mood. If his luck was bad, everything could just vanish. But with Ortolun's direct military presence, providing around-the-clock protection in his country, the safety factor would definitely be greatly increased. How could he not be pleased? Without waiting for Ortolun to speak, the king hurriedly asked, "So how do you plan to arrange the number of troops stationed here?" It would be quite embarrassing if the title sounded good, but only a 100-man team was provided. Wouldn't that be pure fraud? The number of stationed troops, of course, depends on how much you can afford. I still stand by my point. Doing the right thing is naturally better with more support. Our G5 does not have an upper limit on the number of troops due to its special nature, so you understand, right? Ortolun raised an eyebrow. Of course, the more you spend, the more people I can provide. In fact, although there is no explicit regulation on the troop numbers, G5's army cannot be too large. The 50,000 troops mentioned by Sengoku are basically the limit. But policies are made to be circumvented. I can employ unconventional means for my station troops. Nominally, they would be our G5 station troops, but in reality, they wouldn't be included in our G5 structure. They could be given the status of a new recruit training camp, or even that of reserves or temporary workers, which is completely feasible. After all, your headquarters doesn't pay salaries. We handle that ourselves. As long as the money is in place, equal pay for equal work is all that matters. On the surface, they will be stationed in various countries, but in reality, I would report that I am establishing recruitment points and new recruit training camps in my jurisdiction to respond to potential crises in the New World and to enhance our G5's troop replenishment capacity, ensuring sustained combat effectiveness. It's reasonable, and no one can find fault with it, right? Besides, you don't need to pay a dime. Why do you care so much? After a slight pause, Ortolun continued. According to the current plan, let me give you an example. If you want 2 warships and a standing force of 4,000 Navy personnel stationed here, it would be about 700 million berries to be paid to our G5 each year. 700 million every year? The king's expression changed to one of hesitation upon hearing this. 700 million berries is not an impossible amount to come up with, but it mainly depends on whether it is worth that much. Ortolun saw his hesitation and smiled, saying, "As for the army station here, I believe it should not only address the issue of ensuring your country is not disturbed by pirates, but also be responsible for the stability of national security, especially the stability of your rule. After all, it is best for us to establish a long-term cooperative relationship. If you frequently change personnel, it will be difficult for us to operate." Upon hearing this, the king realized there was deeper meaning behind Ortolun's words and asked seriously, "So what do you mean by ensuring the stability of my rule?" "Of course, it means ensuring the stability of your majesty's power. I will say it plainly. Among the foreign military stationed here, aside from following the commands of our G5 command system as the first priority, in the event of any national unrest or noble rebellion, they should immediately follow your arrangements and commands to ensure the safety of the royal family," Ortolun said without hesitation. As soon as he said this, the king nearly stood up in excitement. His earlier hesitation stemmed from feeling that 700 million a year for 000 Navy personnel and 2 warships only dealing with pirates were not worth it. But now, with this additional condition, it became absolutely worthwhile. He even began to consider reducing the number of national troops, using the military expenses to directly pay G5. Wouldn't that be delightful? The national army did not solely belong to him as the king. It was entangled with the entire noble system of the country, filled with countless interests. Out of every 10,000 people, having 1,000 absolutely loyal to the royal family would be considered a great fortune. After all, nobles like dukes and marquises, anyone with a title, maintained their own troops, which, at least nominally, were called the national army. But when issues arose, those men would first protect their own masters, not him as the king. Only his direct subordinates would protect him. Rather than this, it would be better to reduce the national army and directly hire the G5 Navy to protect him. This way, he could reduce the threat of pirates while ensuring the stability of his regime. Simply perfect. At this moment, the king had not yet realized that if he did this, he would be converting the threat from the nobles into a threat from the G5 Navy. Originally, whether he could remain king depended on his ruling methods and his ability to coordinate relationships with the major nobles in the country, as well as whether large-scale, noble rebellions would occur. However, once he reached this military protection agreement with Ortolun, whether he could remain king would depend on Ortolun's mood. Perhaps he was aware of this, but believed that the threat from the internal nobles was far greater than that from a navy, as the navy had its own system and would not easily attempt to overthrow his regime. Compared to the predatory nobles within the country, he trusted the external navy more. Afterward, Ortolun and the king discussed for an entire afternoon in the palace, and as dusk fell, the king reluctantly personally escorted Ortolun out of the palace. During this time, they happily reached a military protection agreement. The king would build 2 small military bases in the capital and the directly governed port for G5 to use as new recruit training camps, and upon receiving the funds, G5 would send 4,000 Navy soldiers and 2 warships to be stationed there, providing around-the-clock protection for national security and the royal family's safety. Orton also asked the king to promote his comprehensive plan to the royal families of neighboring countries. Interested parties can directly contact the G5 base, where he can personally provide face-to-face service. And it's not just about member states. How many countries are there in the entire New World? It's not enough. Orton plans to include all kingdoms within his jurisdiction on the front lines of the New World into this protection plan, regardless of whether they join or not. As long as you pay, even if you're not a member state, I will still protect you and station troops at your side. If you don't pay, since you're not a member state and have no human rights, I will directly represent the world government to forcibly requisition your land. On the returning warship, Orton looked at the documents in his hand and sighed. We have over 30 countries under our jurisdiction. If we station 4,000 to 5,000 troops in each country, how many troops would that be? 14,000 to 15,000. If I, G5, directly control another 50,000, that adds up to 200,000 troops. Why worry that the New World won't showcase justice? Squirrel, sitting nearby and sipping coffee, couldn't he help but say, isn't this a bit too much? The general from the warring states said that raising 50,000 would be impressive, and you, Orton, are directly tripling that. Is that feasible? It's all for justice. I believe the warring states general will understand, Orton replied confidently. It's a joke. Once he holds 200,000 elite troops from the New World, the warring states will definitely understand him. Maybe Mariejois will understand him too. If they don't, I can still enlist more troops. Surely, 300,000 will be understood, right? Or 50,000. Just give me a number. I have connections outside my jurisdiction to recruit from. As long as I recruit enough troops, someone will eventually understand me. However, we can't let the warring states general worry too much. So let's not report this organizational issue for now. When headquarters asks us to report personnel, we'll only report the regular troops stationed in this base. Training camps for new recruits from various countries are small matters. Why trouble headquarters with that? We need to learn to alleviate the burdens for our leaders and not increase their workload. Once we scale up and get things underway, we'll report then, which will give them a pleasant surprise and show them how outstanding and excellent our capabilities are. Orton reminded Squirrel once again. Ortolun's plan regarding this matter was to keep it under wraps for as long as possible. When it became impossible to conceal, there would be no need to hide it anymore. Seeing this, Wushu also did not oppose, but instead changed the subject, saying, when you were discussing matters with that king, a message came from over there, stating that the last 1,000 men added to our department have arrived. Thus, the 5,000 elite troops are now complete. Speaking of these elite troops, Ortolun felt quite helpless. Initially, it was agreed that 5,000 elite troops who had been on the battlefield would be sent, but in reality, half of them were new recruits just summoned from all over the world, who had barely touched a gun. This almost infuriated Ortolun. Indeed, when out in the world, one must rely on oneself. Your department is ruthless. You can't blame me for being ungrateful in G5. Chapter 124. I need to strengthen my ties with Doflamingo. The G5 base has been supplemented with 5,000 elite personnel, finally resembling a proper naval base. It was no longer the case that stepping out would show a few hundred meters without seeing a single guard. However, considering what comes next, once the new recruit training camp is established over there will need to be enough station troops. This number of troops is absolutely insufficient. So soon, Ortolun's orders were issued. The main task of the entire G5 at present is to focus on recruitment. This task is not difficult. The new world is already in chaos, and now it is facing the wave of the great pirate era. While there are people who are well-fed, there are even more who cannot find food and are looking for a place to sell their lives. Just go to any island, set up a recruitment station, and immediately, a large number of people will line up to fill your team at the port. Now, Ortolun no longer cares about whether they are elite or not. Can elite troops be recruited? Aren't they all fought for? First recruit 20 or 30,000. Anyway, now is the great pirate era with plenty of pirates around. Once people arrive, weapons, ammunition, and ships are allocated properly. Just take them out to fight. If one time doesn't work, fight twice. If that doesn't work, fight 3 times. After several battles, elite troops can surely be made. Of course, this kind of thing is also quite cruel. Without sufficient training, directly sending new recruits to the battlefield will inevitably lead to a high casualty rate, but this is not something Ortolun can solve. He currently lacks the conditions to train new recruits. G5 also has its own training grounds, but how can he bring all the newly recruited soldiers to train? The demand is too high, and he cannot rely on the headquarters. If Ortolun wants to quickly elevate G5, he can only harden his heart and use war to train soldiers. Otherwise, a new recruit at least needs to undergo formal training for 1 to 2 years to be considered experienced, right? But where is there this time? If he continues like this, G5 won't be able to lift its head during his term. If it can't lift its head, others certainly won't understand him. In other seas, he might not be able to do anything, but in the new world, life is indeed cheap. It's so cruel that it isn't even worth time. At the G5 naval base, Ortolun sat in his office, reading documents while casually asking, with so much sand mixed into my elite troops, I want to say anything about that. It's a small matter, no need to argue with the warlord. But the 15 warships are in place, right? No issues? Yixiao nodded seriously. No problem with the warships. They are all new ships, and even the weapons and ammunition reserves have been fully stocked by the warlord. Hearing this, Ortolun felt slightly happier. I guess the warlord also feels guilty towards us, which is why he is subsidizing us like this. After a pause, Ortolun asked again. So, how is the investigation into shipbuilding technicians going? How many skilled workers do we have in G5? Can we form a team to build our own ships? Yixiao shook his head. G5 doesn't have many remaining members, only about 600. Although many are in logistics, there aren't many technical workers for shipbuilding. So we can't form a shipbuilding team. We need to find another way. Is that so? Ortolun wasn't surprised and sighed. Fortunately, the warships from the headquarters have arrived, barely enough for now. However, we currently don't have enough personnel to fill these 15 warships. The first priority is still recruitment. As for shipbuilding, it seems internal resources won't suffice. We'll have to look externally. If you remember correctly, due to the impact of the Great Pirate Era, Water 7, the leading island in shipbuilding, was soon to go bankrupt. Many shipbuilding companies on the island were either dead or struggling, with only a few relying on government orders to build warships still thriving. This situation continued until Tom the Fishman Master came up with the sea train technology, revitalizing Water 7. In other words, now is a great opportunity to recruit from Water 7. With companies going bankrupt, those shipbuilders with years of experience would be unemployed. As the messenger of justice, Ortolun traveled thousands of miles to provide them with new job opportunities. What a spirit that is. This is what it means to support one another in times of difficulty. Working for a company may lead to its closure one day. Where can they find a stable position in our Navy? The benefits and treatment are not bad either. Speaking of which, Tom the Fishman Master should also be entangled with the CP organization now, right? They're trying to convict him? Such a high-level technical talent cannot be wasted. He should serve in our Navy, redeem himself, and continue to shine for justice, just like Dr. Clover and Dr. Vegapunk. Ortolun pondered. He planned to take some time to contact Spandam to see if he could establish some connections to bring Tom the Fishman Master and the shipbuilders from Water 7 to work at G5 in the New World. In addition, he also needed to find a stable channel for selling stolen goods. Once G5's recruitment is nearly complete, it will be time to hunt pirates and conduct elite processing. At that time, they would definitely seize a large amount of supplies, and Ortolun needed a stable channel to continuously convert these resources into cash. The Big Mom Pirates are actually a very good channel. But when he communicated with his cheat mother last time, Ortolun could sense that Charlotte Linlin still had a desire for control over him, which is quite normal. And Ortolun didn't see any issue with that. However, he was unwilling to be controlled. He wanted to be the boss himself. If he stabilizes the channel with Big Mom, It would mean losing a certain degree of initiative and imply some dependency. Therefore, while this is a usable channel, it cannot become the only channel he can use. He needed to find a channel that is subordinate to him, rather than one he is subordinate to. This goal has actually been on his mind for a long time, namely the Don Quixote family, which has now transformed from a mafia family into a pirate group. Doflamingo is a smart guy, and he runs a sizable business, having some influence in the dark world. However, his business has always been limited to the North Sea, and, judging from his situation in the original story, he is definitely going to expand his influence afterward. In fact, 20 years later, he became one of the big shots in the dark world and established a foothold in the new world. Currently, it seems likely that Doflamingo also wants to find a reliable partner to expand his business beyond the North Sea. Ortolun might just be the perfect complementary partner for Doflamingo, directly bringing his business to the new world. And clearly, Doflamingo's strength and influence cannot stand firmly in the new world for now. He needs to find a backer, and Ortolun thinks he could be that backer. However, how to contact Doflamingo and establish trust is a bit tricky. Thinking of this, Ortolun considers whether he should sell out that guy Razanani, but considering that Sengoku might be furious if he finds out, he decides against it. Just as Ortolun is pondering these things, he pauses slightly while flipping through the new recruit documents, raises an eyebrow, and thinks to himself, This Virgo, has he come to G5 so soon? Indeed, in the identity document Ortolun holds, there's even information about Virgo. According to the data, he was recommended to the headquarters as a new recruit by the base commander of a certain branch in the North Sea in early 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. Shortly after Roger's execution, due to his decent strength and talent, he was accepted by the headquarters and granted the rank of captain. At a glance, it was clear to Ortolun that Virgo must have been hiding his abilities during the assessment. Otherwise, he should have had no problem securing a position as an officer. However, he recalled that although Virgo later became the head of G5, he didn't start there. He had served many years in the headquarters and even participated in the operation involving the fruits of the Minion Island incident in the North Sea alongside the chief of staff in the following years. How did he end up being transferred to G5? Although slightly surprised, Ortolun thought about his own situation with the warring state's general seeking troops and seemed to understand. Perhaps it was because he was seeking troops that had altered Virgo's fate line. The warring state's general casually drew a line and brought this guy, who should have developed in the headquarters, to G5. But this was also good. With him around, communication with that guy Doflamingo would be more convenient. Just as Ortolun was pondering these thoughts, suddenly, a weasel holding a piece of intelligence walked in with a surprised expression and said, Ortolun, the latest intelligence from headquarters. Crocodile, the sand alligator, challenged the Whitebeard pirates and was defeated in the Landscaw Sea. What does that have to do with me? It's not within my jurisdiction. Ortolun had no interest in this news. Pirate infighting was just a source of entertainment to listen to. The weasel laughed. Chapter 125. The Seven Warlords of the Sea. Virgo felt a bit anxious. He was doing well in G5 today when he was suddenly notified that the base commander, Vice Admiral Ben Ortolun, wanted to see him and asked him to report to the office. To be honest, Virgo thought he had been quite low-key since joining the Navy and hadn't done anything to stand out. His plan was to quietly bide his time for a few years, wait for the right opportunity, and then start to make progress toward the mid to senior levels of the Navy. Why had Ortolun suddenly noticed him? He had only been transferred from headquarters a couple of days ago and had never even seen the guy before. Although he felt a bit flustered, Virgo quickly made his way to Ortolun's office. Standing in front of the office door, he took a deep breath to adjust his mental state and then knocked on the door. After a moment, he heard Ortolun's voice from inside, and only then did Virgo push the door open and enter. In the base commander's office, there were no other people. When Virgo entered, he saw Ortolun almost reclining in his chair, with his legs propped up on the desk, holding a newspaper and reading it, looking quite relaxed. Vice Admiral Ben, you called for me? Virgo. Ortolun was still looking at the newspaper, which happened to cover his face, preventing Virgo from seeing his expression. Well, just sit down for now. I'll talk after I finish reading this newspaper, Ortolun said casually. Seeing this, Virgo could only obediently sit on the sofa, feeling a bit anxious, wondering what this guy was really up to. Meanwhile, Ortolun was using his observation hockey to try to listen to Virgo's thoughts. Ortolun had never fully mastered this ability, and this time he could only catch a few shallow thoughts, such as Virgo feeling quite anxious and thinking about how to deal with him later. As for the other secrets of the Don Quixote family, either Virgo wasn't thinking about them or Ortolun couldn't hear them. You just joined the Navy not long ago, right? Ortolun suddenly asked. Virgo reacted quickly and replied, Yes, I just joined not long ago. I was originally in the North Sea, Then I was transferred to the headquarters, and I just arrived at G5 a few days ago. I see. Ortolun sat up, closed a newspaper in his hand, and placed it on the table, smiling as he looked at Virgo and asked, "What made you consider joining our navy? Was the treatment from Doflamingo not good?" As soon as he said this, Virgo's expression changed dramatically. He stood up from his sofa with a look of suspicion directed at Ortolun. He didn't try to refute or argue, because when Ortolun precisely mentioned Doflamingo, it already implied too much. Any defense or rebuttal would only seem foolish and meaningless. "Why are you looking at me so surprised? Your Don Quixote family doesn't really think it's easy to mix in with our navy, do you?" Ortolun feigned confusion and asked. "It seems we indeed underestimated the navy's intelligence and self-checking abilities." Virgo sighed lightly. He felt that he was going to be in trouble today. Although he considered his own strength and talent to be quite good, compared to the famous Admiral Ben Ortolun in the Navy, it was clearly not enough. The main issue was that this guy's track record was too impressive. The Red Count, Gold Lion, Pirate King. Each of these notorious pirates had fallen at his hands. Just putting out this record was enough to be frightening. "Sit down, why are you standing?" "Don't be so tense," Ortolun said with a smile, waving his hand. Virgo then realized that Ortolun's attitude was somewhat off. Normally, after discovering his identity, Ortolun should have directly captured and interrogated him instead of wasting time with a small fry like him. "As for your identity, for now, only I and the Navy know about it. You don't need to worry about how I found out. I happen to have a use for your family's young master. Our G5 is in dire need of development, as you know. The operational model of G5 requires a distributor from the underworld to handle our spoils and captures. Your Don Quixote family is just right for this. I heard you're preparing to move towards piracy in the New World, so after you go back, contact your young master and ask him if he's willing to cooperate with me. Is that okay?" Ortolun asked softly as he lit a cigarette. His tone and attitude were very gentle, but in Virgo's eyes, it was terrifying. "Understood, no problem." Virgo immediately nodded in agreement. "Well, that's all I wanted to tell you. If your young master is willing to cooperate with me, you can stay by my side as my assistant." Ortolun waved his hand, indicating that Virgo could leave. Virgo swallowed hard, retreated to the door, placed his hand on the doorknob, hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Ortolun and asked, "Admiral Ben, aren't you afraid that I will escape G5 as soon as I leave? What do I have to be afraid of?" Ortolun smirked, showing a slightly fierce smile. "Right now, I have no grievances with Doflamingo, and I even have a certain intention to cooperate. If you agree to me here and then choose to run away, that would be playing me for a fool, thinking that Ortolun is an honest man. Then this grudge would be established. And don't blame me for being ruthless to the Don Quixote family in the future. Just one Virgo. Honestly, if you run away, it's not a big deal. But if you dare to run, that means you're playing me, and then I will have to teach Doflamingo a lesson about what integrity means." Virgo felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. So this is the confidence of the strong, believing that the Don Quixote family and himself wouldn't dare to offend him? Upon reflection, his young master probably wasn't a match for this person. If he really offended him, then the New World would be out of the question, and he might as well stay quietly in the North Sea. Otherwise, wouldn't it be like sending himself into the hands of others? "I will convey your wishes to my young master truthfully, Admiral Ben," Virgo replied seriously before turning to leave the office. After Virgo left, Ortolun resumed looking at the data reports sent from the headquarters. It contained intelligence data summaries from various seas for this quarter. To be honest, it was somewhat shocking. The battle frequency at various Navy bases had skyrocketed, and the number of pirates had also significantly increased, with casualty numbers feeling extremely pressuring. Moreover, it was evident that these figures were on a linear rise, first in the four seas, then in the first half of the Grand Line. And this way it was also moving towards the New World. More and more pirates, after going through these brutal eliminations, were starting to converge towards the New World, the ultimate battlefield. The tide of the times was indeed terrifying. Ortolun sighed. Meanwhile, in Mariejois, at the top of the Pangea Castle, the Marine Fleet Admiral Steelbone was having some discussions with the five elders. "Five gentlemen, to be honest, the policies mentioned in this document are likely to bring great negative effects to our Navy," Admiral Steelbone said, sweat dripping from his forehead, clearly under a lot of pressure. "This document has made it very clear. It is merely a stopgap measure. Once you can stabilize the situation, this policy will naturally be abolished," St. Saturn said with a serious expression. Before Admiral Steelbone could respond, another five elder, St. Vochley, spoke up. "Moreover, this is already our decision. We're not discussing this with you. We are informing you in advance so that you have enough time to adjust your mindset and prepare to implement this policy. Admiral Steelbone opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but seeing the resolute and scrutinizing gazes from the 5 elders, he finally sighed and swallowed his words, saying, "Yes, I understand." He knew that once these 5 had made a decision, there was no way for him to change their minds. Any further discussion would only escalate the conflict. And aside from that, it would serve no purpose. This escalation of conflict would bring unnecessary trouble to the Navy. At this point, even as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy, he could only endure. Stepping out of the office, the Steelbone Marshal looked at the documents in his hand, shaking his head helplessly and murmuring, "After a lifetime of serving in the Navy, this incident might ruin my reputation in an instant." The title on the document in his hand was exactly The Warlords of the Sea Plan. Chapter 126, Ortolun. What do those scoundrels in Mariejois think of our Navy? At the end of the year 1499 of the Sea Circle calendar, the Navy headquarters at Marineford saw Ortolun's warship slowly docking here. He stepped off the ship with some confusion, wondering why the headquarters had summoned him back so abruptly. Had something happened with his affairs in G5? That seemed unlikely. The conscription hadn't reached a level that would cause the headquarters to be wary of him yet. He had originally planned to meet with Doflamingo in the New World, but it seemed that plan would have to be postponed. Rather than heading directly to the Marine headquarters to find Admiral Sengoku, Ortolun first went to the officer training camp, intending to meet with teacher Zifa and inquire about the situation. Speaking of which, Ortolun hadn't visited this officer training camp in a long time. It was still that same short building, and upon entering, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When he arrived at the classroom door, he happened to see teacher Zifa standing at the podium giving a lecture. Below, a large group of Navy members were seated, but compared to the first batch, their shoulder insignias weren't as dazzling. Most of them were majors or lieutenant colonels, and there wasn't even a single brigadier general among them. Ortolun also heard that the officer training camp seemed to have undergone some modifications. It appears that nowadays, graduating from here only promotes one rank at most. It no longer guarantees at least the rank of brigadier general or major general. The selection criteria for candidates have also been relaxed. Not as strict as in the previous 2 sessions. While observing, Ortolun noticed a white-haired kid who seemed out of place in the classroom due to his youthful appearance. He only had the rank insignia of a captain on his shoulder. Although the kid's face was unfamiliar, Ortolun recognized him as Smoker without a doubt. His deskmate also looked like a young girl with pink hair, full of spirit. Who else could it be but Tina? Had she joined the Navy so early? Ortolun felt a bit puzzled. Smoker could be excused since he looked around 15 or 16. But Tina appeared to be around 11 or 12. How could she be sitting here attending Professor Zephyr's class? Could she be a child of some admiral? Ortolun really didn't guess wrong. Tina is the daughter of a certain rear admiral who recently fell in battle. She had been living in the Marineford residential area, and after her father sacrificed himself, she vowed to join the Navy to avenge him. Initially, the recruitment office refused her because she was too young, but this girl was stubborn and refused to leave. In the end, it was only after Zephyr learned about the situation that he personally intervened, bringing Tina into the Navy. He planned to have her study with him for a few years, and when she was old enough, he would let her graduate from there. Orton did not disturb Professor Zifa's class, but waited in the hallway. After about an hour, Professor Zifa finished his lecture and walked out of the classroom. When he saw Orton, he was not surprised and said with a smile, "I just saw you hanging around outside." Hee. Orton smiled and then asked with concern, "How have you been feeling lately?" "Teacher? Same as always. What else can I do? Life is not easy, but I'm not dead yet." Zifa waved his hand and left with Orton, chatting as they walked. "The doctor said that your illness needs conservative treatment, and it's best to quit things like cigars. That would help control your condition." Orton couldn't help but remind him, "This is the only hobby I've had in my life. If I quit that, what is the point of living?" Professor Zifa said nonchalantly. As he spoke, he casually took a cigar out of his pocket and bit down on it. However, after rummaging through his pockets for a moment, he helplessly said, "Don't you have any sense? Can't you see I didn't bring a lighter?" Ortolun chuckled, and a spark of electricity flickered from his fingertips as he touched Zephyr's cigar, igniting it. "How's that kid Lucci doing lately?" Ortolun casually asked. "He's doing well, and your family situation is good too." "No problems," Zephyr nodded in response. As they chatted, they walked into his office. Ortolun, quite familiar with the place, went straight to Zephyr's cabinet and took out the best tea leaves, happily brewing a pot. Zephyr could only puff out his cheeks in exasperation, but said nothing. "How's it going over at G5? Zephyr casually inquired as he sat on the sofa. "It's going okay. We just got back on track, but we're short on troops and ships. I'm figuring out a solution, so you don't need to worry about me. Ortolun replied with a grin. Looks like you still have some capability. You haven't run into any unsolvable problems, Zephyr said with a reassuring smile. It's all thanks to your good teaching, sir, Ortolun flattered him. Then he asked, but I'm still busy over here, and suddenly the headquarters recalled me. What's going on? Is there a change in plans, or what? Not just you. Several elite vice admirals have been recalled as well. There's been a major issue. Zephyr's expression darkened as he spoke about the matter, his eyes becoming shadowy and his face grim. At this moment, Ortolun felt a sigh of relief in his heart. It seemed that it wasn't the G5 that had encountered an incident, but rather something was happening at headquarters. It looked like a conference was to be held. What could it be? Did they need to call us, the dispatch personnel, back to participate? Ortolun inquired. Not long ago, Admiral Steelbone went to Mariejois to report on the work of the headquarters, and, as a result, the 5 elders issued a document notifying that considering the current chaos on the seas and our Navy's failure to grasp the situation, they intended to enhance the combat power of the world government to quickly quell the tide of the pirate era by recruiting a group of powerful pirates to be used by the world government, requiring our Navy to cooperate in implementing this. When Teacher Zephyr mentioned this matter, he looked furious. What? Ortolun feigned surprise and exclaimed. At that moment, he already understood that the warlords of the sea organization was about to be established. Seeing Ortolun's astonished expression, Teacher Zephyr continued in a grim tone. The plan is named the Warlords of the Sea Plan, and it is expected to recruit 7 powerful pirates. To be honest, we can't do anything about what your world government wants to do, but Mariejois had to make things difficult for us and ask us to cooperate with this plan. What does this mean? Do they completely not care about our Navy's feelings? This is too much. Ortolun slammed the table and said, simply outrageous. Then, he stood up and cursed. What do those scoundrels in Mariejois think of our Navy? What do the marshals say about this? What is Admiral Sengoku's attitude? Shouldn't we form a group to go to Mariejois and demand an explanation from those 5? Seeing Ortolun so agitated, Teacher Zephyr was taken aback for a moment, then quickly grabbed his arm and pressed him back down onto the sofa, saying, Why are you so worked up? I just feel that our Navy is fighting and risking our lives on the front lines, pouring out our blood for what? Isn't it for the comfortable lives of those noble lords in Mariejois? As a result, the people on the front lines are risking their lives. And they're back there concocting these troubles, right? Is there still any rule of law? Ortolun said in anger. Just then, the door to Zephyr's office was pushed open, and Admiral Sengoku walked in and shot Ortolun a glance, saying, I haven't even entered yet, and I hear someone calling my name, right? Ortolun, do you have any objections to me? Yes, Ortolun blurted out. My objections couldn't be bigger. Previously, you promised me 5,000 seasoned veterans who have been on the battlefield, but you sent me half new recruits. I won't hold that against you. But what the hell is this Warlords of the Sea? Are we really expected to become brothers with pirates? Sengoku felt a bit embarrassed by Ortolun's earlier remarks, but as an admiral, he had to have a thick skin. So he quickly adjusted his demeanor and glared at Ortolun, saying, You, who often mingles with pirates, are pretending here, huh? Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, then immediately retorted, But that's what you instructed me to do to maintain a good relationship with them. Now you're going back on your word, right? You little brat. Are you glaring at me again? The general of the warring states slammed the table and cursed. You went out to become a base leader. And now you don't take our headquarters seriously, huh? Meanwhile, Teacher Zephyr waved his hand and said, all right, there are no outsiders here. Who are you two putting on a show for? Sit down quickly. Orton smiled and then sat down on the sofa, casually pouring a cup of tea for the warring states general. The warring states general held the cup of tea and, feeling satisfied, said, For the sake of this cup of tea, I'll let you off this time, kid. Ortolun didn't respond to this, but instead said, General, what the hell is this warlord of the 7 seas? It really undermines our Navy's dignity. Hearing this, Admiral Sengoku also sighed in frustration and said, Who says it's not? Chapter 127, Ortolun. Sengoku, why don't you dare to have a fight with the Gorosei? Ortolun stayed at the headquarters for a few days, and the summoned generals from various places gradually arrived. Today is the day for the high-level naval meeting, and Ortolun is currently heading towards Justice Fortress. Just as he arrived at the fortress entrance, he saw Juin and Kuzan chatting there. Juin had also been summoned, and so had Kuzan, who had now been promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. Not long after Ortolun left the headquarters, Kuzan was directly promoted to Rear Admiral and was then assigned as the base commander at the G8 naval base in the first half of the Grand Line. According to the process, He should have gone down to gain a few years of grassroots work experience like Ortolun before being recalled to the headquarters. During this period, the two had not met, but they occasionally communicated through Den Mushi. What are you two doing at the entrance? Ortolun approached with a smile and greeted them. We both happened to arrive at the headquarters today, and I heard you returned a few days earlier. Is there any news? Kazan asked curiously. Our navy has lost face to Mariejois, Ortolun casually remarked. They say they're going to establish a brand new organization called the Warlords of the Sea. Mariejois intends to select 7 powerful and influential pirates from the seas to recruit and wants our navy headquarters to assist. Moreover, I heard Admiral Sengoku say that this so-called Warlords of the Sea is an organization on the same level as our headquarters. And those recruited as warlords will enjoy the same treatment as rear admirals within the world government system. Huh, you tell me, is that ridiculous or what? Ortolun wasn't talking nonsense. This was indeed the treatment level of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the original story, when the 7 warlords came to the Navy headquarters for a meeting, they were referred to as Sir in the announcements. This level of respect was basically reserved for vice admirals of the headquarters. What? Kazan looked shocked, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Ji Yuan's expression darkened as he said, If we do this, what face will the Navy have to call itself? Just. Yes. That's why I said that both face and substance have been swept away by Mariejois. Those nobles truly don't care about our Navy's feelings at all, Ortolun sneered. However, after a pause, Ortolun self-deprecatingly said, But this isn't the first time such things have happened. We've gotten used to it after enduring it for so long. The Marshal and Admirals can't do anything. So what can we do? Kuzan and Ji Yuan's expressions were gloomy, and they didn't respond. The 3 of them walked into the Fortress of Justice in a heavy atmosphere. It wasn't just the 3 of them who felt displeased. As soon as they entered the large conference room and saw the faces of the generals sitting inside, all looking troubled, it was clear how deeply the Navy's leaders were resistant to this matter. Ortolun actually enjoys the chaos and thinks that if the world government pulls off a few more of these stunts, it would be good for him. Go ahead. The more you scatter the hearts of the Navy personnel, the more it suits Ortolun's future plans and layout. After a while, when everyone had arrived, Admiral Sengoku and Marshal Steelbone came together, and it was obvious that both of their expressions were not pleasant. After sitting down, Chief Consultant he quickly distributed the plans for the 7 warlords of the sea to the Navy generals present. After Ortolun casually glanced at the document, he tossed it onto the table and began to observe the expressions of the others. First was that guy Sakaski. It was obvious that his face changed from white to black, looking as grim as the bottom of a pot, and he seemed on the verge of burning the document with the smoke rising from his hands. The other generals were not much different, except for Porcelino, like Ortolun. Only took a few glances before losing interest, appearing indifferent, even pulling out a nail clipper to trim his nails. The specific regulations to be discussed today have already been outlined in the document. If anyone has any opinions, let's discuss them here. Marshal Steelbone said weakly, Admiral, it seems like giving up the struggle. As soon as the marshal's voice fell, Sakazuki slammed the table and angrily cursed. A disgrace to justice. What is this shichibukai? I absolutely do not agree. With Sakazuki leading the charge, the hawkish Navy officers began to vent their dissatisfaction loudly. And it wasn't just the hawks at this moment. Mariejois was infringing upon the honor of the entire Navy, so even the moderates and doves joined in the condemnation. However, the real decision-makers, such as Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Admiral Ahe, remained silent, sitting in their seats while letting the Navy officers make noise without saying a word. The room was filled with passionate voices, and neither Admiral Steelbone nor General Sengoku seemed inclined to restore order. After about half an hour of arguing, these Navy officers, when they got angry, dared to say anything, practically cursing Mariejois from top to bottom, only stopping short of directly naming the 5 elders. All right, I don't see the need to continue this meeting today. You all take the documents back, adjust your emotions, and stop thinking about cursing here. What's the use of just cursing? Think about how to respond to this situation and what good methods you can come up with to minimize this negative situation. Go back and think about it, and we'll continue tomorrow. Admiral Steelbone said as he saw it was about time, slammed the table, and then stood up to leave. Ortolun was not surprised by this sudden adjournment. General Sengoku had previously informed him that the first meeting would likely end hastily to give everyone some buffer time. Want to grab a drink? Ortolun tucked the documents into his arms and casually asked Kazan and Guillaume beside him. Just as Kazan and Guillaume were about to agree, General Sengoku called out, Ortolun, come with me. Ortolun was a bit puzzled, but nodded. Sing understood. He then told Kazan and Gon, You guys start a game first. I'll find you after I finish with the general. Before long, Ortolun arrived at General Sengoku's office, where only Sengoku was present. Feeling that he was about to be told something confidential, Ortolun directly locked the door before asking, "General, what is the matter?" "Sit down first." General Sengoku sighed and invited Ortolun to take a seat before asking. As the most powerful violent institution on the sea, we, the Navy, are referred to as the sea, overlord by the outside world. But tell me, why does Mariejois never respect us? Ahem. Ortolun lightly cleared his throat and said, "General, this topic might be a bit offensive, right? What offense could there be in a closed-door discussion?" General Sengoku looked at Ortolun. "Then I'll just speak plainly." After sensing General Sengoku's intent, Ortolun did not hesitate and said directly, "To put it simply, it's because we have been completely controlled. We have no autonomy whatsoever. On the surface, we look powerful, but in reality, we cannot break free from Mariejois' control. Military funding, resources, logistics, there's nothing that we can manage on our own. Don't we have to beg Mariejois for everything? That's why they don't care about our feelings, because it's unnecessary, no matter how they operate. In the end, we have to cooperate. If we don't cooperate, what happens when military funding gets cut? Will we get paid next year? Will we have food?" Listening to this, General Sengoku felt a sense of melancholy and casually asked, "So what do you think is a way to solve this predicament?" "Of course there is," Ortolun replied without hesitation. "If you ask me, this initiative should always be in the hands of the Navy. However, whether it's the Marshal or you, General, you always think too much, always considering the big picture and moral high ground, which is why we are tightly controlled. Think about it carefully. If military funding is cut for a year or two and the Navy is dismantled, who should really be worried? Us or those noble lords in Mariejois?" General Sengoku paused for a moment and then said, "But this is irresponsible to the people on the sea who expect us. You see, I told you that your moral standards are too high." Ortolun rolled his eyes and said, "Take this Shichibukai incident, for example. Right now, our Navy is full of passion. With a little guidance, we could all unite as one. I don't believe that if we firmly insist that this Shichibukai thing cannot happen, and that if it does, we will refuse to cooperate, Mariejois would really dare to push the Shichibukai through." Seeing General Sengoku's hesitant expression, Ortolun said, "Reject mental exhaustion. Instead of making things difficult for ourselves, why not make it difficult for others? Stand tall. Why doesn't Sengoku dare to really fight the five elders?" However, it was clear that General Sengoku was not the kind of person who could be easily swayed by words alone. Moreover, people's behavioral and thought habits are habitual. They had already become accustomed to this inertia under the strong pressure from Mariejois. Therefore, General Sengoku quickly shook his head and said, "That's too extreme. Do you have any other ideas?" Upon seeing this, Ortolun helplessly said, "This method is the simplest and most direct. The remaining methods are time-consuming and labor-intensive. And there is no time to resolve the matter of the seven warlords of the sea." Chapter 128, Old Fox Sengoku and Young Fox Ortolun. Admiral Sengoku, with a calm expression, asked, "In your opinion, what is this time-consuming and labor-intensive method?" "That depends on whether you want to know how to resolve the issue of the seven warlords of the sea this time, or how our Navy can gain respect from Mariejois," Ortolun replied, sitting on the sofa, picking up his teacup, taking a sip, and putting on a look as if he had all the answers. Admiral Sengoku looked at the pretentious Ortolun with a hint of amusement and said, "Why don't you both share your thoughts? I would like to see what good ideas a free-spirited young man like you has." In fact, regarding the matter of the seven warlords of the sea, Admiral Sengoku, as a wise strategist, had already calculated how to deal with Mariejois and minimize the threat posed by the seven warlords to the sea. The reason he called Ortolun this time was actually for other matters, wanted to glean some insights from Ortolun, but seeing that Ortolun had ideas, Admiral Sengoku also intended to listen. "Let's talk about the seven warlords of the sea first." Ortolun straightened up and said, "From the current situation, neither you nor the Marshal seems to have any intention of confronting Mariejois head-on. So we can only operate under the conditions of accepting the system of the seven warlords of the sea, right?" "Yes, that's about right," Admiral Sengoku replied. "The best plan would be to mix in some sand, since the higher-ups want us to select suitable individuals to recruit into the seven warlords of the sea. And since this power is in our hands, we might as well use it. We can choose some qualified individuals to be warlords, but in reality, they pose no significant threat. Isn't that right?" Ortolun said without hesitation. Admiral Sengoku was taken aback for a moment. His gaze towards Ortolun filled with a hint of appreciation as he nodded and praised, "You really have a clever mind." Because he had thought of it that way too. For example, the one known as Hawkeye, Dracul Myhawk. I saw in the weekly report sent by headquarters that he's been deemed a pirate for attacking several of our Navy generals, right? But in reality, that guy is just a swordsmanship enthusiast. As far as I know, he attacked the Navy just to challenge those generals. All the Navy generals he hunted were swordsmanship masters, weren't they? Ortolun asked. That's right. Admiral Sengoku nodded and said, the intelligence department also reached the same conclusion. However, that guy does act somewhat recklessly, often engaging in battles in crowded areas, causing many innocent casualties. So even though he doesn't plunder like a pirate, considering his style and the attacks on our Navy, he ultimately still got labeled as a pirate. Ortolun had little contact with Myhawk, but that one encounter left a deep impression. This guy was indeed reckless. When he felt like it, he would declare war without caring whether the situation was appropriate. However, he still fell into the category of low threat level because he was all alone and had no intention of forming a pirate crew. He was carefree and had no thoughts of overthrowing governments or committing mass slaughter. Such a person was suitable for being a warlord of the sea, Ortolun suggested. In the original story, the composition of the warlords of the sea was quite absurd. They had a grand reputation, claiming to be one of the three major powers at sea, on par with the Navy headquarters and the four emperors, which was quite misleading. Excluding Myhawk and Bartholomew Kuma, the only two truly formidable ones. The rest were basically unqualified. Crocodile, after being defeated by Whitebeard in the New World, became a warlord of the sea, and then went to Alabasta to waste away for nearly 20 years, turning Crocodile, a fierce character who could stand toe-to-toe with Douglas Bullet, into an awkward role. It was only after the Marineford War that he regained some prestige. As for Gecko Moria, he was even worse. He was initially a tough guy who dared to confront Kaido head-on, but after that battle, he was immediately recruited by the Navy to become a warlord of the sea and ended up being a recluse in the Devil's Triangle for so many years. Boa Hancock was relatively impressive, but her threat level was indeed low. She mostly operated around Amazon Lily, rarely making appearances, so there wasn't too much to say. Jinbe was tightly controlled by the world government because of Fishman Island, so he posed no real threat. Doflamingo, according to the original storyline, was not intended to be a warlord of the sea by the world government and the Navy. He was the kind of person who could stir up trouble and had some skills, and he forcefully secured his position as a warlord of the sea by robbing celestial gold and threatening the world government. He was also the one among these warlords with the highest threat level, bringing the most chaos, which was undeniable. But overall, looking at these warlords of the sea, they failed to achieve the substantial progress that the world government desired in forming the three major powers. Their reputation far exceeded their actual capability. Clearly, the Navy played a significant role in this, as they filled the ranks of the warlords with those who had big names but were already rotten potatoes or stinky eggs, posing little threat to the seas. Orton now gives Sengoku this advice, from the perspective of threats and reputation. Seek out those who meet the standards required by the world government and are qualified to be warlords of the sea, but in reality do not play a significant role. After discussing for a while, they reached a consensus on this matter, making Sengoku feel that Orton indeed has a sharp mind. After smoothing his braid, Sengoku looked at Orton and asked, setting aside the issue of the warlords of the sea, what did you mean earlier about Mariejois' respect for our Navy? In fact, Sengoku specifically called Orton today because he had some thoughts in mind and was preparing to arrange something for Orton, but for now, he wanted to hear Orton's opinions first. After all, it boils down to the words autonomy. Our Navy has made no achievements in this regard, which is why we are easily manipulated by Mariejois. If we had some leverage, the Gorosei would probably treat you and the Marshal with much more respect. Orton said softly. Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded, then sighed and said, during my years as an Admiral, I have indeed made efforts in this direction. The previous plan to establish a new Navy headquarters as an alternative actually involved many institutional changes, but in the end, it was rejected by Mariejois. As for the scientific forces, my original plan was to hope to gain the power of military production through this proposal. But in the end, I could only engage in research and development, which was also rejected. To be honest, Sengoku has already given Mariejois a lot of face in order to fight for these powers for the Navy. Whatever dirty work or tough tasks they handed to him, he diligently completed them. Whether it was O'Hara or something else, could he not understand the political considerations and tests involved? But he accepted it all, hoping that the world government could see that our Navy is reliable and that they could loosen their grip in other areas. However, things did not go as he wished. He did the dirty work, yet gained not a single benefit. It was after these numerous attempts that Sengoku finally understood that when it comes to the Navy's autonomy, Mariejois would never compromise with the Navy in the slightest, and he should not have had any expectations from the beginning. Normally, at this point, Sengoku would have basically given up. Before Orton appeared and rose to prominence, his consideration was to take it slow. Wait to use the Navy's strength to push Steelbone Admiral to the position of Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. And then he would take over the position of Admiral of the Navy. Together, they would see if they could wrestle with Mariejois. Originally, Sengoku should have handled it this way, but the specific outcome was not given. However, from Mariejois rejecting his recommendation of Kuzan as Admiral and choosing Sakazuki as the new Admiral, it can be inferred that Sengoku ultimately lost this round and did not achieve his wish. But now, Sengoku has new thoughts. This is a matter of core interests. Mariejois would certainly not make concessions to our Navy. The five of them are very clear that once power is given away, it is difficult to take it back. Therefore, they will never easily concede unless absolutely necessary. Orton said. After a slight pause, Orton looked at Admiral Sengoku and tentatively said, "Therefore, I see almost no possibility of resolving this matter through regular channels. The best way is to take an unconventional approach." Hearing this, Sengoku raised an eyebrow, as this statement aligned with his own thoughts. He looked at Orton with a meaningful expression and asked, "What do you mean by taking an unconventional approach?" "I am that unconventional approach," Orton answered without hesitation. Chapter 129. Orton. I will uphold the justice of the Navy to the end. As Ortolun finished speaking, Admiral Sengoku remained silent, looking at him without saying a word. Ortolun, sitting on the sofa, also sipped his tea and said no more. However, their eyes met, both observing each other, seemingly trying to understand what the other was thinking. Trust is a mysterious thing. Ortolun actually trusted Admiral Sengoku, but this trust stemmed more from confidence in his superior's capabilities and credibility. Sengoku was highly capable, reliable in his work, and kept his promises. If he said he would promote you, he meant it. There was no ambiguity, and he wouldn't just make empty promises without taking action. However, trust in terms of positions requires continuous mutual testing and adjustment, gradually building up through the little things over time. Ortolun trusts Sengoku's position. Currently, he absolutely believes that Sengoku is on the side of the Navy's interests, but he is not very confident about what Sengoku can achieve regarding this interest. He is not sure what kind of attitude the Admiral Sengoku really has towards Mariejois. Since the topic has come to this point today, it is a good opportunity for mutual probing. He thinks that Admiral Sengoku is also considering it this way, which is why he said what he just said. The atmosphere in the office is quite gloomy, and the sound of the little goat munching on paper is somewhat annoying. Orton glanced at the little goat and finally couldn't help but speak first. If it really doesn't work, we can stew it. The general from the Warring States glared at Orton in anger and said, "I don't eat goat meat." As soon as he finished speaking, the two exchanged glances and began to laugh. After laughing, the Warring States general reached out and rubbed the little goat's head, speaking softly. "Orton, I can guess some of what you want to say, and I believe you've also noticed that the reason I called you here today is to talk about these matters." Orton took a sip of tea and replied softly. "Before that, I have one last question for you, and I hope you can answer truthfully." The Warring States general looked at Orton and said seriously. Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, nodded, and was just about to speak when the Warring States general raised his hand to interrupt. "Don't rush to answer. I will only ask you this question once, and regardless of your answer, I will believe you this time. So, Ortolun, this is my most unreserved trust in you. I hope you won't deceive me. Do you understand?" As the Warring States general said this, there was a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, but ultimately, it transformed into determination and steadfastness. People often need to take risks, betting on an unknown answer. Now, the Warring States had reached this critical juncture. Either continue to bow their heads, waiting for Marshal Steelbone to become the supreme commander of the army, and only then make a move, but that could be years away. And it was uncertain how much chance of success they would have by then. Or abandon conventional methods, take a bold step, and go all out. But this required betting on trust, and he wanted to place that trust in Ortolun. Looking at the expectant gaze of the Warring States general, Ortolun set his teacup down on the table and said seriously, "I understand. This time, I will do my utmost to repay your trust." Then, the Warring States general asked sincerely, "So, my question is, Bane Ortolun, is your position really with our Navy?" Ortolun fell silent for a moment. Looking at the gaze of Admiral Sengoku, he spoke softly, I cannot guarantee everything about the future here, but at this moment, my position is with the Navy, with justice, and with the interests of a Navy. Of course, it is not all for the public good. I have my own considerations as well. However, within these considerations, I do not intend to betray the interests of the Navy. To be honest, Admiral, since we are already at this point, I will speak plainly. I want the Navy to become a true Navy. I want to uphold the justice of the Navy to the end. For this, I am willing to put in all my efforts. After receiving Ortolun's answer, Admiral Sengoku remained silent and continued to look at him. After a long while, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "And let's not forget about rising through the ranks and making a fortune, right?" Ha 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 ha. Ortolun also laughed and replied, "That is naturally the case. A Navy that does not want to be an admiral is not a good Navy. If you do a job, you should love it. I also want to stand at the pinnacle of the Navy and gaze out at the boundless sea. A Navy that does not want to be an admiral is not a good Navy," he said correctly. Admiral Sengoku nodded affirmatively and then said, "The promotion of personal status and the development of the Navy's interests, as well as the justice upheld, are not in conflict. Since this is your answer, I choose to trust you. I will not disappoint you," Ortolun said softly. "Going off the beaten path is not out of the question." Admiral Sengoku began, "I believe you understood what I meant when I previously discussed this with you. Without support from headquarters, you need to make G5 work. I understand. I will find a way to build the warships myself, procure arms myself, and earn military expenses myself. I aim to accomplish all of this at G5, and if I can scale it up in the future, it will also relieve some pressure on headquarters and give headquarters more say," Ortolun said solemnly. "Indeed, you understand my meaning," Admiral Sengoku remarked with a hint of admiration. Then he continued, "However, there are some things I didn't mention before, but now I must remind you." "Ortolun, please go ahead," Ortolun responded. "The progress of G5 can be hidden for a while, but cannot be hidden forever. Even if we have our headquarters providing cover, and I help you clean up, there are things that are simply not allowed. Mariejois will eventually notice." "And do you know what that means?" Admiral Sengoku inquired. Ortolun understood clearly and replied, "The political test is not passed." Indeed, Admiral Sengoku affirmed this answer and then said, "This will make Mariejois lose trust in you, and I, at least on the surface, will not stand with you either, because I must become this marshal." When Admiral Sengoku mentioned the word marshal, his eyes were filled with determination, a kind of determination that Ortolun could see was not born from a desire for power, but from a sense of responsibility. Before Ortolun could speak, Admiral Sengoku continued, "Having lost the trust of Mariejois and failing the political test, the most I can do for you is promote you to the position of admiral. In other words, Vice Admiral Bane Ortolun. After you make this decision, your dream of becoming a marshal must come to an end. Do you really understand this?" Ortolun smiled and said, "I understand, Admiral Sengoku. From the very beginning, I never intended to follow this path to become the Fleet Admiral of the Navy or anything like that." "So," Admiral Sengoku looked at Ortolun with a somewhat complicated expression and asked, "There's something that perhaps someone as wise as you hasn't considered." Ortolun extended a hand, slowly forming a fist, and then spoke with a firm tone. "Becoming the Fleet Admiral of the Navy is not a path that can only be taken through Mariejois. When we finally achieve victory, the Fleet Admiral of the Navy will be decided by us in the Navy." These powerful words stunned Sengoku for a moment. In a daze, he murmured softly, "Decided by the Navy itself?" After a moment, Admiral Sengoku regained his senses and looked at Ortolun, saying, "That will be an incredibly difficult road, Ortolun." "But I have no choice, do I?" Ortolun replied earnestly, "You have already shown me through your own experiences where the end of your path lies. Therefore, even though this other path is incredibly difficult, if I want to change this terrible world and uphold the justice of the Navy, I can only grit my teeth and move forward, right?" At this point, Ortolun smiled again and said to himself, "But coincidentally, I am filled with interest and anticipation for this path." Admiral Sengoku stood up and walked behind Ortolun, gently placing his hands on Ortolun's shoulders, and then said, "Then it will be hard work for you. You chose it yourself." Ortolun replied nonchalantly. On this day, Vice Admiral Bane Ortolun of the Navy headquarters and Admiral Sengoku reached a private, unspoken understanding that was not meant to be seen by others. This made Ortolun feel that this trip back to headquarters was truly worthwhile, as it allowed him to open up and clarify many issues with Admiral Sengoku. This facilitated a deeper trust and understanding between the two, making future cooperation easier. Chapter 130. Changes in the New World. In the residential area, in Ortolun's family courtyard. With the sun shining at noon, Ortolun was playing on the grass with Ace. The little guy could now crawl all over the place, babbling away about who knows what. But his expressions were very rich, and he was in excellent health, full of energy. I see that the other generals have gone to the headquarters for a meeting. Why didn't you go? Lugio came out from the house holding a cup of hot tea and handed it to Ortolun while asking. Ortolun took the tea and said with a smile, I know everything I need to know. The generals of the warring states have their own ideas. This meeting is just to let the other commanders express their thoughts, vent a little, and foster the spirit and unity of a navy. I don't need to attend. Is it okay to be absent like this? Lugio asked with concern. No problem at all. The generals are aware. Didn't you see that teacher Zifa didn't hold a meeting today and instead went to class as usual? Ortolun said carelessly. So, are you going to take a few days off at home this time? Lugio, seeing this, did not ask further and inquired about other matters. Let us wait until the meeting is over. It won't be long, and then I'll have to return to the new world. There are a lot of things to take care of in G5, and now they've even created the 7 warlords of the sea. TSK. There really isn't a single peaceful day on this ocean, Ortolun sighed. Lugio nodded and then said, if you have time, come back to visit more often. Ace really likes you. Yeah, if I have a chance, I'll come back. I'll leave the family matters to you, Ortolun replied. The two of them then chatted about some trivial matters, mostly with Lugio talking and Ortolun listening, much of it being about Ace, as well as some gossip about the families of various commanders in the headquarters. Ortolun didn't notice that his communication with Lugio was increasingly resembling that of a real couple. The initial strangeness and distance had either naturally faded away or disappeared under Lugio's subconscious guidance. Just as they were chatting about these everyday topics, the phone bug on Ortolun suddenly rang. He took out the phone bug and saw that it was a call from a squirrel. This time, both Yixiao and the squirrel stayed at G5 and did not return with Ortolun. Without thinking too much, Ortolun answered the phone bug and asked, It's me, what's up? The squirrel quickly responded, We've tracked down Douglas Barrett's whereabouts. Are you done on your end? Ortolun raised an eyebrow and said, There are quite a few matters on this side, but they no longer have much to do with me. I can say I'm done with them. After a pause, Ortolun continued, Have someone keep a close watch on that guy, but don't act rashly. Wait until I return to discuss it. Douglas Barrett, ever since Roger was executed, seemed to have lost his goal of surpassing him and began rampaging across the seas, launching indiscriminate attacks in various regions. He attacked pirates, he attacked the Navy, and he even frequently raided some countries, causing mass slaughter as if he had gone mad. Such a person cannot be allowed to continue. As I've said before, the Navy can't stand this kind of stubborn fool who acts without logic or style, relying solely on chaos. When the mood strikes him, he dares to do anything. Such people cannot be kept around. Orton also dislikes such people. You often go around slaughtering cities and destroying nations in the New World. Isn't that eliminating my clients? How can that be tolerated? Moreover, the G5 that Orton took over was originally crippled by that guy Douglas Barrett. As the new base commander, he has the responsibility and the necessity to avenge G5. This way, he can also elevate his prestige in G5 to a higher level. Understood, but looking at his trajectory, it seems he is heading towards the new Slant Sea area, where the main force of the Whitebeard pirates currently is. If he continues, he is likely to come into contact with the Whitebeard pirates, perhaps leading to unexpected battles. The squirrel said, He really thought he could fly. Orton sneered. Douglas Barrett's strength is indeed formidable. That is beyond doubt, but Orton still believes that his reputation is overstated. Generally speaking, the view of this guy on the sea is that he is a rampaging monster. There were also some rumors from Roger's ship back in the day, saying that Douglas Barrett could hold his own against Rayleigh. To be honest, Orton is skeptical of this claim. At that time, Douglas Barrett was only 15 years old, having joined the Roger Pirates for 2 years and left at 17. This means that he was at most 17 when he fought Rayleigh, most likely around 16. 16 years old, and he could match Rayleigh in his prime? That's a joke. Orton himself is already a monster, and he was treated like a kid by Rayleigh at 18. If Barrett could hold his own against Rayleigh at 16, then the one who should be worried as he moves towards the Whitebeard pirates is probably the so-called strongest man, Whitebeard. There probably isn't anyone stronger than him on this sea. Therefore, Orton simply does not believe that this guy could match Rayleigh at 16. Even if there was such a result, it was likely that Rayleigh went easy on him. After all, they were crewmates. Thus, Orton feels that if Douglas Barrett really confronts Whitebeard, it would only end in a beating. The current Whitebeard is indeed worthy of being called the #1 pirate. His title as the strongest man is truly justified. His old rival Roger is gone. Shiki has been imprisoned, and the Red Count has long been captured. Looking across the entire sea, Whitebeard claiming to be invincible doesn't seem out of place at all. By the way, There's also a piece of news that is still unverified. The squirrel seemed to remember something and said, the reason the Whitebeard pirates are currently in the New Slant Sea may be to support their 2nd Division captain, Kazuki Orton, who is the samurai from Wano country that arrived at Laughtail with Roger. Huh? Orton was genuinely surprised this time and asked, isn't that guy in Wano country? Yes. Wano country is currently under the territory of Kaido's beast pirates, and with the country's isolation, not much news has come out. However, it seems that there was a fierce battle in Wano country previously, and Kazuki Orton was likely driven out by Kaido. What's strange is that he escaped from Wano alone, and his family is missing. Our intelligence can only go this far, and we know nothing else. Even this is just hearsay, the squirrel said. Although the squirrel referred to it as hearsay, the fact that such rumors reached Orton's ears means there is likely some truth to it. Therefore, it is highly probable that Kazuki Orton really escaped from Wano. This was indeed unexpected for Orton, because originally in the story, this guy was supposed to become a hot pot ingredient in Wano. Orton had even considered whether to incite a war between Whitebeard and Kaido after such an event occurred. In the story, the war didn't happen, partly because Whitebeard and the others received the news relatively late, with Kazuki Orton having been dead for a long time before the news spread. On the other hand, it was also because Kaido had already become quite capable, and Wano's geographical advantages were very obvious. If the two sides went to war, Whitebeard would undoubtedly win, but would also face a very awkward situation. Moreover, Kazuki Orton was only on his ship for a short time before being taken away by Roger. Whitebeard and his crew might have some ties to Kazuki Orton, but many of his subordinate crew members probably didn't recognize that guy at all. So in the end, this matter was left unresolved. However, if someone were to push the situation, forcing Whitebeard into a corner, he would have no choice but to go to war with Kaido, which was Orton's initial plan. Now, it seems, how did Kazuki Orton inexplicably escape from Wano? But it doesn't matter. Kazuki Orton has two uses. The first is to incite the relationship between Kaido and Whitebeard. It is likely that this won't work now, but due to Wano's situation, there may be opportunities in the future. The second is that now that Ace has become his son and Orton quite likes him, he naturally won't sit idly by while the Battle of Marineford breaks out. But when the time is right, he will definitely have to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking about it, Kazuki Orton would also make a good substitute for Ace. Ortolun is quite looking forward to seeing this guy kneeling on the execution platform, shouting something like, "Old man, you shouldn't have come," and his lecherous son should be sent to Ivankov for gender reassignment surgery and then sold to the Happy Street for clients. Chapter 131. Ortolun meets Don Quixote Doflamingo. New World. New Slant Sea Area, Hot Spring Island, Frania. At this moment, Ortolun is comfortably soaking in the hot spring at a hotel halfway up the mountain on the island, enjoying a long-awaited sense of ease. After receiving the news from the mole, he didn't stay at the headquarters any longer, didn't even take a warship, and directly crossed the sea using his abilities. In just 2.5 days, he arrived at this island. Due to the dust from the journey, he chose to relax and soak in the hot spring upon arrival. According to the intelligence, if Douglas Barrett continues on his original course, he should reach this island in the next 2 days. As for whether he will destroy this island, that depends on his mood. Not too far from this island, the Whitebeard Pirates fleet is also stationed nearby, currently showing no intention of landing on the island. They might just linger for a while and then leave. However, because the Whitebeard pirates are active in the vicinity, the originally bustling Frania Island is now quite desolate, and most of the tourists on the island have already fled. Ortolun leaned back against the edge of the hot spring, his body submerged in the warm water below his chest, with his head resting on the edge and a white towel covering his face. The feeling of helplessness from being a devil fruit user mixed with the warmth of the hot spring made him feel incredibly relaxed. Indeed, devil fruit users are also affected by the so-called curse while soaking in hot springs. In the original story, after Kazan left the Navy, he met the Straw Hat Pirates in a hot spring, enjoying the soak immensely. Since most of the tourists on the island had fled, Ortolun was the only one using this large hot spring. Just as Ortolun began to feel drowsy and want to take a nap, he heard the sound of the bathhouse sliding door being opened from outside, followed by footsteps slowly approaching the hot spring. Covered by the towel, Ortolun couldn't see what was happening outside, but he remained unresponsive upon hearing the commotion. Soon after, he heard the crisp sound of water being disturbed, as if someone had entered the water, and that person was not far from him, likely leaning against the edge of the pool opposite him. Hey. The water temperature is just right, and the environment is so comfortable that I feel like dozing off for a bit. A voice with a hint of malice came from across Ortolun. Just from that distinctive laugh, Ortolun already knew who the visitor was. He didn't move and lazily replied, "In that case, I might as well take a nap. To be honest, I'm starting to struggle to keep my eyes open. With a beast by your side, how can you dare to fall asleep?" The voice responded, "If you say that, I might have to accuse you of racial discrimination, which is against the laws of the world government," Ortolun said while removing the towel from his face, slowly sitting up and looking across the hot spring. There, he saw a handsome man who, even while soaking in the hot spring, wore his flamboyant orange-fringed sunglasses. That man was none other than the infamous Don Quixote Doflamingo from the North Sea. Doflamingo initially didn't understand what Ortolun meant until he saw the horns on Ortolun's head. Then he laughed and shook his head, saying, "The beast I referred to isn't about your fur tribe bloodline." "Oh, really?" Ortolun pretended not to know, smiling. "I thought you were being racist. Don't get me wrong, although Mariejois is full of smoke and chaos. The world government, indeed, legislated over 200 years ago to eliminate racial discrimination, granting equal status to all intelligent races under the law. That time coincided with Fishman Island joining the world government as a member state, so it could be said that Fishman Island promoted this legislation. However, despite the legislative protection, it was practically useless. As a member of the world government, Fishman Island is still discriminated against. While races above the sea have generally gained equal rights and treatment over these 200 years, it's quite magical." After teasing Doflamingo a bit, Ortolun said, "I didn't expect you to come see me so soon. It seems you indeed have high hopes for the new world." Doflamingo still wore his signature smile, raising an eyebrow and saying, "The tide of the new era is visible to all, and the currents of this era will eventually converge in this sea. Those who cannot catch this wave will be abandoned by the times, becoming remnants and dregs of the old era. That's why I'm here." "You seem very confident?" Ortolun asked with a smile. "I have a bit of confidence, but since your excellency has chosen me, it proves I still have some value, doesn't it?" "That's enough, isn't it?" Doflamingo replied with a smile as he looked at Ortolun. This statement indicated that Doflamingo was willing to cooperate with Ortolun, and he adopted a very low posture, making it unnecessary for Ortolun to haggle. He positioned himself as the subordinate. Doflamingo knew that, from any perspective, he wasn't qualified to compete for dominance in this cooperation with Ortolun. Instead of quarreling over these matters, it was better to establish a proper posture from the beginning, leaving a good impression on both sides. Before meeting Doflamingo, Ortolun thought of Spandam as the one who was smooth and clever, and now he would add Doflamingo to that list. "Since you have intentions, I won't be polite. That guy Virgo will remain as a link in my hands, while your Don Quixote family can take on our G5 shady businesses. My transaction with you will remain at this stage for now, and we'll see if you are qualified to continue cooperating later," Ortolun said, his tone quite blunt. "May I ask a bold question?" Doflamingo nodded, showing no opposition to Ortolun's proposal, and then continued, "What does the subsequent cooperation entail?" "As a Navy officer, I represent justice, the light of this world. But, Doflamingo, you must be well aware that this world is not just about light. It's clear that light and shadow intertwine and are inextricably linked," Ortolun said in a calm tone. "I see." Doflamingo nodded slightly. "In other words, if my abilities meet your expectations, then I qualify to be your shadow of light and engage in deeper exchanges with you, right?" Within the Navy, Admiral Sengoku is the light that stands in the spotlight, and after their previous conversation at headquarters, Ortolun had now become Sengoku's shadow. As the saying goes, if someone is the face, then someone must be the substance. The face cannot have a speck of dust. If it bleeds, the substance must be kept under control. If it leaks onto the face, that would be a major disaster for the entire faction. Sengoku is that face. He needs to maintain a righteous image before the world and a loyal admiral image before Mariejois. Only then can the Navy continue to develop quietly and steadily. However, within the broader world context, Ortolun, as a Navy leader, is undoubtedly also a side of light, and like Admiral Sengoku at the headquarters, he similarly needs a shadow to perform tasks he cannot conveniently undertake. This is merely the difference between the headquarters and G5. There is nothing significantly different. If Doflamingo's abilities can truly satisfy Ortolun, he becomes one of the choices for that shadow. Of course, since Doflamingo is not truly one of their own, it will depend on Ortolun's skill afterward to see if he can manage the cunning beast that is Doflamingo. After Ortolun nodded in agreement with his statement, Doflamingo asked, "Then trade should be mutually beneficial. What can I gain from these transactions, Admiral Ben?" "You can earn my friendship and support, Doflamingo. Just as I cannot trust your abilities right now, you also harbor deep doubts and suspicions about me. But that's normal. If we had been able to trust each other's abilities from the very beginning, that would be abnormal. I can bring you something, and in this cooperation, you can gradually feel and explore. While I am testing you, aren't you also testing me? Ortolun smiled and said, "Hee." Doflamingo laughed, seeming to agree with this statement, and finally nodded, saying, "Pleasant cooperation." Indeed, as Ortolun said, the reason he came here to see Ortolun was partly due to Ortolun's previous achievements and good reputation, making him a worthwhile connection. However, he still held a skeptical attitude towards Ortolun's abilities. The main reason for coming was that if he didn't come, it would be difficult for Virgo, rather than being attracted to Ortolun's abilities. This sort of thing can't be seen on the surface. It can only be uncovered through gradual communication and cooperation. Chapter 132. Ortolun, my good friend Spandane. After reaching a cooperative intention with Ortolun, Doflamingo did not stay long in the hot spring pool and soon left. Ortolun, however, continued to soak. After about half an hour, Ortolun finally got up, dressed, and left the hot spring hotel. Just as he stepped out of the hotel door, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and before Ortolun could react, his hand was already grabbed by the other party. Admiral Bane, long time no see. Congratulations on becoming the commander of the G5 base. You hold great power now. By the way, what brings you to me? Spandane asked enthusiastically. After shaking hands a couple of times, Ortolun seemed to snap back to reality from this social ritual, looking with surprise at his hand that was being held. Then, at Spandane, I'm a Thunder Fruit user. Can you respect my reaction speed? Do you shake hands as quickly? However, Ortolun didn't voice this complaint. When he left the headquarters earlier, he had contacted Spandane, originally planning to arrange a meeting after dealing with the issue of Douglas Barrett in the New World. It turned out that Spandane's CP9 was also investigating Douglas Barrett, and he himself was stationed in the New World. Therefore, Ortolun directly invited him to meet on Frontier Island. Long time no see, Commander Spandane, Ortolun said with a warm smile. The two exchanged compliments, and under Spandane's enthusiastic pull, Ortolun was taken to a restaurant where the meal was already prepared. It was obvious that the restaurant had been cleared out, with only Spandane and Ortolun as guests at the table. I've been here a few times during missions. The natural hot spring boiled eggs are really good. Admiral Bane, you should try, Spandane said, while helping Ortolun peel an egg. Ortolun took the onsen egg, smiled, and took a bite, praising, the taste is indeed pretty good. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Ortolun finally got to the point. The reason I came to you this time is that I have some matters that need your help. What do you mean by you? I can't afford to call you General Bane. Just call me Spandane. Spandane quickly replied humbly, then added, we're old friends after all. I, Spandane, am quite righteous, and you know this, General Bane. If there is anything I can help with, just let me know. It's like this. I heard that your CP9 has a case regarding Water 7. It's about the fisherman Tom who builds ships for Pirate King Roger. Ortolun inquired. Spandane was slightly taken aback, then shook his head, saying, you really misunderstood. Our CP9 is currently only responsible for the matter of Douglas Barrett. The situation in Water 7 is not under our jurisdiction. However, what you mentioned does exist. The matter of Fisherman Tom building ships for the Pirate King is indeed true, and is being handled by CP5. But I can also weigh in on this, because my useless son happens to be the person in charge of this case. Ortolun couldn't quite remember what the situation was. At that moment, he recalled what Spandane had just said, and it seemed to be the case. Therefore, he smiled awkwardly and said, I must have mixed things up, my apologies. After a pause, Ortolun inquired, is there any room for negotiation regarding that Fisherman Tom? Spandane raised an eyebrow and asked in a lower voice, are you looking to keep him? Sigh. Ortolun pretended to sigh helplessly and then said, since you've investigated Douglas Barrett's situation, you must know about our G5's previous troubles. I can say I've come here from headquarters to clean up a mess, and yet the headquarters wants me to quickly get G5 back on track. I'm short on personnel, lacking all kinds of talents. I've heard that Fisherman Tom is an excellent shipwright, and there are many warships in our G5 base that were previously destroyed. Right now, I have no resources and no technical staff. So I was thinking, could we bring Fisherman Tom over to help repair the warships? To enhance our G5's combat capability. After a pause, Ortolun added, it's not just about that Fishman. Isn't the situation in Water 7 quite poor right now? If it's convenient, I'd also like to recruit a batch of shipwrights. Given the current situation in the New World, once we bolster our combat strength in G5, we will definitely have to engage actively. If we don't have enough shipwrights for logistics, even if we have more warships, it won't be enough for fighting. Is that so? Spandane stroked his chin, looking somewhat troubled, and then said, as for the other shipwrights, there's no problem. If you need them, I can have someone deliver a batch to you. I think those who have no work in Water 7 would be very willing to join the Navy's ranks. As for this Tom, TSK, Ortolun did not insist, smiling as he said, If it works, it works. If it doesn't, don't make it difficult. He is not an indispensable character. If Spandam cannot handle this matter, it's also possible to arrange for Doflamingo to take care of it. At present, Master Tom has not been particularly valued by the CP agency. His main crime is simply building a ship for the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. This crime can be significant or trivial. If you consider it a serious crime, it truly is, but if you see it as a minor issue, it's just about building a ship. It depends on how the higher-ups treat it and whether anyone is willing to protect him. It is clear that, in the original story, Tom had no connections or relationships within the world government, so no one was willing to protect him. The CP agency was definitely preparing to deal with him, directly using him as a stepping stone for future promotions and benefits. However, later he impressed the Chief Justice of Judicial Island with the concept of the C-Train technology, which granted him over 10 years to create the C-Train, so he was not executed immediately. During these 10 years, Master Tom's importance was upgraded by the CP agency because, in the last year or two, they discovered some information about ancient weapons, particularly Pluton, which implicated Master Tom. They suspected he possessed the design for Pluton, which significantly raised his importance. But now, this is not yet manifested. So Spandam only hesitated for a moment and did not directly deny the possibility. After a brief pause, Spandam asked, "When you contacted me earlier, you mentioned you were also here for that guy, Douglas Barrett?" Spandam did not state anything directly, but Ortolun had already heard the implications in his words. With a smile, he replied, "Yes, that guy is really stepping on our Navy's face. As a current base chief of G5, how could I let that scum go? Speaking of which, we collaborated quite well on the Scholar matter before, so I believe we can definitely team up to take that guy down this time." At this moment, Spandam suddenly mentioned Douglas Barrett, which clearly indicated he wanted to ask Ortolun if he could also share some benefits. After all, he was responsible for this matter too. Although the word transaction was not used, it was evident that it was related to Tom. Orton is not the kind of person who only seeks benefits without giving anything in return. If you always want Spandam to do things for you without offering him some advantages, isn't that treating him like a fool? Is Spandam a fool? Certainly not. So when Orton responded, he specifically used the term collaborate and mentioned the cooperation on the Scholar incident, which was a signal and answer for Spandam. After hearing Orton's words, Spandam smiled and said, "I knew that you, General Bain, would not forget about your good friend. We are all part of the world government, and CP and the Navy should work together to eradicate these evil factions. Regarding the matters concerning Barrett, feel free to give me your orders. I will definitely cooperate fully." After saying this, Spandam lowered his voice again and said, "As for that Fishman Tom issue, I'll have my useless son handle a death certificate for him, saying he resisted arrest and was shot on the spot. I'll secretly send you the G5. Ortolun cheerfully poured a cup of tea for Spandam and said, "I trust you to handle things, so I'll leave it to you." Spandam, taking the teacup with both hands and feeling quite apprehensive, replied, "Please don't say that. We're just helping each other. We are friends." Chapter 133, Even if you beg for mercy, I will not stop Barrett. Today, the port of Frania Island was deserted. Even the docked ships had all been withdrawn, and the residents of the town had been evacuated yesterday. The reason was that in the morning, a monitoring ship from the CP agency had accidentally observed that Douglas Barrett was nearing the island. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Spandam arranged for evacuation boats to take away everyone willing to leave the island. Under the empty port, a large string of bubbles suddenly emerged from the sea, and then a high-tech submarine surfaced. This submarine was Douglas Barrett's vessel, a special submarine synthesized from his abilities. The hatch opened, and a robust figure walked out of the submarine. The figure was dressed in black military uniform, with a strong build and a stern expression. Honestly, he didn't look like a ruthless pirate, but more like a hard-nosed soldier. This person was none other than Douglas Barrett. He looked at the empty port with no surprise, as if he had long realized the unrest here. Stepping into the port, he casually tore off a piece of paper from the notice board. It featured a photo of Ortolun, who was smiling brightly in a justice cloak, with large words underneath saying, "I am waiting for you on the sunny beach. Ben Ortolun." A flash of anger crossed Barrett's eyes as he whispered. In fact, he was indeed here to find Whitebeard and had no intention of causing trouble on this island. However, seeing Ortolun's radiant smile made him furious. Was this the guy who took advantage of the situation in the South Sea to defeat Roger? Barrett squeezed the notice paper tightly, crumpling it into a ball before tossing it onto the ground. Despite having left Roger's ship, he actually held great respect for Roger, appreciating both his strength and charisma. He was one of the few who knew that Roger was terminally ill and had little time left. It was precisely because he couldn't accept this reality that he chose to leave Roger's ship. In his view, Ortolun was a scoundrel who took advantage of others' misfortunes. He must have defeated Roger when Roger was unable to fully exert his strength due to his illness and captured him. Now, this scoundrel even dared to provoke him. Barrett decided he would kill him. As for Whitebeard, he would deal with that after taking care of Ben Ortolun. The sunny beach was not far from the port. It was a famous quality beach on Frania Island, which used to be a favored sunbathing spot for tourists. Now it was empty, and one could clearly see the situation inside. From a distance, Barrett spotted a figure lying on a sun lounger, with a newspaper covering his face, and his arm naturally hanging down on the soft, fine sand. Even from afar, he could hear the sound of the person snoring. Next to the sun lounger was a barbecue grill with fish being cooked, but due to lack of attention, the fish had turned to charcoal, clearly inedible. Watching this scene, Barrett's expression darkened. He knew that the guy sleeping there with his face covered was Ortolun, so he walked over. Even though he didn't try to conceal his footsteps. Ortolun still seemed not to wake up, continuing to snore. Barrett's cheek twitched slightly, but he did not attack Ortolun. Instead, he reached out and flipped the newspaper off his face. Without the newspaper blocking him, the glaring sunlight immediately shone on Ortolun's face, causing him to instinctively frown. He then irritably said, "Waking someone up casually like this is quite rude." "Barrett, oomph." Barrett snorted coldly and replied, "Is it polite to call someone here and then sleep like this?" Yawning, Ortolun sat up from the sun lounger and stretched, saying, "The sun is just right today. Stopping to enjoy the warm sunlight after a long time is quite pleasant. I assent to it." Barrett seemed too disinterested to engage in such idle chatter and asked sternly, "Did you really capture that guy, Roger?" Orton looked regretfully at the charred grilled fish and said, "No, that guy should theoretically be considered as having surrendered, right? We just found him in the South China Sea." As expected, Barrett's expression relaxed a bit. No longer so stiff, but with a somewhat complex gaze, he said, "If that guy doesn't want to lose, no one can win against him. Cult of personality is not good." Orton scooped up a handful of sand and extinguished the flames in the oven, then said, "What you can't do doesn't mean others can't do it. Are you trying to say that even if he doesn't surrender, you are confident you could defeat him?" Barrett looked at Orton with a questioning gaze. Ortolun touched his chin and shook his head, saying, "It's hard to say, but I should be able to handle you." Upon hearing this, Barrett couldn't help but laugh and said, "The only one who could defeat me is Roger, and now he is dead. There is no one else on this sea who can beat me." Then, without waiting for Ortolun to speak, Barrett clenched his fist fiercely and said in a fierce tone, "But I still want to surpass him. Only by surpassing him can I prove my strength. I will defeat every strong person on this sea one by one, and I will become the strongest in the world." As he finished speaking, Barrett looked at Ortolun with a slightly disdainful gaze and said, "As for you, although you are famous, you are not among my hunting targets. If you beg for mercy now, I can spare your life just like I did with that wolf." Ortolun slowly stood up from the sun lounger and faced Barrett. In terms of physique and height, his imposing presence was no less than Barrett's, and the two muscular men stood opposed, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. From the surveillance footage of our Navy's monitoring insect, I saw Admiral Wolf fighting valiantly and refusing to retreat, bravely and generously engaging with you, rather than what you claimed, begging for mercy. As a naval officer, I am quite disgusted by your slander against my reputation, so I hope you look as tough as your physique suggests." Ortolun paused slightly here, a defiant smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Because even if you beg for mercy, I will definitely not stop, Barrett." After Ortolun finished speaking, a flash of murderous intent appeared in Barrett's eyes, but he did not respond. Ortolun also fell silent, and the two stood facing each other, the atmosphere gradually becoming oppressive and heavy, as if even the sea breeze dared not make too much noise, rendering the entire beach eerily quiet. This silent tension did not last long. When a wave crashed onto the shore, splashing some water, Barrett's gaze darkened, and his aura suddenly erupted. With a fierce punch, he struck towards Ortolun's head. Ortolun didn't dodge at all. With a bang, he was hit in the cheek by Barrett's punch, his head slightly turning to the side, and the strong force caused his brown hair to flutter. Then, he raised his hand and slowly grasped Barrett's wrist, gradually exerting force to push the fist that was pressed against his cheek away. After that, Ortolun wiped away some of the blood that had oozed from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the bright red on his fingertips, and disdainfully laughed, saying, "You can't even hit with any strength, yet you claim to be the strongest in the world?" Under Barrett's surprised gaze, Ortolun locked Barrett's wrist with one hand, while the other slowly and powerfully formed a fist. He looked at Barrett and said, "A frog at the bottom of a well. Feel the weight of this punch." As the words fell, Ortolun suddenly threw a punch. The wind from the punch exploded, tearing through the air. Even at such a short distance, it produced a piercing, explosive sound. Then, the punch slammed hard into Barrett's chest, visibly causing his firm muscles to indent significantly. And then, like ripples in water, tremors spread out in waves across his body. At that moment, the powerful force seemed to have erupted, making Barrett's robust body involuntarily bend slightly. And the previously rigid expression on his face now showed signs of pain. Ortolun did not linger, but chose to release the grip on Barrett's wrist. Immediately, a violent force erupted from behind Barrett, tearing a large hole in his black military uniform. Following that, his feet left the sandy ground, and his figure was involuntarily propelled backward by this force. However, just over 10 meters later, Barrett's feet landed back on the ground, causing a layer of loose dirt and gravel to tremble and stop the momentum. He raised his hand to rub his dark purple chest, where a clear fist mark was visible. Then, he looked toward Ortolun with a fierce smile on his lips and excitedly said, "I take back what I said. You are a worthy opponent for me to hunt. Bane Ortolun, let's have a thrilling fight, where it's either you die or I perish." At that moment, madness flickered in Barrett's eyes, a kind of light that Ortolun was all too familiar with, the same as when he was losing control. It was this look that finally made Ortolun understand Barrett's current mental state. It was either achieving victory in battle or self-destruction in battle. He was his chaotic madness. Ortolun couldn't help but suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise. Speaking of which, he had been feeling irritable lately. If he counted the days correctly, the full moon was approaching. Chapter 134. Combat for experimental purposes. Dazzling lightning raced across the sky above the island, occasionally transforming into blades in the sky, striking down from above. The source of all this was Ortolun, standing on the beach, with his arms slightly raised in front of him, palms facing up, as a dense power of thunder continuously erupted from his hands, as if charging the sky, flowing endlessly. In the distance, Barrett was fully enveloped in the armed color of hockey, resembling a warrior, his arms constantly waving in front of him, shattering the relentless lightning. Ortolun had no intention of using his warhammer. He didn't even bring it out this time. This trouble with Barrett was partly to avenge the G5 and to protect those clients who hadn't been slaughtered by Barrett yet. On the other hand, Ortolun planned to use Barrett as his experiment subject. Yes, he was that arrogant from the very beginning. He didn't think it would be difficult to deal with someone like Barrett. He had absolute confidence in his victory, a confidence that stemmed from his strength. Now, he wanted to conduct a comprehensive field test of the fruit abilities he had developed over the years on Barrett. Such ineffective attacks were futile no matter how many times they were thrown. Barrett suddenly swung his arms, shattering the thick lightning that resembled a python, and roared at Ortolun. "The real show was just beginning, you little piece of trash," Ortolun said with an easy smile. As he spoke, the ground around him seemed to be influenced by some unknown force, starting to tremble. The gravel floated up and down, as if it were being sifted, and soon, the original golden gravel began to gradually turn black, with deeper colored particles continuously mixing in. It was iron sand, specifically the metallic mineral sand buried beneath the island's surface. Under the powerful electromagnetic influence of the thunder fruit, the iron sand buried deep beneath the island began to converge continuously at Ortolun's feet. Barrett watched this astonishing scene, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then, he stopped resisting the relentless lightning striking down on him. With a push of his feet, his robust figure directly smashed through several bolts of lightning, lunging toward Ortolun's position. At the same time, Ortolun's actions changed. He no longer released lightning into the sky, but raised his hand and swiped in front of him. A large amount of iron sand seemed to be manipulated, forming a curtain of sand in front of him. Immediately after, Barrett slammed his fist against this iron sand curtain. The heavy barrier formed by the iron sand was shattered by his strike, but before Barrett could feel triumphant, he saw the layer of iron sand rapidly spiral up his arm, spreading along his body. This spiraling ascent generated a strong friction, and the dense hockey power on Barrett's arm emitted a piercing noise due to the high-speed friction with the iron sand layer. "It seems your hockey training is quite solid." Ortolun raised an eyebrow and commented, "If it weren't solid enough, if the hockey were shattered, the flesh and blood of the entire arm would be ground to bits." Linglong, 856323613. Is this little trick your reliance? Barrett felt that Ortolun was treating him like a complete joke. His tone and demeanor both conveyed this, which made him extremely angry. Thunder metallurgy. A flash of electricity erupted from Ortolun's hand, conducting through the iron sand. The next second, the iron sand layer that had originally clung to Barrett's arm was instantly solidified by high temperature. As if in an instant, Barrett was shackled with iron cuffs. Barrett ignored this, pushing off the ground again, and his figure violently smashed through the iron sand layer, blocking him. In the blink of an eye, he charged right in front of Ortolun, transforming his arm, now encased in iron armor, into a straight punch, striking fiercely at Ortolun's face. "This means nothing to me." Ortolun slid slightly underfoot. A flash of electricity coursed through him, and in the next moment, his figure had disappeared from Barrett's sight. The thunder fruit was that fast. Barrett's observation haki reacted quickly, and he instantly looked up into the sky, catching sight of Ortolun floating above. "Cast iron," Ortolun whispered softly. As his words fell, the heavy and dense iron sand surrounding Barrett surged, wrapping around him from all directions without any blind spots. Barrett swung his arms in an attempt to disperse the iron sand, but due to the control of electromagnetism, his counterattack was utterly ineffective. In just a few breaths, Barrett's figure was completely covered by the iron sand, and at that moment, Ortolun's lightning power arrived, instantly conducting through the countless grains of iron sand. In the blink of an eye, the scattered iron sand had coalesced into a single mass, forcibly turning Barrett into an iron sculpture. 1, 2, Ortolun silently counted in his heart. Even before he reached 3, Barrett's iron sculpture was instantly shattered into a pile of debris, and his figure burst out unscathed. Looking furious and humiliated as he glared at Ortolun and cursed, "Bastard you." However, Ortolun paid no attention to his foul language. Instead, he stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Indeed, this move is too flashy. It's useless against someone with slightly stronger strength. It can be excluded from the development of future techniques." Then he snapped his fingers, and the fallen iron fragments quickly flew up into the air. At that moment, it was as if Ortolun had consumed a float fruit. Immediately, dazzling lightning flashed through the air, and when one looked again, all the previously fallen iron fragments had transformed into metal spikes. Hundreds and thousands of spikes floated behind Ortolun, interconnected by a dense electric grid, looking imposing. This move is called Thunderstorm. Ortolun temporarily thought a name, looking down at Barrett in the air with a smile. As his words fell, the electric grid whirled, instantly granting all the spikes a boosting power, which propelled them down like a curtain of rain towards Barrett's position. Barrett was evidently quite confident in his physical capabilities, so he wrapped his haki around him, crossing his arms in front of him. But in the next moment, when the first spike struck his arm, he felt a twinge of pain. Understanding his own body, he suddenly realized that his haki had actually been pierced, injuring the muscles in his arm. With no time to think, just before being overwhelmed by the rain of spikes, an unusual energy wave erupted from Barrett. That's right. This guy was also a devil fruit user, possessing the Paramecia-type fusion fruit. Each spike, despite lacking gunpowder power, exploded upon impact, and the smoke quickly covered the beach, obscuring Barrett's figure as well. Ortolun assessed the move from the air, feeling the power of the explosion, and muttered to himself, "This move is not bad. It has a bit of a cluster-style electromagnetic cannon feel to it. However, controlling so many electromagnetic fields at once is too difficult. My mental capacity can't handle it. So the power is greatly diminished. If I want to increase the power, I have to reduce the number of attacks. A single electromagnetic cannon strike is the most powerful." With that thought, Ortolun quickly melted the remaining spikes behind him with lightning, forming a slightly larger iron cone, surrounded by a massive amount of electromagnetic energy ready to unleash. However, after a moment, Ortolun waved his hand and dissipated this power. He felt that the strike would indeed be excessive. It would truly rival the electromagnetic cannon, and he might accidentally kill that Barrett guy. After all, he still had many abilities to develop and hadn't fully unleashed them yet. He couldn't easily waste his experimental material. As the smoke cleared, a pockmarked area appeared on the beach, as if bombarded by cluster bombs. The intense heat had even crystallized some of the sand and gravel, creating a jagged and menacing appearance. Meanwhile, the spot where Barrett was located had bulged up into a large mound, resembling a fortress formed by special alloy fused with the sand, completely sealed off. Inside the fortress, Barrett looked at the wound on his arm, his expression serious. If it hadn't been for his quick reaction just now, he would have been severely injured by that cluster bomb attack. This gradual change, that bastard, is he experimenting with his abilities on me? A flash of anger crossed Barrett's eyes. Chapter 135. Breath of Thunder? I can do that too. Looking at the tightly sealed fortress on the beach, Ortolun didn't rush to attack. Instead, he pondered over his experiment in the air. Long-range strikes can be divided into two types. The first is pure energy attacks. The upper limit can temporarily be set as Celestial Bull. Ortolun thought to himself, the Celestial Bull is an extremely powerful attack. In a very short time, Ortolun can use a celestial level ability to transform the weather phenomena above the entire island into a thunderstorm, gathering immense thunderous power, resembling a divine celestial bull, to carry out a comprehensive strike from above. One hit is enough to sink the entire island. This is also the unique advantage of the nature system. As long as there is enough energy and stamina to keep up, destroying heaven and earth is indeed not a problem. When he used this move against Shiki at Marineford, he scared both Admiral Sengoku and Garp quite a bit. It was only through their combined technique that they managed to withstand the might of the Celestial Bull, which shows how terrifying its power is. As for the lower limit of this energy attack, it goes without saying that a simple long-range lightning strike from Ortolun serves as the lower limit. For ordinary foot soldiers, the power is not to be underestimated, but for someone with a bit of skill, it poses no threat. Following that, there are successive energy downgrades, with voltage as the main core of the attack. The stronger the voltage, the stronger the attack. Ortolun calculated in his mind. It could roughly be divided into units of 1,000,000 volts, 10 million volts, and 1,000,000,000. But in reality, this doesn't mean much, so Ortolun didn't think too deeply about it. Aside from energy attacks, the long-range method is through this electromagnetic cannon style, which in retrospect is indeed very powerful. Its advantage lies in precise strikes, capable of locking onto a single target, and its power can rise to a terrifying level with Ortolun's enhanced control over electromagnetism. Orton felt that his super electromagnetic cannon, when fully unleashed, could even severely injure his mother, Charlotte Lingling, who was known for her steel-like physique. Its speed was incredibly fast, hard to dodge, and its attack power was extremely strong. These were the advantages of the super electromagnetic cannon. It did have a drawback. Although it couldn't really be considered a flaw, its attack range was relatively small, and it required precise targeting, lacking the absolute momentum to destroy an entire island in one strike. However, this was well suited for a Navy officer like him. With its long-range attack capabilities, these two modes could handle the vast majority of situations without needing further consideration. After thinking carefully for a moment, Orton reached a conclusion. Just as Orton was contemplating this, the fortress suddenly cracked open in the middle, and then Barrett's figure shot out like a cannonball, directly charging at Orton in the air. Just right. It's time to test my close combat capabilities. Orton grinned, not dodging, and raised his arm to adopt a defensive posture. Barrett had prepared for Orton to dodge his charge with lightning speed, but when he saw Orton assume a blocking stance in midair, a fierce light flickered in his eyes, and he increased his strength even more. In an instant, Barrett's muscular figure was right in front of Orton, and then he swung down with a battle axe-like strike, his foot crashing down from above and landing heavily on Orton's arm. The powerful force erupted from Barrett and transmitted to Orton's arm, knocking him out of the air and crashing him swiftly to the ground. However, it was not a clumsy landing. Orton landed firmly on the beach, kicking up a large cloud of dust. He moved his arm that had been struck, finding that his defense had held, though he felt a bit of soreness from the powerful strike. I have to say, Barrett is quite impressive when it comes to physical fitness. Before Orton could think much more, Barrett's figure was already descending from the sky, his massive fist enveloped in a rich layer of armament hockey. Launching a punch straight at Orton. Still not avoiding or dodging, Orton took a deep breath and shouted, "Lightning release! Armor!" With a loud bang, dazzling lightning burst forth from Orton, instantly enveloping him in indigo, thunderous power, which flowed around his body like a true armor. Following that, Barrett's fist landed on Orton's shoulder. The tremendous power caused the ground to tremble, and the beach cracked apart, with large amounts of gravel flowing down the fissures. However, a hint of surprise appeared in Barrett's eyes. His punch was full of strength, yet it failed to shatter Orton's lightning release armor. In fact, he felt a continuous repelling force emanating from his fist, as if it was repelling his blow. That's right. The lightning release armor had undergone systematic upgrades in Orton's development. When he faced Kaido, he had used this technique before. At that time, the lightning release armor was a massive flow of electricity that continuously stimulated his cells, further enhancing Orton's Orton's physical capabilities. This time, the lightning release armor primarily enhanced Orton's defensive power, while he attached a vast amount of thunderous power to his body's surface. He also controlled the electromagnetic field of this thunderous armor to create a repelling force, which weakened the impact from his opponent. With Orton already possessing extremely strong physical qualities, adding such an excellent layer of defense essentially formed a concept of absolute defense. Barrett's strike was undoubtedly full power, but aside from the pressure of his strength, Orton felt no other pressure at all. It was all repelled by the lightning release armor. With a counterpunch, Orton's heavy fist slammed into Barrett's abdomen, sending him flying. After that, Orton did not pursue, but instead took another deep breath. Accompanying this deep breath, the rich lightning release armor seemed to thin out a bit. The previously thick and sticky thunder power became much clearer, and a large amount of thunder elements were drawn into his body. This was a transformation of modes. The previous mode was one of formidable defense, while now he returned to an enhanced version of the first-generation lightning release armor. The lightning power was absorbed into his body, wildly stimulating Orton's neurons and body cells, pushing his physical qualities into a violently heightened state. At this moment, Orton's eyes were fully charged with thunderous power, his pupils transforming into lightning as he locked onto Barrett, who had been knocked back several dozen meters and was just adjusting his stance upon landing. Pushing off, Orton's figure had not yet charged out when the ground beneath him exploded with a massive jet of airflow, mixed with lightning and gravel, creating a chaotic storm. It was as if time paused for a second, or perhaps it was just an illusion caused by Orton's incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Orton's figure shot out like heavy artillery, ripping through the air and leaving a deep trench in the ground. Barrett's reaction speed was also extremely fast. Sensing Orton's change, the ground beneath his feet morphed into flowing liquid metal, instantly covering him and giving him the appearance of a metallic robot. His arms were raised in front of him, exuding a powerful aura attached to this special alloy, forming a defensive stance that would be considered a last resort technique for Barrett. After all, he had once used this move on Roger's ship to withstand Rayleigh's slash. Therefore, Barrett was very confident in this defensive posture. This liquid superalloy was not only on his surface. As a Zoan-type user of a combined fruit, this special liquid alloy had completely seeped into Barrett's body, integrating with his bones and muscles, indeed making him proud of his defensive capabilities. However, Orton paid no mind to this. While Barrett assumed this defensive stance, he had already broken through to Barrett's front, followed by an elbow strike aimed at Barrett's arms. Heavy flow explosion, Orton shouted. Dazzling lightning instantly enveloped the surroundings, and Orton felt as though his elbow strike had collided with an indestructible object. Even the lightning release armor on his elbow shattered. This allowed him to physically feel the solidity of his opponent. Even though he was made of steel and iron, he could still feel the sharp pain in his elbow, but this sharp pain was only for a moment. The next instant, a crisp shattering sound came from the noisy crackling of electricity, and Barrett's metallic robot-like body was blasted away like heavy artillery. Due to its weight, he did not soar through the air, but rather rolled across the ground for dozens of turns, sliding out several hundred meters before crashing into the cliffs at the end of the beach, finally coming to a stop. As the swirling dust settled, Orton exhaled, and with this breath, the lightning release armor on his surface once again became rich and dense. Indeed, the transition between this absolute offensive mode and absolute defensive mode mainly relies on the fluctuations of Orton's aura. When he takes a deep breath, he can lock the thunder element within his body to stimulate his physical abilities, and when he exhales, he can channel the immense physical pressure of the thunder power back into the armor on his surface. To some extent, it can also be referred to as a kind of breath of thunder. Rubbing his swollen elbow, Orton looked at the distant rocky ruins with appreciation and said, "In terms of that defensive mode, just now, it's indeed formidable. Even I have to admit, you've got something, Barrett." Meanwhile, in the rocky ruins, Barrett was clutching his chest. His proud alloy defense had already shattered on the surface like glass. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, clearly having suffered serious injuries. He looked gloomily at Orton without saying a word. Chapter 136. With thunder, uphold justice, shatter darkness. At this moment, Barrett seemed to understand why Orton had previously referred to him as a frog at the bottom of a well. This Rear Admiral was completely not on the same level as Rear Admiral Wolf from G5, right? His ultra-alloy defense, which could fully withstand Rayleigh's slash, was unexpectedly broken by Orton in such a simple and crude manner. which truly caught Barrett off guard. Could he be stronger than Rayleigh? This was Barrett's first thought, but then he quickly realized, damn it, Rayleigh had gone easy on him back then. This old man misled me. It was precisely because Rayleigh had gone easy on him that Barrett developed a distorted judgment of his own strength. Moreover, after that, he had not actually fought with true top-tier experts like Shiki, Red Count, or Whitebeard. At most, he had battled someone like Crocodile, which led Barrett to have no intuitive experience of the gap in strength between himself and top-tier powerhouses. It was only upon encountering Orton that he realized how foolish he had been. However, as a seasoned veteran who had fought his way through the battlefield, Barrett quickly adjusted his mindset. He did not let the realization of these issues throw him off balance. He soon regained his composure and slowly stood up from the rocky ruins. At this moment, he had already realized that there was an insurmountable gap in physical abilities between him and Orton, and thus he no longer intended to win this battle through fighting techniques and the like. He was an ability user. The battle had only just begun. "Don't get too cocky, you bastard," Barrett said to Orton with a dark gaze. As his voice fell, a strange wave of energy spread out from beneath his feet, and then the entire island seemed to come alive, beginning to tremble, twist, and change. Orton naturally noticed all of this. He turned his head to look at the port town at the end of the beach on the other side, where the buildings had already been affected by Barrett's energy, collapsing at an alarming speed, and then the ruins transformed into a torrent, sweeping towards Barrett. From the observation of his observation hockey, it was clear that not only the port town, but the entire island was undergoing such changes. Buildings were collapsing, mountains were crumbling, and numerous underground hot springs were erupting chaotically. The whole of Frania Island seemed to have become Barrett's home ground. The torrent that gathered quickly submerged Barrett, who was hundreds of meters away. Various debris from the ruins was continuously reorganizing at a dizzying speed, forming substances that Orton couldn't comprehend at all. However, Orton had no intention of stopping Barrett. Instead, he calmly took a cigarette out of his pocket, bit it, and instead of using his powers to light it, he pulled out a delicate flint lighter to ignite the cigarette. He flicked the lighter to extinguish the flame and returned it to his pocket. Speaking of which, he had received this lighter as a gift from Guillaume when he left headquarters. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Orton smacked his lips and said, "Is it time to showcase your combined abilities? Go for it. I'm looking forward to it." In his memory, Barrett could merge himself with everything on the island, evolving into a super beast form similar to Godzilla. That form was indeed powerful. A casual strike could shatter and shake the island, and coupled with Barrett's mastery of hockey, he could even envelop that massive body with his armament hockey, creating an immense destructive force. Orton was genuinely interested in this form, mainly to see just how big this giant creature could get. Meanwhile, on the sea not too far from Frania Island, the white whale, Moby Dick, had arrived here without anyone noticing. On the deck, Newgate held a wine flask, drinking while observing the changes on the island at the horizon. "That guy Roger really has some monsters on his ship." Newgate raised an eyebrow and commented. But judging from his nonchalant demeanor, it was clear that Barrett's transformation was just a good show to Newgate. For him, the strongest man, any giant creature the size of an island was nothing more than something he could shatter with a single punch. If that wasn't enough, he could always take 2 or 3 punches to blow it up. "Old man, the real monster should be that Navy guy named Orton, right?" Marco, holding a telescope, couldn't help but exclaim. They had essentially watched the battle between Orton and Barrett the entire time. At first, Marco thought it would be an evenly matched contest, but as he watched, he realized that the Navy named Bane Orton had almost completely crushed Barrett. From the rhythm of the battle to his demeanor, Orton had never regarded Barrett as a threat. Instead, it felt as if he was treating Barrett as a plaything. When Newgate referred to Barrett as a monster, he did so with disdain in his eyes, but when Marco mentioned Orton, Newgate paused in his drinking, a serious look appearing in his eyes as he said, "Indeed, that guy is quite a troublesome character." He had never fought Orton, nor had they even met, but Newgate, with his keen insight as a top-tier powerhouse, could sense Orton's difficulty just by observing the battle with Barrett. Possessing excellent physical attributes and the Thunder Fruit, Newgate had pondered for a long time and realized a very serious issue. This guy named Bane Orton was not only powerful, but also incredibly balanced, showing no obvious weaknesses, at least none that he had noticed. This indicated that this guy would definitely be hard to deal with. Although Orton had not yet truly reached the pinnacle of the world, if he fully developed into a well-rounded hexagonal warrior, he would certainly pose a significant threat to Whitebeard. At the same time, on the island, the giant monster formed by Barrett was gradually reaching its peak state. At this moment, The center of gravity of this giant had shifted from the beach at the edge of the island to the central area, occupying the mountains that originally had abundant hot spring sources. However, it was now towering even higher than those mountains, even larger than the Justice Fortress of Marineford. From the perspective of its imposing presence, this creature was the most intimidating enemy Orton had ever encountered. Even merely swaying its arms could cause the entire island to tremble slightly, as if it could no longer bear the weight of this giant beast. Still on the beach, Orton, with the cigarette in his mouth, exhaled the last puff of smoke, then tossed the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it. The time for one cigarette wasn't too slow, Orton said with a hint of a smile. Meanwhile, the giant beast, transformed by Barrett, looked at Orton with its crimson eyes. At this moment, Orton was also unsure whether Barrett's current state was a complete fusion of his body with the monster, or if he had merely forcibly gathered this massive form while controlling it from within as a mecha pilot. However, none of this mattered anymore. The reason he gave Barrett time to showcase this form was that he wanted to assess whether his heavenly bull was as powerful as he imagined. Orton said with a smile. As his words fell, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky over 100 meters high, his eyes bursting with intense lightning energy as he continuously emitted large amounts of thunderous energy. At that moment, Orton seemed to have transformed into the god of thunder, aiming to change the weather of this island and even the surrounding sea. An endless surge of lightning power erupted from his body, forming pillars of light that shot into the boundless sky. And with the influx of this energy, the originally white clouds began to change. In just a few breaths, the clouds rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire island, simultaneously tainted by dark shadows, with silver snake-like lightning occasionally streaking across the dense, dark clouds. It was clearly daytime, yet the island, shrouded in dark clouds, seemed to have entered into night. At this moment, the giant beast on the island and the thunderstorm in the sky appeared to become the main characters of the entire world. The giant beast seemed to sense the unease and let out an angry roar at Orton in the sky, while the large cloak behind Orton, inscribed with the word justice, billowed in the wind. I will wield the power of thunder to uphold justice, shatter the darkness, and feel the wrath from the clouds, Orton said, a rebellious smile on his lips as he locked his gaze on the giant beast and, after a brief pause, growled, "Heavenly Bull." As Ortolun's voice fell, a thunderous roar like that of a bull erupted from the sky. In an instant, lightning flashed, and everyone in this sea area, as long as they looked up at the sky, seemed to see a bull, the size of an island, form from thunder roaring from the shadowy clouds. Kula la la la. On the Moby Dick, Newgate laughed at this scene and said, "What an incredible guy." Chapter 137 Ortolun. Being young is good. Just sleep at once. The furious celestial bull pawed the clouds twice with its hooves, then charged out, crashing towards the giant monster formed by Barrett on the island. The enormous monster seemed unwilling to back down, swinging its arms and throwing a punch in response. This simple action created a storm above the island, with fierce winds howling. And soon after, the thunder was upon them. As the saying goes, great sounds are rare, and great forms are formless. The collision of these two forces erupted into dazzling lightning, which spread out in a blinding white, depriving all who looked onto their sight. The next moment, a faint sound of thunderous shattering could be heard, but it was only for an instant, as if all things fell silent, with no further sound emerging. Then, as the white light dissipated, flames consumed everything. At that moment, the entire island seemed to turn into a powder keg, ignited and exploded. The massive explosion sending a gigantic mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, scattering the dark clouds above. The violent shockwave instantly covered the entire island, sweeping up a massive amount of smoke, dust, and debris, spreading in all directions, encroaching upon the sea in the blink of an eye. The sea, too, seemed unable to withstand such overwhelming force. The surface around the island appeared to be suppressed by an invisible current, lowering by 3 or 4 meters and revealing rocks that should not have been visible. Immediately afterward, the water that had been pushed down surged up, unable to resist the island, like a desperate populace fleeing in all directions. First came layers of waves, crashing and gathering to form currents, which intertwined and pressed against each other, rising again to become towering waves, quickly merging into a tsunami. The calm sea surface was torn apart by the tsunami, with monstrous waves dozens of meters high rising up rapidly and spreading around the island, showcasing the power of this strike. "That little devil is really impressive," Newgate commented with a smile, looking at the approaching tsunami with a calm expression. However, A transparent energy halo had already formed in his hand. The power of the tremor fruit. Just before the tsunami could engulf the Moby Dick, Newgate threw a punch forward. With a light crack, it sounded as if space had been shattered, revealing cracks like shattered glass. Then, the violent tremor power exploded outwards, instantly tearing apart the oncoming tsunami, creating a large hole. And the Moby Dick precisely passed through this hole, unharmed by the tsunami. Meanwhile, high above the island, Ortolun floated like a thunder god, his gaze fixed on a not-so-distant sea, watching the shattered tsunami and the Moby Dick passing through it. Even from a distance, Ortolun's gaze intersected with Newgate's, as if both were sizing each other up. Whitebeard, Ortolun whispered softly as he looked at the tall figure. The robust body, crescent-shaped mustache, and long golden hair cascading down like waves made him exclaim. Seeing this, Ortolun couldn't help but marvel. That golden-haired Whitebeard, this is the true peak period. The world's strongest man. It must be said that even though Whitebeard was merely observing from afar, Ortolun still felt a slight pressure from his imposing aura. Ortolun considered himself to be quite powerful now, and even in front of Whitebeard, he wouldn't shy away from a real fight. However, he admitted that he didn't have the same absolute confidence in victory as he did when facing Barrett. On the other hand, Whitebeard was also sizing up Ortolun, feeling that the Navy had struck gold. After a moment, Whitebeard waved his hand and said, "Set sail, let's go." "Old man, aren't we going to watch their fight?" Marco asked, puzzled. "Idiot." Whitebeard ruffled Marco's hair with his large hand and laughed. "The outcome is already decided. It's that Navy brat's victory." "Is that so?" Marco was not surprised, just a bit confused since he hadn't seen Barrett's condition. But since the old man had spoken, Marco shrugged and said, "Got it." Soon, the Moby Dick, docked nearby, began to move, turning around on the sea before swaggering away. Watching the Moby Dick gradually distance itself, Ortolun felt a slight sense of relief. "Why am I relieved?" Ortolun suddenly realized, rubbing his chin. After a moment, he helplessly chuckled to himself. Is this the deterrent power of the world's strongest? Even from so far away, I was subconsciously intimidated by his aura. This did puzzle Ortolun, as he had never felt this way when facing Roger, Shiki, or the Red Count. Only when facing Whitebeard did he feel the oppressive sensation of being treated as prey, even though that big shot hadn't done anything but watch him from afar. Very strange. Clearing these thoughts from his mind, Ortolun looked back towards the center of the island. Originally, the center of Frania Island was a mountain, where Ortolun had previously taken a bath in a hot spring hotel halfway up. Just now, that mountain had been devoured by Barrett's abilities. So the center of the island was now the site of that massive beast. Now, there was no mountain and no beast. Instead, a huge pit, estimated to be several dozen or even 100 meters deep, appeared there. The ground at the edge of the pit had been transformed into lava by the scorching lightning, with the soil and rocks charred black, waves of heat rising. Not just here, but the entire island, viewed from above, was filled with smoke, flames erupting, and the ground molten, resembling a hell on earth. The power of the Heavenly Bull might be even more formidable than I imagined. It truly qualifies as an island-destroying attack. Ortolun smacked his lips, reflecting on his own strength. Fortunately, back at Marineford, Admiral Sengoku and Mr. Garp had combined their efforts to neutralize this move in the sky. Otherwise, the Justice Fortress at Marineford would definitely not have survived, and Sengoku's new Marine headquarters plan could have been directly implemented. But I wonder how the newspapers will report this. Will they say Shiki destroyed Marineford? Or that the Navy self-destructed? Could it be described as the great pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, attempting to destroy the Navy headquarters? And the Navy, in order to prevent Shiki from destroying Marineford, preemptively destroyed Marineford? While thinking about this, Ortolun's observation hockey locked onto Douglas Barrett, who was lying at the bottom of the pit. Ortolun had initially planned to go down and pull him up, but sensing through hockey that the alloy inside him had not yet dissipated, Ortolun raised his hand from the air, unleashing electromagnetic energy that crackled with sparks in the air. He attempted to communicate with Barrett using electromagnetism, and soon saw Barrett's figure slowly rise from the bottom of the pit, being tossed onto the ground beside Ortolun. Then, Ortolun landed next to Barrett, looking at his miserable state. His body was charred black, his originally black military uniform completely torn apart, with tattered bits of fabric sparking occasionally on him. He had large areas of burns and scalds, and some areas that were clearly muscle tissue had completely carbonized, crumbling to pieces at the slightest touch. From his condition, it was clear he had fallen into a coma. Ortolun reached out to check his breath. Though weak, there's still some airflow. He's still alive. You look so sturdy, but it seems you're not that impressive after all. Even with Shiki having a ship's helm stuck on his head, he's still a bit stronger than you. Ortolun raised his hand and slapped Barrett's face twice. And when that didn't wake him, he helplessly muttered. Back at Marineford, that big shot Shiki had taken the Heavenly Bull head on. And even after enduring the combination move from Sengoku and Garp, he could still stand and talk a bit before finally succumbing to Ortolun's Thunder Bomb and falling into a baby-like sleep. Yet this Barrett, who looked even stronger than Shiki, took one hit from the Heavenly Bull and went straight to sleep. That's really disappointing. Indeed, it seems only after spending 20 years in Impel Down, tirelessly training, would Barrett reach his peak state. As of now, I can only say he hasn't fully matured yet. Seeing that this guy was indeed out of it, Ortolun took out a din mushy and dialed. After a while, Spandon's worried voice came through, asking, Vice Admiral Bane, how's it going on your end? Handled it. I thought this guy would be quite capable. But turns out he was just SOSO. You can come pick him up, Ortolun said, feeling a bit unsatisfied. After all, he still had some ability development he hadn't showcased on Barrett. It was indeed a bit of a regret. Upon hearing Ortolun's precise response, Spandon's tone became excited. As expected of you, Vice Admiral Bane. It turns out, being with such a big shot who is willing to support you means you can always enjoy good meals. This friend, Spandane, did not make a wrong choice. Chapter 138, G5 5-Year Development Plan. On Spandon's ship, Ortolun was sitting at the dining table, having a meal. After a while, Spandane walked in from outside the cabin, casually taking off his suit and hanging it on a rack, smiling as he said, Vice Admiral Bane, your strike was really ruthless. The doctor just said that if it had been any later, that guy might really have lost his life. That guy is the culprit behind our troubles at G5. How could I possibly show him mercy? Ortolun elegantly speared a piece of steak with his fork and chewed as he spoke, completely forgetting his principle of not eating beef. Spandane took the opportunity to pour a glass of red wine for Ortolun and then asked, So how do you think we should write this report? Ha ha, I think you should write it, Ortolun laughed and said, I'm just a rough person, not good with words. I trust you to handle it. Spandane was delighted to hear this, smiling as he said, Since Vice Admiral Bane thinks I handle things well, then I'll take care of this. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. If he writes the report, doesn't that mean he can share in the credit? Indeed, General Bane is an honest person. When he says he will take you along, he will definitely take you. Spandane is not someone who doesn't understand etiquette either. While sitting opposite Ortolun, he took out the din mushy and made a call. After a while, a young man's voice came from the other end, asking curiously, Dad, what's up? Where are you? Spandane inquired. I'm on my way to Water 7. The verdict on the Pirate King Roger's shipbuilding case has come down, and Spandam honestly reported from the din mushy. Well, that's perfect. Once you get to Water 7, get a death certificate for that guy named Tom. Just say he was arrested or something, it doesn't matter. He needs to be declared dead in name. As for the person, send him to CP9, got it? Spandane instructed. Huh? Why? Spandam asked in confusion. Don't worry about the why. Just do as I say. If you can't do it well, then you can forget about your CP5 job, you fool. After cursing, Spandane directly hung up the din mushy. Then, he looked a bit embarrassed at Ortolun and said, I'm really sorry. My son is a bit stupid, but don't worry. I'm not. Ortolun naturally knew what kind of situation Spandam was in and felt a bit sympathetic towards him. How could such a shrewd and capable person have such a useless son? However, he still smiled and said, still the same saying, I trust you to get things done. Hee. I will definitely get Tom to G5 at the fastest speed. As for the other shipwrights, I've already instructed them, and they'll be sent to G5 together. Spandam chuckled in response. After staying on Spandam's ship for 2 days, the Weasel's warship finally arrived. I have a lot to do regarding G5, so I'll trouble you to escort him back to Impel Down, Commander Spandam, Ortolun said cheerfully. Spandam replied with a serious expression, Leave it to us. You could trust us, Vice Admiral Bane. The two good friends didn't continue with the formalities, and soon, Ortolun boarded the warship and set sail, while Spandam and the others quickly headed towards the Red Earth continent. On the deck, the Weasel said with emotion, Your efficiency is quite fast. I haven't even arrived. And you've already dealt with that Barrett guy. It's not a big problem. Ortolun waved his hand and said, His reputation is loud, but in reality, it's just like that. I estimate that only someone like you would dare to evaluate him like this. Vice Admiral Wolf had quite a hard time before. The Weasel sighed lightly. His strength was not as formidable as Vice Admiral Wolf's, and if he had encountered Barrett, he would probably have suffered. After a moment of reflection, the Weasel continued, Regarding Kazuki Odin, we found out some more information. The Whitebeard pirates have already picked him up, and he has resumed his position as the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates. That guy really managed to escape from Kaido? Ortolun raised an eyebrow. He had previously suspected whether it was that imitation devil fruit user from Wano who transformed into Kazuki Oden's appearance and colluded with Kaido to execute some kind of plan against Whitebeard. But such a conspiracy would definitely be exposed once Newgate truly met Kazuki Oden. The imitation fruit is indeed powerful, but it absolutely cannot hide from a top expert like Newgate for a long time. A person's appearance can be imitated, but their aura, presence, and even strength cannot be replicated. Ortolun believes that Kazuki Oden, although a fool with no brains, does possess some unique traits and characteristics that cannot be imitated. Is there no movement from Wano? Ortolun asked again. No, the Beast Pirates haven't even pursued Kazuki Oden, and there hasn't been any news of Oden's family being taken out by Kaido. It seems that although there has been no movement reported, they probably escaped as well. The Weasel said. Kazuki Oden. Ortolun stroked his chin, then smiled and stopped thinking about it. Most likely, the whole family escaped to some unknown time period. And then Kazuki Oden fled Wano alone, right? What about G5 during my absence? Ortolun asked again. Currently, it is April of the year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. It seems like they just held a useless meeting at headquarters and then went back to the New World to capture a Barrett. It doesn't seem like it was long ago. In fact, Ortolun had already left G5 for several months. Everything is fine. The recruitment efforts have been effective, and we have replenished our forces to 20,000. However, if this continues, we won't have enough warships, the Weasel said. I've already started addressing the warship issue, and there will be results soon, so don't worry. Ortolun smiled and continued. This time I returned to headquarters, not only for the official business of the Seven Warlords, but I also discussed many private matters regarding G5 with Admiral Sengoku. What did Admiral Sengoku say? The Weasel asked curiously and with some concern. I candidly shared some of our matters with the Admiral, and he is willing to understand and support us. Of course, this is private. On the surface, as long as we don't report it, he wants to investigate, so we can keep it under wraps for as long as possible. Ortolun said. In other words, the headquarters will tacitly approve of our irregularities in G5? The Weasel pondered and asked. Yes, but we still need to act discreetly, at least as discreetly as possible, and not be too ostentatious, so as not to make things difficult for the headquarters in Mariejois. Ortolun reminded again. Then, as if he remembered something, he said, by the way, my term at G5 was originally set for about 2 to 3 years, but now it has changed. What do you mean? The Weasel asked, somewhat confused. It means that unless there are significant changes, I will continue to serve as the base commander at G5. Ortolun laughed. Initially, Ortolun thought that 2 to 3 years wouldn't be enough time. At most, it would lay a foundation, making it difficult for G5 to develop into a large scale. He had even planned to arrange for the Weasel or Ichiji to take over as base commander for sustainable development. However, after returning to headquarters and being candid with Admiral Sengoku, the Admiral also realized that this approach wouldn't work. So he prepared to arrange for Ortolun to remain at G5 for the long term. Until some significant event occurs, he will be reassigned back to headquarters. As for what constitutes a significant event, it could either be a major failure, such as Ortolun suffering a major setback in a new world, or it could be a big event that necessitates Ortolun's return to headquarters, such as selecting a new Marine Admiral. Before the Weasel could fully process this news, Ortolun continued. Therefore, some of the previous plans need to be changed. We will have things to attend to. For example, while it is easy to replenish the lower-tier troops, Ortolun is also short on personnel at the officer level. Currently, he can only trust the Weasel and Ichiji, and Virgo is barely a usable tool. He still has a long way to go. He needs to find another batch of helpers. In this regard, Admiral Sengoku has also provided significant convenience. Originally, he had set a limit of 2 rear admirals for Ortolun, but now, that limit has been quietly loosened. This means that as long as no one reports it, you can form a 100-officer team in G5 and the headquarters won't bother with you. It must be said that with Admiral Sengoku giving the green light, many things have indeed become easier to accomplish. Ortolun plans to return to G5 and first formulate a 5-year development plan to proceed step by step. Chapter 139 Ortolun, Squirrel. Your bottom line is getting lower and lower. After Ortolun and Squirrel returned to G5, they quietly spent more than 2 months there. As expected, Spandane did not go back on his word and quickly sent a large group of unemployed shipwrights from Water 7 along with Master Tom to G5. At this moment, in Ortolun's office at the base, he was bent over his desk writing a plan. On the sofa opposite the desk, Squirrel sat there, holding documents and reporting some news. Regarding the training, Xiao had already entered a state of readiness. but they still lacked a commander who could lead people out. Relying solely on Yixiao was still not efficient. When do you plan to recruit people from the headquarters? Squirrel asked. Currently, the division of labor among the three of them in G5 was roughly that Ortolun coordinated the overall situation. Squirrel acted as Ortolun's assistant to fill in the gaps. And Yixiao basically lived outside with the G5 fleet, constantly looking for pirates to train and striving to elevate G5's naval combat capability to an elite level. With Yixiao's strength, as long as he didn't provoke any top bosses in the New World, he could handle things, so Ortolun felt reassured. I've been in contact with Guion. She said that after she finishes her current tasks, she will apply to be transferred to us at G5, Ortolun said without raising his head. Indeed, the first person Ortolun recruited was Guion, as he had a relatively good relationship with her, was quite familiar with her, and had a higher level of trust. Aside from Guion, Ortolun had also contacted Fire Mountain and Kaji, but Fire Mountain was currently executing some confidential mission and couldn't get away in the short term, so he couldn't come. As for Kaji, he had ended up under the command of Carp, and the two of them together were like rotten fish looking for rotten shrimp, spending their days indulging in drinking, gambling, and debauchery, becoming a beautiful sight at the headquarters as a pair of slacking buddies. On the contrary, Kazan, due to his promotion to Vice Admiral, had taken on a role as a base commander and no longer mixed with that old lecher Carp. Kaji had originally been uninterested in G5, mainly because he didn't want to work under Ortolun, as he always felt that Ortolun was his romantic rival. However, after Ortolun revealed that he had invited Guion to take a position here and that Guion had already agreed, Kaji immediately agreed without hesitation, saying he would find time to report to Carp and come to G5 in the capacity of an external assistant. In name, he would still be directly under Carp, but in reality, he would work at G5, which was good as it complied with regulations and didn't require any sneaky actions. After receiving the response from GG, Ortolun felt quite emotional, exclaiming how useful this Fei Yang is. Speaking of which, the New World has been quite lively recently, with figures like Moonlight Moria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Dracula Mihawk starting to make their mark in the New World, causing quite a stir. Today, someone attacked Wang Ji's Hive Island, and tomorrow there will be conflicts with the Big Mom pirates. The clash of old and new forces has already begun to erupt in the New World. Moreover, it's not just the people Ortolun is familiar with. Aside from Doflamingo and the others, there's a large number of formidable pirates that Ortolun has no impression of, stirring up trouble in the New World. It's likely that this group will either become stepping stones for the four emperors or be consumed by them as resources. But for now, they're still full of passion and vigor. For example, on the side of Yixiao, he has encountered a guy named Slackminged multiple times. This guy is a Paramecia-type user of the crushed fruit, very arrogant, and indeed strong, having fought several times with Yixiao without being taken down. However, there's a force in the New World that is quite transcendent, which is the Whitebeard pirates. Ever since Crocodile challenged Whitebeard and was defeated, there hasn't been any news of formidable characters challenging Whitebeard for a long time. But the Whitebeard pirates really seem to be quite laid back. As long as no one provokes them, they don't seem to stir up trouble. Of course, this mainly refers to the members of Whitebeard's crew. The various pirate crews under him are still very active, causing chaos in various seas and engaging in fierce battles with a new generation of pirates. Occasionally, some powerful characters might provoke Whitebeard to personally step in and take them as adopted sons or something, seeing that Ortolun already had arrangements. The Weasel didn't push the matter further, but continued to report. Regarding our shipbuilding project, we first need to find a suitable island to serve as the shipyard. This island shouldn't be too far from our G5 base and also needs to have station troops for protection. Do you have any suitable recommendations? Ortolun inquired. Yes, I've already marked a suitable island on this nautical chart. You can just pick one. The Weasel directly took out a nautical chart from the folder in his pocket and placed it on Ortolun's desk. Orton nodded, accepted the nautical chart, but did not immediately look at it. The flying squirrel was not surprised and continued to speak. However, building ships requires more than just technology. We need a large amount of suitable wood, as well as various equipment like machine tools. But that's not even the most important part. I conducted a survey and estimated that once we start the shipbuilding plan, our financial pressure will be significant. Just relying on them to go out and eliminate pirates won't be enough to maintain the shipbuilding department's operations. We need a more stable source of funding. When it came to finances, Orton felt a bit overwhelmed. Without being in charge, he truly did not understand the cost of essentials. The previous military presence from various countries' plan could only address certain issues regarding manpower and military expenses, but the G5 headquarters still needed to handle its own troop expenses. The Navy headquarters wouldn't provide support, so they could only rely on raiding pirates. If they could maintain a balance between income and expenditure, that would already be quite good. Where would there be any leftover money for shipbuilding? Ortolun actually thought about starting something like the Land of Gold on the Sky Island. But in the end, he suppressed that idea. It's not appropriate. The current G5 doesn't have the capability to handle such terrifying funds. Once exposed, it would be a big problem. Do you have any good ideas or suggestions regarding funding channels? Ortolun rubbed his temples and asked irritably. The flying squirrel hesitated for a moment and then gritted its teeth and said, I do, but might not sound very good for our reputation. What do you mean? Ortolun raised an eyebrow and asked. Reputation? What is reputation? Is having money not more important? Protection fees, the flying squirrel said in a low voice. Ortolun was taken aback and said in surprise, haven't we always been collecting protection fees? The station troops are a form of protection fee. But since the troops are already stationed, it would be somewhat unethical to raise the price. Those nobles probably wouldn't be easy to negotiate with. I'm not talking about the protection fee for the station troops. What I mean is that we can start charging a protection fee for merchant ships passing through the waters under our jurisdiction, like a protection fee in toll. The mole said, his eyes flickering slightly. Ortolun listened to this, and after a moment of silence said, your bottom line is getting lower and lower. Isn't this just turning into a highway robbery by pirates? Not all pirates are ruthless villains who kill everyone. The more established pirates understand sustainability and don't exhaust their resources. For the merchant caravans they hunt, they usually just take a portion of the funds as protection money. As long as the payment is made, they let them pass. After all, if you kill all these caravans, who would dare come in the future? If no one comes, how can you continuously drain resources? Hedgehog, hearing this, helplessly said, what else can we do? I'm not a business genius. These are the only lousy ideas I can come up with. If we expand the scale of the shipbuilding industry, while building warships, can we also include regular ships and start a boat-selling business? Would that work? Ortolun pondered for a moment and asked, I don't know, I haven't studied these things. In my opinion, we still need to find a talent in business. This funding issue is really giving me a headache. We're all just rough folks. How will we understand these things? Hedgehog said very helplessly. Ortolun listened to this and scratched his head, glancing at the nautical chart that the flying squirrel had placed on the table, his gaze settling on the Sabati archipelago. I wonder if Gildazoro is there right now. Maybe I should take some time to check it out. Chapter 140. The Revolutionary Army is established. Crocodile becomes Shichibukai. The Sabati archipelago, the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line. This is an archipelago supported by the world's largest red tree, the Yarkaman Groves, consisting of 79 branches, thus forming 79 similar islands. The Sabati archipelago is a very special place. It is close to the Red Line and serves as the endpoint island of the first half of the Grand Line. To enter the New World, you either need connections to go from the Sabati archipelago to Mariejois, crossing the Red Line, or you need to coat your ship at the Sabati archipelago, submerge to Fishman Island, and pass through Fishman Island to enter the New World. Aside from that, there are no so-called conventional methods. At the same time, this island is also directly governed by the celestial dragons, making it akin to the backyard of Mariejois. Celestial dragons often come here to play, randomly killing some unfortunate souls, taking others' wives, or buying slaves. Because it is the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line, it constantly attracts pirates and scoundrels from various seas, including but not limited to slave-hunting teams from the underworld, ruthless pirates, and mafia groups. They have tacitly settled on islands 1 to 29 of the Sabati archipelago, turning the place into a den of chaos. At this moment, on Island 13, Orton was holding a newspaper, walking through this lawless area. The lawless zone was indeed chaotic. Orton had already witnessed 4 fights between scoundrels since walking from a port, which were brutal enough to make him feel quite fearful. It was far too violent here. However, his attention was not on the chaos, but on the newspaper, as a major event had occurred in the past couple of days. The Salb Kingdom in the South Sea was breached by the Revolutionary Army, and then the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, publicly declared in the newspaper that their Revolutionary Army would officially be renamed to the Revolutionary Army from today onwards, and he also read their program in the paper. The lengthy declaration could be summarized as, I want to overthrow the world government, hang all the celestial dragons in Mariejois, and return the world to a clear sky. Once the Revolutionary Army's declaration came out, the whole world was shaken, although he had not yet received any news. Orton could already imagine the shocked and furious expressions of the noble lords in Mariejois. However, even though Dragon's Revolutionary Army had publicly declared itself an enemy of the world government and stated that their main goal was to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule over the world government. In reality, he was not the first to do such a thing. Orton was no longer the clueless newcomer to this world. He was an elite trained by the Navy. His academic performance was excellent. In Orton's impression, organizations similar to the Revolutionary Army had appeared numerous times during the over 800 years of world government rule. Almost every couple of hundred years, such anti-world government organizations would emerge. When Orton first learned this information, he was not surprised, as it was normal. If the world government had been established for over 800 years and only Dragon and the Revolutionary Army had caused trouble, that would be too incredible, as it would mean the world government's rule was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, judging by the fact that the world government still stood tall in Mariejois, while those organizations that had once declared they would hang the celestial dragons had all disappeared, it was clear that in these struggles, the ultimate victors were always the world government. Therefore, it was likely that soon the world government would implement a series of policies to curb the development of the Revolutionary Army. They had experience in this area. Orton looked at the photos of the Revolutionary Army members in the newspaper, unable to help but sigh. The people in the photos displayed their faces unabashedly, seemingly afraid that the world government would not see them clearly. Standing in the center was Dragon, the son of Garp, Orton's designated scapegoat. Beside him were a few members who looked somewhat youthful, but who would later become leaders of various Revolutionary Army factions, as well as Dragon's co-founder, Ivankov. However, these were not the focus of Orton's attention. He was more concerned with the smiling Ginny and the serious and steady Bartholomew Kuma. Indeed, even though Orton had altered much of Dragon's trajectory, in the end, Bartholomew Kuma and Ginny still chose to join the Revolutionary Army. According to the information Orton had received, the explosive news originally planned for today's newspaper was not about the Revolutionary Army, but about the first Shichibukai. Previously, Crocodile, who had failed to challenge Whitebeard Edward Newgate and lost an arm due to betrayal by his crew, had been invited to join the Shichibukai organization, becoming the first Shichibukai. This represented the official establishment of the Shichibukai system and indicated a further decline in the integrity of the world government. Originally, this was a very explosive matter and should have stirred up a huge wave at sea. But now it seemed that Dragon's Revolutionary Army was clearly more eye-catching, as Crocodile would not dare to openly declare in the newspaper that he would hang the celestial dragons. Just as Orton was reading these news articles in the newspaper, the transponder snail in his pocket rang. Ortolun casually closed the newspaper, took out the snail phone to take a look, raised an eyebrow, and said with a hint of surprise, "Doflamingo?" Without hesitation, Ortolun picked up the snail phone and asked, "What's the matter?" "Fufufu, General Ben, good afternoon. Did you pay attention to the news today?" Doflamingo greeted with his unique and distinctive laughter. Ortolun also said with a smile, "I'm watching, it's really interesting." "Yes, it's very interesting. The changes in the world are truly different every day. If one can't quickly adjust their state, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with the pace of this chaotic era." Doflamingo teased. After a casual exchange of pleasantries, Doflamingo asked, "How much do you know about the 7 warlords of the sea?" Vice Admiral Bain. "Oh." Ortolun responded pretentiously, then continued. "The world government plans to recruit 7 pirates with sufficient prestige and strength to join the 7 warlords of the sea organization. The purpose of this organization is to absorb pirate power to mitigate the devastating impact of the Great Pirate Era. It has a bit of a using thieves to catch thieves feel. So, do you think the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea has a future?" Doflamingo pondered and asked again. "Heh." Ortolun chuckled twice and said, "That depends on who sits in that position. If someone like Gecko Moria takes it, can we say it has a future?" Doflamingo smiled and asked, "Do you think I have that opportunity? Am I suitable?" "To be honest, your reputation and strength as a pirate are still not enough to qualify. If you want to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you need to do something big to prove your ferocity," Doflamingo, Ortolun said. "Exactly. Don't be misled by Doflamingo's later status in the 7 warlords of the sea. He is actually just a small-time player now." This was also why Crocodile looked down on Doflamingo. Crocodile had already stirred up trouble in the New World for a long time and boldly challenged the Whitebeard pirates at a young age. Although he was defeated, that was actually expected. If he had won, that would be unusual. Such a defeat did not affect Crocodile's prestige in the pirate industry. After all, not everyone could survive after challenging the Whitebeard pirates. From this perspective, Crocodile had already shown considerable strength. In comparison, Doflamingo could at most be considered a small-time crook from the North Sea. He hadn't achieved any remarkable events in the pirate world. Therefore, as Ortolun said, Doflamingo's fame and strength were still insufficient, and he needed to prove himself properly. On the other end of the transponder snail, in a certain sea area of the New World, on the Flamingo, Doflamingo squatted under the mast, listening to Ortolun's response from the transponder snail. He raised his hand and stroked his chin. Is that so? It seems I still have many shortcomings. However, I personally believe you are a very capable and resourceful guy. If you can secure the identity of the 7 warlords of the sea, it would indeed be a very suitable position for you. It should bring you great benefits and help. Ortolun encouraged Doflamingo again. Doflamingo felt a bit comforted. This big shot still had a good opinion of him. However, before Doflamingo could be modest, Ortolun continued, but your identity is quite special. The people in Mariejois may not be willing to see you thrive. So if you want to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the difficulty doesn't lie with the Navy. As a partner, as long as you can show me enough value, I can help you with the Navy. But the arrogance and prejudice of those noble lords in Mariejois will need you to resolve yourself. When Ortolun said this, he was still calculating in his heart. Doflamingo was also a clever person. He should be able to understand his intentions, right? He was in urgent need of money now. If the Don Quixote family was willing to generously support him, Ortolun wouldn't mind selling the position of Warlord of the Sea to Doflamingo. Chapter 141. Void Debt Collection. Ortolun. Orton mentioned the special identity of Doflamingo and keywords like Mariejois. On the other end of the phone, Doflamingo's eyes darkened under his sunglasses, and even the sinister smile that had always been on his face turned somewhat grim. He should have been a celestial dragon, high above, but now he had to struggle in the mud. Seeing in the newspaper today that the Revolutionary Army, led by Dragon, announced they would hang all those celestial dragons in Mariejois, Doflamingo even felt a bit inclined to join Dragon's ranks. That's right, Don Quixote Doflamingo, a descendant of 20 kings, now also wanted to drag those lofty celestial dragons into the mud and hang them. After a moment of silence, adjusting his emotions, Doflamingo's lips curled back into that sinister smile as he spoke. I wonder what you, Vice Admiral Bane, think would be considered showing enough value? He felt confident he could handle matters regarding Mariejois. However, his relationship with the Navy had always been somewhat tense, and he lacked sufficient connections within the Navy to change anything. Now that Bane Orton was willing to mediate, he was naturally quite willing to accept. Prepare 2 billion berries for me, and send the money to G5. As long as you can manage things on the Mariejois side, I will immediately arrange for you to become a warlord of the sea. Orton asked for money without a second thought. Doflamingo was momentarily stunned. Was he really that bold? Knowing full well he was a vice admiral, one might think he was an admiral. 2 billion is not a small amount. After regaining his composure, Doflamingo wanted to negotiate. However, Orton smiled and said, Doflamingo, for someone like you who controls a significant portion of the dark world in the North Sea, 2 billion berries may not be a small sum, but it's not an unmanageable astronomical figure, is it? Ortolun is indeed a man who has spent some time with Capone and has learned a bit of that guy's shamelessness. So before Doflamingo could speak again, Ortolun continued, 2 billion, you won't regret it or be deceived. After all, if you pay this 2 billion and manage to establish a connection with Mariejois, I can arrange for you to become a warlord of the sea. But if you don't pay this 2 billion, even if you manage to establish a connection with Mariejois, I can still ensure you won't become a warlord of the sea. Doflamingo listened to this, and his face twitched unnaturally for a moment before he said in a low voice, to be honest, Admiral Bane, if you were to leave the Navy and become a pirate or a villain, you would definitely have a bright future. He, Doflamingo, had been a small tyrant in the North Sea for so many years, and now he had entered the pirate world, thinking about many potential encounters. But he never expected that his first experience of being extorted would come from the Navy. Ortolun said in a frivolous tone, with your connections and intelligence network, I guess you should know whose blood flows in me, right? Doflamingo was completely speechless because Ortolun was right. Before he decided to cooperate with Ortolun, he indeed spent a lot of effort gathering information about him. With his special identity and connections, he knew some secrets. However, a couple of years ago, Ortolun's special identity was still highly classified, but since the O'Hara Scholar incident, Mariejois had also noticed him, and the Navy no longer used smoke screens. There was even a time when the Navy's Public Relations Department drafted a particularly clever plan to showcase Ortolun as a star admiral of the Navy, aiming to demonstrate the Navy's enlightenment and inclusiveness to all levels of the world. Of course, in the end, this clever plan was vetoed by Admiral Sengoku, and the head of the Public Relations Department was demoted. 2 billion berries is not a problem. I hope, Admiral Bane, that you can keep your word. Doflamingo finally took a deep breath and agreed to this condition. Ortolun said with a smile, "Don't worry. Although I deal in arms trafficking, accept dirty money, and extort protection fees, I am mainly focused on credibility. As long as the money is in place, whatever I promise you will definitely be no problem." Listening to Ortolun's generous self-introduction, Doflamingo couldn't be bothered to nitpick anymore. After briefly brushing Ortolun off with a few words, he quickly hung up the phone. Ortolun looked at the disconnected transponder snail, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Really, many people are eager to give me money, but I don't even want it. Doflamingo, you better seize the opportunity." As he thought about this, Ortolun considered the candidates for the warlords of the sea in his mind and pondered that since someone had to become a warlord, why not find a way to make himself the middleman? Any pirate who wanted to become a warlord of the sea would have to pay me a self-recommendation fee first, and then I could help them. It was likely that once Crocodile became a warlord of the sea, a large number of pirates would be interested in this position, right? If I collected 200 billion berries from each of them, that would add up to 1,400 billion berries for 7 people. That would be enough for me to build hundreds of warships. Damn! Thinking of this, Ortolun immediately took out the notebook he had with him and wrote down an IOU. "You owe me 200 billion berries, you bastard crocodile. When I run into you, if you dare to renege on this debt, I'll make your other hand into a hook too." After quickly recording the IOU, Ortolun muttered angrily to himself. Even after writing the IOU, Ortolun still felt unsatisfied and immediately dialed the transponder snail to that weasel guy. The weasel was currently acting as the base commander of G5 in Ortolun's absence. That's right, Ortolun had taken a paid leave directly. As the base commander of G5, he approved his own vacation, which was perfectly fine, right? "Hello, Ortolun." The weasel answered the transponder snail with some confusion. "By the time you should have arrived at Sabati Archipelago, right? Is there something going on?" I just arrived at Sabati Archipelago. Can you help me find the contact information for the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Sand Crocodile? Since he is now a warlord, the headquarters should have this information recorded. Once you find it, help me get in touch with him and tell him to pay back the 200 billion berries he owes us at G5 as soon as possible." Ortolun instructed. The weasel was dumbfounded and asked in a daze, "Wait, when did we at G5 have any dealings with Crocodile? Where did he owe us 200 billion? I just made a deal with Doflamingo for 200 billion berries. I pushed him to become a warlord of the sea, but you know me, I prioritize fairness and justice. Doflamingo paid to become a warlord, so why should that bastard Crocodile get a free pass? Tell him that if he dares not to pay, he better avoid me in the future, or I'll break his legs," Ortolun said arrogantly. The weasel scratched his head on the other end of the transponder snail and said in a confused tone, "In the past, when investigating corruption, I've heard of various branches of the Navy selling ranks and positions. But this is the first time I've heard of someone directly selling a position as a warlord of the sea. Just tell me if it violates our Navy's regulations or not," Ortolun sneered. The weasel clicked his tongue and said, "You know what? There really aren't any regulations on this. Then I'm still a good Navy officer who abides by the law. What are you afraid of? Just go ask for the money. It's not just that damn sand crocodile. From now on, anyone who becomes a warlord of the sea, you ask them for money too. If anyone wants to argue, let them come find me personally," Ortolun said with righteous indignation. "If I can't deal with Whitebeard, how can I not deal with you warlords of the sea?" The weasel on the other end of the line wanted to complain about Ortolun calling himself a law-abiding Navy officer. But then he remembered that he had previously suggested to Ortolun to set up roadblocks and charge protection fees to merchants. So he felt he didn't have the right to say anything. Back in the day, he had joined the Navy family with a sense of justice. But how had it come to this? Meanwhile, far away on Queen of Spring Island, Crocodile, who was planning to head to Alabasta, suddenly sneezed. He looked around in confusion, wondering if some broke guy was plotting against him. Chapter 142, The Diligent Tezzalo. On a small hillside on Island 13 of Sabati Archipelago, Ortolun held a map of the island and compared it with the distant small tavern, clicking his tongue. With that name and location, it should be right. The distant small tavern was called Shaki's Tavern. The owner, Shaki, was once the Empress of Amazon Lily and had been a great pirate for a time, even chased around by carp. In addition, the Pirate King's right-hand man, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, should also be living here in seclusion, enjoying a sweet life with Shaki. However, Ortolun wasn't here to cause trouble for Rayleigh. He was here to find that guy, Guild Tesoro. But Sabati Archipelago was vast, with over 70 islands, and many unseen villains lived on the islands, making it chaotic and populated. It would be very troublesome for him to find someone among all of that. In this situation, he needed to find a local snake to help him, and coincidentally, Shaki was the local informant with the most up-to-date information, definitely a qualified local. While Ortolun might take a long time to find someone on his own, if he had Shaki's help, he should be able to find the person quickly. Soon, Ortolun arrived in front of the tavern. Just as he was about to push the door open, he saw the door being opened from the inside. And then he saw Shaki dragging a bloodied and unconscious person out. Shaki seemed surprised to see someone at the door and instinctively replied, Sorry. This customer just refused to pay, so there was some unpleasantness. She hadn't finished her sentence when she suddenly recognized Ortolun. Since she was out handling personal business, Ortolun wasn't wearing his Navy Justice cloak. Instead, he wore sunglasses that covered most of his face, a flashy beach shirt, and shorts, looking just like a tourist. But Shaki, being an informant and having a pirate background, how could she not recognize Ortolun even in this getup? However, being an experienced pirate, Shaki quickly composed herself after a brief moment of surprise and said, "Oh, are you here to cause trouble?" Ortolun smiled brightly and said, "No, I'm here to seek help." "Well, that's quite a rarity, the Navy coming to me for help." Shaki casually tossed the unfortunate fellow who had fainted in her hands far into the river, then looked Ortolun up and down. Without waiting for Ortolun to speak again, she invited, "If you have something to discuss, come in and talk." Ortolun was not polite either. Following Shaki into the tavern, he then saw a messy middle-aged man lying on the sofa, his face covered by a newspaper, wearing flip-flops that barely hung on his toes. Sound asleep, from the wine jug that had fallen to the ground beside him, it was clear that this guy had likely gotten drunk during the day. Although his face was covered, Ortolun recognized him at a glance. The drunkard lying on the sofa was none other than Rayleigh, that old rascal. Shaki didn't show any mercy to Rayleigh either, kicking him on the calf and scolding, "Stop sleeping. Can't you see we have a guest?" Rayleigh groggily removed the newspaper from his face and mumbled, "What guest?" Then he saw Ortolun's mischievous smile and suddenly jolted awake, sitting up straight on the sofa, saying, "You little brat with a bad temper, are you here to catch me?" "Not at all. I couldn't care less about you, but since I ran into you, I actually have a question to ask. That Douglas Barrett, did he really match you evenly?" Ortolun asked with a grin. Seeing that Ortolun didn't seem to have any malicious intent, Rayleigh casually picked up a cup of already cold tea from the coffee table and drank it in one gulp before replying, "You already know the answer to that, don't you?" "That's true." Ortolun shrugged and didn't press further. He had fought against Rayleigh before. Although he was young and hadn't properly trained back then, he could still feel Rayleigh's strength from the current perspective. Compared to him, that Barrett guy was still far behind. "So what do you want from me? I've already retired, living quietly as a coding craftsman in the Sabati archipelago, and I haven't messed with you Navy guys again," Rayleigh asked after putting down his teacup. "Don't think that just because you found a random place to hide, you can really consider yourself retired and forget about your past crimes." Ortolun teased him, but then added, "However, as I said, I can't be bothered with you right now. I'm not here to find you." After saying that, Ortolun ignored Rayleigh and instead looked towards the barmaid Shaki, who had walked into the bar and started cleaning the counter, asking, "Miss Shaki, if I remember correctly, you deal in information here, right? Just some minor things, but I know a lot about what's going on in the Sabati archipelago. What kind of information do you need, young man?" Shaki raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. Because she was strong and had Rayleigh around, Shaki wasn't worried that Ortolun would cause trouble. Even though they were close to the Navy headquarters, they couldn't beat them and could always escape if needed. They could just move their tavern elsewhere, which wasn't a big deal. "I'm looking for a green-haired man." Ortolun roughly described Teselo's appearance and age, then said, "That guy's name is Guild Tesoro. He should be on the Sabati archipelago right now." "Oh." Shaki immediately recognized the name and nodded, saying, "The diligent Tesoro, right? That kid is quite famous on the island, working 7 jobs, willing to do any dirty or hard work. So he's called Diligent Tesoro." "Yes, that's him. Where can I find that guy?" Ortolun asked with excitement. Tesoro was indeed very diligent. Before he was captured and made a slave in Mariejois, he could be considered a very ambitious young man. His family background was not good. His father was an alcoholic and a gambler, abandoning his wife and children, disappearing during his childhood. His mother also didn't treat him well, blaming him for everything and abandoning him early on. After that, Tesoro lived alone. Having gone through such hardships, he didn't give up on himself, nor did he go down the wrong path. He had a dream of becoming a singer and worked hard towards it, although he ultimately didn't succeed. While working on the Sabati archipelago, he coincidentally met product Stella, who was being displayed as a slave, and fell hopelessly in love with her. The reason he worked so hard to earn money was to one day buy Stella's freedom and live with her. However, misfortune often picks on the unfortunate. This damned world didn't spare Tesoro just because he was pitiful. Just when he was about to save enough money to buy Stella's freedom, the celestial dragons showed up, and Stella was taken away. When Tesoro tried to reason with them, he was captured and made a slave. Later, Stella was tortured to death by the celestial dragons in Mariejois, and upon learning of this, Tesoro lost all hope for a better life. The evil of Mariejois tainted him, and after Fisher Tiger's arson incident in Mariejois, Tesoro also escaped from that hellish place. However, he was no longer the simple youth filled with hope for life. He had become the very thing he once despised. Perhaps, on the day Stella died, Tesoro had already died, and what remained was just the Golden Emperor. You don't need to look for him yourself. I could just call him over. That kid used to work here, helping me with deliveries and such, Shaki said calmly. However, after a slight pause, she continued, but my prices here are quite high. I wonder how you plan to pay? Ortolun stroked his chin and said, if you help me find a person, I'll pretend I was never here. How about that? Without a second thought, Shachi nodded and replied, I don't want to move either. So it's a deal. As soon as he finished speaking, Shachi took out his phone bug and began to contact diligent Taizolo. Seeing this, Ortolun directly sat opposite Rayleigh and started chatting with him to pass the time. Chapter 143. Rayleigh. Roger, you're in such deep trouble. On the street of taverns in the Sabati archipelago, Taizolo was currently dragging a barrel of garbage and came out from the back door of a tavern, struggling to dump the garbage into the trash can. After that, he quickly returned a trash can that was about the same height as him. Before long, this guy was squatting next to the trash can, counting a stack of tattered old bills with a big smile on his face. Today, he could save over 2,000 berries again. It's getting closer. I'll soon have enough money. Stella. As Taizolo counted the money in his hand, his eyes were filled with longing for a better life in the future. However, soon, a hint of sadness appeared on Taizolo's face. He was currently renting a small, old, and shabby room in an illegal area where he could only fit a bed and nothing else. There wasn't even a private bathroom. Living alone was just right for him since he worked 7 jobs a day, busy all the time, and was just satisfied with being able to sleep when he got back. But if he were to live with Stella, that would definitely not be enough. Taizolo felt a bit suffocated. He thought he at least needed to provide Stella with a private bathroom. The pursuit of a poor person struggling in poverty is sometimes so simple. Even having a private bathroom can make them feel happy. Moreover, I'm a man. I can endure any hardship, but I absolutely cannot let Stella suffer alongside me. Taizolo took a deep breath, a look of determination in his eyes, and said, right now, I can sleep for 4 hours a day, which is too long. If I take on one more job and sleep for 2 hours, that should be enough. The extra wages can rent a place with a bathroom, preferably somewhere outside the illegal area. That place is dangerous. Just as Taizolo was calculating what job to find next, his phone bug rang. Taizolo carefully took out this most precious item he owned, and, upon seeing the appearance of the phone bug, his expression brightened. It was Sister Shaki. In Taizolo's impression, Shaki was a formidable person. The people in the illegal area respected her greatly. The key was that Sister Shaki took good care of him, arranging him for jobs like transporting drinks, and paid him well. Thus, Taizolo quickly answered the phone bug, his tone full of energy as he asked, Sister Shaki, is there something you need my help with? On the other end of the phone bug, Shaki calmly said, if you're not busy, come over here. There's a big client who wants to meet you. Big client? Wants to see me? Taizolo was a bit puzzled and confused. That's right, specifically looking for you. I don't know what kind of luck you've had, but if this big shot takes a liking to you, you'll be on your way to success. Hurry up and come, Shaki teased with a smile. Although still very puzzled and confused, Taizolo agreed immediately out of trust for Sister Shaki. He put away the phone bug, took off his shoes, stuffed the old bills into his socks, and put on his shoes, feeling a sense of relief. He checked his appearance in the stinking ditch next to the garbage pile, tidied up his somewhat messy hairstyle a bit, and without wasting any time, Taizolo set off towards the 13 islands. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Ortolun was chatting with Rayleigh. How did you find your way here? You seem to see me without any surprise at all, Rayleigh asked curiously. As an experienced person, Rayleigh had already deduced that Ortolun seemed to know he was hiding here for quite some time, because Ortolun had shown no signs of confusion or surprise about his presence from the beginning. Ortolun sipped his tea and casually said, I have my own sources of information, so I know a lot more than just you. That ship's doctor named Colokas is also hiding out at Cape Gemini as a lighthouse keeper, isn't he? Huh, Rayleigh replied. Somewhat surprised I didn't know that. And the guy who built your ship, Tom, is now with us at G5. If you think about it, I actually saved his life. If I hadn't intervened, that guy would have been taken out by the CP agents. Ortolun had a look that seemed to say, you should thank me. Rayleigh's face twitched. He didn't want to engage in Ortolun's nonsense. But Ortolun didn't let Rayleigh off the hook and continued. And over in the East Blue, There's the newly emerged red-haired pirates. That straw-hatted kid used to be right beside you guys. I've beaten him up twice. The red-haired pirates did indeed originate from the East Blue. After Shanks and Buggy parted ways in Lowtown, he didn't immediately become a pirate again, but mingled in the East Blue for quite some time. In 1500, he found Usopp's father, Yasopp, in Syrup Village, and the two officially partnered up to form the red-haired pirates. All right, enough already, I get it. You're impressive, Rayleigh said, somewhat helplessly, trying to stop Ortolun's revelations. He was genuinely worried that Ortolun would go through all the members of the Roger Pirates one by one. How terrifying was this guy's information network? However, after a brief pause, Rayleigh couldn't help but ask, so, does that mean you guys really found Roger and forcibly captured him? Not exactly. Although we found him on Bartolomeo Island, we didn't directly capture him. Our Navy is quite kind, you know? Seeing him live so well with his wife and knowing he was terminally ill, we naturally gave him some time to arrange his affairs. Mr. Carp was quite saddened at the time, but in the end, we didn't expect that Roger would outsmart us in Logtown, and now the seas are in such chaos. TSK, if we could go back and choose again, I think Mr. Carp would blow Roger's head off at the first opportunity, Ortolun complained. Rayleigh didn't pay attention to these extra words. He just seized on one crucial point and asked seriously, what about Roger's wife? Ortolun took a sip of tea and calmly said, now she's my wife, Port Gasti Rouge. Legally, our marriage is protected. Rayleigh, what's going on? Roger, you died such a miserable death. No, you were greened so terribly. How could you do something so despicable? You little brat. Rayleigh glared at Ortolun in anger, as if he was about to strike at any moment. In Rayleigh's view, Ortolun was a bit perverted. Did he think that Roger using his life to usher in the Great Pirate Era was equivalent to playing them and Carp? So after Roger's death, he forcefully took Rouge for himself, humiliating her for his own amusement, as a form of revenge against Roger. On the side, Shaki also looked at Ortolun with a surprised expression, seemingly thinking that this guy was indeed perverted. However, Ortolun calmly took another sip of tea, looked at Rayleigh and smiled, saying, not only did she become my wife, but she also gave me a big fat boy named Port Gasti Ace. Hey, do you think that name sounds nice? As soon as Ortolun's words fell, Rayleigh's originally angry expression turned into one of astonishment, murmuring, Ace? After a moment, it seemed that this guy figured out a lot of things, sat back down on the sofa, and looked at Ortolun with a very complicated gaze. After a long while, he sighed lightly and said, well, thank you. No need to thank me. After all, I'm not a demon who has to kill an entire family to feel satisfied. Moreover, Ortolun looked at Rayleigh and said seriously, I'm a staunch opponent of the theory of inherited guilt. A person's nobility or lowliness is never predetermined at birth. Roger was a pirate, but his child is innocent. Rayleigh didn't argue with Ortolun about this. He leaned back on the sofa, his expression shifting between joy and sorrow, very complicated. Ortolun ignored the guy and leisurely sipped his tea while listening to the melodious music in the tavern. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Rayleigh seemed to have calmed his emotions and looked at Ortolun, saying, if you need my help in the future, you can come here to find me. Find you for help? Just not needing your help would be a blessing, Ortolun said disdainfully. Rayleigh shot Ortolun a glare, but didn't bother to say more. As long as the message was conveyed, that was enough. Just then, there was a polite knock on the tavern door, and a cautious voice from outside said, Sister Shaki, is it convenient for me to come in? Oh, you're here? Come in, Shaki called out. Then, the door opened, and Ortolun saw a guy named Tezzalo, wearing a cheap suit that had faded a bit from washing, with green hair, awkwardly entering from outside. Chapter 144, Ortolun. Let us go. I'll take you to execute justice. Once Tezzalo came in, he didn't dare to look around the room, and quickly asked Shaki, Sister, what do you need me for? Shaki, holding an empty cup, pointed at Ortolun and said, that one, do you see him? Do you recognize him? Yes, looking for you. Tezzalo turned to look at Ortolun, his expression first showing confusion, then seemingly recognizing Ortolun. He opened his mouth in terror and said, I haven't committed any crimes. Although I live in an illegal area, I'm a good citizen. After saying this, he seemed ready to turn around and run. Ortolun was a bit dumbfounded. When Tezzalo was about to run, he finally reacted and burst into laughter. Don't run. You can't outrun me. And I'm not here to catch you. What crime could you possibly commit that's worth me coming all the way from the New World to catch you? Tezzalo seemed to have calmed down somewhat from Ortolun's laughter. He swallowed hard, leaned against the door frame, stopped in his tracks, and looked at Ortolun uncertainly, asking, Admiral, what do you need me for? Have you been to school? Ortolun asked casually. No. Tezzalo replied somewhat self-deprecatingly. Can you read? Ortolun asked again. I can read. I self-taught, Tesalo said, sounding a bit more confident this time. What did you self-teach? Ortolun continued to ask. Tesalo hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, I've learned some economics books. I used to work part-time in a library and read a lot of these economics books. Why did you study these? Ortolun raised an eyebrow and pressed on. Tesalo said, somewhat embarrassed, I wanted to make more money. Then why haven't you made any? Ortolun asked with a smile. Later I realized that the things in those books were too advanced. Knowledge that only the wealthy could apply. People like me, with nothing, even if I learned it, couldn't apply it because I have no capital and connections. As Tesalo spoke, he became somewhat tongue-tied and didn't he know what else to say. If I give you capital and connections, can you make money? Ortolun asked again. Tesalo immediately responded excitedly, yes, I can. But upon seeing Ortolun's serious gaze, Tesalo's previously rekindled confidence seemed to vanish, and his initially passionate tone became sparse, his voice lowering to a barely audible level as he quietly said, I should be able to, more or less. Ortolun found it somewhat amusing as he looked Tesalo up and down, then stood up and said, let us go. Staying on this Sabati archipelago, won't bring you any good. Come back with me to the new world. There will be places where you can be useful. After saying this, Ortolun looked at Shaki and said, well, Miss Shaki, I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Shaki nodded and said, by the way, little brother, if you want to do business with me next time, you can't use the same conditions as this time, or I will be very troubled. Ortolun wore a bright smile at the corners of his mouth and said, don't worry, next time I might not be short on money. After saying that, Ortolun was the first to leave the tavern, completely ignoring Riley. Riley rolled his eyes at Ortolun's back, but didn't say anything to avoid making things awkward. However, Tesalo stood in place, feeling somewhat at a loss. He looked at Shaki with a hint of pleading in his eyes, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Shaki smiled and said, in a person's life, there are very few opportunities to change one's fate. Tesalo, this time, might just be your chance to turn things around. Go ahead and seize it. Tesalo's expression was still a bit hesitant, but in the end, he nodded and followed Ortolun out the door. As Ortolun walked, he took a cigarette from his pocket, bit it, lit it, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, he asked, do you have any luggage to pack? If not, let's leave here now. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm actually very busy. Admiral, just as Taizolo opened his mouth, Ortolun interrupted. Do you know my name? Yes, you're Vice Admiral Bain Ortolun from the Navy headquarters. I often see you in the newspapers. Taizolo quickly responded. Just call me Ortolun. Ortolun waved his hand casually, but Taizolo didn't dare to, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, Lord Bain? Suit yourself. Ortolun casually replied, without correcting him. Lord Bain, I still can't leave the Sabati archipelago. Taizolo mustered his courage to say, why? Ortolun asked calmly. I promised someone that I would definitely give her freedom. She is a slave, and I am almost able to save enough money. Taizolo explained. A slave? Ortolun pretended to be somewhat surprised and asked, didn't the world government issue a decree over 200 years ago to abolish slavery? How can there still be slaves? Hearing this, Taizolo was momentarily at a loss for words on how to explain to Ortolun. Do you really not understand? Or are you just pretending not to understand? However, Ortolun didn't press Taizolo for a response, waving his hand and saying, come on, I'll take you to carry out justice. Taizolo was initially taken aback, but quickly reacted, his expression brightening as he said, yes, please follow me. He was very reserved and nervous in front of Ortolun, sometimes even struggling to articulate his words, but that didn't mean he was foolish or clumsy. On the contrary, Taizolo was a very intelligent person, and he understood immediately that Ortolun was going to take charge for him. Thus, he hurried along the way, almost feeling like he was about to run, his eyes filled with hope and brightness, as if he could see a beautiful life beckoning him, as if wings were about to sprout from his back. Breaking free from the cage of fate, heading towards freedom and light. If it weren't for the concern of being too frivolous and lowering Ortolun's impression of him, he might have even wanted to sing a song. Orton watched Tesalo's back, filled with impatience and anticipation, with a hint of hope, and couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth curl up while biting his cigarette. Perhaps, this time he came not only to gain a promising business talent like Tesalo, but also to do a good deed. For some reason, Orton's mood lightened considerably. Justice. Orton whispered softly, his eyes seemingly filled with some inexplicable meaning. He smiled and muttered to himself, sometimes it's truly a delightful thing. He seemed to understand a bit why some of his colleagues in the Navy were so eager to execute justice. He also seemed to grasp the meaning behind what Bartholomew Kuma said when he met him in the South Sea in the Solb Kingdom. Isn't it a joyful thing to help others within one's means? Perhaps Orton himself didn't realize that he was indeed changing the fate of the Navy. But wasn't the Navy also changing him? Back then, Zifa once said that he was only 18 in such a vast melting pot as the Navy. Even if there were impurities after a few years of refinement, it would be fine. Perhaps Zifa was not wrong. The former Orton didn't know what his sense of justice was, or even what he was pursuing. The current him might have changed just a little bit under Teselo's guidance. Orton quickly arrived at the shop where Stella was being sold as a slave. Standing outside the shop, Orton saw a large display case, much like a clothing store showcasing its garments, except this one displayed people, slaves. Inside the display case was a blonde woman wearing a collar around her neck, with a graceful figure and exceptional beauty. When she saw Teselo, a gentle smile appeared on her previously numb face. One must admit, Teselo had an eye for beauty. No matter how you looked at it, Stella was indeed a rare beauty. No wonder the celestial dragons had their eyes on her. Teselo nodded at Stella without speaking, leading Orton into the store. As soon as they entered, a chubby owner quickly approached them, smiling broadly as he said to Orton, "What kind of slave does this guest want? I have all kinds." "You sell slaves here?" Orton asked with a kind smile on his face. "Isn't that obvious?" The owner responded with a laugh. "Isn't it illegal?" Orton asked again. The owner was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, "What? Are you going to meddle in my business? Are you going to report me? Go ahead and try. I have connections." Ortolun grinned and laughed, saying, "Isn't this a coincidence? I am a so-called person from above." As soon as he finished speaking, Ortolun kicked the boss hard in the stomach, and instantly, the guy flew out like a soccer ball, crashing through the wall behind him and falling silent. The people in the store were a bit dazed and confused by this sudden turn of events, but Ortolun didn't care. He picked up the Din Mushi and directly dialed the naval base in the Sabaody archipelago. Chapter 145. The wealth brought by the economy requires the support of gun barrels. The Navy has a base in the Sabaody archipelago. But since the Sabaody archipelago is a directly governed island of the Celestial Dragons, the Navy here is basically transparent and has little use, essentially unable to manage anything. Generally speaking, the base commander of a naval base is at least a rear admiral, while the commander of the Sabaody archipelago base is currently a commodore, which shows that the Navy does not really value this place. Otherwise, how could there be chaotic illegal areas in the Sabaody archipelago? If the Navy had a strong grip on this area, could pirates brazenly use it as a springboard to Fishman Island? The commodore of the Sabaody archipelago happens to be an acquaintance of Ortolun. Stolo Belly, an old buddy from Zifa's class, who once suffered from Ortolun's campus bullying. After receiving Ortolun's call, Stolo Belly jumped up from his office sofa and immediately started rallying people. In less than 5 minutes, he arrived at Ortolun's location with 500 Navy personnel, looking at the large hole in the wall of the slave shop. Stolo Belly sighed and ordered the Navy soldiers to surround the area before reluctantly walking inside. Once inside, he saw Ortolun sitting on the shop's sofa, smoking a cigarette, with a green-haired young man standing nearby and a beautiful blonde woman beside him. However, Stolo Belly didn't pay much attention to the green-haired and blonde individuals, and walked over to Ortolun, asking, "What brings you here? What's going on?" "I'm just here on vacation, but it's been a while since I last saw you. How did you end up in this godforsaken place?" Ortolun asked with a smile. Stolo Belly shrugged and replied, "What godforsaken place? This place is close to the headquarters. Quite relaxed, and I can accumulate some experience. I only got here through connections, and if I can stick it out for 2 years, who knows? I might even get promoted to Rear Admiral." It was evident that although Stolo Belly had experienced Ortolun's campus bullying, their relationship as classmates was still quite good. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ortolun said, "Our Navy represents justice. In your jurisdiction, someone is openly buying and selling slaves, and you don't care? Don't give me that bureaucratic talk." Stolo Belly rolled his eyes at Ortolun. "You know what the situation is in this godforsaken place. It's a directly governed island of the Celestial Dragons. We Navy have no law enforcement power here. The business here appears to belong to these merchants, but in reality, they're just frontmen. Behind them are the nobles from Mariejois. The nobles mentioned here do not refer to the Celestial Dragons. In fact, Mariejois is not only home to Celestial Dragons, but also many wealthy nobles from various countries who like to gather there because it is the political and economic core of the world government. The reason it is called a Holy Land is not only because it is the political center, but also because it is the economic and cultural core of the world government. Because it connects various seas, the resources in Mariejois are also abundant. As long as you have money, you can buy good things from anywhere, which is a privilege that other affiliated countries cannot enjoy. Therefore, both the living standards and economic levels are very high-end. And wealthy nobles from various countries like to gather in Mariejois to live and buy luxurious homes. There are even often exciting news circulating, such as a certain noble doing something in Mariejois and befriending the celestial dragons. Indeed, here you have a better chance of meeting top world nobles, which is the most important thing for these idle nobles. The expenses in Mariejois are naturally very high, so they will try every means to earn more wealth to support their extravagant lifestyles. The Sabadi archipelago is a product of such a background with its bubble parks, high-end restaurants, commercial streets, and even these illegal slave trades all being run by the big nobles from Mariejois. Ortolun shrugged, but he had no intention of making things difficult for Stolobelli. After all, this guy was a rear admiral. How could he manage such a big issue? Therefore, Ortolun said, if it's troublesome, I won't speak to you about it. Chronic problems can't be solved with a one-size-fits-all approach. So, all the slave shops on this street should close down, and their funds are all illegal proceeds. You can confiscate them directly. What do you say? What should I do? After all, you're Major General Xu Wang, and as a brigadier general, what can I say? But let me make it clear first. I can't handle this. Ortolun, are you sure you can handle it? Stolobelli, being quite generous, agreed immediately and even reminded Ortolun. I'm a mad dog from G5. Of course, I can handle it. But if you don't take responsibility, I won't share the benefits with you. Ortolun said without hesitation. I don't need to rebuild the naval base. What do I need so much money for? When you leave later, I'll load everything onto your ship, Stolobelli laughed. All right then, you close all the slave shops on this street, execute all the shop owners on the spot, and pack all their illegal proceeds for me to take when I leave. As for the charges, just say they openly violated the world government laws by trafficking people. That damn boss even threatened me in front of my face, saying he had someone backing him up, so I'll add another charge of threatening a senior naval officer, slandering that Mariejois colluded with him in corruption, seemingly intending to subvert the world government. Then tell those damn nobles that I'm the one who decided the charges. If there's any problem, let him come to the headquarters to complain about me, or find me at G5. I'll personally explain it to him, Ortolun said with great authority. Upon hearing this, Stolobelli grinned and asked, it's unlikely they will complain to the headquarters. This matter is illegal when no one is watching. It really is no one's business. When someone is watching, they can't really do anything. But what if those guys are really stubborn and go to G5? Are you really going to take them all out? How could that be? Ortolun patted his chest and said, I'm a law-abiding, good Navy officer. But then again, there are so many pirates in the New World. If they're robbed by pirates on the way, they can't be blamed on me. At that time, I can only uphold my sense of justice, try to rescue the hostages, and negotiate with those pirates to see if they can release them for money. I believe I still have some face. Stolobelli looked at Ortolun and then said, I see you are really being driven crazy by money. Is the situation at G5 that difficult? Difficult to the bone. Ortolun sighed with a look of, and didn't he say anything more. Seeing that Ortolun was unwilling to elaborate, Stolobelli did not ask further. He waved his hand, called his aide, and gave instructions for the operation. Soon, the Navy outside immediately dispersed. After a while, Ortolun, sitting in the room, heard the sound of gunfire outside, and it was obvious that those who needed to be executed had been executed. After hearing the commotion, Ortolun turned to Teselo and asked, is there any other trouble? If so, let me solve it for you. At that moment, Teselo looked at Ortolun with admiration. This time, Ortolun was not showcasing his strength, but rather the might of his power. Teselo felt that this was what true strength looked like. Upon hearing Ortolun's question, Teselo immediately shook his head and said, no, nothing at all. If there's nothing, pack your things. We should leave, Ortolun said as he stood up and stretched. Teselo glanced at Stella, and she gently shook her head. So Teselo said, Lord Bane, I have nothing to bring. Let's go. Ortolun nodded, and then put his arm around Stolobelli's shoulder, saying, I'll go find a boat at the dock first. Don't embezzle my public funds. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Stolobelli shot Ortolun a glare and replied, when you have time, come back to the headquarters and let me know. I'm close to the headquarters, and we haven't had a drink together in a long time. Got it, definitely next time. Ortolun responded with a serious face. He then left with Tetsolo and Stella, leaving in a carefree manner. After Tetsolo stepped out of the shop, he glanced back at the street and saw those wealthy merchants who usually look down on others, now lying on the ground like dead dogs, their heads blown apart by bullets. At that moment, he seemed to understand something. The wealth brought by the economy needs the support of guns, and none of the books he had read had mentioned this. What are you thinking? You look like you've gained some insight. Ortolun glanced at Tetsolo and casually asked, neighbors hoard grain, I hoard guns. Neighbors on my granary. Tetsolo replied, looking at Ortolun. Orton was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and said, Good kid, just right for my G5, just to my taste. In the transit group 3717291119, chapter 146, is Dorag in love? The new king of the 7 warlords has arrived. In the new world, the Gateway Sea area, not long after leaving the port of Mariejois, Orton boarded the warship that came to pick him up at G5. Back in the office of the ship's cabin, before he could even warm his seat, the phone bug of Admiral Sengoku rang. Admiral? What's the matter? Orton asked while making himself tea. What do you mean, what's the matter? Why did you go to the Sabati archipelago? It's one thing to go there, but why did you rob those people's shops in Mariejois? Admiral Sengoku asked, somewhat annoyed. What do you mean by robbing? This is a Navy matter. Can it be called robbing? I was following regulations to confiscate their illegal gains, Orton said defiantly. Then, he described the situation at that time to Admiral Sengoku, mentioning slave trading and threats to high-ranking Navy officers. After listening, Admiral Sengoku didn't say much more, grumbling, I'll deal with this matter coldly. You better not get into these troublesome issues. Got it. This was an accident, Orton replied sincerely. If their essay next time, he decided to eliminate the root of the problem, taking care of even the complainants. If no one complains about him, then the matter doesn't exist. He originally thought that after Admiral Sengoku finished talking about this, there would be no more conversation, but then the tone on the other end of the phone changed quickly. Admiral Sengoku asked in a somewhat sneaky and quiet voice, Have you been in contact with that guy Carp recently? Mr. Carp? Orton scratched his head, recalling, then shook his head. No, just the last time at that meeting about the 7 warlords, I saw him at headquarters, but we haven't been in contact since. What's wrong with him? Nothing really. Admiral Sengoku pondered for a moment, then continued. I just feel he has been a bit strange lately, always wearing a peculiar smile, as if something happy is happening, but when I ask him, he won't say anything. It seems he is planning to go to the East Sea. I thought since you have a good relationship with him, you might know something. You're really gossiping. Admiral, why do you care if Mr. Carp is happy or not? Orton couldn't help but tease. Cough. I'm just concerned about his life as an old comrade, Admiral Sengoku said, slightly embarrassed. After a pause, Admiral Sengoku suddenly asked, Do you think it's possible he found a partner or something, maybe a second marriage? Huh? Orton was stunned by this question, surprised. That's impossible, right? With him like that, who would like him? Hearing this candid evaluation, Admiral Sengoku naturally nodded in response to the phone bug. What you said makes sense. Even I, such a refined person still, cough. As soon as he let something slip, Orton understood immediately. So that's it, he was jealous, right? That's why he wanted to inquire? Orton really wanted to ask casually, how are Sengoku and Ahe the chief strategist doing? But after thinking for a moment, he felt that if he asked this, Sengoku might give him a hard time in the future if he had the chance to promote him to a general, so he held back. Forget it. Asking you is pointless anyway. G5 is doing well, right? Sengoku, the general, shifted the topic and asked. Everything can be handled well. Orton smiled and replied. Then you just focus on your work. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After Sengoku finished speaking, he hung up directly without waiting for Orton to say whether there was anything else. Looking at the snails, Orton twitched the corner of his mouth, shook his head, put away the snails, and started drinking tea. At the same time, he pressed the communication button on the table, asking for Tetsolo to come over. However, just as he put down the teacup, he suddenly remembered something and looked at the calendar on the table. Year 1500 of the Sea Circle calendar. Hiss. So that's the time period. Looking at the calendar, Orton recalled Sengoku's earlier confusion and instantly thought of the answer. Capet must be secretly happy because that guy Dragon got married. Now it's the end of 1500 and Capet's destined grandson was born in 1502. If Dragon's love life doesn't have any unexpected problems, he must have found a wife and gotten married. And in a while his wife will be pregnant, just in time. During the Revolutionary Army's rise, Dragon dating is simply not doing his job. After guessing all this, Orton didn't bother to call Capet to inquire. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him, so why bother? Of course, he also had no intention of reporting this situation to General Sengoku. He collected his thoughts, and not long after, there was a knock on the door. Orton responded. Then he saw Captain Gilder Tetsolo, dressed in a white Navy uniform, walk in. Indeed, as a commander of G5, Orton had the authority to directly summon his subordinates, bestowing the rank of naval captain upon Tetsolo. He didn't give him a higher rank, mainly because Tetsolo was still quite underwhelming. He was neither a devil fruit user nor particularly strong in terms of combat power. And he wasn't even as strong as a seasoned Navy veteran. His business talents and skills had yet to be demonstrated, and he hadn't achieved any notable accomplishments. So Orton found it inconvenient to give him a higher position. He decided to make him a captain for now to see how he performed, and once he achieved results, promoting him and making him wealthy would be just a matter of speaking. Lord Bane, you called for me? Taizolo saluted properly and asked respectfully. Come here. Take a look at these materials. These are the economic issues we've encountered at G5 recently, along with some preliminary solutions. See if you have any good suggestions? Orton casually threw a thick stack of documents onto the table. Taizolo swallowed hard, seemingly sensing Orton's trust in his abilities. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward, picked up the heavy documents, and sat down on the sofa to start reading. No rush. You can take it back to study carefully. According to our current sailing speed, it will take some time to reach G5. Once we get there, you can tell me something useful, and that will be your pass. Orton noticed that Taizolo was a bit nervous and smiled to reassure him. Yes, Lord Bane. Taizolo quickly stood up and responded respectfully. All right, take it back to read. Orton didn't let him linger any longer, waving his hand. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of the New World, several warships were facing off against a huge pirate ship on the sea. The sails of these warships bore the large letters G5, clearly indicating that they were part of the G5 fleet. On the flagship, Yixiao leaned on his cane, looking seriously at the distant pirate ship, and said in a deep voice, Sleckmingd, are you trying to get yourself imprisoned and impelled down by blocking our way so brazenly? That's right, this time it was not Yixiao seeking trouble with Sleckmingd, but rather this guy blocking Yixiao's path. At the bow of the pirate ship stood a young man, seemingly in his mid-20s, with a strong physique and a messy hedgehog hairstyle, looking quite dashing and heroic, bare-chested and dressed quite boldly. This guy is the user of the superhuman type Smash Fruit, known as Smash Strike by the Navy, with a bounty of 360 million berries. Sleckmingd had crossed paths with Yixiao many times in the New World. Although he ultimately escaped Yixiao's pursuit, his strength was indeed formidable, as not every pirate could escape from Yixiao's hands, even though Yixiao had not yet reached his peak fighting power at that time. Ah, Yixiao. Sleckmingd arrogantly greeted Yixiao, then tore open a parchment scroll and displayed it to Yixiao, saying, Thanks to you, I reached an agreement with the world government the day before yesterday, and now I am a warlord of the sea. As a navy, you no longer have the right to continue hunting me before I renounce my warlord status. Today, I'm here to tell you this. From now on, I can do whatever I want in a new world, so don't bother me. Warlord of the sea. Yixiao was taken aback when he saw the parchment, his expression one of disbelief. Seeing Yixiao's shocked expression, Sleckmingd was even more pleased, shaking his head and saying, That's right, in some ways we're on the same side now. After a while, Yixiao snapped back from his shock and looked seriously at Sleckmingd, saying, Then come back to G5 with me and settle the debt of 20 billion berries. What 20 billion berries? What are you talking about? What did I owe you money? Sleckmingd cursed angrily. As a warlord of the sea, having to pay 20 billion berries to G5, if you don't understand this rule, then I think you won't hold the warlord position for long. Yixiao said calmly, What nonsense. I've always been the one extorting others, and no one has ever been able to extort me. I don't believe it. If I don't pay, what can you do to me? Sleckmingd arrogantly responded, then waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to turn around, not intending to waste any more time talking with Yixiao. Chapter 147 Orton. We at G5 have money, and the New World can prosper even more. In the New World, not far from the G5 naval base, there was an uninhabited, deserted island. This place has now been selected as the shipbuilding base for the G5 Navy. The originally uninhabited island was also undergoing development, and Orton went directly here for an inspection without even returning to the base. Sitting on a stone pier at the newly built makeshift dock, Orton was reading a report in his hand, with Squirrel and Master Tom standing beside him. This report was summarized by Master Tom and was about the plans for this shipbuilding base. Regarding the production equipment, please contact Doofenshmirtz and have him gather everything for me as soon as possible and send it over. The money will be deducted from his 200 billion. After looking at the plan for a while, Ortolun raised his head and said to the weasel. Upon hearing this, the weasel nodded and quickly recorded the matter in his notebook. Nearby, Virgo listened to this and had a slight twitch in his expression, silently mourning for his young master for 2 seconds. Then, Ortolun looked at Master Tom and asked, Do we need this many workers? Upon hearing Ortolun's inquiry, Master Tom nodded and said, Mainly because the targets you set are very high. To produce 20 warships a year, we need at least 20,000 people to get it done. After all, the specifications of warships are quite large. Moreover, You also mentioned building other standard vessels, such as armed transport ships for external sale, which means our demand for workers will be very high, and they need to be healthy, young, and strong. Ortolun fell silent and thought for a moment. Although the new world was chaotic, the population was still considerable. The Saint Saturn from the Five Elders was not entirely wrong. People were indeed like insects. After eliminating a batch, they could quickly reproduce. Therefore, recruiting enough workers was not a big problem. But paying at least 20,000 people was a major issue. It was no joke. How could G5 have that much money? How much would the wages amount to in a year? Ortolun pondered and asked. Master Tom thought seriously for a moment and replied, normally in Water 7, the monthly salary for such workers ranges from 60,000 to 150,000, depending on skill level. If we take an average value of 100,000 berries per person per month, that would be a monthly expenditure of 2 billion berries, totaling 240 billion berries for a year. What? Ortolun exclaimed in shock. Are we going to spend more than a warlord of the sea in a year? Master Tom responded, what kind of calculation unit is that? I don't have that much money to pay them. Ortolun slapped his thigh, expressing his unwillingness. At that moment, he seemed to understand why those capitalists should be hanged from streetlights. I build warships to strengthen the G5 Navy, to better maintain the peace of the New World, so that everyone can live a safe and good life. But for this just and grand goal, I still have to spend over 200 billion a year? Is there any law? Is there any justice? The nearby weasel reminded him, this is just the wage expenditure. Other costs like material expenses haven't been calculated yet. Hearing this, Ortolun's head started to spin. If he remembered correctly, the headquarters had purchased warships from Water 7 for only 200 million berries each after 20 years. Now, it would be around 80 to 90 million to obtain them. For 20 warships, buying them would only cost about 20 billion berries at most. Why was it that when he built them himself, it would cost over 200 billion berries? How did Water 7 make money? This didn't make sense. After asking Master Tom about this confusion, Ortolun understood that Water 7 had a complete shipbuilding industrial chain, and the efficiency of their workers far exceeded that of randomly recruited laborers. They already had a mature, systematic operation. Therefore, costs would significantly decrease. According to Tom, if this shipbuilding island could operate steadily for 5 or 6 years, producing a large number of skilled workers, they could build more than 20 warships a year. That one island in Water 7 could supply all the giant standard warships needed by the Navy headquarters, highlighting its high productivity. Thus, initial losses were inevitable. But if the sales channels stabilized later, all of that could be recovered. Moreover, according to Master Tom, the shipbuilding industry inherently had a very long return cycle and was not a high-profit industry. Equipment and timber expenditures actually make up a small portion. The real major expense is still the workers' wages, right? Ortolun finally concluded and inquired. Master Tom nodded in agreement. That's correct. Then it seems we can't pay these wages, Ortolun said without hesitation. Master Tom looked at Ortolun with surprise. Is that something a Navy officer should say? Are you trying to create a sweatshop? That's too inhumane. Finding a 3-legged toad is hard, but there are plenty of 2-legged people everywhere. We can't use workers. We need slaves, Ortolun said with a firm expression. The weasel was taken aback and hesitantly said this seems too cruel, right? We're the Navy. Ortolun waved his hand and said, of course. I'm not saying we should randomly capture people to use as slaves. What I mean is, do you know that in the 2 years since the Great Pirate Era began, the number of pirates has surged to the point where Impel Down can barely keep them contained? As brother organizations, we should help each other out. Those criminals they can't contain could be sent here for labor reform. Isn't that reasonable? Huh? The weasel was stunned by Ortolun's statement. Is there really such a way to operate? Instead of allowing those scoundrels to indulge in public funds at Impel Down like lords, it would be better to let them come out and contribute to the cause of justice so they can redeem their crimes sooner. In that case, I'll write this down and later contact Admiral Sengoku to have him issue an order for Impel Down, and you can assemble a fleet to prepare to escort the prisoners here to work. Ortolun was a man of strong action and immediately made the decision. Impel Down, from a systemic perspective, is an agency under the Marine headquarters, and the appointment of the chief warden requires the signature of the fleet admiral. Originally in the story, Magellan wanted to resign due to the Great Escape incident and had to report to Sengoku, who was the fleet admiral at the time, which shows that the hierarchy is very clear. So as long as the headquarters issues an administrative order, Impel Down will definitely cooperate with Ortolun's arrangements. It's a joke. Kaido doesn't even pay workers for mining in Wano, so why should I, Ortolun, pay them? Pirates can do it, but the Navy can't? Even the consumables are similar. What Kaido consumes are also those unwilling to submit to him and some local gang organizations in Wano, and I, Ortolun, am also consuming pirates, all for justice. The weasel felt something was off in this process, but after thinking carefully, it seemed Ortolun was right. Those damn pirates are of no use left and impelled down. Putting them here to work as slave labor would actually make a significant contribution to justice. Since it helps justice, it completely aligns with the Navy's standards of operation. No problem. I understand now. I'll arrange the fleet right away. The weasel immediately noted this down in his notebook. Master Tom watched as these two naval leaders calmly and quickly resolved the issue and couldn't help but feel emotional. The Navy is really complex. We need to broaden our thinking. You see, thinking about it now, pirate slaves can not only provide value by building warships for us, but with such a large number of cheap labor, we can also consider development in other industries. To Zolo, later you give me a plan based on the idea I just mentioned to see what other industries we can let this group of scoundrel pirates contribute to and open up more financial avenues. If we have money, the New World can prosper more. This is a great thing that benefits the entire New World. Put in more effort, Ortolun said confidently. Tizolo also felt something was off with Ortolun's logic, but after thinking it through, it made sense. If G5 has money, the New World can prosper more, no problem. What do you call this? This is called common prosperity, where the rich lead the way for the less fortunate. Chapter 148. In the New World, there's nothing that I, Ben Ortolun, cannot handle. The shipbuilding base matters were basically handed over to Master Tom to coordinate. As long as the slave, no, the labor reform unit from Impel Down is in place, we should be able to start work here as well. The shipbuilding project of Ortolun is gradually getting on track. After surveying the shipbuilding island, Ortolun and his group quickly returned to G5. As soon as Ortolun returned to the office, he saw Ishao chatting with Ziyuan. Indeed, during Ortolun's trip to the Shambadi archipelago to search for Tezolo, Ziyuan had also finished her affairs and applied to serve at G5. However, she held the rank of Rear Admiral, and, theoretically, there shouldn't be two Rear Admirals from the Navy headquarters in one base, as it could lead to confusion regarding authority and potential issues. But since Ziyuan had a good relationship with Ortolun, there was no need to worry about that. Moreover, her arrival here was still within the Intelligence Department's framework, meaning she remained a Rear Admiral of the Intelligence Department. Her role in G5 wasn't a reassignment under Ortolun, but rather to establish a new intelligence outpost in the New World. This made perfect sense. Of course, that was the official narrative. In reality, Ortolun planned to have Ziyuan do the same work as Ishao, going out to hunt pirates and continuously engage the G5 troops in real combat to enhance their elite status. Hey, long time no see, Ziyuan. You finally made it, Ortolun said as he took a lighter from his pocket and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Upon seeing the lighter she had given him, Ziyuan smiled gently and replied, "You urged me so much. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have scolded me? How could I dare to scold you?" Ortolun chuckled, thinking that now that Ziyuan was here, Kaji, knowing the news, would likely come over as well, so he decided not to push it for now. After chatting casually with Ziyuan for a moment, Ortolun turned to Ishao and asked, "How's everything lately?" "Everything's fine. After multiple real combat exercises, our combat effectiveness has improved significantly." Ishao quickly provided his work report. Ortolun listened seriously, occasionally asking questions to fulfill his responsibilities as the base commander. After reporting these important matters, he suddenly smiled and said, "Do you remember the guy I mentioned before, named Sleckman?" "Yes. Isn't he the second Shichibukai after Crocodile? That was just a few days ago, right? I saw the news in the newspaper on my way back, and to be honest, he looks pretty handsome in the photo." Ortolun nodded with a smile. At this point, Ortolun paused for a moment and looked at the weasel beside him, saying, "Don't forget to contact him and ask him to settle the 20 billion berry debt for the Shichibukai." The weasel nodded naturally, but Guillaume asked with some confusion, "What 20 billion?" Before Ortolun could answer, Ishao said, "I happened to run into that guy on my way back, and I already verbally conveyed this matter to him. But he clearly doesn't take us G5 seriously and doesn't plan to pay back." Ortolun frowned with anger and said, "Does this guy really think he's something special?" Then, as if remembering something, he looked at the weasel and asked, "By the way, what did Crocodile say?" "He said to go die," the weasel replied calmly. "One after another. None of them are giving me face, huh? They all look down on Doflamingo, right? So where's that damn Crocodile?" Ortolun asked again. "Right now, he's in Alabasta." The weasel responded immediately. "Alabasta, that's quite far. I'll deal with him when I have time. Let him enjoy himself for a couple of days. This slack mind, he's mixing it up in the New World, right?" Ortolun then turned to Ishao and asked, "Yes, That guy has been entrenched in the New World waters for a long time and has clashed multiple times with the Whitebeard pirates. Also had conflicts with Kaido's Beast pirates. He's definitely a troublemaker. Yixiao nodded and said, I can't manage Alabasta, but I can't let him be in the New World. Ortolun cursed. The weasel then reminded, that guy is now a warlord of the sea. According to the relevant regulations, we can't take action against him without special reasons. I know, don't worry. It will definitely be within the process. Ortolun waved his hand and then took out his den mushi. Since everyone present was on the same side and knew each other well, Ortolun didn't hide anything and directly called Katakuri. After a while, Katakuri picked up the den mushi, and the sound was quite noisy, with distant sounds of cannon fire and fighting, punctuated by occasional cries of people. Torin? What's up? Katakuri's tone was still gentle as he asked with a smile. Orton listened to the commotion on the other side and asked, Are you busy? Not too busy. Just wrapping things up. On the phone worm. Katakuri threw the pirate corpse he was holding onto the deck and casually wiped the blood off his hands on a tattered pirate flag, speaking calmly. Oh. Orton responded and then smiled, saying, I have a matter that I need you to help me with, brother. Hearing this, Katakuri chuckled and said, You rarely call me brother. So for that, go ahead, what is it? Well, I wonder if you know about the warlords of the sea. Orton asked boldly without any embarrassment. I've heard of them, but didn't pay much attention. Seems like that crocodile who challenged the Whitebeard pirates and a newcomer who just surfaced in the last 2 years became warlords? What's up? Katakuri asked, somewhat confused. The guy named Slockmind is quite arrogant, owes me 20 billion berries and hasn't paid it back, but now he's a warlord of the sea. As a Navy officer, I can't just confront him directly, so I was thinking, if you have time, could you help me give him a beating? But don't kill him, or I won't be able to collect my debt. Orton raised an eyebrow and said to Katakuri with a smile, Oh, owes you 20 billion? Katakuri was a bit surprised, but he didn't ask too much about it. As for Slockmind and his warlord status, he didn't take it seriously. Maybe that guy was strong, but was Katakuri a weakling? If he couldn't beat Orton, could he not handle some newcomer who popped up out of nowhere? After a brief thought, Katakuri said, All right, leave it to me. Give me some time, and I'll send him to you at G5? All right, no problem. Orton laughed heartily and expressed his gratitude before hanging up the phone worm. Then he proudly looked at the others, saying, Did you see that? What does it mean to play both sides? In this new world, there's no one that my Ben Orton can't handle. Squirrel and Iwa were already used to it, but Gon, who was nearby, was still asking, Wait, can you explain to me about this 20 billion debt? Are you doing business with pirates? Squirrel patted Guion on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, even though we extort protection fees, deal in arms and warships, and do business with pirates, we are all good Navy officers, full of justice. Iwa also smiled and said, Yeah, don't worry. We are all just Navy officers of justice. After a while, when you understand how our G5 operates, you'll get it. Guion looked at these two with a skeptical expression, finally fixing his gaze on Orton's face. Ortolun said with a serious expression, What are you looking at me for? They are not wrong. We are all good Navy fighting for justice. These matters are known to the admirals, so don't worry. There won't be any problems. The admirals know too? Guion asked in surprise, after receiving Ortolun's affirmative answer. Although Guion still felt doubts and confusion in his heart, he decided to observe the situation of G5 before drawing any conclusions. Chapter 149. Our G5 is authorized by the Admiral. Do you understand? After outsourcing the issue of collecting debts from the warlords of the sea to the Big Mom pirates, Ortolun turned to Teselo and asked, You've gone through the materials I gave you before, right? Do you have any good suggestions? Now that the high-ranking officials of G5 are all here, it's time to show everyone your capabilities and prove my judgment. Although the Mole and others didn't openly oppose Ortolun bringing someone back from the Sabati archipelago to be responsible for G5's logistics and economy, they still had some doubts in their hearts. Now that everyone was present, if Teselo could provide a good answer, it would also serve to vindicate himself. Hearing this, Teselo felt a bit nervous, but quickly nodded and said, Lord Bane, please wait a moment. I have prepared a plan and will go get it. Ortolun raised his hand to signal him to hurry back. After Taizolo left the office, the weasel finally spoke up. That kid looks a bit unreliable. Can he really do it? Yixiao took a sip of tea and chuckled, saying, We can't judge a person by their appearance. We should trust Ortolun's judgment. As long as he's better than us, that's enough. The weasel stroked his chin and nodded, saying, That makes sense. As long as he's better than us clueless folks, it's fine. Shijian was new and didn't know much about the G5 situation, so he remained silent, quietly waiting on the sofa. Taizolo didn't keep everyone waiting long. A few minutes later, he rushed back holding several documents. He respectfully handed out the documents one by one to the big shots present. After Ortolun and the others took them, they began to flip through the pages. Taizolo then cleared his throat and said, I noticed in the materials that Lord Bane provided me, there are some ideas and proposals from Lord Weasel. I believe that the method of collecting protection fees for merchant fleets is something we can delve deeper into. The approach is a bit rough. Its name doesn't sound good, which harms the Navy's image. We need a gentler method that merchant fleets can accept. As soon as the Weasel heard his idea mentioned, he became interested and asked, Could you elaborate? Taizolo took a deep breath and mustered his courage to say, It's like this. I've read a lot about trade in the New World. The New World is a very special trading area. As everyone knows, it's extremely dangerous, with a large number of pirates and gangs causing chaos, and the climate is also extremely unpredictable, making navigation very perilous. No other sea area can compare. But even so, why do so many merchant fleets from various seas keep pushing into the New World despite these dangers? Why? The Weasel humbly inquired. Taizolo replied in a deep voice. Because doing business in the New World is incredibly profitable. Generally speaking, people living in the New World don't have the concept of savings because no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. It's possible that after saving diligently for 10 years, all your hard-earned money could end up in the hands of pirates. So basically, people in the New World spend money as soon as they have it and don't think about saving. Additionally, the ongoing chaos and extreme climate in the New World lead to a severe shortage of goods. Looking at prices, the cost of living in the New World is generally 4 to 6 times higher than in other seas, and for more high-end goods, it could be 10 to 20 times more. As soon as Taizolo presented this theory, the Weasel and Yixiao looked at him differently, no longer with the original disdain. Just this theory was something they had never considered. The high prices were also one of the reasons people were unwilling to save. After all, with such high prices, it was already difficult to survive, let alone save money. Thus, a vicious cycle was born. Taizolo added. No one interrupted him, and he continued from these aspects. We can roughly understand why those merchant fleets would rather risk being plundered by pirates or swallowed by extreme weather to continuously push into the New World. It's because the profit margins are just too high. Normally, if a fleet sends 5 ships into the New World, the deeper they go, the greater the benefits. Ultimately, as long as one ship can return, it's a guaranteed profit for the fleet owner. At this point, Taizolo's tone became serious as he said, and guaranteed profit might sound ordinary, but for merchants, a business with guaranteed profits is the direction they truly want to explore. It's difficult to find such a risk-free business in other seas. These 4 words represent that as long as one persists, they can continuously make money. It sounds plain, but the actual benefits are terrifying. Ortolun nodded in agreement. The phrase guaranteed profit indeed sounded plain, as Taizolo had said, but within the realm of business, it was a terrifying weapon. Those who truly understood the trade would go crazy over these 4 words, and that was no exaggeration. The so-called guaranteed profit in the New World was merely a safety net. Our New World is indeed chaotic and dangerous, but according to various data, the profits for merchant fleets are still quite terrifying. As I mentioned earlier about the 5 ships, in reality, the vast majority can return with at least 2 or 3 ships. Sometimes, if luck is on their side, they can return completely intact. What does this represent? It means that in most cases, merchant associations can achieve profits in the New World that are at least 3 to 4 times greater than in other seas. If their goods are rarer, the profits could be even more astonishing, reaching 10-fold, 20-fold, or even more. Taizolo said solemnly. The Weasel and Yixiao exchanged glances. Feeling a bit shocked, no one spoke, and Taizolo continued. The profits could even be described as exorbitant, which is the fundamental reason why the New World is so chaotic, yet still has a continuous stream of merchant fleets daring to come here. From this fundamental perspective, we can consider the following. If we could provide these merchants with stable and safe sales channels and space in the New World, would they be willing to offer us discounts? If they are willing, to what extent could these discounts be acceptable to them? If we could figure this out, it might greatly alleviate the financial pressure currently faced by our G5. At this point, Taizolo looked at Ortolun. Perhaps because the previous explanation had indeed instilled some confidence in him. Therefore, when he looked at Ortolun this time, he wore a beaming smile and said, We have a unique advantage, and if we can leverage this advantage, I believe it will definitely attract most merchant associations and merchants to flock to us, eager to send us money. Ortolun smiled and said, Stop keeping us in suspense, just say it. Taizolo then scratched his head a bit awkwardly and said, The Channel of Totland, the land of nations. Because of Lord Ben's relationship, we are able to maintain a certain tacit understanding with the Big Mom pirates. According to a lot of data, in the past 5 to 10 years, this so-called pirate country, Totland, is gradually becoming a trading hotspot in the New World, favored by many merchant associations. It can be said that out of every 10 merchant ships entering the New World, 7 or 8 are heading there. As for the reason, I think it doesn't need explaining, right? Of course, it doesn't need explaining, Ortolun replied. Although everyone may not understand business and economics much, they can grasp the environment. Because Totland is the most stable in terms of situation, has the strongest military power, and occupies the largest land area in the entire New World. Even if it is not recognized by the world government, even if it is a pirate-ruled country. But for merchants, who cares? As long as the market is stable. The population base is large enough, and the consumption level can meet my needs, you can't say they are a pirate country. Even if Totland is a kingdom established by demons from hell, I would still sell without hesitation. So, if we establish a merchant association and publicly declare that merchant fleets that are willing to join this association and pay a large membership fee monthly, quarterly, or annually can obtain a safe and smooth sales channel in Totland and our jurisdiction, then I believe many merchants would be willing to join. This is the first way to make money, Tesalo said. And the second? Ortolun asked again. The second is for us to become middlemen in this process, buying large quantities of goods from these merchants and relying on our stable relationship with the Big Mom pirates to directly sell them in Totland, making a profit from the price difference, Tesalo said without hesitation. Then, without waiting for Ortolun to ask, he continued. The third is for us to directly establish a related commercial department, that is, a merchant fleet organization taking everything from sourcing to dumping all at once, sourcing goods from all over the seas and selling them in the New World. This model is actually the most profitable. The only question is whether our Navy allows this kind of commercial activity. Of course, it doesn't allow. Ortolun shook his head, but then smiled and said, but we are G5. What the headquarters can do, we G5 can do. What the headquarters cannot do, we G5 can break the rules, with the Admiral's permission. We'll do it first and report later. That's how unreasonable we are. Chapter 150. Sengoku. Is he really a genius? Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In Admiral Sengoku's office. Sengoku was looking at an application sent over from G5 to relieve pressure on Impel Down, friendly mutual assistance from brother units. Sengoku looked at the document in his hand, feeling a bit perplexed. What does Ortolun want with so many pirates? This application directly requested the headquarters to have Impel Down cooperate in allocating at least 20,000 pirate prisoners to the G5 naval base in the New World and to continuously supply at least 15,000 pirate prisoners annually, with the number fluctuating based on demand. To be honest, Sengoku had seen many outrageous requests during his years as an admiral, but he had never seen a request for pirate prisoners that was so high in demand. However, from the current situation and the number of pirates, this demand is not impossible to meet. In fact, it could be said that there isn't much pressure. Every year, no, every day, pirates are being eliminated by various naval bases, and a large number of pirates are continuously being sent to Impel Down. Thinking of this, Sengoku began searching through the stack of documents on his desk and soon found the paperwork from Impel Down. 2 weeks ago, the deputy warden of Impel Down, Magellan, had sent this document, hoping that the headquarters could allocate funds for the expansion of Impel Down and also increase the number of guards to cope with the current overcrowded situation in Impel Down. The document even expressed some of Magellan's potential words that to quickly reduce the number of pirate prisoners in Impel Down, they would use some less than humane methods. For example, reducing meal supplies, increasing torture, and pressuring the prison environment. 20 years later, Impel Down would truly resemble hell, with flashy tortures and prisoners starving to death, which is simply too many. It is precisely because of these subtle means of elimination that Impel Down has not collapsed under the explosive increase in the number of pirates. Because the pirates who enter, aside from those with special identities, generally do not survive more than 2 months. Thinking of this, Sengoku didn't delve into why Ortolun wanted so many pirates, but directly picked up the transponder snail on his desk and called Magellan. Magellan quickly answered the transponder snail and asked, Admiral Sengoku? Magellan, I have reviewed the document you sent. Sengoku replied in a steady tone. That's great. What did the headquarters say? Do they agree to our request? Magellan asked excitedly. He was really worried about the overcrowded prisoners in Impel Down. Ahem. Due to the wave of the Great Pirate Era, the headquarters expenditures are quite large, and the plan to expand Impel Down and increase the number of guards is not very suitable, Sengoku said softly. Magellan was stunned for a moment, and then said, So you mean we need to take stronger measures to reduce the pressure? I can't let things be so difficult for you and impel down. I have already contacted the G5 naval base in the New World, and they're willing to take over your pirate prisoners. So, prepare to transfer 25,000 pirate prisoners. They have already dispatched transport ships to you. Just hand over all the prisoners to them, and you won't need to worry about the follow-up, Sengoku instructed. 25,000? Magellan exclaimed. Is 25 enough? Can it be doubled? 50,000 would be about right. Admiral, we are currently averaging about 200 pirates coming in every day. After a month, that's 6,000. At least. Last month, nearly 10,000 came in. We really can't accommodate any more. Is it that exaggerated? Sengoku was taken aback. He knew the impact of the Great Pirate Era was multifaceted, but he hadn't really paid much attention to the pressure on impelled down. It's not an exaggeration. This is the number of pirates captured by navies all over the world. Fortunately, we need to account for the time spent on transport and escort. We've also eliminated quite a few ourselves. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to handle it. Magellan complained. I see. Sengoku hesitated and said, then wait a moment. I will contact Ortolun, the general in G5, to see if he is willing to accept more prisoners from you, and try to relieve some of your pressure. Yes, thank you. Magellan was very grateful to hear that the Admiral was so concerned about the matter. Internal Group 519124243. Little did he know. If it weren't for Ortolun's application coming in, Admiral Sengoku wouldn't have had time to pay attention to these issues at all. After hanging up the phone with Magellan, Admiral Sengoku called Ortolun again, but it was busy, and he couldn't get through, which left him a bit helpless. He wanted to contact the Weasel and Ishao, but suddenly realized he didn't have their phone numbers. It made sense, though. Ishao and the Weasel were a rear admiral and a commodore, respectively, and their ranks were simply not high enough. Normally, they didn't have much interaction with him, Sengoku. Therefore, after a moment's thought, Admiral Sengoku called Gion. If he remembered correctly, Gion should be at G5 now, right? Gion wasn't busy and quickly answered the call. Admiral, is there a mission assignment? Gion asked curiously upon receiving the call from Admiral Sengoku. No, I originally wanted to contact Ortolun, but I can't get through to him. What is he doing? Admiral Sengoku inquired. Oh, he's on the phone with that Don Quixote family member, Doflamingo. I'll go find him now, Gion calmly responded. Admiral Sengoku? I'm a Navy admiral and can't reach my subordinate because he's on the phone with a pirate? Is this reasonable? Oh, this subordinate is Ortolun, so it's fine. Soon, Admiral Sengoku heard the sound of a door opening on the other end of the phone, followed by Ortolun's voice. Right? You bring the goods in directly from the North Sea, then take your route and deliver them to G5. You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll contact Big Mom's pirate crew to dump these goods in Tato land, and we'll split the profits 70 to 30, with me getting 70 and you getting 30. Don't worry. I'll share the cost with you. Am I the kind of unreasonable person? The cost of the first batch of goods can be deducted from the 20 billion berries you owe me for the Warlords of the Sea guarantee fee. What, deducted already? How is that possible? Oh, look at my memory. I completely forgot to ask you to help me purchase shipbuilding equipment. Haha. If it's already deducted, then, well, just owe it for now. When you come to G5 later, I'll settle it with you in person. Don't worry. We're in this for the long haul. How could I possibly trick you? Rest assured, I won't forget. As long as you take care of that group of people in Mariejois, I'll guarantee you become a warlord of the sea. RG5 is now a long-term partner with your Don Quixote family, sharing both honor and disgrace, so you can rest easy. On the other end of the phone, Admiral Sengoku listened to these words and fell silent, deep in thought. Ortolun, that guy. He's definitely one of our Navy, right? But why are all his business partners pirates? Is this reasonable? And what the hell is this bounty fee from the 7 warlords of the sea? What 200 billion? Why haven't I seen a single cent? Just as Admiral Sengoku was silently pondering these matters, Ortolun's voice came through the transponder snail. Hello, Admiral? What do you need from me? I was just busy strengthening our G5 and promoting justice, Ortolun said confidently. Admiral Sengoku's face twitched as he replied. So you're collaborating with Don Quixote Doflamingo to strengthen G5? Promoting justice alongside pirates? It's not just him, but also the Big Mom pirates, Ortolun said calmly. He was so assertive that Admiral Sengoku didn't know how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, he said, well, Razanani has already infiltrated the Don Quixote family. Since you've also started collaborating with Doflamingo, please keep an eye on Razanani and ensure he doesn't run into danger. Understood. Don't worry as long as I'm here. Even if that kid Razanani is exposed, Doflamingo will still give me face and call him a good brother. Ortolun confidently accepted the task. By the way, I've seen the request for assistance from Impelled Down you sent to G5. Why do you need so many pirates? Admiral Sengoku finally got to the point. This is a long story. You asked me to build ships, so I thought I'd get it done quickly. But building ships requires a lot of labor. Just the worker expenses alone would amount to more than 200 billion berries in a year. Where am I going to get that money? So after some thought, I plan to use pirates as slaves, labor. Anyway, keeping them and impelled down is a waste of food. It's better to send them here as expendables. And while they're undergoing labor reform to atone for their sins, they can also help us Navy build warships and contribute to justice. Ortolun immediately confessed to Admiral Sengoku. Are you really a genius? Admiral Sengoku, listening to this, muttered in shock. Pirates can be used this way? Damn, our Navy has lost trillions over the past 800 years. How can we afford 25,000? 50,000. I'll have impelled down, send you 50,000 right away. After coming back to his senses, Admiral Sengoku said with some anticipation. 50,000? Ortolun was also pleasantly surprised. That's great, the more the better. Building ships is just one aspect. I also plan to have a mine. I heard that makes money too. As long as we have a steady stream of pirates dedicating themselves to our justice, our Navy will eventually achieve financial freedom. Admiral, at that time, won't you be able to do whatever you want? What is Mariejois even worth? Ahem, mind your language. How can you slander your superiors like that? We're not doing these things for our own whims, but for justice for the entire Navy, understand? Admiral Sengoku sternly reminded. Right, you have such high awareness. It's all for justice, for our Navy, with not a shred of selfishness. Ortolun immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Chapter 151. Sleckminged, stop hitting me. I'll pay. New World, Mariejois Island. This is an ordinary island in the New World, home to about 1,000 or 800 people, forming a small village. Today, this village also faced disaster, being beaten to pieces. Those lucky enough escaped into the mountains, while the unlucky ones were directly killed in the chaos. At this moment, amidst the ruins of the village, the warlord of the sea, crushed Sleckminged, was spitting blood, lying inside. Not far away, brothers Katakuri, Cracker, Owen, and Daifuku were standing there watching the situation. Can't get up, can you? Owen stroked his chin and pondered. Cracker was holding his arm, while Daifuku was bandaging him, looking as if he had a broken bone. Hearing Owen's voice, Cracker said, "This guy is really strong. If I were alone, I probably wouldn't be able to beat him." "Thank goodness for big brother Katakuri," Daifuku said in a low voice. In his view, if Katakuri wasn't there, the three of them alone wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat this crushed Sleckminged. No wonder he dared to attack the Whitebeard pirates and repeatedly invade the Beast pirates. Are the new guys this ruthless? Just as they were chatting, Sleckminged struggled to sit up from the ground, leaning against the rubble, with indignation in his eyes as he questioned. "Katakuri, I have no grievances or grudges with you Big Mom pirates, and I have never plundered Topland. In fact, I often attack the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates. From these angles, we should have some common interests. So why did you ambush me?" Katakuri's expression was very indifferent. He was always like this in front of outsiders, gentle only to family. Hearing this, Katakuri said expressionlessly, "In this world, one must keep their credibility. If you owe a debt and don't repay it, you naturally have to pay the price." "When did I ever owe a debt? I'm a pirate. Why would I need to borrow money?" However, before he could argue further, Katakuri casually threw a big rice cake, directly smashing it onto his face, knocking him out. "All right, pack up. I'm heading to G5 to deliver him to Ortolun. You all can head back first." Katakuri stepped forward, picking up the unconscious Sleckminged and tucking him under his arm. 2 weeks later, at the G5 Navy baseport, Ichiji shook his head, looking at Sleckminged, who was tied up with sea prism stone and dragged down from the ship in a very awkward manner. "What is the point of this? If you had come back with me that day and settled the account, wouldn't everything have been fine?" Sleckminged looked at Ichiji with a face full of anger and sorrow. "Ichiji, you bastard. I thought you were an upright Navy officer, but I didn't expect you to collude with pirates. I really misjudged you." Ichiji, surprised, scratched his head and said, "I knew you were a pirate, but if I didn't know better, I might think you were my comrade. Do you have the standing to say that?" After mocking Sleckminged, Ichiji turned his gaze to Katakuri and said, "Mr. Katakuri, my base chief is about to arrive." Just as he finished speaking, Ortolun hurriedly ran over from the base, waving and smiling from afar. Once Katakuri saw Ortolun approaching, he rolled his eyes and said, "You still new to call me second brother on the transponder snail, but now that the matter is done, you're back to just Katakuri, huh? Ha 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 ha." Ortolun laughed heartily, then said, "Thank you, second brother, for your help. It was a small matter." Katakuri waved his hand, saying calmly. After a pause, he added, "Since this is a Navy base, if there is nothing else, I want to stay long. Mom might hold a tea party soon. Is that convenient for you?" "Convenient. Very convenient." Ortolun immediately gave a positive answer. Normally, he shouldn't participate in any tea party of pirates. After all, he is a member of the Navy, and it would damage his image if it got out. However, Ortolun values interests more. The tea party of the Big Mom Pirates would invite many big shots from various industries, making it a good platform for personal networking. Among them, there are many individuals from the dark world who are normally unseen. Orton is now ready to embark on his great venture in the new world, and naturally, he needs to establish a channel of communication with these people from various industries. Therefore, this tea party provides him with a suitable opportunity. Katakuri initially mentioned it casually and was already prepared to be rejected by Orton. He never expected that this guy would actually agree, which surprised him a bit. With a smile in his eyes, he said, "Mom will be very happy to hear this." Ortolun first exchanged a few pleasantries about these matters. Then, without even looking at Sleckmingda, he pulled Katakuri aside and said, "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Speaking of which, we in G5 have a big business we want to collaborate with you on. Did you capture a lot of pirate ships?" Katakuri casually asked. "Those are minor matters." Ortolun waved his hand and continued seriously. "After this, we in G5 have developed a business plan and are engaging in in-depth cooperation with the Don Quixote family from the North Sea. We can continuously supply various goods from the North Sea, and I plan to sell all of these to your tot land." Ortolun explained the cooperation plan inside in a simple and straightforward manner to Katakuri. To be honest, Katakuri only had a vague understanding of these things. He had no problem with cutting people down, but dealing with finances was a challenge for him. Ortolun, being the show-off he is, occasionally threw in some fancy jargon he had just learned from Tezzalo, which left Katakuri feeling overwhelmed. So before Ortolun could finish his grand business vision and cooperation plan, Katakuri quickly interrupted, saying, Stop. I can understand the words you're saying, but the meaning is completely lost on me. When you go to Cake Island for the tea party with Mom in a while, just tell her directly. She has professional financial staff around her who will understand what you mean." Ortolun was interrupted halfway through his pretentious act, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. However, seeing that Katakuri truly didn't understand, he decided not to continue and smiled, nodding. "All right, then I'll talk about it later. Anyway, it takes some time for the goods from the North Sea to come over, so we'll just be in time." Katakuri was also a decisive person. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ortolun, he didn't even take a sip of tea before leaving the G5 Navy base. Watching his uniquely shaped ship, the Donut, sail away, Ortolun couldn't help but sigh. My second brother really takes care of his brothers. Upon hearing this, Sleckmind was filled with disbelief. "Wow, that's your brother? You're a prince of Totland. Why are you out here being a Navy officer? Is there something wrong with you?" However, before Sleckmind could recover from his astonishment, Ortolun coldly looked at him and said, "So you, the warlord of the sea, don't want to pay the guarantee fee, huh?" Sleckmind exclaimed angrily, "What guarantee fee? I've never heard of such a thing. If I say there is, then there is. Anyone who wants to sit in the position of warlord of the sea must pay us G5 a guarantee fee of 20 billion berries. If the money isn't there, I have plenty of ways to take care of you." Ortolun stepped forward, grabbing Sleckmind's hair and pulling his head down, saying, "Your warlord of the sea experience card has expired. Give me a straight answer. Are you renewing it?" A nearby person laughed and said, "If you want to renew it, hurry up and have your little brother bring over 20 billion berries. We'll see you off from G5 with a gift, and you can continue being the warlord of the sea in the new world without us bothering you. But if you don't renew..." Ortolun also wore "I'm in a tough spot" to expression and added, "Then we can only reluctantly collect the fee for your experience card." "What kind of fee is an experience card?" Sleckmind asked indignantly. "How can you be so stupid? Of course, it's your head worth 360 million berries." The person laughed with a disappointed look. Under such extortion from the person, Sleckmind was furious and shouted, Sleckmind would rather die here, jump off the port, and drown." Before he could finish his tough words, Ortolun immediately said, All right, looks like you don't want to renew. Yixiao, hang him in the dock to set an example. I'm a warlord of the sea. You Navy have no right." Hearing this, Sleckmind panicked, just as he howled a couple of times. Ortolun slapped him across the face and said, "So what if you're a warlord of the sea? I'm a Navy Vice Admiral. Am I proud of it? Let me tell you, this is G5. Even the King of Heaven can't control us here. Today, if I hang you, tomorrow I'll report that you were attacked by the Big Mom pirates and, as a warlord of the sea, died heroically in duty. Do you think the Navy headquarters will ask me if it's true or not? Watching the person named Yixiao approach with a sinister smile, ready to put a noose around his neck, Sleckmind truly couldn't act tough anymore and quickly said, 20 billion. 20 billion is no problem. Give me a snail. I'll have someone send it right now. Upon hearing there was money to be made, Ortolun immediately changed his expression, smiling warmly. Quick, Yixiao, notify them. Have the others brew tea. Didn't you see that our brother unit under the world government, Warlord of the Sea, Smash Strike, Mr. Sleckmind has personally come to visit us? Good tea. Chapter 152. The imported pirate from Impel Down, you understand? New World, G5 Navy Base. In a reception room, Doflamingo sat on the sofa, looking at the Warlord of the Sea, Smash Strike, Sleckmind, who was handcuffed with sea prism stone, with a somewhat strange gaze. When he came to G5 today, he never expected to see such a scene here. How did a dignified Warlord of the Sea end up like this? Sleckmind sat awkwardly on the sofa, looking at Doflamingo, unsure of how to explain. Just then, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and Ortolun walked in with a beaming smile. Greeting. Sorry, Doflamingo, I had a little matter to take care of. Doflamingo quickly stood up and smiled. It's fine. I have no urgent matters, plenty of time. Ortolun was still very enthusiastic, personally making tea for Doflamingo and Sleckmind, placing it in front of them. Then, he took out the key to the sea prism stone handcuffs and unlocked Sleckmind. Your little brother just arrived and has already sent 20 billion berries. We have counted it, and not a single cent is missing. Congratulations. Your renewal is successful, and the Warlord of the Sea experience card has been converted to a formal membership. Ortolun said sincerely while holding Sleckmind's hand. Upon hearing this news, Sleckmind was almost moved to tears. To be honest, if he could go back to the past, back to the day he had to decide whether to accept the world government's invitation and become a Warlord of the Sea, he would never have accepted this so-called Warlord of the Sea position. Who the hell wants to be one? He even wanted to recommend it to his enemies so they could experience the joys of being a Warlord of the Sea. But now, Sleckmind decided he would definitely be a Warlord of the Sea. He wanted to stay in this position forever. Anyone who tried to stop him would be met with violence. This was a position he had suffered so much for and paid 20 billion berries to obtain. He absolutely could not waste it. Seeing Sleckmind's face full of anger and resentment, Ortolun looked puzzled and asked, why the long face? Isn't this something to be happy about? Hurry up and thank me. Thank you. Sleckmind didn't dare to be sharp with Ortolun, enduring the humiliation and still had to say thank you. No need to be polite. We are all brothers under the world government. Ortolun patted Sleckmind on the shoulder and then said earnestly, but it's tough in the new world. Everyone is struggling, you know? Huh? Sleckmind looked at Ortolun with a puzzled expression, not quite understanding his meaning. Ahem. As a Warlord of the Sea member, you will have better VIP services in the future. If you encounter any difficulties in the new world, feel free to contact me. As long as the service fee is in place, I am more than willing to help good partners under the world government. Understand? Ortolun nodded. Sleckmind thought to himself, the difficulties I encounter in the new world are all caused by you, you bastard. So, this Warlord of the Sea membership is not for life, right? You will want me to renew it when the opportunity arises, right? Although he felt bitter inside, Sleckmind still had to show a grateful expression on his face and nodded in agreement. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I will definitely ask you for help. Admiral Bane. As long as you understand this principle, Ortolun nodded in satisfaction. Then, the scene fell silent. Doflamingo looked at the two of them, not knowing what to say, and Sleckmind was equally at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, Ortolun looked at Sleckmind with a strange expression and said, what are you still sitting here for? Go and experience the joyful new life of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Your little brother is still waiting for you at the dock. Huh? Can I leave? Sleckmind quickly stood up, ignoring the hot tea on the table, and hurriedly left, even remembering to politely close the door of the reception room behind him. After Sleckmind left, Ortolun sat on the sofa, picked up the cup of tea that no one had drunk, took a sip, and smiled at Doflamingo, saying, I apologize. No, I should say it's quite eye-opening. Doflamingo shook his head with emotion. He had always felt that Ortolun was a bit unreasonable, treating him like a little brother to command. After all, he was a celestial dragon from the Yellow Flag, a little tyrant of the North Sea. Was there no respect or courtesy for him? But after seeing Sleckmind's miserable state today, Doflamingo finally understood that Ortolun was treating him like a real brother. One shouldn't expect too much. This was enough. You see, am I fair and just in my dealings? Regarding the matter of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, I can't just let you, Doflamingo, pay the money, right? Otherwise, Wouldn't that be looking down on you? Don't worry from now on. Anyone who wants to become a 7 warlord of the sea will have to pay a guaranteed fee of 2 billion berries. Even if Crocodile has run far away and is now hiding in Alabasta, rest assured, he won't escape paying what he owes. I'm keeping track of the interest, and when the opportunity arises, I'll collect everything at once. Ortolun said with a look of I'm very righteous. Fairness indeed. Doflamingo admired and gave a thumbs up. All right, enough of this talk. Have you taken care of things on Mariejois? If so, I will start preparing to recommend you as a 7 warlord of the sea. Ortolun put down his teacup and asked. Doflamingo sighed helplessly and said, those bastards on Mariejois. If only Vice Admiral Bane had half your sense of justice. I wouldn't have to worry. I've tried using my connections, spent quite a bit of money, but all I got were rejections. Those guys truly lack a sense of propriety. Ortolun frowned and then said, if you don't give them some pain, they won't know what it means to hurt. So you mean? Doflamingo's eyes lit up as he looked at Ortolun. You find an opportunity to hit them hard. It's the end of the year, and soon it will be 1501, right? Countries should be submitting their heavenly gold. You're familiar with the North Sea. Just find a couple of ships carrying heavenly gold and rob them. Threaten Mariejois. This is a matter of the world's government's face, and they will definitely yield. Ortolun advised. In the original story, Doflamingo rose to become a 7 warlord of the sea using this very tactic, so it was reasonable. Doflamingo paused for a moment, then asked with some concern, isn't this too face-slapping? Is it really appropriate? If we push them too hard, if you push them too hard, they will send the Navy to eliminate you, right? Ortolun rolled his eyes and said, I'm the Navy. What are you worried about? Just find a place to hide, and I'll arrange things for you. The headquarters won't exert effort. They'll just say they can't find you. Over time, who will be anxious? Doflamingo looked at Ortolun, fell silent for a moment, then smirked. Vice Admiral Bane, the world government truly deserves someone as loyal as you. Ah, it's all their good fortune. Ortolun shamelessly waved his hand and said modestly. After finishing this topic, Ortolun continued. I called you here to ask if you have any recommendations for labor-intensive industries that are particularly profitable. I want to get involved. Labor-intensive? Doflamingo was taken aback for a moment, then tentatively asked, are you planning to use Navy personnel to help you make private profits? It wasn't surprising that Doflamingo thought this way. He had seen such things in the North Sea before, where base commanders of the Navy would often send their soldiers out to do private work. Ortolun was in the New World, far from the Emperor, and had tens of thousands of Navy personnel under him. If he wanted to do such things, he indeed had abundant labor. That's not it. As a Navy officer, I have always sought benefits for my subordinates. How can I exploit them? The thing is, I imported a batch of pirates from Impel Down, planning to use them as slaves, about 50 to 60,000, right? The rest will be used for other purposes, but the remainder must create value. Ortolun said with conviction. Doflamingo? Importing pirates? What kind of term is that? Doflamingo had been immersed in various industries of the dark world for many years, yet he had never heard of this professional term. Chapter 153. The Great Development of the Doldrums and the Business of Platinum and Lead Oregon. Although Doflamingo had never heard of the term importing pirates, he was a smart man and quickly understood Ortolun's meaning. After all, using pirates and prisoners for work was not Ortolun's exclusive practice. It wasn't even Kaido's exclusive practice. It was a privilege of the celestial dragons of Mariejois. Since the establishment of the world government, there had been a project spanning hundreds of years that was still unfinished. That was the Cross-Sea Bridge Project. Initially, the celestial dragons intended to connect various islands by building a cross-sea bridge. This project was called Taikalo, also known as the Bridge Building Nation. The main labor force for this project had been continuously supplemented with various pirates, rogue elements, and anti-world government activists for hundreds of years. After hundreds of years, construction was still ongoing in the EC. The idea of connecting islands around the world was like a dream, and only the celestial dragons could be so reckless. After understanding Ortolun's meaning, Doflamingo pondered for a moment and said, for a labor-intensive industry that can greatly profit, I think mining is the most suitable. So it was mining? Ortolun stroked his chin and said, I had considered this before, but it seems that the relevant mineral resources in the New World are not particularly abundant. Not too bad, mainly because no one has gone to develop them. After all, the environment and atmosphere are very dangerous. With the manpower and resources available, why not make money elsewhere instead of developing these mineral resources in the New World? Doflamingo said with a smile. Only people like Ortolun, who had a lot of disposable pirate slaves, could consider this. The rest of the people trying to gather tens of thousands of laborers to mine in the New World? That was a joke. After a brief pause, Doflamingo continued. Setting aside the New World for now, I have always believed that the Doldrums is a very resource-rich and underdeveloped area. If Vice Admiral Bane has the ability to solve the transportation safety issues in the doldrums, I think it's very suitable there. In fact, with the power of your Navy ships, forming a fleet to cross the doldrums wouldn't be difficult. The doldrums? Ortolun's eyes lit up as he murmured. Yes, the doldrums has been around for hundreds, if not thousands, of years since its discovery, and it has never been properly developed. Only the local indigenous people, in countries like Amazon Lily, have made small-scale use of some resources there. It can be said to be a truly undeveloped land of wealth. Nowadays, most ships rely on sail power, so the doldrums, which is a windless zone, is impassable for sailboats that require a lot of wind. Moreover, the stable climate and calm waters of the doldrums make it a favorite habitat for sea kings, who typically build their nests there. Countless gigantic sea kings live there, each as large as an island. Disturbing them in the doldrums would lead to significant trouble. Therefore, without a certain level of strength, it is indeed impossible to wander around the doldrums. Yes, the doldrums is not only rich in mineral resources and timber resources, but it should also be quite top-notch in other aspects. General Ben has previously purchased so much shipbuilding equipment for me, indicating that there are plans for development in this area. If you can achieve success in the doldrums, your shipbuilding project could become self-sufficient in raw materials. More importantly, once you establish a foothold in the doldrums, it would be equivalent to opening up a stable maritime market. If you can connect the North Doldrums with the New World, it would directly link to the North Sea, allowing us to transport goods, resources, and commodities from the North Sea to the New World with efficiency far surpassing that of our competitors. The trade profits involved would be terrifying, analyzed Doflamingo. Ortolun was contemplating another question. For violent organizations, armed groups, and armies, what are the two key elements of strong logistical support? One is weaponry and arms, and the other is food. As long as there are enough ammunition and weapons, it can be said that as long as the bottom line can be lowered, money can be made in any way. If all else fails, just resort to robbery. Therefore, wealth is not the most important thing. In comparison, being self-sufficient in meeting food demands is what stabilizes the army in hand. The doldrums area has a mild and very stable climate, where planting anything can yield 1 to 4 harvests a year without issue. If large plantations and farms were established there, and the pirate slaves sent by Impel Down were repurposed as farm tools, wouldn't the issue of food supply in G5 and the future new Navy's vision be resolved? Thinking of this, Ortolun excitedly slapped his thigh and said, Good. This idea is excellent. The doldrums really need to be developed properly. You've really helped me out, Doflamingo. Just a casual mention. As long as you can use it, Doflamingo modestly waved his hand, not taking credit. After Ortolun paused for a moment, he continued, Besides this matter, the reason I called you here is that I want to ask if your Don Quixote family is also involved in the grain business? In some aspects, yes. Doflamingo nodded lightly in response. Then, can you help us procure a large amount of grain? You know that we will soon have a large influx of laborers. Although I don't have to pay them wages, I still need to provide them with food. If I don't provide food, how can they have the strength to work for me? Won't they just starve? But feeding tens of thousands of mouths, while our G5's grain supply can hold up for a short time. I certainly don't want to waste the good food meant for my brothers on this bunch of scoundrels, right? Ortolun said, Do those scoundrel pirates deserve to eat the same food as our G5 Navy? So what you mean is that you want cheaper grain? Doflamingo asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, it doesn't matter if it's of poor quality, as long as it's cheap and can fill them up. It doesn't have to taste good or anything like that. When they're hungry, they'll eat, Ortolun said without hesitation. That's easy to arrange. Cheap grain is very available. And if you need a large quantity, we can open a special channel to keep supplying it until you no longer need it. Doflamingo agreed directly. Then I'll leave it to you, Ortolun said with relief. The two sat there drinking tea and chatting about small talk. But Doflamingo finally couldn't sit still and tentatively asked, However, Vice Admiral Bane, regarding the debt between us. Ahem, it hasn't been settled yet. As soon as this was mentioned, Ortolun's eyes showed a hint of guilt as he glanced around. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, he put on a worried expression and lamented. The landlord's family has no surplus grain either. I'm really broke. All the money I have is spent, and I haven't seen a return yet. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait a bit. Just calculate the interest normally. Once the goods from the North Sea arrive, I can sell them at top land and pay you back immediately. Doflamingo felt helpless seeing Ortolun's poor me act. I clearly just heard that Slack Mine's underling delivered 20 billion berries in cash to you today. And now you tell me you have no money? Sigh. Doflamingo sighed. Since that's the case, I won't rush you. I still trust your credibility, Vice Admiral Bane. However, I was originally thinking that there would be a profitable business coming up soon. If you have surplus money on hand, you can invest a bit. It would basically be a sure-win deal. Upon hearing this, Ortolun, who was still acting poor, immediately sat up straight and cleared his throat. Well, I suddenly remembered that we still have 20 billion berries in our account, which is the money Slackmind just repaid. Doflamingo, hearing this, asked with a sly smile, "Are you planning to settle the account with me?" Ortolun waved his thick-skinned hand and said, "Let's put off the payment for now. You just mentioned a money-making opportunity. If I make money from this, I'll settle up with you right away." Hearing this somewhat unreasonable statement, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but he eventually spoke up. In the North Sea, the Kingdom of Fervans has encountered a problem with platinum lead mines. Currently, patients with platinum lead disease have started to appear in their country one after another. It is highly likely that there will be a large-scale outbreak of platinum lead disease within the next 2 years. I'm not sure if you, General Ben, understand the concept of platinum lead disease, but what I mean is if this disease breaks out on a large scale in Fervans, they will be doomed. Ortolun asked with some confusion. So what? As far as I know, the world government has secretly started to take action and is beginning to buy up a large amount of platinum lead. This material is not only favored by nobles from various countries for use as jewelry and tableware, but it is also an important precious metal that is a necessity for high-end military production. In other words, once Fervans is destroyed, the output of platinum lead will inevitably plummet, possibly even to zero. In this case, the price of the platinum lead that is hoarded and not sold can be imagined. Doflamingo said with an evil smile. "You mean we should stockpile some?" Ortolun raised an eyebrow. "Exactly, if you have enough supplies on hand. We could even contract the entire platinum lead mine after this epidemic ends and Fervans is destroyed, using the supplies to develop it. That would be a continuous profit-making business. You should know Fervans' status in the North Sea relies on platinum lead, right?" Doflamingo looked at Ortolun and asked. "The richest kingdom in the North Sea," Ortolun said softly. Chapter 154. The waves of the new world. The new generation begins to emerge. Gently, Doflamingo arrived. He left G5 gracefully, carrying Ortolun's expectations and 2 billion berries in cash. Subsequently, Ortolun's life entered a state of tranquility, spending his days in G5 handling various documents and government affairs. While the entire G5 operated smoothly, Jiuan and Yixiao led teams, continuously eliminating the seemingly endless pirates in their G5 jurisdiction. Originally, these captured pirates were to be sent to Impel Down, but now this process was saved and they were directly sent to the shipbuilding island as laborers, much to Master Tom's delight. Squirrel personally led a trip to Impel Down, taking nearly 2 months to escort back 50,000 pirate prisoners using the other side's prison ship. Normally, Impel Down's prison ships are not lent out, but since it lightened their burden, the cooperation was excellent. Squirrel also represented G5 and signed an import agreement with that guy Magellan on the spot in Impel Down. Every month, Impel Down would send 5,000 pirate prisoners over, and if their pressure was high, G5's receiving capacity was unlimited. In other words, a guaranteed 5,000 each month, but if you and Impel Down are willing to send, you can send 50,000 each month, and we will take them. This made Magellan very happy. Even though he had never met Ortolun in person, he praised him to the skies, stating that Rear Admiral Bane was a good brother of Impel Down, and if there was anything he needed help with in the future, it would be a matter of a word. Anything he could do, Magellan would not refuse. Not only shipbuilding, but Ortolun also allocated funds to support Master Tom's Sea Train research project. This thing is extremely useful. Once the technology is developed and popularized in the G5 jurisdiction, connecting various islands and kingdoms, G5's control over this sea area will reach a terrifying height. Originally, it would take 10 days to half a month to send a warship, but now a naval vehicle can make it in 2 days. Just think about this power and influence. This is still the military aspect. The economic benefits it brings are even more significant, especially the sea train technology, which is particularly suitable for windless zones. The development plan for this windless zone has already begun preparations on Taisolo's side. If this thing can be applied, it would also be a great enhancement. Aside from the matters of pirate slaves and shipbuilding coming to a pause, that guy Jackie finally arrived from Carp. Like GUN, although they would be stationed in G5 for work afterwards, they were not officially part of G5's structure. GUN was in the intelligence department, while Jackie held the direct rear admiral position under Carp and was in G5 for long-term collaboration. Ortolun arranged tasks for the KKI, which were completely consistent with those of Guion, focusing on military training and elite formation. After the development over this time, The G5's military strength has significantly increased. Within the base, the number of naval members has reached as high as 40,000, of which more than 20,000 have already developed certain combat capabilities under the practical training prior to Yixiao. The remaining 20,000 are mostly new recruits with little combat power. But with Gion and Kki leading them, it is estimated that it won't be long before they can form a regular army capable of combat. The recruitment process shows no signs of stopping. Ortolun anticipates that to elevate the G5 to a level of 50,000 elites, the process of weeding out the unqualified will result in a total estimated loss of at least 120,000 soldiers to truly cultivate 50,000 elites that can fight in the New World. This process is expected to continue until the years 1503 to 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar to achieve the goal. Aside from the main unit, G5 has now stationed troops in 7 countries and islands, with only 2 being member states, while the rest are indigenous peoples of a new world who do not enjoy the protection of a world government. However, Ortolun does not care whether they are member states. How can we distinguish the righteous between high and low? As long as you are willing to pay, I will treat you equally and unify the garrison. This garrison plan has proven effective, greatly enhancing the security and stability of those countries and islands. And it is expected that more clients will come to negotiate cooperation with Ortolun. Among the 7 garrison points, some are stationed with 4,000 to 5,000 troops, while others have 3,000 to 2,000, arranged according to the protection fees they paid. In total, about 30,000 Navy personnel are stationed outside. This 30,000 Navy consists of an equal mix of new and old soldiers. Their combat power is not particularly strong, but it is much better than their original king's army. However, the promised warships have not yet arrived, as Ortolun's base does not have enough warships to spare for them. The Navy stationed outside is primarily using pirate warships captured by G5 from various locations, making do for now until shipbuilding is up and running, at which point they can gradually replace them. Overall, General Ben Ortolun of the G5 Naval Base currently commands 70,000 Navy personnel, making him one of the top forces across naval bases worldwide. Compared to other naval bases, like Kuzan's G8 Naval Base, which is relatively large with only 25,000 personnel, Ortolun has significantly outpaced them. Although Ortolun actually commands a force of 70,000, the official record at the headquarters shows the G5 scale as 25,000 personnel and 15 warships, which are now gone. It can be said that the remaining Navy personnel are unregistered at the headquarters. The warring states' generals do not inquire about these matters, and Ortolun does not report them either. The two are very tacit about this, adhering to the principle of out of sight, out of mind. In April of the Sea Circle calendar, 1501, some interesting events occurred in the New World. The already established Moonlight Moria had been wandering without a fixed base for his pirate crew. His bounty had gradually climbed over the past 2 years to over 300 million, and perhaps feeling that the New World suited him, Moria sought a place to settle down as his lair. However, whether out of confusion or overconfidence in his strength, he chose to attack the Beast Pirates base in Wano country as his future headquarters, leading his crew to raid the Beast Pirate stronghold. Interestingly, on the day of Moria's surprise attack, Kaido was reportedly drunk and unconscious, allowing Moria's group to break into Wano country. It wasn't until the next day that Kaido woke from his drunken stupor on Onigashima and furiously sought out Moria for revenge. A fierce conflict erupted between the two sides in Wano, lasting 2.5 days. In the end, Moria narrowly escaped from Kaido, but all his comrades who had followed him into the New World were killed by the Beast Pirates. Moria's force was actually quite large at that time, making him a significant figure in the New World with about 3,000 to 5,000 troops. Unfortunately, Kaido executed all of them by impaling them on poles along the coastline of Wano, creating a spectacle several kilometers long to intimidate those who might challenge him. Currently, Moria is nowhere to be found, but Ortolun estimates that it won't be long before the world government sends an invitation to Moria, inviting him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, he is a bold individual who dared to confront Kaido and even escape from him, showing that he is not lacking in ability. Moreover, having established a deep enmity with Kaido, the world government recognizes this and is likely to select him, knowing that Moria would be willing to lend a hand when it comes time to deal with Kaido. If the world government invites Moria to become one of the 7 warlords, it would also be good news for Ortolun, as he would profit 20 billion berries if Moria agrees. aside from the Moonlight Moria incident. An interesting event also transpired in the territory of the White-Beard pirates in the New World. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, the renowned swordsman Dracula Mihawk, who has not ceased to challenge various swordsmen and has since built a significant reputation, clashed with a group of new pirates in the waters of the White-Beard pirates. Everyone expected Mihawk to crush these newcomers effortlessly, but unexpectedly, Mihawk found himself evenly matched with the captain of that pirate crew. This pirate crew, known as the Red-Haired Pirates, has begun to gain notoriety, with their captain being referred to as Red-Haired Shanks. Indeed, the Red-Haired Pirates have taken shape and have made their way into the New World without Ortolun even noticing. However, perhaps due to being intimidated by Ortolun in his childhood, Ortolun has yet to receive any reports from his subordinates regarding sightings of the Red-Haired Pirates in his territory. In other words, while that guy is wandering in the New World, he has deliberately avoided Ortolun's G5 territory and has never come near. Chapter 155. Borsalino, we have no grievances. Why do you want to harm me? In the New World, Punk Hazard is the station of the Navy's scientific unit. Before Kazan and Sakazuki fell out on this island, the climate here was mild, with spring-like conditions year-round, making for a very pleasant environment. In the central area of the island, numerous high-tech research bases have sprung up, and the scientific unit has entered a state of regularization. Rear Admiral Borsalino of the Navy headquarters is the highest authority on this island. At this moment, Borsalino is at the port of Punk Hazard, watching as a warship slowly docks. Soon after, the gangway is lowered, and Ortolun steps down from the ship with a broad smile on his face. Dr. Borsalino, long time no see. As soon as Ortolun came down, he greeted warmly. However, upon hearing the word doctor, Borsalino's originally cheerful expression darkened as he said, "You bastard, if you call me doctor again, I'm really going to blow up." "Haha, okay, doctor. I won't call you that next time." Ortolun laughed heartily, not taking Borsalino's threat seriously at all. Borsalino also knew that Ortolun was just being cheeky. Their relationship was still quite good. Even when teased like this, he wasn't really as angry as he claimed to be, just shaking his head helplessly and not bringing it up again. Next to Borsalino stood Orbia. Unlike the last time they parted on the Red Earth continent, when Orbia looked haggard and dejected, now she appeared rosy and seemed to be living quite well here. Especially in her attire, there had been a tremendous change. Once a scholar who was a major criminal in the world government, she now wore a Navy Justice cloak and had a colonel's insignia on her shoulder. Wow, she really became one of their own in an instant. Indeed, nowadays, Dr. Clover holds the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy Scientific Corps, responsible for the research and investigation of various ancient documents, while Orbia, as the doctor's successor and the second-in-command scholar, is now also a colonel officer in the Scientific Corps. "Colonel Orbia, long time no see. How'd you been during this time?" Ortolun greeted Orbia with a smile. Orbia, indeed, seemed much more relaxed than before, shrugging and smiling as she said, "Pretty good, except that I can't leave Punk Hazard at will. Other than that, not much has changed from before. I came directly from G5 this time, so Robin didn't come along, but don't worry, she's living very well in Marineford. I've heard from the teachers that her academic performance is quite excellent, and she also said that she wants to join the Navy in the future and apply to be transferred to the Scientific Corps to work with you." Ortolun brought up Robin again. Hearing this, Orbia's face also bore a gentle smile as she said, "Although we can't meet, I still keep in touch with Robin often. Occasionally, we even video call. I know all about her situation, so even though I've said it many times, I still want to say it now." "Thank you, Bane. Now we can consider ourselves friends. Just call me Ortolun." Ortolun waved his hand. Borsalino, who was nearby, also chimed in. "Next time I go back to the headquarters for a report, I can bring Robin along to meet you." It was clear that Borsalino and Orbia had a good relationship as well. Not lingering at the port, the few of them chatted and laughed as they headed into the island. "You guys at Punk Hazard are really hard to find. If you hadn't sent the permanent record pointer, I wouldn't have found the location," Ortolun complained as they walked. After all, it was a non-magnetic island, very special, which is why it has such high confidentiality. Borsalino responded with a smile. Indeed, Punk Hazard is a very rare non-magnetic island. Generally, once such islands are discovered, they are quickly seized by various powers as secret bases. The confidentiality of non-magnetic islands is extremely high because there is no magnetic field to attract record pointers. So only after landing on the island can a special permanent record pointer be made to record the island's location. If you don't have such a record pointer in hand, finding your way there in the vast ocean would be purely a matter of luck. Another famous non-magnetic island similar to Punk Hazard is the later headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Balyadigo Island. The reason the Revolutionary Army has been hidden so well, and the world government has been unable to find their base for so many years, is that Balyadigo Island is a non-magnetic island, making it very difficult to locate. Later on, it was only due to some blunders by the strongman of the Blackbeard pirates who accidentally boarded a Revolutionary Army ship that the location was exposed. As a research scholar, Orbia was quite busy. After returning to the base, she quickly greeted them and went off to handle her matters. In contrast, Dr. Borsalino had no experimental plans recently, so he was free to chat with Ortolun. The two arrived at Borsalino's office, where he personally brewed a cup of tea for Ortolun. After sitting down on the sofa, he asked, "What does it mean that you suddenly want to visit us at Punk Hazard? Are you planning to have Dr. Vegapunk check your health?" "Checking my health is one aspect, but I actually don't need that much anymore. Recently, I've clearly felt that my condition has improved significantly through violent treatment." Ortolun waved his hand. That's right, Ortolun still maintained a stable condition, going crazy every month. During his time at G5, he had also gone mad several times, but with the help of the others, he would get a sea stone, find a bay, soak himself in it, and get beaten up, which was almost enough to treat him. After several times, the number of times Ortolun woke up from this madness had increased, and the duration of his mad state had become shorter. This was also the reason Ortolun hadn't rushed to find Dr. Vegapunk. He thought that maybe in a year or two, he wouldn't need external intervention for treatment, and his madness could be cured. Ortolun even felt quite filial. He thought that this path to healing was pointed out to him by his mother, Charlotte Linlin. So, as a filial son, when he becomes strong enough in the future, it would be reasonable for him to return and treat his mother's illness, right? Then what are you here for if not for treatment? Borsalino asked curiously. When I was chatting with Admiral Sengoku earlier, I heard that your scientific corps has developed a new type of warship. A few have already been dispatched to the headquarters for experimental purposes? Ortolun inquired. Speaking of this, Borsalino waved his hand and said, "It's not exactly new, in reality. There hasn't been any significant technological advancement. The firepower is still the same, the speed is still the same, and even the materials haven't changed much." After a slight pause, Borsalino continued, "It is considering the convenience of commuting across the seas. Dr. Vegapunk has attempted to enhance the use of sea stone underneath the warships, intending to emit special signal waves in this way, allowing the warships to completely blend in with the ocean in terms of biological magnetic field perception. This way, as long as no aggressive actions are taken, such as firing cannons, the warships won't attract the attention of threatening sea creatures like sea kings, which can greatly enhance the safety index of the warships while also stabilizing their passage through windless zones." Hearing this, Ortolun raised an eyebrow and asked, "How are the experimental results? Can it safely and effectively stabilize the passage through windless zones?" "Our experiments here were very successful, but it still needs to be verified by the headquarters," Borsalino replied directly, not hiding anything. Cough. Ortolun lowered his voice slightly and then said, "Is it convenient?" Seeing Ortolun's demeanor, Borsalino seemed to understand what he meant, raised his hand to signal Ortolun to be quiet, and then walked over to the desk to activate a black box device. After everything was done, Borsalino said, "The signal jamming has been lifted. You wouldn't be coming to ask for my help with some ridiculous matter again, would you?" Punk Hazard, as a research island, not only has the brilliant Dr. Vegapunk, but also a large number of scholars. Therefore, the world's government has very strong surveillance over this island. Originally in the story, Bartholomew Kuma contacted Dr. Vegapunk through a transponder snail, but their conversation was intercepted by the 5 elders in Mariejois, which ultimately led to a series of subsequent tragedies. Ortolun naturally had to be cautious here. Even, he couldn't give absolute trust to Borsalino. After Borsalino activated the shielding device, he subtly used his own electromagnetic waves for some sensing and exploration, ultimately confirming that Borsalino was indeed a trustworthy comrade. I planned to open a route connecting to the North Sea and the Calm Belt. Only then did Ortolun slowly begin to discuss his matters with Borsalino. However, he did not mention any plans for the development of the Calm Belt. Instead, he focused on the collaboration with Don Quixote da Flamingo for selling goods. After hearing this, Borsalino looked at Ortolun with a shocked expression and said, "Ortolun, I have no grievances against you. Why do you want to harm me? Are you dragging me into this? This seriously violates our Navy's discipline. If it gets exposed and the general from the warring states finds out, you'll be taken to a military court. Aren't you being too bold? The general is my partner." Ortolun shot Borsalino a glance. "Borsalino, do you hear yourself? How dare you slander my respected General Sengoku like this? Just wait, I need to confirm this with him first," Borsalino said with a righteous expression. as if he wanted to distance himself from Ortolun. Ortolun waved his hand, indicating for him to do as he pleased. Soon, due to the shielding device, Porcelino went out to make a specific encrypted phone call, unafraid of being eavesdropped on. After a short while, Porcelino walked in with a big smile and said, "Lord Bane, what did you just say you wanted? I can fully cooperate with you." Wow, changing faces so quickly. Porcelino, your political awareness is quite high. Chapter 156, The Precise Doctor. Vegapunk. Porcelino is indeed easy to get along with. He is relatively casual and doesn't have many political demands or interests to exchange, making him suitable as a friend. However, it is precisely because of his ambiguous sense of justice that there is room for negotiation. When Mariejois needs him, he does not refuse. And when Ortolun and those with ulterior motives need him, he also does not refuse. By not offending either side, he can continue to live a laid-back life. Seeing that Porcelino had already confirmed with the Warring States General, Ortolun did not beat around the bush any longer and directly said, "Give me a copy of the technical data on combining this sea stone with warships. I'll take it with me when I leave." "How about that?" Porcelino sat at his desk, picked up a blank sheet of paper, nodded, and said, "No problem. At least we need to define a proper process. If something goes wrong in the future, it won't involve me." "You really don't want to get into any trouble at all," Ortolun joked. "You are too bold. I'm really afraid of getting into some trouble with you. It might turn into a huge disaster. Just let me be, Ortolun. I just want to live a laid-back life." "What's wrong with that?" Porcelino complained while quickly writing his documents on the paper. After a short while, he finished the draft and handed it to Ortolun, saying, "Look, is this okay?" Ortolun took a look at the paper draft and said, "The scientific team has received a request from headquarters to further accurately determine whether the technology of the Sea Tower Stone warship meets the standards and whether it can steadily improve the safety factor. Therefore, we are collaborating with the G5 Navy to conduct test operations in the New World as the testing area for the regulation of this technology. In other words, I, Porcelino, have communicated with headquarters and, at their request, authorized this technology to G5. G5 is not using it for Ortolun's personal matters or for developing windless route lines. It is for the benefit of the entire Navy, taking the risk of immature technology to conduct experiments. What is this? This is the scientific exploration spirit for the King's precursor. All right, let's arrange it this way. I have no problem with it." After reading it, Ortolun immediately expressed his approval. He didn't care what the arrangement process was, as long as the result met his wishes. Seeing that Ortolun had no objections, Porcelino took the document from Ortolun and walked to the door, shouting for a moment. Shortly after, a Navy colonel came over. Porcelino handed the document to him and said, "Go arrange it, organize all the relevant technical data, and send it in a complete set to Admiral Bane's warship." The colonel didn't ask much, quickly accepted it, and then left. After getting this matter sorted out, Porcelino and Ortolun chatted casually in the office. Ortolun was still very interested in the various technologies of their scientific team and occasionally inquired to see if there was anything he could use. Porcelino was also frank. He introduced Ortolun to any technology that did not involve particularly confidential requirements for the scientific team as external confidentiality. After listening for a while, Ortolun asked, "You're just talking, and I don't quite understand. After all, I'm not like you. I don't have a doctorate. If you think it's convenient, just take me to see the product." Porcelino glared at Ortolun and said, "If you want, I can apply for a doctorate for you right here. After all, Dr. Vegapunk would be more than happy to experiment on you." "Ha, no need for that. I'm just a rough guy." Ortolun laughed heartily and refused. After Porcelino teased Ortolun a bit, he didn't refuse and took Ortolun out of the office, heading towards the scientific laboratory. The two first passed through a very narrow corridor before officially entering the research base area from the administrative zone. Once they entered this area, various research-oriented devices appeared. And Ortolun also saw many scientists in white lab coats working hard and bustling around. Naturally, Punk Hazard couldn't have just one scientist, Vegapunk. There were also a large number of scientific workers originally belonging to the world government. Dr. Vegapunk was just the most outstanding scientist among them. In front of a display case, Porcelino stopped and pointed inside, saying, "Look, what is that thing?" Ortolun observed for a moment and then said, "A dagger?" "That's right. What's in the display case is indeed a dagger. No mistake about it." On the surface, it appeared to be a dagger. As Porcelino spoke, he entered a mechanical code to unlock the display case, then took down the dagger and said, "In fact, it's a devil fruit user." As soon as he finished speaking, Porcelino seemed to activate a button on the dagger, and in an instant, the dagger transformed, resembling a chameleon. Then, The dagger quickly adjusted its color to blend into the surrounding environment, creating an optical invisibility effect. What do you think? Impressive, right? An invisible chameleon dagger. Borsalino said with a smile. Is this the materialization conduction technology of the devil fruit you mentioned earlier? Ortolun asked with slight curiosity. Exactly, Borsalino nodded and said. This technology is also based on certain theories from the previous life design blueprint and is a result of research on the devil fruits. However, its cost-effectiveness is rather awkward. So aside from a few experimental items, this technology has been sealed. At this point, Borsalino seemed to recall something and continued. Also, because the technical challenges are relatively low, Dr. Vegapunk believed that among the members of the original MADS research group, there should have been someone who would break through the relevant technology. Ortolun nodded at this. Indeed, when it comes to cost-effectiveness, this thing really has a low cost-performance ratio. Using a devil fruit to create a devil fruit item. Take this chameleon, for example. Wouldn't it be more cost-effective to just give it to someone to eat and train them into an elite assassin, rather than using a dagger that can turn invisible? It's quite a waste, and it only holds significance for those who are wealthy, have unique interests, or possess a certain level of power but lack the strength themselves, needing these external items to compensate for their abilities. After casually learning about this, Ortolun lost interest quickly, and soon the two arrived at another display case. Ortolun looked at the somewhat strange devil fruit inside. Normally, while devil fruits are mutated fruits, they tend to be relatively ferocious. However, this devil fruit, although it has strange patterns, does not give off a ferocious feeling. On the contrary, it has a smooth and rounded charm. A man-made devil fruit. Borsalino looked at the devil fruit in the display case and then said, but according to Dr. Vegapunk, this is a failed product. You might not believe it when I tell you, but can you guess what kind of ability this has? Orton felt a stir in his heart, as if he had already guessed, but on the surface, he asked calmly, who? The animal type fish fruit, mythical beast type azure dragon. Borsalino sighed as he spoke. Years ago, after the Rocks pirates disbanded, Kaido repeatedly provoked our world government and the Navy, and we captured him several times. Among those encounters, we obtained a small amount of his blood for scientific research. After Dr. Vegapunk joined us, the last remaining bit of Kaido's blood was used to develop this artificial devil fruit through lineage factor technology. Kaido's abilities? Huh? That does sound quite impressive. Orton remarked. Over on Mariejois, they're actually quite interested in this ability. I remember they sent 5 requests for Dr. Vegapunk to surrender this devil fruit, but all of them were rejected by the doctor. Borsalino chuckled. Aren't you the real boss of the science division? Why not just give you the order directly? Orton retorted. Although we forcibly brought Dr. Vegapunk here initially, in reality, Mariejois does respect the doctor's personal will. I believe they wouldn't want to fall out with the doctor over a devil fruit, so after fully considering the doctor's opinion, they ultimately gave up on forcibly taking the devil fruit, Borsalino explained. Then what are the shortcomings of this fruit? Is there a significant gap compared to Kaido's abilities? Orton asked again. I don't know, after all, it has never been truly tested. But according to the doctor, its failure lies in the azure dragon turning into a pink dragon. The colors don't match. For scientists, rigor is a necessary quality. So, calling it a failed product is not unreasonable. Borsalino couldn't help but comment. Ortolun can only say, just walk a 6. I don't know how to comment on the rigor of Dr. Vegapunk. Chapter 157 Ortolun's Good Friend 1. Ortolun was quite interested in this devil fruit, but since the world government couldn't obtain it from Dr. Vegapunk, he ultimately felt it wasn't necessary to make an enemy of Dr. Vegapunk just for a devil fruit. While Ortolun was wandering around with Borsalino, observing many strange scientific products, the door of a nearby laboratory opened, and a guy with a large head walked out. If Ortolun didn't know that there were no human subspecies like long-headed tribe or long-head tribe in this world, he would have really suspected that doctor. Vegapunk and Stussy were members of such races. From his height, Dr. Vegapunk seemed quite ordinary, but with his big head, he was even taller than Ortolun. That's right. Ortolun recognized him at a glance. This person looked like Einstein. No, Dr. Vegapunk. At that moment, Dr. Vegapunk seemed to have just completed some research. Looking a bit fatigued, but after seeing Ortolun, he froze for a moment, then a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face, and he quickly ran over. Vice Admiral Bane? Long time no see. Dr. Vegapunk enthusiastically extended his hand to shake with Ortolun. It had indeed been a long time. Ortolun had only seen him once before during the raid on MADS. At that time, Ortolun had wanted to communicate with him properly, but then something happened on the Marshal's side, and they hadn't met again since, nor had they been able to communicate. Doctor, it's been a while. Seeing you still so spirited puts me at ease, Ortolun said with a smile as he shook hands with Dr. Vegapunk. To be honest, he felt a bit resistant to Dr. Vegapunk's excessive enthusiasm because the way the doctor looked at him was as if he were examining some experimental subject. Almost wanted to tie him up for dissection. I'm doing quite well here, Dr. Vegapunk said with a smile. In the past, I was constrained by insufficient funding, and many experiments and research couldn't be carried out. But now it's different. I can conduct many experiments that interest me. Moreover, unlike the scholars from O'Hara, even though Dr. Vegapunk was forcibly assigned by the world government to work, he had freedom. When he needed to, he could completely leave Punk Hazard to conduct research in the outside world. The stronger binding relationship between him and the world government was that currently only the world government could provide the substantial funding to meet Dr. Vegapunk's research needs. Originally, in the story, after O'Hara's incident, Dr. Vegapunk went to O'Hara alone and communicated with Dr. Dragon there. Later, after Punk Hazard's incident, Dr. Vegapunk went directly to Egghead Island to work on technology. At that time, Borsalino had basically returned to headquarters. Although some of the scientific troops also went in reality, Dr. Vegapunk had already become the boss of Egghead Island, indicating his high degree of autonomy, not completely controlled by the world government. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. Vegapunk took the initiative to ask, I heard from Borsalino that Vice Admiral Bane, you're troubled by a mental illness? This condition is hereditary through your bloodline, right? Do you need me to take a look? Ortolun's face twitched slightly, and with that expression, it certainly didn't seem like he wanted to help, but rather to keep me in his laboratory as a specimen. Thank you for your concern, doctor. In fact, my condition has improved significantly over the past 2 years, and I found a suitable treatment, so there's no need for you to worry about it for now. Ortolun hurriedly said. Dr. Vegapunk was taken aback for a moment, his eyes showing some regret, but he couldn't help but persuade him. Although I'm a scientist, I have a lot of insight into biotechnology, and it wouldn't be wrong to call myself half a doctor. How about letting me take a look at you, General Bane? No need, no need. Ortolun quickly declined. Seeing that Ortolun was not falling for it, Dr. Vegapunk changed his tone. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to extract some blood from you for research. As a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, we're all part of the same department, and our scientific team has related research. I hope you can contribute. Are you really that straightforward? Ortolun had a bit of a toothache and glanced at the side where Borsalino was. Borsalino clearly looked like he was enjoying the show, with the corners of his mouth almost curling up. However, as mentioned before, Ortolun actually valued Dr. Vegapunk, the most powerful brain, and didn't want to make an enemy of him. After pondering for a moment, he asked, so what is this research for? Weapons. Dr. Vegapunk answered without hesitation. After a slight pause, he continued, this is the directive given to me by the world government. Personally, I'm not very interested in these things. The main reason I am keen on your blood samples is to enrich the database of genetic factors. Your physical abilities are indeed somewhat exaggerated. If they could be utilized, it might benefit all of humanity and even the entire intelligent species. Is it really that exaggerated? Ortolun was somewhat surprised. Of course it is, Doctor. Vegapunk immediately replied. Although you have been troubled by some mental illnesses, I believe that with your physical condition, you have never been affected by ordinary physical ailments, right? Ortolun recalled that, indeed, apart from his mental illness, he had always been very healthy and had never suffered from any physical ailments. After seeing Ortolun nod, Dr. Vegapunk continued. Therefore, if we can unravel the mysteries in this area, there may be significant advancements in medical technology, to exaggerate a bit. It's even possible to develop a universal remedy from you. Before Ortolun could respond, Dr. Vegapunk continued. At the same time, many congenital diseases are currently incurable. For example, General Zephyr's asthma is caused by congenital factors, and I have conducted some research on this. It is a genetic deficiency, but if we can achieve breakthroughs with you, I believe there may be a possibility of curing General Zephyr's asthma. Ortolun listened to this, and, after a moment of silence, asked, is the possibility very high? I can't guarantee it, but it is indeed helpful, Dr. Vegapunk said candidly. After a brief pause, Dr. Vegapunk mischievously winked at Ortolun and said, I know you're worried that your blood sample will be used to create weapons and so on, but as I just mentioned, it's merely an indicator for the world government. I'm not very interested in that either. So, how about I extract a small amount of your blood sample for research purposes? Say it failed, and the world government shouldn't hold me accountable for anything? In reality, I assure you that your blood sample will only be used for non-weapon research. How about that? It will even mainly be used in biomedical research, aiming to help you cure General Zephyr's body as soon as possible. At this moment, Ortolun recalled the introduction that Borsalino had given him back in the day, saying that Dr. Vegapunk was very trustworthy. If he promised not to conduct further research, he would absolutely not do so. Moreover, Ortolun was indeed very concerned about teacher Zephyr's health, and if he could help Zephyr recover, it would truly be a great thing. As for weapon research and the like, to be honest, Ortolun felt somewhat averse to it, but he wasn't intimidated by it. As a subject of experimentation, Ortolun had been researched for over 20 years, and in the end, the weapons that were created did not pose any threat to him. Thinking of this, Ortolun looked at the distant devil fruit and said, I am personally very interested in this artificial devil fruit. If you, Doctor. Before Ortolun could finish his sentence, Dr. Vegapunk said, General Ortolun, please help me get that devil fruit. I want to give it to my good friend General Bane as a long-awaited gift for our reunion. Hearing this, Ortolun felt a wave of emotions. Who says researchers are rigid people? The doctor is quite understanding of human relationships too, isn't he? Doctor, we have been good friends for many years. Calling me Bane feels too distant. From now on, just call me Ortolun. Come on, let's draw some blood. Ortolun enthusiastically grabbed Vegapunk's hand and said. Thus, Ortolun's good friend count increased by 1. Chapter 158. Moria, you offended our Navy's master and still want to run? When Ortolun came to Punk Hazard, he was empty-handed. When he left, he not only took away the technology of the seafloor stone warships, but also the artificial devil fruits of the mythical Zoan type, which only differed in color from Kaido's. However, in return for Dr. Vegapunk's sincerity, Ortolun also contributed 2 large tubes of his own blood. Sitting in a sun chair on the deck of the warship, Ortolun looked at the devil fruit in his hand and murmured softly, I hope there can really be a technological breakthrough to cure teacher Zephyr's asthma. After putting the devil fruit back into the briefcase, Ortolun glanced at the newspaper beside him. Today's newspaper had no particularly noteworthy news, just trivial matters that weren't worth paying attention to. He was looking at the date on the newspaper, calculating the time. After resting at G5 for about 2 months, he would need to go to Cake Island to attend Charlotte Leanlean's tea party. Just as Ortolun was thinking about these things, the transponder snail he was carrying rang. Ortolun took out his phone bug from his pocket, glanced at it, and then answered it with a warm greeting. Admiral Sengoku, how have you been lately? Is there anything I can assist you with? Admiral Sengoku, already immune to such flattery, calmly inquired. Borsalino told me you've left Punk Hazard, right? That's right. I'm on my way back to G5, Ortolun replied. Admiral Sengoku acknowledged, then curiously asked, what do you need that sea prism stone technology for? To make money, of course. Ortolun replied naturally. How can I develop G5 without funds? The headquarters ISNT providing me any support. Currently, the routes into the New World are basically either through Fishman Island or Mariejois. Occasionally, there are brave souls who dare to cross the calm belt directly, but that's very rare. Traveling from Fishman Island is too risky, and the taxes from Mariejois are too high. In this situation, if I can establish a safe route through the calm belt directly into the New World, think of the profits. I've already talked this over with the Don Quixote family in the North Sea. Admiral Sengoku had no objections to this and instead asked, what else? Besides that, Ortolun said softly, I plan to use the imported pirates from Impel Down to develop resources in the calm belt, initially focusing on food, timber, and mining, and see if there could be any further progress. Speaking of which, with so many undeveloped islands in the calm belt, could there be gold mines or something? Hearing this plan, Admiral Sengoku was somewhat shocked. Even if he didn't fully understand the development of the calm belt, he could roughly estimate its importance. It could be said that whether the Navy's economic shackles could be broken hinged on effectively utilizing the calm belt. Therefore, after calming his emotions, Admiral Sengoku said, you always come up with new tricks. This matter is serious. If it's discovered by the higher-ups, it will immediately cause big trouble. So keep it discreet, and make sure the confidentiality is in place. I'll pretend I know nothing about this. Don't worry, Admiral. Only a very few people will know. Once those imported pirates are sent into the calm belt, I guarantee they won't come out for the rest of their lives. Moreover, I will use the shipping business as a cover. If anything is ever noticed, I can just take the blame for the shipping business. It's a double insurance. Ortolun immediately responded, as long as you understand the seriousness of this. Prepare food reserves and prepare financial reserves. If anything happens in the future, we can still stand tall, Admiral Sengoku instructed, then changed the subject. Last time you mentioned you were planning to attend the tea party of the Big Mom Pirates? Yes, that is what I intend to do. Currently, G5's development has moved away from Mariejois and the headquarters, and it's absolutely impossible to leave the Dark World and the New World. At the tea party, many relevant personnel will be present, which is just perfect for me to expand my connections and social network, Ortolun replied. But once you show up, Mariejois won't possibly be unaware. Do you understand? Admiral Sengoku asked again. That is why I'm reporting to you. Do you have any solutions? Ortolun inquired. It's impossible to conceal it, Admiral Sengoku answered without hesitation. Then added, Stussy from Pleasure Street will also be invited to this tea party, and she is from CP, so it cannot be hidden at all. After a pause, Admiral Sengoku continued, In that case, I will report this matter to the Marshal, and the Marshal will notify Mariejois in advance, telling them that it's for covert information exchange and benefit negotiation. As long as you think it's appropriate, Ortolun agreed with a smile. Contact between the Navy and pirates, along with information exchange and benefit negotiations, sounds unreasonable on the surface, but as one rises through the ranks, especially at the headquarters and in Mariejois, it appears quite reasonable. The five elders have even met with Shanks privately. Haven't they? Reporting it this way, combined with Ortolun's unique background, makes it even more reasonable. After finishing this discussion, Admiral Sengoku asked, by the way, I heard you arranged some sort of guarantee fee for the Warlord of the Sea? 2 billion? Recently, that new Shichibukai, Slockmind, was captured by you and extorted for 2 billion berries in G5? After hearing this, Ortolun quickly said, Who reported me? Is it easy for me to make some money? As a Navy, is it illegal for me to extort pirates? Our Navy has no regulations that say we can't ask the Warlords of the Sea for a guarantee fee. Right? Admiral, I'm wronged. What are you shouting about, you brat? Do you think I'm here to ask you for a share of the profits? Admiral Sengoku, listening to Ortolun's cries, scolded impatiently. Not here to ask for money? Ortolun was taken aback, then quickly stopped his crying tone and said, Then what do you mean? I think your action of collecting a guarantee fee does not violate the laws of the world government or our Navy's regulations. After all, where the law does not prohibit, it is permissible. Those pirates have committed so many sins, and due to the policy of Mariejois, once they become warlords of the sea, we indeed can't deal with them casually. Having you, a rebellious troublemaker, to torment them is also a way to vent frustration. Personally, I support you on this matter. Admiral Sengoku said with a smile. After a brief pause, Admiral Sengoku continued. This morning, Mariejois sent over a document saying they want to invite that Moonlight Moria, who had a fierce conflict with the Beast Pirates, to become the third warlord of the sea. Our headquarters has already discussed this urgently and approved the invitation. We have contacted that Moonlight Moria, but that guy said he needs someone substantial to talk to him. I thought you happen to need this money, and it's convenient in the new world, and you have enough weight, so you go. When Admiral Sengoku brought this up, his tone was somewhat angry. After all, a mere pirate wants to become a warlord of the sea and dares to ask the Navy for someone with weight to negotiate? Is he qualified? Does he have what it takes? Don't even mention that you are a defeated subordinate of Kaido. Even Kaido. Do you think he's qualified to shout at Admiral Sengoku? So, as a Navy admiral, knowing this matter, how could he not be angry? All right, since you want someone with weight, I'll let Ortolun go talk to you. This is what you asked for. Is that guy so arrogant? Ortolun asked in surprise. Well, so after you go, you need to talk to him properly, Admiral Sengoku said in a chilling tone. How far do we need to talk? Ortolun tentatively asked. If you find him displeasing, should we talk until he passes away? Not to that extent. We discussed it. Although this person is annoying, he is indeed suitable to be a warlord of the sea. At least on the issue of conflicts with Kaido, we are in agreement. His strength is not beyond the limit, forming a threat that cannot be ignored. So you need to talk to him until he is willing to honestly become a warlord of the sea. Understand what I mean? Admiral Sengoku emphasized earnestly. You are indeed broad-minded, worthy of being an admiral, repaying grievances with virtue. I admire you, Ortolun flattered, then said, Don't worry, send me the address for the meeting, and I will go talk to him. After the talk, I will just go to the tea party and ensure that he becomes a well-recognized comrade of our Navy as a warlord of the sea. Well, then I'll wait for your good news. Admiral Sengoku, seeing that Ortolun understood his meaning, was very satisfied and praised him a bit before hanging up the den mushi. On the other side, as Ortolun put away the den mushi, he couldn't help but sigh. Moria, why did you offend our Navy's master? Don't you know that the master is petty? Isn't this clearly arranged for you? This guy completely forgot that he had just praised Admiral Sengoku for being broad-minded. Chapter 159. Shanks, why is that play god here? On Pelospian Island, a part of the New World, more than 2 years ago, this was still one of the member states under the world government. However, it was expelled later for failing to pay the heavenly gold on time. After being expelled from the member state list, it was quickly submerged by the surging waves of pirates in the New World. Now the national regime has collapsed, and the island is basically in a state of chaotic self-governance. If a strong figure does not stand up to set things right, it is estimated that before long, this place will become another lawless land in the New World, a pirate paradise or something. In the chaotic port, two groups of pirates were fighting, apparently trying to snatch each other's treasures. As for this kind of fighting, the local gangsters in the port seemed to be used to it, sitting in safe corners to watch the show, enjoying the excitement. Just as blood was flying and bullets were shooting everywhere, suddenly, a gangster underling at the dock shouted in panic, "Warship! A Navy warship is coming!" "What?" A big gangster stood up in surprise and quickly asked, "Is it a fleet? How many warships? What flag are they flying?" "It's not a fleet, just one warship." Looking at the sails, "It's the G5 Navy." The underling quickly replied, "G5? The big gangster was stunned for a moment, then turned and ran, saying, "Quick, find a cellar to hide." "Those G5 people look like the Navy, but they are worse than these pirates. Boss, they only have one warship, and there are 3 big pirates with bounties over 100 million on this island. Shouldn't they be able to stir up much trouble?" The underling was puzzled as his boss ran, without saying a word. "Idiot, G5 is different from the other navies. They are very strong." The boss casually explained, and then hurriedly slipped away. The onlookers from the gang retreated, but the fighting pirates showed no signs of stopping. However, as the warship gradually approached the island and slowly docked, the fighting pirates very tacitly stopped their killings, dividing into 2 sides, standing at the port, looking fierce and not wanting to give the Navy any face. "Gene gang bang, the Navy is here, why aren't you running?" A tall man, nearly 2.5 meters, holding a large machete and with a mocking expression, asked the captain of the pirates across from him. The one called Gene Gangbang was a one-eyed dragon, holding a heavy spiked club, with a scar on his face that looked like it had been split open, and was muscular, also a strong man. Hearing the taunt from the pirate captain across, Gene Gangbang cursed, "I don't know how many Navy I've killed. Before coming to the New World, I would still give them some face. Now that I'm in the New World, the Navy is useless. Today, I'll first kill all these bastards from the Navy and then drown you in the sea." Really arrogant, but coincidentally, I think the same way. "First, I'll take care of this group of Navy bastards, and then I'll kill you. After that, I'll go to join Lord Sleckmingda, and from now on, I'll be one of the warlords of the sea. Ah ha 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 ha." Another pirate captain laughed loudly. "Clueless fool. Yin gong bong sneered inwardly. What do you need to join Sleckmingda for? On the island, that figure, Moonlight Moria, has already been invited to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, a big shot indeed. Moreover, this big shot has just suffered a crushing defeat in battle against the beast pirates, and it is said that all of his subordinates are dead. If one were to seek refuge with him now, wouldn't that mean directly securing a high-ranking position while enjoying the privileges of the 7 warlords of the sea? It sounds incredibly appealing. Just as these 2 guys were scheming about their future, the naval warship seemed completely oblivious to them, not firing a single cannon shot, and it steadily docked at the port, even leisurely lowering the gangway. Then, dressed in the Navy's justice cloak and wearing the insignia of a vice admiral, Ortolun, holding a thick book titled Complete Guide to New World Fishing Grounds, was engrossed in reading as he steadily walked down the gangway. Beside him was Virgo, for the time being, seemed to be taking on the role of Ortolun's assistant. As if rather slow-witted, Ortolun reached the port and then sniffed the air, slightly furrowing his brow as he said, "Why is there such a strong smell of blood?" After saying this, he belatedly looked up and saw not far away a group of fierce and menacing pirates, clearly divided into 2 factions, along with many corpses lying scattered on the ground. Ortolun glanced at the group with some disdain and then asked, "What are you doing here?" "Captain, it seems to be that guy, Bane Ortolun. I've heard he's quite fierce." Even the pirate king fell at his hands. One of the pirates seemed to recognize Ortolun and whispered to his companion, Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer snorted coldly and replied, "Idiot, don't be fooled by the despicable Navy. He merely picked up scraps behind Carp. Just a mere Logia user. He might be somewhat useful in the first half of the Grand Line, but this is the New World. I've spent 3 months training my hockey just to smash the heads of arrogant Logia users like him. Just wait and see." After admonishing his subordinate, Iron Hammer stepped forward, brandishing his heavy spiked mace, and arrogantly shouted at Ortolun, "Idiot Navy, I'm here to take your life." Upon hearing this, Ortolun showed a look of surprise, shock, and disbelief. He then turned to his companion Virgo with a confused expression and asked, "What's going on?" Virgo, being a reliable aide, had already prepared the bounty notice in his hand. In response to Ortolun's confusion, he quickly explained, "Iron Hammer Billy Cole, bounty of 87 million berries, is a paramecia user of the swing fruit. He can generate a large amount of impact force by swinging his weapon. He once smashed a small warship with one hit in the first half of the Grand Line. According to eyewitness reports, he entered the New World 5 months ago, so he can be considered a newcomer. After a brief pause, Virgo pointed to another pirate and said, "That guy is called Big Buck Tooth. He is a Zoan-type user of the mouse fruit, specifically the mole ability. He doesn't have any noteworthy achievements and has been in the New World for 4 months." Ortolun finally showed a look of realization. So it was just a small-time thug, then there was no problem. Speaking of which, Ortolun had been famous for many years, and in this situation, those who dared to challenge him were either extremely powerful figures like Whitebeard, Kaido, or his mother, or they were pure small-time thugs. Newcomers who were fearless due to their ignorance. In the original story, Borisolino had been a Navy admiral for many years. Yet he could still be shot in the head by local punks with a sniper rifle during a trip to the Sabaody archipelago, trying to take him out. This shows how terrifying these people could be. The ones who were caught in between, unable to rise or fall, were actually the ones who revered him the most. They were seasoned veterans who naturally knew a lot and had a clear understanding of their own positioning and self-awareness. Wasting my time, Ortolun closed the book in his hands and then extended a finger, saying, "I will spare their lives, have them all handcuffed, taken back to the base, and sent to the comm belt to mine." The moment his words fell, a dazzling lightning burst forth from his fingertips. Then, an energy chain lock formed from lightning struck one of the small pirates, and this seemed to be just the beginning. The energy of the lightning chain quickly broke through this small pirate and transmitted to another pirate, following closely behind, splitting into 2, then 4, cross-dispersing. In an instant, a lightning network erupted across the entire port. This strike was the chain lightning. Regardless of whether it was the bounty of over 80 million for the Diamond Staff or the reckless novice pirates, under this chain, all beings were equal. And in an instant, they were all charred and smoking from the electric shock, unable to rise. Ortolun didn't even bother to check if they were still alive. With a calm stride, he walked through the group of small fry, observing the town on the distant island, searching for the agreed meeting place with that guy Moria. Virgo waved his hand and immediately summoned a large group of Navy soldiers from his ship, capturing all those who were still alive. In the days to come, they would pay for their disrespect towards Ortolun with their sincerity and labor. Meanwhile, on the hillside of the island's central mountains, one of the crews among the 3 billion bounty pirates on the island was having a barbecue picnic. The leader, wearing a straw hat that pressed down on his red hair, was none other than Shanks. Seemingly noticing the thunderous light coming from the direction of the port, Shanks took out a monocular and looked over, then exclaimed in shock, "Why is that play god here? Quick, pack up, don't linger here, we need to run." "Who's it that scares you like this?" Jesus Burgess asked curiously. Shanks covered his uninjured arm, still feeling the dull pain from an old injury, and said with a bitter expression, "Bane Ortolun, the real monster of the Navy I told you about. Is it the one you said we must run into if we encounter him? Or else there won't be a chance." Jesus Burgess stood up in surprise. Chapter 160. Shanks, I wasn't interrupted in my arm, so it proves I've gotten stronger. "Yes, that's him," Shanks said without hesitation. He didn't think there was anything shameful about this. He was a pirate, after all. Seeing the Navy and running away was only natural, wasn't it? As he packed up, Jesus Burgess said, "With so many of us, can't we take him on?" Beckman, also packing up, remarked, "Let us listen to Shanks. He has encountered that guy while we haven tea. Moreover, Shanks understands our strengths well. In this situation, he still made such a judgment, so I believe he is right. No more talking. If we don't run now and he finds us, we want to be able to escape. I don't want to have to think of a way to rescue you all from Impel Down later." Shanks grabbed his bag and led the way down the mountain without further ado. However, he did misunderstand one point. If caught by Ortolun, he would need to go to Impel Down, but could try his luck in the comm belt. The red-haired pirates swiftly ran down the mountain, preparing to create some time difference with Ortolun. However, as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw a guy holding a map, seemingly searching for something. This guy was wearing a noble's top hat, with a large sword resembling a cross slung over his back. He had a handsome face and sharp eyes like a hawk. Just standing there, he exuded a sharp sword aura that made those around him hesitant to approach. This guy was the 3rd pirate on the island with a bounty over 100 million, aside from Shanks and Moria, Dracul Mihawk, who was currently climbing to the position of the world's greatest swordsman. Hearing the commotion ahead, Mihawk suddenly looked up and saw Shanks' figure. Then a surge of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes as he shouted from afar, "Finally found you again, red-haired." Upon hearing this, Shanks looked in the direction of the voice, and, upon seeing Mihawk, his expression changed to one of shock. He quickly shouted, "Don't rush to fight. Bane Ortolun is on the island. We should change locations." However, before he could finish, Mihawk didn't listen at all. He unsheathed his black sword, Yuru, and swung it down at Shanks without hesitation, the fierce slash soaring into the sky with no intention of holding back. Damn, Shanks cursed, mentally scolding Mihawk for not considering the situation. But he had no choice now. He drew his famous sword, Griffin, and met Mihawk's strike with a powerful blow, God's avoidance. In the blink of an eye, the two slashes collided, instantly creating a fierce clash of sword strikes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, Ortolun also sensed the commotion, looking curiously towards the direction of the explosive clash, murmuring, "Oh, there are experts?" In an instant, Ortolun's powerful observation haki enveloped the entire island, and then a brilliant smile appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Ahaha! Isn't this just perfect?" As his words fell, a flash of lightning flickered around Ortolun, causing a few fleeting sparks in the air. Then, with a whoosh, his figure vanished from the spot. Virgo, left bewildered, stared at the empty space where Ortolun had just been, scratching his head in confusion, wondering what was going on. Not only was Virgo confused, but Moria, who was waiting at a distant restaurant, also wore a surprised expression. He had just seen Ortolun walk to the door. How could he suddenly disappear? Didn't they agree to discuss the warlords of the sea, who was fighting on the island? On the other side, as Shanks and Mihawk's blades clashed, they exchanged over 10 strikes instantly, neither able to break through the other's defense. After blocking Mihawk's strike, Shanks cursed, "Hawkeye, you idiot! I told you. Ortolun is on the island." "Who is on the island? What does it matter?" Mihawk's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely ignoring Shanks' words. "Ortolun, I'm in the mood now. Even Admiral Sengoku wouldn't stop me." The two exchanged dozens of strikes again, and Shanks turned to see Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and his other companions were about to run out of his line of sight. This made Shanks furious as he shouted, "You're not showing any loyalty. I'm the captain. Shouldn't I be the one to run first? The captain stays at the back. It's our rule. We'll get the ship ready. You hurry back." Beckman replied without looking back. Loyalty? Non-existent. Of course, these were just jokes. Shanks knew well that Mihawk, this sword enthusiast, was after him. It was better for Beckman and the others to leave. Preparing the ship and being ready to help him escape was the right choice. Just as Shanks and Mihawk were about to clash again, they seemed to sense a threat at the same time. They exchanged glances and, without a word, simultaneously withdrew their strength, no longer holding their ground. At that moment, a bolt of lightning exploded above them, and immediately after, Ortolun's figure emerged from the lightning. His warhammer enveloped in a fierce wind pressure, striking down from above. Neither Mihawk nor Shanks had any intention of taking this hammer blow head-on. Both pushed off the ground with great speed, retreating rapidly. In the next instant, Ortolun's hammer crashed down where the two had just stood. The lightning spread like a surging wave, shaking the ground, shattering several nearby houses, and causing the surface to crack open, instantly creating a deep pit over 10 meters wide, followed by spiderweb-like fissures covering a 100-meter radius. With a missed strike, Ortolun was not discouraged. Instead, he pulled the warhammer up from the ground, resting on his shoulder and laughing heartily. "Aha! It's been a long time, you two bastards." Shanks immediately raised his free hand and said, Hey, I've never messed with you, G5. Give me some face. I'm leaving now." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Ortolun had already vanished from his spot, leaving only a flicker of electric arc in the air. This caused Shanks' expression to change, and as he exerted force to retreat, the power of his haki erupted instantly, turning his arm and his sword, Griffin, completely black, blocking in front of him. In the next moment, a warhammer whistled through the air, crackling with electricity, and struck fiercely against Shanks' swordblade. That familiar feeling awakened Shanks' memories once again. Even though he was no longer the apprentice crew member he once was, and even though his strength could be considered formidable, he still couldn't withstand this immense force. The ground beneath his feet instantly shattered, and the broken earth and stones shot out like scattered cannonballs, tearing through the air with a booming sound as they spread behind him. However, Shanks was more experienced than before, and he had no intention of taking this hammer head-on. Using the force from the hammer, he leaped backward, as if Ortolun had sent him flying with a single blow, and in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying over 100 meters away. Upon landing, Shanks felt a numbness in his arm, and he couldn't help but feel like he wanted to drop his sword. That guy, still so abnormal? Shanks thought helplessly. He believed that over the years, his strength had progressed rapidly, but it seemed that he was still no match for that monster. With a mind full of thoughts, Reality was but a moment. As he landed, Shanks rolled on the ground several times to dissipate the force on his body, and without saying a word, he turned and ran. Meanwhile, when Ortolun sent Shanks flying, Mihawk, being stubborn, swung his black sword, Knight, delivering a slash aimed at Ortolun's back. Ortolun had no intention of dodging. He held the hammer with one hand, while the other arm was enveloped in a thick layer of haki, taking a defensive stance behind him. Immediately after, Mihawk's slash struck his arm. The dense haki only managed to withstand for a moment before being broken through by the sharp attack. Ortolun felt a pain in his arm. Without hesitation, he forcefully swung his arm, pushing the slash aside as if he were casually brushing away some flying trash. Then, he raised his arm to take a look. There was a cut, not deep, about a centimeter long, just enough to break the skin but not fully penetrate his muscle tissue. However, Ortolun still raised an eyebrow and looked at Mihawk, saying, your slashes are getting stronger and stronger. Seems like I still can't cut through you. Looks like my training isn't complete yet. Mihawk showed no surprise on his face, only a hint of regret. Ortolun turned his head and looked at Shanks, who was already almost out of sight in the distance. Then he glanced at Mihawk and finally thought of Moria. Shaking his head, he said, honestly, I just wanted to catch up with him, but he ran away when he saw me. Am I really that scary? Mihawk replied calmly, I don't know. I think you're fine. There's nothing particularly frightening about you. Orton was too lazy to chase after that guy Shanks. He weighed the warhammer in his hand and asked, are we still going to fight? Mihawk was also a straightforward person. He sheathed his black sword, Knight, and said, no more fighting. I can't cut through your strength for now. I'll come find you after practicing for another 2 years. Then we won't fight. Orton casually propped the warhammer on the ground and then smiled, asking, by the way, are you interested in becoming a warlord of the sea? 200 billion berries. I'll guarantee you a position. Mihawk? On the other side, Shanks had already boarded the pirate ship that had set sail. He stood on the deck, looking back at the island behind him, and touched his arm, saying, this time I didn't lose an arm, which fully proves that my strength has improved. Finding joy in adversity is also an essential quality for a pirate. Chapter 161, Polite Orton. On the island, Mihawk was a bit bewildered when he heard Orton mention 200 billion and guarantee him the position of Warlord of the Sea. After a long while, Mihawk took out a crumpled invitation from his pocket and gestured, is this thing you're talking about the Warlord of the Sea? Orton took the crumpled invitation, opened it, and glanced at it, cursing, is this thing flooding everywhere now? Why is it everywhere? After speaking, Orton returned the invitation to Mihawk and said, is this it? Are you interested? It doesn't say anything about paying 2 billion berries. Mihawk looked at Orton with a serious expression and replied, it doesn't say that, but the unspoken rules. You know, that's how our world government operates. Orton said nonchalantly, bribery? Mihawk furrowed his brows slightly, asking with some confusion. You could interpret it that way. Orton pondered for a moment and nodded. Mihawk looked at Orton with a hint of amusement and said, your world government is really interesting. After a brief pause, Mihawk asked again, what happens if I don't pay? I guess I would make it, so you can't become a warlord of the sea, Orton said quite frankly. Then I won't become one. It's not particularly necessary. Not very interested, Mihawk said without hesitation, casually tossing the invitation directly to the ground. Come on. Even though he dressed like a noble and lived in a castle, in reality, he was indeed a poor guy. 2 billion? He couldn't even come up with 2 million. Moreover, even if he could, he had no intention of donating it to that bastard Orton. You can think about it some more. Orton said helplessly upon seeing this. I have no money. I only have 200,000 berries on me, Mihawk said assertively. Once you become a warlord of the sea, you'll be part of our world government, a partner of our Navy's brother organization. We have many swordsmen in the Navy. You can challenge them anytime without worrying about being hunted down by us. Orton tried to persuade him. Mihawk wasn't interested in being hunted down or not. It didn't matter to him since he wasn't afraid. But the idea of being able to challenge the Navy's swordsmen did pique his interest a bit. However, he felt it wasn't worth it to pay Orton for this. After a moment of hesitation, Mihawk still shook his head and said, forget it. I'm not interested in that for now. If I become interested later, I'll consider it. Seeing Mihawk's indifference, Orton had no choice but to give up, waving his hand and saying, if you change your mind, feel free to contact me. After saying that, Orton didn't plan to continue lingering with Mihawk and turned to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, Mihawk called out, wait. Ortolun raised the corner of his mouth and thought to himself, you little brat, you say you don't want it, but your body is still very honest. So he turned around with a big smile and said, what? Have you changed your mind so soon? I told you, spending 2 billion won't be a loss, it won't. However, Before Ortolun could finish his sentence, he saw Mihawk take out a transponder snail and say, "We haven't added a signal wave yet. How can I contact you?" Ortolun looked at the phone bug with a slightly awkward expression, then took it out of his pocket and exchanged it with Mihawk. Not wanting to say another word, he turned and left. Mihawk also put away the phone bug and didn't call Ortolun back, similarly turning to walk in another direction. In a short while, Ortolun returned to the entrance of the restaurant, seeing Virgo looking at him with a strange expression. He waved his hand and said, "I ran into an old friend I haven't seen in years and want to say hello, let's go." Virgo naturally wouldn't ask any more questions and followed Ortolun into the restaurant. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the restaurant, Moria also breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally came. He pretended to adjust his posture and put on a serious demeanor, sitting at the dining table. Not long after, Ortolun and Virgo walked upstairs. And as soon as Ortolun saw Moria, a warm smile appeared on his face. He stepped forward and even took the initiative to greet him. "Mr. Moria, I've heard so much about you." Moria was initially a bit anxious. He didn't know why he was putting on this act here. But he got carried away, possibly because of the humiliation from his previous defeat, which left him feeling unsettled and looking for an outlet. And now the world government was right there for him to take advantage of. Perhaps he wanted to use this behavior to alleviate the shame and resentment of his defeat to Kaido. Sometimes human psychology is quite strange. Even if you know something is wrong or unreliable, there is still this impulse that makes you do foolish things. When the Navy notified him that Ortolun would personally come to negotiate with him, he was actually a bit worried. After all, Ortolun had quite the reputation and was someone who had genuinely fought against Kaido. As one of Kaido's opponents, Moria was well aware of Kaido's strength. Hence, he felt a bit guilty, but since he had already put on a show, he couldn't back down. However, seeing Ortolun being so warm and giving him face, he finally felt relieved. It felt great. Some people, if you give them a little color, they dare to open a dyeing workshop. Moria was undoubtedly this kind of person. Seeing Ortolun's agreeable attitude, he became even more pretentious, arrogantly nodding his head and casually saying, "I've heard so much about you, Vice Admiral Bane." With a very dismissive attitude, Virgo looked at Moria with a strange expression, genuinely puzzled as to how he dared to act this way. However, what puzzled Virgo even more was that Ortolun did not seem angry at all, as if he didn't feel the disdain and indifference. Sitting down cheerfully opposite Moria and taking out a document, saying, "Here is the official signing letter for the warlords of the sea. As long as you, Mr. Moria, sign your name here, we will all be members of the world government family from now on. Rest assured, we are very close-knit, and our Navy warmly welcomes powerful and well-known pirates like you to join the warlords of the sea organization, contributing to the peace on the seas together." Moria felt that something was off with this statement. What powerful pirate contributing to peace? Do you think the wording and logic here are normal? However, he didn't dwell on these details, pretending to pick up his teacup, taking a sip before leisurely saying, "After I join the warlords of the sea, the world government will forgive my previous crimes, and I will have rights such as legal plundering, right? Yes, in the future when you go out to plunder. You only need to pay a portion of the spoils to the world government. Then these acts of plunder will be considered legal. Of course, our suggestion is that as a member of the world government family, it's best to choose non-member countries and forces to plunder, so it looks good for everyone. After all, they have no human rights and are not protected by law." Ortolun said very considerately, his tone quite gentle. Moria seemed to feel a refreshing breeze from Ortolun's attitude, and even his perception of the Navy improved. The Navy wasn't so bad after all. Given Ortolun's face, joining the warlords of the sea was not out of the question. Perhaps he could use the Navy and the world government's power to deal with Kaido and take revenge. Thinking of this, Moria's attitude gradually softened, and his conversation with Ortolun became smoother, with both of them occasionally laughing, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Once they understood each other well enough and the posture was set, Moria took the paper and pen and signed his name on the document. After Ortolun saw Moria sign the document, he also smiled and put away the file, extending his hand and saying, "Congratulations, esteemed Mr. Moria. From this moment on, you are officially recognized as a member of the warlords of the sea by the world government. In order for our world government family to better serve you in the future, please pay a guarantee fee of 20 billion berries for the warlords of the sea." Moria was about to reach out and shake hands with Ortolun when he heard this and froze, astonished, saying, "What 20 billion? The guarantee fee for the warlords of the sea, 20 billion, to be paid to our G5 Navy. Would you prefer to write an IOU or settle it in cash?" Ortolun continued in a gentle tone, with a smile, very kindly asking, I have never heard of needing to pay money. Moria stood up angrily, slamming the table and questioning. Ortolun's expression darkened, and he said coldly, "You really don't know your place, do you, Moria? Isn't it you whose attitude has changed so much? I won't be part of this shichibukai anymore." Moria snorted coldly and refused to back down. "You signed the documents. Do you think you can just quit? What do you think you are? You dare to play games with the Navy and the world government? Huh?" Virgo closed the door. "Today, I will let him know that in this new world, being a pirate also requires integrity. No one can owe me, Bane Ortolun, money." Ortolun slammed the table, stood up and commanded. As his voice fell, he swiftly grabbed Moria's collar, yanking him down and slamming his head onto the table, then raised his hand and smashed an ashtray onto the back of Moria's head. Moria was momentarily stunned. It wasn't a serious beating. Although Ortolun's action was highly insulting, it didn't cause much harm. His mind hadn't caught up yet. Wasn't he just being polite a moment ago? Why was he so rude all of a sudden? After these thoughts, Moria felt his head buzzing. "The Admiral Sengoku sends his regards to you, idiot." Ortolun grinned maliciously. Chapter 162. Moria, don't kill me. I still want to treat you to a meal. Suddenly, the glass on the second floor of the restaurant shattered, and Moria's tall and strong figure quickly burst out, landing on the street. Dark shadow energy quickly gathered beneath his feet. Moria opened one hand, grabbing a handful of shadows, and shouted, "Shadow." However, before he could finish, a thunderous explosion sounded, and Ortolun emerged from the lightning, grabbing Moria's wrist. Moria's reaction speed was also very quick. The moment Ortolun grabbed his wrist, he turned and thrust the black spear formed from shadows towards Ortolun's abdomen, intending to impale him. However, Ortolun showed no intention of dodging, allowing the strike to land on his abdomen. The shadow spear didn't even pierce Ortolun's skin and was directly shattered in Moria's hand. This startled Moria, and just as he was about to change his tactics, Ortolun wore a sinister grin, exerted force, and yanked Moria's wrist, lifting him up and slamming him hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, the ground shattered, and Moria's large figure created a massive pit in the ground. As Ortolun moved his neck and twisted his wrist, he said with a fierce smile, "I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your words, Moria. Will you give it 2 billion or not?" Moria had no intention of answering, glaring at Ortolun with resentment before his body turned black. Seeing this, Ortolun immediately kicked him in the stomach without hesitation. With that kick, Moria shattered into fragmented shadow pieces, which quickly transformed into bats, scattering in all directions. A shadow magician? Ortolun raised an eyebrow, pondering. To Ortolun, Moria's shadow fruit was indeed powerful, especially the ability to swap places with his shadow at any time, which was extremely practical. He raised his hand and unleashed dozens of lightning bolts, drowning a large number of shadow bats. When the thunder and shadows dissipated, Ortolun saw Moria standing on the rooftop of a small building on the street. Moria gritted his teeth and looked at Ortolun, saying, "I remember what happened today, Bane Ortolun. Next time we meet, I will definitely give you a big surprise." After a brief exchange, Moria realized he was no match for Ortolun, especially since, despite appearing natural on the surface, his internal injuries from the last encounter with Kaido had not fully healed. Therefore, he immediately decided not to engage further with Ortolun and prepared to escape, planning to wait until he had fully healed before seeking revenge. After dropping his threat, Moria's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. This was one of his signature moves, swapping with a shadow hidden somewhere to teleport away. Back in Wano country, he had escaped death under Kaido's stick by using this technique. In the original story, Doflamingo received orders from the world government to secretly eliminate Moria, but in the end, he was outsmarted by Moria and failed to take him down. Watching Moria's figure vanish, Ortolun raised an eyebrow, and a powerful observation haki instantly spread from him, covering not only the entire island, but also a vast area of the surrounding sea. This was his observation haki, amplified by the thunder fruit, with an immense monitoring range. Almost instantly, a sinister smile appeared on Ortolun's lips as he said, "I thought you could run far." As he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted, and he disappeared as well. Meanwhile, at a secret port on the back of the island, Moria emerged from an inconspicuous warehouse, angrily cursing, "Damn Navy, I will make you." He hadn't even finished his sentence when a bolt of lightning struck above him, and Ortolun's figure appeared in the sky above him. Raging Thunder Axe! Ortolun roared. With a battle axe-like downward strike, he came crashing down on Moria's head. Moria was truly shocked. He never expected that his escape technique would be instantly countered by Ortolun. At this moment, there was no time to dodge. He could only cross his arms in a cross shape to block Ortolun's kick. In the next instant, Ortolun's ankle crashed against Mariejois' arms with such force that it felt like driving a nail, instantly crushing Mariejois' legs into the heavy stone slab beneath him. Following that, Mariejois' arms could not withstand Ortolun's immense strength, trembling as they were pushed downward. In the process, Mariejois struggled to turn his neck and head aside, but ultimately, he could no longer bear the force, and his crossed arms were kicked apart by Ortolun's foot. Immediately after, Ortolun's heavy blow landed on his shoulder, sending Mariejois crashing to the ground, shattering the surface and kicking up a cloud of dust. Moonlight Mariejois, your little tricks mean nothing to me. Only those I feel like letting go can escape my hands, understand? Ortolun said, raising his hand to disperse the dust, teasingly. Just as he finished speaking, a shadow suddenly emerged from the ground, stabbing toward his chest. However, Ortolun completely disregarded it, allowing the shadow to pierce his chest. Hornblade Shadow! Mariejois shouted in frustration, but the shadow blade could not break through Ortolun's defenses. With an indifferent smile, Ortolun stepped forward, causing the shadow blade to tremble and bend. Accompanied by Ortolun's advancing steps, the shadow blade ultimately could not withstand the immense opposing pressure and shattered with a loud bang. Brushing the dust off his chest, Ortolun patiently asked, "So what's your answer? Will you pay or not? I'm running out of patience." As he spoke, his fist crackled with thunderous electricity, and his aura gradually rose, hinting at the impending release of Conqueror's Haki. Mariejois was in a state of panic, feeling utterly helpless against this monstrous Ortolun. He couldn't fight back or escape. In an instant, when he looked at Ortolun, it felt as if he fused Ortolun with Kaido's image, awakening his fears and memories of that nightmare once again. Indeed, Mariejois was terrified of Kaido. Despite claiming he wanted revenge, in reality, after his defeat, his spirit was crushed. He muttered about revenge, but had spent over a decade hiding in the Devil's Triangle, unwilling to come out. Even his revenge plan was weak. He created a bunch of zombies, hoping to use them against Kaido, without ever considering facing Kaido directly. As a result, his catchphrase became, "Leave it to you to handle." Don't come closer." Mariejois sat on the ground, moving awkwardly as Ortolun approached, trying to create some distance. Seeing Mariejois' terrified expression, Ortolun suddenly felt bored. He remembered seeing Mariejois from afar back in Road Town when he was still a formidable figure of the West Sea, at least in terms of appearance and aura. Now, he was just a hollow shell of a failure. It was at this moment that Ortolun seemed to grasp the meaning of Carp's words from years ago. A fist filled with conviction is worlds apart from a fist devoid of it. But precisely because of this, you're suited to be a warlord of the sea. Ortolun thought coldly. Just as Ortolun lost interest in this guy and prepared to follow Sengoku's orders to beat him up and capture him for the headquarters to deal with, Mariejois seemed to have thought of something and quickly spoke up. "Don't kill me. I just treated you to a meal. I really don't have 20 billion berries. My treasure was taken by Kaido and Wano, but I do have a powerful technology in my hands." "Technology?" Ortolun raised an eyebrow, stopping the action of preparing to punch him, and curiously asked, "What technology?" "It's a technology one found in a lost ancient ruin that can turn islands into battleships. With this technology, we can create mobile island fortresses similar to super large sailing battleships." Mariejois swallowed hard and answered quickly. After hearing this, Ortolun showed a look of understanding in his eyes. Yes, originally in the story, after leaving the New World, this guy Mariejois had created such a thing in the Devil's Triangle Sea. It's called a terrifying three-masted sailboat, also known as the world's largest three-masted sailboat. Indeed, as he said, it's as large as an island and can move. Chapter 163. Ortolun. As they say, you can't know someone without fighting them. Ortolun was quite interested in this technology. If he could master this technology, the development of the doldrums would be much more promising, avoiding the hassle of randomly finding resource-rich islands for transformation and then concentrating everything in one area for development, which would be much more convenient. Moreover, couldn't the G5 Navy base also be arranged accordingly? Originally, G5 was the frontline Navy base, basically saying that wherever the Navy's first line in the New World was, G5 had to settle there. In recent years, there hadn't been any significant progress or changes, so there were no modifications, but if there were changes in the future, G5 would have to be relocated and rebuilt, which would waste too much time and energy. If he could get his hands on Mariejois' technology and directly transform G5's Navy base into a warship, he could go wherever he wanted to fight. Wouldn't that be wonderful? At the same time, this technology could also be applied to Tezolo's Golden City, which still had a lot of potential. Originally, the structure of the Golden City was two giant island turtles, and now directly transforming it into an island warship would be very appropriate. Thinking of this, Ortolun's originally fierce demeanor faded, and a gentle smile gradually appeared on his face. He kindly pulled Moria up from the ground and said with a smile, "Look at you. It was such a good thing. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had mentioned it sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer like this." Moria wanted to complain about Ortolun's quick change of face, but in the end, he didn't have the courage and could only say with grievance, "I was too anxious and didn't think of it." "That Admiral Ben, do you think this can cover the guarantee fee for the warlords of the sea?" "No." Ortolun shook his head without hesitation. "I can only count it as 2 billion berries at most. After all, you haven't developed this technology yet. Whether it's true, how effective it is, and whether it can work are all unknowns. Counting it as 2 billion is already giving you face, right?" Moria opened his mouth, wanting to refute. But Ortolun's reasoning seemed sound, and he couldn't find a flaw. What if he invested financial and material resources, and in the end, the things produced were useless? That would be even worse for him. Therefore, counting it as 2 billion berries at most, and you still owe me 18 billion berries, what do you say? Ortolun kindly patted the dust off Moria's clothes and asked with a beaming smile. "Aye." Moria hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I still have 4 billion berries saved in the exchange office of the Dark World. This is my last bit of wealth. Can I owe you the rest? Don't worry, I will pay you back as soon as I have money in the future." "Ha. That's fine, of course that's fine. We are all part of the world government family, so I certainly trust your credibility." Ortolun laughed heartily and patted Moria on the shoulder, agreeing to the arrangement. This made Moria feel a bit relieved, but before he could exhale, he heard Ortolun say again, "However, I have an even better cooperation plan here. I wonder if you're interested?" "Huh?" Moria really couldn't understand Ortolun's thought process. How could he go from wanting to fight to cooperating in the next moment? "Your shadow fruit ability can control corpses, right?" Ortolun looked at Moria and asked. Although Moria was puzzled, he still nodded and said, "Yes, I do have this ability. After this, I indeed plan to develop in this direction and prepare to form a zombie army to fight Kaido to the death. For this, I even arranged to meet a very famous doctor named Hogback, who is very interested in the research between life and death and is willing to cooperate with me. Let us not rush into Kaido's matter." Ortolun waved his hand and then said, "I have some industries here that need a large amount of cheap labor. If you're willing to cooperate with me, then I will wipe out the debt you owe me. If our cooperation goes well and is pleasant, we can truly become friends in the future. Of course, I am a fair person. If the cooperation yields good results, I can even give you a share of the profits." "What do you mean by let's not rush into Kaido's matter?" Moria felt some complaints rising in his heart, but thinking of Kaido's figure, he felt a hint of fear. Originally, he had no way out, so he kept talking about revenge, but didn't take any real action. Now, Ortholun's words of "let's not rush" instead gave him a way out. Therefore, after a brief moment of thought, Moria decided to go along with it. Moreover, he had already realized that this guy, Ortolun, had a dog-like face. He now understood that although he seemed to be negotiating a cooperation with you in a friendly manner, appearing willing to listen to your opinions, who knows what would happen if you refused him? What if he flipped out again? So Moria didn't dare to refuse Ortolun. "What cooperation? I'm very interested." Moria adjusted his emotions and responded quickly. "Mining." Ortolun pretended to whisper the free vans in the North Sea might have major problems during this time, which will affect the mining of platinum lead. By the way, do you know about platinum lead? Platinum lead is quite famous, and Moria had indeed heard of it. So he nodded to indicate that he knew. The mining of this stuff is actually toxic, and free vans will most likely be destroyed due to platinum lead disease caused by generations of mining it. However, as a precious metal and a necessity for high-end military industries, its demand will not decrease, and it may even increase with the chaos of the times. Therefore, I, along with Don Quixote Doflamingo from the North Sea, plan to take over the platinum lead business after free vans is destroyed, which will require a large amount of labor to mine. Ortolun briefly explained the situation to Moria. Of course, he couldn't directly reveal the Doldrum's development plan to Moria, as the General Sengoku had explicitly instructed him to keep it confidential, and Ortolun currently didn't trust Moria. However, the foundation of trust can be built gradually. First, let us test the waters with platinum lead. If the cooperation goes well, the relationship between both parties can be further solidified. When the time is right in the future, it wouldn't be impossible to bring Moria into the Doldrum's development plan. So because mining platinum lead will cause poisoning, you mean to use my zombies to mine? Moria looked at Ortolun, somewhat bewildered. What kind of economic genius is this? So my ability's greatest development point is not combat power, but productivity? For a moment, Moria felt that if he had met Ortolun earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have taken the path of a pirate, and might have evolved toward becoming a capitalist businessman instead. Yes, I will provide a large amount of cheap pirate labor imported from Impel Down, sending them to the North Sea to mine. However, they can't work around the clock. So I thought, during the day, they can rest and let their shadows drive their bodies to work, and at night, after resting, they can work alongside the shadow-driven bodies. Wouldn't that double the efficiency? The same amount of labor could directly double the profit, Ortolun said sincerely. Seeing Moria looking dumbfounded, Ortolun continued, once this business gets up and running, with the production and price of platinum lead, let me tell you, the money you owe me will be negligible. Who knows, you might even become a famous billionaire on the sea because of these dividends. By then, seeking revenge on Kaido will be an easy task. If you put a bounty of hundreds of billions or even trillions of berries on Kaido's head, there will be plenty of people willing to take the risk. Even if they can't kill Kaido, they can still annoy him. Moria did not think Ortolun's mention of hundreds of billions or trillions was an exaggeration, because even if he wasn't particularly familiar with the price of platinum lead, he knew that Frevans in the North Sea had become the richest kingdom because of platinum lead. This is the concept of being the richest in a country, in a sea area. And if this country were to become private, that would be even more remarkable. Moria soon snapped back from the shock. He looked at Ortolun and wanted to ask, can your navy do such things? But considering Ortolun's earlier demeanor and this blatant extortion of the warlords of the sea, Moria felt it was understandable. Whether the navy allowed such actions, Ortolun probably didn't care at all. Just as Moria was lost in thought, Ortolun enthusiastically grabbed his arm and said, come on, as the saying goes. You don't get to know someone without a fight. We can't clarify everything in a short time. Let's go to a restaurant and continue eating while chatting. Moria? The restaurant has been wrecked by you. Is it still open? Chapter 164. Navy Political Commissar Ortolun. New World, Totland, Wangwisi area. As a pirate nation, within the territory of the Great Pirates, a navy ship was sailing boldly on the sea near the core area of Cake Island. Completely unconcerned about the intimidation of the Big Mom pirates, because this navy ship was flying the flag of the G5 Navy. At this moment, on the deck of the Navy's ship, Ortolun and Moria were sitting side by side, both holding fishing rods, engaged in sea fishing. However, Ortolun had a sullen face, while Moria looked somewhat frightened. The reason was that Moria had good luck and had already caught 5 big fish in a row, while Ortolun had yet to catch anything. Just then, Moria's fishing line tightened again, nearly making him cry, and with a face full of panic. He looked at Ortolun and asked, Vice Admiral Bane, I didn't do it on purpose. Ortolun still maintained a certain level of composure. Although jealousy and anger flickered in his eyes, he forced a smile and said, what do you mean by deliberately or not? Isn't this a good thing? Come on, pull it up and see what fish it is. Good thing? Catch a few more. I'm afraid you'll hang me on the fishing rod as bait. Moria even thought about putting on a helmet, fearing that Ortolun might become unstable and suddenly hit him, just as Moria was nervously reeling in the line. Ortolun's phone bug suddenly rang. This diverted Ortolun's attention. He took out the phone bug from his pocket, glanced at it, and answered with a smile, Admiral? What orders do you have? How is the matter I assigned to you going? The Marine Admiral asked casually while sitting in his office, sipping tea. It's already taken care of. After a friendly conversation with Mr. Moonlight Maria, he is very willing to become a warlord of the sea and join our world government family. He has also promised to restrain his pirate actions as much as possible and strive to be a just warlord of the sea. In fact, he has reached a cooperative relationship with our G5 Navy, and I can say he is now a close partner of our Navy. He is right next to me. I'm planning to take him to Cake Island to meet the other partners. Ortolun said with a smile. Huh, the Admiral was a bit confused. What are you cooperating with him on? The cooperation is about mining platinum lead in the North Sea. Didn't I mention it to you last time? Ortolun explained. After chatting for a bit, Ortolun signaled Moria to say a few words to the Admiral. Moria dared not refuse, took the phone bug, and spoke very respectfully, Admiral Sengoku. I admit that my previous attitude was poor and somewhat arrogant. After a friendly conversation with Admiral Ben, I deeply realized my mistakes. I also sincerely apologize for my past pirate actions, which caused trouble to the people at sea and the Navy. Although I am now a warlord of the sea, I have recognized my foolishness and errors. Therefore, moving forward, I will actively cooperate with the Navy's work and strive to become a just warlord of the sea. Just as Admiral Ben said, Admiral Sengoku never dreamed he would hear such words from the mouth of a warlord of the sea one day. What kind of strange concept is it, just warlord of the sea? However, despite the illogical nature of these statements. The Admiral could deeply sense Mariejois' remorse and Ortolun's strict execution of his orders. Truly, he was his most trusted subordinate, understanding how to relieve his leader's worries. No, to solve problems. If all the warlords of the sea could have your level of awareness, then our navy would have it much easier. Your previous crimes have been pardoned by the world government, so I want to say much more. Recognizing one's mistakes and being able to change is a great virtue. I hope you'll remember what you said today and behave well in the future, Admiral Sengoku earnestly advised. Moriya indeed was not a good person in the past, burning, killing, and looting without mercy. But the world government had already pardoned him. What could Sengoku do? This was a matter for the world government. As a Marine Admiral, he could only do his best to persuade Moriya not to commit crimes in the future. Through Moriya, Sengoku also sensed a new model for the warlords of the sea, and that there should be proper educational efforts. Look, this previously fierce guy now speaks of justice all the time. What is this? This is the transformation of spiritual civilization. Ortolun really handled this matter well. In the future, if there are any warlords of the sea wanting to rise to power, we should send our Navy's political commissar Ortolun to communicate with them and reform them. This way, the warlords of the sea organization doesn't seem so unpleasant after all. However, Admiral Sengoku didn't seem interested in chatting more with Moriya. Soon, the transponder snail returned to Ortolun's hands. And Admiral Sengoku then asked, I saw the proposal you sent a couple days ago. What did Dracula Mihawk do to provoke you? He didn't provoke me at all? Ortolun replied with a smile. If he didn't provoke you, why are you suggesting raising his bounty and hoping to send that guy Garp to capture him? What does that mean? Admiral Sengoku inquired, puzzled. It's like this. Didn't we discuss this before? We said that Mihawk is also suitable to be a warlord of the sea. Do you remember? Ortolun began to explain. There was such a thing, Admiral Sengoku responded. I encountered Mihawk on Plarispian Island and mentioned the warlords of the sea to him. As a result, he was reluctant to take the position and even said he wasn't afraid of being wanted. I thought, isn't that disrespecting you? Underestimating our Navy, right? So I figured we should show him some strength. I think Mr. Garp is just idling around anyway, so why not let him get some exercise? Instead of just eating sunbae at headquarters, let him find Mihawk and give him a few hits. Then he will naturally understand that our Navy's authority is not to be provoked. At that point, he should be willing to become a warlord of the sea. What do you think? Ortolun respectfully inquired. Admiral Sengoku listened to this and was silent for a long time on the transponder snail before asking. Is it that he doesn't want to be a warlord of the sea? Or he doesn't want to pay you that $2 billion as a guarantee? Ortolun feigned confusion and said, Isn't this the same thing? Not willing to pay me is just not wanting to be one of the warlords of the sea, right? It's just not wanting to give our Navy some face, right? It's just provoking our Navy's dignity, intending to go against the world government. Isn't that a grave crime? Moriya, who was listening to this conversation, was stunned. Seriously? Not wanting to pay you, Ortolun, is a grave crime? Going against the world government? What is even more unbelievable to Moriya was that Admiral Sengoku actually thought for a moment and then agreed, saying, You make a good point. I've been quite annoyed with that carp guy lately. He keeps asking for leave, but I'm so busy I can barely keep up. Why should he get a vacation? I'll arrange for him to go to the New World and hunt down Mihawk. Then I'll count on you. You must make Mihawk feel our Navy's righteous punishment. Don't worry, when I go to Cake Island this time, I'll communicate with Big Mom's pirate crew about this. I'll have them put more pressure on Mihawk in the New World, so he understands that whether or not he wants to be a warlord of the sea doesn't matter. It's up to our Navy. He just needs to comply and pay up. Otherwise, he'll find that calling for help won't work, and he'll experience what the darkness of society really is. Ortolun said happily, Watch your wording. How can you call it the darkness of society? This is called military-civilian cooperation, uniting local forces to jointly combat the arrogance of pirates. Admiral Sengoku earnestly reminded him again. As for Big Mom's pirate crew, what kind of civilians are they? Even the troublesome ones are still civilians. Yes. I'll definitely learn more from you on this. Ortolun quickly replied. The term darkness of society was deliberately used. If you don't say it, how can your leader guide you? How can it show that the leader's awareness is higher and better than yours? Flattery also requires skill, and Ortolun is clearly a high-level player in this regard. After chatting for a while, Ortolun hung up the den mushy and then looked at Moriya with a strange expression. What are you looking at? Is there something wrong? Moriya shook his head with a sigh. No, I just realized that after being a pirate for so long, it seems today I truly recognized how should I put it, powerful you Navy are. Moriya felt that when a violent organization at sea no longer cared about their image, That was indeed very powerful. So powerful that it was limitless. It's not like we're being forced by society. We all want to be pure Navy, but the conditions don't allow it. Ortolun sighed as well. This path, he and Admiral Sengoku are bearing humiliation for a greater cause. If they don't walk it, there will be no future for the Navy. It's all about sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Chapter 165. The world government is the biggest plundering group. In the reception hall of Totland's Cake Island Castle, Doflamingo was sitting next to Ortolun, looking at the slightly awkward and uncomfortable Moria with a strange expression. Doflamingo held a deep respect for Ortolun. How long has it been since their last meeting? And he has already persuaded another unfortunate soul to become a warlord of the sea? While Doflamingo was thinking about this, Ortolun smiled and asked Doflamingo, "How's the situation over at Fervans?" "It's escalating. It said that the royal family of Fervans has applied for asylum, and Mariejois has approved it. The nobles in their country have already started to migrate to Mariejois," Doflamingo remarked. Now, it was the year 1502 of the sea calendar, and Fervans was expected to fall around 1504, meaning they had about a year or two left before they completely collapsed. This process of demise was clearly not an instantaneous explosion, but rather a slow death. First, the rulers of the country completely abandoned it, taking the wealth they had exploited over the years to live in Mariejois. The abandoned citizens in this chaotic process began to mob up, ultimately leading to large-scale riots in Fervans, which affected the security and stability of neighboring countries. At the same time, surrounding nations worried that the plague would spread, leading to border blockades against Fervans. Due to these reasons, this most prosperous country in the North Sea was headed for destruction in 1504. Then we should start making arrangements. I prepared 50,000 imported pirates from Impel Down, and now I've brought in a new partner. Let me introduce him. This is the sea hero, Moonlight Moria, and he is now also a warlord of the sea. His shadow fruit can control shadows to animate corpses, which is very suitable for mining in Fervans. Ortolun patted Moria and smiled as he introduced him to Doflamingo. Doflamingo was not very familiar with Moria's abilities, so he curiously asked, "Is it like the homies here in Totland?" "Homies are driven by souls, and he can drive by shadows?" Moria was unsure about the relationship between Doflamingo and Ortolun, but no matter how he looked at it, it was much closer than his relationship with Ortolun. So he had no intention of offending Doflamingo and enthusiastically explained his abilities to him. The three of them chatted about their mining business, and soon, Charlotte Linlin and Katakuri walked into the banquet hall. Seeing this, Doflamingo immediately stood up politely, and Moria didn't dare to delay, as he still had a deep respect for the big pirates of the New World after being beaten by Kaido, especially since he had already heard from Ortolun on the way that Charlotte Linlin was actually his mother. How could he not show respect? Regardless of their mother-son relationship, he definitely could not offend them. Charlotte Linlin was very considerate of Ortolun, not showing any airs of being a big pirate, and warmly laughed. "Ha ha ha. Seeing you guys gives me the feeling that my son's friends have come to visit. No need to be too formal, since you're all good friends of Ortolun. Just treat this place like your home." After greeting Doflamingo and Moria, Charlotte Linlin then turned to Ortolun and rolled her eyes, saying, "Isn't G5 not too far from Cake Island? It's been so long since you came to see your old mother." Ortolun said somewhat shyly, "I'm just busy. When I have time in the future, I'll come more often." In fact, he hadn't seen Charlotte Linlin for a long time, and today he was still a bit surprised. What kind of black technology did his mother use to lock in her looks and figure? She hadn't started to decline yet? At the same time, Charlotte Linlin was also carefully observing Ortolun's condition. Even without making a move, she could still see some changes in the details. This guy seemed stronger and more confident than before. His strength had probably improved significantly. Now, if she wanted to take him down, it might be a bit challenging. Therefore, she couldn't relax. She needed to strengthen her training and cultivation to maintain her condition, lest this kid treat her as a stepping stone to become a Navy admiral in the future. Indeed, the relationship between Ortolun and Charlotte Linlin was still so complicated. Ortolun still remembered Charlotte Linlin's care and kindness towards him, but he also remained vigilant against her. Charlotte Linlin felt the same way. Although she regarded Ortolun as her most proud son, she couldn't fully trust him because he was in the Navy. While maintaining a cooperative relationship, both sides were also wary of each other. Doflamingo and Moria noticed that they seemed to have more to discuss. So the two outsiders decided not to be a nuisance and proposed to take a stroll around Cake Island to observe the might of the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri also took the opportunity to lead them away, and soon, only Ortolun and Charlotte Linlin were left in the place. Charlotte Linlin sat generously on the sofa and then asked, "How have you been lately? Still going crazy during the full moon?" Ortolun, sitting opposite Charlotte Linlin, picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and said, "It's much better than before. The method you told me is still effective. By the way, how about you? Do you still have cravings for food?" "Same as usual." Charlotte Linlin sighed lightly at the mention of this, somewhat helplessly saying. Seeing this, Ortolun opened his mouth, but hesitated and still did not speak. Charlotte Linlin looked at him with some confusion and said, "What do you want to say?" Cough. Ortolun said somewhat awkwardly, "I just want to say, since our G5 is not too far from Cake Island, whenever you feel a bit agitated and think you might be getting sick, you can let me know in advance, and I can come by to treat you." "You little brat, I see you want to find an opportunity to test my strength, right?" Charlotte Linlin scolded. To be honest, looking at Charlotte Linlin's current state, Ortolun had reason to suspect that her strength level should be much stronger than what he remembered from the original story at the same time period. His cheap mother could be said to possess one of the top talents in the entire pirate world, but when she was younger, she relied on her talent to act recklessly. In middle age, due to various reasons like food addiction, she began to let herself go, indulging in food and drink. And on top of that, for many years, she has been focused on having children, so it was likely that she had not fully developed her inherent talent. Orton even felt that if his mother truly combined her talent and effort, the strongest in the world might not necessarily be Whitebeard. Not wanting to continue on this topic, Charlotte Linlin changed the subject. "The businesses we collaborated on before have already settled a large sum of funds. When you leave, you can take it with you. The G5 Navy's crackdown on piracy. No, the strict enforcement actions are ongoing, and thus the profits are quite good. Don Quixote da Flamingo and Tato Land are both distributors of G5 products. It seems that Charlotte Linlin is preparing to settle accounts with Orton. Got it. Just load it onto the warship for me, and I'll take it when I leave. I don't know if Katakuri told you last time. I plan to open a direct shipping route from the North Sea into the New World with Da Flamingo, bypassing the doldrums. I have already secured the necessary technical resources, and we can start any time. Once it is operational, we will be able to continuously transport a large amount of various goods and materials needed by your Totland from the North Sea." Ortol said, "He has discussed this with me, and I have also talked about it with our financial advisor, who believes this venture has great potential. So I am very willing to collaborate." Charlotte Linlin said with a hint of anticipation in her smile. After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin looked at Ortol with a meaningful gaze and said, "However, relying solely on one G5 does not require such massive funding and a steady stream of income. Yet you insist on doing these things. Torrent, do you have some plans?" As long as it involves these in-depth collaborations, many things cannot be hidden from Charlotte Linlin. Ortolun certainly understands this, and he doesn't feel there's anything to hide. Therefore, he calmly said, "The power of the military is not determined by who has a higher rank, who is a marshal, or who is a general, but by who can provide enough food to sustain the army, sufficient logistical support, and enough funds to pay everyone as salaries. Currently, our Navy's resources are all in the hands of Mariejois. Isn't it obvious what I want to do?" "Huh." Charlotte Linlin smiled wickedly and said, "Aiming high, but only with such ambition can one be worthy of being my most proud son." In Charlotte Linglin's view, whether it is pirates or the world government, they are essentially the same. In fact, the world government is the largest plundering group in this world, and the Navy is just the enforcer of this group. When you strip away the facade of righteousness and public opinion, is there really any essential difference between such a Navy and pirates? If in the future, Orton really takes control of the Navy, then why couldn't Totland become the new, so-called world government? As for the past pirate identity, history is always written by the victors. However, from the perspective of Charlotte Linlin, she still wants to be the boss of Ortland. This point has never changed. Chapter 166. Ortolun. As long as we don't talk about money, our mother-son relationship is very deep. Ortolun did not respond to Charlotte Linglin's words, but instead asked, "How has Totland been recently?" Was he inquiring for intelligence or asking as a private individual? Charlotte Linlin first asked this question. Ortolun smiled and said, "Personal identity." Charlotte Linlin then nodded and said, "It's developing quite well. Recently, I plan to change the management model of the family, allowing Totland to function more like a country. On each island, a family cadre will be stationed as the local management minister, and then they will establish the corresponding management system on the island themselves. From the bottom up, to control the country layer by layer." Orton nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, realizing that this was likely the management model that the Big Mom pirates continued for a long time. Essentially, it could be called a bureaucratic system. The continuation of this system has indeed, to a large extent, made Tato land, the territory of the pirate, more organized and more state-like. As Ortolun was thinking about this, Charlotte Linlin was still speaking passionately, her tone filled with anticipation. In this way, our Big Mom pirates can have a more stable environment, attract more influx of funds, and create greater profits. These profits can gradually be transformed into our weapons, warships, and armies. Over time, among the pirates, not even Whitebeard could keep pressing me down. Roger's title of Pirate King was forged by the wave that created an entire era, and sooner or later, I will also sit on that throne and become the ultimate ruler of this sea. At this point, Charlotte Linlin looked at Ortolun with some dissatisfaction and said, "If you are willing to come back now, we could immediately declare total war on the Whitebeard pirates, with the two of us working together. Who in this world could stop us?" Ortolun felt that these words sounded somewhat familiar. Didn't Shiki use similar tactics to fool Roger during the Edward Sea battle? And, thinking of Shiki, Ortolun was reminded of Impelled Down. Originally, in the story, Shiki should be starting his escape now, right? But that's definitely impossible now. After capturing Shiki, Ortolun directly suggested putting a collar on him. That guy could chop off his legs and fly out. Could he chop off his head and fly out too? He's not a voodoo master who can do something like flying heads. Actually, thinking back, he was too young at that time, not as cunning as he is now. If it were now, Ortolun wouldn't remind the Navy to put a sea stone collar on Shiki. He would rather hope Shiki escapes again, and then he could capture him again. Same person, two great achievements. That's the sustainable cycle of resources. Clearing these thoughts from his mind, Ortolun then asked, "By the way, how's the weapon production I mentioned to you through Katakuri? Aren't we about to get some money soon? RG5 is also planning to procure some more equipment from you. And the world government is probably about to start looking for outsourced weapon manufacturers as well. If your production capacity is sufficient, you could bid for it." "Bid for what?" Charlotte Linlin rolled her eyes and asked. Ortolun confidently patted his chest and said, "I, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, can definitely act as a middleman and recommend you. I heard that this matter is being overseen by CP, but don't worry, I have a good reputation and connections there. As long as you're ready, once they give the green light, I can arrange everything for you immediately." Charlotte Linlin looked at Ortolun with a skeptical gaze and said, "As a middleman, do you want to make a profit from the difference as well? You know, even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. We are no exception. If I go to all this trouble to find you a big market, shouldn't I get some compensation for my efforts? I'm not a slave mining for you." Ortolun replied defiantly. "How much do you want?" Charlotte Linlin, not wanting to argue over such matters, asked directly. "Talking about money can be a bit hurtful to our relationship. What I mean is, let's share the results," Ortolun said with a friendly smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin snorted coldly and asked, "Do you know which part of weapon production consumes the most funds?" "Technical research and development," Ortolun said, feeling a bit awkward. "Do you know how much money the guy Caesar has spent since he came to Totland?" Charlotte Linlin sneered and looked at Ortolun. "How much?" Ortolun asked nervously. "We're about to break the 500 billion berries mark. Do you know what that means? Selling your G5 wouldn't even be worth that." Charlotte Linlin extended her fingers and said with a pained expression, 500 billion. Ortolun was also stunned and asked in surprise, "Is he researching ancient weapons? How could he spend 500 billion? What kind of weapons and equipment? Don't be fooled by him. Before I came here, I heard from Dr. Vegapunk that guy Caesar is known for swindling funds to satisfy his personal extravagant expenses. In the original story, Caesar, under Don Quixote da Flamingo, had swindled a lot of money from Charlotte Linlin and used public fund for eating and drinking. This guy really has a criminal record. That's why Ortolun doubted the 500 billion. Well, thinking about it carefully, it doesn't seem too exaggerated. Research is always a terrifying black hole for funds. Previously, when chatting with Porcelino at Punk Hazard, I heard that Punk Hazard consumes nearly 1 trillion berries of government funds each year. I wonder what they are researching that costs so much. It was also because he heard this news that Ortolun couldn't help but feel that he was really good at accounting, letting Vegapunk be managed by the world government, spending their money, and then happily taking over the results in the future. Charlotte Linlin coldly laughed and said, "If he can swindle money from me right under my nose, then that's a testament to his high skill and boldness. I won't hold it against him." Ortolun saw Charlotte Linlin so confident and decided not to say more. After all, in the original story, Caesar was completely out of Charlotte Linlin's line of sight. He might have had the guts to mess around, but now, he probably really wouldn't dare. Of course, not all this money is spent on weapons and technology. More is invested in biotechnology. That kid told me they could create a giant race. I'm quite looking forward to it, Charlotte Lingling explained. Once the topic was wrapped up, Charlotte Lingling continued. In any case, even aside from that, I've invested a lot. Now you think just by chatting that you can share the results with me? Do you think that's appropriate? I've provided the channels, and the procurement volume from the world government is astronomical, with trillions being quite ordinary. What kind of interests are involved? How is that inappropriate? Ortolun said quite confidently. Do you think there are no other options for me besides you in the world government? In a couple of days, the Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, will be joining my tea party. Isn't she one of your world government's people? Charlotte Lingling said disdainfully. Do you need me to introduce her? You just said that the CP agency is responsible for this matter. So, if I approach Stussy, that's a straightforward solution, right? Do you know Stussy's identity? Ortolun was slightly surprised. How fresh is that? She looks just like that useless woman did when she was young. Caesar is under my control. And the little secrets that MADS came up with back then, there's nothing that can hide from me. Charlotte Lingling sneered. Ortolun sighed to himself. No wonder this organization is known for having the best intelligence in the pirate industry. They really have something. However, he still persisted, saying, but this idea and opportunity were proposed by me first. I spent quite a few brain cells on this. Shouldn't tea, I get some benefits in return? How did you become so mercenary? Charlotte Lingling frowned and said with some displeasure, isn't this just out of necessity for life? My grand plans for G5 haven't even started yet, so of course, life has to be tight. Ortolun couldn't help but retort. The more Charlotte Lingling looked at Ortolun, the more she liked him. After not having communicated with him for a long time, even though this kid was asking for benefits, he still made her, as his old mother, feel he was quite handsome. However, she couldn't always just agree to whatever this kid said. That would make it seem like she was indulging this rebellious son. Therefore, after Ortolun had been pestering her for a while, she tapped her slender fingers on the table a few times, raised an eyebrow, and said, you just said that even between brothers, we need to be clear about accounts. But after all, you are my son. Since we come this far in our conversation, sharing the results with you isn't out of the question. Just tell me what you want, as long as it's not about money. Our mother-son bond is strong. Ortolun responded without hesitation, saying a few nice words after all these years. I haven't heard you say anything good to me. Charlotte Lingling sighed lightly, a bit resentfully saying. Ortolun listened to this request with some toothache. But for the sake of G5 and the Navy's justice, he took a deep breath, forced a smile, and looked at Charlotte Lingling, saying in a nauseating tone, my dear mother, your son is working hard to start a business, hoping. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt so disgusted that he slammed the table and exclaimed, no way, no way. I really can't say such things. It's simply sickening. You might as well just ask me to help you kill Whitebeard. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Charlotte Lingling was already laughing heartily, unable to contain her emotions, almost to the point of tears. Once she had laughed enough, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, still with a smile, all right. I'm really happy today. I'll agree to this. Chapter 167. Katakuri. You may not be able to kill us all before you run out of strength. In the following days, Ortolun lazed around on Cake Island, waiting for the other invited guests to arrive for the tea party. With nothing much to do, he spent his days hanging out with Katakuri and others, fishing, shopping, and so on. Of course, during this time, he also met with the other siblings who had returned to Cake Island. This could be considered Ortolun's first meeting with blood relatives other than the limited few like Katakuri, Cracker, and Perispero. The process was not very smooth, as these members of the Charlotte family were all proud and quite violent. Ortolun did not grow up with them, so the feelings and relationships are naturally not very deep. Some guys just can't stand Ortolun and think, why does that guy get to do this? Why does mom value and love him so much? Why does brother Katakuri take such good care of him? What am I lacking compared to him, Ortolun? In the first couple of days, there were always tough members of the Charlotte family coming to challenge Ortolun. It is well known that Ortolun is a kind-hearted person who strongly dislikes violence. He is skilled at winning people over with virtue and prefers to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Therefore, at first, Ortolun patiently declined these challenges to prevent any disruption to the harmony and feelings among siblings. However, the group of ruffians was too aggressive, and since Ortolun was unwilling to fight, they thought he was easy to bully, leading to further provocations. Eventually, in a helpless situation, Ortolun could only smile wryly and agree to their challenge. The subsequent situation was that within 2 days, the island's medical system was running at full capacity, and the Charlotte family's hospital became a family gathering place, with everyone who dared to challenge Ortolun being admitted. After this, Ortolun's life became much more relaxed, and no one else dared to come looking for violence. This made the kind-hearted Ortolun feel that he had done a great deed, significantly alleviating the violent atmosphere of the Charlotte family. He believed that from now on, these people would think twice before acting. As the fifth son, Ortolun could be considered the elder brother to most of his siblings, and at that moment, he felt he had fulfilled his duties and responsibilities as an elder brother. Early this morning, Ortolun and Katakuri arrived at the port of Cake Island because several guests had informed them last night that they would be arriving this morning. In such situations, Katakuri was still very polite. As the host, he would generally come to welcome guests as long as he didn't have anything important to attend to. Ortolun, who was there to expand his network, would tag along to join the excitement whenever Katakuri made an appearance. At the port, Ortolun had a cigarette in his mouth and was holding a donut in his hand, swaying it in front of Katakuri. Katakuri's gaze followed the movement of the donut, and after a moment, he said impatiently, "Torin, either eat it or put it away." "What do you mean by waving in front of me? I'm worried that you haven't had breakfast, so I brought this for you. Would you like to eat it?" Aunt Lauren asked maliciously. Katakuri swallowed hard. He really wanted to say "I want it," but considering this was a public place and the guest ship was almost docked, if he wanted to eat the donut now, he would have to take off his scarf and expose his true identity, which he did not want to do. Therefore, after taking a deep breath, Katakuri said, "If you don't put it away, I'm going to lose my temper. But you can't beat me, can you?" Orton provocatively said again. Katakuri snorted coldly and said, "In my family, I'm greatly respected by my younger siblings. As long as I raise my arm and call, they will come to my aid. Although you are strong, you may not be able to kill us all before exhausting your strength. How can you speak so confidently about group fights?" Ortolun exclaimed in surprise. He actually wanted to say that those beloved younger siblings of yours are all in the hospital now. But considering that it might be a bit disrespectful to his second brother, he refrained from saying it out loud. After that, he stopped teasing Katakuri, swallowed a donut in one bite, and with a somewhat disdainful expression said, "This thing is too sweet and greasy. Second brother, how do you manage to eat so many of these every day without getting tired of them?" Hearing the call of second brother, Katakuri's mood instantly brightened, and he no longer cared about Ortolun's previous offense. He calmly replied, "Preference over everything." While the two were chatting, the passenger ship had docked, lowered its gangway, and a man in a suit, with a big belly and draped in a luxurious fur coat, stepped off the ship. This guy had slick back hair and was chewing a cigar, exuding a strong aura of a big shot. Katakuri, fearing that Ortolun might not recognize him, preemptively explained, "Lou Field, the king of loan sharks in the dark world, possesses a vast amount of funds. He has a decent relationship with Mama, and we've collaborated with him quite a bit in the past. Our relationship is relatively harmonious. If you ever need money urgently, you can contact him to borrow his funds. Loan sharks usually have high interest rates, right? Is it worth it?" Ortolun hesitated and said. Katakuri looked at Ortolun with a surprised expression and asked, "What interest? When we ask him to lend us money, it's giving him face. Does he really think of himself as someone important enough to demand interest?" Ortolun then showed a look of sudden realization, clapping his hands and saying, "Second brother, you make a good point. I decided to be friends with him." Katakuri did not go forward to greet him. The fact that he came to the port was already a sign of respect. Although Lou Field was one of the kings of the dark world, his status was indeed not as high as that of Katakuri, the second prince of Totoland. Therefore, when he saw Katakuri after disembarking, he approached with a friendly smile and took the initiative to say, "Lord Katakuri, thank you for coming to meet me. I'm truly grateful." Katakuri's expression was cold, and his tone was flat as he said, "Mr. Field, it's been a long time. Mama has been mentioning you. My old friend these past few days. Your arrival will surely make this tea party even more exciting. Welcome." It was apparent that despite his cold expression and flat tone, Katakuri was still quite respectful in his choice of words. After a slight pause, Katakuri raised his hand to gesture to Ortolun, saying, "This is Bane Ortolun, the fifth son of our Charlotte family and my brother. I hope you two can get to know each other and get along well in the future." After hearing this, Lou Field's expression became more proactive and enthusiastic as he reached out to shake Ortolun's hand vigorously, saying, "I have long heard rumors of the Navy's rising star, General Bane, has a close relationship with the Charlotte family. I didn't expect you to be Lady Lingling's child. This truly surprises me. I have wanted to get to know you for a long time. I heard you're working in the New World now, so if there is anything I can assist you with in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, General Bane." It was clear that even without Katakuri's introduction, Ortolun's face was one of great status and respect. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Ortolun had no grievances with Lou Field, and he might even need to borrow money from him in the future. So he smiled warmly and shook his arm, saying, "I've long admired you. I have always wanted to befriend you. Our G5 Navy is currently at a stage of development, and we might indeed need your assistance in the future. In fact, at Lou Field's level, his sources of profit mostly came from exploiting the lower classes. In the face of the Big Mom pirates and someone as ruthless as Ortolun, his money was primarily used for investment to gain connections, with interest being the least important aspect. Therefore, he was very willing to have business dealings with Ortolun. Shortly after Lou Field left, a passenger ship docked at the port. As the gangway was lowered, a tall, exquisite woman, full of charm and femininity, elegantly descended the stairs. This woman was none other than the queen of the Pleasure District. Stussy. Chapter 168. Stussy's Allure. As the saying goes, if you want to be attractive, dress appropriately. Stussy, the alluring beauty, was wearing a white women's suit today, topped with a small white hat adorned with a rose. Her slender arms naturally rested in front of her like a noble woman, and a small handbag hung from her elbow. Each of her movements seemed meticulously prepared, with every step down the stairs evoking a sense of hormonal excitement. Ortolun thought to himself, it truly lives up to being the queen of Joy Street. Joy Street hasn't been established for long. If I remember correctly, it was just 2 years ago, right? It is a newly formed organization for joy seekers, but in just over 2 years, Stussy has rapidly expanded Joy Street into a massive intelligence organization in the dark world. Inevitably, this involves the strong financial and material support from the world government, but it also undoubtedly highlights this woman's skills and capabilities. As soon as Stussy approached Ortolun and Katakuri, she seemed to shyly cover her mouth with her hand and said with a giggle, "It makes me so happy to have 2 such handsome men waiting for me here, Miss Stussy." It's been a while. Katakuri greeted her with his usual cold expression. Ortolun also smiled and said, "I've long heard that the Queen of Joy Street is exceptionally graceful. Today, seeing is believing. You truly live up to your reputation. Vice Admiral Bain of the Navy has achieved remarkable feats, and I've heard everyone say that you are the pillar of the next generation of the Navy. I just didn't expect you to be even more handsome and imposing in person than in the photos." Stussy responded with a cheerful smile. After exchanging compliments, Katakuri, Ortolun, and Stussy left the port together and headed towards the island. This was not because Stussy held enough status to be escorted to the castle. It was mainly because today, only Route Field and Stussy were expected, and there were no more guests to welcome. I must say, Stussy is indeed a talented individual in social situations. Along the way, she spoke brilliantly with an endless stream of topics, yet everything was very appropriate and suitable, never seeming to cause any discomfort. Therefore, Ortolun enjoyed chatting with her on the way. When they arrived at the castle, Katakuri took Stussy to the guest room assigned to her and then prepared to take his leave. However, just before parting, Stussy hooked Ortolun's clothing with her finger and said, "Vice Admiral Bain, I have some personal questions I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if you have time?" As she said this, she deliberately threw a flirtatious glance at Ortolun in front of Katakuri. Seeing this, Katakuri wisely patted Ortolun on the shoulder and said, "Ortolun, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Orton naturally wouldn't refuse, nodding in agreement, and then walked into the room with Stussy. After entering the room, Stussy first closed the door properly, then immediately took out a small black box of unknown origin from her handbag. After opening it and placing it on the table, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Signal jamming completed, Admiral Bain. It's a pleasure to meet you. Although I haven't introduced myself yet. I assume you already know my identity, right? CP0, Senior Agent Stussy." Orton straightened his expression and replied, as a matter of course. Stussy maintained her charming smile and then softly asked, "So, Admiral Bain, what brings you to Cake Island? As a member of the Navy, wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate to appear so openly at the Big Mom Pirates Tea Party? Let's not beat around the bush. My identity and background are well known to the world government. As for whether it's appropriate, I think it is, and we have already reported this operation to Mariejois," Orton said nonchalantly as he sat down on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other. After a slight pause, Orton's expression turned serious as he looked at Stussy and said, "So, is Ms. Stussy here to hold me accountable?" Stussy seemed to sense the pressure in Orton's gaze, but she still chuckled lightly and waved her hand in a somewhat coquettish manner, saying, "Admiral Bain, you misunderstand me. I just wanted to remind you to be mindful of your position." Then, without waiting for Orton to respond, Stussy sat down next to him, naturally leaning against his arm, and softly said, "I just arrived here today, while Admiral Bain has been here for a few days, right? I wonder if you have any good information or intelligence to share with me." Ortolun didn't shy away from it. Even though he was already married and had a wife in the legal sense, In reality, he was a proper bachelor, right? What's wrong with taking advantage a little? Leaning back on the sofa and feeling the faint fragrance coming from Stussy, Ortolun's slightly serious expression softened, and he smiled again, saying, "Yes, many years ago, the Big Mom pirates clashed with our navy over the MADS research group. During that process, the Big Mom pirates ultimately took Caesar from the MADS research group. I believe Ms. Stussy is aware of this, right? Are you suggesting that my identity must have been known to Lin long ago?" Stussy sighed slightly in resignation and said, "I already guessed that, but as the saying goes, seeing through it but not saying it. Since Lin didn't bring it up, I naturally wouldn't explain the situation either. In this environment where everyone pretends not to know, but in reality, everyone is clear, some business and exchanges are easier to carry out, right, Rear Admiral Bane?" It was clear that Charlotte Lin was very shrewd, but Stussy was not someone to be underestimated either. The matter of Caesar being in the hands of the Big Mom pirates was not classified information, and Stussy had naturally guessed it long ago. With that guy around, the secrets of MADS could not possibly be hidden from Charlotte Lin, and her identity was the same. However, as Stussy said, the state of seeing through it, but not saying it was more suitable for both parties to communicate about matters that were not easy to discuss openly. What I want to say is not about your identity. Ortolun shook his head and continued. I want to say that the Big Mom pirates have now established a mature military-industrial production line, according to our G5S market research in the dark world. Speaking of this, I might be showing off a bit. As one of the kings of the dark world, Ms. Stussy should know better. Currently, in the dark world, the market share of arms held by the Big Mom pirates. Stussy nodded, but did not speak. Ortolun continued. As far as I know, the world government intends to decentralize military production, aiming to find partners worldwide. I believe the Big Mom pirates are quite suitable for this. Ortolun is still very honest. Since Charlotte Lingling has promised to share the results with him, he naturally has to do his utmost to promote this big business. Only in this way can he obtain the weapon production technology. And then G5 will have these technologies to build production lines and achieve the preliminary goal of self-sufficiency. So General Ben is planning to be the negotiator for the Big Mom pirates in this business deal? Stussy sat up a bit straighter and asked, I heard that this matter is overseen by your CP organization. Ms. Stussy should be able to provide some assistance, right? As for the negotiator, it can be said that I have another deal with the Big Mom pirates regarding this matter. However, it's not very convenient for me to disclose the details of the transaction to you, madam. Ortolun said with a smile, his tone quite sincere. I see Stussy pretended to show an expression of realization. Then she leaned against Ortolun's arm again and cheerfully asked, so, if I help, what benefits can I get? Before Ortolun's words could come out, Stussy blinked her big eyes and looked at Ortolun cutely, saying, to be honest, General Bane, our CP agency has already finalized 2 candidates, which are Kaido's Beast Pirates and Big Mom's Pirates. Currently, in the arms market, only these 2 can meet the needs of Mariejois. But the problem is that the world government leans more towards Kaido, because Wano country has more than just weapon production. Seastone, right? Ultron let out a light sigh and said, indeed, in terms of military competition, the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates do not have any disadvantages in productivity and technology. One could even say that the productivity of Totland and the nations is far larger and more efficient than Kaido's Wano. But Kaido has a unique advantage, which is that he can bundle military supplies with sea stone for sale. Wano country is currently the largest known source of sea stone in the world. Although Totland has some resources of sea prism stone, it is nothing compared to Wano country. They don't have enough for themselves, so how can they sell it? Chapter 169. Stussy, perhaps from a higher place, we can see the direction of freedom. Seeing Ortolun's quick thinking, Stussy also smiled and said, that's right. Kaido hold a large amount of sea prism stone resources, most of which are located in the deep sea and are difficult to exploit. Open pit mines like those in Wano country are very rare. In recent years, with the outbreak of the Great Pirate Era, the number of pirates has surged, and various gangs have emerged, leading to an increase in the number of ability users. The resources of sea prism stone are also very sought after by Mariejois. After a pause, Stussy continued. So this is the advantage of the Beast Pirates. In comparison, the Big Mom Pirates don't have much of an advantage in this regard. As for productivity, although Kaido is somewhat lacking, he can still meet Mariejois' current needs. Your ideas are difficult to implement. Even if I step in to help mediate, it may not succeed. Moreover, you still haven't mentioned what benefits you're offering me. Ortolun's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the sofa, lost in thought without speaking. Seeing this, Stussy did not disturb him, instead standing up with a smile to make tea. After Stussy prepared the tea and poured a cup for Ortolun, Ortolun finally said with a smile, "In terms of military technology, there may not be much difference in these 2 years, but in a couple of years, it's hard to say. I believe the Big Mom pirates will have greater room for technological advancement than Kaido. Can this reason help recover some disadvantages? Of course. The reason can be given." Stussy sat opposite Ortolun this time, crossing her long, proportionate, and eye-catching legs together. She elegantly sipped from her teacup before saying, "But this baseless speculation doesn't have any actual evidence. The Mariejois side may not necessarily accept your estimation. It's not that there isn't substantial evidence." Ortolun also picked up his tea from the table and took a sip, saying, "Oh." Stussy's eyes showed a hint of, and then she asked, "What do you mean?" Among the guests attending the tea party, there's also a Don Quixote Doflamingo. Does Ms. Stussy know anything about him? Ortolun calmly inquired. "I understand a bit." Stussy gently nodded and then said, "His identity is quite special. He holds significant influence in the North Sea. Since the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, his black family in the North Sea has fully transformed towards piracy. Previously, he sent people to Mariejois multiple times to lobby for public relations, intending to become a member of the 7 warlords of the Sea Organization, but he was rejected each time. Due to my relationship with the Charlotte family, I have learned some inconspicuous yet very important confidential information. I originally planned to report it to the headquarters, but now it seems I must share it with you, Ms. Stussy." Ortolun pretended to be somewhat troubled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Stussy feigned displeasure, lightly furrowing her brows and saying, "Vice Admiral Bane, if you say that, it will make me sad. I am here trying to help you strategize and offer reference methods, yet you still have to guard against me." Ortolun did not respond, but continued, "As for the situation in the North Sea, particularly in Frevans, you must have heard something. A large-scale upheaval is about to occur there, so the output of platinum lead is likely to plummet. It is said that the world government has already begun stockpiling platinum lead, right? There is news in this regard." Stussy gently nodded and said, "As a precious metal, platinum lead is not only sought after by nobles everywhere, but it is also a consumable resource for high-end military weapons. This is the main reason for its high price. To manufacture precision weaponry with higher compatibility, platinum lead ore is indispensable. Currently, there are no other natural metals in the world that can replace the position of platinum lead, right?" Orton asked again. "That's right." Stussy nodded immediately, indicating her agreement. "Once Frevans is destroyed, the Don Quixote family will likely team up with the Big Mom pirates to monopolize the mining and extraction of platinum lead in the North Sea. Since the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates have a competitive relationship in military industry, we can deduce that if this situation is resolved by the Big Mom pirates, Kaido will inevitably be constrained in the production of high-end weaponry due to the control over platinum lead. This is why I believe that in the coming years, the Big Mom pirates will surpass the Beast pirates in production technology and widen the gap," Orton said solemnly. Stussy's eyes also lost their arrogance and took on a serious expression as she asked, "Is there such news? Our CP agency actually didn't notice at all." Looking at it this way, Kaido holds the Sea Prism Stone, while Big Mom's pirate crew has the Plumbum. Both sides have their unique advantages. TSK. This is not going to be easy. Although Kaido possesses the best resources of Sea Prism Stone, it is not truly unique. But Plumbum can only be produced by Frevans. In the North Sea, once the Don Quixote family confirms an alliance with Big Mom's pirate crew, Kaido won't be able to reach out. He doesn't have that strength. Ortolun's reminded again. Stussy, sipping her tea, had a thoughtful look in her eyes. After a long while, she spoke. "If we can confirm that this news is true, then Big Mom's pirate crew's competitiveness in this regard is indeed not inferior to Kaido's. It may even surpass it a bit. If I can mediate in this matter, the cooperation you want to achieve should be quite possible." However, at this point, a sly smile returned to Stussy's face as she said, "Admiral Bane, you haven't mentioned what benefits I would have if I help you, Ortolun." Upon hearing this, sprawled out on the sofa in a slacker manner and did a good you lie down. Then he said, "If you're coveting my beauty and body, then come on. I can sacrifice myself for this. Whatever position you want, I will cooperate." Stussy was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Although I do find Admiral Bane's strong and handsome appearance somewhat tempting, don't get me wrong. I'm not that easy and casual of a person." Ortolun sat up again upon hearing this and looked at Stussy, asking, "So what do you want to gain from me? CP9 Spandam always told me that you are a very righteous friend and that he has received your care multiple times. As for me, I have some small ambitions within the CP organization, hoping to rise higher and see further." At this point, A barely perceptible hint of gloom flickered in Stussie's eyes. She silently murmured to herself, "Perhaps if I stand higher and see further, I will be able to glimpse a direction towards some freedom." No one wants to be someone else's shadow, willingly becoming a tool controlled for a lifetime. Stussie was no different. Even though she was a clone, despite her origins, Stussie never felt inferior to others. She possessed a sound self-awareness and a complete personal identity. She did not see herself as a substitute for anyone or a tool for someone else. However, due to the current situation and reality, she found herself unable to resist the arrangements of fate. Yet she still did not give up on fighting. If she stood higher, could she perhaps find a way to break free from her cage and constraints? All of this was but a fleeting change. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she can deceive, and Stussie was no exception. She easily concealed the fluctuations of her inner emotions, maintaining a smiling facade as she said, "So, I also wish to gain your friendship, General Ben, and become one of your friends." At this point, Stussie leaned forward from the sofa towards Ortolun, speaking in a somewhat ambiguous tone. "Please note that here, I only represent my personal will. I want to become your friend in a private capacity, Ortolun." Ortolun sat on the sofa, looking up and down at Stussie, always feeling that this woman had something to say. However, he couldn't quite grasp those elements at the moment. Nevertheless, this did not affect his response. A warm smile appeared on Ortolun's face as he nodded to Stussie and said, "I think no one would refuse a friendship invitation from a beautiful lady like you." "Thank you." Stussie laughed lightly, then turned to Ortolun and said seriously, "After I return from Cake Island this time, I will start making recommendations. You can rest assured, Admiral Ben, for the sake of friendship, I will try to minimize your presence in these reports." At this moment, Stussie thought perhaps Ortolun could also become a certain support in her quest for freedom. And in some trivial details, she was willing to help Ortolun cover up a bit. Doing this was for friendship and also for her future. Perhaps one day, these inconspicuous little actions would bring her unexpected rewards and gains. Chapter 170, A Well-Ordered Plan in Motion. The tea party on Cake Island lasted for a week, during which Ortolun got to know quite a few friends from the dark world. That guy Doflamingo was simply a freak. He even introduced a scumbag who smuggled human organs in the dark world to Ortolun. At first, Ortolun was quite surprised and thought, "Why are you introducing this guy to me? I'm not planning to sell our Navy soldiers' organs." Later, Doflamingo quietly told him that he had already talked to Moria, and that zombie labor force could operate even without organs. Ortolun suddenly realized that this guy intended to sell the organs of dead pirate slaves. It was simply inhumane. As a just Navy officer, Ortolun naturally could not intervene in such matters. Otherwise, it would be too dark. Therefore, he advised Doflamingo that he would not do such things, as it was too cruel. Doflamingo, of course, gave his answer. Being a natural rogue, he didn't care and was willing to do it. Ortolun couldn't say much about this. After all, Doflamingo was not his subordinate, just a partner. Ortolun couldn't manage so much, and in the end, he could only shake his head, expressing regret for those pirates who couldn't find peace even in death. This tea party did not cause any ripples. Everyone who received an invitation attended, and no one caused any trouble. Afterward, it was a series of marriage alliances. Charlotte Linlin selected some talents she had her eye on at the tea party and arranged for some of her eligible children to serve as tools for marriage, establishing betrothal agreements with those she found suitable. This further expanded the network of the Big Mom Pirates and upgraded their intelligence network to a new level. In fact, every tea party eventually ended in marriages, so the brothers and sisters of the Big Mom Pirates were no longer surprised. They would get married as needed. Moreover, not only these children, but after the tea party, Charlotte Linlin also chose a new husband for herself, preparing to hold yet another wedding. Ortolun had no interest in participating in such a nonsensical farce. After the tea party ended, without waiting for Charlotte Linlin to say anything about her getting married, he quickly greeted Katakuri and left. When he arrived, he was accompanied by that guy Moria, but when he was leaving, Moria insisted on staying on Cake Island, not wanting to leave with Ortolun. He said he had to witness Charlotte Linlin's wedding in person as a sign of respect. He also told Ortolun that he had already arranged to meet Dr. Hogback on another island, and once he reached an agreement with Hogback, he would definitely come to find Ortolun for the next steps of their collaboration. Otlorn suspected that Moria was thinking about running away, and couldn't help but earnestly remind his partner once again, telling him that if he dared to escape, the G5 Navy would find him no matter where he went, and would flay him alive or something. Moria was so frightened that he repeatedly assured him that he would absolutely not run away. On the way back to the G5 Navy base from Cake Island, After the tea party concluded, the world government was preparing to hold a conference. That's right. The once every 4 years World Conference is about to take place, and the Navy has become busy, dispatching a large number of naval commanders to form an escort fleet to protect the royal families of the allied countries, heading to Mariejois for the conference. However, by the time Ortolun's returned to the G5 Navy base, there was no order from headquarters for him to escort anyone. So it seemed that this escort mission had nothing to do with him. At that moment, in Ortolun's office at the G5 Navy base, a squirrel mink held a devil fruit in his hand and said with great curiosity and disbelief, "If I eat this thing, can I really gain the same powers as Kaido? It's pretty much the same, but the color is different. It seems to turn into a pink dragon. So it's not a Qinglong, it's a pink dragon." Ortolun casually responded and then asked, "Are you going to eat it? Don't play around with food if you're not going to eat it. Please respect food." The flying squirrel casually tossed the precious devil fruit onto Ortolun's desk and shook its head, saying, "I won't eat it. I have no intention of becoming a sitting duck. You can wait for Jiwen to come back and ask her if she's interested." Not wanting to discuss the devil fruit any further, the flying squirrel sat on the sofa and asked, "Did the headquarters not notify you about this world conference?" "Notify me about what?" Ortolun asked with some confusion. "Our Navy is also supposed to participate in the world conference. In the past, there would always be a delegation going together. It seems you are not in the delegation." The mole replied with a look of disdain, "You look like you are part of it, but Mariejois is not a good place. I don't care to go. As for what you said, Sengoku the general asked me about it on my way back, and I said I wasn't interested." Ortolun said dismissively. He wasn't lying. Sengoku indeed asked him about it, and Ortolun really had no interest in this so-called world conference. He heard that guy Carp also refused the invitation to go to Mariejois as a naval representative and, under Sengoku's coercion and inducement, hurriedly brought Bogard to the New World, where they are currently hunting down Dracul Mihawk. Before Carp came to the New World, he specifically contacted Ortolun, cursing him over the den mushy, saying that he had finally gotten some free time at headquarters and was then dragged into trouble by Ortolun. At first, Ortolun stubbornly denied it, saying he didn't cause Carp's trouble, but Carp directly told Ortolun that Sengoku had already sold him out, which forced Ortolun to apologize politely. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself that this Sengoku was really unreliable, and he should cooperate less with such a scheming guy in the future. It would be better to work with Teacher Zifa, who is kind and honest. However, during the conversation with Carp, Ortolun also confirmed an interesting piece of information. After causing a stir in the South Sea, Dragon had been hiding on an island in the East Sea recently. He didn't tell Carp the specific location, but he did mention that he had found his true love, an ordinary farmer's daughter whose family runs a dairy farm. They had already held a wedding in a small village in the East Sea, and his wife was pregnant. This made Carp quite happy lately, as he would soon have a good grandson. Dragon even discussed with Carp that since he was involved in dangerous work and couldn't take care of the child, he would send the child to Windmill Village after birth, hoping that Carp would take responsibility for his grandson. Carp was quite willing to do so, boasting to Ortolun that he would train his grandson to be an excellent Navy officer. Ortolun expressed his insincere congratulations, hoping that he wouldn't be so stressed as to spit blood in the future. Carp also revealed to Ortolun that at this world conference, the world government planned to officially respond to the Revolutionary Army issue. It was estimated that Dragon wouldn't have many good days in the East Sea. Although the world situation was changing, there was nothing particularly noteworthy happening on the G5 side. The New World remained the same. It wouldn't calm down just because the world government held a meeting. However, it was worth mentioning that the infrastructure on Shipbuilding Island had been completed, and the pirate laborers were happily taking up their posts, starting to contribute to the Navy's justice. The original plan was to establish a system within a month of starting work, and ships would gradually be launched, giving the G5 Navy preliminary capabilities for independent warship construction. However, Ortolun brought back new Seastone-related technology from Dr. Vegapunk, and Master Tom hadn't fully grasped it yet, so it was estimated that it would take another 10 to 15 days to produce warships. In addition, Ortolun also faxed the ancient technology he obtained from Moria, specifically the island battleship transformation technology, to Master Tom, hoping they would study this technology as soon as possible. If feasible, the G5 naval base would serve as the first experimental site, fully cooperating with them to fortify and transform the G5 naval base into a battleship. While all this was happening in Alabasta, Doflamingo had also crossed the calm belt again and returned to the North Sea. He had already decided to make his big move during the World Conference. During the World Conference, the majority of the high-ranking naval forces would be concentrated in Mariejois, responsible for ensuring the orderly conduct of the conference. Therefore, the control over various regions would, to some extent, weaken. Doflamingo planned to take advantage of this situation to make a move on the celestial dragons, and he had even figured out the routes. Ortolun also expressed his blessings, hoping that he could achieve success and quickly secure the position of Warlord of the Sea. On the Navy side, because Admiral Sengoku was aware of the deep implications of the Don Quixote family's cooperation with G5, as long as Mariejois did not obstruct Doflamingo's claims as warlord, the Navy would cooperate. From this perspective, everything seems to be progressing in the direction of Ortolun's plan. Chapter 171. Everyone calls for Mihawk's defeat, the straightforward smoker. New World. G5 Navy Base. Today, Ortolun had no important tasks and was just lounging in his office, passing the time. On his desk lay a newspaper, with the headline on the front page reporting on the World Conference. Indeed, the World Conference had officially begun, with 50 royal families from member countries participating. On the Navy's side, Admiral Sengoku, Chief of Staff Ahe, and Teacher Zephyr attended the conference as representatives. The explosive news from the World Conference mainly concerned the Revolutionary Army. The world government officially announced a comprehensive crackdown and eradication effort against the Revolutionary Army, aiming to eliminate this group of violent extremists intent on disrupting peace as soon as possible. The royal families of the member countries also expressed their support. Subsequently, there were mentions of the Sky Gold issue, which was raised by Alabasta, hoping that the world government would cease the collection of Sky Gold or at least reduce the amount. However, it was clear that after the vote, there were 49 opposing votes, with only Alabasta supporting their own proposal. But this was unavoidable. After all, who would dare to vote in support of such a matter? Not even daring to abstain. You Alabastan have ancestors, and you can speak carelessly. The world government has no way to deal with you, but we don't have that qualification. Aside from the news about the World Conference in Mariejois, the other sections also featured some interesting tidbits. For instance, on the New World island of Shrikov, the red-haired pirates once again engaged in a fierce battle with Dracul Mihawk, the Hawkeye. This wouldn't normally be considered a major event, but during their clash, the Whitebeard pirates happened to pass by. According to unverified rumors, the current strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, praised both Shanks and Mihawk, suggesting that they would eventually become top powerhouses on the sea after witnessing their duel. But that's not all. The confrontation between Mihawk and Shanks did not result in a clear winner, as midway through, the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp, also appeared on Shrikov Island with his dog-headed warship. Initially, the red-haired pirates thought Garp was coming for them, especially since Shanks had previously spent time on Roger's ship and might have some psychological shadow regarding Garp. However, Garp wasn't after them at all. Instead, he relentlessly pursued Mihawk. Ultimately, Garp did not capture Dracul Mihawk, as there were some missteps at a critical moment that allowed Mihawk to escape from Shrikov Island in a rather embarrassing manner. This excuse might only fool those uninformed spectators, as Garp's dog-headed warship is highly capable, able to keep up with Roger's Oro Jackson, making it nearly a peer-level battleship. What does Mihawk have? He only has a small boat. How could Cap catch up with him? It's obvious they let him go. After Mihawk escaped from Garp's pursuit, the Navy immediately changed Mihawk's bounty from 270 million to a whopping 400 million berries. A bounty of 400 million berries is already considered extremely high, and among the emerging pirates in the new era, Mihawk's bounty instantly became the highest, surpassing Shanks by several million berries. Not only did the Navy inexplicably target Mihawk, but after the tea party on Cake Island, the Big Mom pirates also announced that they had designated Dracul Mihawk as a hostile target. Anyone associated with Dracul Mihawk would be considered an enemy by the Big Mom pirates. Suddenly, it seemed like everyone in the New World was calling for Mihawk's head. Those swordsmen he had previously challenged, as well as some who had yet to face him but felt uneasy, took the opportunity to announce on the seas that Mihawk was a brute who disregarded martial ethics and that he should be eliminated. They urged everyone to actively report his whereabouts to the Navy and the Big Mom pirates in hopes of eradicating dangerous elements like Mihawk and restoring peace to the New World. This wave of targeting made it seem as if Mihawk was partially responsible for the chaos in the New World. Onlookers at sea sensed something strange about the situation, but couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. Some clever individuals realized that Mihawk had likely offended someone, but they were unsure of who it was. Only a few who truly know the inside story secretly lament that in the New World, there's now another person you can't offend, and that is G5 Marine Base Commander Bane Ortolun. If you offend the Navy, at most they'll just increase your bounty. If you offend a great pirate, you can at most just lay low and avoid making a scene on their turf. But if you offend Bane Ortolun, you'd better not stick around in the New World any longer. He has people in both the underworld and the law. So find a place to hide quickly and pray that Ortolun doesn't bother to come after you. Looking at the quiet transponder snail on the table, Ortolun still admired Mihawk in his heart. A real man, tough enough to withstand pressure. Given the situation, this guy could still hold up and not even think about contacting him to discuss the matter of the 20 billion berries. Ortolun felt that his targeting of Mihawk was quite obvious. That guy should not be so slow to react. However, in reality, he had somewhat overestimated Mihawk's responsiveness in this regard. Up to now, Mihawk had not sensed anything amiss and even believed that it was all just a coincidence. He thought that as long as he kept a low profile for a while, he could avoid the spotlight, so he didn't consider Ortolun at all. On the other hand, after reading the newspaper, Shanks from the Red-Haired Pirates immediately picked up on some factors and used Mihawk as a counterexample to inform his crew about the consequences of offending Ortolun. He repeatedly reminded them not to provoke the G5 Navy when they had nothing to do. In comparison, Shanks was indeed more perceptive. Setting aside the news in the newspaper, Ortolun was currently reading the monthly magazine issued by the Navy headquarters. This was a compilation of some internal information circulated within the Navy. Every month, the headquarters would compile some less important but necessary matters to inform the various naval divisions and send them out to each naval base via fax. There were a dense pile of over 70 items, of which 90% had nothing to do with Ortolun and were mostly trivial matters. Many of them were things that upper-ranking naval officers like Ortolun, who were well-informed, had already heard about. However, there were two items that caught Ortolun's interest. The first item reported that the former top graduate of the 3rd Officer Training Camp, Colonel Smoker, had a serious conflict with the royal family of a certain allied nation while escorting them alongside Vice Admiral Fernance from the Navy headquarters. After serious discussion by the headquarters, Colonel Smoker was given a severe warning and demoted to Major, with his original position changed and further arrangements pending. Ortolun had not interacted with Smoker, but he had seen him once during Zifa's training camp. Indeed, this guy was quite outstanding in that cohort, graduating as the top student and attaining the rank of colonel. Considering the timeline, Smoker must have joined the Navy in the early days of the Great Pirate Era, and now, nearly 4 years had passed. Regardless of whether he was over 18 at that time, he definitely was now. His rebellious personality was also starting to show. Smoker, who had joined the Navy due to his natural type abilities and passed the political review, was a native of the EC. He had only gone to sea once with his father when he was young, and during that trip, he was lucky enough to gain the powers of the smoke fruit. Before turning 18, he proactively joined the Navy's family of justice. Due to connections with Ortolun, Kazan, Pagliusolino, and Sakazuki, there was a trend of natural type admiration within the Navy at that time. Hence Smoker, as a natural type, was highly anticipated and was directly recommended from the EC branch to the Navy headquarters. He joined under Zifa's command in one go. If everything had gone according to the normal process, as long as Smoker didn't perform poorly, his future career would have been smooth sailing. But this guy was truly reckless. With an overly strong sense of justice, repeatedly violating organizational discipline. For someone like him to have made it this far and still only be a colonel, and even be sent off to a small pond like the EC, shows just how badly Smoker had messed up his future. After Alabaston, he underwent a transformation in his consciousness, believing that only higher authority could better fulfill the duty of justice, thus choosing to compromise with reality. This marked the beginning of his rise. Within 2 years, he went from a colonel to the position of a lieutenant general in the headquarters, highlighting the significant difference in his status. Chapter 172 Ortolun. Wait, am I the slave owner? This kid is a talent. Anyway, staying in the headquarters will ultimately lead him to be assigned to the EC. By the time he realizes it, he will be transferred to G5. Instead of waiting, I might as well bring him over now and help him avoid 20 years of detours. I am truly a merciful saint. After seeing this news, Ortolun smacked his lips and muttered to himself. In terms of initiative, Ortolun is quite strong. When he wants to do something, he does it. He directly picked up the phone bug and called the personnel department at headquarters. Before long, the phone bug was answered. Hello, this is the Navy Personnel Department. How may I assist you? On the other end of the line, a Navy officer answered the call. I am G5 Naval Base Commander, Admiral Ben Orton, Orton responded. As soon as he finished speaking, the Navy officer's tone became much more respectful, and he quickly replied, Good afternoon, Admiral Ben. How may I assist you? I saw the monthly magazine today, which mentioned that the chief of the 3rd Officer Training Camp, the guy named Smog, was demoted from colonel to major, right? Did his organization also come from the predecessor Fernance? Ortolun inquired. General Bain, please wait a moment. I'll help you verify. The Navy officer over there quickly responded. Ortolun did not urge further. And after a while, the other side responded again. Yes. Major Smoker has currently been removed from the direct subordinate roster of Admiral Fernand's and is now under confinement at headquarters for a period of 1 month. Is that so? Ortolun smiled slightly and then said, cancel his confinement and transfer his position from headquarters to our G5, instructing him to report to G5 immediately. The Navy on the other end of the phone did not dare to ask any more questions and promptly replied, yes, we will execute your orders immediately. This is Ortolun's power. As a vice admiral and an elite recognized by the headquarters, with the potential to become a general in the future, ordinary Navy personnel would not dare to oppose him. Moreover, as a vice admiral, reallocating a small colonel from the Navy headquarters is merely a matter of a word. Although Smoker is considered a person of interest at headquarters, he has not yet entered the upper echelons of the Navy. In the upper ranks, his only connection is probably with Teacher Zephyr, who would not meddle in Ortolun's affairs. This reassignment is unlikely to cause any ripples. After hanging up the phone, Ortolun did not think much more about Smoker, but instead focused on the last piece of news in the monthly publication. This news was clearly added just before the monthly publication was issued and was an event that had occurred in the last couple of days. It is estimated that many in the Navy would not take it seriously, but Ortolun knew that this news had significant influence, even directly affecting the promotions of admirals and generals. At the end of the year 1502 in the Sea Circle calendar, on the third day of the World Conference held in the Holy Land, Mariejois, a small-scale slave revolt occurred, causing a bit of minor unrest. Most of the slave uprisings were suppressed, but one of the leaders, named Fisher Tiger, a member of the Fishman race, has been confirmed to have escaped from the Holy Land, Mariejois. Since he was a slave and not a pirate or other villain, the Navy did not issue a wanted notice for Fisher Tiger, merely mentioning him casually in the monthly publication. The implication was that if anyone happened to encounter him, they could capture him. Fisher Tiger, Ortolun murmured softly, his eyes filled with emotion. There are not many people he admires in this world. Bartholomew Kuma is one of them, and Fisher Tiger can also be counted among them. Both of them truly possess great character. Tiger came from the most chaotic area of Fishman Island, Fisher Street, and through his fists and righteous character, he ultimately became the boss of Fisher Street. Don't underestimate the position of boss of Fisher Street. It actually holds substantial weight because estimates suggest that there are about 100,000 Fishman thugs in total in Fisher Street. And Fisher Tiger is the head of this violent gang of 100,000 thugs. It is just that Fishman Island is relatively isolated and closed off from the outside world, resulting in his influence not being recognized elsewhere. Otherwise, if he were in any other sea area, commanding 100,000 ruffians, calling him Dragon King would not be out of place, because he could indeed give a command and summon 100,000 troops to build you a doghouse. The troops in Ortolun's hands are not as many as his. He had a significant influence on Fishman Island. Coming from a background of thuggery, he was able to become a guest of honor to King Neptune of Fishman Island, which shows that even Neptune had to give him some respect. Later on, the warlord of the sea, Jinbei, was one of his subordinates. In this situation, Tiger did not abuse his status. Instead, he actively cooperated with Fishman Island, hoping to find suitable opportunities for his compatriots in Fishman Street. He even managed to establish some cooperative relationships with Ryugu Castle, such as providing qualified combatants from Fishman Island's Royal Army to the guards of Ryugu Castle. That guy Jinbei managed to get into Ryugu Castle through Tiger's connections, successfully transitioning from street gangster in Fishman Island to a legitimate public servant, enjoying the benefits of Ryugu Castle's establishment and royal provisions. Jinbei later performed exceptionally well and gained Neptune's favor, becoming the captain of the guards in Ryugu Castle and Neptune's personal guard. Afterward, in order to find a way out for Fishman Island and fulfill his dream of being an adventurer, Tiger resolutely left Fishman Island and became an excellent adventurer. However, a few years later, he fell into misfortune and, for unknown reasons, was captured and enslaved. During his time in Mariejois, he truly witnessed the cruelty and darkness of the surface world, inevitably developing feelings of hatred towards humans. As a slave in Mariejois, his experiences can be imagined. Now, having seized the opportunity to escape from Mariejois, he should return to Fishman Island for recuperation. After recovering from his physical injuries and losses, he could not forget his compatriots who suffered in Mariejois, as well as the slaves of other races. After some hesitation and difficulty, he ultimately chose to confront his inner turmoil and climbed up to the Red Line with his bare hands, initiating the slave liberation movement in Mariejois. This event later became known as the Holy Land Arson Incident, where he rescued a large number of slaves from Mariejois, regardless of their race, including the three sisters of Boa Hancock and the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. After rescuing these slaves, Tiger and his compatriots established the Sun Pirates and took responsibility for escorting those slaves they brought from Mariejois back home, regardless of their race. Ortolun believes that he deserves the title of greatness because, despite his deep-seated hatred for humanity, he is able to control his hatred and treat every race equally, selflessly dedicating his life to the cause of slave liberation. The incident involving Fisher Tiger is related to Mariejois directly rubbing the face of the world government in the dirt, and its influence is immense. The arson case in Mariejois likely occurred in 1506, the year when the World Conference was postponed because of it. Vice Admiral Paulino of the Navy headquarters was responsible for capturing Fisher Tiger, which subsequently solidified his status as an admiral. Similarly, after the conclusion of Fisher Tiger's case, Admiral Sengoku finally seized the opportunity to rise to the position of Fleet Admiral with arrangements made in Mariejois, bringing along the three admirals who benefited from the situation as well. Therefore, it can be said that the Mariejois arson case and Fisher Tiger himself directly influenced the renewal of the highest power in the Navy. As of now, no one knows this. Fisher Tiger's name only appears in an inconspicuous corner of the Navy's internal monthly publication for the first time. Orton's gaze lingered on the name for a long time. In the end, he just sighed lightly, shook his head, and said nothing. He picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and turned his gaze to the blue sea and sky outside the window. After a moment, Orton suddenly froze. Huh, wait a minute. It seems I'm also a slave owner. Why am I feeling sentimental for that guy Tej? Speaking of which, where is that bastard Moria? He hasn't really run away, has he? Chapter 173. Spandane. No gifts, how can you improve? In the first half of the Grand Line, on the nightless island of the Justice 3 Fortresses, on the top floor of CP9's headquarters, in Commander Spanden's office. Outside the door stood a tall, but not bulky man, rather slender, dressed in a black suit with long pink hair, who was currently Spanden's top subordinate, Fuzz Fair. Fuzz Fair lightly knocked on the door, and upon hearing Spanden's voice from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. Commander, you called for me? Fuzz Fair asked with a smile as he entered. He then saw Spandane busy amid a pile of gifts, which made Fuzz Fair helplessly say, "What are you doing? New Year is coming. If you don't prepare something for the leaders, how can you improve?" Spandane said while picking up a gift bag labeled Vice Admiral Bane. Spandane opened his safe, which contained many gold bars and cash, and intended to stuff a couple of gold bars into the gift bag. However, after hesitating, he shook his head and said no, that would be too crude. After thinking for a moment, Spandane opened another safe, which held a devil fruit. After taking out the devil fruit, Spanden's expression was slightly reluctant, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and stuffed it into the gift bag for Vice Admiral Bane. From a distance, Fuzz Fair exclaimed in surprise, "Commander, wasn't that supposed to be kept for me?" Indeed, the devil fruit Spandane stuffed in was the zoan-type cat fruit, ancient species, saber-toothed tiger form. "Look at you, so anxious." Spandane shot Fuzz Fair a glare and said, "It's just a devil fruit. I'll find you a better one later." Fuzz Fair rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Are you kidding?" While this devil fruit isn't rare for the CP organization, its powerful ability is still quite uncommon, right? After all these years, I haven't seen you bring out another ancient species. But who told Spandane to be a superior? Although Fuzz Fair felt a bit helpless, he couldn't stop anything. After working for a long time, Spandane finally finished his tasks, panting as he sat back in his office chair, took a couple of sips of tea, and then calmed his breath. He asked, "How's it going with the information I asked you to find out about Freevance?" The intel is correct. The Don Quixote family has indeed started to lay out plans there. By the way, the profits from Platinum Lead are still quite substantial. Has Mariejois shown any interest in taking it over? Fuzz Fair asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't. How would I know what Mariejois thinks? But as of now, I haven't heard any news about them wanting to take over. They probably think it's too troublesome. After all, if they want to mine there. Once Freevance's situation really blows up, they won't be able to recruit normal miners, only slaves and the like. But the slaves, criminals, and prisoners recruited by Mariejois are usually sent to the East Blue to build bridges. That's a millennium plan of the Celestial Dragons, politically correct, and no one dares to mess with it. I think this platinum lead will really fall into the hands of the Don Quixote family and the Big Mom Pirates. Spandane sighed. So how shall we arrange it? Fuzz Fair asked again. Vice Admiral Bane has already made contact and communicated with CP0 Stussy, reaching a consensus. We certainly need to add some finishing touches. After the World Conference ends, when I go to Mariejois to deliver gifts, I'll casually mention it to the leaders there, and nothing more needs to be done, Spandane said, waving his hand very calmly. After finishing this, Spandane waved his hand again and said, let us not talk about that for now. A task just arrived from above today. You'll be in charge of it. What is the matter? Fuzzfair walked up to Spandane, raising an eyebrow. The mess in Alabasta. Spandane said irritably, the Nefertari family is really idle. Every time there's a world conference, they have to bring up the matter of the golden sky, which makes the old fellows in Mariejois quite unhappy. They're preparing to give them a lesson, but due to the Nefertari family's special status, many methods are inappropriate to use on them. In the past, there wasn't too much we could do, but now, isn't the warlord crocodile in Alabasta? What do you mean? Fuzzfair asked hesitantly. The higher-ups want us to contact that guy crocodile and let him cause some trouble for Alabasta. So the Nefertari family doesn't get too comfortable and always try to find trouble with Mariejois. They should take care of their own matters, Spandane said in an unpleasant tone. Fuzzfair nodded, then curiously asked, that guy is a warlord of the sea. In the past, when there was such an opportunity to build connections, you would always go personally. Why are you sending me this time? Crocodile has no future. Making friends with him will offend people. I don't want to know him. After you go, just convey our opinions and ideas. Just say that we can, to some extent, even cooperate with some of his little actions to give Alabasta some trouble. But you must not get too close to him. Understand? Spandane instructed. Fuzzfair still didn't quite understand and asked, who did he offend? How can you be a senior agent with such a lack of information? Spandane slammed the table and said, don't you know? Among the 3 warlords of the sea, he is the only one who hasn't paid the security deposit to Vice Admiral Bane of G5. Huh? What security deposit? Fuzzfair asked in surprise, as he had never heard that warlords of the sea needed to pay a security deposit. I see you can only be a thug for your whole life. You're not smart at all. Spandane scolded Fuzzfair a couple of times, then said quietly, anyway, Crocodile has offended Vice Admiral Bane. He is currently hiding in Alabasta without moving, which is fine, but if he wants to enter the new world in the future, just wait and see. PLL have a tough time. In short, this guy can already be considered a person without a future. Why would I want to make friends with him? It's a waste of my feelings. You don't need to know any extra things. Just do as I say. Seeing that Spandane didn't intend to explain further, Fuzzfair stopped asking and nodded. Understood, then I'll head to Alabasta now. Just as Fuzzfair was about to leave, the transponder snail on Spandane's desk suddenly rang. Spandane jolted and quickly picked up the transponder snail, saying, it's me? What is the matter? Although he was quick, his tone indicated that the other party was likely his subordinate. Commander, there's an urgent report from the headquarters in Mariejois. It says that over in the North Sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo has hijacked 6 ships carrying the sky gold for next year's allied nations. The news has already been sealed, but the Mariejois side is extremely furious and demands that we resolve this issue as quickly as possible. The commander intends to select someone to handle this, and I feel this should be a good opportunity to make a contribution, so I notified the little brother on the other side to report. Before he could finish, Spandam, upon hearing the name Doflamingo, burst out cursing, don't meddle in this. Let's just play dead and pretend we don't know about it. Do you know what kind of person Doflamingo is and what his status is? If I don't know, how could you? He is a celestial dragon from the Holy Land. And this matter of hijacking sky gold is clearly an internal struggle between him and the world government officials. If you get involved, aren't you just asking for trouble? However, just as Spandam was about to hang up the call and pretend this was none of his business, he suddenly realized something, frowned slightly, and said, wait a minute. Don't show your face over at headquarters just yet. I'll find someone to inquire about the news and then get back to you. After hanging up the call, Spandam looked at Fazefo and then curiously asked, what are you still doing here? Go find that crocodile guy. Okay. Then I'll leave first, Commander. Fazefo finally came to his senses and turned to leave the office. After Fazefo left, Spandam cursed. If it weren't for your fighting ability, I would have fired you long ago. You don't think at all. While cursing, Spandam quickly sent out a signal. As soon as the other side picked up, he immediately changed his tone. Even though the other party couldn't see him, he wore a flattering smile and respectfully greeted, Vice Admiral Bane, let me wish you a happy new year in advance. This is Spandam. Yes, I'm really sorry. I'm looking to ask you for some information. I heard that your relationship with Don Quixote Doflamingo in the North Sea seems to be quite good. Chapter 174. Spandam. Now is the time for us loyal and righteous people to step forward. Ortolun was sitting by the rocky beach of base G5 at that moment. He held a fishing rod in his hand, with an empty bucket beside him that had no fish in it, yet he appeared very patient. After hearing Spandain's words, Ortolun smiled and said, "Yes, I have a bit of a relationship with Don Quixote Doflamingo. What's up? Do you need cooperation? I can act as a bridge for you. Be a middleman." "That's not it. I just received urgent intelligence that something big has happened in the North Sea. Don Quixote Doflamingo, for some reason, has hijacked 6 ships carrying gold for next year. Did you know about this?" Spandain quickly asked over the phone. "Did he act so quickly?" Ortolun expressed his surprise. Upon hearing this, Spandain felt a weight lift off his chest and secretly felt a bit pleased. Clearly, this matter was known to Admiral Ben, and perhaps, if one were to speculate boldly, he might even be involved. After a moment of pause, Ortolun didn't hide anything from Spandain and said with a smile, "We're good friends, so I can discuss some things with you in depth, but don't let this information get out, okay?" "Understood, understood. You know me, Admiral Ben. I'm known for my loyalty and would never betray a friend." Spandain quickly agreed. "Not long ago, I went to Cake Island to participate in the tea party of the Big Mom Pirates. Doflamingo happened to be there, and I had a brief encounter with him." Ortolun said, "Yes, I've heard about that, and as for the business you mentioned last time, I have already started pushing it forward. I believe there will be good results soon." Spandain casually mentioned his contributions. "Thank you, Commander Spandain," Orton said with a smile. "It's nothing. We're good friends and help each other," Spandain replied cheerfully. "Ahem." Orton cleared his throat slightly and continued, "When we were on Cake Island, Doflamingo was clearly very unhappy. He said he spent a lot of money, but Mariejois didn't give him any face at all. He wanted to become a warlord of the sea, but they wouldn't agree. I could tell he was resentful. And then?" Spandain asked, lowering his voice. "Then, since he was in a bad mood, he drank a bit too much and started cursing, saying he wanted to take revenge on the world government and show Mariejois a thing or two. He mentioned he wanted to raid the Sky Gold, to see whether they valued the Sky Gold's face more or the position of warlord of the sea," Orton said. Spandain reacted upon hearing this and quickly asked, "So, Doflamingo's raid on the Sky Gold this time is actually to fight for the position of warlord of the sea? It's not that he has made up his mind to turn against Mariejois?" "That's right," Orton confirmed. After hesitating for a moment, Spandain inquired, "Do you think there's any room for me to maneuver in this situation? You want to use this incident to achieve merit?" "Huh?" Orton pondered and asked. "Ahem. You know, I'm just like you, loyal to the world government and Mariejois. Since there's an issue here, I definitely want to be the first to help Mariejois out of trouble. That's what I should do to justify my position, right, Rear Admiral Bane?" Spandain cleared his throat and said, pretending to be serious. Ortolun laughed and agreed, "Yes, that's right. We are all people of the world government, so naturally, when there are issues, we should think about relieving the worries of those above us." After pausing for a moment, Ortolun continued, "However, I don't know much about this matter, but Doflamingo will still give me face. So, can you contact him? Ling Long, 856-323613. "I can, to be honest. Doflamingo has some business dealings with our CP agency," Spandain said with a smile. "They are all versatile characters who enjoy expanding their network." Spandain's ability to contact Doflamingo didn't surprise Ortolun at all. It was entirely reasonable. Then you contact Doflamingo and just say I introduced you. After that, you can arrange things as you see fit. If it really brings benefits, it will definitely fall on you, Ortolun said generously. "With your words, I'm relieved. I'll go take on the task in Mariejois and contact Doflamingo to see how we can solve this problem quickly and well while maintaining everyone's interests," Spandain said happily in his heart. Initially, he thought it was a tricky matter that could cost him his head. But once the relationship was established and someone was there to mediate, things became straightforward and many aspects could be manipulated. Indeed, Vice Admiral Bane is a good friend worth deepening ties with. When there's a real issue, you can find him, and he can truly help you. He originally felt a bit pained about giving away a powerful ancient-type devil fruit, but now Spandain only felt he had given too little. He would add 2 more gold bars later. Not to curry favor, just friendship, you know? Human connections. After ending the call with Ortolun, Spandain quickly contacted his subordinate at the Mariejois headquarters, immediately asking, "What's going on? Are those bastards over there hiding like turtles?" "Yes, just like you. Every time the commander brings this up, they all say they're busy and have no time," his subordinate replied, sounding like a clueless rookie. Spandain felt displeased. "What do you mean just like me? I just said they're hiding like turtles, and you say the same? It seems you're not clever enough. I need to find an opportunity to send you to your doom." Suppressing his anger, Spandain said sternly, "Indeed, a group of unreliable waste. Whenever there's something needed from Mariejois, they all shrink back, only looking out for themselves. In the end, it falls to loyal people like me to step up." "Fine. I understand now. You go tell the commander that although I, Spandine, am not in Mariejois, I have always been concerned about him. When he encounters difficulties that others dare not take on, I dare. Leave this matter to me, and I guarantee the gold will reach Mariejois as quickly as possible. After saying this, he worried that his little brother might be clumsy with words, so he changed his mind. Forget it. You don't need to go. I'll contact the commander myself. Then Spandine hung up the phone worm and prepared to step forward for the world government. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Marineford, in front of the door to the confinement room, a pink-haired girl named Tina was looking at Smoker, who was stumbling out with a funny expression. Oh, isn't this the chief? How come you look like this after just a few days? Tina teased Smoker. As soon as Smoker came out, the first question he asked Tina was, "Got any cigarettes? Give me one." I knew you'd say that. Tina rolled her eyes and casually took out an unopened box of cigars from her pocket and tossed it to Smoker. Smoker was also a tough guy. He lit 3 at once, bit them, and puffed smoke as if he had finally come back to life. Then he asked, "Wasn't I supposed to be confined for a month? Why am I out after just a week? Did Zephyr-sensei intervene? You have that much clout? Zephyr-sensei?" Tina couldn't help but retort, then explained, "It's Senior Bane from G5. He saw the news about your confinement in the monthly magazine and called the personnel department directly, ordering them to release your confinement and take your position from the headquarters." Smoker was taken aback and said in surprise, "I don't even know Senior Bane. I guess I owe him a favor now. You won't lack opportunities to repay it. Anyway, your position has now gone to G5. Senior Bane said you should report to G5 immediately. I suspect he has his eye on you. If you perform well, I estimate it won't be long before you regain your rank of captain," Tina advised. After a pause, Tina said with a hint of envy and longing, "G5, that's the front line of the New World. I've heard their battles are the fiercest, and Senior Bane is a big shot in our Navy, powerful and heroic. I heard that a couple of years ago, when he was at headquarters, so many of our female naval officers had crushes on him." At this point, Tina excitedly added, "By the way, do you know Senior Guillaume? There's a rumor that she particularly likes Senior Bane and even chased him to the New World. She's also at G5 now." Seeing Tina's excited expression, Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke and teased, "Looks like you're also secretly in love with Senior Bane." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Tina shot Smoker a glare, but then shyly explained, "I've never even met Senior Bane, so I can't say it's a crush. It's admiration, you know? Admiration." After saying this, Tina helplessly added, "It's a pity that I can only work as a clerk at headquarters now. Zephyr-sensei won't let me go to the front lines, so I can only shed envious tears over you. Whenever you really grow up, Zephyr-sensei will let you out. If you really want to see Senior Bane then, just apply for a transfer to G5. I'll put in a good word for you with the senior," Smoker said, waving his hand with a smile. Chapter 175. Lucio is going to take the initiative. At the same time, at the Marine headquarters in the residential area, in Ortolun's yard, Zephyr was having a conversation with Lucio. "Didn't you greet Ortolun?" Zephyr asked curiously, biting on a cigar. Lucio stood by the door of the yard with her suitcase in hand and holding the sleeping ace in her arms, smiling gently. "I plan to surprise him. It seems you've been missing him too much. Ortolun has been at G5 for quite a while now. It looks like he won't be returning to headquarters anytime soon. It's indeed a bit inappropriate for you to be here alone with the child. Ace is already 3 years old. He really needs to grow up with his father," Zephyr said with some emotion. After a brief pause, Zephyr asked, "What about Robin and Luci?" "I'll go with Aunt Lucio." As soon as Zephyr finished speaking, Robin walked out of the house with a small suitcase, looking expectant. As soon as Zephyr opened his mouth, Robin proudly said, "I have completed my basic education as the top student in school. The teachers all say there's nothing more they can teach me. Next, when I turn 18, I can enlist in the military by myself, and at that time, I will choose to apply for your training camp, Grandpa Zephyr." Looking at Robin's adorable demeanor, a kind smile appeared on Zephyr's face as he reached out to ruffle her hair, saying, "Is that so? Our Robin-chan is so smart and sensible. Grandpa Zephyr will definitely be very pleased when you come to my classes. In the future, you might become a pillar of the Navy like Admiral Ake. I will work hard." Robin immediately promised. Robin's learning ability is exceptionally strong, and she is quite intelligent. She was supposed to have an 8-year school career, but she completed everything in just 3 years, graduating as the top student and skipping grades. If she weren't only 10 years old this year and unable to join the Navy, Zephyr would have wanted to take her under his wing and cultivate her properly. At that moment, Luci also walked out of the house, looking reluctantly at Lucio and Robin, saying, "Are you both leaving? I'm going to be left all alone here? If you leave too, won't I be all alone?" Zephyr shot Luci a glance. Over the years, although Lucci has not joined the Navy, he has been taught by Zephyr and can be said to be more knowledgeable and capable than many naval officers despite only being 11 years old this year. As a renowned naval teacher, Zephyr has fully developed Lucci's outstanding talents and provided tailored education, allowing him to grow significantly. For the past few years, Lucci has essentially grown up alongside Zephyr. Additionally, since Zephyr lost his son and Lucci is an orphan, they have a deep bond, with Zephyr treating Lucci like his own grandson and Lucci seeing Zephyr as his grandfather. On the other hand, although Ortolun's the one who personally brought Lucci into the Navy and entrusted Zephyr with his education and care, he hasn't spent much time with Lucci. However, Lucci is still full of gratitude and respect for Ortolun, believing that he is the benefactor who changed his life. Moreover, because Zephyr and Ortolun live very close to each other, Lucci has a very good relationship with Lucio and Robin. He treats Robin like a sister and is like a brother to Ace. This trip to G5 is something Lucio has been planning for a long time. But Lucci will not be going with her. He will stay by Zephyr's side, continuing to receive Zephyr's training and education to become a pillar of the Navy in the future. The reason Lucio has been planning this for so long is that before this, it was inconvenient for her to go to G5 since Carp, who knows the truth, is always slacking off at headquarters. In Carp's view and plan, Ortolun not returning to headquarters is normal. This way, surface conflicts can accumulate. In a year or two, when the time is right, Lucio can use this opportunity to propose a divorce, and then Ortolun will be freed. This was agreed upon earlier. However, Carp did not anticipate that after becoming a mother, Lucio would undergo a significant change in her thinking and has been trying to find ways to alter the initially set course. But because Carp is at headquarters, she cannot make any moves. For instance, if she said she wanted to go to G5 to find Ortolun, Carp would definitely find it strange and might even try to stop her privately. Now that Carp has been sent by Sengoku and Ortolun to the New World to capture Mihawk, all the people at headquarters who know her true situation are gone. Taking this opportunity, she said she wanted to go to G5 to reunite with her husband Ortolun and even bring the child along. And no one in the Navy found anything wrong with that. Even Zephyr thought it was perfectly normal. Before, it was because Ace was too young to go far, and the child needed a complete medical system for assurance, so it was reasonable to stay at headquarters. Now, although Ace is still young, he is no longer fragile. At this time, as a wife and mother, Lucio's desire to reunite with her husband and the father of her child is simply very reasonable. The conditions over at G5 are not worse than here at headquarters. If you find anything unsuitable after going there, come back quickly. Understood? Zephyr didn't try to persuade her, but rather reminded her earnestly. As he spoke, Zephyr suddenly coughed. Seeing this, Lucio frowned slightly and tiptoed to take the cigar out of Zephyr's mouth, saying, "Teacher Zephyr, please don't smoke cigars anymore. It's bad for your health. We've told you many times." Zephyr looked pained at the cigar that Lucio had thrown on the ground and extinguished, then seemed to remember something, smiling as he took out a medicine box from his pocket, saying, "Actually, there have been quite a few signs of improvement recently, thanks to that guy Ortolun. He specifically went to Punk Hazard to find Dr. Vegapunk and used his own blood as a sample for the doctor to make some related medicine for me. That kid." As a Navy Admiral, Zephyr naturally understands the complexity of Ortolun giving a blood sample to a scientific freak like Vegapunk. When Borsalino came back to headquarters before, he visited his teacher and specifically mentioned that Ortolun initially refused to provide a blood sample, but as soon as Dr. Vegapunk said it would help Zephyr's condition, Ortolun immediately agreed. Indeed, because of Ortolun's existence, the relationship between Borsalino and Zephyr has not become stiff due to ideological differences. Currently, Borsalino respects Zephyr very much as a teacher. Although Zephyr occasionally gives him reminders, he no longer insists on anything. After learning some insider information from Borsalino, Zephyr feels even more grateful towards Ortolun. Upon reflection, Ortolun frequently calls him to check on him and care about him. He even hears that he doesn't contact Lucio, his wife, as frequently. If it were someone else, Zephyr might suspect that this guy is trying to curry favor with him. However, Ortolun clearly does not have such needs now. He has a very close relationship with Admiral Sengoku and holds a high reputation within the headquarters. Many of his former classmates and colleagues are climbing to high positions one by one, and he himself is an important part of the Navy's power circle, with no need for Zephyr to provide strong assistance. Thus, Zephyr has never regarded Ortolun's concern as some sort of flattery. Initially, he did not notice anything, but now he feels that there's indeed a father-son-like bond between him and Ortolun. This situation is extremely special. From a career perspective, Ortolun and Sengoku's connection has become even closer, and the two can be said to have reached a tacit understanding. From the perspective of family and personal relationships, Sengoku does not often interact with the circle of friends and family of Ortolun. Instead, it is Zephyr who has a close relationship with Lugio, Ace, Robin, and Lucci, almost like an elder in this big family, taking good care of them in Marineford. I have already arranged the warship for you. Coincidentally, I have a student going to G5 today. That guy's a bit of a troublemaker, but by chance he has caught Ortolun's attention and is going to G5. You can go with him. It's safer on the warship, and there will be someone looking out for you. Zephyr said with a smile. If something really happens, please don't act impulsively. Just say you are relatives of G5 Navy's Ben Ortolun. I don't think anyone in the New World would dare to touch Ortolun's relatives now. Ha. Looking at the kind and amiable Zephyr, Lugio's eyes showed a hint of reluctance as she said, Teacher Zephyr, you must take care of your health. As she spoke, she reached out to ruffle Lucci's hair and gently said, Lucci, while we are temporarily away from the headquarters, I will have to rely on you to take care of him. Make sure he smokes less and doesn't worsen his condition. I understand, Aunt Lugio. Lucci nodded in response, feeling a bit reluctant as well. Chapter 176, Rosinante. General, Major Ben is acting as a shield for the Don Quixote family. At the same time, in the office of Admiral Sengoku at Justice Fortress, Sengoku had just returned from Mariejois after participating in the World Conference and was having tea with Admiral Akainu. At this time, Sengoku was quite happy, feeling that driving that bastard carp out of the headquarters was a very wise decision because normally, during such rare leisurely moments, carp would come in uninvited and be a nuisance. Now that the bastard was sent to the New World, Zephyr was also quite perceptive, making this leisurely time a private moment for him and Admiral Akainu, which felt very pleasant. Your recent situation seems a bit off, Admiral Akainu said while sipping tea. Sengoku asked in confusion, what's off? The discipline inspection team has repeatedly found some unusual activities at G5. That guy Ortolun is engaging in rampant corruption in the New World. He has even extorted the warlords of the sea and privately sold various prohibited materials in the New World, including weapons and warships. But after these reports were submitted to you, there has been no further news. Akainu looked at Sengoku meaningfully. Cough. Sengoku coughed awkwardly and then said, Is that so? Maybe I've been handling too many documents lately and didn't notice. I will look into it later. That Ortolun, how can he be like this? If it's true, I will teach him a good lesson. Is it interesting for you to say such things to me? Akainu shot Sengoku a glare. Just as Sengoku was feeling a bit embarrassed, Akainu continued, You guys have been a bit too rough in your work. I've already cleaned up the mess you left behind. In the future, the discipline team won't conduct excessive scrutiny on G5. Sengoku then smiled again and said, Thank you. Akainu, you see, you are indeed hiding something from me. Akainu shook his head and sighed. I won't ask too many unnecessary questions. Just know that you have it under control. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not explain. Many things, if known, would clearly not be good for Akainu. He didn't want her to be held responsible if things were exposed later. He could bear the burden of these matters alone. However, Sengoku quickly asked again, There won't be any investigation from CP, will there? Before I took action, there might have been a possibility, but now, if CP wants to investigate us Navy, they're far from it. At most, they will find some corruption related to Ortolun, like extorting the warlords of the sea, but these are not a problem. They're just cover, Akainu said confidently. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Sengoku nodded in agreement. At the same time, he felt a bit resentful towards Ortolun for not being meticulous enough, which even Akainu had noticed. But on second thought, it didn't seem to be Ortolun's fault. Many things at G5 were indeed impossible to conceal from the headquarters. He was the one who should take the blame since he had originally agreed with Ortolun to help cover for him at the headquarters. Just as the two were discussing these matters, Sengoku's transponder snail rang, and he frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. It had only been a short while since he took a break. Why was there another issue? However, after taking out the transponder snail, Sengoku's expression brightened because it was his adopted son, Rosinante, calling. It's Rosinante. Sengoku first informed Admiral Akainu, then answered the transponder snail softly. Little Rice Cake? Little Rice Cake is the code name for Rosinante's current mission. It's me, Admiral. Rosinante quickly responded. How are things on your end? Are you safe? Admiral Sengoku asked with concern. Everything is going smoothly on my side. I wanted to report to you about Doflamingo's plundering of the Sky Gold. I have currently investigated his intentions. He wants to force the world government to grant him the title of Warlord of the Sea through this action. As for the whereabouts of the sky gold after it was stolen, I haven't tracked that down yet. I will work hard to explore the relevant information. Razanandi reported seriously. Sengoku was a bit confused upon hearing this. No, you really don't need to report or investigate this information. I know very well why Doflamingo is doing this. Don't even mention his demands and intentions. I already know about the sky gold. Ortolun just reported to me that the sky gold is hidden in the North Blue and that CP9 Spandam has taken over this matter. I didn't want to investigate it. Otherwise, the case would have been solved a long time ago. Cough. Sengoku coughed awkwardly and then said, you don't need to continue investigating the sky gold matter. We already know what we need to know. Just prioritize your safety, got it? Huh. Razanandi was also a bit confused. Is our navy this efficient? Does Doflamingo have someone on his side? Who is it? Hearing Razanandi's surprised tone, Sengoku felt a bit reluctant and wanted to advise him to come back. The Don Quixote family is about to be developed into an underground party by Ortolun. If your brother is willing to change sides, I could even consider granting him the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. There is really no need for such a hassle. But considering Razanandi's pride and Sengoku's own inability to fully trust Doflamingo, believing that it would be safer to have a mole beside him, these words were swallowed back down. Razanandi took a deep breath on the phone and then said in a more serious tone, General, there's something else. Although it's outrageous to say, I still have to mention it. Admiral Bain. No, it's very likely that he has defected. Huh? Sengoku was speechless upon hearing this. It was really hard to believe, but I have indeed found some relevant clues. Admiral Bain has conducted multiple illegal transactions with Don Quixote Doflamingo in the New World, selling off G5 Navy assets in large quantities. It seems that both sides are also engaged in some confidential cooperation. According to my investigation, Doflamingo has bribed Admiral Bain multiple times, with the amount reaching as high as several billion berries. I suspect that Admiral Bain is currently acting as a protector for the Don Quixote family in the New World. Razanandi said with a heavy tone. Sengoku thought to himself that there was no need for doubt. He was indeed Doflamingo's protector, and not to mention, I am now half of one too. Ahem. Razanandi, we still need to believe in the beliefs and justice of Ortolun. Many things may not be as simple as they appear on the surface. To doubt a high-ranking Navy officer like this is somewhat. Sengoku carefully chose his words, wanting to persuade Razanandi to stop investigating, thinking that if he continued, it would eventually lead back to him. General, I also want to believe in Admiral Bain, but I have really found some substantial evidence. Razanandi said with indignation. Why doesn't this old man trust me? Admiral Sengoku sighed and spoke firmly. Ortolun really has problems. There are some things that I find difficult to explain to you right now. In short, you should not continue to follow up on this matter. Do you understand? It seemed that Razanandi finally reacted to his father's tone and words. Could it be due to some confidential mission? Did I misunderstand? After a moment of hesitation, Razanandi asked, is there an inside story? There is indeed a significant inside story. Anyway, regarding Doflamingo and G5, you don't need to investigate any further, got it? Admiral Sengoku reiterated. Razanandi then breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out that Vice Admiral Ortolun is bearing humiliation for a greater cause. Then I can rest easy. Understood, Admiral. Admiral Sengoku thought to himself. Your old man, also bearing humiliation for a greater cause? The two then exchanged some trivial matters, mostly about a father's concern for his son, before hanging up the phone. After putting away the phone, Admiral Sengoku glanced at Chief of Staff Ahe, who looked at Sengoku with a somewhat amused expression. In the end, neither of them spoke, and they silently raised their teacups from the table and began to drink. Chapter 177. The Sand Rat. A surer field? I like it. Ortolun, who was in G5, had no idea that he, a high-ranking official, almost fell from grace because of Razanandi, but fortunately his protector Sengoku was strong enough. After spending nearly 2 peaceful months in G5, many events occurred during this time, such as the Don Quixote family's plundering of the sky gold, which ultimately could not be suppressed by the world government. The news spread across the seas, and for a time, Doflamingo's reputation as a pirate soared significantly. Pirates attacking pirates and pirates attacking the Navy were not considered explosive news. But someone as ruthless as Doflamingo, taking down 6 sky gold escort ships in one strike, was truly unique. The world government responded quickly. Although their face was somewhat damaged, with the CP agency's proper handling, the sky gold was eventually returned by the Don Quixote family. To commend Doflamingo for his ability to correct his mistakes, the world government granted him the title of Warlord of the Sea under the name of Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, Everyone knew what was really going on. Thus, Doflamingo became the fourth warlord of the sea on the seas, and in no time, he was the center of attention. As for Ortolun, he also received some New Year gifts, including offerings from Doflamingo and devil fruits and gold bars sent by Spandam. It was said that Spandam performed very well this time and received high praise within the world government. The commander of the CP agency even held a commendation conference for Spandam, publicly patting him on the shoulder and stating that he was the backbone of the CP agency and the world government, stating that he was indeed capable. His future was certainly bright. With the title of Warlord of the Sea, Doflamingo had more legitimate means to extract benefits from Flevence, which was currently in chaos. With large-scale riots breaking out domestically, the three neighboring countries had already blockaded its borders. The ruling aristocrats within had long since relocated personnel and assets and collectively fled. On Fleven's side, the Don Quixote family was preparing, while Doflamingo himself had returned to the New World. During this time, he communicated with Ortolun, stating his intention to take action against Dressrosa. Dressrosa was not under G5's jurisdiction, nor had it ever paid Ortolun any protection fees. So Ortolun was too lazy to concern himself with Dressrosa's matters. However, according to Doflamingo's plan, he intended to extort 20 billion berries from Dressrosa. This puzzled Ortolun, as he recalled that in the original story, Doflamingo only extorted 10 billion berries from Dressrosa, right? Could it be that he wanted to collect the money he had been extorted for from Doflamingo in other instances? However, Ortolun did not delve into these unrelated matters. He was more focused on his business with Doflamingo. The routes to Totland had been arranged, and the route through the Calm Belt had been developed. The first batch of 5 warships capable of traversing the Calm Belt was ready, and currently, the smuggling business from the North Sea, passing through the Calm Belt to Totland, was fully prepared. Ortolun plans to first test the waters with the first wave of new warships. If there are no issues, the shipbuilding island will subsequently carry out modifications on armed transport ships. The previous business of selling pirate warships will also have to stop. All the pirate ships captured from G5 will be uniformly modified to include the ability to traverse windless zones. And then a transport fleet will be formed to ensure the stable operation of this business. Ortolun did not handle these projects personally, but handed them over to Colonel Tizolo to manage. Today, the G5 Navy base is calm, with clear weather, as a warship from headquarters slowly docks at the G5 naval port. At the port, Shizuka happens to be free today and plans to personally welcome this natural-type junior from headquarters, Smoker, who was requested by Ortolun. Meanwhile, the Weasel is also free and is waiting at the port alongside Shizuka. A few years ago, the Weasel had some inappropriate thoughts about Shizuka, but during their time in the academy, he realized that Shizuka had no interest in him at all, but was very interested in Ortolun instead. The Weasel is a straightforward person, so he quickly gave up on those thoughts and has not considered them since. Thus, he graduated from the ranks of the Dragon and Phoenix with Kaki, and now, in the entire G5, only Kaki, the clown, is still struggling. However, Kaki has been following Ichiyo around to hunt pirates recently and hasn't been back much. Shizuka, have you eaten that devil fruit? The Weasel casually asked, biting on a cigarette. Shizuka shook his head and replied, I put it away, but I haven't decided whether to become a devil fruit user or not. That SA power like Kaido's, which should greatly enhance and help you. Teacher Zephyr said, you have the potential to be an admiral. If you become a mythical zone-type user, it could be a sure path to becoming an admiral in our navy. The Weasel expressed, maybe, but I don't have any obsession or pursuit of being an admiral. If possible, I would rather become someone like Sister Ahe in the future, Shizuka smiled and said. Just then, the gangway of the warship was lowered, and Shizuka said with a smile, let's go see what this troublesome junior from headquarters looks like. With an expectant smile on his face, Shizuka took a couple of steps forward, but after seeing the figure coming down the gangway, his expression froze. Huh, Lugio? That's right, the first one to come down from the ship was not Smoker, but Lugio and Robin, along with Ace in her arms, who was looking around with wide eyes, curious about the world. Smoker was behind them, kindly reminding them to watch their step while going down the stairs. When Lugio saw Shizuka, a smile also appeared on her face, and from a distance, she waved to Shizuka, saying, Miss Shizuka, long time no see. Shizuka quickly reacted, a beaming smile spreading across his face as he approached, but the Weasel felt that Shizuka's aura seemed to have changed. He even doubted if he had misread it just now. It seemed he saw some killing intent in Shizuka's eyes. Could it be a battlefield? Was Lugio worried that something inappropriate might happen between Shizuka and Ortolun during their long stay in G5, so she personally came down? The Weasel had a look of anticipation on his face, then slipped aside and took out a din mushy to contact Ortolun. At that moment, Ortolun was in his office handling today's documents. When a weasel's din mushy came through, he answered calmly, "What's up? Did you receive that kid?" "Not just that kid. Your wife came with a child to find you." Ortolun, the weasel, said gleefully. "My wife." Ortolun was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, "Lugio is here?" "Yeah. Ha ha ha, are you surprised?" "Unexpected?" The weasel laughed heartily. Ortolun was also a bit confused, wondering, what is going on? Meanwhile, at the naval port dock, Smoker was just about to greet Guillaume when she waved her hand and said, "You wait over there first. I have something to discuss with Miss Lugio." When Guillaume said this, her tone was very stern, and Smoker was instantly intimidated by an inexplicable aura, completely losing his rebellious attitude. He nodded obediently and said, "Yes, Guillaume-senpai." Lugio also reached out to rub Robin's head and handed Ace to Robin, saying, "Robin-chan, you go wait for us up front. I need to discuss some personal topics with Miss Guillaume." Clever Robin sensed that the atmosphere was off. Although both beautiful women wore gentle smiles and the weather was very sunny, why did it feel so chilly around them? So Robin didn't dare to linger and quickly left with Smoker, who was already familiar. After the bystanders dispersed, Guillaume's smile quickly faded, and she looked at Lugio with a gloomy expression, saying, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, is there a problem with a wife looking for her husband who is busy working outside?" Lugio pretended to be puzzled. Guillaume originally only had some doubts, but this statement undoubtedly revealed Lugio's thoughts. Therefore, Guillaume angrily said, "You and Ortolun are not really a couple. That was in the past. I want to make this marriage real now." Lugio replied without backing down, "You haven't really interacted with him. You could even say you don't know him at all. How can you do this?" "This is a betrayal to me, to Mr. Carp, and to Ortolun." Guillaume questioned angrily. "Perhaps I understand him even more than you think." Lugio calmly retorted at first, then continued, "Sorry, what I'm doing is indeed a betrayal to you, but I don't believe I am betraying Mr. Carp and Ortolun." At this point, there was a hint of regret in Lugio's eyes. She knew Guillaume's feelings and thoughts about Ortolun, and now she was taking advantage of Guillaume's kindness from back then, which indeed felt like betrayal. After a brief pause, Lugio said, "So the only one I can completely acknowledge and accept is you, Miss Guillaume." Guillaume gritted her teeth and said, "I don't need your acknowledgement. Since that's the case, let's see who is more capable." Seeing this, Lugio seriously nodded and said, "I'm sorry, I will do my best." Chip der Stoltinu sedamdisit osam, Varmat, Kako. Why don't you go back to Gotham? Batman said he won't hit you anymore. At the G5 Navy base living area, Ortolun, as the commander of this base, naturally had his own separate property, a mansion even larger than the Marineford courtyard. Lugio and Robin were bringing their luggage into the house when Ortolun hurriedly came over. Upon seeing the two of them, he quickly walked up, took the luggage from Lugio's hands, and curiously asked, "What brings you here?" Lugio wore a gentle smile and looked at Ortolun with bright eyes, saying, "You haven't returned to the headquarters for a long time. We missed you a bit. So we came." Ortolun? "No, madam. You're making it easy for me to misunderstand." After saying this, Lugio's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and then she dared not meet Ortolun's gaze again and quickly walked into the house. The Ortolun's house is large, and the furniture is very high-end, but the place is filled with a sense of coldness and disorder, as if Ortolun never considered it his home, just a place to live, like a hotel. Unwashed clothes are scattered all over the sofa. There are some dirty dishes on the table. Several newspapers of unknown age are lying on the floor, and the ashtray is almost overflowing with cigarette butts. This scene made Ortolun feel a bit embarrassed, and he rubbed his nose, saying ahem, "I've been a bit busy lately, and I'm really tired when I come back, so." Lugio didn't let Ortolun finish his sentence, shaking his head with a smile and saying, "I knew you wouldn't take good care of yourself here, which is why we came. Don't worry, I'll take care of all this from now on." Saying this, without waiting for Ortolun to say anything else, Lugio naturally walked over to the sofa, gathering Ortolun's dirty clothes and even smelly socks, preparing to wash them all later. Robin also hurried over to help, cleaning up the dishes that had been piled up on the table for who knows how long, as well as the newspapers on the floor and the cigarette butts in the ashtray. Ortolun also wanted to help, but before he could move, Lugio said, "You can just help us take care of the kids for now." Ace is already a little over 3 years old and is playing by himself in the yard outside. After Ortolun walked out of the house, Ace seemed to hear some noise, turned around to look at Ortolun, and then a delighted smile appeared on that cute little face. He stretched out his hands and wobbled towards Ortolun, calling out indistinctly as he ran, "Daddy, Daddy." This truly surprised Ortolun. as he had hardly participated in Ace's upbringing and didn't expect that Ace could actually recognize him and call him daddy. What he didn't know was that during their time at the Navy headquarters, Ruju often used Ortolun's photo to teach Ace these titles. Ace was clever from a young age, so he could completely recognize Ortolun from the photo. Moreover, the little guy had a very outgoing personality, so he wouldn't be shy at all. Little Ace was already very cute, and as he wobbled over while calling out daddy, it melted Ortolun's heart. He smiled and reached out his hands to scoop Ace into his arms, teasingly saying, "Daddy is here. Did you miss Daddy?" "I missed you," Ace replied, grabbing Ortolun's face and pinching it softly. Meanwhile, over by the base's apartment building, Squirrel and Guillaume were leading Smoker to his apartment. These were old buildings from the former G5 base, with conditions not so good, but they reassured him that he could stay for now. They were preparing to build a new residential area in G5, and once it's planned and built, all officers above the school level would have their own residences and wouldn't have to cram into this apartment building anymore. Squirrel was still very warm-hearted, patting Smoker on the shoulder and smiling. Smoker didn't care about these things at all and said generously, "Living conditions don't matter to me. I can accept it." "Squirrel, as frontline Navy, isn't the fighting very intense? When do I get to go on a mission?" "No need to rush. Most of our pirate extermination tasks are in the hands of Ichiji and Kakuki. If we count the time, Kakuki should be back soon. When he returns, you can ask him about this, but everything has to wait until Ortolun meets you." Squirrel replied. Just as he finished speaking, they heard someone chasing from behind, calling out. Squirrel turned around and saw Kakuki coming. He was a bit surprised and said, "Look, speaking of him, he is here." Kakuki had just gotten off the warship and heard the rumors from the Navy at the port that the base chief's wife came with a child to visit him. This made Kakuki perk up instantly. "Ortolun's wife is here? Then my chance has come. Guillaume must be very angry right now, right? At this time, as long as I make a slight move, I can win Guillaume over, right?" So after inquiring about Guillaume's whereabouts, Kakuki hurried over, ready to show concern for Guillaume. He jogged up to Squirrel and stopped, looking at the back of Guillaume, who was walking ahead without turning back, her low pressure very severe, then glanced at Smoker before saying, "Squirrel, I heard Ruju is here? TSK, you're a bit late. If you had come back half an hour earlier, you could have seen the battlefield at the port, the showdown between Guillaume and Ruju. Hey, don't get me wrong, although Ruju seems weak, her momentum against Guillaume is fierce," Squirrel said with a look of excitement, introducing it to Kakuki. From Squirrel, Kakuki got the accurate answer. Ortolun's wife really came. Looking at Guillaume in front with her low pressure, Kakuki straightened his chest and raised his head, saying, "That scumbag Ortolun is finally going to get his comeuppance, and I, the most devoted man in the Navy headquarters, should step up at this moment to comfort Guillaume's wounded heart, letting her understand who the real good man is and who is the right choice for her." After hearing this, Squirrel quickly grabbed Kakuki and said, "No, brother. After so many years, have you not looked in a mirror? What do you mean? Do you think I look ugly?" Kakuki glared at Squirrel, somewhat annoyed, and then looked at Smoker, saying, "Kid, say something, am I handsome?" "Smoker? Is this the kind of topic I, as a newcomer, can participate in?" But under Kakuki's gaze, Smoker's face twitched for a moment before he said, "Handsome? Not so obviously, Kakuki-senpai. A little handsome is still handsome." Kakuki confidently shook his head, ran his hand through his hair, and then strutted forward to catch up with Guillaume. However, it was clear that Guillaume was in a bad mood at the moment, and after noticing Kakuki, she said, unpleased, "I warn you not to bother me." Kakuki seemed oblivious to the atmosphere inside. "I heard about today, as events. Guillaume, why are you so stubbornly hanging on to Ortolun? That guy isn't worth it. Are you worth it?" Guillaume shot Kakuki an annoyed glance. "Of course I'm worth it." Kakuki patted his chest and said, "Compared to that scumbag Ortolun, I." However, before Kakuki could finish his sentence, Guillaume glared at him furiously and said, "Kakuki, I won't allow you to say that about him." Kakuki? Squirrel, who was walking behind, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this commotion, leaning against the wall with one hand and continuously hitting the wall with the other. "Ha ha!" Squirrel finally couldn't hold back his laughter. After hearing the noise, Guillaume turned back and glared at Squirrel, then irritably said, "Don't bother me." Then, she quickened her pace and quickly left. "Really, Kakuki, why don't you go back to Gotham? Batman said he won't hit you anymore," Squirrel called out while laughing. Kakuki in front had a stiff expression and cursed, "Stop using stories from Ortolun's book to mock me." Smoker watched the scene, feeling a bit amused and relaxed, always feeling that the atmosphere in G5 was indeed more open than at headquarters, and he liked it. Chapter 179, A garden full of spring cannot be hidden. Early in the morning, Ortolun's biological clock woke him up on time. He opened his eyes, looked at the familiar ceiling, and, after a moment of pause, sat up from the bed. He quickly went to the washroom to tidy himself up, got dressed, opened the bedroom door and walked out, habitually pulling out his transponder snail. He prepared to call the cafeteria to have them send over some breakfast. However, as he took out the transponder snail, Ortolun already smelled food in the house. He then realized that he was no longer living here alone. Shrugging, he put the transponder snail back and walked out of the corridor into the living room, where he saw Robin sitting on the sofa, holding Ace. And the two were playing some childish games together, making Ace giggle nonstop. On the dining table not far away, a sumptuous breakfast was already set up, and Mariejois was cutting fruits nearby. When she saw Ortolun, she waved and smiled. "You really still get up at this time? Nothing has changed at all." Ortolun smiled and scratched his head, saying, "I'm used to it." Soon, everyone was sitting at the table, and even little Ace had his own plate. At just over 3 years old, he was already able to skillfully use utensils and feed himself, which made Ortolun feel a bit emotional. Children grow up so quickly. Robin sat in her seat, eating while boasting about her achievements to Ortolun, who occasionally praised her, making Robin feel delighted. Uncle Pagliusolino even took me to Punk Hazard once, where I saw Mom, the doctor, and the scholar uncles. They were all doing well there. I told Mom that I want to become a Navy officer and join the science division in the future, and she agreed. Robin said cheerfully, "No problem. When our lovely Robin grows up, I will personally recommend you to join the science division," Ortolun said with a smile. As soon as Ortolun finished speaking, he saw Mariejois placing the cut steak onto his plate, gently reminding him, "You must have a good breakfast so that you can stay healthy." Ortolun always felt that Mariejois was a bit strange, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd about her. He just had a vague feeling that Mariejois seemed to be bolder than when she was at Marineford. Was it an illusion caused by not seeing her for a long time, or was there really something wrong? However, Ortolun didn't reject anything. Who would refuse a beautiful and gentle woman willing to help clean the house, make breakfast, and take care of life? He just wondered how Roger felt about it. But since he had helped Roger with such a big favor, what was wrong with enjoying it? Convincing himself with some strange logic, Ortolun no longer felt there was any problem. He smiled and nodded at Mariejois, then started eating breakfast. After breakfast, Ortolun didn't need to clean up the dishes. Robin very obediently prepared hot tea and placed it on the coffee table. Just as Ortolun sat down, Mariejois walked over with today's newspaper and asked, "When are you leaving?" Taking the newspaper from Mariejois's hands, Ortolun glanced at the clock on the wall and said, "In 15 minutes, just enough time to finish this newspaper." Mariejois nodded, then looked at Ortolun's chest and asked, "Wearing a suit? Why aren't you wearing a tie?" Indeed, Ortolun used to be more carefree, often going shirtless to show off his muscular physique, but now he was a high-ranking officer in the headquarters, the base commander of G5. So he had gotten used to wearing suits like the other naval leaders to appear more authoritative. However, Orton wasn't good at tying ties, so he always overlooked that part. Hearing Mariejois's question, Orton replied a bit awkwardly, "I'm not very good at it. I always end up making a mess." Mariejois nodded at his response and didn't ask anything further, turning to leave. Seeing this, Ortolun began to read the newspaper. There wasn't any particularly important news, but one noteworthy point was that on a certain hot spring island in the New World, Vice Admiral Carp had once again cornered Dracula Mihawk, the pirate hunter, and gave him a good beating. However, some unexpected events occurred afterward when the red-haired pirates intruded onto the island. In the chaos, they rescued Mihawk, the unfortunate fellow, allowing him to escape from Carp's pursuit. This was already the third time, wasn't it? Ortolun pondered, stroking his chin. As far as he remembered, this was the third time Carp had beaten Mihawk since arriving in the New World. It must be said that Carp was quite efficient, and of course, this was also thanks to the Navy's intelligence department, the CP organization's good friend Spandam, Queen Stussy, and the Big Mom Pirates, who were constantly providing information about Mihawk's whereabouts. Thinking back, when Roger was chased around the world by Carp, he never enjoyed such a collaborative intelligence system. "Mihawk, you really are lucky," Ortolun sighed, and stopped paying attention to that news. Aside from this interesting situation, as Ortolun turned the page, he came across another intriguing piece of news. The warlord of the sea, Crocodile, had built the largest casino entertainment complex in the first half of the Grand Line in Alabasta, called Rain Banquet, intending to create a comprehensive entertainment center in Alabasta. Meanwhile, Crocodile had successfully repelled 6 pirate attacks at the bustling canola flower port in Alabasta, ensuring its safety. Recently, there had been a trend in public opinion boasting about Crocodile, and as a result, his reputation in Alabasta was beginning to turn a profit. It was estimated that if this trend continued, Crocodile would soon become a national hero in Alabasta and a positive figure among the warlords of the sea. Listening to Spandam, that guy said the Nefertari family was always opposing the world government and was about to be dealt with. Ortolun raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. Just as Ortolun was thinking about this, Lugio came out of the room, holding a carefully selected tie, and approached Ortolun, saying, "Get up." Upon hearing this, Ortolun quickly stood up, and Lugio was taken aback for a moment. After all, Ortolun's height of over 3 meters really put a lot of pressure on her. However, Lugio's height wasn't short either, as Roger was over 2 meters 70 and Carp was almost 3 meters. When Lugio stood next to them, she didn't appear small. She slightly lowered her head and reminded him. Ortolun naturally lowered his body a bit, and then he saw Lugio approach without any hesitation, wrapping his arms around Ortolun's neck and casually putting the tie around it, helping Ortolun tie the tie in a very natural manner. At the same time, Lugio gently reminded him, as the base commander, you need to pay attention to your image and dignity when outside, so that you can better establish your authority in front of your subordinates. I'll help you with your tie in the future, understand? Due to the closeness of their actions, Lugio's face was very close to Ortolun's, and while saying this, Ortolun could even feel Lugio's warm breath and the faint floral scent on him. To be honest, it made Ortolun a bit restless. I understand. Ortolun swallowed and replied softly. He was already a man with a lot of charm, and his voice was very magnetic. When he spoke these words close to Lugio's face, it made Lugio's movements stiffen for a moment, and his face turned a little red. However, Lugio still pretended to be calm and finished tying the tie, then gently patted Ortolun's shoulder and said, "All done." Orton straightened up, looking into Lugio's eyes. Their gazes met for a moment, and then they both shyly looked away. Orton felt that the atmosphere was a bit off, too ambiguous. Just then, Robin came out of the back room holding Ace, and the somewhat confused atmosphere between the two quickly dissipated. Ortolun tucked the newspaper under his armpit and glanced at the clock on the wall awkwardly, saying, "Ahem, well, I have to go to work now. Be careful on the road." Lugio quickly snapped back to her senses and responded gently. Then she asked, "Are you coming back for dinner tonight?" "Probably, unless something unexpected happens," Ortolun answered. Lugio smiled again, asking, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. I'm not picky. Anything is fine." Ortolun replied with a smile, adjusting his mindset. After chatting with Robin for a few more moments, Ortolun stepped out of the house. Once Ortolun left, the calm expression on Lugio's face quickly turned red and swollen. She raised her hand to cover her face and rubbed it a few times, seemingly recovering her composure. Then she looked out the window and softly murmured to herself, "Giant, I don't have your strength. Nor can I provide Ortolun with the help and support you can in his career, but I have my own unique advantages." However, at the same time, a sense of guilt arose in her heart. As a mother and a woman, she wanted to fight for her and her child's future, which was not wrong, but Jine was also her benefactor. This betrayal made Lugio feel very conflicted. Soon, Lugio took a deep breath and muttered to herself, lacking confidence, but she hasn't even confirmed her relationship with Ortolun yet. I'm not a bad woman, right? At the G5 naval base today, the weather was fine and warm, giving off a feeling of a garden full of spring that couldn't be contained. Chapter 180, We G5 have always bullied others. No one dares to bully us. In Ortolun's office at the G5 base, he had just pulled out a lighter from his pocket, preparing to light the cigarette he was holding in his mouth, when the door was pushed open rudely by someone. "Who is it? Who doesn't he give me, Ortolun?" Any face. Ortolun looked up at the door and saw Cheyenne walking in with a dark expression, leading Smog. "It's Cheyenne? Then there's nothing to worry about." When Cheyenne entered, she first noticed the lighter in Ortolun's hand, which she had given him, making her mood slightly better. However, the next second, she saw the tie around Ortolun's neck. She knew Ortolun well enough to realize that such a neatly tied tie could not possibly have been done by him. He simply didn't have the skill. Cheyenne's briefly lifted spirits were immediately dampened, and with a cold snort, she walked up to Ortolun and said, "Look up." Orton was a bit confused, not even daring to light his cigarette. He bit on it and looked up at Guillaume with a puzzled expression. Then, he saw Guillaume raise his hand to untie Orton's tie and retie it, saying, "Your tie is all crooked. You don't pay any attention to your appearance." "Orton? Is it crooked? I just looked in the mirror and it was fine, right?" But he didn't think much of it. Just assumed he must have done something to mess up his tie. Guillaume retied Orton's tie and then asked, "How did Rucky get here?" Orton said naturally, "They say Robin and the others miss me." After a pause, Orton proudly raised his head and added, but I don't know if it's just my imagination. I feel like Rucky might also miss me a little. Could it be that my handsome charm is just too hard to hide? As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-Yuan suddenly grabbed Orton's tie, causing the collar to tighten instantly and nearly choking Orton. Cough, cough, cough. Orton coughed continuously, struggling to say, hey, are you trying to murder an officer? Ji-Yuan looked at Orton with a cold gaze and asked, you don't have any improper thoughts about Rucky, do you? Ortolun is an honest man, struggling as he says, I'm still a man, right? Occasionally having some improper thoughts. Isn't that reasonable? Have you ever had improper thoughts about me? Shi-Yuan gritted her teeth and asked. This caught Ortolun off guard, and he stopped struggling, looking up into Shi-Yuan's eyes. At that moment, there was anger in her eyes, mixed with a sense of grievance, and even a hint of tears. This made Ortolun suddenly feel a twinge of heartache. His tone softened as he replied earnestly, of course, I have. Like I said, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. As a man, having some improper thoughts is only natural, right? To be precise, although Ortolun doesn't focus much on emotional matters and is more career-oriented, he does have improper thoughts about beautiful women. Not just Shi-Yuan and Rukyu, but even Stussy, the queen of the Joy Street, has crossed his mind. Moreover, he thinks there is nothing wrong with his thoughts. Can it be illegal to think about it? When Shi-Yuan suddenly heard Ortolun say this, she was somewhat stunned because, in her impression, Ortolun was like a blockhead. Yet today, under such questioning, she actually heard him say that she was beautiful and had a great figure, which was quite unexpected for her. In an instant, the previously irritated and angry Shi-Yuan was left with only shyness and embarrassment. Her gaze drifted away. No longer looking at Ortolun, she loosened her grip and tidied up her tightened tie, then mumbled, if you want to think, you could be bolder. If you don't try, how will you know if it will succeed? Courage, cough. Don't be afraid of failure. Good luck. After saying this, Shi-Yuan's face turned even redder, and she didn't bother to listen to what Ortolun had to say, turning around and running away in a flash. Smoker, standing at the door, watched this scene with a tremble in his heart. Wait, isn't this the part where I can watch for free without paying? G5 Battlefield? The emotional entanglement of the base commander? Is Senior Ben going to kill someone to silence them? Also, isn't something off here? Why is Shi-Yuan so justified? Isn't Lady Rukyu Senior Ben's wife? Oh dear, this relationship is too complicated. Is this the extravagant and chaotic upper-class circle? Ortolun let out a sigh and then scratched his head in confusion. What does be bolder mean? Is Ji-Yuan telling me not to just think? Can I go and try it out? Does she mean that I should put these improper thoughts into practice? Does that imply that I can have multiple wives? The bolder a person is, the more they can achieve. I must have been constrained by the times and morals, limiting my perspective. Ortolun suddenly slapped his thigh and sighed. Speaking of which, although he knew, he had never really thought about it carefully. This world is not some advanced era, and neither law nor morality demands that a person can only have one wife, right? Let alone just one wife. His mother has had countless husbands, and no one seems to have said anything about it. I must have been too conservative. Our family should have such a tradition. Ortolun stroked his chin and thought to himself, when I have time, should I invite Ji-Yuan out for a meal? It has been a long time since I took a vacation. Maybe it would be nice to travel together? Just as Ortolun was lost in these thoughts, Smog felt a bit awkward, as if he had been forgotten. So he gently cleared his throat and said, Senior Bane? Orton came to his senses and looked at Smoker somewhat awkwardly, waving his hand and saying, come in, have a seat. There's no need to be too formal. As you said, we share a relationship between Junior and Senior. No one in the headquarters has your back, and those damn nobles took it out on you. But don't worry, we G5 are completely different. Here, you're under my protection, Ortolun. In this new world, it's always us G5 who bully others. No one dares to bully us G5. Upon hearing this, Smoker was greatly moved, regardless of whether Ortolun's words were just polite remarks. As the base commander and one of the big shots in the Navy, he was willing to say these things to Smoker, which already showed a lot of sincerity and care. After all, he had never enjoyed such treatment in the headquarters. As for the previous conflicts with those royals, the rebellious Smoker didn't think he had done anything wrong. Those bastards didn't treat people like human beings, and, as a Navy officer, his sense of justice made it hard for him to stand by while the noble servants were easily beaten to death. Was there anything wrong with standing up for them? Yes, thank you, Senior Bane, Smoker said, touched. After Smoker sat down, Ortolun smiled and said, Teacher Zephyr even contacted me specifically, telling me to take good care of you. He said you're a promising guy, and if you can grow strong in the future, you'll definitely be a pillar of our Navy. Hearing this, Smoker scratched his head a bit embarrassedly and said, I'll work hard not to let the teacher down. Ortolun first nodded, then asked, since you graduated as the chief from Teacher Zifa, your foundation must be quite solid. I don't have much to guide you on this aspect. Strength requires continuous hard work and the accumulation of battle experience. There are no shortcuts. As for your identity, you are still the chief, holding the rank of major, which makes it awkward for everyone. When the time is right, I will restore your colonel rank. Now, let us talk about your personal wishes. Now that you are here in G5, do you have any desired job responsibilities? Yes. Smoker nodded without hesitation and said, I want to go to the front lines where the conflicts are most intense. Ambitious. Ortolun immediately slapped the table and said, This is in line with our G5 style. Fighting the hardest battles, killing the fiercest enemies, offering the highest bounties, drinking the best wine, and sleeping with the most beautiful women. Smoker was a bit confused and thought, Isn't there any justice in this? Before Smoker could process this, Ortolun continued, In a few days, our G5's Major General Yixiao will be back. He is in charge of the most intense frontline battles, and I will arrange for you to train under him. Yes, thank you, Senior. Smoker immediately saluted. Don't be so polite. Just call me Senior, and we're family. Here, you don't have to suppress your personality or anything. Our G5 is all about rebellion. We can do what the headquarters can do, and we dare to do what the headquarters cannot do. When you're out, I have only one requirement. Don't embarrass G5. As for other matters, even if you chop off the head of a royal from a member country, I can still cover for you. Ortolun said with great authority. Chapter 181, Shanks, my hawk, don't you feel something is off? New world, a certain sea area. The red-haired pirate's ship, the Red Force, was drifting here. On board, the crew of the red-haired pirates gathered on the deck, holding a banquet and drinking. Among them was a person mingling in, none other than Dracula Myhawk. However, Myhawk looked a bit disheveled today, with one hand bandaged and hanging in front of his chest, clearly recovering from fracture. He also had a bandage wrapped around his forehead, looking somewhat comical. The reason he ended up like this was because he was beaten by Carp. If it weren't for the red-haired pirates encountering him and providing assistance, he would probably have been in worse shape. What are you thinking? Drinking, Navy Hunter. Shanks raised his wine glass and said with a smile, This is a fine wine I bought at a high price from the underworld, a delicacy from the West Sea. Myhawk sighed lightly, raised his glass to clink with Shanks, and then said, Thanks for this, red-haired thank for what? Shanks waved his hand dismissively. Recently, I feel I haven't been very lucky. I've run into that guy Carp several times, Myhawk said with a slightly pained tone. Hearing this, Shanks looked at Myhawk with a strange expression and asked, Not very lucky? Yeah, every time I land on an island. It's not long before the Navy ship catches up to me, Myhawk said with a tone of helplessness. Shanks looked at the sentimental Myhawk, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Have you considered that this has nothing to do with luck? It's simply you've offended someone? Offended someone? Myhawk was taken aback for a moment, then nodded as if it were natural. I must have offended quite a few people. I've challenged many swordsmen. Are you saying they're helping the Navy target me? Shanks was almost bewildered by Myhawk's line of thought and scratched his head vigorously. Is it possible that you directly offended the Navy? Huh. Myhawk truly looked puzzled this time, frowning and thinking for a moment before saying, I shouldn't have, right? Although there are many swordsmen in the Navy, I haven't challenged them. Recently, did you offend Ortolun back on Plarspian Island? Shanks asked directly, naming names. Ortolun? Myhawk frowned, thought for a moment, and shook his head. I shouldn't have, right? After you left, he seemed to have something going on, and we just exchanged a few words before parting ways. We didn't even fight again. Is that so? Shanks also doubted his own deduction and then said, Currently, it's not just the Navy chasing you. It's the underworld and the CP organization as well. At first, I thought you offended that Ortolun guy, which led to this situation after taking another sip of wine. Shanks smiled and asked, So what did you talk about with that guy? Oh, Myhawk also took a sip of wine and then said, He invited me to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but I declined. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, then nodded seriously. That solves it. You definitely offended Ortolun. The guy is very petty. He must be the one orchestrating all of this behind the scenes to target you. Are you saying that the root cause of all this is my refusal to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Myhawk was even more surprised, his tone somewhat incredulous. No way. ISNT being one of the 7 warlords supposed to be based on voluntary, fair, and open principles? I think there's a possibility. Did he say anything else to you? Tell me, and I'll analyze it for you. Shanks asked curiously. He said he would introduce me to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, But the condition was that I had to pay a guarantee fee of 20 billion berries to the G5 Navy. To be honest, I did consider becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but as soon as I heard it would cost 20 billion, I immediately refused. However, Ortolun didn't get angry. Instead, he exchanged contact signals with me, saying that if I changed my mind in the future, I could contact him anytime Mihawk thought for a moment and recounted what happened that day to Shanks. After hearing this, Shanks said without hesitation, "Then don't think about it. This must be that bastard Ortolun orchestrating everything behind the scenes, trying to force you to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea to extort you for 20 billion berries. By the way, have you contacted him since then?" "No, I didn't even think in that direction." Mihawk shook his head. After pausing for a moment, he still said with some doubt, "Ortolun, he can't be that petty, right? If it's true or false, just call him and ask and you'll know." Shanks thought for a moment and said. Mihawk, upon hearing this, thought for a moment and then nodded. "Then I'll ask him, not bothering with drinking anymore." Mihawk took out his snail phone from his pocket, fiddled with it a few times, and made the call. In a short while, the snail phone was picked up, and Ortolun's voice came from the other side. "Mihawk, it's me." Mihawk responded calmly. "What made you think of contacting me? Have you gathered the 20 billion berries and are ready to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" "No problem, as long as the money is in place. I can arrange for you to take that position at any time. Once you become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you'll be a part of our world government, and we'll be part of this big family. I heard you've been chased by our Navy's Mr. Carp several times recently. Don't worry, once you become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Mr. Carp won't continue to hunt you down," Ortolun said with a smile. Hearing this, Mihawk understood immediately, even if he wasn't the sharpest, and replied indignantly. "So it was you pulling the strings behind the scenes." "Pulling strings?" Ortolun asked, somewhat puzzled. "You're the one secretly instructing that guy, Carp, to hunt me down, right?" Mihawk questioned. "Let's sort out the logic here. What is your identity? What is my identity? And what is Mr. Carp's identity?" Ortolun showed no sign of guilt or embarrassment, and instead asked assertively. Then, without waiting for Mihawk to speak, Ortolun continued. "You are a pirate, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries, wreaking havoc in the New World, and when the mood strikes, you duel with others regardless of the occasion, causing numerous casualties and losses to innocent civilians. Meanwhile, Mr. Carp and I are part of the Navy. Our positions are inherently opposed. You cause trouble outside, and we, the Navy, capture you. What's wrong with that?" Mihawk opened his mouth, momentarily unable to refute Ortolun's words, which were too reasonable. "Previously, we thought you were young and might make mistakes, so after the 7 warlord system was introduced, we in the Navy decided to give you a chance to start anew. Therefore, when I met you, I even specifically asked if you wanted to become a 7 warlord of the sea, but you refused. By refusing to become a 7 warlord of the sea, you are indicating that you are determined to walk the irreversible path of piracy. Since that's the case, the Navy doesn't need to leave you any leeway, so we intensified the efforts to capture you. Is there a problem with that?" Ortolun asked again. Mihawk, not very eloquent in such debates, found himself speechless against Ortolun's arguments and could only look towards Shanks for help. Shanks was momentarily taken aback, covering his mouth and shaking his head. He dared not speak up. If Ortolun found out he was secretly instigating things behind the scenes and held a grudge against him, he wouldn't be able to survive in the New World. After all, Mihawk had set a fine example, proving that in the New World you could offend Whitebeard, Kaido, the Big Mom pirates, and provoke the Navy without a care. But the one person you absolutely cannot offend is Lord Bane of G5. Otherwise, he could unite the Navy, pirates, and CP to deal with you, leaving you with nowhere to hide. Seeing Mihawk silent, Ortolun became even more assertive. "If you called the snail just to tell me these boring things, that's really pointless. I'm very busy. As a pirate, you should enjoy this freedom of being hunted by the Navy. This is what you deserve. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." However, at this point, Ortolun paused and said earnestly, "But we in the Navy have always believed in winning people over with virtue. If you change your mind and want to start anew, you can contact me again. Our doors are always open for those willing to turn back and reform. Of course, the premise is that you must pay 20 billion berries. This money will be used by the Navy for just causes and can be seen as compensation for your past crimes. Do you understand?" After saying this, Ortolun no longer waited for Mihawk's response and hung up the phone snail. On the Red Force, Mihawk looked at Shanks, who twitched his face and said, "What are you looking at me for? I can't beat him. I'm not planning to invite you to team up against Ortolun." Mihawk shook his head, then asked, "I just wanted to know, do you have 20 billion? I suddenly really want to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, just missing that guarantee fee. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back when I have money in the future." "No way. Do you think any pirate would lend another pirate money, let alone a full 20 billion berries? Shanks looked at Mihawk incredulously. Mihawk was silent for a moment, then said, if you don't lend me the money, I'll tell Ortolun that you were the one instigating our relationship, accusing him of being the mastermind behind this incident and defaming his reputation. Shanks' face twitched. Gritting his teeth, he said, why didn't I see you being so clever before? Because I realized that if I didn't use my brain, I would be schemed against by you guys. Mihawk said matter-of-factly. Chapter 182. Moria's Arrival. Mihawk applies to become a VIP. Shanks, being a broke guy, naturally couldn't afford 20 billion berries, so he activated his connections to introduce a loan shark to Mihawk. As for the high interest, that would be a fitting repay for Mihawk, the ungrateful bastard. He deserved to be in debt. Meanwhile, at the G5 Navy base in Ortolun's office, after hanging up the phone with Mihawk, Ortolun still seemed somewhat unsatisfied. How did this guy have the face to question me? So he picked up the phone snail again and soon called CP9. Hello, Spandam? Please invest some manpower to keep an eye on that guy Mihawk. Report any news to Major Carp and let everyone get moving. For justice, we must make Mihawk feel our care, Ortolun said excitedly. Just as Ortolun was on the phone with Spandam, someone knocked on the door and Ortolun stopped talking to Spandam, hung up the phone snail, and said, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, Virgo walked in, first giving a standard salute, then said, Major Bane, Lord Moria has arrived. Although Ortolun was quite rude to Moria, he was, after all, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and according to administrative rank, he enjoyed the treatment of a rear admiral in the headquarters. So it was not a problem for Virgo to address him as Lord. Ortolun's eyes lit up as he said, you finally didn't run away. Indeed. At the same time, Virgo reported, Moria's tall figure had already stood at the door. After hearing Ortolun's words, Moria awkwardly touched his nose and said, how could that be? I said I wanted to be a just warlord of the sea, fully cooperating with the Navy. In fact, Moria had considered escaping, but he had been reading the news recently and often saw that Mihawk guy getting beaten up by the Navy's carp. Knowing the inside story, he understood the implications better. To avoid ending up like Mihawk, Moria hesitated several times before ultimately deciding to meet Ortolun. Ortolun was just about to ask Moria how things were going when he saw Moria take the initiative to step aside and introduce, this is Dr. Hogaback. He has now joined my team and will fully cooperate with our plan. Orton then saw the 2 figures behind Moria. Yes, 2 figures. One was Hogaback, who had a rather strange appearance and looked utterly unscrupulous, definitely not someone who seemed good-natured. The other was a little girl, probably around 5 or 6 years old, with pink hair and holding a stuffed toy in her arms. However, the toy looked a bit odd, being patched up, and there were also 2 ghost-like entities floating nearby. Ortolun recognized at a glance that this little girl was none other than the future ghost princess, Perona. Noticing Ortolun's surprised expression, Moria took the initiative to explain. When I met Dr. Hogback, I unexpectedly came across this little girl on that island. She was wandering alone, and I found her abilities quite interesting, so I decided to take her with me. In the original story, Perona was indeed adopted by Moria from a young age, and it seems that this is the source of their connection. Ortolun waved his hand, and Virgo left understandingly. Then Moria, along with the reserve Hogback and the curious Perona who was examining the surroundings, entered the office. On Doflamingo's side, the preliminary preparations for Frevans were almost done. It was quite chaotic there, with riots occurring everywhere, and it was said that many people had died. I was thinking earlier that the first batch of pirates sent over couldn't all be killed and have their bodies used. That would be too wasteful. But now, it seems just right, as there are already many victims there. Once you go over, you'll have plenty of materials to work with, Ortolun said. After a slight pause, Ortolun asked Mr. Hogback, just call me Hogback, as Vice Admiral Bane does. Hogback quickly replied. Ortolun nodded and smiled, asking, all right then, Hogaback, how long do you think it will take to assemble about 50,000 zombie laborers? Hogaback seemed taken aback by the number, and after a moment of thought, he replied, the quantity is a bit beyond my expectations. In that case, it will probably take around 6 months. Lord Moria also needs a certain foundation to create zombies, such as the integrity of the corpses, and, seeing that this guy was about to delve into technical details, Ortolun quickly interrupted him, saying, 6 months? That's just right. You can set off for the North Sea now. It will take about 2 to 3 months on the way to reach Frevans. Then, you can directly start the preliminary preparations in Frevans. By the time you're done, it will be almost 1504. I estimate Frevans will hold on until 1504, right? By then, we on the G5 side will also send over 50,000 pirate laborers. At this point, Ortolun looked at Moria and said, when that time comes, You'll be responsible for getting all 50,000 pirate shadows into these zombies, making both the laborers and zombies move. We will be able to mine the platinum lead or in Freevance with maximum efficiency. Rest assured, my previous promise stands. Once Freevance is operational, the profits will exceed our expectations. You won't need to pay back that $2 billion, and we will even give you dividends every year. Moria had no objections to this and did not ask Ortolun how much dividend he would be able to give him. After all, asking that question would be somewhat foolish. Whatever they offered, he would just take it. Could he dare to be dissatisfied? But Moria quickly asked, what about after that? Wanting to stay permanently in Freevance in the North Sea? Ortolun listened to the question and didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, does your zombie's ability require you to be nearby? No, I've already tried some things with Dr. Hogaback. Once it's established, I won't need to pay attention to it anymore. Moria shook his head. Then you don't need to stay in Freevance in the North Sea. The North Sea is the territory of the Don Quixote family. They'll take good care of it, Ortolun said, not intending to make things difficult for Moria. Hearing this, Moria also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good. So what are your plans after this? Ortolun asked again. I was originally considering going back to the first half of the Grand Line to recruit more crew members, reorganize my pirate crew, and accumulate strength to find an opportunity to return to the New World and take revenge on Kaido. Moria said with a slightly emotional tone. Ortolun could only take half of what he said. The rest he would consider to be bragging. Right now, I think it would be better to find a place to settle in the New World. That way everyone can look out for each other. What do you think? Moria looked at Ortolun, seeking his opinion. Ortolun felt there was no problem and nodded immediately. That's fine. Even Doflamingo has already planned to establish a base in Dressrosa, treating it as the headquarters of the Don Quixote family in the New World. If you also settle in the New World, we can indeed look out for each other in the future, and it will be convenient for everyone to handle any issues that arise. However, Ortolun really didn't quite trust Moria's strength, so he advised, but you'd better choose a place closer to our G5. That way, if any crisis occurs, I can come to your rescue. This guy is crucial to the Platinum Lead plan, which directly affects the mining volume of Platinum Lead. If he were to be inexplicably taken out in the New World, Ortolun would suffer a significant loss. No problem. I also feel more at ease being closer to you, Moria replied with strong agreement. When facing Ortolun as an enemy, he felt his scalp tingle. But if he considered him as an ally, Moria thought this guy was indeed reliable. At that moment, the snail phone Ortolun was fiddling with rang again. Ortolun looked down and said irritably, "Is this Mihawk never-ending?" Then, somewhat displeased, he picked up the snail phone and said, "What now?" On the other end, Mihawk spoke calmly. "I've gathered 20 billion berries." Ortolun, who had originally had an unhappy expression, suddenly brightened up upon hearing this, and his tone became much friendlier. "We in the Navy have an old saying, those who know the times are the heroes. I thought you were a hero from the very beginning. Mihawk, send the 20 billion berries to G5, and I'll immediately arrange for you to become a distinguished warlord of the sea. I guarantee no Navy will disturb you in the future." In the office, Moria listened to this conversation, feeling quite emotional. Another pirate colleague had been tormented by Ortolun to the point of compromise. Chapter 183. Queen Stussy. I can only help you this much, Ortolun. New World, Joy Island. This used to be an ordinary little island that had been ravaged by pirates. But a few years ago, the Happy Street chose it as their base in the New World and started constructing and operating on the island. Now, it has become a famous entertainment island in the New World with complete facilities for eating, drinking, and having fun. Whatever you want to find, you can find it here. This has attracted a large number of pirates and underworld factions who spend money without blinking, greatly promoting the prosperity of this island to a certain extent. Because this place often gathers pirates and complex groups from all directions, the flow of information on the island is also very high. Happy Street has relied on this to become one of the top intelligence organizations in the Dark World. In the center of this island, at the headquarters of Happy Street, in the top building, Queen Stussy was dealing with the compilation and sorting of important intelligence in her office. Just as Stussy was looking at the documents in her hand, the snail phone on the desk suddenly rang. Stussy glanced at the snail phone, then straightened her expression and answered it seriously. "Greetings, Saint Satan." Indeed, on the other end of the line was one of the 5 elders, the science defense martial god, Jigurushiya Satan. Satan did not respond to Stussy's greeting and calmly asked, "Was the trip to Cake Island smooth?" "Moderately standard," Stussy immediately replied. "Has Charlotte Linlin given any consideration to our proposal?" Satan asked again. "I subtly mentioned your suggestion to her, but she seems not to intend to withdraw from the pirate business, at least not for the time being," Stussy reported. "Arrogant fool. Satan commented. In recent years, as Totland has gradually become more standardized, its influence in the New World has rapidly spread, making the Five Elders and the world government pay more attention to this pirate, Charlotte Linlin. The influence of the world government in the New World is relatively weak compared to other seas. Thus, the Five Elders have always wanted to strengthen the world government's power in the New World to enhance its influence, but so far, they have not made any breakthrough progress. The last good opportunity was the capture of Roger and the simultaneous capture of Shiki. The world government originally planned to use Roger's execution to boost its prestige and order the Navy to launch a large-scale attack in the New World, further applying pressure and influence there. However, on the day of the execution, Roger surprised everyone. The expected goal not only was not achieved, but it also turned the sea into the current situation, initiating this era of great pirates that has caused the world government considerable headaches. The influx of pirates rushing to the sea has made it impossible for the Navy to concentrate its strength in the New World. Instead, they had to disperse around the world to suppress the sources and maintain basic stability. As a result, in the New World, due to these various factors, the prestige of the world government not only did not increase, but actually declined significantly. That place has truly become the pirates' territory. Their words hold no power. Therefore, during this time, the Five Elders have focused on Totland. The pirates are chaotic. They do whatever they want, but Totland has shown an extraordinary order. Even if this order is forged with iron and blood, even if it is not so normal. But the Five Elders do not care about this. In their view, if Charlotte Linlin is willing to cooperate with the world government, shedding the pirate facade and leading Totland to join the world government as a powerful member nation, their influence in the New World will undergo a qualitative change. Thus, taking advantage of this tea party, the Five Elders arranged for Stussy to tentatively discuss these matters with Charlotte Linlin to see if there was any intention on that side. You can propose conditions as long as they're not too outrageous. The Five Elders thought that for the influence and overall strength of Totland, as well as the combat power of the Big Mom pirates, everything was negotiable. As a result, from Stussy's words, it seemed that Charlotte Linlin had no intention of cooperating with them at all. Did you obtain any important intelligence? Satan asked again. Yes. The Big Mom pirates seem to have a close relationship with the Don Quixote family in the North Sea. Both parties are likely to have made arrangements regarding Fervans. I've obtained some relatively confidential information. Because the Big Mom pirates are involved in a large amount of arms business in the Dark World, they have inevitably developed business disputes with the Beast Pirates, which is why Charlotte Linlin is cooperating with the Don Quixote family to control the source of high-end arms production of Platinum Lead and suppress Kaido's arms business. I've compiled relevant materials on this matter and sent them to the headquarters to the commander. According to our calculations, if Kaido can't come up with better countermeasures, in the next 3 to 5 years, the Big Mom Pirates' arms will gain a comprehensive technological advantage. Stussy said softly. I've seen that report. Saint Satan responded and then said, this is also the reason for our hesitation now. We originally planned to hand over the arms business to Kaido, but it seems that the Big Mom Pirates are more suitable. Stussy did not offer any opinions. She knew that the Five Elders did not want her input. She only needed to provide information accurately and offer references. After a moment of silence, Saint Satan said, then let's tentatively settle on the Big Mom Pirates. This is also a form of relationship and interest interaction. If she tastes the benefits from this cooperation, she might change her mind in the future and choose to cooperate with us. I believe this could indeed become an opportunity. Stussy subtly pushed the idea forward, silently thinking, Ortolun's really getting a big help from me. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Saint Satan did not continue this topic, but instead shifted the subject. This time, did you meet that Bane Ortolun? Is there any progress on the investigation I asked you to conduct on him? I did meet him. Stussy responded again and continued. Regarding his identity, it can be confirmed without a doubt. At the tea party, Charlotte Linlin publicly acknowledged that he is the 5th child of the Charlotte family. The 5th child after Perispero and the Katakuri brothers. Our investigation into Vice Admiral Bane's background also shows no issues. He was indeed born on the Rocks pirate ship back then, but was later abandoned and raised by his father on Tarian Island. It was only around the years 1497 to 1498 in the Sea Circle calendar that he came into contact with the Big Mom Pirates again. But their relationship is not particularly close. However, Charlotte Linlin has always had a friendly attitude towards Vice Admiral Bane, and he has not fully rejected this relationship. This aligns closely with what the Navy has reported. Saint Satan pondered for a moment and then asked, anything else? Yes, according to our investigation. After Vice Admiral Bane took office as the commander of the G5 Naval Base, he seems to have gradually revealed the evil nature of his pirate bloodline. He has been accepting bribes from various countries within his jurisdiction multiple times and has also extorted the warlords of the sea. According to reliable investigations, he extorted at least 20 billion berries each from Moonlight Moria and Crush Strike Sleckmind. And he has been selling many materials seized by G5 in the Dark World to maintain his extravagant lifestyle. Stussy reported softly. Extravagant lifestyle? Saint Satan raised an eyebrow, seemingly curious. Yes, although we have not conducted a detailed investigation on this. It is said that since he took office as the G5 Naval Base Commander, all his daily expenses for food and drink are the highest quality, at least the best he can access. He also seems to have a gambling habit, and we inadvertently stumbled upon one of his transactions in the Dark World, where he spent 200 million berries to buy a complete set of top-notch fishing equipment. This alone shows that he is indeed very indulgent in his lifestyle. Stussy reported again. Hearing this, Saint Satan not only did not feel angry, but instead felt relieved. Such a naval leader, in his eyes, is a qualified commander. If every one of them were like ascetic monks, preaching justice and unable to tolerate any flaws, without any bad habits, how could one dare to place them in high positions? It's just minor matters. Vice Admiral Bane, as the commander of the G5 base, is at the forefront of the New World, one of the toughest places. It is understandable for him to enjoy his life after work. Saint Satan smiled and then asked, "Are there any other issues?" Stussy looked at the documents in her hand. This document contained some secret matters she had investigated about G5. Although somewhat vague, they were still very explosive, such as G5 Navy privately constructing standard military ships. That's right. Even though Ortolun has tried his best to hide these, he cannot really create ships out of thin air. As long as there are traces, there will always be flaws. However, after a brief silence, Stussy quietly said, "Nothing else. Everything else is normal." Saint Satan did not doubt anything, as he knew very well that Stussy had only met Ortolun once on Cake Island. Could that one meeting have turned Stussy against them? Chapter 184, Ortolun. "We want to learn from you, Mr. Carp." Today's G5 is still quite lively. At the port, Ortolun, biting a cigarette, stood by the dock, watching a doghead warship slowly dock. After the gangway was lowered, that guy Carp came down from the ship with Bogard. As soon as Bogard saw Ortolun, he excitedly said, "Long time no see, Ortolun. Want to play a couple of rounds? We could talk about playing a couple of rounds later. I keep hearing that you are spreading rumors everywhere, saying I like to gamble with you and always lose to you." Ortolun glared at Bogard. Bogard scratched his head awkwardly and said, "How is that possible? I never said such a thing. By the way, where's Ishao? If you're not playing, I'll go find him." "Ishao hasn't returned. Wait a couple of days." Ortolun didn't bother arguing with Bogard over this, waved his hand, and looked at Carp. "Mr. Carp, long time no see. You still look so energetic, which makes me feel relieved. I've had the chance to stretch my muscles and bones recently." "Ah, you can't say that. That Dracul Mihawk is really something. He is indeed a master of swordsmanship. Give him a few more years, and he might really become one of the top swordsmen." Carp laughed heartily. Compared to Mihawk's disheveled appearance, Carp looked much more spirited and showed no signs of injury, at least none that were visible. "I told you long ago not to always stay at headquarters. You should come out and move around more. If you're interested, why don't we organize a hunt against the Whitebeard pirates?" Ortolun joked. Carp rolled his eyes at Ortolun. "Even if you have the guts to organize it, Sengoku and the fleet admiral won't approve. You know the strategy the headquarters has set for the Whitebeard pirates. It is to avoid provoking them as much as possible while secretly finding ways to incite infighting among those big pirates, looking for suitable opportunities. That's true. The Navy headquarters generally wouldn't easily provoke super pirates like the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. It's not that they fear them or can't win. It's mainly that they feel it's not worth it, not cost-effective." Not continuing this topic, Carp put an arm around Ortolun's shoulder. "The matter with Mihawk has come to a close. I'm stopping by your place for a couple of days to resupply, and then I'll be preparing to leave the New World. Going back to headquarters to keep bothering Admiral Sengoku?" Ortolun asked with a smile. Carp waved his hand. "No, I previously asked Sengoku for a vacation, and he wouldn't give it to me." "Then don't blame me for being unkind. This time I plan to go directly from the New World to Mariejois and then drop down to the East Blue." "What are you going to do in the East Blue? Going back home?" Ortolun complained. Cough. Carp pretended to pat Ortolun on the chest. "Did you forget that I mentioned before that dragon guy has some matters in the East Blue?" Orton was taken aback for a moment before suddenly realizing that it was already March of the year 1503 in the Sea Circle calendar. If no unexpected factors intervened. In 2 months, the next child of the era, the inheritor of Rogers Green, Cough, the straw hat Luffy would emerge. Your great-grandson? Orton raised an eyebrow. Carp immediately beamed and shook his head, saying, "Ahaha, that's right. At the end of last year, during the World Government's World Conference, didn't they say they would be launching an attack on the Revolutionary Army afterward? That brat dragon feels that his situation is not very safe. So he'll send a child to Windmill Village to be raised by me. So you want to set up an ambush in Windmill Village first. And when Dragon shows up, you'll uphold justice and eliminate him directly, thoroughly helping the world government eradicate the menace of the Revolutionary Army, right? I understand completely. As expected of you, Mr. Carp, this spirit and will are worthy of us all in the Navy to learn from. I'll report to Mariejois right now, praising your merits." As Orton spoke, he deliberately looked at Carp with a very admiring gaze. Hearing this, Carp was stunned for a moment, and after a long pause, he awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Well, I think there might not be enough time for the ambush. I travel fast, you know. I can fly to the East Sea without a ship. If you think there's not enough time, I can completely take action and help you take down Dragon." Orton teased again. "You brat never give up, do you?" Carp cursed in exasperation. After cursing a couple of times, he, Orton, and the bogard behind them couldn't help but laugh again. Carp was not the kind of person to uphold justice and eliminate his own kin, and moreover, the Revolutionary Army was not the Navy's focus. These matters were always handled by the CP agencies. Did he have nothing better to do than to uphold justice against his own kin? Was he expecting Dragon to be promoted and make a fortune? Was that necessary? If he wanted to become a general, he could submit a report today and get approved tomorrow. Since they were on the topic, Orton took the opportunity to ask, "What about afterward? Are you planning to raise Dragon's child in the East Sea, or bring him back to headquarters?" Carp hesitated upon hearing this and said, "I originally thought about bringing the child back to headquarters, but I'm worried there might be problems." "What kind of problems?" Orton raised an eyebrow. "Back then, the incident with Zephyr was very suspicious, and we still haven't figured out. Right now, Dragon is just a spark, and the world government doesn't take him seriously. But who can say what will happen in the future? What if he grows big and strong? If I bring his child back to headquarters, wouldn't I be at his mercy? After all, I can't always be at headquarters watching over things," Carp said. Somewhat troubled, Carp's concern was not unfounded. Ortolun pondered and said, "Is it really safe to stay in Windmill Village? It can't be said to be safe. The main issue is that if it goes to the headquarters, it won't be kept secret. Right now, only a few of you know about this matter. If we stay in Windmill Village and you don't say anything and I don't say anything, we should be able to keep it hidden for a long time." Carp sighed. Ortolun thought about it too. If Carp took the child back to the headquarters, it would be impossible to hide it. Everyone would know that Drago had a child. And now, although Ortolun and the others knew about this, these were people Carp trusted, so they wouldn't betray him. The rest of the people had no idea about this matter, which actually reduced the risk quite a bit. However, it was clear that Carp had not yet made a decision, and Ortolun was too lazy to get involved in the monkey family's issues, so he said no more. The two quickly shifted the topic to other matters. Carp leaned closer to Ortolun and whispered, "I heard that Luciu came to your G5? What's going on?" "I don't know. She came without even giving me a heads up." Ortolun shook his head and then jokingly said, "I guess it's because I'm just too charming, haha." Carp looked at Ortolun, frowned and pondered for a moment, then asked, "Did she mention anything about divorce?" "No," Ortolun shook his head. "What's your own thought about it now?" Carp sensed something was off and hurriedly asked, "Me?" Ortolun hesitated. If we talk about feelings, he didn't actually have any particularly deep feelings for Luciu. Rather, he had more to say with Guillaume. However, due to some not-so-glorious thoughts, if you asked Ortolun to actively discuss divorce with Luciu, he would indeed feel a bit reluctant. After all, Luciu was beautiful, had a great figure, and was very family-oriented, taking care of his daily life perfectly. This feeling really made Ortolun reminisce. Still, as the saying goes, it would be impossible for Ortolun not to have any thoughts about such a beauty as Luciu. He just hadn't taken any actual action yet. Seeing Ortolun hesitate, Carp couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "As expected, you brat have reached that age. A young man in his 20s, full of vigor. How can you resist such temptation?" Carp could still understand it. Carp felt that something was not right. He always felt sorry for Roger. But upon further thought, was it really fair to let Luciu live her life alone just to be sorry for Roger? Everyone, at every stage of life, should have their own choices. Carp had done what he needed to do. It couldn't be blamed on him that things turned out this way. Rubbing his head, Carp gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. I should have let go of these matters long ago. Roger has been dead for so many years. It's only right for Luciu to seek a new beginning. However, I still want to remind you, don't do anything to embarrass anyone. At least act like a man. Understand? If I were that despicable, I would have had a second child already. Do you need to tell me? Ortolun rolled his eyes at Carp and cursed. Chapter 185. King of Dressrosa, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. In the G5 Navy base office, Ortolun was reclining in his chair with his legs crossed, reading a newspaper. The headline of today's newspaper was quite interesting. King Liku III goes mad, forcibly demands 20 billion berries from citizens, and massacres the people of Dressrosa. Warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo emerges as a savior. The content was also very exciting. The originally diligent and benevolent King Liku III suddenly went insane in Dressrosa, live streaming a speech asking citizens to raise 20 billion berries, but after borrowing the money, he began to crazily massacre his creditors. This idea is quite good. Borrowing money and then killing the creditors, then the money doesn't have to be repaid. Ortolun raised an eyebrow, intrigued. However, he quickly shook his head and said, No, when you're out there, you need to have credibility. I, Ortolun, am now known for my good reputation. Who doesn't know that I get paid for my work and never delay? If I tarnish my brand for these reasons, there won't be any good opportunities in the future. While King Liku III was going mad, Warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo happened to be near the Dressrosa Sea area. After receiving a distress call from refugees fleeing Dressrosa as a warlord, Doflamingo, with a sense of responsibility as a member of the world government's family, couldn't just stand by while a member state was in turmoil. So, the Don Quixote family mobilized to Dressrosa, swiftly eliminating the Mad King Liku III and all his supporters, restoring peace to the people of Dressrosa. Ultimately, after repeated demands from the citizens of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, after 3 refusals and 3 acceptances, under the overwhelming will and enthusiastic support of the citizens, chose to don the crown of Dressrosa and became the new king. However, all of this was legally supported because, historically, Dressrosa had been under the rule of the Don Quixote family for over 800 years. Theoretically, Doflamingo indeed had the right of succession to this country. Normally, such a thing would be defined as a pirate usurpation, especially since Dressrosa was also a member state under the world government, making the severity of the incident quite high. And the Navy would have to intervene. Otherwise, what would the other royal families think? But Doflamingo's logic was very sound, first taking the position of warlord, and then becoming the king of Dressrosa. From a macro perspective, this could be seen as a power transition within the world government, with no flaws. As a warlord, he also had legal immunity. Thus, his invitation to become the new king of Dressrosa completely adhered to procedural justice. The moment Doflamingo donned the crown, he immediately sent a telegram to Mariejois, detailing the atrocities of King Liku III in Dressrosa, as well as his acceptance of the crown due to the citizens' invitation and support. He emphasized that, whether as a member of the warlords or a member of a member state, he and Dressrosa would firmly obey the arrangements of the world government, and the annual funds owed would not be lessened. We are still willing to join the world government family as a member state. For Mariejois, this was no longer a concern. That evening, Mariejois issued an announcement acknowledging Doflamingo's authority over Dressrosa. Today's newspaper reflected a dramatic change in Doflamingo's status. To be honest, Doflamingo utilized the identity of warlord to the fullest. While other warlords were still figuring out how to stir trouble, Doflamingo had already taken his place. From now on, Doflamingo, draped in the guise of a pirate, could freely enter and exit Mariejois as a member of the royal family of a member state. And during the World Conference held every 4 years, he also had the opportunity to compete for participation among the 50 attending monarchs. In other words, as a pirate, he could go to Mariejois and sit at the round table with other royals and high-ranking naval representatives like Admiral Steelbone and Admiral Sengoku, discussing and analyzing global situations, formulating relevant rules, and planning how to divide the pie. Unlike the other warlords of the sea, there is completely no such operation or thought. If we're talking about flashy moves, it has to be you, Doflamingo. After reading the newspaper, Ortolun's heart couldn't help but sigh. Ortolun even felt that the now inactive crocodile guy from Alabasta must have gained some inspiration from Doflamingo and started his own path of usurpation in Alabasta. As for Doflamingo's usurpation of Dressrosa, Ortolun thought it might not be entirely a bad thing. The king of Dressrosa is indeed a diligent and benevolent ruler, but he may not truly be a good king. Under his reign, there has indeed been no war, and the country is relatively safe. But why would this situation arise in the chaotic new world? The answer is that Dressrosa is impoverished. As a king, he couldn't even come up with 20 billion berries. Originally in the story, He couldn't even gather 10 billion berries and had to scrape together funds from the citizens, showing just how poor the royal family was. And if the royal family is this poor, the people don't even need to be mentioned. According to Ortolun, Dressrosa has been at the bottom of the economic ladder among the New World allied nations for over a decade. There is truly nothing to gain. And passing pirates are unwilling to risk their lives there because in Dressrosa, they would be fighting against a bunch of poor folks and, in the end, they wouldn't get a single thing. Is that interesting? Even the commander of the G5 base, Lord Ortolun, couldn't be bothered to collect protection fees from Dressrosa because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to collect anything. However, under Doflamingo's rule, Dressrosa's economy rapidly prospered, becoming one of the wealthiest countries in the New World, and the living standards of the citizens were greatly improved. It was quite exaggerated. Of course, this also masked a lot of darkness. Anyone who had objections to the rule of the Don Quixote family was directly turned into toys and became the labor force of Dressrosa. However, the current situation is different. This dark matter happened in the original story, when Doflamingo was purely villainous, but now it's different. He is now a partner of the Navy, a key development target for Commissioner Ortolun. And even the Marine Headquarters Warlord refers to him affectionately as the Navy's underground party. Doflamingo still has to maintain some face. He is also a very clever person and naturally knows that if he does something disgraceful outside, it will be hard for him to explain to his Navy partners in the future. If he engages in dark rule in Dressrosa and accidentally gets exposed, how will he be evaluated as excellent or advanced in Navy? Can he justify his identity as a just warlord of the sea? Therefore, at the beginning of this plan, Ortolun had advised Doflamingo that he could usurp power, whose kingship wasn't usurped. As long as there is procedural justice and Mariejois can't find fault, no one will meddle. But he must not make Dressrosa so unpopular that everyone has a hard time saving face. Doflamingo also promised this, assuring that he would govern Dressrosa with legal and gentle means. Regarding whether Doflamingo has the ability to achieve his goals through these gentle and legal methods, Ortolun is very confident in his abilities. Honestly, as long as this guy wants to, he doesn't need to use the methods from the original story. He can still achieve his goals. It's just that in the original story, he didn't treat people as people, which was for convenience. Thus, in the current situation, Ortolun feels that the miserable place of Dressrosa being taken over by the capable Doflamingo might actually be the beginning of better days for the citizens. Just as Ortolun was thinking about this, Colonel Taizolo knocked on the door and walked in holding a large stack of documents, looking at Ortolun and saying, "Lord Ortolun, the annual economic and logistical trend analysis data for G5 from last year has been summarized. Would you like to take a look?" Ortolun looked at the half-person high stack of documents, his face twitching slightly, and decisively shook his head, saying, "I won't go through it. Just summarize the key points for me, and I'll have an idea." Taizolo, hearing this, was filled with gratitude. What was this? This was Lord Bane Ortolun's trust in me. Logistics and finance, such important matters. Whatever I say, he believes, even unwilling to look at the materials for verification. A soldier would die for a confidant. Oh, Lord Bane. Seeing Taizolo's eyes suddenly glistening with tears, Ortolun felt a bit puzzled. What was going on? Why was he suddenly acting so emotional? Chapter 186. Having an army of 500,000 is not a dream. Ortolun sat in his office chair sipping tea, while Taizolo reported relevant data from the sofa opposite him. Currently, the total number of troops stationed in various countries has reached 40,000, involving a total of 12 countries within our jurisdiction, both member and non-member states. On average, about 3,000 personnel are stationed in each country, with at least one warship and 3 auxiliary vessels. The military expenditure for these 40,000 personnel is collected uniformly from the stationed countries and distributed by our G5. Last year, the surplus was 2.6 billion belly. When Taizolo mentioned this, Ortolun raised his hand and asked curiously, "Is there still a surplus?" Yes. Basically, each country tends to contribute a little more, some add an extra 200 to 300 million. While those in less favorable situations might add several tens of millions, Taizolo replied with a smile. Not bad, these guys are quite perceptive. The payment of military expenses indeed needs a flexible bottom line. Otherwise, we can't be too flexible ourselves, Ortolun said with satisfaction. Initially, he only thought about distributing the burden of these troops among the countries, but he didn't expect to make a small profit in the end. Although 2 billion belly isn't a huge amount for the current G5, a freebie is still worth taking. Through 2 years of conscription, our G5 base now has a structure of 54,272 military personnel with 40,000 000 troops who have undergone at least 3 rounds of combat training and have basically mastered the armed color domineering. They can definitely be called elite. However, our expenditures in this area are also quite large because you, Lord Ortolun, have always set our military expense standards and rewards at the highest tier, which puts a lot of pressure on us. My suggestion is that we can consider reducing. Tesalo wanted to propose a suggestion somewhat helplessly. However, before he could finish, Ortolun waved his hand to stop him. There's no need to mention reducing the wages, benefits, and rewards of the subordinates. This is a hard standard. No one in the G5, including me as the base commander, can change it. After a slight pause, Ortolun continued somewhat helplessly. Under pressure from the situation and the new world, I have already been quite harsh in training. The majority of conscripted soldiers are sent to the front lines as soon as they learn to shoot, which is already very brutal. Because of this, my brothers work hard for me, and I must give them enough compensation. If I even reduce the money for risking their lives, who would be willing to lead the charge in battle in the future? Our G5 combat effectiveness would also decline because of this. And that's not something I want to see. Indeed, the casualty rate in the G5 can be said to be the highest in the Navy, especially during these 2 to 3 years of Ortolun's intense training. From nothing to establishing a powerful naval force of 50,000 elite troops. The iron and blood involved are unimaginable. Therefore, from the very beginning, even if Ortolun had to tighten his belt and extort others, he had to raise the G5's treatment standards and rewards to the highest level. Otherwise, he would feel guilty about his conscience. Those are his subordinates, not imported slaves from impelled down, to be treated as he pleases. Thus, in terms of military expenditure, welfare benefits, and post-war rewards, the G5's welfare is at least 3 times that of the headquarters. Because Ortolun has never cut corners in this area and has purged corrupt generals and officials 3 times. Although the G5 is under great pressure, his prestige is irreplaceable within the entire G5. In Ortolun's view, the accumulation of prestige is not about how many meetings you hold in a day or how many targets you set, nor is it about forcibly using power and strength to subdue subordinates. The accumulation of prestige depends on what you can bring to your brothers. Getting promoted and making money is the best way to accumulate prestige. Why does Ortolun respect Admiral Jean-Gua so much? Because Jean-Gua, as his direct superior, never painted unrealistic prospects for him. He gave money when it was due, promoted him when it was due, and was never dilatory. Because of this, they accumulated enough trust, making Ortolun willing to put in effort for Jean-Gua. Nowadays, this principle applies to the G5 as well. In just these 2 years, the number of officers sent back to the headquarters from the G5 has exceeded 1,000. Most of them were recruits when they joined the G5. After 2 years of combat experience, those who survived are at least lieutenants. And those who are lucky enough to have lived through multiple wars or have made significant contributions often were the insignia of field-grade officers. Of course, the G5 structure cannot fully integrate them. For those willing to stay, Ortolun lets them enter newcomers as commanders of the new recruit units. For those who truly have no choice, they are sent back to the headquarters for further development. After all, this place is small and cannot accommodate too many officers. Moreover, these officers sent out are very significant for Ortolun and the G5 because, although they may not seem important now, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of the new faction within the G5 Navy, expanding G5's influence beyond a single base and towards the entire naval system. Seeing that the base commander was determined to support his brothers, Tesalo felt helpless but warm inside. Who wouldn't want their leader to think about their people? If the base commander is willing to endure financial pressure to fight for the welfare of the grassroots, the least powerful naval soldiers, one can only imagine how much more the naval commanders who have already reached the leadership level would appreciate it. Just like the promise Ortolun made to Smog not long ago, once you come to the G5, you are under Ortolun's protection, as long as you don't embarrass him. Ortolun is willing to bear the burden for you if the sky falls. Without this kind of determination, how can you make everyone willing to charge into battle with you? Since you insist on this, I won't say more. However, due to the high welfare benefits, our current financial pressure is also quite large. This year, expenditures on military expenses, rewards, and welfare within the base have already resulted in a deficit. According to the operational model of the Business Association, this project has incurred a total loss of nearly 130 billion belly this year. Tesalo said, "How much?" Ortolun was stunned by this statement. Just a moment ago, he was happily talking about a small profit of over 2 billion, and now it had directly turned into a loss of over 100 billion? 130 billion belly, Tesalo said in a calm tone. Ortolun held his head in pain and asked, "Am I losing 6.5 warlords of the sea in a year? Our G5 Navy needs to maintain a military force of over 54,000 people. And because your standards are so high, on average, each person costs nearly 300,000 berries per month. Calculating this, just the normal salary payments amount to over 16 billion berries each month, which totals nearly 200 billion berries a year. This is just the standard salary. After each battle, we also pay rewards, which amount to at least over 70 billion berries a year. In addition, there are various welfare benefits, such as daily living supplies, military rations, etc. When all is settled, that adds up to nearly 40 billion berries a year. Our high casualty rate leads to high costs for relocation fees, pensions, disability compensation, and Taizolo began to calculate for Ortolun. The string of expenditure figures made Ortolun's head spin, but upon closer thought, they were reasonable. Therefore, a deficit of 130 billion berries is not such a large number. If we maintain last year's level, we will at least face such a deficit every year. Taizolo smiled and said, "You can still laugh about this?" Ortolun glared at Taizolo with indignation. "Lord Ortolun, you don't need to be so anxious. Based on projections of this year's fiscal revenue, if we maintain the current level for the next 3 months, we can completely afford these expenditures next year and still maintain a surplus." Taizolo reassured him. Ortolun finally breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "So the other businesses have made progress, right?" "Yes, the first batch of goods from Beihai is selling very well in Totland, almost sold out as soon as it docked. With our current shipping volume, we can maintain nearly 7 billion berries in net income each month, which amounts to almost 100 billion berries in net profit over the course of a year. And clearly, this is just the initial stage. Once our navigation becomes fully operational and the number of armed transport ships crossing the doldrums increases effectively, our earnings in this area will reach a terrifying scale. An annual surplus of 1 trillion berries is also possible," Taizolo said with great anticipation. "This cross-sea, stable market, and safe shipping smuggling business is truly the ultimate profit. 1 trillion a year." Ortolun suddenly stood up from his seat, stretching his hands over the table, and said, "Then my Ortolun commanding 500,000 troops is not an unattainable dream anymore. Of course, if we also consider the shackles from the headquarters, it seems that an annual income of 1 trillion is still not enough. But this is just the beginning. Apart from this business, Ortolun also has a large number of impelled down imported pirates waiting to create value and engage in just causes." Chapter 187. How many divisions do the 5 elders have? Dare to speak to me in a loud voice. After Taizolo finished this report, he began to talk about other matters. Regarding Shipbuilding Island, Master Tom has already given a clear response. The ancient technology that the warlord of the sea, Moonlight Mariah, contributed to you can be fully realized. If we standardize based on the G5 base, converting it into a battleship will take about a year and a half, and the funding required will be around 300 billion berries. After taking a sip of tea, Taizolo said, "With you talking about hundreds of billions and trillions, I feel like I'm looking down on this 300 billion berries now." Ortolun smiled and nodded, then said, "Let's prepare to start this plan. Transform G5 into a battleship. A one-time investment will yield lifelong benefits." "Okay, I will prepare the proposal afterward," Taizolo agreed, then added, "Aside from this, the plan for Shipbuilding Island this year has already been set. It is estimated that 40 standard military ships will be launched, and 30 armed transport ships capable of crossing the doldrums will also be launched. The military ships are one thing, but aren't the armed transport ships just being modified right now? They should be selected and modified from the pirate ships we've seized. So it shouldn't be something that takes too much labor, right? Why are there only 30? Are those slaves not working hard enough?" Ortolun frowned. 30 ships are utterly useless. How can they support my Ortolun's warlord dreams?" Taizolo quickly waved his hand and said, "Not at all. The workload of the pirate slaves has already reached 16 hours a day. They only have 8 hours for eating and resting. If we increase their working hours any further, it might affect the lifespan of these slaves, and we have many industries that need slaves, so this approach would be counterproductive." "Only 16 hours? Ortolun was also a bit surprised. As a slave, they can actually rest for 8 hours a day? Indeed, our Navy's moral standards are still quite high. Ortolun heard that in the bridge project of Tychola Wolf, slaves can only rest for 3 hours a day. Taizolo did not respond to Ortolun's inhumane comment, but explained, "The reason for the limited production is due to the shortage of sea stone. We cannot obtain these resources from the headquarters or Mariejois, relying solely on purchases from the underworld. The amount of sea stones circulating in the underworld is inherently not very abundant, which limits the production of armed transport ships. So, in the end, it's still a problem of sea stone? Ortolun shook his head helplessly. Not only is this limited, but also Master Tom's sea train project, if it is to be laid in the doldrums, will also require a large amount of sea stone. Thus, the project has not had any operational possibilities and is still on hold. Master Tom has repeatedly submitted requests, hoping that you could find a way to solve this issue. Taizolo said, "Is the technology for the sea train already mature?" Ortolun raised an eyebrow and asked. In his memory, Master Tom originally took nearly 10 years to develop the sea train. How could one lay it out so eagerly just 2 years later? At the beginning of the year, a small circular sea train route was completed on Shipbuilding Island, but later it was dismantled for technical confidentiality, Taizolo replied. Ortolun found it somewhat strange at first, but then he thought about it. The original 10-year effort was because Master Tom was working directly by hand in a small workshop in Water 7, and he didn't have much money. He was likely taking orders to build ships while investing his income back into his research, which is why it took so long. However, now that he had the backing of the G5 Navy and thousands of slaves at his disposal, he had the funds to complete the sea train project in 2 years, which seemed reasonable. Thus, he stopped being curious about the matter, rubbed his brow, and said, "Sea stone. Am I supposed to discuss business with Kaido? I understand now. I will keep this in mind. Tell Master Tom that I will find a way to solve it, and to wait a bit longer." But even though the sea train in the windless zone requires a lot of sea stone for assistance, it shouldn't be in such high demand in normal waters, right? Ortolun inquired. That's right, and this is another matter I wanted to discuss with you. The commercial prospects of sea train technology are very promising. I plan to promote this technology and commercialize it. If we can establish a new profit point with the sea train, it would be very beneficial for our finances. Taizolo immediately nodded and said, "The sea train technology was meant to be commercialized." Ortolun shared this view and said, "Then go make a detailed plan. After I review it, if there are no issues, find someone to act as a front to get this started. Once the sea train is commercialized, it would be impossible to keep it hidden. If it were concealed, how could it be used? The inability to hide it meant that the G5 Navy could not be the operator behind it, or else Mariejois would certainly investigate. Therefore, Ortolun planned to find a frontman, a figurehead to help endorse him and become the legal representative. Thinking carefully, he realized that Doflamingo was quite suitable for this kind of thing. Dressrosa was also in need of revitalization, and he figured Doflamingo would want to establish a sea train as well. Moreover, with this technology, Doflamingo could greatly enhance the efficiency of his smuggling business in the underworld, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. More importantly, Ortolun and Doflamingo had collaborated enough to build a solid level of trust, making their relationship quite reliable. After discussing the sea train plan, Taizolo clearly seemed to have more to say. Ortolun once again felt the pressure of being in charge. There were indeed many matters to deal with. Fortunately, there was this guy, Taizolo, who could help share some of the logistical and financial management pressure. Otherwise, he would really be buried under the responsibilities at the G5 base. The next 2 key points were the development plan for the doldrums and the mining plan for the Freyfant's Platinum Lead. Taizolo sifted through a pile of documents and found the relevant information. We have already sent out 4 exploratory teams to search for resources in the doldrums. Any findings? Ortolun asked, suddenly interested. Yes, the wood resources on the islands go without saying. Basically, every island in the doldrums has abundant wood resources. Once developed, these wood resources can be directly used for food production, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Taizolo provided a definite answer. Then, without waiting for Ortolun to speak, Taizolo continued. In addition to wood resources, we also discovered an open-pit iron or resource island. And since it's an open-pit mine, the development difficulty is quite low. Didn't you bring back some technical documents for weapon production from Cake Island? If we consider military production now, we can arrange the production line directly in the doldrums, mining the necessary resources nearby, alleviating transportation pressure, while also ensuring higher concealment. Taizolo then elaborated in detail about the doldrums. Compared to platinum lead mines, shipbuilding islands, sea trains, and smuggling businesses, the doldrums was clearly a more critical layout. It could even be said that the doldrums is currently the strategic development center and core of the entire G5. Resources are undoubtedly the most important thing. Nowadays, businesses in food, mining, and other resource industries are largely controlled by the world's governments. In other words, if you have technology, you still need sufficient resources to realize that technology. The G5 has basically met the technological needs, but once exposed, if the world government suppresses you on resources, No matter how high your technology, you can't create material out of thin air. Therefore, to break free from these blockades, one must master their resource development. The doldrums is such a place. Once well-developed and utilized, first, the food industry can achieve self-sufficiency, which is especially important. People can go without spending money, but they cannot go without eating. Once food becomes self-sufficient, the G5 Navy will have some confidence to confront the world government. Subsequently, meeting military expenses, weapon manufacturing, and warship production needs while continuously increasing troops in the New World. To put it bluntly, once Ortolun truly has 500,000 troops stationed in the New World, what are the 5 elders even worth? How many divisions do they have? Do they dare to speak loudly to me? This is just the G5. If we can also meet the resource needs of the Navy headquarters after the Warring States period, when going to Mariejois for meetings, the 5 elders will have to politely invite him to sit down for tea, chatting while drinking. If we anger the general of the Warring States, and he gives you a couple of slaps, you'll have to smile and accept it. Chapter 188. Having more friends makes borrowing money easier. Tezzalo talked with Ortolun for the entire morning, and by the end, Ortolun finally understood everything he needed to know. The development prospects of the G5 are very promising, with hopes of making big money in the coming year, but currently they are in heavy debt, with a fiscal deficit of nearly 200 billion berries that needs to be filled quickly. In other words, Tezzalo came to Ortolun today to ask for money. 200 billion is no small number. How am I supposed to gather that all at once? Ortolun said, holding his head. Tezzalo shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do about it. If the base commander doesn't take responsibility for this, who will? Wait a moment, let me contact my friends. Ortolun raised his hand to signal Tezzalo and then took out a din-din mushy to call that guy Doflamingo. Before long, the din-din mushy on the other end was picked up, and before Doflamingo could say anything, Ortolun burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Doflamingo, congratulations on your newfound wealth. Ortolun laughed loudly. On the other end, in the palace of Dressrosa's royal heights, Doflamingo hadn't even settled into his throne yet when he heard Ortolun's laughter, and his heart sank. This is bad, really bad. So Doflamingo swallowed hard and forced a smile, saying, what wealth? I'm practically begging for food. How can you say that? It's very unlucky. You just became the king of Dressrosa. You might soon be attending meetings in Mariejois with the generals of the Warring States. Can that not be called wealth? Ortolun countered, not buying into Doflamingo's act. Doflamingo felt a bit guilty and casually asked, is the general satisfied with us? The matter of Dressrosa? Ortolun raised an eyebrow. Yes, Doflamingo replied. I still stand by what I said. Whose throne isn't usurped? Can it be born naturally? The annual succession of thrones in affiliated countries is not uncommon. The power lords usurping countries is not much different from your situation. As long as the final procedures are fine, no one can say anything. Moreover, hasn't Mariejois already issued an announcement recognizing your position? Ortolun reassured Doflamingo. Then I can rest easy. Doflamingo sighed with relief while smiling. However, now that you're wealthy and have become a landlord, don't forget about us, your struggling brothers. Ortolun changed his tone. Doflamingo felt somewhat helpless, finally unable to hold back, and said, I won't forget. If you encounter any difficulties, I'll definitely lend a helping hand. I actually do have a bit of a problem. Ortolun didn't hold back and directly said, it's the beginning of the year, and our G5's total account from last year have come in, and guess what? As soon as Doflamingo heard this tone, he knew there was a problem. After pondering for a moment, he asked, lost money? Not just lost money. I lost big. Nearly 200 billion berries in a year. Right now, the entire G5 can't pay salaries. If we can't pay salaries, the new world will be thrown into chaos, and when the new world is in chaos, no one will be happy. So, for the sake of love and peace, I think I need to ask my brothers for help. Do you have any surplus over there? Just temporarily move it to me, and when I have a surplus later, I'll pay you back. Ortolun boldly stated. Doflamingo was taken aback, and after hesitating for a moment, he inquired, Vice Admiral Bain, by the way, do you remember the matter of buying equipment from the shipbuilding island? What about the equipment? Ortolun was momentarily caught off guard. Ahem. Well, the payment for the equipment. You still owe me over 30 billion that hasn't been paid back yet. Doflamingo said tentatively. Ortolun hesitated a bit and looked at Tezzalo, asking, is this true? Tezzalo nodded seriously and said, yes, these debts, I haven't counted them in the fiscal deficit, but we do owe the Don Quixote family over 30 billion berries that we haven't paid back. Ha ha, don't worry. Our business will definitely make a lot of money next year. Ortolun first responded to Doflamingo casually, then said, since we already owe it, how about you lend me a bit more? When things get better later, I'll pay you back all at once. Doflamingo thought to himself. Haven T, you said this to me more than once. In the end, I haven't seen you pay back a single berry. However, he wasn't too concerned about it. He still had high hopes for the future of G5 and their business relationship. Just as Ortolun said, it's normal to be in debt when the business hasn't gotten on track yet, but once the business picks up, paying back will be a matter of minutes. He wasn't worried about Ortolun defaulting on the debt. So after thinking for a while, Doflamingo said, since you've said it like this, as a good brother, I can't be too unreasonable, but I also don't have much left here. The arrangements with Frevans and the previous dealings in Mariejois, along with the current demand from Dressrosa, are all weighing me down. How about you give me a specific amount, and I'll see how much I can spare? Ortolun replied, then let's settle for half. You lend me 100 billion, and later, including the original debt, I'll pay you back a total of 150 billion berries, and the extra will be considered interest. How does that sound? Isn't this sincerity enough? In his view, this was indeed very sincere. Only Doflamingo, with their established relationship and multiple collaborations, had built a foundation of trust and friendship. He really considered him a friend. Otherwise, who else would offer interest? Upon hearing Ortolun ask for 100 billion right off the bat, Doflamingo was taken aback and quickly said, this isn't me refusing, Vice Admiral Bain. I really can't come up with this 100 billion berries. The Don Quixote family is indeed substantial. If they were to liquidate their assets, Doflamingo could afford more than 500 billion, let alone 100 billion. However, the problem was that the vast majority of these assets were fixed assets that were not liquid, and his cash was needed to keep the business running. If he squeezed out 100 billion berries for Ortolun, his cash flow would be cut off immediately, leading to bankruptcy. How about this? Ortolun pondered for a moment, realizing he couldn't just squeeze Doflamingo alone. After a moment, he said, how much can you spare? Doflamingo thought for a moment and replied, I just got 200 billion from the King of Dressrosa, so let's make it a round figure, a total of 300 billion. As for the previous interest, let's not mention it. When things are better on your side, just pay me back 500 billion. The extra 100 billion can be considered my friendly support for G5 for justice. Ortolun was not polite and immediately said, all right, thank you then. I'll think of a way for the rest. I'll send this money along with this shipment to Dressrosa. Doflamingo, seeing that Ortolun did not press the issue, breathed a sigh of relief and said quite readily. Soon, the two hung up the den mushy, and Teselo said somewhat anxiously, this 300 billion is still not enough. Don't worry. Ortolun waved his hand and said, I have many friends. Saying this, he fiddled with the den mushy a few more times, and after a while, a respectful voice came from the other end. Lord Bain? Long time no see, Mr. Field, Ortolun greeted with a smile. Indeed, the person he contacted this time was the king of loan sharks in the dark world, Lou Field. It's my fault. I was also thinking of greeting you, Lord Bain, but I was worried about disturbing your important matters. Ever since we parted on Cake Island, I haven't had the chance to keep in touch, Lou Field said with a polite smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ortolun pretended to be a bit embarrassed and said, to be honest, I contacted you because I have something I want to bring up. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Friends should help each other. I, Lou Field, love making friends with heroes like you. If you need my help, just say the word. Lou Field said generously. The thing is, I checked my accounts and suddenly found that I ran out of money. Ortolun pondered and said, what? Lou Field exclaimed. This is a serious matter. Who doesn't know that G5, under your leadership, is the anchor of our new world? Because of your G5 fighting bravely in the new world, we small merchants can have a safe environment to do business. If you have problems, the impact on us will be too great. So helping you through this tough time is helping ourselves. Just tell me the amount. How much are you short? I still have some spare cash on hand. Ortolun was just about to say 170 billion, but after thinking it over, he said, 200 billion belly, is that convenient? Very convenient. This guy, Lou Field, is really wealthy. No wonder he is called the king of usury. Indeed, for his scale and status, 200 billion belly is not a big deal at all. After all, this guy had previously dared to invest in the MADS research group. That was truly a bottomless pit, which shows how strong his financial backing is. Ortolun smiled and pretended to say, then I will trouble you. However, regarding the interest, I hope you can lower it a bit for me as I. Before Ortolun could finish his pretentious words, Lou Field decisively said, what interest? This is a loan out of friendship. How can we count it as interest? Just pay me back whenever you are able. No need to set a fixed time. However, after a slight pause, Lou Field continued, but I do have a friend who would like to meet you and see if there are any business opportunities for cooperation. Do you think that would be convenient? Helping others is helping oneself. Lou Field dared to lend Ortolun 200 billion without batting an eye. So he had to give some face. Therefore, Ortolun immediately replied, "Your friend is my friend Ortolun. Of course it's convenient. How about this? Arrange a time for you both to come to G5, and I'll treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude." Chapter 189. Charlotte Lingling. Bring my great-grandson here so I can see him. The realization of influence, power, and status is very convenient. For someone like Ortolun, a huge sum of 200 billion Bailey can be settled with just 2 phone calls. Meanwhile, an ordinary person drifting at sea would have to risk their life to secure even 200 million Bailey, and it might not be guaranteed. After finishing the arrangements on Taizolo's side, in the afternoon, Ortolun personally went to the port to send off that guy Carp. Carp was now heading to the East Sea, just in time to reunite with his great-grandson. Standing at the edge of the port and watching Carp's dog-headed battleship gradually sail away, Ortolun bit down on a cigarette and asked, "Virgo, how is my schedule looking?" Upon hearing this, Virgo quickly took out a folder from his pocket, opened it, and started flipping through it. Then he said, "There are no special arrangements. It's all routine work at the base. Do you need to adjust anything in advance?" Ortolun stroked his chin and exhaled a puff of smoke. "I want to pay a visit to Kaido's place." Huh. Virgo looked at Ortolun with some suspicion. Struggling to keep up with this guy's train of thought, Ortolun explained casually, "The gap in the sea stone is too large, which is affecting our business progress. I can only go see Kaido and see if it's convenient for him to replenish our sea stone supply." After a slight pause, Ortolun continued, "By the way, I have a meeting scheduled with Lou Field, but the time hasn't been set yet. You take care of this in the next few days. Follow up and see when he's available to come to G5. If he doesn't have time recently, we'll wait until I return from Kaido's side to meet." Lou Field is supposed to introduce a friend to Ortolun, and this friend is also a big shot in the dark world. However, for some unknown reason, Charlotte Lingling did not invite him to the tea party before. This big shot is Yumit, known for his deep-sea currents and shipping empire. Yumit's business may seem inconspicuous, but in reality, he has a tremendous influence in the dark world. Simply put, even Doflamingo's smuggling business needs his support because he controls a massive fleet, dominating over 70% of the smuggling transport business in the dark world. As for why he wants to befriend Ortolun, it's because the smuggling business in Totland has become too hot recently, and he wants to get a piece of the pie. Ortolun does not reject this idea. How can business grow if one person tries to take all the profits? If that's the case, it won't go far. One must work with capable people to expand the cake, so everyone earns more. Ortolun's own transport capacity is not very sufficient. So if Yumit is willing to join in and contribute his advantages in transport capacity to this business, the amount of goods smuggled from the North Sea to the New World will rapidly increase. Although it will inevitably mean sharing some profits, overall, Ortolun will still earn more. This is the necessity of cooperation. Cooperation generates greater benefits, which is good for everyone. Hearing this, Virgo immediately agreed. "Yes, I will communicate with Lou Field." Disgracefully throwing his cigarette but into the sea, Ortolun sighed. "But I don't have any contact information for Kaido, so I still need to find Big Mom's pirate crew as an intermediary." Sitting down on a random stone stump, Ortolun took out a den mushy, preparing to contact Katakuri. However, just as he was about to dial, he hesitated and ultimately contacted his mother instead. After a while, Charlotte Lingling's voice came through the den mushy, but she seemed to be giving orders, grumbling. "Kick him out. Tell him I'm no longer interested. If I need him someday, I'll naturally contact him." After a bit of noise on her end, Charlotte Lingling then said to the den mushy, "You brat, is there something you need my help with again?" Ortolun asked with a smile, "What's all that noise over there?" "It's nothing. Didn't we just have a tea party and then someone got married? I'm already pregnant now and planning to get rid of that man, but he stubbornly refuses to leave." "Men are just a hassle," Charlotte Lingling replied with some impatience. Ortolun felt a mix of emotions. She was pregnant again. It had only been a short time since the tea party ended, and the efficiency was remarkable. "By the way, speaking of which, I forgot to ask you last time. I heard you had a baby. Why didn't you bring it for me to see?" Charlotte Lingling suddenly brought up this matter. Ortolun fell silent for a moment, feeling that there was no need to conceal this matter, and said, "There's some twist in this. In fact, it's not my child. It's Roger's child." Charlotte Lingling? In her confusion, Ortolun briefly recounted the situation at the time, and after finishing, Charlotte Lingling suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Are you making fun of me?" Ortolun asked, somewhat displeased. No. Well done, Ortolun." Charlotte Lingling laughed and said, "Turning Roger's woman into your own woman. Turning Roger's son into your own son. Turning Ace his trump card Into your own trump card, you truly are my son. You should be a pirate. Otherwise, it would be a waste of talent. After laughing, Charlotte Lingling continued. Now, Roger's son calls you father, and you're my son. I am that child's grandmother. If you think about it, doesn't that make Roger a generation below me? He is dead, and I can still look down on him, which makes me feel happy. I thought you might mind these things. Ortolun chuckled. What is there to mind? Charlotte Lingling casually replied. It's better to raise a child than to give birth to one. Didn't you teach me this? Otherwise, you wouldn't be mixing with the Navy. Perhaps Charlotte Lingling really gained some insight from Ortolun. Anyway, when he returned to Cake Island last time, Ortolun felt that the atmosphere of the Charlotte family was better than he had imagined. His mother, Charlotte Lingling, didn't seem to be as cruel to her children as he remembered. While Ortolun was silent, Charlotte Lingling continued. If you treat that child as your own son, he will surely see you as his real father in the future. Such a relationship is already enough. I can consider myself a grandmother. When you have time, bring the child to let me meet him. Got it. Speaking of which, there's a good opportunity. I need a large amount of sea prism stone, so I plan to cooperate with Kaido. However, I have no contact with Kaido, so I want to ask you to help as a middleman. Set up a meeting or something. Everyone can sit down and have a meal together. I'll bring Ace along, and you can meet him too. Ortolun thought for a moment and said, if Ortolun had wanted to ask Charlotte Lingling to do something, this unpredictable mother would surely have made things difficult for him. Just like the last time he wanted to share his arms research results with her. However, this time, when Ortolun mentioned bringing Ace, Charlotte Lingling became interested on her own, and Ortolun didn't need to put in much effort to persuade her. After thinking for a moment, she said, all right, I'll help you arrange this. Just bring that little guy Ace along. After hanging up the phone, Charlotte Lingling seemed to think of something, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Meanwhile, Parasparrow curiously asked, Mom, what is making you so happy? Ha ha. Charlotte Lingling laughed and asked, if I remember correctly, Kaido has a daughter, right? How old is she? Yes, he has a daughter. She should be about 5 or 6 years old this year. Parasparrow recalled and said, 5 or 6 years old, huh? Charlotte Lingling stroked her chin and pondered. That is only 2 or 3 years younger than my great-grandson. It's not a big deal. Maybe a marriage that changes the pyro power structure could really fall on them. The Charlotte family's Big Mom pirates have a tradition of strengthening their influence and power through marriage and exchanging benefits. Charlotte Lingling had thought about marrying Kaido, but it wasn't really suitable. That old guy clearly had an interest in her, yet both of them were proud individuals, neither willing to give in. So Charlotte Lingling never planned to pair up with Kaido. After all, if that happened, it would be a problem of who would be the boss. And there weren't any suitable candidates under Kaido either, considering his daughter, now, seems to have potential. Chapter 190, Rayleigh, how about asking that guy Ben for help? In the following days, Charlotte Lingling didn't give a definite answer, and it was unclear whether she had talked to Kaido or not. However, Ortolun didn't intend to rush her. He wasn't in a hurry. On the third day, Virgo informed Ortolun that Lufield and Yumit had already set off and were heading towards G5, expected to arrive in half a month. Ortolun is calculating the time, estimating that he should wait until he meets with the 2 partners from the Dark World before he can see Kaido. Meanwhile, at Sabeti Archipelago in the first half of the Grand Line, in the number 13 Lawless Zone, at Shaki's bar. At this moment, an old woman with a snake staff, whose back is already hunched over, is talking to Shaki, while on the sofa in the bar, Rayleigh is gripping his bottle of alcohol with a furrowed brow, seemingly worried about something. This old woman is none other than the former Empress of Amazon Lily, Golosa. The current Empress of Amazon Lily has fallen ill with lovesickness and passed away early, so Golosa, the former Empress, has had to step in to temporarily manage everything on Amazon Lily. Boa Hancock. Shaki pondered for a moment after hearing the name and said, the next generation heir? That's right, the 3 Boa sisters are all heirs of our next generation of Amazon Lily, and Hancock has the most outstanding talent among them. Normally, when she comes of age, a hunting ceremony for the new Empress would be held, and she would take over as the next Empress of Amazon Lily. But now, she and her 2 sisters have been captured by a slave crew from our Amazon Lily, and we have been tracking them for a long time without finding any clues. Now, I really have no choice but to come to you, Shaki. Your intelligence network is much more powerful than ours. Golosa said with a heavy tone. This is indeed a big problem. Shaki also said with a bit of a headache. Although she has long since left Amazon Lily, she still cares about the affairs of Snake Island. In the original story, Shaki had traveled a long way with Rayleigh to help Hancock deal with the invasion of Blackbeard and the Navy. The slave trade is very deep, and those behind it are not ordinary characters. Even we don't have much understanding of the secrets involved. It is indeed quite challenging to find the Boas sisters among so many slave ships on the sea, Rayleigh said with a somewhat helpless tone. In the original story, Galosa had also sought help from Rayleigh and Shacky, but clearly, Rayleigh and Shacky were unable to solve the problem and never investigated where the Boas sisters had been taken. It wasn't until a few years later, when Fisher Tiger burned Mariejois and liberated the slaves there, that the Hancock sisters managed to escape from Mariejois, come to Sabeti Archipelago, and reunite with Shacky, who was hiding here, ultimately returning to Amazon Lily. Wait a moment, let me ask someone. After considering for a moment, Shacky took out a din mushy and began to contact her network to inquire about the situation. It's the slave crew active in the South Blue near the first half of the Paradise. Yes, the three sisters. Not very familiar with this aspect? All right, sorry to bother you. It was about a month ago. Have you already washed your hands of this business lately? I understand. Do you only handle business with Fishman Island? After contacting several people, Shacky had no gains and spoke with a somewhat helpless expression. My relationship with these slave traders is just average. Some of them really don't know anything, while others simply have no intention of helping, just stringing me along. Shacky and Rayleigh are not interested in slaves and have never meddled in these businesses. However, since they're also involved in the dark world, and Sabeti Archipelago is so chaotic, they still have some connections, but as Shacky said, it is merely average. Those slave traders would not pay much attention to her matters. Seeing that Shacky couldn't help much, Galosa's expression became somewhat desperate, and for a moment, she didn't know how to solve the problem. On the other hand, Rayleigh, who was drinking and thinking about things, spoke up after a moment of silence. Should we look for that guy, Ben? Ben? Shacky was momentarily taken aback before saying, that guy's influence is in the New World, right? I've heard he is quite powerful in the New World now, playing both sides, and everyone has to give him some respect. There are rumors on the street saying, better to provoke Whitebeard than G5. The upper echelons of the world government are the biggest clients of the slave trade, and beneath the holy land of Mariejois lie countless tragic slaves. Ben, being from the world government, might have some connections. Moreover, didn't you just say he is currently influential in both legitimate and illegitimate circles? His network's level and quality are far superior to ours. If he is willing to help investigate, perhaps there will be some results? Rayleigh explained, tapping the table with one hand. Galosa, now truly out of options, asked as if she had grasped a lifeline. The Ben you're talking about, is he Major Ben Ortolun from the G5 Navy base in the New World? That's him. Shacky nodded and then looked at the din mushy in her hand, saying, but our relationship with him isn't that good. Would he really be willing to help? Can't be certain. But trying won't hurt, right? Rayleigh said softly. After considering for a moment, Shacky, the boss lady, fiddled with the din mushy in her hand, and a signal wave was sent out. Meanwhile, at the G5 Navy base in the New World, in the military port, several warships that had obviously just experienced battle were slowly docking. As soon as the ships stabilized, the gangplanks were quickly lowered, and a large number of naval soldiers hurriedly rushed down the gangplank carrying stretchers. The stretchers were filled with severely injured naval soldiers. At this moment, Orton stood in the port, directing a group of medics to take over the wounded. Hearing the agonized cries of his subordinates, Orton felt a twinge of compassion. However, this was not the first time he had witnessed such a scene. In fact, this was a common sight in G5, reflecting the intensity of the front lines. Lord Bane, we should consider recruiting more medical ability users and talents to join our medical team in G5, said Tetsolo, standing beside Orton, looking at the situation with a sense of compassion. Ortolun nodded and said, of course I know at the conscription office, the treatment for any medical-related talent is generally higher. In fact, our G5 logistics medical level has far surpassed that of other conventional naval bases. Only the headquarters is stronger than us in this regard, but their capabilities come from hundreds of years of accumulation. At this point, Ortolun seemed to recall something. If you remember correctly, the abandoned island of Greenbit near Dressrosa should hide a healing-type devil fruit, which was later consumed by the little people as Princess Manchery. Perhaps we could find some time to let Doflamingo look for it. If found, G5's medical level should see a significant improvement. Besides that, we should also consider Trafalgar Law and his Ope know me for the future. With this in mind, Ortolun suddenly asked, by the way, I heard that during the last World Conference, the Drum Kingdom was originally one of the 50 parliamentary nations, but they temporarily gave up this right, allowing Alabasta to represent instead? The 50 parliamentary nations rotate every World Conference, and Alabasta shouldn't have been there this time, as they participated in the last one, which is against the rules. However, the Drum Kingdom, which should have been a parliamentary nation, gave up their rights this time, passing them to Alabasta, which is why Cobral could openly criticize the world government and the celestial dragons in Mariejois. That's how it is, quickly responded Virgo, who was sitting next to Ortolun. What reason did the Drum Kingdom have for giving up their parliamentary identity? Ortolun asked again. It said that the king of the Drum Kingdom is unwell and suffering from serious illness, unable to attend, hence the abdication, Virgo explained after some thought. I see. As a major medical nation, has the king's illness been treated? Ortolun inquired further. Virgo hesitated and said, I'm not quite sure, but probably not. If I remember correctly, about 2 months ago, I saw a related obituary in the newspaper. It seemed to be regarding the old king of the Drum Kingdom. So it's very likely he has passed away. Passed away? Ortolun raised an eyebrow and then said, let's verify that. If the old king has indeed passed, then the newly appointed Wapol is not a good thing. The entire Drum Kingdom will undergo a dramatic change. And it's a good opportunity for a large outflow of medical talent. If G5 can take advantage of this, our medical level should become more satisfactory. Chapter 191. The Battlefield of the Four Wars, Strategy for Hive Island. Wapol is a bit of an idiot. After inheriting the throne of the Drum Kingdom, he started messing things up to better enslave his people and prevent them from resisting his tyranny. He came up with an extremely absurd idea. He expelled all the doctors in the country, leaving only 20 who were willing to pledge loyalty to him, forming an organization called the 20 Doctors. This way, when the citizens fell ill, they would have no choice but to come to him for treatment, thereby controlling them and ensuring their compliance with his brutal rule. As we all know, the Drum Kingdom is a very influential nation in the international community, and this influence comes from its advanced medical technology. If there were a sanctuary in the medical field, the Drum Kingdom would certainly qualify as such. In Ortolun's understanding, every few years, the Drum Kingdom holds a grand medical conference, inviting renowned doctors from around the world to participate in exchanges. The nobles in Mariejois take pride in hiring doctors from the Drum Kingdom as their family physicians. When the celestial dragons have health issues, they occasionally summon renowned doctors from the Drum Kingdom for treatment. Many top experts in the Navy's medical department have emerged from the Drum Kingdom, demonstrating how advanced their medical development is. However, this medical powerhouse was quickly ruined by Wapol in the following years, with a massive outflow of top doctors overseas, losing its prestige as a medical nation. Nonetheless, the turmoil in the Drum Kingdom has amused the royalty of other nations. After Wapol implemented these ridiculous policies, many countries expressed support for him and secretly accepted the expelled doctors. From a certain perspective, Wapol is indeed a saint. He has caused suffering for his own country while benefiting others. Ortolun also plans to take advantage of the situation to strengthen the medical logistics of G5. By the way, please help me verify something. Is the newly appointed king of Drum Kingdom a devil fruit user? After thinking about something, Ortolun reminded Virgo. This guy Wapol is also a devil fruit user, specifically a paramecia type with the munch fruit ability, which is quite impressive. It has strong potential for both combat and resource production. In the original story, although Wapol was weak in terms of strength, he managed to create a large amount of alloy through this ability and relying on the production and sales of these alloys. He transformed from a down-and-out pirate into a wealthy man. With his immense financial power, he established a new kingdom in the South Sea and bribed the world government with a large sum of money to become one of the allied nations. He was even invited to participate in the World Conference in the year 1522 of the Sea Circle calendar. I must say, although this guy is quite a peculiar character, he does possess a certain level of ability. However, Ortolun did not know when this bastard Wapol became a devil fruit user. If he hasn't become one yet, then perhaps Ortolun also has a chance to obtain the munch fruit. If he could get his hands on this fruit, it would greatly help the development of G5. Although Virgo didn't fully understand Ortolun's intentions, he quickly agreed, saying, yes, I will verify it later. After ending this topic, Ortolun saw Smoker coming down from the ship. This guy's situation was not good. His arm was bandaged and hanging in front of his chest, clearly indicating a fracture, and there was a bandage on his forehead with some blood seeping from the corner. As a natural devil fruit user who graduated under Zifa as the top student, it was evident how intense the G5 military operation had been for him to end up like this in the New World. However, despite his serious injuries, Smoker still appeared to be in good spirits, looking energetic with bright eyes and an excited demeanor. Upon seeing Ortolun, he immediately saluted and said, Vice Admiral Bane. In private, Smoker would call him Senior, but in public he needed to maintain decorum and thus addressed Ortolun as Vice Admiral. Ortolun patted Smoker's shoulder and said with a smile, "How's it going? How's your injury?" "It's a minor injury, nothing serious. A bit of rest, and I'll be fine," Smoker replied with a grin. "And how do you feel?" Ortolun asked again. "I feel," Smoker thought for a moment and then said, "I feel pretty good. I must say, this place truly lives up to being the front line of the New World. The intensity of the battle really exceeded my expectations. Thankfully, Commodore Ikaku is strong enough to protect us. Otherwise, we might have faced complete annihilation this time." The target of this G5 Navy operation was a high-ranking member of the Hive Island Alliance led by Wang Ji and Silver Axe, with a bounty exceeding 460 million berries. Ikaku had been keeping an eye on this guy for a long time, but he had been active near Hive Island, and there hadn't been an opportunity to deal with him. This time, the intelligence agency reported that the guy had left the waters near Hive Island, so Ikaku immediately led a team to capture him. The situation and outcome of the battle had already been reported by Ikaku through a transponder snail before the fleet returned. So Ortolun knew that the guy had already been taken down by the G5 Navy. This was a significant blow to the pirate forces of Hive Island, which Ortolun planned to eliminate. Hive Island has a unique geographical position. It is located in the central sea of the New World, well-connected and bordering Kaido's sea territory, as well as Totland and the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It is also right on the edge of the G5 front line, making it a battleground. The Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Beast pirates seem to have a tacit understanding, treating Hive Island as their strategic buffer zone, with no one willing to provoke the two major pirates of the Wang Ji and Silver Axe Alliance. Ortolun wants to take down Hive Island for 3 reasons. The first reason is that Wang Ji and Silver Axe are both marked individuals on the Navy's wanted list, and they're also targets for all the Navy in the New World. Capturing them would be a significant accomplishment, no doubt about that. The second reason is the transportation environment of Hive Island, which is well-connected and has turned into a pirate paradise, which is indeed a waste of resources. If it could fall into the hands of G5, it might be possible to create a resource and commodity trading center for the New World. Ortolun cannot say that he will always only do business with the Big Mom pirates in Tato Land. The entire New World is a market he values. However, due to the current situation of G5, he is not able to tap into the rest of the markets very well. But if he can take Hive Island, he can take advantage of the convenience of the transportation environment to expand his channels. This is the second reason. The third reason is that Ortolun feels that it is somewhat unreliable to place Wang Ji and Silver Axe in such a contested area. A crucial island like this must have a trustworthy person in charge, because Hive Island connects the territories of the 3 top pirate crews in the New World. It is also a place with a lot of information. Once Whitebeard, Kaido, or Charlotte Linlin have any changes, the speed at which Hive Island receives the news will be much faster than that of other islands. Originally, that guy Moria planned to settle in the New World after finishing his business in the North Sea with Fervans. Hive Island is not far from G5, so if they can take Hive Island and let Moria station there, it would be a good situation. Then they can build a sea train track from G5 to there. With the current speed of the sea train, Moria would be quite safe because if you were to face any attack, G5 could dispatch troops in the morning and arrive by the afternoon. And what does this represent? It means that G5's aggressiveness will further increase in the New World. Hive Island is a contested area, and if G5 can deploy forces to Hive Island within a day, it also means that G5 can declare war on any of the 3 pirate crews within a day. In Ortolun's plan, after finishing the business regarding Sea Prism Stone with Kaido, and once Moria returns from the North Sea to finalize his business with Fervans, the G5 Navy will launch an attack on Hive Island. Just as Ortolun was thinking about these matters, the transponder snail he carried suddenly rang. He patted Smoker on the shoulder, took out the transponder snail, glanced at it, and waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse a bit so as not to disturb him while he takes the call. Once Virgo and the others had moved aside, Ortolun curiously answered the transponder snail, "Madam Shaki?" "Vice Admiral Bane, it's been a while." Shaki greeted him with a charming voice. Upon hearing such a friendly greeting, Ortolun rolled his eyes and replied, "I don't remember our relationship being this good. It seems you and that coding craftsman Old Ray have something to ask of me?" Chapter 192. As a Navy, it is reasonable for me to charge you 20 billion. Hearing Ortolun's words, Shaki on the other end of the line chuckled awkwardly. "Ha, little brother, your words sound a bit distant." Orton walked to a stone pier at the port and sat down, then said, "So, is it just to maintain our relationship, or is there something else you need my help with?" After hearing this, Shaki felt a bit helpless. After adjusting her emotions slightly, she spoke. "All right, we do have some matters to discuss, and we hope you can help us." 200 billion. Orton immediately said, "Shaki, After a brief moment of confusion, Shaki replied with surprise. What help have I even mentioned? And you already want 200 billion berries. Hey, you too. One is the former captain of the pirate crew of 9 Snakes, and the other is the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh. Both are notorious pirates. The last time we met, I didn't capture you, which I think was quite generous, right? I said I wouldn't bother you again. And I kept my word, didn't I? Now, as a Navy officer, I'm being sought after by you 2 pirates to do a job. Is it too much for me to ask for some payment? Orton said boldly. Then, without waiting for Shaki to respond, Orton added, as a member of the Navy, if I help you pirates, that would be a serious violation of our Navy's disciplinary regulations, and it would severely compromise my sense of justice. After that, I would have to face inner turmoil and scrutiny from headquarters. Without 200 billion, I couldn't even convince myself. This bar that extorts money should have you as the owner. After a moment of silence, Shaki gritted her teeth and said, this small amount of money, the boss Shaki probably wouldn't care about, right? Orton teased with a smile. Shaki has been extorting money on Sabeti Archipelago for so many years and running an intelligence business. And she used to be a big pirate captain. How could she not have some savings? 200 billion is not a small amount for her. But it certainly isn't crippling. It's just a bit annoying. The phone bug fell silent, and Orton was not in a hurry, still calmly saying, why don't you think it over? Contact me again when you made up your mind. After saying this, Orton prepared to hang up the phone bug. However, at this moment, Shaki spoke up. 200 billion is not impossible, but I can't just agree to it casually. You need to listen to my demands first. If you can really help us find out information or solve this problem, then this 200 billion, I will have old Ray personally deliver it to your G5. Ortolun calmly took a cigarette from his pocket, bit it, and with a flash of electricity, lit it up, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. He then smiled and said, Boss Shachi, you also have some connections in the dark world. As for me, Ortolun, I won't say much else, but you should be very clear about my credibility in business, right? It's precisely because you understand that you came to me, isn't it? Shachi smiled and replied, indeed, Ortolun had many flaws. He liked to ask for exorbitant prices, extort, enslave, and committed all sorts of evil. Not all like a righteous Navy. However, anyone who had cooperated with him knew that this guy got things done without delay when paid. His business credibility was quite good. Then, let us hear it. Ortolun raised an eyebrow and said, what do you need my help with? Upon hearing this, Shachi didn't hesitate and softly spoke, you know my identity, so you naturally know I come from Amazon Lily. This matter is related to Amazon Lily. Upon hearing this, Ortolun immediately understood. It was highly likely that Boa Hancock had gone missing. Sure enough, after Ortolun exhaled another puff of smoke, Shachi continued, to be honest, our heir from Amazon Lily has gone missing on Snake Princess Island. According to our investigation, she was captured by a passing slave-hunting team. But we have not found any relevant clues since. I heard that Major General Bain has considerable connections in the dark world and is quite well informed about the world government. So we wanted to seek your help to determine the current situation of our heir from Amazon Lily and where she is located. Ortolun responded with an acknowledgement and didn't say anything unnecessary. The boss lady, Shachi, continued to explain the situation. The heir to the Amazon Lily is a trio of sisters named Boa Hancock, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold. Hancock is the eldest at just 12 years old, exceptionally gifted, and was recently appointed as the next emperor's successor by the recently deceased emperor of Snake Island. The information Shachi provided wasn't very detailed, and Ortolun already knew what he needed to know, so he occasionally chimed in without much surprise. After finishing these details, Shachi asked, I want to confirm her location and situation. Can you provide assistance? I can't guarantee anything. Just wait for my news. Ortolun casually replied before hanging up the transponder snail. On the Sabeti Archipelago, Shachi looked at the disconnected transponder snail in his hand and then raised his head to look at Garoliasa, ultimately asking Rayleigh, do you think he could do it? Whether he can or not, it's still worth a try. We don't have a better way, do we? Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and shook his head. On the other end, after Ortolun hung up the transponder snail, he quickly called Doflamingo. At that moment, Doflamingo was happily eating hot pot and singing in Dressrosa. As soon as he saw Ortolun's call, he shivered and hurriedly asked his companion, Treble, what happened to the 30 billion berries we arranged to send to G5? It's already set off with the last batch of goods, escorted by Diamante himself. With our flag and G5's deterrence, there shouldn't be any problems, Treble quickly responded in his characteristic sticky voice. Doflamingo sighed in relief, adjusted his mood, and answered the transponder snail with a smile. Fu. Vice Admiral Bain, how can I help you? Ha ha. Ortolun laughed and greeted him before saying, Doflamingo, I want to inquire about something." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo felt completely relieved. Finally, it wasn't about borrowing money. After all, even with the vast wealth of the Don Quixote family, he couldn't bear an endless cycle of lending without repayment. As long as it wasn't about borrowing money, Doflamingo was in a good mood and replied with a smile. "What is it? If I remember correctly, your Don Quixote family is also involved in some slave trade, right?" Ortolun casually asked. He recalled that the Don Quixote family indeed dealt in such business. On the Sabati archipelago, they also had the employment agency supporting them. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo thought Ortolun was trying to get him into trouble. Although he did have some cooperation with Ortolun regarding slaves, those were imported pirates from Impel Down. With no human rights, anything could be done. However, Ortolun was a big shot in the Navy, and Doflamingo had some desire to clean up his image. What if the slave business displeased the Navy big shots? Therefore, Doflamingo immediately stated, "That's all old news, Vice Admiral Bane. Back when I was young and reckless in the North Sea, I didn't know what could and couldn't be done, which led to some slave trade. But since I was inspired by you and gathered under this banner of justice, I haven't done such things again. Our main business now is smuggling and acting as intermediaries." Seeing that Doflamingo was about to explain, Ortolun hurriedly said, "You misunderstood. I'm not here to settle old scores. I want to ask if you know of any slave-catching teams recently that have captured people from Amazon Lily in the Combelt? I'm looking for a trio of sisters." Doflamingo felt relieved upon hearing this. It wasn't about settling old scores. He immediately agreed, saying, "I have plenty of connections in that regard. I will help you inquire and find those people for sure." "That would be troublesome," Ortolun responded with a smile. He knew that the Hancock sisters would ultimately be sent to Mariejois, but that was just his impression. The world had changed so much due to his involvement. Like Doflamingo no longer engaging in the slave trade, there might be unexpected consequences. Perhaps the Hancock sisters wouldn't end up in Mariejois after all. Therefore, he considered his original impression while also planning to start with Doflamingo to see if he could resolve the matter. However, there was one concern. If he intervened and changed the fate of the Hancock sisters, would Hancock still obtain the perfectly compatible Paramecia-type sweet fruit? Chapter 193. Smoker. As long as I'm not punished, I don't mind paying fines. In the New World, in a certain sea area near the G5 jurisdiction, several warships with menacing cannons were escorting a luxurious-looking cruise ship. On the cruise ship's deck, the usurer king, Lew Field, clad in a fur coat, with a slick-back hairstyle and a cigar in his mouth, was gazing at the situation on the distant sea. Beside him stood another imposing man, the shipping king, Yumit, who was there to pay a visit to Ortolun. "Isn't this a coincidence? Just in time for G5's hunting?" Yumit asked curiously as he looked at the distant scene. In the distance, two pirate ships were frantically fleeing, while not far behind them, several warships were pursuing them. However, the warships didn't seem to be in a hurry. They occasionally fired a few cannon shots to intimidate and drive the pirates away. That should be the case. But nowadays, those pirates who dare to wander in the G5 jurisdiction are either incredibly bold or just clueless rookies. Lew Field chuckled. There's also the possibility of being G5's partners. But to be honest, I've been mingling in the New World for so many years, and there's really only G5 among the Navy that openly collaborates with pirates. Yumit remarked. After all, that person's identity is quite special. But even so, it's indeed a bit reckless. What surprises me even more is that the Navy headquarters seems completely unconcerned about his actions, Lew Field said, puzzled and amazed. Yumit didn't pursue this topic further and instead asked, "Do you need us to lend a hand? To block that group of pirates? I think it's unnecessary," Lew Field said softly. As he spoke, he saw a warship trailing behind the pirate ship suddenly emit a burst of white smoke. Then, the white smoke seemed to come alive, swirling like a white dragon, rapidly pouring out from the warship. In just a few breaths, it directly pounced onto one of the pirate ships. Then, a large amount of white smoke exploded, spreading out with a bang, enveloping the entire pirate ship. The white smoke appeared ethereal, but in reality, it had a strong binding force, visible to the naked eye, wrapping around the pirate ship like a rope. And in just a few moments, it twisted and broke the thick mast. The already beleaguered pirate ship suddenly lost power and came to a stop. Immediately after, the white smoke quickly condensed, transforming once again into a white dragon that soared from the pirate ship, seemingly to chase after another pirate ship. However, before the white smoke could leap out, a purple halo suddenly spread from the pursuing warship behind, enveloping the other pirate ship. The pirate ship, which had been frantically fleeing, began to tilt under this force, its bow gradually lifting out of the water. In no time, the entire ship was completely suspended above the sea, unable to move at all. Moreover, if one were close enough, they could observe that all the pirates on the ship seemed to be burdened by an immense weight, pressed firmly against the deck, unable to move. Is this the power of Lord Smoker, known as the G5's fierce tiger? Umit looked at the warship suspended in the air, his eyes filled with shock as he asked, I don't know, but it should be him for sure. Among the G5, only his power could achieve this. Lufield hesitated for a moment and nodded. With the pirate ship under control, the white smoke on the other ship no longer rushed to stop them, but instead formed a figure on the deck to begin attacking the panicked pirates. The sounds of gunfire and terrified screams quickly came from that direction, lasting for about 5 or 6 minutes. The pursuing warship also arrived beside the pirate ship, and at this point, Lufield and his fleet were very close to the combat area, allowing them to clearly observe the situation on the opposite side with the naked eye. In their line of sight, on the chaotic deck of the pirate ship, a young man biting 3 cigars and surrounded by white smoke was arrogantly standing on the back of what appeared to be the pirate captain. The pirate captain was bound by the white smoke, especially around his mouth and nose, turning red in the face, looking as if he was suffocating. Clearly, this pirate captain was not recognized by anyone. He must be an unknown rookie, another Logia user, right? Umit said with a hint of envy as he watched the scene. It must be a Logia user. The Navy really has a lot of talent. I feel like I haven't seen this one before, Lufield remarked. The young man looked very lively and energetic, suggesting he was quite young, perhaps having just joined the Navy not long ago. However, being a Logia user at such a young age and working under that person, as long as nothing unexpected happens in the future, he should become a prominent figure. Umit commented. Then, just as this promising figure was about to show off, Smoker's tall figure appeared in everyone's line of sight from the warship, followed by a barrage of scolding directed at the white smoke user on the pirate ship's deck. Smoker, Ishao angrily shouted at Smoker, who was a few meters above the sea. You bastard. How many times have I told you? When you make a move, don't be so rough. Especially don't excessively damage the ship. You broke the mast again. Do you know how much it costs to repair a broken mast? And a ship with its main components repaired will not sell for a high price. Originally, Smoker had a proud expression, but upon hearing this scolding, he shrank his neck and quickly suppressed his domineering aura, not daring to puff out smoke, and quickly explained, sorry, Admiral Ishao. However, Ishao didn't listen to these explanations at all, waving his hand and saying, there's no need for explanations. I've warned you before, yet you still made this mistake. So this time, your bonus and bounty are all canceled. I will distribute it as compensation to the other brothers. Hearing this, Smoker did not show any signs of discontent on his face. Instead, he felt a sense of relief and quickly saluted. Yes, thank you. As long as he doesn't get punished, he honestly doesn't care about the money. What he seeks in G5 is the feeling of fighting at the forefront, capturing a large number of pirates for justice. Everything else is unimportant to him. What G5's various rules and regulations are completely different from those of the headquarters. The violations inside are ridiculous. What does that have to do with him? He's not a serious person. He's one of the troublemakers in the Navy headquarters, known as the problem child. Compared to the complicated rules of the headquarters, Smoker loves G5's unruly style, free from all the annoying and headache-inducing regulations, doing whatever he wants. At most, they just deduct some money from his salary. It won't lead to him being taken away for a struggle session or put in confinement. After scolding Smoker a bit, Ishao then raised his hand, and with a snap, the mast that Smoker had broken cracked, and a 2-meter-long wooden stump flew up, landing in front of Ishao. Then, Ishao stepped onto this wooden stump, floating steadily as if he were standing on a flying device, leaving the warship and approaching Lufield and his fleet. Although Ishao only held the rank of Rear Admiral, he had been dominating in the G5 territory for many years, making a name for himself in the New World. Many notorious pirates have fallen into his hands. For example, the current warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, has suffered significant losses at Ishao's hands, so it would be disrespectful to not regard him highly just because he's a Rear Admiral. Lufield and Umit tidied themselves up a bit, wearing polite smiles as they stepped forward to greet Ishao. As Ishao approached, he wore an apologetic smile and said, Sorry, I hope I didn't make you two laugh. Our original task was to welcome you, but we happened to encounter some unseeing fellows on the way. That's right, Ishao and his men were not here to capture pirates. They were here to escort someone. It wasn't that Lufield and Umit were so high up that G5 needed to show them such respect. The main reason for this visit was that Lufield had brought along a massive sum of 200 billion berries borrowed from Ortolun. If they hadn't entered their territory, Ortolun wouldn't need to worry about being robbed. It wouldn't be his problem. But if someone brought money into your territory and then got robbed, where would that leave Ortolun's face? Therefore, Yixiao was specifically sent to wait here, guarding the 200 billion berries back to G5. Chapter 194. Yixiao. Making friends requires sincerity. The fleet composed of warships formed a protective formation ahead, leading Lu Field and his fleet forward. Yixiao remained on Lu Field's luxurious yacht, occasionally chatting with the two, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. Umit was also observing the surrounding sea conditions. This could be said to be his first time in G5's territorial waters in recent years, so he hoped to see the situation here with his own eyes. In his impression, G5 was located at the front line between the Navy and pirates in the New World, a sea area prone to conflicts, so it should be quite turbulent. However, after entering this jurisdiction, he found that the number of New World pirates seemed to have decreased significantly. Instead, he frequently saw merchant fleets flying the banners of trading companies passing through this sea area. Even those merchant fleets, upon seeing the G5 Navy fleet, would take the initiative to greet them, asking if the G5 Navy needed any assistance. The banners of these trading companies were quite familiar to Umit, as they belonged to a trading organization that had rapidly risen in the New World over the past 2 years. Their origin seemed to be within the G5 Navy jurisdiction, and their backer was the G5 Navy. Rumor had it that this trading company required its members to pay a substantial membership fee to the G5 Navy every year, and it was precisely because of these fees that they could safely navigate between the G5 jurisdiction and Totland. Any merchant ships flying their banner could contact the nearby Big Mom pirates and the G5 Navy for assistance when encountering navigation problems or difficulties. Nowadays, many big merchants in the New World wanted to join their ranks, but this trading company was quite exclusive and only nominated new members during their annual meetings. In other words, without some acquaintances and connections, it would be impossible to find a way in even if one wanted to pay to join. Seemingly noticing Umit's gaze and interest, Lu Field smiled and explained, "That is the fleet of the Atlantis Trading Company. I also have some related businesses affiliated with this company. Anyone who joins this trading company basically has their safety guaranteed in the New World, and it brings me quite a bit of profit each year. If I remember correctly, don't you have some smugglers under your command? If you're interested, I can nominate you to join during this year's internal meeting of the trading company." Very interested. Umit smiled and nodded. Nowadays, any business related to Lord Ben is of great interest to me. Hearing this, Yixiao laughed heartily and said, "There is no need to go through so much trouble. Once we arrive at G5, all you need to do is mention it to our base commander, and it's just a matter of his word." The G5 jurisdiction was still quite large. As night fell and the sun set, the fleet prepared to dock at an island ahead to rest for the night before continuing their journey the next day. At the current sailing speed, they would reach the G5 Navy base in about 7 days. As they approached the island where they would rest, Umit quickly noticed that in the harbor over there, the Navy flag was flying, indicating that this port was a military port with a Navy base established. There were even several warships docked outside the harbor. This surprised Umit. If he remembered correctly, there was no Navy base in this area, right? Wasn't this the trade port of the St. Call Kingdom? How did it change like this? I was here a few years ago. Umit asked in surprise. Lu Field was also puzzled, looking at the situation over there. Yixiao explained with a smile. "Our G5 has a military protection agreement with His Majesty the King of the St. Call Kingdom. The Navy here is our station troops from G5 with 6,000 naval combat personnel, equipped with 4 standard warships and 3 additional warships, responsible for protecting the St. Call royal family and their trade. This model is quite common within our G5 jurisdiction. Basically, every country has our station troops. Thanks to this system, the security issues in this sea area have been greatly alleviated in recent years. Sometimes we have to go outside our jurisdiction to hunt pirates because they are so rare." As the king of shipping, Umit was quite familiar with the distribution of sea area maps in the New World. After recalling a bit, he realized how significant this was. If G5 had stationed troops of this scale in every country within their jurisdiction, their control over their territory could be described as quite formidable. Moreover, wasn't the number of troops a bit strange? If every country had a similar stationed force, then G5 must have tens of thousands of troops just in these countries, right? Was this the military organization that a Navy base should have? Didn't anyone at the Navy headquarters find this strange? But he didn't want to meddle too much in such doubts. Yet the weight of Ortolun in his heart increased once again. His impression of Ortolun could generally be categorized as a big figure who plays both sides, relying on the Navy headquarters, possessing strong personal strength, and having stable relationships with the Totland and Big Mom pirates, as well as connections with numerous big figures in the Dark World. However, he didn't take Ortolun's position as base commander very seriously, at most. He thought that the combat power of G5 was a bit stronger than that of other navies, but he didn't know much more than that. Now, with this rough interaction, Umit felt that just the identity of the G5 base commander was already somewhat outrageous. This was not just some base commander in the New World. This was a warlord for the navy stationed in the New World. Did the combined military forces of all other navy bases in the New World not even match the strength of this big man, Ortolun? While Umit was pondering these thoughts, he then noticed that there seemed to be workboats laying something on the sea surface near the military port. As the boats approached, using the last bit of the sunset's glow, Umit could finally see what was happening. Those workboats appeared to be laying down floating train tracks on the sea. What was this? As the king of shipping, Umit was not unfamiliar with transportation tools. He knew that these tracks were necessary for train vehicles. However, these things were generally laid in countries with larger land areas, serving as major arteries between towns. Only relatively wealthy countries could implement such systems. Ordinary countries couldn't afford them. But why were they laying tracks on the sea? Could that kind of train run on the sea? Didn't that seem absurd? Xiao, what's the situation with these tracks? Umit quickly inquired, feeling that something was gradually slipping out of his control and understanding. Xiao looked over there and then smiled, saying, "This is the North Sea. No, it's the technology in the hands of the current king of Dressrosa, the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. It's called the Sea Train. As the name implies, it's a technology that allows trains to run on the sea. Da Flamingo has reached a cooperation with our G5 regarding the Sea Train and plans to conduct trial operations within our G5 jurisdiction. If it turns out to be successful, it may be laid out in more sea areas in the future." Hearing this, Umit broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed hard, asking, "Is there a big difference between these sea trains and land trains? Aside from the technology, they don't seem to be very different, right? They can still pull dozens of carriages and are much faster than our ships." Xiao pondered for a moment and then deliberately said this. Umit's mood instantly sank to the bottom upon hearing this. As the king of shipping, the most viable business he could offer was maritime shipping. Although the sea train could never completely replace the carrying capacity of ships if it were to become popular, the capacity of trains would undoubtedly have a tremendous impact on his existing business. This was a product that affected the very foundation of his standing. After thinking for a moment, Umit asked, "Sir Xiao, I have heard that Lord Bane has a very close relationship with Lord Doflamingo. Is that true?" Xiao thought to himself that this kid had taken the bait. It was worth bringing him here to see the sea train. With a calm smile on his face, Xiao replied, "Indeed, it is well known that my base commander has close ties with several of the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, we are all good partners under the world government. Then, would it be appropriate for me to ask Lord Bane to introduce me to Lord Doflamingo?" Umit inquired again. "My lord is always very generous and willing to help friends," Xiao said with a hint of meaning. Upon hearing this, Umit understood the implication. If he wanted Orton's help, he needed to become his friend, and how to become friends would depend on his sincerity. Sincerity is a very important thing. Chapter 195, Orton issues a date invitation. A few days later, at the G5 Navy base in Orton's office. At this moment, Orton was bent over his desk, busy with a large pile of documents. Just when Orton felt a bit thirsty, a pair of slender, fair fingers placed a cup filled with tea in front of him. Ortolun looked up and smiled, asking, "You're awake now?" It was Shiwan. She had nothing to do today and was lounging in Ortolun's office. This was one of her usual habits. Ever since Lugio arrived at G5, Shiwan would just stay with Ortolun whenever she had free time. Since Ortolun had been busy before, Shiwan didn't disturb him when she arrived and had taken a short nap on the sofa by herself. Shiwan yawned lazily and then curiously asked, "Why have you been so busy lately? It's completely different from your usual state, isn't it? Because you're trying to quickly handle the backlog of tasks and the things you need to deal with later?" Ortolun took a sip of tea and casually replied, "What is the rush for?" Shiwan casually asked again, "I might have to go on a long trip soon to meet Kaido." Ortolun responded first, then tentatively asked, "By the way, you haven't been very busy lately?" Ahem. Shiwan cleared her throat slightly, leaned against the bookshelf, and said somewhat awkwardly, "Lately, I haven't been too busy. That guy, Weasel, wanted to get some activity, so I handed my tasks over to him." Shiwan, like Xiao, was originally responsible for field work at G5, which meant hunting pirates. However, Ortolun, as the base commander, couldn't move around so freely. Shiwan felt that this might allow Lugio to take advantage of the situation, So during this period, she privately switched positions with Weasel. Now, Weasel was leading a team to eliminate pirates, while Shiyuan was stationed at the base, acting as a secretary. Of course, she was nowhere near as dedicated as Weasel, which made Ortolun feel like his workload had inexplicably increased recently. Ortolun didn't pay much attention to these things. After Jiyuan gave a response, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "How about we go out for a stroll together once I finish my work?" Stroll? Jiyuan's eyes lit up, but on the surface, she still pretended to ask casually, "What do you mean?" "Well, I was thinking that it seems like we haven't had a proper vacation together in a long time. Just in time, I'll be done with my busy schedule soon, and you've been free lately. So, we could just go out for a stroll, like we did back in the South Sea." Ortolun said, feeling a bit shy. He thought that last time Jiyuan told him to be bold and have more courage, it should have been a hint towards him, right? During this time, Ortolun had also pondered over his feelings, and he realized that he liked Jiyuan a bit more in terms of pure emotions because their interactions, understanding, and communication were more frequent, and they were more compatible in various aspects. On the other hand, he wasn't really a fool. How could he not understand the situation with Lu Jio's inexplicable enthusiasm during this time? Therefore, he had some small thoughts in his heart. If he could have it all, then why make a choice? He admitted that initially, he wasn't very focused on Lu Jio. Compared to Lu Jio, he paid more attention to Ace. As a descendant of Roger, Ace's talent was undeniable. Originally, in the story, Whitebeard planned to cultivate Ace as his successor. The reason why Carp could agree to such an outrageous arrangement back then was more about focusing on Ace, keeping Ace close, nurturing him well, solidifying his foundation aside from the Mera no Mi, and cultivating Ace's character and style to not be as reckless and impulsive as in the original story. Once these were well taught, with Ace's talent, he would definitely become a good hand in the future, a trump card left for Roger. And becoming Ortolun's trump card would be wonderful, right? Of course, this wasn't merely about using Ace. It was a complementary relationship. Therefore, currently speaking from a more utilitarian perspective, Ortolun believed that continuing to develop his relationship with Lu Jio and Ace would be very beneficial. And aside from these utilitarian thoughts, to be honest, Ortolun also enjoyed Lu Jio's care. Now when he goes home, he feels like a lord being taken care of for food and drink, with his daily life clearly arranged. When he flops onto the sofa, Lu Jio would come over to help him massage his shoulders, and that feeling was simply wonderful. Thus, Ortolun had already decided to embrace the bloodline traditions of the Charlotte family, learning from his mother, to be more flexible in the moral boundaries of marriage and romantic relationships, and to try more. After hearing Ortolun's words, Jiyuan initially wanted to act a bit reserved. But then she thought that her reserved act would be taken as an opportunity by that shameless woman Lu Jio. So Jiyuan immediately let go of those thoughts. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit restless lately. Going out for a stroll with you is not out of the question. Just the two of us? Jiyuan's fingers nervously twirled around the ends of her hair, pretending to ask casually. It could be just the two of us or three, depending on how you choose and accept it. Ortolun smiled and said, "Jiyuan, are you even speaking human language?" Her previously pleasant expression suddenly turned gloomy, and Jiyuan's gaze darkened as she said, "3 people? What exactly do you mean by a 3-person outing?" Ortolun, not yet reacting, said naturally, "If you want us to go out early and explore more, then this time you can set off with me. I'll take you to meet Ace. Just the 3 of us. First, we'll go see my mom and then talk to Kaido about the sea stone. After that, we'll head out for our trip." As Orton spoke, the originally shadowy gaze of Jiyuan quickly dissipated. "Ah, it's a misunderstanding. It's about that little guy, AC. Then it's nothing. I thought it was about that shameless woman Lu Jio." Speaking of which, although Jiyuan currently hates Lu Jio to the bone, she has no prejudice against AC. Perhaps she feels that if she were to hold a grudge against AC, it would make her seem too narrow-minded and childish. AC is not really involved in this. If it's just the 2 of them, then let's wait a bit longer. Once Kaido and I are done with our business, I'll bring AC back, and we can go out together then. Orton was still explaining to himself. However, for Jiyuan, going out with Orton a day earlier meant that Orton would not meet Lu Jio a day earlier. So after a moment's thought, before Orton could finish, she directly interrupted. "Let us go together. The 3 of us can go out for a stroll. I'm already tired of staying here." Seeing this, Orton nodded and said, "All right, you can prepare during this time. After I meet with Lu Field and Yumit, we should be ready to set off." At this moment, Jiyuan was also in a good mood and nodded, saying, "Got it, got it." Just then, the phone bug on Orton's desk suddenly rang, and both of them looked over. Jiyuan didn't recognize the appearance of the phone bug and casually asked, "Who is it?" "It's that one from Happy Street." Orton replied without thinking much. then picked up the phone bug and cheerfully asked, "Queen Stussy, it's been a while." Meanwhile, Stussy's charming voice came through with a hint of laughter. Has General Bane missed me during this time? On the other end of the phone bug, Ji-Yun's brows gradually furrowed in confusion. Where did this vixen pop up from? However, Orton didn't notice Ji-Yun's reaction and naturally teased, "Your Majesty, with a beauty like you, who wouldn't miss you?" It wasn't that he intended to give Ji-Yun a look, but Stussy's way of communicating was so frivolous that if you spoke to her seriously, she'd think there was something wrong with you. Hearing this, Ji-Yun's face twitched, and he shot a fierce glare at Orton, who then noticed and quickly waved his hand, signaling Ji-Yun to be patient. Sure enough, the next second, Stussy's tone became serious as she spoke, "General Bane, regarding the weapon deal we discussed earlier. It has been approved from above, and the partner is none other than the Big Mom Pirates." Ortolun finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your assistance in this matter. If there is anything you need my help with in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I have always been generous and loyal to my friends." Stussy chuckled a couple of times, and then, with a hint of significance, reminded him, "The situation on your side is quite dangerous, and I can't dare to ask you for help whether it's shipbuilding or anything else. Let's keep it clean. This time I helped you tidy things up, but if others find out next time, it could very well reach Mariejois. What have you done? If you keep it to yourself, no one will know, and the other party won't appreciate your kindness." Stussy understood this point very well. She had concealed some matters for Ortolun, and it was crucial for him to know that she had intervened, otherwise it would be pointless, right? Upon hearing this, Ortolun's expression became serious, showing no intention to deny or brush it off, as that would be too insensitive. With a hint of seriousness in his eyes, he said, "I must admit I overlooked some aspects. Thank you, Your Majesty, for covering for me. It's nothing. If you have time, just treat me to a meal." Stussy teased with a smile. "Definitely," Ortolun agreed. After hanging up the phone, Ortolun said to Guillaume, "Strengthen the supervision level at Shipbuilding Island. Have someone sweep through the beginning and end again to check if there are any internal issues." Guillaume's expression was serious as well. She didn't ask about Stussy and nodded earnestly. "Understood, I will arrange it right away." Chapter 196. The Grand Reconstruction Plan for G5. As Guillaume left the office to handle the details at Shipbuilding Island, at that moment in the port area of the G5 Navy, the fleet of Ichiji and the fleet of Lu Field were also entering the port in an orderly manner. Umit stood on the deck, observing the extensive construction taking place at G5, feeling quite emotional. When Ortolun took over G5, he had already considered the need for its reconstruction. The original G5 was not grand and lacked functionality. After all, it had been referred to as the naval trash can. No one allocated military funds, and everyone used the money they grabbed for food and entertainment. Who would waste time building a Navy base? Moreover, due to practical reasons, the G5 naval base had to adjust its location according to the new world as circumstances. You might finish building a new base today, only for it to need to be relocated tomorrow, making all efforts pointless. For Ortolun, he intended to turn G5 into a new naval stronghold, so he had to consider all the infrastructure and functionality of G5. However, initially, he didn't have much money and couldn't undertake such a large project, so he didn't start any work. During this time, G5 had begun to gradually undergo renovations, partly to cooperate with the warship transformation project that Master Tom was about to initiate here, which is a way to save money by doing it together. On the other hand, G5's capacity was indeed lagging behind its development. The island area of the G5 naval base was not small, but only a section on the southeast side had been developed, while most of it remained undeveloped forested land. In this G5 reconstruction plan, the entire island was to be developed, regardless of whether it would be used or not. Everything needed to be planned, and the buildings of the naval base would be relocated to the center of the island, constructing a justice fortress that could rival G1 and the Navy headquarters, Marineford. In addition to these fortresses, a large number of living areas were to be created. According to Marineford standards, the entire island's development was to completely eliminate productivity, meaning the island could only rely on external supplies for various materials and would not possess any production capability itself. This was actually quite normal. As a central institution, it shouldn't bear the pressure of productivity. These were responsibilities that islands developed in the Calm Belt had to bear. Here, it only needed to develop its economy, politics, military, and culture. Without production land, once the entire G5 island was fully developed, it was expected to accommodate the living needs of 2 to 3 million people. Of course, this merely satisfied spatial requirements. Having enough space didn't mean it could house that many people. The follow-up depended on whether various supplies could keep up with consumption. Otherwise, everyone would starve on the island. Therefore, G5's transportation requirements were also extremely high. The plan included laying at least 12 sea train routes and maintaining a long-term fixed transport fleet to stabilize the delivery of various necessary supplies, including but not limited to food and military equipment. However, these were all under ideal conditions. There was no need to rush at present. Currently, G5's capacity was just over 70,000 people, with a total of more than 50,000 in the lineup, including some infrastructure pirate laborers, naval families, and scattered personnel coming and going. This had basically maxed out G5's capacity. This was also a limitation that the previous base commander, Vice Admiral Wolf, had not considered when constructing G5. After all, he was just an ordinary base commander and never expected someone as ruthless as Ortolun would come along and plan to transform G5 from a trash can into a new navy. Outside the main island of G5, there were 3 smaller islands of a similar size to Dressrosa, which were not naturally formed. When Ortolun came here to take charge, these islands didn't exist at all. They were brought back by Ichiji during his exploration of the Calm Belt, intended to create a triangular satellite island surrounding the main island as 3 fortresses to protect G5's safety. These 3 islands were fully militarized, fortress-like structures, and their firepower coverage and saturation were very high. Because they were close to the main island, the sea depth was not exaggerated. So the plan was to build an underwater tunnel connecting these 3 islands with the main island, making it more concealed and secure. Of course, there would be ports and laid sea train tracks outside, and even warship modifications will be made to follow the main island of G5 at any time. However, all of this was still in the planning stage. None of the 3 islands had started development yet. The reasons were twofold. First, G5 could only accommodate 20,000 laborers right now, not because Impel Down lacked pirates to import, but because they couldn't support anymore. Second, Ortolun lacked funds. So these developments could only be done step by step, starting with the main island. Once there was money, the various facilities in these grand plans would be gradually implemented. Although the reconstruction of G5 was just beginning, Umit could feel from the bustling situation that this place was full of vitality and hope, a growing and expanding island. As Umit was pondering over various thoughts, the ship finally came to a steady stop. The gangway was quickly lowered, and their group finally set foot on the land of G5. There was no one there to welcome them. The port looked a bit chaotic. Ishao awkwardly said, "Sorry. We've been quite busy lately in G5, and the port is a bit messy due to the transportation of various supplies." No. Lu Field waved his hand and said, "That's exactly why it feels so vibrant and full of life." Ishao led Lu Field and Umite through the port, heading towards the base, introducing various matters along the way, and the atmosphere remained quite pleasant. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of the base. Under Ishao's guidance, they took the elevator to the top floor. Well, to be honest, this naval base did lack grandeur. It was only 5 stories tall. After knocking on the door of Ortolun's office, Ishao pushed the door open after receiving a response from inside and said, "Base Commander, Mr. Lu Field and Mr. You might have arrived." Of course, Ortolun had already received the news long ago, although Ishao didn't notify him. As soon as their group disembarked at the port service personnel had already reported it. However, he still pretended to be somewhat surprised and smiled as he greeted them, saying, "So you finally arrived? Please come in." It was only then that Ishao stepped aside, allowing Lu Field and Umit to enter. Lu Field and Ortolun had communicated on Cake Island, so they were relatively familiar with each other. As soon as he saw Ortolun, he smiled and quickly stepped forward, extending his hand and saying, "Major General Bain, it's been a while since we last connected." Ortolun remained seated in his office chair, smiling as he shook hands with Lord Field, saying, "You still look so energetic, my lord." Meanwhile, Umit was observing Ortolun. He had heard about this big shot for a long time, but it was his first time meeting him in person. It was somewhat unexpected for him because Ortolun had a rather fierce reputation. Known as the commander of the Trashcan G5 Navy base, the 5th son of Charlotte Linlin. A natural monster, a user of the Thunder Fruit, and one of the most untouchable figures in the New World, among other things. Additionally, having seen Ortolun's photos, Umit had always subconsciously thought of him as a somewhat rough, irritable, yet cunning person. However, upon seeing Ortolun, he felt none of the imposing and beastly aura he expected. Instead, it was like a breath of spring air. Chapter 197, The Strength of the King of Shipping. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Ortolun, Lu Field aptly introduced, "Admiral Bain, this is my good friend Umit, whom I said I must introduce to you. Upon hearing this, inMoon stepped forward, shook Ortolun's hand, and warmly said, "Nice to meet you, Admiral Bane. Ha ha, I mentioned you to Mr. Field, and I'm very much looking forward to your arrival." Ortolun responded with a smile. After a simple greeting, Ortolun stood up, invited the two to sit down, and then took out some tea leaves from the cabinet behind him, personally brewing tea for them. He did not return his office chair, but instead sat on the sofa opposite them and continued to chat casually. During the conversation, Lou Field mentioned the 200 billion berries in cash he had brought, and Ortolun sincerely thanked him. Lou Field then began to get to the point after chatting for a bit, saying, inMoon insisted on meeting you because he believes you might have use for him, and he particularly wants to contribute. Ortolun's face wore a faint smile, and he responded cheerfully, "You say that, and I feel a bit embarrassed, but I do hope that Mr. inMoon can help me with something." Ortolun didn't act pretentiously. Just because inMoon came to him proactively, he didn't put on airs or try to pressure him. He immediately expressed that there were indeed things they could cooperate on. Without waiting for the two of them to speak further, Ortolun continued, "I believe Your Excellency inMoon has already learned some things. Our G5 has some business that comes from the North Sea." inMoon quickly nodded and said, "I have learned some, and this is the main reason I came to visit you today. Recently, there have been a large number of goods from the North Sea being transported to Totland for sale, and the business is very booming. At first, I found it strange who could have the capability to connect the business from the North Sea with Totland. After some inquiries, I realized that you were behind this, and it suddenly made sense. I have been wandering in the New World since I was young, and I am a native of the New World. I know how tough it is here, due to the pressure of the climate and environment. Our resources in the New World have always been quite scarce, and the lives of the people have been somewhat unbearable. The business route you open has greatly improved the living standards of us New World people." Following that, inMoon praised Ortolun, making it seem like a profitable business was being portrayed as if Ortolun was spending money on charity. This endeavor has brought so much convenience to the people of our New World. As a local, I also particularly want to contribute to your business. If you need anything, please feel free to let me know. inMoon ultimately summarized like this and handed the conversational power back to Ortolun. He didn't mention wanting a specific share, but directly expressed his attitude, letting Ortolun arrange things as he saw fit, implying he would accept whatever arrangement was made. This was quite perceptive and improved Ortolun's impression of inMoon. Indeed, those who can rise to high positions in the chaotic and mixed relationships of the dark world are all very clever individuals. Ortolun raised his teacup and took a sip before saying, "You know, Your Excellency, the business between the North Sea and Totland is not lacking in sources. The Don Quixote family has been deeply rooted in the North Sea for many years, with great power and influence. As long as we want, the supply can be absolutely stable and rich. However, both we at G5 and the Don Quixote family have shortcomings in terms of transportation capacity. After all, we are not professionals in this line of business, and currently, the limiting factor for this business is indeed transportation capacity. We have already addressed all other factors, which is evident." inMoon did not respond, but wore an attentive and serious expression, nodding at Ortolun. "When Mr. Field told me that the friend he wanted to introduce was the renowned shipping king of the dark world, I was somewhat surprised. Once we help each other, leveraging your massive transportation capacity, along with our resources and connections, this business can expand significantly and elevate to several levels. Don't you think so, Your Excellency inMoon?" Ortolun asked with a smile. "You are right. I came today to utilize these advantages," inMoon replied without hesitation. "I must admit, I don't quite understand the business you are handling. What is your current situation regarding transportation capacity?" Ortolun suddenly asked with raised eyebrows. "To be honest, I currently directly control a total of 200 transport ships. Additionally, I have nearly 2,000 transport ships from various ship owners that depend on my connections to make a living, which means I have about 4,000 ships in total." inMoon began to showcase his strength, confidently introducing his situation. Before Ortolun arrived, he had some superficial understanding of inMoon, knowing that he had many ships. But he did not expect his strength to be so formidable. What does having 4,000 transport ships mean? The Atlantis Chamber of Commerce, supported by G5, has gathered the strength of many big merchants from the New World, and in total, this chamber has fewer than 600 ships. Yet inMoon personally controls 4,000 transport ships, nearly 7 times more than the Atlantis Chamber of Commerce. It can only be said that the saying holds true. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The title of King of Shipping is indeed well-deserved, and his strength is formidable in terms of transport channels, as long as inMoon can withstand the remaining pressure from others. He truly has the ability to disrupt anyone's business in the new world. No wonder he dominates the dark world with an absolute advantage in smuggling and transport. Ortolun couldn't help but praise him. After hearing this, Yumit's confident expression quickly faded, and he became humble again, continuing, "Although I have nearly 4,000 transport ships, the vast majority have fixed tasks. While I would love to fully commit to our cooperation, the reality does not allow it." Ortolun can fully understand his words. Even when Umit said that some of his transportation businesses are running at a loss, Ortolun believes it. Because at this level, while making money is still important, industry influence is also a very significant factor. Therefore, there are some transportation channels that Umit must grit his teeth and persist with, even if they're losing money. And he cannot change them. Orton did not expect to contribute all the ships under his command to cause trouble together. Now, on the North Sea and the Totland International route, the Don Quixote family has collaborated with G5, managing to squeeze out all the available ships, which total less than 200, mostly small and medium-sized transport vessels. The shipping capacity is indeed lacking compared to the weight of the business. In contrast, with Yumit's vast shipping capacity, as long as this guy puts in a little effort, the business will surely reach a new level. Your Excellency Yumit, I won't say anything unnecessary and we'll get straight to the point. If we are willing to relinquish our interests in the North Sea and Totland route, what is the maximum shipping capacity you can provide in this cooperation? Orton asked after pondering for a moment and tapping his fingers on the table. Yumit was naturally well prepared, but he had estimated that he should first discuss the details with Orton, consider the division of interests, and negotiate specific matters before reporting his own capacity. He did not expect Orton to suddenly deviate from the norm, not providing any effective information and instead asking him to reveal his bottom line, leaving Yumit somewhat at a loss. However, looking at Orton's deep-set eyes and the confident aura surrounding him, Yumit took a deep breath and decided to be honest with Orton. 1/10. Yumit extended his finger and said, "Currently, the total number of transport ships I can mobilize reaches 400. Orton listened to this and felt that the gap between people was reflected in moments like this. The shipping king could allocate 1/10 of his capacity, which was already more than double the capacity that he and the Don Quixote family could muster together with all their efforts. After a moment of silence, Orton said, "Currently, I take 50 of the profits, the Don Quixote family takes 30, and Totland takes 20. If I want you to bring in all 400 ships, how much do you want?" The time for honesty had passed. Now, it was a negotiation involving interests. Naturally, Orton couldn't just tell Amit the truth right away. In reality, this business was split 70-30 between him and Doflamingo, with Totland receiving nothing. The fact that they could enjoy a large amount of sufficient supplies was already a developmental bonus. However, Orton still allocated 20 to Totland in order to lower Umit's asking price as much as possible. As for accusations of fraud, how could this be called fraud? I, Orton, also have the blood of the Charlotte family flowing through me. So, representing Totland with 20, totaling 70, is completely consistent with the facts, right? Chapter 198. You can't just take advantage of little Doflamingo alone. If calculated by shipping capacity, Umit's claim of 50 could be justified. But in this matter, shipping capacity was not the most critical factor. The smuggling business from the North Sea to Totland hinged on two key elements: the influence of the North Sea and the influence of the New World. Only if these two standards were met could the business operate. Otherwise, can you buy goods from the North Sea in large quantities at cost price? Even if you successfully obtained a large amount of goods from the North Sea, can you guarantee that Charlotte Lingling would buy from you in the New World? If she doesn't take your life, that would already be a surplus of goods for you. Umit understood this principle very well. If he didn't join this business, Orton and Doflamingo would merely develop 2 years later. If he joined, it meant everyone could make a lot of money together, and there was no particular need to rely on him. Thus, it was Umit who eagerly came to seek a path from Orton, considering the sea train project he saw along the way, which was fundamental to his business. According to Xiao, he was not yet Orton's friend, and whether he wanted to become Orton's friend depended on sincerity. How to show sincerity? By giving money? Although he was the shipping king, he truly didn't have as much money as Roadfield, who had sent 200 billion berries in cash to G5. How could Umit compete with that? He couldn't take out more than 200 billion, and less than that wouldn't be impressive, which was quite awkward. Still, in matters concerning industry influence and the essence of business, even if it meant losing money, one had to participate, let alone now when it was merely about giving concessions and earning less. Therefore, after a brief moment of thought, Umit raised a finger and said, "For the 400 ships, I want 10 of the profits. Do you think that's appropriate?" Ortolun was indeed a bit surprised upon hearing this. Although the two elements of this business are influence, the value of 400 ships made umMeet's request for a 30% cut, something Ortolun felt could be negotiated. After all, umMeet's scale was considerable. Initially offering 400 ships meant that it would be reasonable to add more later if things developed well. This would allow for better business expansion and help G5 quickly relieve financial pressure and move towards profitability. However, he didn't expect this guy to ask for such a low price. Only 10%? Maybe you should let Doflamingo take care of that 10%. A malicious thought flashed through Ortolun's mind. Initially, he thought umMeet would ask for 30%, he would negotiate down to 20%, and then split the remaining 10% with Doflamingo. Now that it was only 10%, there was no need to split it, right? Doflamingo should be able to handle it, right? However, this malicious thought only flickered in Ortolun's mind before he abandoned it. Being honest is important. His reputation and credibility in business were significant. Doflamingo had been a partner for so long, and he took his role seriously, never resorting to petty tricks. As a big brother, he shouldn't always think about taking advantage of his little brother. If he burned Doflamingo, who would be his little brother in the future? Forget it. I'll take on 0.5. Ortolun calculated in his mind, but then felt that such a division would be thankless and make him seem stingy. It would be better to take it all and earn Doflamingo's goodwill. These thoughts happened in an instant. After just 2 notions, Ortolun decided not to negotiate with umMeet anymore. He was offering 400 ships and asking for only 10%. Negotiating further would be rather inconsiderate. Perhaps they could cooperate again, but he guessed it would be just this once. At the same time, he decided not to let Doflamingo share any pressure. This 10% that umMeet wanted would come directly from him, Ortolun. I see we're quite compatible in our discussions, and since Mr. Field introduced us, today is our first collaboration. I and Ortolun also have to keep some face in this line of work. You said 10%, and if I negotiate again, that would really be bullying. Ortolun set down his teacup and extended a hand. umMeet quickly shook Ortolun's hand vigorously and said, "Thank you, General Bane, for your support." Support is too much to say. I hope for a pleasant cooperation and mutual progress, Ortolun replied with a smile. Next, the two sides moved into discussions about some details, such as how to proceed with the cooperation, the handover, financial management and supervision, annual revenue, route arrangements, and ship modifications. Speaking of ship modifications, Ortolun was even more eager to meet Kaido. With 400 more ships, it would be impossible to navigate through the windless zone without incorporating that seastone technology, and adding it would require a massive amount of seastone, which G5 had none left. They couldn't squeeze any out. However, although he felt anxious inside, Ortolun maintained a light-hearted and pleasant conversation with umMeet and the others. Once the atmosphere became more amicable, umMeet asked, "General Bane, speaking of which, I've previously had some business collaborations with Lord Tenyasha." "Yes, Doflamingo mentioned it to me, saying that after entering the New World, he had quite a few businesses relying on your transport capacity." Ortolun nodded. As for the previous cooperation between the Don Quixote family and umMeet when they were in the North Sea, it was purely commercial. Doflamingo at that time was not quite on the same level as a big shot like umMeet. The New World, without a doubt, was where Doflamingo would transform and thrive. Originally, in the story, he developed rapidly in the New World, going from a small tyrant in the North Sea to one of the kings of the Dark World in just a few years. After that, umMeet found it hard to keep pace with Doflamingo. Now, the Don Quixote family had just entered the New World not long ago. While they had established roots, they had not yet built connections. Their cooperation with umMeet was merely a standard business arrangement. The top brass on both sides had indeed never sat down to get to know each other properly. umMeet first humbly expressed himself, then asked, "Now that I'm part of your collaboration, I consider myself to have genuine relations with Lord Tenyasha. Since we are both partners, I can't just visit you without visiting him. That would be quite inconsiderate. So, I was wondering if you could introduce me to Lord Tenyasha?" Of course, of course. Ortolun was quite satisfied with umMeet's attitude this time. He recognized his friend and had no intention of making things difficult for him. After agreeing, Ortolun continued, "To be honest, I have a very close relationship with Doflamingo. Now that we are friends, I can still have a word with him. If you have anything you want to discuss with him, I can help facilitate." umMeet thought to himself, "I've made so many concessions and shown so much sincerity in terms of benefits, waiting for this very sentence." So he beamed with a bright smile and said, "If you say that, I won't hold back. On my way here, I saw a very novel technology. My friend mentioned it's called the Sea Train, a project in Lord Tenyasha's hands, and it's currently being prepared for deployment in our G5, right? I'm very interested in this technology and business, but I wonder if you think it would be suitable for Lord Tenyasha? The Sea Train commercial project, from technology to deployment, was essentially led by G5 behind the scenes, with Doflamingo serving as the figurehead and legal representative just for show. Of course, this business was clearly a promising venture, and they couldn't let Doflamingo get no benefits at all. He couldn't just bear all the blame. Therefore, in this business, Ortolun generously allocated a 10% profit share to Doflamingo. This 10% was essentially a gift since Doflamingo didn't need to do any work. He just had to take on the nominal responsibilities. So overall, this was something that Ortolun could decide on his own. Umit wanting to get involved was also beneficial for Ortolun. The deployment of the sea train was a long process because it was a type of infrastructure project. While this business had broad prospects, the return cycle was relatively long. However, both Umit and Ortolun were not focused on the profitability of the sea train. Rather, they valued its influence. Umit was interested in the massive transport capacity of the sea train and its impact on his shipping business. However, due to Doflamingo's influence and the deterrent power of Ortolun standing behind him, Umit dared not use underhanded tactics against the sea train. Since he couldn't defeat it, he had to find a way to join in. This way, his influence in shipping would not only not decline, but might even rise due to the sea train. Ortolun values the increased control and efficiency brought by the sea train laying. Originally, it would take his army 10 days to half a month to reach an island. But once the sea train is laid, they can set off at any time and arrive in 1 or 2 days. This influence and concept are what he values more. Compared to this, profit is secondary. If Umit is willing to join, Ortolun is definitely willing to let go of the profits. Only seeking to spread the sea train as quickly and effectively as possible, maximizing coverage within the same time frame. It's not just Umit. If Field is willing to invest, Ortolun would support that as well. In Chapter 199, Field's ambition and Ortolun's thoughts are discussed. Ortolun gave Umit a very affirmative response regarding the sea train, encouraging him to talk to Doflamingo, assuring him he would help negotiate. Although they will cooperate on this matter, Ortolun's trust in Umit is limited. So he intends to keep a low profile and use Doflamingo as a cover. After discussing the sea train with Doflamingo, Umit had no further demands, and the conversation shifted back to Field. Field came to see Ortolun partly to recommend his friend Umit and partly to assess the situation in the G5 jurisdiction. Along the way, he has indeed felt that even though G5 is at the front line of the New World, where the Navy and pirates clash, due to Ortolun's strong style, G5's combat strength, and the deterrent effect of his connections and influence, it has become a relatively safe maritime environment. He now needs to find such a place. Only in a safe environment can prosperity flourish. Unlike other seas, the rise and fall in the New World happen extremely quickly. Once a sea area suddenly stabilizes, it will rapidly attract various resources from the entire New World, subsequently leading to a surge in population, economy, culture, etc., developing at a pace far exceeding other seas, creating an astonishingly prosperous environment. Similarly, once prosperity faces safety issues, it can collapse quickly. The resources and capital flowing in will not hesitate to withdraw as soon as they sense danger, causing a once prosperous sea to decline in a very short time. All of this is due to the unstable situation in the New World, making capital very flexible, focusing on short, flat, quick approaches. The current Totland, for example, has stabilized rapidly due to the presence of the Big Mom pirates and Charlotte Lean's reputation, allowing it to absorb the essence of the New World at a crazy pace to continuously grow. A clear demonstration of this is that Ortolun is eager to collaborate with Charlotte Lean. From Field's perspective, there is a similar development trend within G5's jurisdiction. For instance, today, Umit actively sought cooperation, which is a clear signal. Once such a big player moves, it becomes an additional influence, and soon a large group will follow suit. Once the windfall is opened, G5's jurisdiction will flourish rapidly like Totland. Any relatively strong nation in the New World has risen in this manner. Therefore, Field is very keen to invest here. His loan shark business also needs diversified development. He understands that different industries are like mountains apart, so his so-called diversification mostly revolves around capital lending as the core project. This includes the entertainment and gambling industry. Indeed, the largest gambling island in the New World, Gambling Island, is under Field's ownership. However, due to its geographical location, Gambling Island is situated in the western seas of the New World, deep in territory that was originally Shiki's domain. During Shiki's rise, it was relatively safe and stable, so it developed well. Later, after Shiki fell, it inexplicably became Whitebeard's territory. which was also considered stable under Whitebeard's protection. The trouble arises from its proximity to Kaido's territory. Currently, the Beast Pirates are aggressive and often clash with the Whitebeard Pirates due to Kazuki Oden's influence. Although neither Kaido nor Newgate has taken the field personally, no one can be certain about the trends. After all, if Whitebeard and Kaido were to engage directly, once a fierce conflict erupts with their abilities and strengths, it would be easy for them to turn a sea upside down. Thus, in Lufield's view, Gambling Island is no longer safe or stable. It could fall at any moment. As the core derivative of his loan shark business, he needs to find a secure place to replicate Gambling Island's glory. In this context, the G5 waters, ruled by the emerging big boss Ben Ortolun, have become Lufield's top choice, especially compared to the more chaotic pirates. Although Ortolun has a notorious reputation, it is still more trustworthy than pirates, as anyone who can make a name for themselves in the New World cannot be a good person. Therefore, Lufield is eager to find a place within G5's jurisdiction to establish an entertainment city, and it is clear that this cannot bypass Ortolun. After all, without Ortolun's endorsement, who would dare to go to an entertainment city located in G5? Thus, after concluding the matter with Yumet, Lufield subtly brought up this idea, and Ortolun naturally supported it. Ortolun has always wanted Tezolo to replicate the successful route from his original story by establishing a golden city and becoming a wealthy tycoon. However, there are two difficulties. The first is that Tezolo is now a member of the Navy, and many people know this. He is also Ortolun's chief steward, indispensable to G5. If Tezolo were to establish a golden city, it would be obvious that this is G5's doing, and how could the world government not intervene? The second difficulty is the issue of startup capital. Although Ortolun has been considering the substantial gold reserves available on Sky Island, those reserves are meant to deal with sudden crises from a navy. For example, if one day, when they are not prepared, a conflict arises with the world government, the immense reserves from the Land of Gold can play a crucial role, allowing them to withstand the Navy for a year or two. With this buffer, many problems can be solved. Therefore, although Ortolun initially considered using the Land of Gold as a startup capital, plans often change. At this point, he considers the Land of Gold more as a last resort insurance. If he does not consider using the Land of Gold's funds, then, with G5's current debt situation, trying to initiate the Golden City plan seems like a pipe dream. Thus, although Ortolun has been contemplating this, there has been no substantial progress. His original idea was to postpone things and think them over when there was a chance later. However, today Lufield suddenly brought up related matters, giving Orton more inspiration and ideas. If Tezolo is inconvenient to show his face, could Lufield be a more suitable choice? Let him, like Doflamingo, represent G5 and stand on the stage of Golden City as a decoy and cover. Meanwhile, G5 is short on funds. But this big money man is not lacking in cash. If he is willing, the plan for Golden City can be launched at any time. However, aside from these favorable factors, a very difficult point is that Orton cannot trust Lufield like he trusts Tezolo. This is because Tezolo helped him during the most painful period of his life, saving him. And at that time, Tezolo had not yet turned to the dark side. Now he lives a happy life with Stella, and overall his character is still just bright and kind. As for Lufield, this guy is the king of loan sharks in the dark world. What good can you expect from him? The reason he is so respectful and polite to Orton now is that Orton has the means to keep him in check, but this is still limited to the surface, with no deep restraints. Therefore, once the interests are substantial enough, or if the world government investigates something, Orton feels that it is very reasonable for a wolf like Lufield to betray or stab him in the back. Thus, there must be means to truly restrain Lufield, using both rewards and threats to completely control him before Orton can let him go do this. Fortunately, Lufield currently only has an idea. To truly implement such a big matter, it cannot be done in a few years. So Orton still has room and time to think and ponder thoroughly. After that, Yumet and Lufield stayed at G5 for 3 days, during which Orton's relationship with the two of them became closer. When both sides felt it was about time, they voluntarily proposed to take their leave and left G5, marking a temporary conclusion to matters concerning them. Chapter 200. Offer Your Heart. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, Carp took a long vacation to rest in the East Sea, actually to take care of his newborn grandson. Yes, there is no difference from the original story. The new child of destiny was indeed born in the East Sea, and Dorag named him Luffy, leaving him in his hometown, Windmill Village, to be cared for by Carp. After Ortolun learned about this matter, he didn't pay much attention to it. Although he always joked that the kid would become the child of destiny in the future, In reality, Ortolun didn't take it seriously at all. If destiny were really that powerful, then everyone should just stop working, lie down, and wait for time and destiny to arrange things, right? Why bother putting in effort? Ultimately, Ortolun still believed in himself, firmly adhering to the idea that one must rely on oneself. In June of the 1503rd year of the Sea Circle calendar, Ortolun and Jiwen left the G5 Navy with Ace. This was because his mother, Charlotte Linlin, had finally set up a meeting with Kaido. The location being an island named Flatter, deep in the New World, on the edge of Kaido's territory. Upon learning the location, Ortolun wasn't surprised. Kaido seemed carefree, but was actually quite cautious. For this meeting, both Charlotte Linlin and Ortolun would attend, and their relationship was quite complex. So Kaido would definitely be on guard. Although they pretended to be meeting to discuss business, if they arrived and teamed up to take down Kaido, he would be in a bind. Therefore, when it came to the final discussion of the meeting place, Kaido firmly insisted on meeting on his territory, which gave him more assurance. In contrast, Charlotte Linlin and Ortolun seemed more casual. If the two of them showed up together, there truly wasn't a place that could hold them back, at least not one that Kaido had the capability to manage. Thus, after Kaido made his request, the two quickly agreed. At this time, on the route to Flatter, a sun lounger was placed on the deck of the warship, and Ortolun was lying on it, reading a Navy internal publication. This publication was still the same as before, containing some internal Navy news to inform various bases. Essentially, 90% of the content was something Ortolun had already heard about, such as the former G8 Navy base commander, Kazan, who had now stepped down from that position, which was taken over by Rear Admiral Jonathan. Ortolun knew Jonathan. They had met a few times at headquarters. Jonathan was mature and steady, and in terms of ideology, Ortolun felt he had a dove-like demeanor, but in reality, he was a member of a neutral faction. What was even more peculiar was his good relationship with Sakazuki. They were good friends and often seen hanging out together. If nothing unexpected happened, Jonathan's appointment as base commander was not a trial like Kazan's, but a formal appointment, and he would likely be the leader of the G8 Navy base for a long time. This was actually the pursuit of many Navy admirals. Although being at headquarters allowed for closer access to the core of power, the competitive pressure was also high. In comparison, being able to find a base like Ortolun and Jonathan and work steadily, there was akin to being a warlord. Aside from routine inspections by headquarters every once in a while, the rest of the time, they were the bosses. With Kuzan returning to headquarters, Ortolun figured that apart from rotations, he probably wouldn't leave headquarters much in the future. His qualifications were now sufficient, and he had the grassroots work experience. His strength might not have reached its peak yet, but there was still time. He could hang around headquarters and wait to be promoted to Admiral in the future. It was unclear whether headquarters was intentionally arranging something, but as soon as Kazan returned, Sakazuki quickly resumed his duties as the G1 base commander and was promptly sent to the New World. If Ortolun remembered correctly, this was already Sakazuki's third time serving as G1 base commander. From this perspective, Sakazuki's qualifications were indeed more impressive than Kazan's, and it was not without reason that he could strongly compete with Kazan for the position of Fleet Admiral, even with Kazan's support during the Warring States period. Compared to Kazan and Sakazuki, Pallisolino had been like a transparent person recently, making no noise and quietly stationed at Punk Hazard as the commander of a scientific unit. However, Ortolun thought that perhaps this was the kind of life Pallisolino wanted, punching in, drinking tea, reading the news, and having no worries. Even whether he could become an admiral in the future, Pallisolino probably didn't care much. In the internal publication, aside from personnel changes, there were a few other matters, two of which caught Ortolun's attention. First, the relatively wealthy Oikote Kingdom in the East Sea faced a large-scale pirate invasion, unprecedented in decades. This piracy was not initiated by a single pirate crew, but involved dozens of pirate crews from the East Sea joining forces for a significant operation. The final result was that the richest port of the Oikote Kingdom was completely destroyed, and the pirates plundered a large amount of wealth, scattering two complete battle groups of the East Sea's 16th Navy Division. It could be said that this was a victory for the pirates. In reality, a kingdom in the East Sea facing a pirate invasion didn't qualify to make it into the Navy's internal publication. But because it had been many years since such a severe incident occurred in the East Sea, it was included, and it was noted that the East Sea Admiral was working to mobilize forces from various Navy divisions to eliminate the united pirate crews. Whether they could be eliminated or not didn't concern Ortolun, but he indeed had some impression of the Oikote Kingdom. And, combined with a certain Navy unit that had been scattered, Ortolun basically confirmed that Nami, Nojiko, and their adoptive mother, Belle-Emery, should be one of the background figures in this major event in the EC. If nothing unexpected happened, Belle-Emery would retire from Navy, choose to adopt Nami and Nojiko, and return to Cocoa West Village to grow oranges. However, this was none of Ortolun's business now. He had no intention of verifying this matter. Apart from this, another piece of news that piqued Ortolun's interest was that Navy Brigadier General D. Borealis had chosen to defect from the Navy after failing to execute a certain mission and was currently missing, urging all Navy members to pay attention to him. The internal publication meant that they were only to keep an eye on him and see what was going on with him. Such news was quite frequent. Every year, many personnel defected, betrayed, or fell from grace in the Navy, and similarly, the Navy also absorbed a large number of pirates who surrendered. Therefore, many people's positions and identities were constantly changing. Today, they were Navy, and tomorrow they might just as easily become pirates, just like Zango from the original story, who was directly recruited by Tina to become part of the Navy. In such a vast system as the Navy, it was entirely reasonable for someone to betray justice. The internal publication often published news about naval personnel at the officer level defecting. In the past, Ortolun didn't take it seriously. However, this D. Borealis seemed somewhat familiar. After carefully recalling, he realized that this guy was actually Drake's father, the one who obtained the surgery fruit, who originally planned to sell it through the dark world, but ended up being tricked by Rosinante. Borealis, Ortolun whispered softly, chuckling as he said, "The task of finding the surgery fruit is up to you." He had no intention of intervening. Perhaps this way, the surgery fruit could still fall into this guy's hands as it originally should. At first, Ortolun didn't have much need for the surgery fruit. Immortality was too elusive and abstract. Instead of pursuing the immortality that the surgery fruit could bring, it would be better to try to deal with pure gold or something similar. However, Trafalgar Law was a talented individual, and now the medical logistics of G5 also needed medical-type fruits along with. Ortolun was considering how to strengthen the trust relationship with someone like Lou Field, a wolf among men. He was now looking forward to the surgery fruit and had a strong demand for it. After all, what kind of trust could demonstrate loyalty better than you offering your heart to me? Chapter 201. Do you want to bribe me with money? That's an insult to me. Just as Ortolun was looking at the magazine in his hand, the transponder snail he carried suddenly rang. Ortolun took a look at the phone bug, raised an eyebrow, and answered with a smile. Doflamingo? Has a meat come to find you? Indeed, this phone bug was from Doflamingo. Upon hearing the question, Doflamingo chuckled and said, "Fu-fu-fu. That guy is indeed coming to Dressrosa, but he is still on the way. I will make sure to explain the sea train matter to him, so don't worry. With you around, I'm certainly at ease," Ortolun replied before asking, "Is there any news you need to inform me about?" "Yes," Doflamingo confirmed, then continued. "Regarding the slave capture team, you asked me to investigate last time. To be honest, Ortolun had almost forgotten about this matter, but upon hearing this, he quickly reacted, sat up, and asked, "What is the update? Did you find any news about the three sisters?" "Yes. I found out that the three sisters were captured by the slave capture team, led by Admiral while they were on Nine Snake Island. You probably haven't heard of Admiral. He is a minor character, but he is a lackey of the Celestial Dragons. His slave capture team consistently supplies slaves to Mariejois. According to my investigation, the three sisters have now been sent to Mariejois." Doflamingo explained. "Mariejois? Huh?" Ortolun sighed lightly, as expected. Ortolun sighed, while Doflamingo continued. "I also pulled some strings and looked into things in Mariejois. TSK. There were some difficult situations." "What happened?" Ortolun asked again. "In the second week after the three sisters were sent to Mariejois, they ended up at a game hosted by the Celestial Dragons in the residence of the gods. By a twist of fate, all three were forced to eat devil fruits and became users." Doflamingo said helplessly. "Oh, so soon?" Ortolun raised an eyebrow. However, this was a good thing for him. He had originally been worried that this would affect Hancock's encounter with the sweet fruit, but unexpectedly, as soon as the three sisters arrived in Mariejois, they became users. Not wanting to dwell too much on it, Ortolun asked again, "Is there any way on your end to rescue these three sisters from Mariejois? It's a bit difficult." Doflamingo hesitated, then explained, "According to my investigation, the three sisters are now juggling slaves of the Figalan family, and the Figalan clan has always had a tense relationship with our Don Quixote family. If I remember correctly, your Don Quixote family doesn't have good relations with anyone, right?" Ortolun teased. "The Don Quixote family probably has some hereditary genetic issues, which means they're all a bit crazy. This family produces oddballs. Doflamingo and Rosinante are extreme opposites. just a symbolic label. Besides, their father, in a moment of madness, led the whole family to fall from grace, which is also a peculiar trait. Doflamingo has a cousin named Masquerade, who, after encountering Princess Odoheim on Fishman Island, became a thorn in the side of the celestial dragons, always talking about equality and freeing slaves. These are just the odd representatives of the Don Quixote family in this era. Going back, in almost every era, the Don Quixote family has been able to do something flashy to bring glory to Mariejois. Because of their family's restlessness, their relationship with the other celestial dragon families in Mariejois is quite complex and unstable. After hearing Ortolun's teasing, Doflamingo awkwardly smiled but emphasized, "There may be some minor conflicts with other families, but they are trivial. However, our relationship with Figaland is indeed quite poor." Upon hearing this, Ortolun fell silent for a moment. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, Masquerade was the one causing trouble during the later World Conference, collaborating with Princess Vivi and others, even attacking his own kind. This incident, when it comes to celestial dragons, isn't a big deal, but because it happened during the World Conference, the impact was slightly negative. However, even so, it wouldn't have cost a celestial dragoness life. Yet, this matter was handed over to the Knights of God for judgment, and the current leader of the Knights of God was Figaland Gringo CI. When he saw that the troublemaker was from the Don Quixote family, without hesitation, he executed Masquerade. Considering all this, when Doflamingo said the relationship was quite poor, it probably was indeed very poor. I understand now. Please try to see if you can find a way to help me get them out. If not, I will consider other means to arrange for them. Ortolun replied after thinking for a while. Doflamingo responded, "Got it. But don't have too high expectations for this matter, because the more I move, the more it might threaten the safety of those three sisters." That is true. Originally, if Doflamingo hadn't teammade a move, the Hancock sisters might just have been juggling slaves over at Figaland, which would be inconsequential. However, if Doflamingo's little actions were detected, Figaland might directly dispose of the Hancock sisters. After hanging up with Doflamingo, Ortolun shook his head helplessly and then dialed the snail phone in his hand again, sending out a signal. After a while, the phone was answered, and a lazy yet elegant voice came through. "Brother Bane, any progress?" 2 billion berries, don't forget, Ortolun reminded. On the other end, Shaki's tone became serious. "So it seems there's accurate progress?" Ortolun responded, then continued, "The Boa Hancock sisters are currently in Mariejois, held in the residence of the Celestial Dragons, belonging to the Figaland family, as their juggling slaves. Unfortunately, all three have been forced to become devil fruit users." After listening to this, Shaki fell silent for a long time before speaking. "At least they're still alive, which means there's still hope. I've informed you of the exact location and situation. The rest is up to you. Please send my 2 billion berries as soon as possible," Ortolun casually replied. Sensing that Ortolun was ready to wash his hands of the matter, Shaki quickly said, "Wait, Brother Bane, Mariejois isn't a place just anyone can go. You have the ability to find out what's going on there. Why not lend a hand to help us rescue them? That's Mariejois, the political, cultural, and economic holy land and core of our world government. You want me to go there and cause trouble? Have you forgotten who I am? I'm a Navy officer." Ortolun firmly refused. "I'll pay more," Shaki said without hesitation. "As long as they can come back, I'll add another 2 billion. Do you really have that much money?" Ortolun asked skeptically. Shaki is indeed rich, but she is only running a personal intelligence business, not a large intelligence organization. So 2 billion is already quite a lot. Can she really add another 2 billion? I don't have it, but Amazon Lily can still gather it together. Moreover, you know that the three sisters are our heirs in Amazon Lily, and Hancock is very likely to become the Empress of Nine Snake Island in the future. Shaki hinted. Ortolun certainly understood her meaning. In fact, his assistance was also based on this consideration. Hancock's value was already very high. Aside from her beauty and the halo of being the world's #1 beauty, her personal strength was also quite formidable. Moreover, Amazon Lily was known for its fierce spirit, with each person being a master of intimidation. If he could recruit them, it would be equivalent to gaining a fully capable elite force. Just as Ortolun was silently contemplating these matters, Shaki mistakenly thought he wanted to raise the price again and couldn't help but speak up. 300 billion. I'll raise it by 300 billion, and we Amazon Lily will gather 500 billion berries for you. Are you trying to buy me with money? This is an insult to me." Ortolun originally wanted to scold her loudly, but she had given too much. "Ahem. It's not about the money. Mainly because I'm a kind-hearted person. Forget it, I'll help her to the end. So, you all wait for me on the Shampoo Islands. The Hancock sisters should currently have no safety issues. Once I finish what I'm busy with, we can meet up and have a face-to-face discussion. Ortolun cleared his throat awkwardly and then gave a positive answer. Chapter 202. The meeting between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. New World, Flutter Island. This island has no particular fame. It's just a small island on the edge of Kaido's territory, with a small town of less than 1,000 residents, seemingly lacking in popularity. At this moment, the original residents of the town had already evacuated, and those who moved in were all pirates. In the town square, the beast pirates had set up a large camp, and Kaido was sitting in front of the camp's entrance, hosting an outdoor feast with the high-ranking members of the beast pirates present, including Jean and Queen, as well as some powerful pirates not mentioned in the original story, but currently part of the beast pirates. It was estimated that these individuals either left the beast pirates later or were gradually eliminated during the struggle for the position of emperor. Kaido sat alone at the table, eating snacks and drinking wine. After a while, a pirate subordinate ran over from the distant street, looking nervous, and shouted, "Boss, boss. Big Mom is here. What a mess. Don't embarrass me here. Get lost." Kaido scolded the subordinate in an annoyed tone and sent him away. However, it was clear that some of the cadres also had tense expressions on their faces, their eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. The name Big Mom indeed could not be underestimated on the seas. In this quiet yet tense atmosphere, after waiting for about 10 minutes, the sound of footsteps with a bit of noise came from the end of the street. The first person to appear in everyone's sight was none other than Charlotte Linlin herself. As Kaido saw her figure, a complex expression flashed in his eyes. Today, Charlotte Linlin was still as confident and spirited as ever. She was very tall, but did not appear bulky. Rather, she had a curvy figure. She wore a captain's hat, draped a brown captain's coat over her shoulders, carried a sword at her waist, and had a beaming smile as she walked towards Kaido. Following her were Katakuri and Charlotte Amanda. Charlotte Amanda, the third daughter of Charlotte Linlin from the Snakehead tribe, had a cigarette in her mouth and seemed to naturally have a somewhat aloof and gloomy expression, wearing a hat with an exceptionally long brim. Yet her figure was as graceful as that of a snake woman. "Ha, Kaido, long time no see. You look much stronger than before." Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily as she approached Kaido to greet him. Kaido also stood up, looking at Charlotte Linlin with a smile on his face, and said, "Linlin, you're still the same." "The same as the best," Charlotte Linlin casually replied. As the two drew closer, they locked eyes, and for a moment, two powerful auras slowly emanated from them. As their auras spread, the high-ranking members of the Beast Pirates all placed their hands on their weapons, wearing unfriendly expressions as they looked at Katakuri and Amanda. Katakuri and Amanda also began to look serious. It seemed that everyone was on the verge of a fight at any moment. Just then, Kaido suddenly spoke. "You really pulled one over on me in the arms market." "Linlin, ha." Charlotte Linlin laughed and said, "Complaining about such matters doesn't sound very manly, Kaido. I didn't use any underhanded tactics, did I?" Kaido snorted coldly at her words, somewhat displeased, but indeed had no retort. The competition in arms was straightforward, and there were no underhanded tactics to speak of. Charlotte Linlin also had no intention of continuing to provoke Kaido, and as her aura retracted, the atmosphere around them relaxed considerably. Seeing that Charlotte Linlin had voluntarily retracted her tense aura, Kaido also had no intention of continuing the standoff. He slowly raised his hand, signaling for Charlotte Linlin to take a seat while also retracting his own aura. With both of them showing their intentions, the subordinates beneath them settled down as well. Charlotte Linlin sat down beside Kaido and then said, "Let's put the previous business aside for now. I'm here this time to find you a new business opportunity, aren't I? Don't get it wrong, Linlin. The Sea Stone business occupies a market advantage in my territory." Kaido directly denied her. Just as Charlotte Linlin was about to say a few more words, she suddenly noticed a little figure peeking out from the tent behind Kaido, looking very adorable. Charlotte Linlin really liked children. Her attitude towards kids and toddlers was vastly different from her attitude towards adults, showing much more patience. If you angered Charlotte Linlin as an adult, she would rip your soul apart, but when it came to children, she would become very kind. "What a cute little girl. Is it your daughter?" Charlotte Linlin was instantly captivated by the little girl and curiously asked. Kaido's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit of a toothache, and he awkwardly replied, "Son, it's my son." This made Charlotte Linlin a bit unhappy, and she scolded, "If you want a son, just have another one. Don't impose your will on your daughter. That's a sign of foolishness." Kaido was displeased by her reprimand and was about to explode when he saw that Charlotte Linlin had already lost interest in him. Smiling gently as she waved at the little girl, come here, let me see who is so cute." The little girl was none other than Kaido's daughter Yamato. To be honest, Yamato was indeed very cute as a child. With her small, round face, big eyes, and horns inherited from Kaido, she was truly heart-melting. Yamato was a bit nervous, but she was still quite brave. After hesitating for a moment, she finally crawled out of the tent, quickly ran behind Kaido, and hugged his leg. Due to Kazuki Orton escaping from Wano country, Yamato did not have a strained relationship with Kaido out of admiration for Kazuki Orton. And there were none of those ridiculous conflicts. Because Yamato was not influenced by Kazuki Orton, Kaido's attitude towards her was not so rough. And their father-daughter relationship seemed to be quite good. Seeing the timid appearance of Yamato and the gentle smile on Charlotte Linlein's face, Kaido's previously irritated mood gradually relaxed. He sat cross-legged on the ground, reached out to rub Yamato's head, and said, "Go ahead, she won't hurt you." It seemed that, with the encouragement from her father, and Charlotte Linlein's high affinity for children, Yamato hesitated for a moment before nodding and walking up to Charlotte Linlein, saying in a muffled voice, "My name is Yamato. I'm 9 years old this year." Charlotte Linlein looked at Yamato with joy, gently stroked her head, and introduced herself in a soft tone. "My name is Linlein, and I'm an old friend of your dad's. Mahaha." Before long, Kaido saw Yamato playing with Charlotte Linlein. She even climbed directly into her arms, with the two of them laughing and having fun. As the great pirate Charlotte Linlein, she didn't care at all about her image at that moment, being particularly carefree and willing to entertain the little one. Watching this scene, Kaido's eyes flashed with a soft expression. Perhaps this was the scene he had imagined many times before. However, in front of so many people, Kaido naturally wouldn't show any strange behavior. A few minutes later, he impatiently asked, "When is that Ortolun guy coming?" "Very soon. We've been in contact on the way. He'll arrive by tonight at the latest," Charlotte Linlein replied, still holding Yamato without looking up. After a brief pause, she turned to Kaido with a mysterious smile and said, "Speaking of which, my good grandson will also be coming today, just in time for you to get to know him." "The rumored son of Ortolun?" Kaido raised an eyebrow and continued, "I wonder how much talent he inherited from Ortolun. Yamato has already awakened the Conqueror's haki at such a young age." "Really?" Upon hearing that Yamato had awakened the power of Conqueror's haki, Charlotte Linlein showed some surprise, seemingly more satisfied with Yamato. She rubbed Yamato's head and smiled, saying, "That's just wonderful." For some reason, Kaido found Charlotte Linlein's demeanor a bit strange, as if there was something unexpected happening. As night fell, the bonfire was lit in the square camp area. Kaido and Charlotte Linlein were not just waiting idly for Ortolun. They had been eating, drinking, and chatting for quite a while. Charlotte Linlein didn't provoke Kaido too much with her words, and Kaido himself had some special feelings toward her. Thus, the two enjoyed reminiscing about the past, feeling quite happy, reminiscent of the splendid years gone by. At that time, if it weren't for Roger, Kaido was saying something when suddenly a younger brother ran over from a distance. Boss, the Navy's warship has arrived," the younger brother reported nervously. Kaido, who had been rambling, abruptly stopped upon hearing this and looked at Charlotte Linlein, saying, "Ortolun is here." "I can't hear it," Charlotte Linlein replied casually, reaching out to rub the head of Yamato, who had fallen asleep in her arms, and said, "If you haven't drunk too much, don't get too carried away later. I really want to fight him again, but I also know today is for serious business." Kaido waved his hand dismissively. A few minutes later, footsteps were heard from the end of the street, and then, illuminated by the night and the light of the bonfire, the figures of Ortolun and his group gradually appeared before the pirates. Ortolun was dressed in a black suit, draped in a justice cloak, with his iconic war hammer on his back, and a relaxed smile on his face as he confidently walked towards the campfire. Behind him was a figure, Ji-Yuan, who was holding the sleeping ace in his arms because it was already late. At first glance, it looked like a family of 3 on a trip. Upon seeing this scene, Kaido tilted his head slightly and asked, "Is that woman Ortolun's partner? Is he seeing things after drinking too much?" "That guy is the Navy's Ji-Yuan." Charlotte Linlein first shot a retort at Kaido, but soon a mysterious smile appeared on her lips as she said, "But what you said might not be wrong. Mahahaha." Just as these two were whispering to each other, Ortolun reached them, smiling and raising his hand to greet. "Sorry to keep you both waiting. I'm late." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Charlotte Linlein stand up, holding Yamato, and take a few steps towards Ortolun and Ji-Yuan. Charlotte Linlein's height was quite imposing, making Ji-Yuan instinctively feel a bit suppressed, and his movements became slightly stiff. However, before Ji-Yuan could react, Charlotte Linlein looked at the sleeping ace in Ji-Yuan's arms with surprise and gently asked, "Is this ace?" Without Ortolun having to say anything, Ji Yuan came back to his senses and nodded gently. Yes, it's Ace. Although he was holding Yamato in one arm, Charlotte Linlin was experienced enough in this regard to free up her other hand and said, "Let me hold this little guy." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan glanced at Ortolun, who showed no intention of stopping her, nodding slightly. Ji Yuan then gently handed Ace over to Charlotte Linlin. To Ji Yuan's surprise, she saw a look of tenderness and affection on Charlotte Linlin's face. In Ji Yuan's impression, Charlotte Linlin had always been a fierce and powerful pirate. He had no good impressions of her, at most occasionally thinking about her as Ortolun's mother, which made his feelings somewhat complicated. He really didn't expect to see such an expression on Charlotte Linlin's face, with one hand holding Yamato and the other holding Ace. Charlotte Linlin wore a gentle and affectionate expression, her eyes sparkling with happiness, as if she would have shouted in joy if she weren't afraid of disturbing the two sleeping little ones. Quickly, Armand, after holding both little ones, Charlotte Linlin hurriedly called out softly. Just as her voice fell, a figure appeared at high speed between Ortolun and Charlotte Linlin, directly knocking Ortolun aside. This figure was Charlotte Armand, the third daughter of the Charlotte family and Ortolun's sister. To be honest, this was the second time Ortolun had seen this sister. The last time was at a tea party where she had given off a rather cold impression, and they hadn't interacted much, so they weren't familiar. However, this time was quite strange. As Ortolun was knocked aside, he could sense that his sister was extremely excited. Looking back, he saw that Armand's previously cold expression had transformed into one of excitement as she panted heavily, holding a camera, wildly searching for various angles to take pictures of Charlotte Linlin and the two little ones in her arms. This angle is good, very good. Mom, lean down a little more, yes. Give little Ace a kiss on the head, oh yes. Just like that, wait, I need to capture this. Thus, amidst the incredulous and astonished gazes of everyone, Charlotte Linlin, holding the two little ones, kept posing in various ways, carefree and unconcerned about the people's attention around her. Maha, take more pictures, take more pictures. Charlotte Linlin laughed in a hushed voice while urging. At this point, Ji Yuan was already stunned, looking at Ortolun with a puzzled expression and asking, "Is she always like this in private?" Ortolun scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said, "Don't ask me. I don't have much contact with her." Just then, Armand seemed to be unsatisfied, stopped his actions, looked around, and spotted Katakuri. He quickly waved and said, "Come here, help me take a few group photos. My adorable little nephew is just amazing." After dragging Katakuri into the mix, Armand quickly immersed himself with Charlotte Linlin, wildly posing for photos with his mom. The two were so delighted that they couldn't stop smiling, looking completely absorbed in the moment. Kaido, who had been waiting for a while, finally grew a bit impatient. He stood up abruptly, grumbling as he walked over to Charlotte Linlin and said, "Hey, what do you think this place is? Well, we're supposed to be doing ISNT this, right? Get a grip." However, before Kaido could finish his sentence, Charlotte Linlin suddenly wrapped her arm around his shoulder, pulling him into the frame, and laughed. Speaking of which, it seems like we've never taken a picture together. Kaido, after being pulled into the shot by Charlotte Linlin, the previously grumbling Kaido suddenly flushed, his gaze darting around a bit. But he didn't struggle and quietly went along with it. So, Ortolun, Jiwen, and the surrounding pirates helplessly stood by, watching these guys crazily take photos. I had imagined many scenarios for this meeting before I came, but I never expected it would be like this. Jiwen couldn't help but sigh while standing next to Ortolun. Orton also said with a hint of helplessness, "Pirates, after all, do things according to their whims, which is understandable." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Katakuri calling out, "Torin, come over and help us take a picture. I want to be in the group photo too." Ortolun winced a bit from a toothache, but quickly said, "Got it, I'm coming." With a series of clicks and flashes, Ortolun and Guillaume were eventually influenced by the atmosphere and couldn't help but join the group for a photo. At that moment, the one holding the camera had turned into Quinn, the chubby guy who loved to join in on the fun. After more than half an hour of commotion, the fervor for the group photo finally subsided. After it was all over, Kaido specifically told Quinn, "Make sure to print out plenty of those photos later. Save one for me." Originally, Charlotte Linlin wanted to get closer to Ace and Yamato, but seeing that the two little ones had fallen asleep, she decided not to disturb them too much and asked Armand to take the two little ones back to the tent to rest. Once the two little ones were taken away, the atmosphere around the bonfire gradually returned to normal, no longer as joyful as before. Chapter 204, Platinum Lead Exchange for Sea Prism Stone. After Ortolun and the others took their seats, the atmosphere was slightly awkward, especially for Kaido, who sat there scratching his head, unsure of how to start conversation. Ortolun, feeling a bit uncertain about the situation, glanced around, and awkwardly took the initiative to greet everyone. Hey, it's been a long time. However, after he spoke, he noticed that everyone looked as if they didn't know how to respond, which made him even more awkward. Clearing his throat, Ortolun forced himself to cough, and then said, well, it seems like no one has the intention of catching up, so I'll get straight to the point. I'm here today mainly to discuss a business deal with you. The Beast Pirates. As soon as he said this, it seemed to finally break the earlier awkward atmosphere. Kaido adjusted his mood and spoke up. You're talking about the Sea Prism Stone business, right? That's right, Ortolun nodded and continued, to be honest. I have a huge demand for Sea Prism Stones right now, and your Beast Pirates have a significant advantage in this area. Wano country can produce a large amount of Sea Prism Stones, and I hope to establish a long-term and stable trade in this regard with you. After a brief pause, Ortolun added, I believe that since you, Kaido, are willing to meet with me, you shouldn't have any objections to this business, right? Charlotte Linlin had been trying to arrange a meeting with Kaido for a long time, and it was only recently that he agreed to meet. This already represented a lot of meaning. If he truly didn't intend to do business with Ortolun, there would be no need for a meeting. Let's not even talk about the Sea Prism Stones. Previously, we were almost about to finalize a deal with the world government in the arms market, and you went and messed that up. Are you not going to explain this to me? Kaido snorted coldly, his gaze carrying a hint of pressure as he looked at Ortolun. Competition drives motivation, right? I see that your Beast Pirates are still doing quite well in the arms market, with orders coming in continuously. Ortolun chuckled lightly. Kaido remained silent. But Queen spoke up. That's just for now. With the platinum lead mine in your hands, we've already started to fall behind in many high-end arms. In a few years, our competitiveness is likely to be leveled by you. Ortolun thought to himself, so they want to bring up the platinum lead? Before coming, he had considered many factors for communication and negotiation, and he felt that platinum lead was a necessary topic for the Beast Pirates. As long as Kaido wasn't foolish, he would definitely use this as leverage. Moreover, Ortolun was very clear that once they brought up the platinum lead issue, it would inevitably be linked to the Sea Prism Stones. If he didn't concede on the platinum lead, Kaido would absolutely not agree to the Sea Prism Stone business. This point didn't even need to be tested, as it was unnecessary. So after a brief moment of silence, Ortolun spoke. So you want to trade the Sea Prism Stones for the platinum lead mine? It seemed that the negotiating representative on Kaido's side was Queen, who smiled and said, that's right, it's a mutually beneficial arrangement, isn't it? Ortolun remained silent, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell quiet, gradually becoming somewhat oppressive. The campfire crackled softly, and after 2 or 3 minutes, Ortolun spoke again. You are right. Each takes what they need. In that case, let's talk about how to trade Sea Prism Stones for platinum lead. 3-1. Kaido slammed the table and said in a deep voice, for every 3 portions of platinum lead, you get 1 portion of Sea Prism Stone of the same quality. That asking price is a bit excessive, isn't it? Currently, in the market, platinum lead is actually more expensive than Sea Prism Stones. Ortolun countered without hesitation. Because Frevans is now on the brink of extinction, platinum lead has essentially been taken off the market. Of course, in reality, Doflamingo and Moria have already begun small-scale trial mining of Frevans platinum lead mines, but these are still not intended to be released into the market. They plan to hold on to them and wait for the price of platinum lead to rise, so they can make more profit. Thus, the price of platinum lead has already multiplied several times, far exceeding the price of Sea Prism Stones. If we stop exporting Sea Prism Stones, their price will also increase to be on par with that of platinum lead in a very short time. So, what you call market price doesn't hold much meaning for us, who control the sources of goods, does it? Quinn also argued logically. Both platinum lead and Sea Prism Stones have high scarcity attributes. Platinum lead can only be produced in Frevans, while Wano country is currently the largest origin of Sea Prism Stones and has the highest export volume. If they stop exporting Sea Prism Stones, although other regions can produce some, the quantity is too small to be useful, and the price of Sea Prism Stones will indeed rise rapidly in a short time, just like platinum lead. Even so, 3-1 is still too outrageous. Ortolun shook his head and said, I need a large amount of Sea Prism Stones, and you also need a large amount of platinum lead. Without Sea Prism Stones, many of my plans will be limited, but without platinum lead, in 2 or 3 years, the technological gap in the arms business will widen, which is fatal for both of us. Therefore, in this business, there is no clear advantage for either side. It's beneficial for both if we cooperate, and harmful for both if we don't. At this point, Ortolun paused and said, so if we're going to talk, let us not say any meaningless platitudes. Since we can sit here, let us show our sincerity. 2-1. Kaido suddenly slammed the table and said, but I also want the artificial Zoan devil fruit production technology from the Big Mom Pirates. After hearing this condition, Ortolun asked with a bit of surprise. This technology wasn't confidential back in the MADS research team, was it? Didn't Quinn have a grasp on it? Quinn, feeling slightly awkward, replied, my research focus wasn't on this direction at that time. Quinn wasn't lying. His research focus was, on one hand, various weapon technologies, and on the other hand, attempting to crack the genetic superpower black technology of Germa. As of now, Quinn hasn't resolved these issues, but based on the original story, at least a decade later, Quinn had managed to completely conquer the technology of Germa in terms of genetic superpowers. He transformed himself into a weapon with multiple superpowers. If the Beast Pirates hadn't been defeated by Monkey D, Luffy, and continued to develop, Quinn's breakthrough in this technology, combined with the bizarre artificial Zoan-type devil fruit users of the Beast Pirates, might have led to some new tricks. The combination of artificial Zoan-type devil fruit users and this superpower technology would likely result in a battle strength that is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin scoffed and said, even if we give it to you, you won't be able to create it. The artificial devil fruit technology requires certain environmental factors, and your country is about to become a barren land heavily polluted by military factories. Whether we can create it or not is our business. You don't need to worry about it. Kaido responded firmly. Ortolun looked at Charlotte Lingling. After all, this technology was currently in her hands, and it required her approval. Of course, if Charlotte Lingling disagreed, Ortolun had other channels to explore, and he could always try to obtain it from the scientific division. After all, Pankasad definitely had this technology. It was just that it was less convenient compared to dealing with Charlotte Lingling. Seeing Ortolun's gaze turn toward her, Charlotte Lingling shrugged and said, do as you wish. Ortolun smiled and looked at Kaido, saying 1-to-1. While we provide you with this technology, the territory of the Beast Pirates must also open up the market for us. Open what market? Kaido frowned. Just like our cooperation with G5 and Totland. We will import a large amount of various goods from the North Sea and sell them in Totland. During this period, the Big Mom Pirates will guarantee the safety and priority of sales for all merchant associations flying our flag. Ortolun said. As these smuggling businesses gradually expanded, Ortolun also needed to broaden the market in the New World. Although the market in Totland still has a lot of potential to be tapped. If they could also include the territory of the Beast Pirates in this dumping range, it would undoubtedly raise market profits by more than one notch. Before Kaido could speak, Ortolun smiled and said, this kind of cooperation is very beneficial for both of us. You wouldn't want your territory to be constantly plagued by a shortage of supplies, making everyone's lives miserable, would you? Chapter 205. Collaborating with Kaido to elevate Wang Jiang. After the connection with Plumbum and Sea Prism Stone, one advantage was that Kaido was also unwilling to back down. This time, the transaction was no longer Ortolun desperately seeking Kaido to sell him Sea Prism Stones, but rather both sides having definite needs. Therefore, based on this, both parties continuously quibbled, negotiating prices and transaction methods. In the end, they didn't negotiate any ratios or anything like that. After a long tug of war, both sides reached an agreement. Ortolun has lifted the restrictions on the Beast Pirates regarding platinum lead, allowing both sides to trade freely on platinum lead based on their respective market prices. At the same time, the Beast Pirates have also opened up their sea stone channels to Ortolun, allowing for free trade at market prices as well. The special price to guarantee these two trading channels is as follows. First, the Beast Pirates will open up the market in their territories according to the trading model of G5 and Totland, permitting Ortolun to dump North Sea supplies in their territories. Second, the Big Mom Pirates will fully transfer the technology for artificial Zoan devil fruits to the Beast Pirates. As for how they will produce them, that's not something Ortolun needs to worry about. The destruction of Wano's environment is irrelevant. Kaido has territories beyond just Wano, and he can simply find a suitable place to carry it out. As for the absence of the dwarves from Dressrosa, whether they can manage it will depend on Queen's technical prowess. Why should Ortolun concern themselves with this? Your G5 territory borders Totland and is not too far from Whole Cake Island, making this business relatively secure. However, the Beast Pirates do not share a border with your G5, and it isn't easy for your convoys to safely enter my territory. Have you considered the risks involved in this? Kaido raised his cup and said after taking a sip. Ortolun nodded and said, of course, we've considered it. Although our G5 doesn't have direct connections with you, Totland is relatively close to you. The merchant fleet can pass through Totland and reach you, right? Kaido frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased, and retorted, are you saying I have to eat leftovers? Charlotte Linlin smirked her lips curling into an evil smile. Do you really not trust me? Humph. After passing through your territory, can you really leave anything good for me? Kaido snorted coldly and said bluntly. Kaido's concern is not unfounded. It's normal for him not to trust Charlotte Linlin. Ortolun smiled and said, since that's the case, why don't we reopen a channel? Kaido gave Ortolun a meaningful glance and asked, how do we open it? Hakanosu Island. Ortolun immediately replied, from the sea chart, it is clear that there are 3 forces blocking the way between our G5 and your beast pirates. First, the Big Mom pirates. This route can be considered open, but since you're unwilling to take it, we will give up. Second, the waters of Chromies under the Whitebeard pirates. G5 has never had any conflicts with the Whitebeard pirates, so we can try that route. However, I've heard that your beast pirates have been in serious conflict with the Whitebeard pirates these past 2 years. So if they find out that this is cargo being sent to you for sale, it could be very dangerous. Do you want to team up with me to deal with that old man Whitebeard? Kaido became excited upon hearing this. Ortolun waved his hand and said, don't be delusional. Our Navy's policy towards Whitebeard is not a secret. Everyone knows that as long as that guy doesn't provoke us, we won't take the initiative to go to war with him. Oof. Kaido scoffed disdainfully and said, spineless guy. However, Kaido didn't press the issue and, after a moment of thought, continued. So your target is Wangji? Hive Island is a battleground, but it also represents connectivity. Once our G5 takes it, we can directly connect with your beast pirates through the route of Hive Island, and then our business won't be constrained by outsiders. Isn't that a good thing for us? Ortolun smiled and said. Then, without waiting for Kaido to respond, Ortolun continued. Back when Shiki fell, Wangji suffered a huge loss, so he was unable to compete with you for several years. But now, relying on Hive Island, he has gathered a large number of pirate forces. You don't think that guy would be a docile and unambitious man, do you? Do you really think he would dare to provoke me? Kaido frowned and asked, somewhat displeased. However, despite his displeasure, it was clear from his expression that he was indeed worried about the situation. Hive Island is a battleground. If Wang Ji wants to expand, he can only choose to fight. Surrounding him are either G5, Whitebeard, Big Mom, or Kaido. Now, anyone in the New World who isn't blind knows the close relationship between the Big Mom pirates and G5. Provoking either of them could easily lead to a 2-on-1 situation. So as long as Wang Ji isn't out of his mind, he definitely wouldn't choose to confront the Big Mom pirates or G5. Thus, eliminating those 2 options leaves only the Beast pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido certainly understood this situation, which is why he was somewhat worried. If Wang Ji wanted to find a direction to expand, would he choose Whitebeard or the Beast pirates? Which one is easier to deal with? This question doesn't even need to be thought about. It's not about whether he dares to provoke you, but rather if he still wants to turn things around. He can only choose you, right, Kaido? Ortolun raised his glass, took a sip, and said meaningfully, although Wang Ji is a thorn in the side, his position on Hive Island is relatively beneficial for all 3 pirate forces, which is the fundamental reason he has been able to stand firm on Hive Island until now. After pondering for a moment, Kaido said softly, in the original story, under the structure of the 4 emperors, Wang Ji was still able to establish himself on Hive Island for many years until he was taken down by Blackbeard, at which point Hive Island changed hands. Why? Because the 4 emperors couldn't defeat him? Of course, he wasn't that powerful. Otherwise, he would have been one of the 4 emperors. The reason is that the 4 emperors treat Hive Island as a buffer zone. With Hive Island and Wang Ji in place, everyone's conflicts wouldn't escalate to face-to-face confrontations so easily. If your G5 takes Hive Island, it would be like setting up a cannon at our doorstep, wouldn't it? Kaido looked at Ortolun and asked, the 7 warlords of the sea. Ortolun tapped the table and said, what do you think about that Moonlight Moria, whom you defeated, taking command of Hive Island? Moria? Kaido pondered for a moment and said, that guy is indeed more reassuring compared to Wang Ji. When Kaido considered this matter, he wouldn't think about goodwill or whether Moria had a grudge against him, because there was no need to consider such things. What if Moria had a grudge? Does he have the right to take revenge? What Kaido needed to consider was how easy it would be to control the other party. Clearly, compared to the ruthless Wang Ji, Moria is easier to handle because, in Kaido's view, Moria is far inferior to Wang Ji. Placing Moria on Hive Island can serve as a buffer while not worrying too much about him growing stronger, as he lacks the capability and strength. If you think it's appropriate, we can team up to eliminate Wang Ji and let Moonlight Moria take the position on Hive Island. That way, our trade routes will be connected and Wang Ji's threat will be gone. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? Ortolun said with a smile. 2. As Kaido said this, he turned to look at Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand and said, what are you looking at me for? I won't get involved in this matter. It was clear that the Big Mom pirates had no intention of participating in this affair. For Charlotte Linlin, a stable situation is more beneficial for the development of her Big Mom pirates, so she didn't want to get involved in unnecessary conflicts. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's stance, Kaido no longer hesitated. He was a decisive person, so he slammed the table, raised his wine bowl, and pointed it at Ortolun, saying in that case, "Let's eliminate Wang Ji together." Orton raised his glass with a smile and clinked it with Kaido's, saying, "Pleasant cooperation, but let's not rush. We'll take action after we arrange the Platinum Lead in the North Sea." Chapter 206. Kaido, no, what does it have to do with my Yamato? Normally, such a big deal and the partnership to eliminate Wang Ji should take a long time to discuss. However, since none of the people meeting this time were particularly serious, they quickly reached a conclusion while joking around. The subsequent bonfire party was all about drinking and having fun, with everyone partying together. The atmosphere was primarily managed by Queen, the social butterfly. After the serious discussions were over, he started to get hyped up. You can't deny that the Beast Pirates really enjoy creating a lively atmosphere. They followed Queen's lead, singing and dancing to rap, and Queen, wearing overalls, looked like he was just missing a basketball to shoot some hoops. However, both sides remained somewhat cautious, and once they had enough to drink, they ended the festivities, not pushing it to the point of passing out. Although they drank quite a bit, since the main characters all had monster-like physiques, when they woke up the next day, they all looked as if nothing had happened. Feeling refreshed, when Orton came out of the tent, he happened to see Guillaume having breakfast not far away, while that little guy, Ace, was playfully chasing after Yamato. Both of them laughing and looking very happy. His third sister, Armand, still had a ruined image, cautiously protecting Ace from behind like a maid afraid of her young master falling, her eyes full of tenderness. Occasionally, she would go up and play with Ace, creating a scene that was oddly warm. Ortolun didn't pay much attention to Ace's situation, yawned, and casually sat down next to Guillaume, asking, "How did you sleep last night?" "It was okay, not really able to relax, but everything seems normal for now," Guillaume replied while sipping on some porridge. Having wrapped up the matters here, it was time for a real vacation. How should we arrange it? Ortolun served himself a bowl of porridge and inquired. It seemed Guillaume had been waiting for this question. He raised his hand to signal, swallowed the porridge in his mouth, and then took out a sea chart from his pocket, moving some items on the table to spread it out. Ortolun gazed at the sea chart, noticing that many locations had already been marked and connected by red lines, creating a complete route plan. "I've already prepared the itinerary. We'll depart from here, and, after 12 days, we can reach Phoenix Island, just in time for the annual fishing competition. After we enjoy our time there, we can continue to Romani Island. I've heard the beaches there are really nice, and I've always wanted to see them. Once we finish at Romani, we can head to Tiran Island. I want to see what the place where you lived as a child is like." Ji Yuan excitedly shared her plans with Ortolun. Ortolun listened nearby, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at Guillaume's eager expression, feeling a warmth in his heart. In the end, after a trip back to headquarters, I had made plans with Kazan. He invited us to dinner after we returned to the headquarters, and then we would meet some long-lost friends there before heading to the Sabeti archipelago to see the coding craftsman, Old Ray. When Guillaume mentioned this, she raised an eyebrow at Ortolun. She naturally knew who the coding craftsman, Old Ray, was. Before coming to G5, if she had heard news about Rayleigh, she might have even prepared to gather people to capture him. But now, after spending a long time in G5, her mindset and views had changed drastically. Didn't she see that they were now drinking and mingling with active pirates like Kaido and Big Mom? A retired guy like Rayleigh was nothing to worry about. Still, as I said, even though we drank, partied, and hung out with pirates, we knew we were good Navy. After teasing about the coding craftsman, Old Ray, Guillaume eagerly asked, "So how is it? Did I arrange my schedule well?" Ortolun looked at Guillaume's adorable appearance and couldn't help but reach out to rub Guillaume's head, saying, "I'll listen to you." He rarely took such slightly intimate actions with Guillaume, so when his hand moved over, Guillaume was momentarily stunned, and then a blush appeared on his face. However, he didn't push Ortolun's hand away as he had done in the past. Instead, he quietly lowered his head and started drinking his porridge. Ortolun rubbed Guillaume's hair twice, then withdrew his hand and happily resumed drinking his porridge. At that moment, the curtain of another tent was lifted, and Charlotte Linling emerged holding a ship model that seemed rather small compared to her size. She called out to Ace, "Ace, Ace, it's done. Come over here to see your little treasure." Indeed, the ship model in Charlotte Lingling's hands was Ace's little toy, which he adored and took with him wherever he went. It was obvious that Charlotte Lingling had been up for a while and was already familiar with Ace. She had just gone back to the tent to fiddle with something. When Ace heard her calling, he eagerly ran towards Charlotte Lingling, pulling Yamato along, shouting, "Grandma, Grandma." My little boat, this little guy was great in this way, very outgoing and not shy at all, getting along with everyone. Hearing Ace call her Grandma, Charlotte Lingling nearly burst into laughter, squatting down and spreading her hands to reveal the little boat to Ace. Then, Ortolun felt a surge of spiritual power emanating from Charlotte Lingling, and suddenly, the little boat began to speak, even singing a song in a lively manner. Seeing his little toy come to life, Ace was incredibly excited, hugging Charlotte Lingling in amazement, feeling that it was magical and that his grandma was amazing. This display made Charlotte Lingling's heart swell with joy, and she laughed, saying, "How about that? Grandma is amazing, right? She can make your little toy come to life and be a real friend to you. I haven't seen a mother like this in a long, long time." "It seems that Mom really likes Ace," Katakuri said softly, standing beside Ortolun with a gentle tone and warm eyes. "How has the second brother been lately?" Ortolun casually asked while drinking his porridge. "Just the same as before. No changes," Katakuri calmly replied, then seemed to notice the nautical chart on the table and instinctively asked, "Are you leaving?" "Yeah, it's not easy to get a break, so I'm planning to travel a bit," Ortolun replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Charlotte Lingling's ears perk up as she was playing with Ace. She seemed to have heard the conversation and then looked towards Ortolun with a troubled expression on her face. "Ortolun? Unfilial son." As soon as Charlotte Lingling noticed that Orton was paying attention to her, she angrily shouted, "I just started playing with my good grandson, and you want to leave already?" Ace, the little guy, was also taken aback. He could now understand a lot of conversations, so after a moment of stupefaction, he hugged the talking and moving toy, hid behind Charlotte Lingling's legs, and looked at Orton with a pitiful expression, saying, "Daddy, I want to play with Grandma." "I don't want to go." As soon as Ace said this, Charlotte Lingling felt as if her heart was melting. She quickly picked up both Day and Ace and held them in her arms, angrily looking at Orton and saying, "You unfilial son. I can't be bothered to deal with you. But as for Ace and Day, they will come back with me to Cake Island. When you finish playing and want to go back to G5, I'll send someone to deliver them to you when Ace wants to leave." Orton was a bit stunned by what he heard. It wasn't just him. Kaido, who had just gotten out of bed and opened the tent without having a chance to say a word, was also dumbfounded. "Wait, what does this have to do with my daughter Yamato? If you take her to Cake Island, doesn't that make her a hostage?" "Hey, Lingling, Kaido quickly tried to intervene. However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Charlotte Lingling glaring at him with gritted teeth, fiercely asking, "What? Do you have an opinion? Have you forgotten how I took care of you back in the day?" "Huh?" As soon as that "huh" came out, Kaido inexplicably felt a bit guilty, his face twitching slightly. He forced a smile at Yamato and said, "Ahem, have fun over there. If you miss home, just contact your old man, and I'll come pick you up myself." Kaido conceded, and Charlotte Lingling turned her gaze back to Orton, looking as if she would turn on him if he dared to say no. Ortolun looked at Ace with a longing expression, hoping to go play at Grandma's house, and finally sighed helplessly, saying, "Don't spoil him. It's not your place to discipline me." Charlotte Lingling then snorted in satisfaction. After that, she seemed too lazy to care about Ortolun and started playing with Ace and Yamato again. Watching the scene, Ortolun found it hard to associate Charlotte Lingling's identity with the top pirate who shook the New World. Chapter 207. Nature Type, Forest Fruit. Half a month later, on Phoenix Island, after the fishing competition, Ortolun was shouting loudly on the street, while Guillaume looked embarrassed, trying to drag Ortolun away from behind. "It's a conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. Those bastards, the bait they gave me must be faulty. Otherwise, how could over 100 contestants catch fish? But I couldn't. They are manipulating the competition, which is against justice and fairness. I want to kill those bastards." Seeing Ortolun starting to spark with electricity, Guillaume tugged at him, saying, all right, let's not stoop to their level." Just barely managing to pull Ortolun away from the street to a quieter place. Ortolun still looked unsatisfied, cursing, "There is a great evil hidden on this island. If they can manipulate the fishing competition now, what will they do in the future against the world government? Can we just let this go? Do you think there is even a slight possibility that it's because your skills are too poor?" Guillaume couldn't help but ask with a hint of amusement at Ortolun's frustrated demeanor. "How is that possible?" Ortolun confidently replied, "You should ask around in G5. My title is the King of Fishing ISNT, just for show. With so many people in G5, who could fish better than me?" Guillaume looked at the confident Ortolun and hesitated before saying, "Is it possible that there is a conspiracy in G5? Ortolun was taken aback for a moment, looking at Guillaume with an indignant gaze. "Do you doubt that I used my power to oppress the people of G5 so they wouldn't dare to defeat me?" Am I that despicable? No, 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 you misunderstood. Guillaume covered his mouth and said with a smile, I just think that in G5, everyone respects you very much, which is why you can become the fishing king. Ortolun pondered for a moment and then rolled his eyes, saying, Isn't it all the same? However, after this bit of banter, Ortolun felt less angry. Still, he despised this unjust island filled with darkness and evil, and said with a slightly annoyed tone, The darkness here is so oppressive it makes me uncomfortable. I'm not staying here. Let's move on to the next destination. Didn't you say you wanted to go to Ramen Island to see the beach? But our tickets are for tomorrow, Guillaume said, looking at Ortolun with a hint of amusement. Ortolun pouted, looking displeased as he said, Add money to buy today's ticket. I don't want to stay here for another minute. Shireen was quite indulgent towards Ortolun, and seeing him like this, she found it quite adorable, so she agreed. The two then walked towards the port, chatting and laughing, to see if there were any boats leaving Phoenix Island for Lamini Island today. However, just as they arrived at the port, they suddenly heard the booming sound of cannons. Following that, the port became agitated, but it didn't immediately turn into chaos. Shireen and Ortolun exchanged glances and quickly rushed towards the port. The cannon fire continued, but it seemed that the target was not the port. The residents of the New World appear to be accustomed to such situations. After a brief commotion, they calmed down again. As long as it wasn't aimed at the port, perhaps they could still enjoy some excitement. Before Ortolun and the others reached the dock, they had already heard some rumors. It was the Whitebeard pirate ship. They were chasing after Bloodhand Lion Run Gal's ship. How'd they end up fighting? Was it because Bloodhand Lion wanted to loot us in Phoenix? Orton listened to the conversation, exchanging a glance with Guillaume, both feeling a bit surprised. Phoenix Island, located in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, indeed flew the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates were actually protecting this island? But the Bloodhand Lion, Rengar, was quite interesting. This guy could now be considered a ghost at sea. He was originally a subordinate of Golden Lion Shiki, an animal-type devil fruit user with the cat fruit, ancient type. Cave Lion ability. By the time Orton debuted, he had already awakened his powers and was highly valued by Shiki, with a bounty that once reached 300 million berries. After Shiki's downfall, the forces under him basically disbanded, either being eliminated in the power struggles or switching allegiances to join other big shots. Pirates like the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates absorbed many members from Shiki's flying pirate crew back then. However, Bloodhand Lion Rengar seemed to be fiercely loyal to Shiki, and to this day, he was the only major pirate in the New World still claiming to be a member of the flying pirate crew. Rumor had it that Kaido had personally tried to recruit Rengar before, but he was firmly rejected. Logically, Rengar would not provoke the Whitebeard pirates. What was going on here? While pondering these matters, Orton and Guillaume quickly arrived at the dock, looking towards the sea to directly observe the current situation. It was the flagship of the Whitebeard Pirates 3rd Division, Diamond Josu's ship. Guillaume, true to his role in intelligence, recognized the attacking ship of the Whitebeard Pirates at a glance. Was the Moby Dick not there? Orton raised an eyebrow, making a judgment. Whitebeard himself was not present. If Whitebeard was not there, many things would be easier to handle. Orton no longer hesitated. His powers surged, crackling at his fingertips, sparking with electricity. Immediately, an invisible observation hockey, combined with his abilities, rapidly spread out, enveloping the two pirate ships that were in pursuit in an instant. With a heartstring, Orton developed his observation hockey from the Thunderfruit, allowing him to eavesdrop to a certain extent, even to the point of listening to thoughts. If only Muir were here, I could just slice Rengar's ship in half. Yes, but I'm afraid that the devil fruit would also fall into the sea. I'm a devil fruit user, and you can't stay underwater for long. Orton suddenly heard some conversations, but just as he was about to continue listening, his observation hockey was abruptly dispersed by a force. In that final moment, Orton had already sensed who it was. Someone was spying. Kazuki Odin frowned and looked towards the port, saying, There's a powerful expert over there. This guy, Kazuki Odin, like Roger, had a special ability. He could truly listen to the voices of all things. So when Orton's observation hockey approached, he immediately sensed it. Meanwhile, at the port, Orton opened his eyes, slightly surprised, and said, Not only is Jaws from the 3rd Division here, but that Kazuki Odin from the 2nd Division is also on the ship. Moreover, it seems they're chasing a devil fruit. It looks like Gal has a very good fruit. Orton said. Guillaume placed his hand on the golden Kenjishi at his waist and smiled, saying, Now that we're here, should we play the role of pirates? What does it mean to play the role of pirates? As the Navy, we represent justice, defeating the pirates' plundering schemes, while also seizing some spoils. Isn't that reasonable and fair? Orton laughed heartily. However, before Orton could take action, an explosion suddenly occurred on Bloodhand Line Rangal's ship. It wasn't hit by Ja's warship. Rather, it was an explosion from within the ship's cabin. Then, a figure holding a devil fruit charged out from the smoke, standing atop the mast and laughing wildly. Ah, foolish pirates, let me take this ability for myself. Just as his words fell, a strong figure also emerged from the smoke. And that figure was Bloodhand Line Rangal. He angrily stared at the figure on the mast and shouted, Aramaki, you betrayed us? Betrayal? Aramaki sneered and said, Don't get it wrong, foolish pirates, I have never been with you. I was merely acting with you to gain the power of this devil fruit. At this moment at the port, Orton looked at that figure, his eyes shining with light. Earlier, he was puzzled about what kind of devil fruit the Whitebeard pirates were entangled with. And now, although he still couldn't recognize the devil fruit, at least he recognized the person. Aramaki, originally a character in the story who, along with Ichao, underwent world conscription and became a Navy Admiral. If nothing major has deviated, then the devil fruit he is holding is most likely the legendary Logia type, the forest fruit. Chapter 208. The Divine Bull, Orton. Ortolun has a deep impression of this guy. Aramaki. Firstly, this guy is quite good at putting on a show, claiming that he hasn't eaten in years, but if a pretty girl feeds him, he might consider taking a couple of bites. Secondly, this guy is completely not to Ortolun's taste. He is a staunch supporter of the world government and a follower of the celestial dragons, making him the polar opposite of Ixiao when it comes to the general public. Thirdly, this guy has impressive abilities. He possesses the nature type forest fruit. To be honest, if Ortolun hadn't eaten the thunder fruit, he would have really wanted to challenge the abilities of this fruit. However, despite having such a powerful fruit, he doesn't give off the aura of a Marine Admiral in terms of strength. The Revolutionary Army's giant, Morley, could engage him in a flashy battle in Mariejois, which could be attributed to Aramaki's reservations about going all out there. But in Wano, when red-haired Shanks used his conqueror's haki from across the sea, he managed to intimidate Aramaki, making him seem quite lackluster. Ortolun has always been relatively patient and fond of strong individuals, but he has no feelings for Aramaki at all. Therefore, when he saw him, it was completely different from the mindset he had when he first met Ixiao, wanting to recruit Ixiao, but having no intention of doing the same with Aramaki. The reason is simple. Ortolun finds this guy displeasing and feels they don't match. Such a good fruit. Rather than wasting it in your hands and making our Navy's Admiral embarrassed in the future, it's better to hand it over to me. Ortolun said with a wicked smile. He might not want the person, but he would definitely take the fruit. At the same time, Aramaki, being a quick-witted guy, after rebutting Rangal, planned to eat the devil fruit directly and make it a done deal. Bastard. Kazuki Odin watched this scene with a somewhat grim expression, disregarding any hidden masters in the port, and drew the Amano Habakiri from his waist, ready to interrupt Aramaki's actions. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded beside Aramaki, and in the next moment, a sense of crisis enveloped him. Although this guy hadn't eaten the devil fruit yet, his strength was decent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the confidence to get involved in the fruit competition between the Whitebeard pirates and Rangal. The moment the lightning exploded, Aramaki instinctively released a strong haki to protect himself, while quickly locking his gaze onto the source of the lightning. But it was useless. He wanted to take action, but it was already too late. The first thing that appeared in his line of sight was a shoe sole, followed by a powerful kick that struck hard against his shoulder. With a bang, the lightning combined with the force of the kick shattered the haki armor he had hastily built up, and he couldn't stabilize himself on the mast, being forced back by the overwhelming power. Just then, a hand reached out from the lightning and grabbed his wrist. You are. At that moment, Aramaki recognized the figure, the commander of the G5 Naval Base, known as the Heavenly Bull, Navy Vice Admiral Ben Ortolun. He never expected to run into such a formidable character here. As Ortolun locked onto his wrist, Aramaki hurriedly shouted, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not a..." Of course, Ortolun wouldn't misunderstand anything. He was targeting you, and your relationship had nothing to do with it. So before Huangmu could finish his words, Ortolun's heavy fist was already coming down on him. Thunderstorm. The distance was too close, the speed too fast, and coupled with the fact that Huangmu's strength was already at a certain disadvantage compared to Ortolun. In that moment, Huangmu could only watch helplessly as the fist wrapped in lightning rapidly enlarged in his vision, with no time to react at all. In the next instant, he was struck hard on the bridge of his nose by this punch, and with a crack, the nasal bone broke. Blood immediately sprayed out, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, plunging from the top of the mast into the sea, creating a huge splash on the surface before sinking down. At the same time, Ortolun stood gracefully on the mast, reaching out to gently grab the devil fruit that was about to fall with him. "Oh my pirate bastards! Good afternoon." Ortolun stood on the mast, wearing a calm and composed smile, and greeted everyone. Orton hadn't fought on the sea for a long time, but even so, his deterrent power was still formidable. Just by standing here, neither Rengar nor the Whitebeard pirates dared to act rashly. "Why are you here?" Rengar looked at Orton with a hint of resentment in his eyes. As he spoke, fur began to grow out from his neck, and his form quickly transformed into that of a beastman, becoming a lion. Rengar naturally harbored hatred towards Orton because the newspapers had reported that Orton, together with Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Karp, had captured Shiki at the Navy headquarters. Orton glanced at Rengar with a somewhat strange expression, then responded with a hint of disdain. "Since when did the Navy need to report to you pirates? Bastard." A fierce light flashed in Rengar's eyes as he suddenly exerted force under his feet, shattering the sturdy deck in an instant. His figure seemed poised to launch towards Orton on the mast. But at that moment, as the wood chips from the deck flew up, Rengar's pupils suddenly dilated. Because at that moment, Orton, who had been on the mast, had already appeared beside him, not in front, but right next to him, as they passed each other in a cross stance. More importantly, Orton was imbued with the power of thunder, and his arm was raised as if greeting a long-lost friend, ready to embrace. The crook of his arm was precisely at Rengar's throat. "Too slow," Orton whispered in Rengar's ear. This seemed to be the final whisper. The next second, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted, and Orton's powerful and violent arm struck Rengar's throat. At the moment of contact, Rengar's posture, which was originally gathering strength to leap, was forcefully altered. He seemed to hang on Orton's arm, unable to contain the blood that was about to spew from his mouth. "Thunderclap!" Orton shouted. With a bang, Rengar was sent flying, blood spraying into the air like a fountain, tracing a trajectory as he soared. His figure did not fall into the sea, but instead shot toward the distant Whitebeard pirate's warship like a cannonball, colliding violently with the deck. On that deck, Josu's eyes flickered with ferocity, crossing his arms in front of him to transform into a hard diamond state. Then he saw Rengar, who had been sent flying, crash into his arms. If this strike had not hit Josu, Rengar, with his awakened zone ability, might have still been able to bounce around. But crashing into Josu was like shattering Rengar's very soul. He had taken the full brunt of Orton's thunderclap. The impact was so powerful that the sound of bones cracking could be heard, demonstrating just how fierce the force was. Unable to contain another mouthful of old blood, mixed with shattered internal organs, Rengar coughed it out, then his vision darkened, and he fainted. Josu's feet cracked the deck as he felt the force of Rengar's impact. His gaze fixed on Orton on the enemy ship in the distance. That guy had made 2 moves. The first had sent a character named Aramuki, who was unknown to him, into the sea without a sound, and the second had directly killed the veteran master, Bloodhand Lion Rengar, who had awakened his zone ability. So strong. Josu swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. Rengar's strength was even a notch above his own, yet he had no power to resist against Orton. However, Josu quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. If he were the only one here today, he would turn around and leave without a second thought. But now, there was also Kazuki Orton present. Kazuki Orton was someone even his father would describe as powerful. At the same time, Kazuki Orton was also looking at Orton with a serious expression. Earlier, when he wanted to attack Aramuki, he had only drawn one sword, the Amano Habakiri. Now, just by staring at Orton, he felt an immense pressure, so his other hand rested on the sword at his waist, which was inMoon. Chapter 209. Arrogance is a sin. Josu. Seeing Kazuki Orton's movements, Orton smiled and said, "What's this? Are you going to fight me?" Kazuki Orton slowly drew both swords, his expression serious as he looked at Orton and said, "Of course. It's not every day you encounter a rare beast who can suppress the desire to draw their sword. Is that so? A beast?" Orton's lips curled into a fierce smile as he replied, "Beasts can eat people." As soon as he finished speaking, Kazuki Orton seemed unable to suppress his desire any longer. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he bent his body as 2 powerful haki surged to blacken the long sword in his hand. In the next instant, the deck beneath his feet splintered, and his figure shot forth like a streak of light, launching from Josu's flagship towards Orton. Odin's 2-sword style, Peach Blossom, White Flow. Kazuki Orton shouted. A powerful slash erupted from his blade in an instant, and At that moment, the momentum he exuded even made the crowd watching from the harbor feel suffocated. A glimmer of light appeared in Ortolun's eyes. With just this strike, Kazuki Odin's strength was indeed well-deserved. This guy might be a bit of an idiot, always doing stupid things and quite self-righteous. But to be fair, although Ortolun looks down on Kazuki Odin's so-called charisma, he still has to acknowledge his strength. Just as the saying goes, in the blink of an eye, Kazuki Odin and his powerful slash had already reached Ortolun. But at that very moment, a fierce burst of Conqueror's haki erupted from Ortolun's hand, showing no intention of retreating as he reached out to grab that ferocious slash. At the moment Ortolun made his move, an invisible force of Conqueror's haki instantly clashed, and the dual blades in Kazuki Odin's hands halted in mid-air before even making contact with Ortolun's palm. Initially, both sides were using armament haki, but after a brief confrontation lasting 2 seconds, a flash of crimson light appeared in Kazuki Odin's eyes, and then the haki on his dual blades began to change, as the power of Conqueror's haki gradually replaced the armament haki. Orton was the same. At first, he had a slight advantage in the clash of armament haki. But when Kazuki Odin transformed his haki into Conqueror's haki, a feeling of suppression arose, forcing Orton to convert the quality of his haki in this confrontation to Conqueror's haki as well. When both of their Conqueror's haki fully erupted, there was no longer any possibility of contact between Orton's palm and Kazuki Odin's blade. The void crackled with electricity, and black lightning inexplicably erupted around them. Soon after, the space could no longer withstand the clash of these two haki, shattering with a loud bang, and then all the confrontation and momentum seemed to be compressed onto the two of them in an instant, as if the sea fell silent for a moment. But in that very moment, the momentum and power forcibly compressed into their bodies rebounded, causing the sea to sink several meters deep. Strong winds began to howl. The sky was torn apart, and a powerful air pressure surged out, engulfing everything around. With a loud explosion, the area where Orton and Kazuki Odin clashed in the void suddenly erupted, but there was no smoke. It was merely a burst of power. The mast beneath Orton shattered into fragments, and Kazuki Odin's figure uncontrollably flew backward. In an instant, Kazuki Odin's feet struck the air several times, forcefully halting his figure midair. At the same time, his muscles bulged, and the twin swords in his hands traced a blooming shadow in the air, his gaze already locking onto Orton, who was falling from the shattered mast. Odin's two-sword style. Kazuki Odin shouted, exerting strength in his hands, gripping the sword handles tightly, as powerful Conqueror's haki once again enveloped the blades. However, before he could launch his attack, a bolt of lightning shot towards him like a laser beam from a distance, prompting Kazuki Odin to instinctively react, swinging his dual blades forward to cleave the lightning bolt in half. As he split the lightning beam, Kazuki Odin also saw Orton's transformation in the distance. He was now surrounded by flowing lightning, floating in the air, and two much thicker silver plasma arcs swirled around his arms, quickly gathering in Orton's palms. Then, Orton thrust the gathered plasma forward with a thunder roar cannon. Accompanied by Orton's furious shout, dazzling lightning erupted from his hands, transforming into a straight energy column that shot towards Kazuki Odin. In that moment, Kazuki Odin could have dodged. He had the reflexes for it. But just as he prepared to evade the energy column, he suddenly realized something. Behind him was Jozu's flagship. If he dodged, Orton's attack would be enough to blow the entire ship to smithereens. Therefore, he couldn't avoid it. Damn it. Kazuki Odin cursed inwardly as he unleashed his brute strength, swinging his dual blades forward to slash out across. Roaring, Odin's two-sword style peach blossom 10 fists. The powerful cross-slash instantly divided the thick energy column, resembling a barrel, into 4 parts. As Kazuki Odin spread his arms, he forcefully altered the trajectory of the energy column, causing it to scatter like fireworks as it passed by him, avoiding the battleship behind. However, at that moment, with Kazuki Odin's arms spread wide, his chest was left open. In the final moment of the energy column's explosion, Orton's figure suddenly emerged from the lightning. The sudden change happened so fast that Kazuki Odin had no time to adjust. As he tried to retract his arms, Orton's hand had already pressed down on his shoulder. And at the same time, Kazuki Odin saw that Orton's other hand, emerging from the electric light, was holding a war hammer. In an instant, the war hammer whistled as it swung through the air, tracing a half circle, its powerful haki seemingly capable of shattering the space it passed through, creating ripples in the surrounding air. Full moon, Orton shouted. With a loud bang, The hammer struck Kazuki Odin's waist, visibly contorting his expression into one of agony. The powerful force slammed into him, causing the well-defined muscles of his waist to tremble and deform. Following that, a tremendous force surged again, and the original half-circle was transformed into a complete circle by Orton's swing, resembling a full moon. Ugh! Kazuki Odin's pained cry finally escaped him as his figure was sent flying like a baseball, crashing into the sea below. The already turbulent surface of the sea seemed to explode like a bomb, creating a wave over 10 meters high that engulfed Kazuki Odin's figure. Meanwhile, Ortolun elegantly halted in midair, resting the warhammer on his shoulder, surrounded by flowing lightning, and with a calm smile. He said, "The 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates doesn't seem so impressive, huh?" Seizing Orton's moment of arrogance, Josu's eyes flashed with determination as he shouted from the deck, "There's a flaw. Shining charge." Just as the words left his mouth, or rather, even a bit faster than the sound, Josu's body had fully transformed into a shining diamond, and he charged towards Orton in the air with a shoulder tackle. It must be said that Josu's physique, without the aid of special abilities, could still explode with such speed, which was indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Josu leaped into the high sky, reaching Orton's front, believing that Orton had nowhere to dodge. However, in reality, Orton had no intention of dodging at all. At the last moment, and at the most suitable distance, he raised his hand and pressed it against Josu's incoming shoulder, smiling and saying, Hey, don't be so enthusiastic. If you want a hug, go find someone else." In that moment, Josu's face displayed an expression of disbelief. His shining charge was immensely powerful, yet now, it was casually held in place by Orton in midair, without any backlash or leakage of power. Looking at Josu's astonished expression, Orton laughed heartily. "What kind of expression is that? You don't actually think your strength is great, do you? Arrogance is the original sin, Josu." As the words fell, Orton's wrist suddenly exerted force. Even with Josu's diamond-formed shoulder, he felt an immense pressure and slight pain at that moment. Before he could react, a powerful force erupted from Orton's hand, sending Josu's massive figure flying, crashing heavily onto the battleship's deck, penetrating through it, leaving no trace of him. Chapter 210. Only such a slash is worthy of my blood. Just as Josu was flung away by Orton, 2 extremely powerful slashes suddenly erupted from beneath the sea. Could it continue? Orton thought to himself as he sensed the slashes. With the strength of Kazuki Odin, he should not be easily defeated by a single blow. It appears that he still has some energy left. Perhaps wanting to truly experience the power of Kazuki Odin's slash, Orton did not evade this time. Instead, he activated a strong armament hockey on his arm and blocked forward. In the next moment, 2 slashes struck against Orton's arm in succession, shattering the hardened armament hockey instantly, which clearly demonstrated the power of Kazuki Odin's slash. However, after breaking through the armament hockey, it seemed that the power had diminished somewhat. Upon contacting Orton's skin, 2 blood marks, nearly 2 centimeters deep, emerged. But that was as far as it went. Orton's incredible muscle tissue was too firm, effectively blocking these 2 slashes. "It still hurts quite a bit." Orton glanced at the wounds on his arm, shrugged, and calmly muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Kazuki Odin had already crawled out of the sea, standing on the wreckage of Riengar's broken ship. With both hands holding his swords, his posture was somewhat hunched, as he seemed to be pressing his wrist against his waist, apparently in discomfort from the pain there. At this moment, it could be seen that there was a large bruise on Kazuki Odin's waist, dark purple in color, with blood slowly oozing out from the surface of his skin. The strike full moon from Orton was indeed brutal. Kazuki Odin felt that his physical fitness was already quite strong, but he was still nearly knocked out by this blow. If he hadn't fallen into the sea and gulped down a few mouthfuls of seawater that choked him back to consciousness, he might have truly been dazed. Shaking off the seawater from the tips of his hair, Kazuki Odin's breathing gradually calmed down, and his slightly hunched figure straightened again. Standing on the wreckage of the battleship, he fixed a serious gaze on Orton, who was floating in the air like the god of thunder. Seeing this scene, Orton raised an eyebrow and said, "Your physical fitness is quite impressive. Can you really suppress such injuries?" I have to say, although Kazuki Odin's physical fitness can't compare to monsters like Orton and Charlotte Limlin, it is indeed quite formidable. Calling him a little monster is not an exaggeration. "You really underestimated me." Kazuki Odin took a deep breath. With this deep breath, an extremely powerful hockey gathered on the blade of inMoon in his hand, while he sheathed the Tengu Yagiri in his other hand. Then, with his free hand, he supported the hilt of inMoon, and, at that moment, the haki on inMoon flared up even more, as if it was about to ignite. At this moment, Kazuki Odin's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated, and his gaze was firmly locked onto Ortolun, a sharp killing intent quickly enveloping Ortolun, making him feel as if he was being targeted by some dangerous beast. Sensing this sense of crisis, Ortolun's previously somewhat frivolous expression also tightened, and his gaze became serious. Kazuki won sword style. Kazuki Odin lightly exclaimed, slightly spreading his feet, but his figure remained still. At this moment, it was as if a force was circulating around Kazuki Odin, and when this force gradually gathered in his eyes, he moved. With a twist of his wrist, the blade instantly flipped, a glint of cold light reflecting off and striking Orton's eyes, causing him to instinctively squint. And, at the moment Orton squinted, Kazuki Odin shouted, "Finally!" A powerful momentum erupted from him, and his figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, heading straight for Orton's location. At this moment, the inMoon in his hand seemed to truly ignite, the formless haki power seemingly turning into substance, fierce flames blazing. The speed of this strike was extremely fast, so fast that just as Orton's brows were beginning to relax, Kazuki Odin had already arrived in front of him. Without a second thought, a flash of lightning struck Orton, and his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, reappearing more than 10 meters away in the air. Don't think you can escape. Kazuki Odin seemed unfazed, his essence, energy, and spirit converging in an instant, combined with his observation haki, allowing him to foresee the future. As Orton's figure flickered and appeared more than 10 meters away, Kazuki Odin had already locked onto his position. 4 top-tier masters, 10 meters was hardly a distance, especially for a sword master. At that moment, the inMoon in his hand finally struck out, and in an instant, it seemed as if the heavens and earth had changed color. The fierce slash crossed the distance of time and space, appearing before Orton. If viewed in slow motion, one could see Orton's pupils contract for an instant, initially showing surprise, seemingly astonished by the strangeness and power of this strike. But this surprise quickly dissipated, and then excitement bloomed in his eyes. In an instant, Orton was engulfed by the blade's light, and blood blossoms could be seen bursting in the air. However, this flash of blade light was momentary. After stealing the viewer's gaze for just an instant, it vanished. At this moment, Orton was still suspended in the air, but the blood light was not an illusion. A 30-centimeter long gash ran diagonally down from his shoulder to his chest, deep enough to see bone, with blood flowing continuously. Raising his hand to touch the wound on his body, Orton couldn't help but smile with a slightly manic grin, saying, "This is the power I want. This is the pain I desire. Only such a slash is worthy of my blood. Kazuki Odin, I acknowledge your slash. To repay your effort, I will give my all next." As Ortolun's words fell, a deep rumble of thunder suddenly erupted in the sky, which seemed to represent Ortolun's conviction. At the moment the thunder roared, a massive amount of lightning energy surged around Ortolun, enveloping him completely at an astonishing speed. "Thunder escape armor," Ortolun said lightly. The power of lightning attached itself to his surface, awakening his physical capabilities. The wounds that had been bleeding profusely quickly closed up under the guidance of the sixth form, and even the blood that had flowed out began to return to his body. At the same time, Kazuki Odin had landed back on the wreckage of the ship on the sea surface. When the thunder sounded, he felt the hair on his body stand on end, as if a dangerous aura had completely locked onto him. He knew very well that the aura came from Ortolun in the sky. Without any flicker, Ortolun's eyes sparkled with excitement and bloodlust. He stomped his foot hard, creating a ripple in the air, and his figure surged downward like a wild beast. Fiercely and brutally, without any technical finesse, diving straight towards Kazuki Odin. As Ortolun charged down, Kazuki Odin swung his inMoon once more, unleashing a fierce aura of flames. However, it seemed considerably weaker than the previous strike that had been infused with spirit and energy. Without a second thought, Kazuki Odin swung his blade again. There was no miss. He could see that the Navy Vice Admiral, Bane Ortolun, known as the Bull of Heaven, had no intention of dodging at all. In fact, his gaze was filled with anticipation, eager for the strike to be powerful enough. With a single slash, inMoon's blade pierced through Ortolun's thunder escape armor, the cold blade cutting into his skin. The slight pain made Ortolun unable to suppress a smile. This was the feeling he craved. There was no defensive haki at all. At this moment, all of Ortolun's haki power was concentrated in his arms. As Kazuki Odin's inMoon pierced Ortolun's skin, Ortolun's elbow, filled with explosive power, had already crashed into Kazuki Odin's chest. However, unlike Ortolun's wild approach, Kazuki Odin had folded his other arm in front of his chest, also gathering Haki power, including the Conqueror's Haki. He was going to defend. However, Ortolun's full force strike truly took Kazuki Odin by surprise. When the elbow struck his arm, he clearly felt the unstoppable force erupting. His muscles were suppressed, and his arm bones even cracked. Then, his chest was compressed as if his ribs were about to crush his lungs, causing him to involuntarily exhale. Next, the wreckage of the ship beneath his feet trembled and fractured. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, Ortolun's voice thundered. Heavy flow explosion! In the next instant, Kazuki Odin felt time freeze, and it seemed as if he was submerged in the sea again. However, this feeling lasted only for a moment, as the violent force Ortolun had exerted erupted once more, pushing the seawater away, scattering everything around. The sea was not too deep here, so as the surrounding water was forced out, the seabed's sand and stones were exposed. Immediately after, Kazuki Odin was struck down like a meteor, violently penetrating into the seabed's sand and stones, and the ensuing violent tremor overturned the displaced seawater. Chapter 211. General, let me explain. On the desolate beach of the island, Aramaki crawled out of the waves, looking quite disheveled. His nose was broken, and blood mixed with seawater flowed down his face, making him appear quite odd. However, taking a heavy punch from Ortolun and still managing to crawl out of the sea proved that even without eating a devil fruit, his strength was still considerable. Damn it, I told you I'm not a pirate, Aramaki muttered as he stood up from the beach. Then, he heard the distant thunder, which caught his attention. He quickly looked toward the source and saw Ortolun's wild figure descending from the sky and Kazuki Odin standing on the wreckage of the ship, like a warrior ready to draw his sword, even in the face of a landslide. In just a moment, Kazuki Odin's figure was engulfed by Ortolun, and since the distance wasn't too close, Aramaki couldn't see the situation clearly. However, the subsequent scene truly shocked him. The sea surface had been blasted into a chasm, even forcing the seawater out and revealing a hole that reached the seabed, while the figures of Kazuki Odin and Ortolun vanished into the depths of this cavernous abyss. Did he just pierce through the ocean? Aramaki swallowed hard, feeling a bit shocked. He instinctively raised a hand to touch his broken nose, and suddenly realized that Ortolun hadn't taken him seriously at all, meaning that this punch was actually a mercy. Originally, he wanted to confront Ortolun, but at this moment, Aramaki felt intimidated. One after another, they were all as strong as monsters. Time to leave. It seems the Sunsen fruit is not meant for me. Aramaki snapped back to reality, no longer lingering, and turned to walk deeper into the island. However, as he walked, he kept pondering, is the Navy really that powerful? Should I join the Navy? Relying on the Navy's strength, along with my own, to become a true superior? Aramaki secretly contemplated this. He had never thought about joining the Navy before. He believed he could do well on his own. Perhaps he couldn't compare to monsters like Ortolun, but in the new world, not many could bully him. But today, Ortolun's punch seemed to awaken in him the desire to join the Navy. Facing such monsters was truly terrifying, but if he became a comrade, it would feel extraordinarily reassuring. There were quite a few monsters like him in the Navy. Ultimately, the strongest on this sea was indeed the Navy. Joining the Navy, becoming a Navy officer, and climbing up to that holy land, Mariejois. Who knows, if I perform well, I might even become a true noble. The more Aramaki thought about this, the more tempted he became. As for Ortolun, he couldn't care less about Aramaki's situation and had no intention of paying him any mind. At this moment, Ortolun stood at the seabed, looking at Kazuki Odin, who had been blasted into the sand and stones. To be precise, it was Kazuki Odin's 2 legs that were exposed, while most of his body was buried in the seabed. Is it over? Ortolun did not go in for the kill. Instead, he stood still, calmly asking. As if hearing his voice, Kazuki Odin's legs struggled and shook a couple of times, seemingly trying to free himself from the sand and stones. However, after a few attempts, he completely lost strength, and his legs went limp. Watching this scene, Orton sighed and said, "Sure enough, I can't continue dancing. What a disappointment. I thought I had encountered a real beast." As he spoke, Orton looked around, noticing that the seawater that had been pushed away was starting to rush back in. If he stayed here any longer, he would be submerged by the water. As a power user, he didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness. Therefore, he took a couple of steps forward, grabbed Kazuki Odin's ankle, and pulled him out of the sand and stones as if pulling a leak. It was then that Ortolun finally saw Odin's condition clearly. The left arm that had been blocking him earlier was now unnaturally bent, with jagged bone spurs piercing through flesh, exposed to the air. It was obvious that it had been broken. His chest was somewhat sunken, likely with several broken ribs, and black blood was flowing from his nostrils. His eyes rolled back, and he had lost consciousness. The fact proved that the naval battle had a significant impact on Kazuki Odin. The confined space had limited his performance. If he had faced Ortolun's heavy flow burst on land, he would have had enough space to maneuver and wouldn't have had to take the hit head-on. In that case, the subsequent battle might have changed, and he could have struggled further, providing Ortolun with a better performance. But unfortunately, he was on the cramped wreck of a ship at that moment. He didn't have enough space to maneuver and had no choice but to take Ortolun's blow directly. According to Kazuki Odin's thoughts at the time, he probably wanted to take a gamble with Ortolun, confronting him head-on. Ortolun showed no intention of defending or dodging, charging straight at him. If he could withstand Ortolun's heavy flow burst, then his inMoon could definitely deal a heavy blow to Ortolun. Perhaps the balance of the battle would begin to tilt in his favor. Of course, the idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. In the sea, there were certainly people who could withstand Ortolun's full-strength blow, but it seemed that Kazuki Odin was not among them. Grabbing Kazuki Odin, Ortolun soared into the air, quickly escaping the deep pit of the sea and landing gracefully on the deck of the Whitebeard pirate's warship. At that moment, due to the previous clash of Conqueror's hockey, a large number of pirate lackeys were lying on the deck, and there was a big hole where Jozu had just been smashed in. Now, he was silent. It was unclear if he had fallen into the sea. However, Ortolun wasn't interested in Jozu and casually tossed Kazuki Odin onto the deck. Looking at the situation, he felt somewhat troubled. He was interested in the fight before, but now, how should he wrap things up? If he just left them there, would that go against the justice of the Navy? After all, no matter how you put it, these guys were pirates, weren't they? But if he captured them to mine? Ugh. Admiral Sengoku had repeatedly instructed him not to mess with the Whitebeard pirates. If he captured their 2nd and 3rd Division commanders to mine or sent them to impel down, with Whitebeard's personality, he definitely wouldn't let it go easily. Currently, in his peak state, Whitebeard could probably really sink Mariejois to the bottom of the sea. Ortolun stroked his chin, pondering somewhat troubled. Thinking of this, Ortolun felt uncertain, so he took out a din-din mushi from his pocket and dialed. After a while, the din-din mushi was answered, and Sengoku's warm voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, came through. Is this Ortolun? I heard you're on vacation with Guillaume. Quite leisurely, huh? Cough. Admiral, it's a bit of a coincidence. I accidentally took out Kazuki Odin and Jozu from the Whitebeard pirates, so how should I wrap this up? Should I send them to headquarters? Ortolun asked somewhat awkwardly. On the other end, Sengoku fell silent, no longer laughing, and the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit heavy. Sensing the awkwardness, Ortolun quickly added, by the way, there's also Bloodhand Lion Renjiro. You should be fine, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Sengoku cursing angrily, you bastard. I've told you countless times not to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. You just don't take it to heart, do you? No, I'll admit it. Please let me explain. I originally just wanted to take a shot at them, nothing else. Besides, isn't it often said that the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates is very strong? I thought I'd trade a few blows and then call it a day, parting ways without anyone making it difficult for the other. But who would have thought that once I started, I couldn't hold back and accidentally knocked him out? The other guy seems to have fallen into the sea too. Sigh? Wait, he won't drown, will he? He hasn't moved for a long time. Suddenly, Ortolun thought of something and quickly walked over to a fainted pirate lackey, squatting down to give him a few hard slaps. After waking the pirate up, he quickly instructed, Quick, you can swim, right? Jump into the sea and check. Your Captain Jozu should have had enough to drink, and if he drinks more, he will die. Hurry and get it back. The pirate lackey was initially a bit confused, seemingly not understanding the situation, but upon hearing that Jozu had fallen into the sea, he hurriedly jumped in to save him. However, before Ortolun could say a few more words to Sengoku, suddenly a powerful current surged from beneath the surface, and Ortolun stepped aside instinctively. The current slammed into the ship's cabin, shattering it completely. Sea flow, shoulder throw. Ortolun recognized this move at a glance. Sure enough, looking down into the sea, he saw a fisherman carrying the unconscious Jozu, glaring at Ortolun with a furious expression. This fisherman was none other than the 8th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Fishman Namur. However, at this moment, Ortolun merely glanced at him before shifting his gaze to the horizon of the sea. Then, he whispered into the din-din mushi, Oh dear, Admiral, it seems we won't have to bother too much. Someone qualified to handle this mess has arrived. Whitebeard. Sengoku's tone became serious, asking in a deep voice. And at the far end of the sea's horizon, a giant pirate ship, slicing through the waves like a white whale, was heading toward them. That ship was none other than the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick. Yes, I didn't expect to run in a Whitebeard after all, Ortolun said with a smile. Now is not the time to start a war with the Whitebeard pirates. Don't escalate the conflict too much, Ortolun, Sengoku reminded him. I understand, Ortolun replied, then hung up the din mushy. Chapter 212. Whitebeard. Lingling's talent may blossom through you? At the same time, Ortolun hung up the phone. A figure appeared beside him. It was indeed Gion. She glanced at the unconscious Getsu Odin at Ortolun's feet, then looked at the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates approaching in the distance, and asked, What do you think? I just bought a ticket. If you want to leave, there's still time to go now. Ortolun? No, it was so exciting just now. Are there still people selling tickets at the port? Aren't they joining in the fun? How do we leave? Should we take Kazuki Odin with us? Ortolun looked at Gion with a somewhat unsure expression. Gion fell silent for a moment, then said seriously, But I only bought 2 tickets. This Ortolun looked at Gion with a surprised expression and asked, Are you playing with me? Hearing this, Gion stopped teasing Ortolun and laughed. How do we wrap this up now? You're not thinking of starting a fight with Whitebeard here, are you? I do have a bit of that thought, Ortolun replied softly, his gaze turning towards the distant Moby Dick. After a brief pause, he continued, Last time, after I took down Douglas Bullet, I had a distant encounter with that guy Whitebeard. Ever since then, I've regretted it. Regretted what? Gion asked. Regretted that the so-called strongest was right in front of me. Yet I did not take action, Ortolun said, his tone filled with strong anticipation as he continued. Today, I met Whitebeard again. Don't you think this is the favor of fate? As he spoke, excitement flickered in Ortolun's eyes, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, the power of the rumble fruit crackling in his hands. However, the Admiral will not allow you to escalate our conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, Gion. Noticing that Ortolun was getting a bit carried away, quickly advised. I know, so I'm not saying I want to start a full-blown war with Whitebeard here, but I want to measure something that shouldn't be a problem, right? Ortolun licked his chapped lips. Measure what? Gion hesitated and asked. The distance between me and the strongest, Ortolun said, without hesitation. Seeing Ortolun's determined gaze, Gion seemed to realize he had made up his mind. She thought for a moment and finally sighed. Just don't get too carried away, or things might get messy. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You know me. I'm mature and calm. How could I get carried away easily? Controlling my emotions is my specialty. Ortolun confidently patted his chest. Gion listened to this and looked at Kazuki Odin, who was lying half dead on the deck, thinking to herself, how can you have the confidence to say that? However, when she glanced at Kazuki Odin this time, she smiled again and said, But since we've already fought, we can't leave empty-handed, right? Saying this, she crouched down and reached for Kazuki Odin's belt, skillfully unhooking the famous sword, inMoon, that was hanging at his waist. At the same time, Gion asked, Isn't this guy a dual wielder? Whereas the other sword? Orton is not a swordsman and has no interest in famous swords, so he hadn't paid any attention to it before. It was only when Shizuka asked that he realized, scratching his head and saying, In the end, he used a one-sword style to fight against me, and the one in his hand was the inMoon. But in the end, it delivered a heavy blow, and he probably lost grip of it. I didn't notice at the time, but I guess it's now at the bottom of the sea. Seeing a hint of regret on Shizuka's face, Orton smiled and said, It's fine, it's just a famous sword. I have several others, like Shiki's Mugen and Sakura, as well as Roger's Ace. If you like, I can give him to you when I go back. No need for that, I don't have a collecting habit. I just think that since we've fought, he shouldn't get off so easily, Shizuka replied as he stood up again, fastening the Tsubaki Yuzan at his waist, speaking boldly. Seeing this, Ortolun didn't dwell on the topic any longer and suddenly seemed to remember something. He quickly reached into his bosom and fumbled around, then took out the devil fruit with a look of fear on his face and said, I almost forgot about this thing. I just stuffed it away without thinking. Thankfully, it wasn't damaged. Here, take it. Keep it safe. If I end up fighting with Whitebeard later, you should retreat first. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, that Muir guy was carrying Jaws and had climbed up onto the deck. What's the situation? Marco stepped forward to help Muir place Jaws on the deck. Looking somewhat worried, I took a quick glance, and Jaws is fine. He just drowned, nothing serious. Muir responded initially, but then added with some concern, however, that Bane Ortolun is indeed quite ruthless. Captain Uden must have suffered greatly. Even just a glance, I knew I wasn't his match. Plus, I was carrying Jaws, so I didn't act recklessly. At that moment, Whitebeard also walked over. He first checked Ja's condition and found that Ja's indeed hadn't sustained any injuries, just unconscious from drowning, which relieved him a bit. Then, he asked in a deep voice, "Is Yun still alive?" "Yes, I sensed his presence at that time. Although it was unstable, he is indeed alive, but he should have been severely injured." Mir said, "We weren't too far from Ja's and the others. Just less than half an hour of sailing in between. In just half an hour, that guy was able to defeat Yun." Marco said this while looking up at his father. Yun is someone who knows no fear. After the setback, he might gain some insight. Newgate grunted, expressing some disappointment. After a brief pause, Newgate continued, "But that Ortolun." When he mentioned Ortolun's name, a glint of reminiscence flashed in Newgate's eyes. And with a hint of emotion, he continued after a moment, "That guy, it seems, has indeed inherited that bastard Linlin's talent. He's a tough opponent." Newgate wasn't sure how old Ortolun was this year, but he must be in his 20s at most. Back in the day, when he was on the same ship as Charlotte Linlin, she was also in her 20s at the peak of her youth. On the rock ship, Newgate's strength was undoubtedly among the top, and of course, others were also fierce, but Newgate didn't fear them, not even Shiki. Only Charlotte Linlin. From the day he met her, he felt that this woman might truly surpass him. Her talent was too terrifying. Even though Newgate considered himself a person of outstanding talent, he still felt somewhat inferior compared to her. However, in the end, Charlotte Linlin's growth wasn't particularly astonishing, and Newgate gradually let go of his wariness towards her because he discovered that this woman was indeed somewhat wasting her talent. Despite having such good conditions, she chose to continuously have children and overindulge, not putting in the effort to convert her gift into strength. He initially thought that a talent monster like Charlotte Linlin wouldn't appear again for 100 years, but unexpectedly, she actually gave birth to a monster that is not inferior to her, and for a moment, Newgate didn't know if her choice of having children was right or wrong. Bane Ortolun. Newgate's memories finally touched upon that day. That furry pirate. What was his name again? He couldn't remember, but his union with Linlin produced a child devoid of any intelligent racial traits, resembling a beastly infant, and that child, along with his father, was driven away from the Rocks Pirate's ship by Charlotte Linlin. Perhaps that was the most regrettable thing in Linlin's life? Newgate murmured softly. That child, looking back now, was indeed this Bane Ortolun. Right, his father was indeed named Bane. Linlin's talent might blossom in you. Newgate silently pondered this matter. He had a strong premonition. Just like when he first met Charlotte Linlin, he suddenly felt that perhaps in the future, the one who could take the title of the strongest from him would be him. Bane Ortolun. Chapter 213. The Strongest Man, a Name Well Deserved. As the Moby Dick gradually approached Ja's ship, Guillaume finally reminded, "Don't forget, we still have a journey ahead." After saying that, without waiting for Ortolun to respond, she turned and left the warship. At this moment, Ortolun's gaze was fixed on the Moby Dick. Gradually, he saw the figure known as the Strongest Man, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. This time, unlike the last, even from a distance, Ortolun could feel the oppressive presence of this Strongest Man, a feeling that made him somewhat nervous. However, now he found himself not feeling nervous at all. All he felt was excitement, even euphoria. For a moment, he even understood the feeling Kazuki Odin must have had when he saw him, the desire to draw his sword in the face of a beast. The Moby Dick showed no intention of colliding. It soon steadied and docked not far away, and Newgate's gaze met Ortolun's. He first scrutinized Ortolun from head to toe, but did not speak, then shifted his gaze to Kazuki Odin at Ortolun's feet. Seeing Odin in such a severely injured state, there was a hint of helplessness in Newgate's eyes. Ortolun was also sizing up Whitebeard. It was his first time observing the Strongest Man up close. A wild mane of golden hair flowed in the sea breeze, and his crescent-shaped white beard was clearly well-maintained, looking very smooth. The tall, burly physique indeed gave off a sense of toughness. The two locked eyes again. Whitebeard said nothing, and Ortolun remained silent as well, while Marco and the others had no opportunity to speak. After a moment of staring at each other, a smile appeared on Ortolun's face as he reached out and grabbed Kazuki Odin from the deck, casually tossing him toward Whitebeard without a word. Perhaps he could leverage something from Whitebeard, like demanding money for Odin's release or threatening to harm him if he didn't comply. At this distance, given Odin's condition, even Whitebeard wouldn't be able to stop Ortolun. But Ortolun didn't do that, though he was usually greedy and shrewd, wanting to take small advantages. In the face of a hero like Whitebeard, he was willing to show enough respect, even with differing stances. Moreover, he wanted to measure the distance between himself and the Strongest Man. Thus, he didn't want any factors to influence this distance. Keeping Kazuki Odin in hand would hinder Whitebeard's full commitment. Whitebeard caught the severely injured Kazuki Orton and handed him over to Marco without even glancing at him. His gaze remained fixed on Ortolun, but at that moment, a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. Without any unnecessary words, he handed over Orton, but was that submission? No, it was not. Whitebeard could read the answer in Ortolun's eyes. It was not submission, it was spirit. In this vast sea, mere strength is not enough. Only those with both heart and spirit can earn enough respect. Even without any communication, Whitebeard understood what respect Ortolun sought at that moment. It was his full commitment. Still, no one spoke. Ortolun moved his shoulders slightly and then removed the warhammer hanging at his back, placing it aside, causing the deck to creak. The warhammer was indeed a weapon he was skilled with, but ultimately, Ortolun believed that his strongest state was barehanded. Carrying the warhammer now would not provide any benefits. Rather, its weight could cause him to falter. It didn't matter facing Kazuki Orton and the others, but in front of Whitebeard, he needed to be fully focused and committed. Seeing Ortolun's actions, Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Marco and the others to quickly step back and leave space for their captain. Meanwhile, Ortolun took a deep breath, and as he inhaled, his already robust chest expanded even more. Then he slowly exhaled, releasing a surge of thunderous power that quickly enveloped him like armor. Compared to Kazuki Orton's lightning armor, it was completely different. Ortolun's hair started to stand on end, becoming aggressive. His already well-defined muscles grew even more pronounced under the stimulation of this lightning power. The skin exposed outside his clothing faintly flushed, and his eyes gradually assimilated the lightning elements, soon bursting forth with a dazzling light. Whitebeard watched calmly as Ortolun gradually entered this state of giving his all. But even in his calmness, when Ortolun's eyes glowed with the brilliance of thunder, he still felt a sense of pressure. The ability to make him feel that pressure before they even engaged confirmed to Whitebeard that Bane Ortolun was qualified to be his opponent. That guy might have already reached the threshold of an Admiral-level combat power. Whitebeard silently evaluated. To give Ortolun enough respect, Whitebeard had no intention of testing his weight. He lifted the inMoon cut in his hand, and his gaze gradually sharpened, an overwhelming aura bursting forth from him. It was the power of Conqueror's Haki, but it was only for an instant. Since he had no intention of measuring his opponent, there was no need to confront him with Conqueror's Haki. This powerful aura flickered for a moment, then quickly wrapped around the inMoon cut. Simultaneously, as the pressure from Whitebeard's gaze intensified, the surrounding space began to tremble subtly. If someone got close enough to observe Whitebeard, they would notice a faint transparent halo on his body. It was the power of the tremor fruit, accumulating and waiting to erupt. Both sides entered this state of readiness for battle. Yet at this moment, no one moved first. Their gazes were locked on each other, and the unspoken tension seemed to be building up, even without the intention of clashing their Haki. But with this silence and their eye contact, the air crackled with dark lightning, and the space began to tremble slightly. A sea breeze blew past, causing Ortolun's justice cloak behind him to flutter, while Whitebeard's captain's coat also swayed. And at that moment, Ortolun moved. The sound of thunder pierced everyone's ears, and in an instant, it felt as if a lightning bolt had struck their brains. At the same time, the massive pirate ship belonging to Jaws stumbled as if struck by a giant force, tilting at the bow as if someone had pushed its head into the sea, causing a violent upheaval. At that moment, Ortolun was no longer on the ship. No one could lock onto Ortolun's speed, which was as swift as a flash of lightning. But at Whitebeard's level of strength, perceiving with sight became secondary. He didn't need to see with his eyes. Whitebeard had already swung the inMoon cut, just like when they were perfectly coordinating a performance, as the inMoon cut, charged with tremor power, created ripples in the space. It drew a perfect crescent shape, akin to Whitebeard's mustache, in front of him. Orton's figure appeared precisely in front of the blade. There was no sense of surprise, as if Orton had long anticipated this moment. His clenched fist, infused with a formidable conqueror's Haki, met the strike with a powerful punch. Great sound, subtle silence. Great form, formless. Clearly, everyone watched as Kanji collided with Orton's iron fist, and the instant of contact shattered the space around them, causing the massive Moby Dick beneath Newgate to tremble. The surrounding seawater was overturned, and Joe's enormous warship was flipped over. Even in the sky, thunder roared behind Orton, resembling a storm of lightning howling. Yet at that moment, it felt as if everything was silent. No sound could be heard. After a brief moment of stalemate, the muscles in Newgate's arm bulged once more, and, simultaneously, He took a step back. Just that one step caused the deck beneath him to shatter suddenly, without any large remnants. The fragments were pulverized into powder the moment they left the deck, scattering everywhere. Such immense power! That was Newgate's first feeling. Following closely, the shockwave erupted from the tip of the blade, sending Orton flying, tracing a streak of lightning in the air, stopping only after several dozen meters. Once stable in midair, Orton examined his fist, noticing the shattered hockey. The supposedly indestructible bones of his fist were now mangled, exposing gruesome white bones. The strongest man indeed lived up to his reputation. A flicker of excitement crossed Orton's eyes as he thought. Chapter 214. This skill persists, moving forward without hesitation. Although from this exchange, it seemed Orton was at a disadvantage. As someone who personally experienced that strike, he had felt a sense of distance. That distance, while not exactly within reach, was not far either. At that moment, Orton finally confirmed that he was qualified to stand alongside top-tier experts like Newgate, Roger, Shiki, Garp, and Sengoku. Even if he had just crossed that threshold, he had indeed touched their realm. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Orton seemed oblivious to the injury on his knuckles, wearing an excited smile as he clenched his fist again, causing blood to splatter. His gaze locked onto Newgate in the air once more. At that moment, Newgate did not initiate any pursuit. He remained on the deck, holding Kanjiyuki, which he had planted beside him, watching Orton in the air. From Orton's eyes, he saw a new answer. One strike wasn't enough. He needed to come again. Thus, a burst of joy appeared on Newgate's face, a smile that was an answer to Orton. "Come on, kid," without any intention to communicate. Upon seeing Newgate's joyful smile, the lightning around Orton surged, and in the next instant, he appeared above Newgate. Only then did his lightning-fast figure come to a halt, not to give Newgate an opportunity, but to gather strength. As a result, Marco and the others caught their first glimpse of Orton's figure amidst the dynamic exchange. So fast, Marco felt cold sweat on his forehead, muttering in astonishment to himself. If he had been in Dad's position during that first heavy punch, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. With such terrifying speed, to unleash such shocking power, one could say even their own father couldn't do it. This wasn't a matter of strength. It was a matter of ability. The power of the Rumble fruit truly deserved its title of invincible. If that punch had been too fast to keep up with, what would happen if one took it head-on? Kazuki Odin seemed to have already provided the answer. This time it was not a fist, but a battle axe-style downward strike. As the kick fell, even from a distance, Marco could feel the overwhelming momentum rushing toward him like a tiger descending a mountain. At this moment, Newgate, of course, would not be intimidated by this momentum like Marco. He did not use Kanjiyuki this time, but channeled the power of hockey into his arm, raising it to block. With a loud bang, Orton's ankle collided with Newgate's arm, and in an instant, the deck beneath Newgate shattered. This time, he couldn't remain too composed. His feet sank into the deck, supported by the metal cabin ceiling below. Even so, the entire Moby Dick tilted, as if the spot where Newgate stood had been struck by a heavy blow, causing the ship to lift its rear. This was a true clash of strength, with both sides being top-tier experts. If Newgate hadn't locked most of the gravitational force Orton exerted within himself, allowing little to leak out, how could the ship possibly withstand it? Even if the cabin ceiling below was made of metal, it could never endure Orton's battle axe strike. How did Joe's end up in the sea before? It was because he couldn't contain Orton's immense strength and got smashed through the warship, plunging into the depths of the sea. Visibly, Newgate's expression was no longer relaxed, his brows furrowed. As he blocked Orton's downward strike, his arm began to tremble, not due to his ability, but from the tugging of the two forces during their clash. Ortolun was born with immense strength, unstoppable and intimidating. But Whitebeard's physical condition was also incredibly robust. After all, he was the kind of man who could still single-handedly stop a ship even when severely injured, old, or suffering from illness. Would his strength be lacking? However, even such a powerful man faced immense pressure from Ortolun's monstrous strength. And one could even see Whitebeard's legs slightly trembling after a few breaths of stalemate. In terms of pure strength, whether it was Ortolun or Whitebeard, the answer was clear. Ortolun was stronger, but the disadvantage still lay with Ortolun, as Whitebeard could push against the ground while Ortolun was suspended in the air, striking down. Perhaps the initial explosive power wouldn't be affected, but after the struggle, Ortolun had no way to leverage his strength, and without leverage, he couldn't exert his full power. So after a brief stalemate of 7 or 8 breaths, Whitebeard shouted, "Ha! Then, the power in his arm erupted again, forcefully pushing Ortolun away. However, this time, Ortolun was not sent flying too far. Instead, he flipped and landed on the broad deck of the Moby Dick. Unlike the state after the first strike, Whitebeard's expression was now very serious as he stared at Ortolun, slowly pulling his legs out of the deck. Looking at his arms, the area where he had clashed with Ortolun showed some muscle deflation, and the surrounding area was reddened, with faint bruises and purplish colors beginning to spread. It was truly a terrifying power that was hard to forget. Just the same, Whitebeard shook his arm, moved it a couple of times, suppressing the discomfort, and looked at Ortolun, saying the first words since their meeting. Ortolun looked at Newgate's tall and sturdy figure and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, I am still not your match. Ha, little brat, you're only in your 20s. If you want to conquer the world, you're still too young. Newgate laughed in response, comparing oneself to the world, but as the strongest, he certainly had the capital to be arrogant. Ortolun raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Ortolun raised a finger and said, "The final blow. This move is the power I prepared specifically for you after I first saw you on Frania Island." Frania Island? Newgate's eyes showed some confusion, as if he didn't quite remember this matter. But when Ortolun mentioned the scene of their first meeting, Newgate quickly reacted, a hint of realization in his eyes. "Is that the place where you took care of that arrogant brat on Roger's ship?" "Yes, it was Douglas Barrett." Ortolun confirmed with a nod. "Then let me see what kind of power this finishing move, which you hold in such high regard, possesses." Newgate responded with great dominance to Ortolun's request. Seeing this, Ortolun stopped talking nonsense. The thunderous power on his body began to gradually gather, concentrating on the finger he had raised. With this change, Newgate's already serious expression became more solemn. As a top-tier powerhouse, he could sense the dangerous aura gradually emanating from Ortolun's finger, an aura that even vaguely hinted at a deadly scent. To execute this technique, one must concentrate all their strength into a single point. Therefore, this strike must be focused and all out. Even if it leads to hell, it must be consistent. Ortolun said this while investing all his mind, body, and spirit into this strike. As the power gathered, his lightning armor gradually dissipated. Just as he said, this strike required undivided attention to unleash unmatched power. Compared to this, any defense or evasion was unnecessary. All he needed to do was to be consistent. Newgate, who was quite respectful of Ortolun, did not let him feel awkward while he was putting on this show, and smoothly asked, "What is the name of this strike?" "Hell-piercing one strike through." Ortolun grinned, a faint smile on his face, softly providing the answer. At the moment his voice fell, he moved, his figure lunging directly at Newgate, with the one strike through aimed precisely at Newgate's chest. That sense of lethal crisis instantly enveloped Newgate, and for the first time, he chose to evade as Ortolun charged at him. A burst of bloodlight erupted as Ortolun and Newgate's figures crossed each other, and then, that thin but extremely dazzling lightning, as fine as a fingertip, tore through everything, like a meteor streaking across the night sky, embellishing the sea surface, leaving a crack that stretched for hundreds or even thousands of meters, disappearing at the horizon of the sea. "You still chose to dodge," Ortolun said with a hint of regret in his tone as he stood behind Newgate, reflecting on the situation. At this moment, Newgate looked down at his arm. He had dodged. That strike was supposed to pierce through his chest, but now it only left a deep wound on his arm, visible to the bone, yet as fine as a fingertip. He didn't speak, and Ortolun had no intention of lingering on the matter. He elegantly shrugged off the justice cape draped over his shoulders and summoned the electromagnetic power to retrieve the war hammer that had sunk into the sea along with Jaw's battleship. When Ortolun grasped the hammer's handle, he declared, "Whitebeard, I've already touched your shadow. Next time, when I confidently believe this strike can hit you, I will personally claim the title of the strongest." Although it was a provocative statement, upon hearing it, a brilliant smile spread across Newgate's face as he laughed and said, "Ha, it's been years since anyone dared to speak to me like that. But you little brat certainly have the qualification to say such words. Rest assured, I'll be waiting for you on the strongest throne in this sea bane." Ortolun, Chapter 215, Sengoku. Don't overthink it. I just want to take care of you. On Phoenix Island, Ortolun's figure appeared at the port dock accompanied by Lightning, and Jiun had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as he arrived, Jiun immediately led Ortolun onto the merchant ship. The ship's owner stood on the deck, trembling as he looked at Ortolun and asked, "Admiral, can we set sail?" "Yes," Ortolun waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, the Whitebeard pirates won't interfere." Upon receiving Ortolun's clear response, the ship's owner finally relaxed slightly, swallowed hard, and hurriedly called for the ship to set sail. At this point, Jiyuan looked at the not-so-distant Moby Dick in the intact port, somewhat incredulously saying, "At such a close distance, your battle could be considered all out, at least for you. But it didn't affect us at all. It's really beyond my expectations. I thought you two would cause a tremendous ruckus. It's not a large-scale war, so it won't be like that. Precisely because it was all out, there was no need for excessive probing or confrontation of momentum, allowing all power to be focused on the single enemy. If one can't even achieve this, how can they dare to claim the title of the strongest?" Ortolun stated matter-of-factly. In the state, just now, even a Moby Dick was not greatly affected. Even if it were in a town, at most just one street would be unable to withstand it. That guy Whitebeard can indeed easily sink an island with just a wave of his hand. But if he gets serious, he can absolutely ensure that his battle does not affect the outside world at all. The ability to control and release power freely is the true realm. The merchant ship sailed around the Moby Dick. So Ortolun and Newgate did not find themselves in a situation of staring at each other as they gradually moved away. Once the merchant ship had completely left Phoenix Island, it began to accelerate rapidly, and the ship's owner seemed eager for the ship to grow 2 more masts and run on 4 legs across the sea. At this time, Ortolun was also sitting in a passenger seat on the deck, while Jiyuan held bandages, helping him wrap the wounds on his fists and cleaning the decayed flesh between his finger bones. Ortolun is not an awakened ability user of any animal type, nor does he possess any particularly powerful self-healing abilities. However, aside from that, his injuries are not severe. He can recover fully after just a few days of rest. It can even be said that the injuries inflicted by Kazuki Odin are more serious than those caused by Whitebeard. After bandaging the wounds on his hands, Guillaume signaled Ortolun to remove his torn upper clothing, revealing his robust chest, and began to clean the cuts. A normal person would likely wince in pain from such cleaning, especially since he wasn't given any anesthetic, but Ortolun sat there calmly, allowing Guillaume to expose his wounds, cleaning off the dirt and debris without even furrowing his brow. He even calmly took out a transponder snail and called Admiral Sengoku. Clearly, Sengoku was also waiting by the transponder snail, as he picked up the call immediately without letting it ring twice, and asked Ortolun. "It's me, Admiral," Ortolun quickly responded. Upon hearing Ortolun's strong voice, Sengoku immediately relaxed and asked with relief, "So it seems the matter has been resolved?" "Yes, I fought Whitebeard 3 times, and he showed no intention of stopping me. This should be over. They won't retaliate against our navy," Ortolun said with a smile. Orton said this, and the general of the warring states did not doubt his words. Instead, he asked, "How does it feel?" "Very strong." Orton answered affirmatively without hesitation. Upon hearing this, the warring states general chuckled lightly and said, "Our navy is known as the overlord of the seas, with experts aplenty, but this title of strongest has always been in the hands of that old man Whitebeard. Now you understand the value of that title, right?" Orton can now fully understand this statement. He fought against Kazuki Odin and even took down Jozu effortlessly. Although he didn't fight that Marco guy, it's likely that Marco isn't stronger than Kazuki Odin. Through these battles, he realized that the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed not bad, but it can only be considered decent. Among the rest, only Kazuki Odin has yet to fully grow. In the future, he might have the potential to enter the ranks of true top experts, but others have little possibility. In the entire pirate crew, only Whitebeard is exceptional, while compared to the Navy headquarters, there are indeed experts aplenty. Zifa, Admiral Sengoku, and Fleet Admiral Steelbone are not easy opponents, and there are also big shots like Captain Carp and Chief of Staff Ahe. Their combined strength completely crushes the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, in such circumstances, Admiral Sengoku and others are still unwilling to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. And the title of the strongest still rests in the hands of the pirates, which shows just how terrifying Whitebeard's deterrent power is. I understand the weight of that title very well, but I have now touched upon his shadow. I have already seen the outline of the throne represented by the strongest. "Admiral," Orton replied softly. His words surprised Admiral Sengoku on the other end of the transponder snail, and soon, this surprise turned into joy and relief. "You joined our navy at just 18, right?" Admiral Sengoku couldn't help but ask. "Yes, at the end of the year 1495, I was brought to Marineford by Captain Carp. In early 96, I became Zifa student." Orton responded with a hint of nostalgia. "It's almost 1504 now. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, you're about to have been with us in the Navy for 10 years. Admiral Sengoku sighed. In 1495, Orton was 18 years old. Now, Approaching 1504, he is basically entering his 30s at the age of 27. Time does fly. Orton smiled. I still remember when you first arrived. Although you were exceptionally talented, you weren't exactly capable of standing on your own. That guy Carr picked you up because you couldn't even withstand the aftermath of his battle with Roger and fainted, right? Admiral Sengoku reminisced with a smile. Thinking back to that, Orton found it somewhat amusing and nodded with a smile. Yes, at that time. I was excited and thrilled to observe the duel between the two top experts in the world from such a close distance. Now, you are already qualified to stand before the strongest man, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, and challenge him, Orton. Admiral Sengoku murmured softly. In less than 10 years, the nameless Orton has already become one of the strongest at the top of this sea. This growth rate truly surprised and delighted Admiral Sengoku. Most importantly, Orton is still in his growth phase. He is only 27 years old. With his physical condition, he shouldn't experience any weakening before the age of 60. And even after 60, it's hard to say. After all, his physique is so monstrous that Admiral Sengoku is very willing to believe that in the next 20 years, perhaps in terms of personal strength, this sea will belong to Orton. Now, it's just the last few years of transition between the strongest of the old era and the strongest of the new era, before Orton could respond. Admiral Sengoku's tone became serious as he asked, how long do you think it will take before you can face Whitebeard head-on and have confidence in winning? At most 5 years? Orton pondered for a moment and said, if all goes well, I might be able to do it by the time I'm 30. Don't you think my mental state has been quite stable recently? Last time during the full moon, I even managed to control my violent tendencies for over an hour in a clear and rational state. I believe that within 5 years, I will completely cure my condition. Once I can freely master the state of the Moon Lion, the title of the strongest will change hands. You dominate alone at G5, and even Cheyenne and Ichiyo cannot match your strength, but your progress is still a bit slow. Why not take some time to come to headquarters more often? I invite Carp, Zifa, and even the Fleet Admiral to beat you up a few times. Perhaps your condition will improve before you even reach 30. Admiral Sengoku suggested earnestly and with some anticipation. Orton furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before asking, General, I highly suspect that you think if you don't seize the time in these 2 years, you won't be able to defeat me in the future. So you're looking for a reason to beat me, right? Hearing this, the face of the Marine General Sengoku flashed with an awkward expression of being seen through. But he still stubbornly said, how could that be? This is my care for an outstanding junior. Don't think too much about it. Chapter 216. 3 Great Nature Types? G5 has them too. After chatting about some other matters with General Sengoku, both sides avoided discussing the development of G5. Sengoku trusted Orton in this regard, and Orton also had great trust in the old leader Sengoku. Both had a certain tacit understanding and would not discuss G5 too much. After talking about the situation and some movements of the Navy, with nothing particularly noteworthy, their conversation came to an end, and they hung up the transponder snail. At this time, Shizuka had already helped Orton bandage his wounds. Orton moved his arm a little and smiled. Not bad. Thank you, Shizuka. Shizuka rolled her eyes at Orton and said, it's good that you didn't get into trouble this time. Otherwise, the general would be worried about losing his hair. As she said this, Shizuka took out the devil fruit and curiously asked, what ability does this devil fruit have? Being chased by Rengao and the Whitebeard pirates, and that guy named Aramaki daring to get involved in such matters, he should also be a formidable character. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the nature type forest fruit. I saw it once in the devil fruit encyclopedia, but I'm not too sure. Let me take a photo and have the weasel check it out. Orton stroked his chin and said, of course. He didn't remember it because he had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. He just used it as an excuse. Shizuka nodded in response and quickly took out her camera and small fax machine from her travel bag and got busy. Meanwhile, Orton was weighing and playing with the devil fruit in his hand, pondering. Speaking of which, he also had a pretty good devil fruit, an ancient Zoan type that Spandane had given him back then, which had the ability of a saber-toothed tiger. Orton recalled that this thing was originally supposed to fall into the hands of Fuzz Fu. He hadn't used that devil fruit yet, mainly because he hadn't decided who to give it to. Of course, the most suitable candidate should be that kid Lucci. He had already achieved results with just an ordinary cat fruit, leopard form. If he got an ancient type, he should perform even better. Moreover, according to Zifa's views and arrangements for Lucci, it was clear that Lucci had extraordinary talent in physical combat, and Zifa focused on developing him in this area. In this case, the more flashy abilities might not be suitable for Lucci. Rather, The simple and straightforward abilities of the Zoan type could allow him to fully exert his advantages. However, this was still just an ancient type. If it were a feline, mythical type, Orton wouldn't hesitate at all. He would just give it to Lucci. What he hesitated about was whether the ancient type would affect Lucci's potential. After pondering for a moment, Orton chuckled to himself. He shouldn't make such decisions now. And it wasn't the time for Lucci to necessarily need any abilities. He should save it for that kid and let him make the decision in the future. Perhaps, during this time, there would be new acquisitions and progress. Aside from that ancient type, Shizuka also had an artificial devil fruit, which was Kaido's pink dragon form. Orton had confirmed multiple times with Dr. Vegapunk that aside from the color difference, there were no extra flaws. In Orton's view, if Shizuka were to become the user of this fruit, it should be quite good, and Shizuka herself did not reject the idea of becoming a user. However, she seemed unwilling to become a Zoan-type user. She preferred to become a Paramecia-type user, ideally one that could complement her swordsmanship, but so far, she and T found a suitable devil fruit. Therefore, until now, Shizuka still hadn't consumed the ability of the pink dragon, considering it a last resort. If she felt there was no hope in the future, she would reconsider consuming the pink dragon fruit. However, what Orton didn't know was that on the other hand, Shizuka viewed that devil fruit as a precious gift from Orton, which was why she kept it. Now, with another suspected forest fruit ability in hand, Orton was even at a loss as to whom this should be given. Ace. Ace could indeed be a backup option. Although the flame fruit he consumed was also a nature type, it was somewhat awkward. Having fought against top-tier powerhouses at sea, Orton could feel the awkwardness of flames. It seemed that any ability that was a bit flashy could wield the power of fire. For instance, Kaido could, and his mother could too. Even that guy Jean, who served under Kaido, could play with fire without needing a related devil fruit ability. And on the Navy's side, Akainu was even less to say, directly suppressing the flame fruit to the point of no return. Therefore, in Orton's view, the flame fruit was not worthy of Ace. As for the forest fruit, it was still quite promising, although it had many drawbacks, such as the fact that it seemed to be restrained by Akainu's magma. However, Orton still felt that this thing had much stronger potential than the flame fruit, especially in terms of vitality as a source of life comparable to the sea. It should be quite outstanding. If he really gave it to Ace, Orton could personally train him, leading him to evolve towards the Thousand Hands family. By then, creating a top-tier transformation like the Thousand Hands or the Tree Realm birth could be quite beautiful, right? If all else fails, he could have Ace go into real estate. Just a clap of his hands could build a village, and he would be quite good at it. In the end, Orton made up his mind. If this devil fruit was indeed the nature-type forest fruit, he would save it for Ace and see if he had any intentions in the future. Besides the forest fruit, Orton also had specific needs for devil fruits worth noting. One was the surgery fruit. No need to say more about that. The second was the gold fruit, which he had already instructed Doflamingo to pay more attention to. After all, the Don Quixote family was in this line of business, and originally in the story, the gold fruit fell into Doflamingo's hands. Of course, Orton was now a person of high authority, so he couldn't just rely on Doflamingo to gamble on luck. He had also given a heads up to the Navy and even instructed Spandane from CP to help keep an eye on the gold fruit. Then, there was the Wano Kingdom's swallowing fruit, which he had instructed the Weasel to investigate. It was indeed a small matter, so Orton didn't need to step in personally. If it was confirmed that the swallowing fruit was in the Wano Kingdom and hadn't been consumed yet, the Weasel would handle the acquisition. Next was the legendary Sleepy Ancient Town, which contained an animal-type mythical fruit ability, the vampire power that the Red Count, Beloric Redfield, obtained after escaping from prison. If given the opportunity, go find the Sleeping Ancient Town. This place is an ancient relic that has currently disappeared beneath the sea. However, Ortolun is not anxious. What are ancient relics anyway? The scholars of O'Hara are professionals in this area, and he can always ask them to look for it in the future. Lastly, it's worth considering the rubber fruit. To be precise, the mythical Zoan Nika fruit, the sun god and all that. This fruit is indeed very powerful, with Ortolun's terrifying talent. It took him nearly 10 years to stand among the top powerhouses of this sea. But that kid Luffy, after just 2.5 years at sea, starts punching Navy admirals and kicking the 4 emperors of the New World without even knowing how to sing, dance, or rap. Certainly, there is a halo effect at play here, but his talent is definitely impressive. However, aside from all that, the power of Nika should not be underestimated. With any other devil fruit, he would have been crushed long ago. After careful consideration, Ortolun decided to let go of the Nika fruit. This fruit is too sinister. The world government has tried to retrieve it multiple times, but has never succeeded in bringing it back to Mariejois for storage. The Gorosei unanimously believe that this devil fruit harbors the will of the so-called sun god Nika. If they were to obtain this devil fruit, who would eat it? In the end, would it be Nika or themselves? No one can be sure. It seems only someone like Luffy, who carries a halo, could effortlessly solve such a dilemma. While Ortolun was contemplating these chaotic thoughts, Shiwan finally received feedback from the weasel and excitedly told Ortolun, "You really didn't get it wrong. I just sent a photo to the weasel, and he referenced the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia at the base for comparison. This thing is indeed the natural type. Sun fruit." Shiwan was naturally happy. With this ability, G5 now directly possesses 3 natural type fruits: Smoker's Smoke, Ortolun's Thunder, and the Sun fruit. This configuration is completely comparable to the headquarters, where previously only Akainu S Magma, Kazan S Ice, and Borsalino S Light were present. In the following days, the ship's captain was traveling at full speed, arriving nearly 3 days ahead of schedule, delivering Ortolun and Shiwan to Romani Island. By the time they disembarked, Ortolun's injuries had healed completely, full of vigor. However, as a devil fruit user, he had no intention of playing in the sea, lounging on a sun chair on the beach in a pair of shorts, enjoying the sunlight while watching Shiwan and a large group of bikini-clad tourists frolicking in the water. Of course, more importantly, he was reading the newspaper. During the trip, his luck had been poor. He hadn't encountered a single news bird for several days. It was only upon reaching Romani Island that Ortolun found some newspapers from the past few days. However, unexpectedly, the papers from the previous days were quite calm, with no special news. Instead, today's paper truly broke the news about Ortolun's battle with Whitebeard. What a coincidence! Ortolun muttered, then began to read. So far, Ortolun had never seen the president of the world news, Morgans. However, this birdman was quite respectful towards Ortolun. He rarely made the headlines, especially in recent years after taking on the role of G5's base commander. He had become even more low-key and comfortable, hardly appearing in the news. Nevertheless, every time Ortolun appeared in the news, Morgans would always treat him with respect, providing positive coverage and evaluations, at least in the world news. Today was no different. It seemed that Morgan's people hadn't learned the specific reason for the conflict being caused by a certain devil fruit. Therefore, the information presented in the newspaper was that Ortolun was on vacation at Phoenix Island, participating in a fishing competition and catching nothing. Ortolun frowned, reducing his favorability towards Morgans. Just before leaving the island, he encountered the Whitebeard pirates and the blood-handed lion, Rhaengar. As a just Navy Admiral, Ortolun chose without hesitation to strike against the pirates. Facing 3 opponents alone, he swiftly defeated Rhaengar, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Kazuki Odin, and the 3rd Division commander, Daimon Jozu. Then, Whitebeard himself appeared, engaging Ortolun in a fierce battle. Neither side could do anything to the other, and due to the situation at sea, they ultimately chose to take a step back. How should one put it? Clearly, Ortolun only exchanged 3 moves with Whitebeard, but the newspaper made it seem as if he battled Whitebeard to a standstill, making Ortolun appear worthy of standing on equal footing with Whitebeard. If it weren't for my strength being evident, I might have thought that Birdman was trying to hype me up too much. But why mention the fishing competition? Ortolun frowned, but soon chuckled, closing the newspaper. He didn't think too much about it, and was unaware of Morgan's struggles. Years ago, the Navy's Public Relations Department had asked Morgans to create some hype, and at that time, it was also when Ortolun was in the spotlight, punching Kaido, kicking Charlotte Linlin, and defeating Red Count. Afterward, he captured the Pirate King and dealt with the Golden Lion. During those years, it seemed that Ortolun's shadow was present in every major event. Because of this, considering Ortolun's impressive track record, with the Red Count, Pirate King, and Golden Lion all falling, Morgans couldn't possibly say in the newspaper that Ortolun wasn't qualified to stand on equal footing with Whitebeard. Could he? If he wasn't qualified, then how would he explain the fallen big shots from before? Wouldn't that question the credibility of the world news? So, while feeling awkward, Morgans could only take the risk of offending Whitebeard and maintain Ortolun's reputation. It seems that now, the one most afraid of Ortolun losing at sea is not the Navy headquarters, but Morgans. In the first half of the Grand Line, St. Ting Island, Alabasta Kingdom. Reins City. As a newly developed oasis city, Reins City has become the largest gold sink in Alabasta with the full support of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The casino named Rain Banquet is actually a super entertainment complex that combines all entertainment projects. Nowadays, Rain Banquet has subtly gained the title of the most luxurious casino in the first half of the Grand Line. Therefore, it can be said that Crocodile is now making money hand over fist and is extremely wealthy. Based on the wealth he has earned, he has also gathered a large number of criminal forces under his command, including the infamous criminal organization in the entrance of the first half of the Grand Line. Baroque Works. The structure of Baroque Works is quite large. Aside from those numbered executives, there are also management members like millionaires and billionaires. According to the Navy's Criminal Investigation Division's investigation of this organization, Baroque Works has involved members numbering in the tens of thousands. Indeed, just the mid-level managers, the so-called elders, total about 2,000 people. As managers, it's suitable for them to have at least 10 or 20 subordinates. From this, it can be inferred that Crocodile has already gathered a considerable criminal force in the first half of the Grand Line and within the Alabasta Kingdom. However, because this organization is currently still relatively restrained, and it seems that there are CP agencies involved, along with Crocodile's identity as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Navy has only maintained intelligence, monitoring, and has not taken any targeted actions. Moreover, to some extent, the Baroque Works has a large number of bounty hunters and other peripheral members under its command, and they indeed use the capture of pirates to earn bounties as a major source of funding, working quite well with the local Navy, which can be seen as a form of maintaining justice to a certain degree. At this moment, in the underground 3rd floor of the Rain Banquet Casino, Crocodile, the president of Baroque Works, is sitting in his boss's chair, biting on a cigar, slicking back his hair, looking very much like a big boss, while reading a newspaper article about the battle between Ortolun and Whitebeard. Whitebeard. Crocodile's eyes have a shadowy glint. His feelings towards Whitebeard are quite complex. On one hand, he admires Whitebeard's strength, but on the other hand, he harbors a deep hatred for his own defeat at the hands of Whitebeard, an experience that shattered his dreams of becoming a pirate in the New World. However, overall, he still admires Whitebeard more. As for that defeat, he believes that when he returns to the New World, it will be the time to wash away that humiliation. Regarding how to return to the New World, Crocodile has recently been studying the model of Don Quixote da Flamingo. If he could usurp Dressrosa, what if he were to usurp Alabasta, which has a million-strong army, with the entire country of Alabasta backing him? Could he stir up trouble in the New World? At the same time, aside from Alabasta, he is also searching for the legendary ancient weapon, Pluton, in this vast desert. However, his search for the ancient weapon has not yielded any leads. He has nearly turned over the entire desert without finding any valuable clues, leading Crocodile to doubt whether the rumor about Pluton being hidden in Alabasta is true. If only Ortolun were here, he would really want to tell Crocodile to stop looking and instead go to Wano country. If he could defeat Kaido with his persistent spirit of searching, then Pluton would be within his grasp. Putting Whitebeard aside, Crocodile has no good feelings towards the other protagonist in the news, Bane Ortolun. He originally had no grievances with Ortolun, and he had never even met him. Back when he was in Lowtown, he heard that Ortolun was also there, but Crocodile did not witness him. However, after becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and not long after arriving in Alabasta, a weasel claiming to be a subordinate of Ortolun contacted him through the Navy's internal communication, demanding that he hurry to G5 to pay up. They claimed that as a warlord of the sea, he owed Ortolun a guarantee fee of 20 billion and threatened that if he didn't pay, they would beat him up every time they saw him. Crocodile, who was proud and arrogant, could not tolerate such humiliation. He immediately told the weasel to relay to Ortolun that he could go to hell, then hung up the transponder snail. Since then, his impression of Ortolun has been very poor, and he has been holding a grudge, thinking that when he gets the chance to meet this bastard Navy, he would scatter his ashes. However, in recent years, aside from Ortolun defeating Douglas Barrett, he's been quite low-key, and Crocodile has gradually faded his impression of this incident. But today, seeing him in a newspaper again, claiming he has become a top powerhouse that can rival Whitebeard without falling behind, made Crocodile feel as if he had eaten shit. He thought to himself, maybe he should go find some trouble with this arrogant Navy. Otherwise, he always felt that his thoughts were not getting through. Chapter 218. Dad, the one you want to protect, is already standing at the peak of this sea. In the New World, within the Totland Kingdom, a merchant ship flying the flag of the Atlantis Trading Company is sailing here. Its destination is the Tarian Island, which has appeared not too far ahead of the ship. Years ago, Tarian Island was just an ordinary island in the New World with nothing special about it. The only advantage was that it wasn't too far from Cake Island, the capital of Totland Kingdom. However, at that time, Totland Kingdom was still unstable and not particularly prosperous. Now, Tarian Island belongs to Totland Kingdom and can be said to be another prosperous island after Cake Island. with economic development and safety environment far ahead of the other islands in Totland Kingdom. Moreover, this is the only island in Totland that does not have a bizarre name related to desserts or food. If the rapid economic development can be attributed to its proximity to Cake Island, enjoying a large amount of welfare radiation from Cake Island. The reason why this island is so special is simply that it is the hometown of the heavenly bull, Bane Ortolun. Although it is called a hometown, Ortolun has not returned to Tarian Island in nearly 10 years. He doesn't know why, as it is not very far from G5, and he's been to Cake Island but has never returned to Tarian. Standing on the deck, the sea breeze brushes against Ortolun's face, causing him to squint slightly as he looks at the increasingly close and prosperous island in the distance, making him feel strangely unfamiliar, with no common points to his memories of Tarian. If I didn't know that was Tarian, I probably wouldn't even recognize it if I passed by. Ortolun said softly, "So, you want to search for your childhood there, and I want to see the traces of your past life there. But it seems that neither may be achievable?" Shizuka asked with a hint of regret in her tone. Perhaps. Ortolun's interest was low, and he casually dismissed her. Shizuka glanced at Ortolun, wondering if this was what they called nostalgia. Soon, the ship arrived at Tarian's port. Unlike previous times when the ship approached here, the islanders specially cleared a dedicated waterway and berth for them. As soon as the gangway was lowered, a red carpet was already laid from the port dock to the bottom of the gangway. As Ortolun stepped down the gangway, fireworks exploded, and handsome men and beautiful women began to sing and dance, creating a scene of warm welcome. This left Ortolun feeling quite helpless. As he descended the gangway, a plump middle-aged man appeared before him, accompanied by a group of fellow villagers flattering him. Vaguely, Ortolun felt that this middle-aged man looked somewhat familiar, as if he were the capable mayor from over 10 years ago. "Lord Bane, you have finally returned." The middle-aged man greeted him enthusiastically, but he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Listening to this voice, Orton finally confirmed that this guy was the former mayor. He vaguely remembered that the mayor was indeed a capable man who had organized the young and strong on the island to resist invaders like pirates when they came. Orton had helped out back then. However, he never expected that in less than 10 years. That capable man had been worn down by life into such a phrase indicating someone who has become fat and prosperous. The clothes he wore also reflected a kind of ostentatious wealth, clearly indicating that as the manager of the only autonomous island within the Tatran multinational territory, his life was quite comfortable. "Long time no see, Mayor." Orton couldn't remember his name, but he still greeted him with a smile. Despite this, the mayor was momentarily taken aback, and then tears welled up in his eyes as he emotionally said, "You still remember me. You still remember me." As he chatted with this self-pitying guy, Orton walked into the town. As soon as he came out of the port, he saw a huge steel statue standing in the center of the port square. Upon a closer look, he realized that the statue was actually of him, Orton. "Wow, it's really you." Even the generals of the warring states didn't dare to erect a statue for themselves. Guillaume teased with a surprised yet amused expression. Orton was also quite speechless. He understood that the locals on these islands did such things to seek peace and safety. It seemed that with this statue standing here, the Big Mom pirates would know how much they revered Orton, and perhaps it would bring them some sense of security, as if Orton were on the island protecting them. It was right for the general not to do these things, and the marshal also disliked them because they all understood a principle. Orton said softly, "What principle?" Cheyenne asked, somewhat puzzled. "Nothing is immortal, especially in this world. On this sea, no one can truly last forever. The moment the statue stands, the countdown to its downfall begins," Orton said with a self-deprecating smile. The mayor, listening to this, broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what Orton really meant. However, Orton did not ask anyone to tear it down. He patted the mayor on the shoulder and said, "I came back this time just to see my hometown. A large crowd around me makes me a bit uncomfortable, so you all can disperse." Once the crowd was dispersed, the mayor saw that Orton had no interest in him and wisely left. Although the residents and vendors around still occasionally observed the situation, it was much better than the feeling of being surrounded earlier. Ignoring the statue, Orton seemed to be in a better mood as he walked, pointing out some old buildings to Cheyenne. "That place used to be the mayor's office, but now it looks like some sort of office for the port. My old man used to take me there to collect protection fees. That mayor just now would tremble every time he saw my old man," Orton said with a smile. As they chatted and laughed, Orton gradually reached the edge of the town, or more accurately, the edge of the town in his memory. In reality, aside from the direction he was heading, the rest of the surroundings had already been developed. After more than 10 years of rapid growth, The population and area of this town had increased significantly. The small town of the past could no longer accommodate such prosperity. Why does it seem like this area hasn't been developed? Cheyenne asked curiously, following Ortolun. Because this is the direction of my home. Ortolun answered with a slightly nostalgic tone. Soon, at the end of the road, a building resembling a farmhouse appeared. Looking at the well-maintained courtyard wall, it was clear that even if no one lived here, it was kept tidy. There was no lock on the door, and when Ortolun pushed it open, he saw a large stone table. He remembered the last time he was here, when Katakuri brought Cracker to find him. Not far from the stone table, in the corner near the courtyard wall, there was a blacksmithing area. Looking at the forge, Ortolun couldn't help but smile and said, I forged my war hammer there with my own hands. It's been 10 years, and I still haven't thought of a name for it. As he spoke, he turned around and saw Cheyenne already walking around the courtyard, observing it with a gentle and soft smile on her face. This made Ortolun unable to help but ask, What are you doing? Why are you smiling so happily? As I walk here and look at this house, I can almost imagine what you were like living here. Every blade of grass and every tree has traces of your life. I don't know why, but looking at these makes me feel that this trip was worthwhile. And I'm very happy, Cheyenne replied with a smile. Hearing this, Ortolun was stunned for a moment, feeling a softness in his heart, but on the surface. He shook his head and teased, If you're looking for my childhood embarrassments here, I won't tell you. Upon entering the house, he found it very clean, but all the items left from years ago were still in their original places, without any changes. In front of the door was an altar with a knife rack, but the rack was empty. Ortolun stared at the knife rack, momentarily lost in thought. His father, Ben Sarones, passed away many years ago, and Ortolun felt a bit sad as he remembered him, so he buried all of his father's belongings with him. Only the knife and the knife rack remained in the house. He always thought of himself as someone who didn't cling to the past, but at that moment, looking at the knife rack, he was suddenly overwhelmed with longing for his father. This kind of longing had not appeared in the past 10 years, but this time it came rushing back. I've already given the knife to her, Dad. The person you wanted to protect is now standing at the top of this sea. Whether it's her or me, we haven't let you down, right? Orton looked at the empty knife rack and softly murmured to himself. Chapter 219, Dancing on a Grave? Behind the courtyard, not far away, there was a grave. That was the burial place of Orton's father, and the surrounding weeds had been cleaned up nicely. However, this grave, which did not look particularly grand, had no one daring to maintain it, retaining the appearance that Orton remembered. At this moment, Orton was sitting in front of the grave, offering some tributes to his father, pouring a bowl of good wine, and gazing at his tombstone. Meanwhile, Joanne was beside him, respectfully lighting 3 sticks of incense for Silones. I suddenly realized that both this house and this grave seemed to be facing the direction of Cake Island. Gun sat beside Orton and spoke up. Orton poured himself a bowl of wine, drank it in one gulp, and then smiled as he explained, Even the direction of the Port Ontarian Island is towards Cake Island, which is why he brought me to stay here. After a slight pause, Orton continued, My father was a formidable pirate, with a bounty exceeding 200 million berries more than 30 years ago. His strength was so great that he dared to challenge my mother head-on, although later he said he lost terribly. How terrible? Gun instinctively asked, but then realized the question was inappropriate. Just as he was about to say something to change the topic, Orton casually replied, At over 40, in his prime, he lost to the 20-something Charlotte Lin. That's how terrible it was. There are plenty of people at sea who are worse off than him. Gun then responded with a smile. But I think the worst part for him was that after losing, he hopelessly fell in love with my eccentric mother. Orton quickly began to tell Gun about his father's story. When I was young, he would always wake up early in the morning to gaze at the horizon at the port. Occasionally, if 1 or 2 ships passed by, he would get excited and carefully observe whether they were from the Big Mom Pirates. If not, he would seem a bit disappointed. However, since he was kicked off rock ship with me all those years ago, he hadn't seen Charlotte Lin even once. Yet, even so, in his final moments, he held my hand and said that if there was ever a chance in the future, I must help him deliver his treasured sword to my mother. Orton shook his head helplessly. Orton spoke here about his childhood, recounting the love and hatred between his father and mother, sharing these fragmented memories that were on the verge of fading away if not for his efforts to recall them. Beside him, Guillaume leaned against Orton, quietly listening, occasionally asking seemingly boring yet somewhat tricky questions that left Orton looking speechless or annoyed at times. Clearly, they were at a grave, a place that should have been filled with sorrow and sadness. Yet at this moment, it felt somewhat warm, as if a family was sitting together discussing amusing past events. So, in the end, I don't even know what he really taught me. He is a sword master, yet I can't wield a sword at all. And I have no interest in the way of the sword. He's a great pirate, but before I left Terran, I could barely grasp hockey. Orton complained. Don't you think that not turning you into a ruthless pirate is already a great success? Guion asked seriously after thinking for a moment. Orton, who had been complaining, was momentarily stunned. He had never considered the issue from this angle, and suddenly felt that Guion had a point. However, just as he was about to agree, he suddenly remembered all the chaotic things that Old Man had done, like bullying people at the port and extorting protection fees, and immediately denied, No. I didn't become a pirate entirely because I was born good-hearted, filled with justice since childhood. It has nothing to do with his teaching. Guion rolled her eyes at this, and Orton inexplicably laughed. He felt that there was no need to pursue the topic about teaching anymore. Perhaps his old man was just not good at educating others. As the sky darkened, Orton took another sip of his drink. The sea breeze brushed through his hair, and his gaze fell back on the grave, staring at his father's name, silently thinking. In the end, apart from these horns, I still don't resemble you at all, old man. But perhaps this lack of resemblance is what you wanted? Meanwhile, Guion was also looking at the name on the tombstone, recalling the story Orton had just told her. The man in the story ultimately never saw his beloved woman again until his death. Although Cake Island was so close to Terran, it felt like a world apart. Why did he leave behind these regrets? In a daze, Guion seemed to hear the wind whispering in her ear, telling her that at that time, what he lacked was courage. So muster your courage, and no matter what you want, bravely strive for it. Just as Guion heard the voice of the wind, Orton also broke free from his thoughts, pouring the last bowl of wine at his father's grave, and said, Although I don't know when I'll come back next, making me seem a bit unfilial, I promise you that when my cheap old mom passes away, I'll bury her in Terran, right beside you, to fulfill your dream. After saying this to himself, Orton turned to Gon and said, It's windy at night, It was unclear whether it was the wind that gave Guion courage or Cerrone's that inspired her. When Orton turned to her, saying these words, Guion actually didn't hear a single word. She just stared blankly at Orton's face, which was so close. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Guion? Did you hear what I said? Orton looked at the dazed Guion with some confusion, frowning and asking a couple more times. The next second, Guion's eyes suddenly sparkled, and she abruptly hugged Orton, pressing her lips against his. This sudden change left Orton's mind blank, and for a moment he had no reaction, allowing Guion to kiss him passionately. It wasn't until he felt a soft tongue trying to slip in between their lips that he suddenly came to his senses. The feelings he had suppressed for Gon in his heart erupted at that moment. Orton tightly embraced Gon, their bodies pressed together. The kiss even extended long enough to make both start to feel breathless. The next second, their lips parted, and Guion suddenly pushed Orton, who was sitting on the ground, down, then straddled his waist. The bright moonlight seemed to favor this scene, casting a beam of moonlight over them. Under that moonlight, Orton looked at Guion's face. At this moment, the moonlight was beautiful, and Guion was as enchanting as the bright moon. Just as Orton was still mesmerized by this beautiful scene, he saw Guion starting to tear open his shirt collar. At that moment, Orton suddenly woke up from the passionate atmosphere and grabbed Guion's hand, saying, Hey, wait a minute, this is a grave my old man is still watching. Gon, whose eyes were somewhat dazed, froze at these words. Her eyes seemed to regain some clarity, and 2 blushes instantly rose on her cheeks. She was momentarily frozen on Orton's waist, at a loss for what to do. Seeing that Guion had stopped her movements, Orton couldn't let the situation become awkward, so he suddenly pulled Guion into his arms and said without looking back, Goodbye, old man. I have a big event in my life tonight, so I won't keep you company. After saying this, he hugged Guion and didn't even want to take the long way around the front door, jumping over the courtyard wall in one go and directly diving into the old house. At this moment, Orton just wanted to thank the folks on Terran Island for taking such good care of his home. Even the bedding was clean, which was perfect for his illicit activities. Tonight the moonlight was just right, and the spring atmosphere was also flourishing. Summary: the higher one climbs in the Navy, the more one can feel that the so-called justice of the Navy is just a joke. Finally, after sitting in the position of a Navy Admiral, Orton decided to start a new path. The Navy, bound by shackles, tied by reins, burdened with too much darkness, struggling in the mire, is better off without it. As long as Mariejois is dark enough, then all my actions are just.